The sports field of Lincheng's 7th High School. Gu Ming stood in a line of over a dozen people, dressed in black combat attire, his face resolute and stern. Not far away, a boy of about 14 or 15 sat in a wheelchair, his legs tightly wrapped in cloth. A gentle breeze lifted the edge of the cloth, revealing the empty space where his legs should have been. Behind the boy stood a slightly older sister, her hands gripping the wheelchair handles tightly, her eyes moist as she gazed at Gu Ming among the crowd. The boy clenched his fists tightly, tears welling up in his eyes but refusing to fall. They were Gu Xian and Gu Feng, Gu Ming's younger sister and brother. 18 years ago, Gu Ming had transmigrated to this high martial world of Blue Star. His parents were both martial artists, the family was harmonious, and life was stable. He had thought he could live like an ordinary person, take the martial arts exam and step onto the path of the extraordinary. But at the age of 10, his parents were both killed defending against a beast invasion, leaving only him and his 2 younger siblings. Gu Ming inherited the family's savings and the compensation from his parents' deaths and took on the burden of supporting the family. But money would eventually run out. The cost of raising 3 children and their school expenses was enormous. Gu Ming managed to hold things together for 8 years, but by the time he graduated from high school, he could no longer sustain it. There was no way he could, like others, enter a martial university through the college entrance exams and focus on cultivating. Last Friday, after undergoing the talent awakening ceremony, he made a decision to enlist in the army. 1,000 years ago, Blue Star had experienced a catastrophe, void wormholes opened, terrifying beasts and various other races invaded, slaughtering humans and seizing their homes. Though this calamity was brutal, it also gave humanity the opportunity to step into the extraordinary. Thus, the talent awakening ceremony became the most significant moment in a person's life. 3 months before the college entrance exams, all adult high school students had to undergo talent awakening. Talent was ranked in 6 levels: S, A, B, C, D, and E, with S being the strongest and E the weakest. As long as one awakened talent, they had a chance to step through the doors of the extraordinary. Last Friday, Gu Ming awakened 2 talents. The first was a C-level metal talent. The second was a C-level cultivation amplification talent. When he trained his vital energy and blood, his speed was slightly faster than others with C-level talent. When he saw these 2 talents, he froze on the spot. While C-level wasn't the worst, it was still mediocre, far inferior to A or S. With these talents, he was eligible to become a martial artist. But dreaming of entering a martial university with a scholarship through the college entrance exams? That was out of the question. For the sake of survival, for his younger siblings, and to seize the only opportunity available to him, Gu Ming decided to enlist in the army. To join the Monster Suppression Army. The Monster Suppression Army was the most dangerous profession on the high martial Blue Star, fighting on the front lines against beasts and foreign races, with an alarmingly high death rate. The news headlines broadcast the number of sacrifices made by the Monster Suppression Army every day. But it was also the most honorable profession. Gu Ming had no other choice. With double C-level talents and without the resources his parents could have provided, he couldn't afford not to join the Monster Suppression Army. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to cover cultivation resources or his siblings' tuition. After thinking it over and over, he realized this was the only path he could take. Even if he were to die on the battlefield, at least he could leave a substantial compensation for his siblings. He looked toward his siblings in the distance, his eyes firm, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. The bond between them had grown deep over the years. Gu Xian and Gu Feng also gazed back at him, tears brimming in their eyes as they gritted their teeth in silent defiance. On the podium in the middle of the sports field, the old principal was giving a passionate speech. Gu Ming didn't listen, he turned his head to look at his old class. In the front stood their homeroom teacher, Ren Ran, a woman in her late 20s. Her eyes were slightly red as she watched him. His classmates were also looking at him. The girl's eyes were filled with admiration, while the boy's expressions were complicated. Gu Ming was the only one in the class who had chosen to enlist. Regardless of the reason, they all respected him. The old principal's speech quickly concluded, and Gu Ming, along with the other students who had chosen to enlist, dispersed to reunite with their families and classmates for farewells. Gu Ming turned his head and noticed a thin boy clinging to his mother, crying uncontrollably, while his white-haired father patted his shoulder gently, whispering, "Just make sure to come back alive." Gu Ming's heart trembled slightly, but his face remained calm. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Gu Ming felt no fear of enlisting, even though the Monster Suppression Army was dangerous. In this life, his parents had given him a second chance at life. Sacrificing once more for his siblings, what did it matter? Their homeroom teacher, Run Ran, held his hand tightly, her eyes red. Gu Ming, when you join the Monster Suppression Army, take care of yourself. We don't ask for you to achieve great things, only that you come back alive. Gu Ming looked at his nearly 30-year-old homeroom teacher, whose gentle face always carried a kind smile. He nodded solemnly. I will. Then, he walked over to his siblings. When Gu Xian saw him, she immediately turned her head away, crying uncontrollably. Gu Feng, in his wheelchair, looked up at him, desperately holding back tears. Enlisting was far too dangerous. Especially for someone like Gu Ming with mediocre sea-level talents, his probability of dying on the battlefield within 3 years was exceedingly high. This farewell might very well be their last. Everyone had tried to persuade him not to enlist, even offering to forego high school and martial university for his sake. But Gu Ming's decisions had always been resolute since he was a child, no one could sway him. He hugged his siblings, smiling as he waved. All right, stop crying. Big brother is leaving now. If I can come back in 3 years, I'll cook for you again. Waving goodbye, he turned and boarded the waiting military vehicle. Gu Xian and Gu Feng stood at the school gates, watching the military truck drive away until it disappeared in the distance, finally unable to hold back their sobs. Around them stood other parents, tears streaming down their faces. To send one's child off to an uncertain battlefield, such a farewell was unbearably painful. 2 hours later, Gu Ming and the new recruits arrived at the military camp outside the city. After completing the registration process, he walked alone to his assigned dormitory. The dormitory was empty, with 3 unoccupied beds. He randomly chose one and sat down, his heart filled with mixed emotions. To say he wasn't afraid of enlisting would be a lie. The Monster Suppression Army had an annual mortality rate of 30%. Out of 10 people, 3 would die within a year. This was just the average statistic. The casualty rate among officers was lower, meaning the mortality rate for soldiers likely exceeded 50%. Enlisting was almost a coin toss between life and death. After 3 years, how many could truly return home safely? Gu Ming exhaled slowly, suppressing the fear and turmoil in his heart. Since he had come this far, he had to face it calmly. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in his mind. Ding! The host has reached adulthood, and their future path has been determined. System matching in progress. Congratulations, host. The Supreme Military God System has successfully bonded with you. System? Hearing the cold, emotionless voice in his mind, Gu Ming shot to his feet, his face full of confusion and shock. Fortunately, the dormitory was empty, otherwise, his reaction would surely have made him look insane. Host, this system has been automatically adapted to your life choices, transforming into the Supreme Military God System. Its purpose is to cultivate you into a peerless military god, leading humanity in the war against beasts and foreign races. A series of mechanical sounds echoed once again, and Gu Ming was completely certain. It was definitely not an auditory hallucination earlier, his transmigration sheet had truly arrived. The fear dissipated instantly, and the pressure of joining the army vanished entirely. It was common knowledge that transmigrators with systems never lived poorly. No matter how dangerous the demon-quelling army was, he wasn't afraid. Gu Ming chuckled inwardly, and a translucent attribute panel suddenly appeared before him. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Rank, not yet initiated. Military rank, recruit. Physique, none. Talent, sea-level metal affinity, sea-level cultivation enhancement. Ability, combat specialization, not yet learned, ... Martial technique, none. Spirit weapon, none. Is this an attribute panel? Gu Ming browsed through it line by line, gaining a clear understanding of his current state. He wasn't yet familiar with the martial realms of Blue Star but knew they were divided into 3 main tiers: first-tier martial artist, second-tier martial soldier, and third-tier martial general. Each tier was further divided into 9 minor stages. Among these, talent was the most crucial asset for a martial artist. The better the talent, the faster the cultivation, the smoother the circulation of energy during battle, and naturally, the stronger the individual. Gu Ming's ability stemmed from his primary metal affinity talent. Blue Star's talents fell into 3 categories: natural elemental system, beast gene system, and special enhancement system. The natural elemental system encompassed the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as elements like wind, thunder, and ice, granting the ability to manipulate natural forces. The beast gene system awakened innate abilities after the invasion of beasts, allowing partial physical transformations with explosive combat power. The special enhancement system, similar to Gu Ming's cultivation enhancement, had peculiar effects. As for martial techniques and spirit weapons, he had yet to dabble in them and was not familiar. Just as Gu Ming finished reviewing the panel, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host has successfully joined the demon-quelling army as a recruit, unlocking the newcomer gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your sea-level metal affinity talent has been upgraded to SSS-level talent, forefather of all weapons. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your sea-level cultivation enhancement talent has been upgraded to SSS-level talent, Heaven's Chosen One. Talents, forefather of all weapons, SSS level, Heaven's Chosen One, SSS level. Hearing the notifications and seeing the two SSS level titles suddenly appear under the talents section, Guming was stunned. He never imagined the system would gift him such a lavish starter pack from the outset. Moreover, it directly elevated his once ordinary talents to the legendary SSS level. Dual SSS level talents? Guming's eyes widened. In his 18 years of life, it was his first time encountering such a term. He only knew that S-level talents were exceedingly rare. Who had ever heard of SSS level talents? And there were two of them? Caught between shock and disbelief, he hurriedly checked the detailed descriptions of these talents. Forefather of all weapons, SSS level talent, unparalleled among billions, exceedingly rare, the strongest metal affinity talent. Born as the forefather of all weapons, capable of mastering countless blades and commanding armies, orchestrating strategies, and holding the central command as a marshal or general. Note, this talent allows premature mastery of next-tier abilities. Reading this exaggerated description, Guming's eyes widened further, his mind in a fog of confusion. He had no idea what this SSS-level talent truly entailed, only vaguely guessing that countless blades referred to weapons and armies to troops under command. A smile involuntarily crept to his lips. With the forefather of all weapons, even without a god-tier military strategy system, he could still ascend the ranks in the army and secure a top position. He focused on the note, reading it carefully, and was immediately struck by a revelation. Premature mastery of next-tier abilities? Guming quickly turned to the ability section on the attribute panel. Martial artists with metal affinity talent not only controlled metals but were also known as scouts due to their keen senses. For a first-tier scout, the core ability was combat specialization. Guming soon noticed that his combat specialization had changed from not yet learned to beginner level. Ability, combat specialization, beginner. In an instant, a flood of basic combat techniques surged into his mind, becoming instinctual to his body. His heart raced with excitement. If he faced an ordinary non-initiated soldier now, he could absolutely defeat them in seconds. Although he still lacked practical combat experience, his mastery of combat techniques and force application had elevated to an entirely new level. A burst of laughter escaped his lips as a thought of the second-tier scout's sensory ability flashed through his mind. Currently, he hadn't even stepped into the martial artist rank. But with his current talents, becoming a martial artist would pose no significant challenge. Once he reached the first-tier martial artist level, would he be able to prematurely master the second-tier's sensory abilities? The thought filled him with joy. Having an additional ability on the battlefield would be a game-changer against opponents. Satisfied, Guming turned to the introduction of his other talent. Heaven's Chosen One, SSS-level talent, unparalleled among billions, exceedingly rare, greatly enhances cultivation speed and grants adaptive proficiency in various techniques and martial arts, significantly boosting comprehension. This simple description left Guming stunned once more. Although it only mentioned greatly enhances cultivation speed and boosts comprehension, it was so overpowering it seemed unreal. Previously, his sea-level cultivation enhancement talent merely provided a slight increase in cultivation speed, with an actual boost of less than 10%, making it nearly negligible. Even compared to other sea-level talents, it was inferior, let alone B-level talents which offered a 20% boost, A-level at 30%, and S-level at 50%. Even an S-level talent only have the time required for cultivation. 1 day of training would equate to 1.5 days for others. But now, with the SSS level Heaven's Chosen One, the effects were vaguely described. Have you heard the saying? The most expensive things are often free. Similarly, when the system offers vague explanations, it often hides the most extraordinary effects. This was outrageous. Even Guming himself felt this talent was absurdly overpowered. After binding with the system, it felt as though he had transformed from an ordinary person into an entity unbound by conventional logic, a living cheat code. Barely able to contain his excitement, Guming was eager to test the power of these two SSS-level talents. In the high martial world of Blue Star, cultivation methods weren't well defined yet. His only current option was to train his body and refine his energy and blood. 1,000 years had passed since the Great Catastrophe, and humanity had developed advanced training techniques, pole stances. These unique postures, combined with specific energy circulation and breathing methods, formed a complete system of pole stance training. Standing in his dormitory, Gu Ming began practicing the first move of the military boxing technique he had received earlier today. This was the most basic pole stance of the demon-quelling army. Though its effects were average, it was compatible with all talents and accessible to everyone. He positioned himself in the peculiar stance and began training. With his beginner-level combat specialization, he effortlessly mastered the correct movements for the first move of military boxing. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, sweat soaking his forehead, and he began to feel slightly exhausted. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from within his body. Gu Ming froze, then immediately realized. He broke through. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Level, First Stage Warrior, Level 1. Rank, Recruit. Physique, none. Talents, Ancestral Master of Weapons, SSS, Heaven's Chosen, SSS. Abilities, Combat Specialization, Beginner, Enhanced Perception, Beginner. Martial Arts, none. Spiritual Gear, none. Inside the recruit dormitory, Gu Ming stared at his attribute panel, momentarily stunned. First Stage Warrior, just like that? He murmured in his heart, finding it almost unbelievable. The talent awakening ceremony was held 3 months before the college entrance exam, with the remaining time used to train the body and refine vitality. During the exams, one's physical fitness was evaluated. To directly step into the first stage of a warrior's level, it was nearly impossible without an A-grade talent or higher. Even with an S-grade talent, it would still take at least a month to break through to a first-stage warrior. But him? He leapt from an ordinary person to a first-stage warrior within just 1 hour? Of course, this was partly due to the fact that after transmigrating to this world and learning of its supernatural powers, he had worked tirelessly to train his body. But the critical factor was the terrifying boost brought by his 2 SSS-grade talents. Damn! Gu Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly, shocked by the changes brought by these 2 top-tier talents. Although the descriptions were brief, the actual enhancements far exceeded his expectations. In the abilities column, a new skill appeared, Enhanced Perception, a capability usually possessed only by second-stage scout warriors. And yet, he had it in advance. Gu Ming smiled faintly in the dormitory, his future no longer clouded by uncertainty. At that moment, the sound of luggage being dragged echoed from the doorway. He knew it must be his dorm mate arriving and turned his head to look. When he saw the person at the door, he froze, followed by an expression of pleasant surprise. "Fatty, you joined the army too?" The person before him was slightly chubby and panting heavily. Hearing Gu Ming's words, he looked up and grinned sheepishly. "Ming-Ji, we agreed, didn't we? For life, the 2 of us as brothers. You joined the army without telling me?" I pretended not to notice. "So what if it's the army? So what if it's a life-and-death ordeal? Through fire and water, I'll be with you." This was Chenyu, Gu Ming's childhood best friend and classmate. When Gu Ming left this morning, he had found it odd that Chenyu hadn't come to see him off, thinking it might be because Chenyu was too emotional about the farewell. But to his surprise, this chubby guy had also enlisted in the army, catching him completely off guard. Gu Ming chuckled as he stepped forward to help carry Chenyu's luggage. "You joined the army, didn't your dad try to stop you?" Chenyu's family situation was quite different. His father was a businessman, and while not a tycoon, their life was comfortable and worry-free. Just this past Friday, Chenyu had awakened a B-grade Earth Element talent, a decent aptitude. Normally, with some dedicated training, he could have secured a spot in a martial academy without taking the risk of enlisting. Yet here he was, silently signing up. Gu Ming felt a pang of emotion in his heart and silently vowed to protect this brother for life. Chenyu grinned and waved it off. "On Friday, our homeroom teacher mentioned you had enlisted. I went home and brought it up to the old man. Of course, he objected, so I just went ahead and registered. Now that it's done, backing out would make me a deserter, so even my dad couldn't stop me." Gu Ming sighed in admiration. "Impressive. For a brother, you're even willing to go against your dad." After putting down his luggage, Chenyu pointed at the empty bunk nearby and asked, "So, what kind of person do you think our other roommate will be?" As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Both Gu Ming and Chenyu instinctively felt the atmosphere in the room tighten and darken. They turned to see a tall, nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man standing at the doorway. With broad shoulders and a wide waist, he carried 2 bulging backpacks, exuding an intimidating aura. Chenyu was visibly startled by the imposing presence, not expecting a fellow high school recruit to be so burly. Gu Ming, however, remained unshaken, as he was now a first-stage warrior. Both his mindset and strength were far beyond what they had been before. The burly man stepped inside, each movement heavy with pressure. He dropped his backpacks to the ground with a loud thud and scanned Gu Ming and Chen Yu with cold eyes, making it clear he wasn't easy to deal with. Chen Yu glanced nervously at Gu Ming, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gu Ming stood up, smiled calmly at the burly man, his gaze steady and resolute. "I'm Gu Ming, and this is my good brother, Chen Yu." The burly man sized them up for a moment. Just as Chen Yu grew even more anxious, the man suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." He spread his arms wide and charged forward, intending to pull Gu Ming and Chen Yu into a bear hug. Gu Ming reacted swiftly, sidestepping out of the way. Chen Yu wasn't as lucky and got scooped into the man's embrace. As he laughed, the burly man introduced himself. "My name's Wang Hu. I was from 3rd High School. From now on, we're comrades in arms." Chen Yu, stunned by the sudden change in demeanor, was momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he ended up laughing like a chubby cat in Wang Hu's arms. Gu Ming watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but chuckle as well. Before long, the three of them sat crowded on the edge of a bunk, chatting away. "Wang Hu, I have a B-grade earth element talent. What about you?" Chen Yu asked cautiously. Wang Hu didn't hesitate. "I have a B-grade fire element talent, plus a B-grade strength talent." "Dual B-grade? With that level, why would you enlist in the army?" Chen Yu asked, astonished. Dual B-grade talents were nearly equivalent to an A-grade genius. Joining the army with such abilities seemed like a waste. Wang Hu fell silent for a moment, his eyes darkening with deep hatred. "When I was a kid, my family lived outside the city. One day, a beast invaded our home and killed my parents. My dad told me to hide under the bed, and that's how I survived. So, I swore that when I grew up, I'd join the army and kill every damn beast out there." Hearing Wang Hu's story, both Gu Ming and Chen Yu were silent. He had watched, hidden beneath the bed, as his parents were devoured. That kind of soul-crushing pain was unimaginable. Wang Hu quickly broke the awkward silence with a smile and turned to Gu Ming. "Mingzi, what's your talent?" Gu Ming had initially intended to reveal his dual SSS grade secrets but decided against it, remembering the saying, "A man's wealth is his own undoing." For now, he simply claimed to have dual C-grade talents. As for his true strength, he would reveal it once they were more familiar with each other. Wang Hu didn't mock him but instead patted his shoulder in encouragement. "It's fine. Talent isn't the end-all. Hard work is what matters. The Demon Suppression Army is full of opportunities." Gu Ming smiled lightly. "I don't mind." The three chatted enthusiastically, gradually becoming closer. In the afternoon, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air. "All recruits, assemble! All recruits, assemble!" Hearing the call, Gu Ming and his roommates immediately stopped their conversation and rushed out of the dormitory. 3 minutes later, the area in front of the dorm building was packed with people. It was the reporting day for new recruits, and by noon, almost everyone had arrived. The instructors had given them the morning to get acquainted, but now it was time for their first lesson. Gu Ming, Chen Yu, and Wang Hu stood in formation, clad in black training uniforms, awaiting orders from the instructor. "Look at you rookies. Seems like you're quite prepared, huh?" The instructor, holding a loudspeaker, surveyed the neatly arranged new recruits, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief as he stood beside Gu Ming and whispered, "I heard that the training for rookies is especially brutal. The instructors love to torment us newbies." Wang Hu paused for a moment, then chuckled as he looked at Chen Yu. "Why? Do they have to make us suffer?" Wang Hu was straightforward by nature, his fiery temper as a fire element martial artist as explosive as flames, direct in action, though his mind sometimes got stuck. The chubby Chen Yu smirked complacently but also resignedly said, "Because they were all rookies once too, tormented just like us. So now they want to pass on the pain. Human happiness often lies in replicating the misery they've endured onto others." And sure enough, just as Chen Yu finished speaking, the instructor holding a megaphone began to laugh and said, "You all seem prepared, knowing a thing or two about the rules. But let me tell you something today, there are no rules here. The instructor is the rule. Now, everyone drop down and give me 200 push-ups. If you can't finish, none of you are eating." The instructor was slightly chubby, with a genial smile and a demeanor quite similar to Chen Yu's. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he showed no mercy, dropping the harsh order for 200 push-ups. "This guy's a smiling devil," Chen Yu muttered, full of reluctance. Many others were just as unwilling. Yesterday, they had still been high school students. Today, they were suddenly thrust into the army, with no time to adapt. Someone, summoning their courage, shouted loudly, "Instructor, why are we being made to do 200 push-ups right away? We didn't exceed the 3-minute assembly time, we should be considered on time." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the instructor's smile faltered, and his brows furrowed. Oh, so you know the rules, huh? You, kid, add another 100 push-ups. Finish them before you eat. The person froze, their face turning dark with anger, yet they refused to back down. The smiling instructor's grin slowly disappeared. The next moment, he moved in a blur, instantly appearing in front of the defiant recruit, placing a hand on their shoulder. With a slight exertion of force, the recruit crumpled, their knees hitting the ground heavily as they sank to the floor, completely unable to resist. My name is Sure. I'm your instructor for this 50-man unit. For the next 3 months of rookie training, you're all my soldiers. Under me, no talking back. Only obedience. Understood? The defiant recruit's face turned beet red as they struggled multiple times to stand, but to no avail. In the end, they could only nod in humiliation. Sure finally let go, and the recruit lay gasping heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Hu and Chen Yu hesitated no longer. They quickly dropped down and began doing push-ups. As Chen Yu pushed himself up and down, he turned his head to look at Gu Ming, only to find that Gu Ming had already started doing push-ups rapidly. Brother Ming, why don't you resist a little? Gu Ming smiled faintly as he moved up and down. Instructor Sure is at least a second-tier martial soldier. Do you think we can take him on? What? A second-tier martial soldier? Chen Yu froze, shocked at how strong the instructor was. Wang Hu clicked his tongue and said, I never thought the military would be hiding such tigers and dragons. I must grow stronger to slay all those alien beasts and foreign races. Gu Ming and Chen Yu naturally supported Wang Hu's ambition. The three of them focused on doing their push-ups. 5 minutes later, Gu Ming finished the 200 push-ups and stood up. Holy crap, Brother Ming, you're that fast? Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. He had barely managed 70 after all that effort. Even Wang Hu was taken aback, not expecting Gu Ming's physical condition to be even better than his own. Standing nearby, the smiling instructor stared at Gu Ming, his eyes wide. Turning his head in annoyance, he shouted, Hey, you over there! What do you think you're doing standing up before you're finished? Having just dealt with one defiant recruit, he hadn't expected another to challenge his authority. The smiling instructor strode quickly over to Gu Ming. As he approached, Gu Ming, with his scout's sharp perception, instantly sensed the dense earth element energy within the instructor. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. Among the 5 divine beasts, the White Tiger represented metal, symbolizing slaughter and sharpness and governing perception and command. For simplicity, people had given names to martial artists of different elemental affinities. Those with metal affinity were called scouts, known for their sharp perception and strategic overview. Wood affinity users were called wood sprites, possessing strong vitality and healing abilities. Fire affinity users were fire demons, known for their explosive power and fiery tempers. Water affinity users were water ghosts, experts in stealth and ambush. Earth affinity users were earth beasts, known for their endurance and incredible stamina. The smiling instructor before him was evidently an earth beast. Looking at the instructor's furious face, Gu Ming calmly said, reporting, Instructor, I've already finished. You're done? The instructor froze, his angry words stuck in his throat. He glanced at the clock. Barely 5 minutes had passed, and Gu Ming claimed to have completed them? What kind of joke was this? For an ordinary person who hadn't yet become a martial artist, how could anyone do 200 push-ups in 5 minutes? The instructor didn't believe it at all, sneering. Do you know the consequences of lying to an officer in the demon-suppressing army? Gu Ming's expression remained calm, as he had indeed completed the task. No, I don't. The instructor let out a derisive laugh before saying, Fine, prove it to me. This time, you don't need to do it in 5 minutes. Do 200 push-ups in 10 minutes, and I'll believe you. Gu Ming assessed his condition and felt he could manage. He turned to face the instructor. Instructor, if I prove it, will there be a reward? The Blue Star Army was dangerous, but it was also fair in its rewards and punishments. Generous pay and benefits were a given. There were also various reward systems in place. Effort always came with recognition. The instructor barely held back the urge to hit him and nodded. All right, what reward do you want? Gu Ming thought for a moment, then looked back at Chen Yu, who was struggling with his push-ups. Chen Yu looked up at him, thinking his brother was about to take on some of his burden. But when Gu Ming spoke, everyone was stunned. Reporting, Instructor, my reward is that I get to join you in tormenting these guys in the future. The instructor froze, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. He had assumed Gu Ming was standing up for the chubby recruit on the ground because they were close. Though such actions weren't ideal, they could hinder the recruit's growth. Stepping up for a comrade was still a rare quality. He had even started to admire Gu Ming. But Gu Ming's words completely caught him off guard. What did you say? The instructor stared at Gu Ming, confirming again. Chen Yu, not hearing clearly, looked up in confusion at Gu Ming. His once loyal brother now wanted to join forces with the instructor to torment him? It was like facing a demon. Gu Ming met the instructor's gaze and confirmed his words once more. Chen Yu's face turned pale instantly, while Wang Hu was equally dumbfounded. The instructor burst into laughter, patting Gu Ming on the shoulder. "You cheeky brat! Alright, 200 push-ups in 10 minutes. Do them, and I'll let you join me." He hadn't expected this rookie to have such grit. At that moment, the instructor felt like he'd found a fellow veteran and thought Gu Ming was quite interesting. Gu Ming nodded, dropped down without a word, and started doing push-ups. In less than 5 minutes, he completed 200 push-ups and stood up again. Reporting, instructor, 200 push-ups completed. The smiling tiger squinted at him, his eyes becoming sharp and astute. "What is your talent level?" He had already discerned that Gu Ming must have stepped into the ranks of a first-tier martial artist. Otherwise, there was no way he could possess such formidable physical capabilities. Gu Ming's expression remained calm as he answered straightforwardly. "Double C-level talent." Hearing that it was merely double C-level, the smiling tiger was momentarily stunned, suspicion creeping into his heart. Double C-level talent, how could it be possible to become a martial artist this quickly? He was utterly baffled, though the reality was that Gu Ming was indeed a martial artist now. Talent levels were public information, and Gu Ming had no reason to lie. What was going on here? Suppressing his doubts, the smiling tiger smiled again. "Your name is Gu Ming, right? Since you've managed to do it, I'll naturally keep my word. I'll step out for a while. You keep an eye on these recruits and make sure they complete their training." Gu Ming nodded with a slight smile, glancing at the recruits around him. Chen Yu, however, looked helpless. "Brother Ming, can't you cut me some slack?" His voice was loud enough to catch the attention of several others. Gu Ming shook his head. The chubby guy was only joking, and Gu Ming understood. Sweating more now means bleeding less in the future. When Chen Yu decided to enlist, he knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger. Not long after, Wang Hu also finished his 200 push-ups, standing with a slight pant. He approached, his gaze complicated. "Ming, tell me honestly, are you really just double C-level talent?" Gu Ming thought for a moment before responding. "During the talent awakening on Friday, I was indeed double C." He wasn't lying. Wang Hu frowned, unable to fathom how Gu Ming's physical condition could be so monstrous. Elsewhere. After leaving, the smiling tiger quickly made his way to the Centurion's office in the recruits' camp. On Blue Star, military ranks were ordered from lowest to highest as follows: Private, Squad Leader, Decurion, Captain, Centurion, Commander of 1,000, Commander of 10,000, and above them, General. Zhao Ruilong was the Centurion responsible for this round of recruit training. After knocking, the smiling tiger entered the office, where a robust and stern-faced man sat behind a desk. Zhao Ruilong glanced at him and casually asked, "What is it?" As a third-tier martial general and scout, he immediately sensed something unusual in the smiling tiger's emotions. Surprise, doubt, and even a hint of joy. His feelings were complex and hard to describe. The smiling tiger had checked Gu Ming's file immediately after leaving the dormitory. It confirmed that Gu Ming was indeed recorded as double C-level talent. Yet, as a second-tier martial soldier, he was certain he hadn't misjudged Gu Ming's current cultivation level, a first-tier martial artist. He had come to report this discovery to Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the report. "It's Monday today. The talent awakening test was conducted last Friday. Gu Ming reached first tier in 2 or 3 days? How is that possible?" "Exactly, it's absolutely impossible." The smiling tiger echoed his disbelief. Even for an S-level genius, transitioning from an ordinary person to a first-tier martial artist would take at least 7 days under the most rigorous training and with abundant resources. Gu Ming managed it in just 2 or 3 days? It was utterly inconceivable. To the two of them, this seemed like an international joke. "What kind of background does this Gu Ming have?" Zhao Ruilong asked, frowning. He speculated whether Gu Ming might be from a wealthy family or the descendant of a martial arts powerhouse. After all, those people never lacked resources, and their talent awakening often occurred at the young age of 15 or 16, not 18. The smiling tiger shook his head. "Centurion, Gu Ming's background is clean, and his family is ordinary. Both of his parents sacrificed their lives fighting alien beasts. He has 2 younger siblings, and their living conditions are difficult." Zhao Ruilong's frown deepened. "That's even stranger." The smiling tiger nodded in agreement and then suggested, "Centurion, should I bring him to see you?" After a moment of thought, Zhao Ruilong shook his head. "No need. Let him proceed with the usual training. Regardless of his talent, as long as he's in the military and shows potential, he'll eventually have opportunities to shine. Forcing it won't do him any good. The smiling tiger nodded. Understood, Centurion. I'll head back to train the recruits. They still need to learn the stances. Zhao Ruilong waved him off, then sat back alone in the office, gazing at Gu Ming's file with a faint smile. I hope he's a real talent. Yet, deep down, he felt a tinge of frustration. The higher-ups want me to form a special unit, but I still haven't got a clue where to start. Elsewhere, the smiling tiger quickly returned to the dormitory building. By now, all the recruits were on their feet, with only a few stragglers still doing push-ups. He didn't stop them but waited until everyone was standing properly before speaking with a smile. You chose to enlist, and I thank you for that. The ancient nation needs you, and humanity needs you. But let me tell you, being in the military is nothing like attending school. In the demon-suppressing army, the strong reign supreme. Strength, resources, status, wealth, even beautiful women. As long as you strive to become strong, all of these will naturally come to you. If you don't work hard, congratulations. You're in for a lot of suffering. And in the end, you might even lose your life on the battlefield. The smiling tiger's booming voice struck a chord in the hearts of the recruits. Gu Ming had long been mentally prepared and wasn't surprised. The smiling tiger then led them to begin practicing the fundamental stance training. Next, I'll demonstrate the 1st to 9th forms of the military fighting techniques. These moves are sufficient for you to train to the peak of the 1st-tier martial artist level. As he spoke, he assumed a peculiar stance. Gu Ming committed every movement to memory, following along diligently. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. One evening, while standing alone on the dormitory balcony practicing his stances, Gu Ming suddenly felt a warm current surge through his body. He had broken through. This time, it wasn't a transition from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. It was a direct leap to the 3rd tier. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, 1st tier martial artist, 3rd layer. Rank, recruit. Physique, none. Talent, progenitor of all weapons, SSS level, heavens chosen, SSS level, dot. Abilities, combat specialization, proficient, keen perception, proficient, dot. Combat techniques, none. Spiritual artifacts, none. On the rooftop of the dormitory building, Gu Ming's forehead glistened with sweat. He felt the warm current refining his flesh and blood as he glanced at his attribute panel, a smile forming on his lips. Over the past month, they had endured the smiling tiger's near-demonic training. Shen Yu and Wang, who gave their all every day, collapsing onto their beds after training, utterly motionless like dead dogs. But Gu Ming still found time to stay behind at the genius station, where he meditated for 2 hours, practiced combat and perception, and honed himself. The results were remarkable. Without relying on the military's resources like Shen Yu and Wang Hu, Gu Ming had left those resources for his younger siblings. Yet, within a month, his cultivation had soared from an ordinary person to the 3rd layer of a 1st-tier martial artist. His scouting abilities had also both advanced to proficiency. As the warm current gradually subsided, Gu Ming clenched his fists, exhilarated by the surge in strength. He descended the stairs and returned to dorm 502. Inside, Shen Yu and Wang, who had just finished eating. Exhausted, the two lay sprawled on their beds, fast asleep. Even when Gu Ming entered, neither of them stirred. This month of grueling training had resulted in their progress, both had stepped into the ranks of martial artists. Gu Ming didn't disturb them. After a quick wash, he also went to rest. The grinning tiger had said that tomorrow they would enter the 2nd phase of training, with surprises waiting for them. At dawn the next day, Gu Ming and the other two gathered early at the training ground. The instructor, Stone, approached them with a smile on his face. Looking at the few who had stepped into the ranks of martial artists after a month of intense training, Stone felt deeply gratified. Especially Gu Ming, who was already at the 2nd level of a martial artist before. Now, he wondered just how close Gu Ming was to the 3rd level. 1 month, transitioning from an ordinary person to the 2nd level and nearing the 3rd. Gu Ming's talent was extraordinary, earning Stone's admiration. He scanned the group, his smile faltering briefly, his expression turning peculiar. Do you remember the surprise I mentioned yesterday? The chubby Chinyu grinned and spoke up, Instructor Stone, please don't tell us it's another round of crazier torment. In this past month, Chinyu had transformed from a chubby white boy into a compactly muscular little chubby guy. He was, aside from Gu Ming, the only recruit who had gotten quite familiar with Instructor Stone and had no fear of being reprimanded. Stone smiled and pointed at Chinyu, addressing everyone. 1 month has passed, and your 1st phase of new recruit training has concluded. Now, those who have stepped into the ranks of a first-level martial artist, step forward. Gu Ming, Wang Hu, and Chen Yu stepped forward. A few others also came forward. The number was small, less than 10 out of 50 recruits. After all, becoming a martial artist within a month was something only geniuses with S-level talent could achieve. Most people had B-level or even C-level aptitude. Even with the resources provided by the demon-suppressing army to shorten training time, the number who could become martial artists was extremely limited. Stone glanced at Gu Ming and the others, then addressed those who hadn't stepped forward. The rest of you, go practice the stake techniques. Though the others felt unwilling, they understood that without stepping into the ranks of martial artists, they had no chance in the second phase. From this moment, the selection was set. Gu Ming and the others followed Stone to another training ground. One by one, instructors brought recruits who had become martial artists within a month from their respective units into the area. Using his scout's sharp senses, Gu Ming assessed the number of people. Among the recruits from more than a dozen units, approximately 2,000 people, only about 100 had become martial artists, an extremely low ratio. A 90% elimination rate, cruel beyond measure. Gu Ming sighed inwardly and stood in formation with the grinning tiger. As the instructors passed the grinning tiger, they nodded in greeting. Soon, all the recruits had assembled into their formations. A man slowly walked forward from the front. He was dressed in formal black military attire, his features sharp and chiseled, his gaze as keen as a hawk's. The demon-suppressing army, fully known as the Ancient Nation Army, consisted of officers tempered in the blood and fire of battle, exuding an innate aura of authority and lethal force. At first glance, Gu Ming felt the same metallic elemental energy as his own emanating from this individual. It was clear that this was a scout with a metal-based talent, and not a weak one, at least a third-level martial general. Gu Ming's heart stirred faintly, sensing that today would bring a significant event. As Zhao Ruilong walked to the front of the formation, the instructors collectively bowed their heads and shouted in unison. "Centurion, sir." Zhao Ruilong nodded, gesturing lightly with a wave. Without using a loudspeaker, his voice resonated across the field. "Today, I have an important announcement. Following orders from above, in light of the increasingly severe situation with the beasts and myriad races, humanity must make significant adjustments. The military will favor geniuses, allocating resources preferentially. This new batch of recruits will have Black Horse elites selected from among them to form independent 5-person squads for special missions." As his words fell, they struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Independent 5-person squads? Oh my god! Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock. Wang Hu's eyes also lit up, glowing with intensity. Joining a special squad would undoubtedly pave a smoother and broader path forward. He didn't care about rank or power, but without a higher rank, he wouldn't be able to kill more ferocious beasts. Zhao Ruilong continued. "You may freely choose your squad members. Those who fail to form a full 5-person squad will be directly eliminated." His tone shifted slightly as he added. "And, aside from you male recruits, there's another surprise for this special squad formation." "Surprise?" Chen Yu froze, unable to guess what it could be. Wang Hu muttered under his breath, feeling that this surprise was bound to be something extraordinary. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed, keenly catching the hidden meaning in Zhao Ruilong's words. Apart from male recruits? Could it be female recruits? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Zhao Ruilong, with a faintly amused smile, looked toward one side of the training ground. There, a female instructor led a group of nearly 50 female recruits, marching in neat formation toward them. Back in high school, there were girls in the class, but in the past month in the military camp, all they had seen were men. Now, the appearance of nearly 50 female recruits stunned these hardened men. The female recruits wore black combat uniforms identical to the men's, their fitted attire showing not an ounce of extra flesh. Chen Yu, the little chubby guy, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, with a bit of drool unknowingly dripping from the corner of his lips. Wang Hu wasn't much better, his eyes bulging like copper bells, leaning forward with a shock that left him speechless. This scene played out not just for the two of them, every male recruit wore a similar expression. In the military camp, encountering female recruits was exceedingly rare, let alone an entire group of them. As the crowd displayed their pig-headed expressions, Gu Ming quietly contemplated the true purpose of these female recruits in the camp. Zhao Ruilong had said they were here to form teams with them. But the military wasn't some special organization, even in team formations, they were still soldiers. Men and women, could they really mix in the military? Gu Ming pondered for a moment, slowly piecing together the logic. Over the past month, in the unit led by Instructor Stone, he had noticed that most people's talents were metal, earth, or fire-based. Water and wood-based talents were rare and scattered. As for the even rarer beast-related or special talents, they were virtually non-existent. And water and wood talents were mostly found among women. If they were forming squads for special missions, the teams couldn't afford to have weaknesses. Either all 5 elemental talents had to be present, or special talents had to compensate. Gu Ming's gaze shifted to the approaching female recruits, releasing his senses. After a moment of probing, he detected a strong presence of water elements and abundant vitality. Water elements naturally indicated water spirits, while the vitality pointed to wood nymphs. Gu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Beside him, little chubby Chinyu suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Startled, Wang Hu turned back and cursed, "Chubby, calm down. It's just a group of women. Haven't you seen women before?" Chenyu ignored him, patting Gu Ming on the shoulder and pointing to the leading female recruit, his eyes whiter than copper bells. "Brother Ming, is that Luo Shui?" His tone was filled with disbelief. Gu Ming looked up and was equally stunned. Luo Shui, that name was incredibly familiar. She was the top genius from their high school, 7th middle school. During the awakening ceremony, Luo Shui had awakened an A-level water talent. An A-level talent, in an era where S-level talents were so rare they were nearly extinct, was practically the pinnacle. Looking across ancient nations and the Blue Planet, individuals with A-rank talents were exceedingly rare. So why would Luo Shui join the military? Gu Ming found it increasingly incomprehensible. With Luo Shui's talent, she could have easily entered a martial arts university with waived tuition fees and gained access to abundant resources for support. A genius like her would receive endless preferential treatment from the authorities. Not to mention, he hadn't heard of her family facing any difficulties. She should be living a privileged life. Why did she choose to enlist? Chenyu was equally puzzled and pulled Gu Ming aside to analyze and discuss. Gu Ming shook his head, unable to make sense of it, and decided he would just ask her directly later. The special squad mentioned by Zhao Ruilong was clearly not a trivial matter. A 5-person team, and they already had 3 members. He himself was a metal element scout, Wang Hu was a fire element fire demon, and Chenyu was an earth element earth brute. They were still short 2 people. Gu Ming hoped for a water ghost and a wood sprite to complete the 5 elements. If they couldn't gather all 5, they would have to find someone with a special talent as a substitute. At Zhao Ruilong's command to disperse, Gu Ming immediately pulled Wang Hu and Chenyu forward. But someone was faster than them. A man in a military uniform, with a handsome face, walked straight toward Luo Shui. As he approached, he smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Li Junnan. I possess an A-rank water talent. I advanced to a first-tier martial artist a week ago. I'd like to form a team with you." Li Junnan's demeanor was polite and composed, exuding a gentlemanly aura. Many female soldiers who saw him had their eyes light up, thinking how wonderful it would be to team up with him. However, with his A-rank talent, he obviously wouldn't spare them a glance. Luo Shui gave Li Junnan a faint look, her expression indifferent, and shook her head. "I'm also a water ghost. That would be redundant." With that, she turned and walked away without so much as a backward glance. Li Junnan's hand froze in midair. Facing her retreating figure, he couldn't help but blurt out, "My uncle is a centurion." The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. Squad leaders, section leaders, captains, centurions, each rank rose progressively in authority. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Li Junnan had such a powerful background? No wonder an A-rank talent would choose to enlist. Even Gu Ming paused briefly as he approached, exchanging glances with Chenyu and Wang Hu at his side. But Luo Shui completely ignored Li Junnan's words. Her steps didn't falter, as if she hadn't heard him at all, and she just continued walking away. Luo Shui couldn't care less about Li Junnan's background as the nephew of a martial marquis centurion. Li Junnan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand. The breeze tousled his hair, making it look even messier. "Hey! How can you not be the least bit tempted?" he muttered to himself. "I'm an A-rank talent, and my uncle is a centurion." Watching Luo Shui's retreating figure, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Just then, Li Junnan suddenly noticed 3 men blocking Luo Shui's path. At the forefront was none other than Gu Ming. Gu Ming stared at Luo Shui, momentarily surprised. After a month of grueling boot camp training, Luo Shui's skin remained as fair as ever, much like how she looked back in school. Her cold and beautiful features paired with the black combat uniform gave her a heroic and striking presence. Gu Ming smiled and said, "Long time no see, Luo Shui." Luo Shui glanced at him, recalling for a moment, before finally recognizing him. She nodded, her expression carrying a hint of surprise. "Aren't you a double C-rank talent? How much could you have improved in a month?" Her words were blunt, but that was simply her nature. Before Gu Ming could respond, the chubby Chinyu interjected with a cheeky grin. Luo Shui, why don't you consider joining our team? Let me tell you, Brother Ming is really impressive. He's already a second-tier martial artist now. Second-tier martial artist? Hearing this, Li Junan, who was walking toward them, paused in his tracks. His face filled with disbelief, and he stared wide-eyed at Chenyu. What kind of joke was this? That was way too exaggerated. A double C-rank talent advancing to second-tier martial artist in just 1 month? This was insane. Even Jesus wouldn't dare make such a claim. After some brief pleasantries, Luo Shui, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, looking at Gu Ming in surprise. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes as she tentatively asked, "Did you really advance to second-tier martial artist?" Gu Ming, knowing that he was already a third-tier martial artist, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Luo Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, her unspoken words interrupted as Li Junnan strode over briskly. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Second-tier martial artist in just 1 month? Don't kid yourself. Double C-rank talent, do you think anyone would believe that? Li Junnan's face was full of disdain, convinced that Gu Ming was merely putting on a show in front of Luo Shui, deliberately exaggerating his abilities. Naturally, he stepped forward to expose Gu Ming's lies. Gu Ming shot him a cold glance, completely indifferent, and kept his gaze locked on Luo Shui. Smiling, he said, "Luo Shui, no one would lie about something like this. Our team currently only has me as a scout, along with a fire demon and an earth brute. We're missing a water ghost and a wood sprite. I think you'd be a perfect fit." His words were firm, showing no intention of backing down, entirely disregarding Li Junnan. Li Junnan's expression turned darker by the moment, his face eventually becoming ashen. Meanwhile, not far away, Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong and several other instructors quietly observed the unfolding scene. They watched as the minor conflict escalated but made no move to intervene, their faces full of amusement. "Hey, is that guy from the Stone Squad really a second-tier martial artist?" one instructor asked incredulously, overhearing the conversation. The grinning tiger instructor merely chuckled and didn't answer, leaving everyone guessing. Luo Shui looked directly at Gu Ming, her expression serious. She nodded decisively without hesitation. "All right." Chen Yu and Wan, who were momentarily stunned, not expecting her to agree so quickly. But Gu Ming had long since understood Luo Shui's character, cold yet decisive, precisely the type he admired. He smiled faintly and continued, "We're still missing someone with a wood element or a special talent." Luo Shui nodded and motioned for a girl in the crowd to come over. The girl looked delicate, with a mushroom-shaped haircut. Hearing the call, she ran over with a smile. "Luo Shui, can I join your team too?" She had been paying attention for a while and hadn't expected to get the chance. Luo Shui nodded and introduced her to Gu Ming and the others. "This is Min Xinran, a B-rank wood talent." Chen Yu and Wang, who grinned as the team was officially formed. Li Junnan stood off to the side, his expression shifting between dark and pale, his teeth clenched, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Luo Shui paid him no mind. He had tried multiple times to stop her from joining Gu Ming's team but swallowed his words each time. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, Li Junnan stormed off in anger. The team wasn't finalized yet, so he still had a chance to win her over. His uncle was a centurion, privy to the inside details of this boot camp. The first month was grueling training, serving as an initial elimination round. Those who failed to become martial artists were immediately disqualified. The second month was for team coordination, followed by assessments between teams. Teams ranking outside the top 10 would be eliminated. In the final stage, the top 10 would compete, leaving only 2 teams of 10 members each. So, Li Junnan still had an opportunity to recruit Luo Shui. Fuming, he left without further argument with Gu Ming. The instructors, watching from afar, shook their heads in disappointment. Soldiers are straightforward in their actions. Even when competing for a woman, there's no room for retreat. If Li Junnan dared to propose a duel, not only would no one stop him, but they'd even bring out benches to watch the show. Who would have thought Li Junnan lacked the courage altogether? The instructors sighed and shook their heads. Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly, casting a deep look at Li Junnan's retreating figure. Although the man's uncle was Zhao Ruilong's direct superior, the military had no tolerance for schemes and plots. If there was to be a fight, it would be to the death, with no room for ambiguity. The training ground was bustling with activity as everyone eagerly sought to form teams. In 1 month, the new recruits had mostly figured out the hierarchy of strength. Finally, 21 small squads were formed. Some were mixed gender, while others were all male, and the disparity in strength was evident. A team like Gu Ming's, with 2 female members, was truly rare. On the training ground, everyone had been assigned to a team, leaving only 2 lonely individuals without one. Helpless, they had no choice but to dejectedly return to train with their original comrades. That didn't mean they had no chance of returning. As long as their performance in the company was outstanding, they could still be recalled to join a special squad. But falling behind even a little could make every step thereafter increasingly difficult. Failing to secure a spot today meant returning tomorrow would be as hard as reaching the heavens. When all the teams were finalized, Zhao Ruilong stepped onto the podium, surveyed the crowd, and smiled slightly. A squad of 5 members may be small, but without a leader, it's like loose sand, incapable of any combat effectiveness. Next, each squad will select its own captain. You can decide through duels or by convincing others of your strength. Any method is fine. If you can't select a captain within an hour, your team will be disqualified on the spot. Zhao Ruilong didn't elaborate further but threw out this harsh ultimatum, causing many hearts to skip a beat. And yet, this air of mystery ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Especially for the position of captain, everyone wanted it. Gu Ming's team was no exception. Wang Hu and Shen Yu exchanged glances before speaking up. Mingzi, though you usually act as the leader, I've got to compete for it this time. That's right, Mingji. I usually follow you, but this time I have to go for it. As soon as they finished speaking, Gu Ming smiled and nodded. No problem. He turned to look at Luo Shui and the shy Min Shinran. How about we have a free-for-all? Whoever lasts until the end will be the captain. Luo Shui nodded in agreement. Min Shinran, however, timidly glanced at Luo Shui. Luo Shui, Jia, you all go ahead. I can't be the captain. Luo Shui grabbed her firmly. Do you still want to be like before, bullied by your father and brothers? I don't. Min Shinran's voice trembled. I don't, but. Then stop being weak. Luo Shui interrupted sternly. Hearing this, Gu Ming's heart jolted. It seemed Luo Shui and Min Shinran had known each other for some time, and their relationship was fairly close. But bullied by her own father and brothers? Gu Ming vaguely guessed the real reason Min Shinran had joined the army. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why someone with such a meek personality would choose the military. It didn't make sense at all. Now, everything seemed to fall into place. The 5 exchanged glances, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. They were all only low-tier martial artists, so their fight lacked any flashy effects. It was simple and direct. The chubby Chinyu stomped heavily on the ground, his body covered in patches of climbing earth. This was the core ability of a Tier 1 earth beast, earth manipulation. Wang Hu, on the other hand, unleashed his fire control abilities. The 2 flanked Gu Ming from both sides. As dorm mates, they were well aware of how strong Gu Ming was. If they didn't team up, they stood no chance of winning. Gu Ming shot them a cold glance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he swung his fist swiftly to both sides. A Tier 1 scout specialized in close-quarters combat, and Gu Ming had combat expertise. More importantly, he also possessed the keen sensory perception typically found in Tier 2 martial artists. Their attacks were entirely exposed under his watchful eyes. By now, Gu Ming had already reached Tier 3 as a martial artist. In an instant, the fiercer Wang Hu and Shen Yu attacked, the faster they were sent flying backward. Taking just one punch from Gu Ming, they collapsed to the ground, unable to get back up. Even Wang Hu, with his dual B-grade talents, was no match for Gu Ming. This was pure power overwhelming everything else. And Shen Yu, with his Earth Beast's defensive capabilities, had his guard shattered by just one blow. The 2 groaned in pain, struggling to rise. Luo Shui's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily unsure if they were acting or genuinely defeated. Her gaze gradually steadied, and she rushed forward decisively. She delivered a sharp kick, full of force. Gu Ming instantly assessed her level, Tier 2 martial artist. Her agile movements and long legs made her attacks swift and fierce. Boom! However, faced with the imposing, icy beauty of the campus queen, Gu Ming showed no mercy. A scout's mind is quick, their senses sharp, qualities perfectly suited for a captain. What's more, he was already the strongest, so why hold back? With one powerful kick, Gu Ming crushed Luo Shui with sheer strength. She only saw a blurred shadow rushing toward her and quickly crossed her arms to block. But the force of Gu Ming's kick was so overwhelming that she felt as if her arm bones were about to shatter, and she was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. As she lay there, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word. Before the fight, she couldn't gauge Gu Ming's level. The moment they clashed, it became clear. Gu Ming had likely already broken through to Tier 3 as a martial artist. Was this a joke? Dual C-grade talents, yet breaking through to Tier 3 in just 1 month? To outsiders, he might as well be considered a dual S-grade talent. Gu Ming looked at the fallen Luo Shui, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then turned to the stunned Min Xinran. Over the past month, Min Xinran had trained with Luo Shui and witnessed her strength firsthand. After all, Luo Shui was an undefeated force among the female soldiers. And now, she had been taken down in a single move by Gu Ming? It was unbelievable. Before Min Xinran could recover, Gu Ming began walking toward her step by step. What are you doing? I surrender. Min Xinran cried out in fear, clearly terrified of being hit. But Gu Ming showed no mercy. If you want to be on my team, you first need to learn how to take a hit. Only then can you beat others. This was the military, not a martial arts academy. No matter why Min Xinran joined, she would eventually have to go to war. With her current timid nature, it simply wouldn't do. Gu Ming lashed out with a kick. Min Xinran raised her arms to block but stumbled back several steps, finally falling to the ground with a heavy thud, almost on the verge of tears. Wang Hu and Shen, you gave Gu Ming a thumbs up. You've got guts, taking on girls too. Gu Ming understood the meaning behind their looks but suppressed the guilt in his heart. At this moment, Luo Shui stood up, casting a thoughtful glance at Gu Ming. You've reached Tier 3 as a martial artist, haven't you? I concede you deserve to be the captain. She nodded, setting aside her pride, a warm smile breaking across her face like the melting of ice and snow. Wang Hu and Chen Yu, stunned, exchanged glances. Mingji, you're Tier 3 already? Mingzi, when did this happen? What the hell? When did this happen? Gu Ming almost laughed in exasperation at their words. He chuckled lightly but didn't explain further. Seeing that the other squads around them were still engaged in combat, Gu Ming and the 4 members of his squad sat down and began chatting. Luo Shui, why did you join the military? The chubby Qingyu, full of curiosity, stared at Luo Shui and asked. With your talent, wouldn't going to a martial arts university be a better choice? An A-level aptitude, who would be foolish enough to join the military? He didn't dare say this out loud, fearing he'd get beaten up. Gu Ming and Wang Hu also looked at Luo Shui with questioning eyes. Luo Shui's expression remained calm as he replied indifferently. My father is a general. As soon as the words fell, only Min Xinran's expression remained unchanged, as if she had already known. Gu Ming and the other 2 exchanged glances before silently lowering their heads. They had to admit, they were thoroughly impressed by Luo Shui. Damn, no wonder he joined the military, his dad's a general. Li Junnan also had an A-level aptitude, but he relied on his commander uncle's position to gain early access to intelligence. And yet Luo Shui's father turned out to be a general. Above a commander was a marquis, and above that, a general. Although separated by just 2 ranks, the difficulty of promotion was astronomically high. In this era, generals were exceedingly rare. Every single general had a legacy of extraordinary military achievements. No wonder Luo Shui had been so indifferent when Li Junnan bragged about his uncle being a commander. Her father was a general, now that's truly impressive. Some people are born into privilege, while others are driven like cattle and horses. Gu Ming sighed inwardly, then turned toward Min Xinran. On the surface, he seemed to be changing the subject, but in reality, he was consoling himself. He asked in a deep voice, Xinran, why did you join the military? He had to get to the bottom of this. Given Min Xinran's temperament, she wasn't the type to thrive in the military. A deserter? That was even less likely. On this high martial blue star, nobody dared to desert, not even the children of generals. If news leaked, it could even implicate the general themselves. Being called out, Min Xinran pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, My dad arranged a childhood betrothal for me. He wants me to marry for the sake of the family. I joined the military to escape the marriage. The moment Gu Ming heard this, he immediately understood. No wonder Min Xinran joined the military, it was to avoid an arranged marriage. Enlisting not only helped her escape but also allowed her to strengthen herself. In 3 years, Min Xinran might not necessarily shine in the military, but as long as she survived and returned, her character would undoubtedly become tougher. This seemingly delicate girl had made such a bold decision, earning Gu Ming's respect. Afterward, the 3 men each shared their reasons for joining the military. The 2 girls nodded, keeping these words in mind. An hour quickly passed, and all 21 squads in the training field had chosen their captains. On the podium, the chief instructor Zhao Ruilong smiled. Without the need for a microphone, his voice resonated across the entire field. The captains have been chosen. Well done. For the next month, the captain will be your commanding officer. At all times, you must unconditionally obey the captain's orders. Understood? Understood. The recruits on the training field, their faces still bruised and battered, responded loudly, their competitive spirit at its peak. Among the crowd, Li Junnan stood at the forefront of his squad, turning his head to glare at Gu Ming's side. Seeing that Gu Ming had also become a squad captain, his expression darkened with discontent. At that moment, Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Gu Ming. "I have something to announce. In our recruit camp, there's a prodigy." "What kind of prodigy?" "This guy went through a month of hellish training, and his cultivation level skyrocketed to the 3rd rank of a first-tier martial artist." As soon as these words were spoken, the majority of recruits who had just barely become martial artists were dumbfounded. They had pushed their bodies to the brink over the past month, barely scraping their way into the threshold of martial artists. But Gu Ming? He reached the 3rd rank in just a month? This had to be a joke. Reaching the 2nd rank might still be acceptable, after all, geniuses were everywhere. But the 3rd rank? That was outright humiliation. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Zhao Ruilong's smile deepened with satisfaction. He turned to Gu Ming, his tone warm and laced with approval. "This person is today's captain of the Sun and Moon Squad, Gu Ming." Earlier, when reporting the captain's selections, Gu Ming and his team had already chosen their squad name, Sun and Moon. What? Li Junnan was the first to freeze. Gu Ming had clearly claimed to have a double C-level aptitude, the lowest possible aptitude. Reaching the 3rd rank in a month? That was like slapping his A-level aptitude right in the face. Li Junnan quickly recovered, gritting his teeth as he glared at Gu Ming. Bah! Double C-level aptitude? What a load of crap! He was convinced that Gu Ming had lied to him, that he must have double A-level aptitude. Otherwise, there was no way he could improve so quickly. These thoughts didn't discourage Li Junnan. Instead, they ignited his fighting spirit. In the competition a month from now, he would face Gu Ming head-on. After all, squad strength was what truly mattered. No matter how strong an individual was, they couldn't stand alone. 2 fists couldn't fend off 4 hands. He would ensure that his Junnan squad crushed the Sun and Moon squad. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Ming could feel the chief instructor Zhao Ruilong's special attention. As a 3rd-tier scout, Zhao Ruilong could undoubtedly see Gu Ming's exact cultivation level. By publicly revealing his strength now, it was clear that the instructor had ulterior motives. He wanted Gu Ming to become famous and attract more rivals. But would a true genius fear challenges? Gu Ming smiled calmly, standing quietly in place. Zhao Ruilong, appreciating his composure, continued. "The military rewards and punishes strictly. Gu Ming's cultivation is leading the pack, serving as a role model for everyone. Therefore, as the chief instructor of the recruit camp, I am exercising my authority to promote Gu Ming's rank. He is now a squad leader." As his words fell, the atmosphere grew heavy. "Whoa, Ming Ji, you've been promoted to squad leader." Shan Yu turned excitedly to Gu Ming. Wang Hu was equally exhilarated. Although all current squad captains commanded a group of 5, it was unprecedented for someone like Gu Ming to be promoted directly to squad leader. This honor was extraordinary. Gu Ming himself was momentarily stunned, not expecting the promotion to come so suddenly. He looked at Zhao Ruilong with a smile on his face. "Many thanks, Chief Instructor," he responded loudly, without the slightest hint of shyness. His supreme military god system granted him rewards every time he was promoted or achieved merit. Now that he had been promoted to squad leader, what kind of prize would the system grant him? Gu Ming was eager to find out. By evening, Gu Ming received his official rank insignia in the newly assigned 3-person dormitory. From no stripes, he now bore a single stripe. From this moment on, Gu Ming was officially a squad leader. Wang Hu and Shen Yu held their rank insignias, excitedly running to the balcony to shout. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in Gu Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Rank promoted to squad leader. Reward, SSS-level physique, Supreme Gunslinger. Gu Ming froze slightly. He had been curious about this physique for some time. On this high martial blue star, apart from innate talent, Gu Ming had never heard of anything resembling the physique concept from fantasy worlds. But since the system's attribute panel included it, it must hold some significance. Who would have thought that upon becoming a squad leader, he'd gain an SSS-level physique? This was absolutely incredible. Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh, his gaze falling on the description of the Supreme Gunslinger physique. Peerless Gun God, SSS grade constitution, exceedingly rare, 1 in 10 million. Naturally attuned to firearms, mastering gun techniques with ease. When using gun-type weapons, all physical abilities are doubled. Gu Ming's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked, "System, these guns, are we talking about firearms or cold weapons?" "Master, the Peerless Gun God Constitution encompasses all firearms in existence.
Anything you can think of counts. Oh? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. All guns? The system fell silent.
His face flushed red, knowing that his thoughts had been seen through.
This system was surprisingly cheeky.
It could have just clarified hot versus cold weapons in the introduction, but instead, it deliberately said all guns, practically leading people to overthink. Gu Ming shook his head, his face still red, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He almost couldn't wait to rush to the armory and grab a spear to give it a try.
As a man who hasn't fantasized about the image of riding a horse, spear in hand, charging into battle? Cool to the extreme.
Even without the horse, the image was still overwhelmingly dashing.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18.
Rank, Tier 1 Warrior, 3rd Stage.
Military rank, Corporal. Constitution, Peerless Gun God, SSS grade. Talents, Ancestor of all weapons, SSS grade, Heaven's Chosen, SSS grade.
Abilities, Advanced Combat Expertise, Advanced Sensory Perception.
Martial Techniques, none. Spiritual Weapons, none.
Looking at the panel, Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile.
The future is worth looking forward to.
Originally, he had only wanted to join the army to earn some tuition money for his younger siblings. Even if he died, he'd leave them with a pension. But after binding with the Peerless War God system, everything changed. Out on the balcony, Wang Hu and Shen Yu were still examining his corporal insignia, overjoyed.
When Gu Ming returned, the two immediately pulled him into their celebration.
The day after their squad assignments, Gu Ming and the other new recruits entered the second round of special training. Those who failed to join special squads and were eliminated began regular training, which was intense but not quite brutal. Learning of the instructor's arrangements, Gu Ming, Wang Hu, and Shen Yu woke up early to wash up. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Luo Shui and Min Xinran from the opposite dormitory, also dressed in military training uniforms. To ensure better squad cohesion and smoother combat coordination, the mixed-gender dormitory arrangement had been scrapped, placing squads in dorms directly across from each other. This way, in emergencies, they could assemble quickly and train their reflexes. After a good night's sleep, Luo Shui and Min Xinran's skin was even more radiant, their youthful energy so vibrant that Gu Ming and the boys couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Though they could only admire from afar, this visual feast was enough to warm their hearts. The 5 members of the Sun and Moon squad gathered and headed straight for the weapons depot designated by the instructor.
The second phase of training was completely different from the first.
They would no longer focus solely on individual skills but instead engage in team combat. Additionally, each member had to select a weapon for themselves.
The 5 arrived at the depot on time and entered together. In the dim surroundings, the silhouettes of tanks, planes, and cannons gleamed faintly in the dark. Shen Yu's eyes lit up. Brother Ming, are these the real deal? Gu Ming and Wang Hu were equally excited.
Boys always had an inexplicable passion for such hardware. On the contrary, the 2 girls remained calm, their expressions unflustered. Gu Ming led the group deeper into the depot. Passing by the firearms section, they saw rows upon rows of cold, gleaming guns, with models from both domestic and international manufacturers. However, firearms were almost ineffective against middle and high-level warriors. Tier 2 weapon masters could even shrug off the threat of guns.
Thus, they didn't linger and continued straight into the cold weapons section. In the era of high-level martial arts, close combat cold weapons were the true domain of warriors.
That said, their current permissions only allowed them to choose a Tier 1 common weapon. Even so, this was already a generous gift from the Demon Suppression Army. After all, a single Tier 1 common weapon on the outside would cost at least tens of thousands of blue star coins. For second-generation elites like Luo Shui and Min Xinran, this wasn't much, but for Gu Ming and Wang Hu, it was unaffordable. Soon, everyone had chosen their weapons. Wang Hu picked up an alloy saber, grinning from ear to ear in excitement. Shen Yu chose 2 arm guards. Being an earth elemental, his focus was on defense rather than offense. Luo Shui selected 2 daggers, her gaze icy and sharp, exuding a chilling aura. As a water elemental adept at stealth, she was responsible for assassinations and delivering fatal strikes within the team.
Finally, it was Min Xinran's turn.
She didn't choose a cold weapon but instead frowned and looked toward Gu Ming.
Captain, I want.
She hesitated, and Gu Ming looked at her curiously. Min Xinran made up her mind, turned, and quickly ran back to the firearms section.
Not long after, she returned carrying a long black box.
Opening it, she pulled out a sniper rifle, gleaming coldly. In Gu Ming's mind flashed the nickname he remembered from his past life playing Crossfire, Big Cannon.
This seemingly gentle Min Xinran had chosen a sniper rifle?
Wang Hu and Shen Yu exchanged glances, their expressions slightly stiff.
Min Shinran smiled at Gu Ming, gripping the sniper tightly.
Captain, firearms may not be effective against high-level warriors, but high-caliber sniper rifles can threaten Tier 2 weapon masters and even Tier 3 generals.
I'm a wood elemental and can only provide healing support. During battle, I'll give you fire support from a distance.
Gu Ming had to admit, Min Shinran made a valid point.
After the four finished choosing their weapons, they all turned to Gu Ming, curious, what would he pick?
Gu Ming searched through the depot but couldn't find anything that truly resonated with him. That was until he reached the deepest section, where his eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward and picked up a weapon. The moment he grasped it, an intense and unique sensation washed over him. He had held many cold weapons before, but this one seemed to respond to him, as if it were communicating with him. It was a mysterious feeling, but it was undeniably real to Gu Ming. As expected of an SSS-grade constitution, the peerless gun god. Gu Ming silently marveled, raising the alloy spear in his hand and looking at the others.
The four exchanged confused glances.
They hadn't expected Gu Ming to choose an alloy spear. Admittedly, spears looked impressive, but on the High Martial Blue Star, they weren't popular. Most people preferred swords or sabers, with martial techniques for these weapons being far more developed. Even so, since Gu Ming had made his choice, they didn't question it. Soon, Gu Ming discovered a new ability.
The alloy spear in his hand suddenly transformed into liquid metal, flowing into his palm.
Fatty Chin stared in shock at the scene, blurting out, "Brother Ming, how did you do that?"
The other three were equally stunned, their mouths agape.
They'd never heard of a scout being able to store weapons inside their body. At least, no Tier 1 scout could do such a thing. Gu Ming wasn't sure if this was a special ability of Ancestor of all weapons or peerless gun god.
He vaguely replied, "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't.
This is called a gentleman keeping his weapon hidden, striking only when necessary."
Shen Yu and Wang Hu both gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Sure enough, he successfully diverted their attention. Gu Ming smiled faintly.
After collecting his weapon, he led the four others straight to the training ground. In the days that followed, they conducted regular foundational training in the mornings. In the afternoons, they focused on team coordination to improve overall combat effectiveness. At night, when everyone else was too exhausted to even crawl into bed, Gu Ming still climbed to the dormitory rooftop and trained for an additional 2 hours. As the saying goes,
don't fear those with lesser talent. Fear those more talented than you who work even harder. How will you ever catch up?
By the end of the second phase of training after a month, Shen Yu and Wang Hu both advanced to the second tier of martial artist. Min Shinran also reached the second tier of martial artist. Only Luo Shui, seemingly inspired by Gu Ming's determination, leaped from the second tier of martial artist to the fourth tier in just 1 month, an astonishing improvement. As for Gu Ming, he had still managed to widen the gap between himself and the others.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18.
Level, first tier martial artist, 6th layer.
Military rank, squad leader. Physique, peerless spear god, SSS level. Talents, ancestor of all weapons, SSS level, heavens chosen, SSS level. Abilities, combat specialization, proficient, keen perception, proficient.
Martial skill, basic spear technique, small accomplishment.
Spirit weapon, first tier alloy spear, common weapon.
On the rooftop of the dormitory, after completing 2 hours of foundational training, Gu Ming looked up at his attribute panel. Another month had passed. Relying on his heavens chosen talent, he had firmly stepped into the 6th layer of a first-tier martial artist. This was even with his daily efforts to train in other skills and martial techniques.
If he had focused solely on foundational training, his level would undoubtedly be even higher by now.
In terms of martial skills, he had learned a basic spear technique. The skill was simple, which allowed him to improve quickly. From beginner to proficient, and now to the level of small accomplishment. Gu Ming had learned from his instructor that martial techniques are divided into levels: beginner, proficient, small accomplishment, and the higher levels of great accomplishment and perfection. The higher the level, the more powerful the technique becomes when executed. Thus, he never slacked off and continued to strengthen himself in all aspects. Looking up at the bright moonlight, a faint smile flashed across Gu Ming's eyes. Today marked the final day of the second phase of training for this month. Tomorrow would be the grand competition to assess everyone's progress. Out of the 21 squads, only 10 would remain. The elimination rate was as high as 50%. But Gu Ming was confident that his Sun and Moon squad would advance without a hitch. With a smile, Gu Ming returned to the dormitory and quickly drifted into a deep sleep.
The next day,
Shen Yu and Wang Hu woke up energized, and Luo Shui and Min Shinran from the opposite dorm room soon joined them. The 5 members of the Sun and Moon squad gathered and headed together to the training ground.
When they arrived, many people had already gathered.
Members of the various squads stood in small clusters, either chatting or cautiously observing their opponents while discussing strategies. Gu Ming and his squad, being more reserved in nature, were out of place among the others. They chose a corner to sit quietly, not bothering to discuss tactics, and simply waited for the instructor to arrive.
But Gu Ming was too famous.
Bearing the rank of squad leader, he had become the top rising star of the recruit camp.
He was even more renowned than Luo Shui and Li Junnan.
The surrounding squad members couldn't help but glance at them out of the corners of their eyes, their expressions filled with vigilance. A month ago, Gu Ming was already at the 3rd tier of martial artist, ahead of everyone else.
Now, after another month, how much further had he progressed?
In the crowd, Li Junnan's gaze locked onto the Sun and Moon squad, particularly on Gu Ming. He didn't appear overly nervous, instead, he smiled and glanced at the 4 members of his own squad.
Li Junnan's squad consisted entirely of male martial artists, each one an elite. Though the others only had B-level talent, their privileged backgrounds provided them with abundant cultivation resources.
More importantly, his team included a martial artist with a special talent. With Li Junnan himself now at the 3rd tier of martial artist, he was confident he could defeat the Sun and Moon squad in this competition. Before long, all 21 squads had assembled on the training ground.
Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong led the instructors as they approached.
Among them was the infamous Smiling Tiger. After the second phase of training began, Gu Ming and his squad were no longer solely under the Smiling Tiger's guidance.
Each day, different instructors taught them various team battle tactics.
Gu Ming had learned his basic spear technique from an instructor named Cold Spear.
Zhao Ruilong stepped onto the podium.
Before he could even finish his opening words, over 100 recruits shouted in unison,
"Good day, Chief Instructor." A satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Ruilong's face. "Now you're showing some discipline."
He scanned the 21 squads with his sharp gaze before turning to the Cold Spear instructor.
"Let's begin."
Today marked the internal competition among the special squads, as well as the elimination round. The rules were well known and required no further explanation. The drawing of lots proceeded swiftly. The strongest seed teams, such as Gu Ming's Sun and Moon squad and Li Junnan's Junnan squad, were placed directly into the advancement group. They were exempt from the first round of matches against other teams, as it would be too one-sided and unfair. The Sun and Moon squad and the Junnan squad advanced directly to the second round, awaiting the final competition. As they watched the duels unfold on the training ground, a glint of interest appeared in Shen Yu and Wang Hu's eyes. Training soldiers for 1,000 days, just to use them in a single moment.
Having trained for 2 full months since enlisting, they had yet to experience a real battle. Everyone was curious about what a martial artist showdown would look like. On the battlefield before them, 2 squads were locked in fierce combat. One team's vanguard consisted of 2 fire demons. Their fists ignited with flames as they charged into the opposing ranks with violent force. In the rear, 2 water ghosts lay in ambush, while a scout sat calmly in the middle, directing the battle. The opposing team had not anticipated the ferocity of facing 2 fire demons. Caught off guard, one of their members was quickly surrounded and defeated.
The remaining 4 attempted to launch a sneak attack on the enemy who had been standing still, the scout. But as soon as they dispersed, they realized the scout specialized in combat and was guarded by 2 cunning water ghosts.
It wasn't long before this team was defeated and eliminated.
Cold Spear instructor cast them a glance and remarked coolly, "The mediocre squad wins and advances to the next round." Beside Gu Ming, Shen Yu and Wang Hu both shook their heads in exasperation. That name is a trap, calling themselves mediocre to mislead everyone.
Exactly. With a name like mediocre, people assume they're ordinary. Turns out they're anything but.
Gu Ming also glanced at that squad and quickly discerned their strategy, which posed a significant challenge for most teams. 2 fire demons for a fierce assault, a scout for command, and 2 water ghosts for opportunistic strikes. Their strategy relied on overwhelming aggression to secure victory swiftly.
Mediocre? What a joke! Soon, the first round of matches concluded.
Besides the Sun and Moon squad and the Junnan squad, another team called the 100 Flowers squad advanced directly to the second round. In total, 8 other squads progressed to the next stage, making 11 teams in total. The upcoming rounds would not only determine eliminations but also rank the remaining squads. Zhao Ruilong smiled mysteriously and announced that the champion of the ranking competition would receive a special prize. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly heated up, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Gu Ming had originally planned to lead the Sun and Moon squad to steadily advance to the third round without making a big splash.
But now, it seemed that staying low-key was no longer an option. The first place must be mine.
His eyes were resolute, radiating a fierce determination.
Leng Chang, which squads do you think have the potential to break into the top 3 as dark horses this time?
The grinning tiger, Sure Tu, asked with a smile.
Leng Chang's expression remained calm.
After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Sun and Moon, Handsome Men, and 100 Flowers.
Sure Tu waved his hand, his smile growing wider. I wasn't talking about those 3.
I meant the less noticeable squads that might have a chance at the top 3. Leng Chang pondered for a longer time before speaking. Aside from those, I think Mediocre Squad and Forest Squad have the best shot.
Sure Tu nodded in agreement. I think so too. Then out of the top squads, who do you think is most likely to take the championship? Sure Tu pressed further.
Leng Chang's gaze swept toward the direction of the Sun and Moon Squad, and he answered slowly, that depends on how strong Gu Ming really is right now. He remembered when he had taught Gu Ming the basics of marksmanship. Gu Ming was already at the 4th level of martial arts. If Gu Ming had now broken through to the 5th level, the other squads simply wouldn't stand a chance against Sun and Moon.
Gu Ming's individual combat strength was sufficient to single-handedly overpower any team.
Combined with Luo Shui and the rest of the squad, the championship was practically guaranteed.
The grinning tiger, Sure Tu, nodded, his eyes revealing his anticipation for Gu Ming.
After all, Gu Ming had been one of his soldiers in the first round, and now that Gu Ming had achieved success, Sure Tu also felt a sense of pride. The second round of battles was about to begin. The Sun and Moon Squad drew lots and was chosen to go first. Their opponents were the Mediocre Squad, consisting of 1 scout, 2 fire demons, and 2 water ghosts. Facing their opponents, the 5 members of Sun and Moon tensed up and remained on high alert. The Mediocre Squad, on the other hand, was under immense pressure. They were up against a renowned powerhouse team and were on guard with all their might. However, the Mediocre Squad's tactics remained outdated. The 2 fire demons led the charge, followed closely by their scout captain. They knew that the fire demons alone were insufficient and that all 3 had to attack together, while the water ghosts waited for an opportunity. Gu Ming calmly observed and commanded in a steady voice, Fatty, Shinran, fall back. Luo Shui and Wang Hu, step up to engage. As the captain, he maintained full control of the battlefield, and his authority was absolute. With his order, the 4 members moved swiftly into action. Wang Hu charged toward the front lines, meeting the 2 fire demons head-on. Though both opponents were at the 2nd level of martial arts, Wang Hu's enormous physique and B-grade strength-enhancing talent allowed him to overpower them. The fire demons fought with fiery fists, the battle fierce and flames flying everywhere. Amid the chaos, the Mediocre Squad scout captain attempted to ambush Wang Hu, only to be intercepted by Luo Shui, who suddenly appeared before him. The scout's expression changed. He hadn't noticed Luo Shui's presence at all. Water ghosts excel at concealing their presence, but Luo Shui, as a 4th-level martial artist, exerted such an overwhelming aura that it left the scout struggling to breathe. In the blink of an eye, Luo Shui kicked the scout to the ground, leaving him unable to get back up. The scout looked up in shock at Luo Shui. You're at the 4th level of martial arts. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes closed, and he passed out. The 2 water ghosts, who had been lying in wait, froze in disbelief. Their captain had been taken down so quickly? They quickly reacted and charged at Luo Shui, only to be swiftly dealt with by her. Meanwhile, Wang Hu cursed loudly as he slammed the 2 fire demons to the ground. Though they were at the same level, Wang Hu's overwhelming strength put him in a completely different league. The promising Mediocre Squad crumbled rapidly against the Sun and Moon Squad. And this was without Gu Ming, Xinyu, or Min Xinran even stepping in. On the viewing platform, Zhao Ruilong and the instructors exchanged astonished glances. The Sun and Moon Squad truly lives up to their reputation, Zhao Ruilong remarked. As a 3rd-level scout himself, Zhao Ruilong immediately recognized the brilliance of Gu Ming's strategy. Wang Hu held off the fire demons, Luo Shui provided support and intercepted sneak attacks, and Gu Ming had Fatty and Shinran retreat to prepare for the water ghost's ambush. Luo Shui's overwhelming strength ended the opposing captain directly. Otherwise, the strategic genius of Gu Ming's layout would have been even more impressive. At that moment, the Handsome Men Squad had just finished their own match. Li Junnan turned to see the Sun and Moon Squad advancing smoothly, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes as he stared coldly at Gu Ming. Before long, Gu Ming and his squad faced their 2nd battle of the day. This round had only 2 matches per team. 2 consecutive victories meant direct advancement. Ultimately, rankings were determined by win counts. This time, the opponents were far tougher. The 100 Flowers Squad, widely acknowledged as one of the top 3 teams. Wang Hu and Shen Yu exchanged grins and chuckled. This fight is practically a blessing. As the name suggests, the 100 Flowers squad was composed entirely of women.
The only all-female team.
The squad included 2 wood spirits, 1 water ghost, 1 earth beast, and a captain with a unique ability, Lin Baihua. Before the battle began, Lin Baihua smiled at Gu Ming and Luo Shui. "I've heard so much about the Sun and Moon squad. I never thought I'd get to face you today." Her expression carried a hint of resignation.
She knew full well that,
if they had encountered the Handsome Men squad, they might have had a shot at second place. But against the Sun and Moon squad, third place was the best they could hope for.
Surrender? That was out of the question. Begin the match.
The instructor's voice rang out. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Baihua made her move.
But instead of charging toward Gu Ming's squad, she... What the hell?
Shen Yu couldn't help but curse, his eyes widening in shock.
A special ability? Wang Hu was equally stunned.
The moment the battle began, Lin Baihua's figure floated into the air with the wind.
Gu Ming turned to exchange a glance with Luo Shui.
Luo Shui wasn't surprised, she clearly knew Lin Baihua. She's a nature type with a special ability, Wind Elemental, a wind mage, probably A grade.
Gu Ming's heart tightened as he wondered if Lin Baihua's father was a general. Otherwise, why would someone with an A-grade special ability join the military?
With such a top-tier talent, she should have joined one of the 5 great legions instead of taking unnecessary risks. There was no time for further thought, he quickly devised a battle plan. "Charge together and take down the 4 on the ground first," Gu Ming commanded. Luo Shui and the other 3 responded immediately, even the soft-spoken Min Shinran charging without hesitation. Though gentle in nature, her strength was undeniable. The 4 quickly engaged the 4 members of the 100 Flowers squad on the ground. Gu Ming remained still, his eyes locked onto Lin Baihua in midair. This was the first time he had encountered a special ability outside the 5 elemental types, and a wind mage no less. It piqued his curiosity. Meanwhile, Lin Baihua hovered in the air, her gaze fixed on Gu Ming as well. The remaining 4 members of the 100 Flowers squad were not weak. Despite being surrounded by Luo Shui's team, they managed to hold their ground with difficulty. One of them, a 3rd-level wood spirit, relied on her formidable vitality to withstand the attacks.
The battle reached a stalemate as Lin Baihua prepared to use her aerial advantage to support her teammates.
But Gu Ming's eagle-like eyes stayed locked on her, his imposing presence so intense that, despite not drawing his gun, it left her hesitant to act rashly.
However, her wood spirit teammate, relying solely on vitality, couldn't match the combined strength of Luo Shui's group.
Lin Baihua's anxiety grew increasingly evident.
Finally, she couldn't hold back and made her move.
She targeted Min Shinran, the weakest member of the Sun and Moon team. Descending rapidly from the sky, Min Shinran suddenly felt her vision darken, enveloped by a looming shadow. She was in the midst of battling an earth creature when she looked up, her face instantly paling with panic. Lin Baihua descended like a hawk, aiming a vicious kick directly at Min Shinran's back.
If the kick connected, Min Shinran would be bedridden for days.
At the critical moment, Gu Ming suddenly appeared, reaching out to grab Lin Baihua's ankle. A surge of vitality erupted from his body, forcibly diverting the powerful kick. Lin Baihua lost her balance and plunged uncontrollably toward the ground at high speed.
Bang!
A dull thud echoed as she crashed hard onto the concrete ground. Luckily, she activated her air gliding ability, softening the impact and sparing herself from a worse fate. Even so, she was clearly incapacitated and wouldn't be able to move for the next few days. Lying on the ground, Lin Baihua felt the excruciating pain of her nearly fractured bones. Her dazed eyes locked onto Gu Ming. She was already at the 4th level of martial cultivation.
How could Gu Ming react so quickly to her sneak attack? Even more unbelievable was that her gravity-accelerated kick, instead of shaking him off, was firmly caught by his hand? It was absurd.
On the stage, Zhao Ruilong and the instructors who had observed the battle were visibly shaken.
Zhao Ruilong murmured in astonishment, "That boy, has he reached the 6th level of martial cultivation?"
Once Gu Ming took action, his level was immediately exposed. It was unmistakably the 6th level of martial cultivation. Just a month ago, Gu Ming had only been at the 3rd level. In just 1 month, he had leaped 3 levels. Stone, Cold Gun, and the others exchanged glances, their amazement barely concealed. Advancing from an ordinary person to a martial artist was no easy feat, but rapid breakthroughs were not unheard of. However, the higher one's martial level, the harder it became to progress. Making a breakthrough at the pinnacle was far more challenging than advancing at the start. But for Gu Ming, who had progressed 3 levels last month, to now ascend another 3 levels this month? It was as though the barriers of cultivation were non-existent for him. As long as he put in effort, he advanced continuously. Damn, the instructors were thoroughly shaken, utterly dumbfounded.
Gu Ming's talent stunned everyone and deeply stirred their spirits. With such a genius, why would he even consider joining the military? Someone couldn't help but question.
Zhao Ruilong frowned, also pondering this point.
Gu Ming's talent was rated as C, which wasn't particularly outstanding, it was just average. At best, a C talent was close to a B grade. How could he cultivate so quickly? Something didn't add up. Zhao Ruilong's mind analyzed two possibilities.
Either the initial talent evaluation was incorrect, and Gu Ming was actually AA grade, or the evaluation was accurate, but Gu Ming possessed a physique rarer than even an S grade. In the high martial world of Blue Star, humanity's power stemmed from the invasion of void wormholes. These wormholes released dense spiritual energy into the world, which seeped into human bodies, transforming their inner structure and birthing talent.
If this process unfolded smoothly, it could give rise to rare physiques.
Physiques, compared to S-grade talents, were even more extraordinary. Zhao Ruilong leaned toward the first possibility, believing that the talent test for Gu Ming must have been flawed.
He was certain Gu Ming wasn't just a C talent. The chief instructor, however, couldn't possibly have anticipated this.
The issue wasn't with the talent test but with Gu Ming himself, who was an anomaly.
Not only did he possess a SSS grade talent, he also had a rare SSS grade physique.
This was precisely why Gu Ming had yet to wield his long spear. If he held the weapon, his combat power would double, allowing him to take on 3 of himself.
At that point, he could single-handedly dominate any squad.
After dealing with Lin Baihua, Gu Ming didn't linger. He immediately returned to the fray, joining his teammates to defeat the remaining 4 members of Baihua's squad. With the matter settled, Chen Yu and Wang Hu cast complex glances at Gu Ming.
Brother Ming, be honest. What level have you reached now?
They had begun to suspect the truth. Lin Baihua was at the 4th level of martial cultivation, yet Gu Ming had defeated her in a single move. Even a 5th level martial artist might struggle to accomplish that. Luo Shui and Min Xinran also turned their gazes toward him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Ming smiled faintly and responded calmly. Level 6. Those 2 words struck the 4 like a heavy hammer, sending waves of shock through their hearts.
Level 6? Brother Ming, you're a C talent, how are you cultivating so fast? Gu Ming, be honest, did you cheat or something?
The chubby Qinyu was so stunned he could barely speak.
Gu Ming only smiled and didn't answer.
He couldn't possibly admit that he truly had a cheat-like advantage. Chen Yu, Wang Hu, Luo Shui, and Min Xinran gradually adopted determined expressions.
Even though Gu Ming's level was far ahead, making it hard to catch up,
they were resolved not to give up. The 4 pledged inwardly to intensify their training from now on. At the very least, they needed to close some of the gap with Gu Ming, so they wouldn't fall too far behind. Otherwise, how could they fight alongside him in the future? The 4 silently vowed to follow in Gu Ming's footsteps going forward. At this moment, the competition was nearing its conclusion. Standing on the podium, Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong set his sights on a small squad in the corner. Unfortunately, the Dashan squad has failed to pass this competition and will not advance to the final 3rd round of training. Gu Ming and his teammates turned to look. The 5-member squad clenched their fists, their eyes filled with unwillingness. The military was like this, both fair and ruthless. Although the eliminated squad members were disappointed, each of them was highly capable. In the future, they would serve as key defenders against alien beasts and myriad races in various roles. Once Dashan's squad departed, Zhao Ruilong surveyed the field with a smile.
Next, I'll announce the rankings.
Ordinary Squad, 5th place. Forest Squad, 4th place. Baihua Squad, 3rd place. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breath in anticipation. In the crowd, Lin Baihua turned her head to glare at the Sun and Moon team, her teeth clenched tightly. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew the 1st place would inevitably belong to the squad that Guy was part of. Resignation flickered across her face, but it was fleeting.
Zhao Ruilong's voice rang out with a smile. Handsome Squad, 2nd place.
Sun and Moon Squad, 1st place. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Hu and Chen Yu leapt into the air, crashing into each other in an excited celebration. Min Xinran smiled sweetly, and even Luo Shui couldn't help but grin. Caught up in the atmosphere, Gu Ming looked toward Zhao Ruilong with a slight excitement. He didn't care much about being first, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation for the mysterious reward.
Zhao Ruilong waved and smiled. All right, all squads except Sun and Moon Squad, return to training.
At his command, the other teams began to disperse. Only Li Junan, as he walked past the Sun and Moon Squad, glared at Gu Ming with unwilling eyes.
He didn't know that Gu Ming had already reached the 6th level of martial cultivation. He only thought that it was fortunate his handsome squad hadn't faced the Sun and Moon squad this time. Otherwise, he would have taught Gu Ming a lesson. In 1 month, during the final competition, I'll crush you underfoot and lead handsome squad to victory. In 1 month, the 3-month training camp would conclude. At the same time, the final competition would determine the top 2 squads. Although Zhao Ruilong hadn't formally announced it, Gu Ming and his teammates had already heard whispers from the instructors. When the final competition ended, the top-ranked squad would remain behind. Only those with exceptional performance can remain in the 2nd squad. The rest of the members will be reassigned to form a new team and will join the 1st squad. Gu Ming smiled faintly and nodded at Li Junnan. All right, I'll be waiting. The calmer Gu Ming appeared, the more Li Junnan wanted to strike. But recalling military regulations, he held back, preparing to defeat Gu Ming fair and square in a month. After Li Junnan left, Wang Hu muttered, "That guy is such a fool." Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Brother Ming didn't even bother with him. What a waste of effort. Luo Shui and Min Xinran stifled their laughter quietly, not taking Li Junnan seriously at all. After everyone dispersed, Zhao Ruilong signaled the instructors to leave first, leaving only Smiling Tiger and Cold Gun. The 3 of them stepped down from the stage together. "Greetings, Chief Instructor." Gu Ming and his team of 5 greeted in unison. Zhao Ruilong smiled and nodded. "Follow me." Without asking further questions, they followed Zhao Ruilong into a tall building. Upon entering an office, Zhao Ruilong pointed to 5 pitch-black metal cases in front of them. "Open them and take a look. This is your mysterious reward for winning the championship." Shen Yu couldn't hold back and reached out to lift the lid of one box. As soon as the lid was lifted, Shen Yu's eyes widened, his expression frozen in shock. Standing next to him, Wang Hu also saw what was inside, his eyes opening even wider. Seeing their reactions, Gu Ming grew curious and reached out to open his own box. In an instant, a fiery light shone in his eyes. Inside the box lay a combat suit. It was entirely pitch black, shining with a metallic luster, exuding a strong sense of high technology. Gu Ming looked up at Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong smiled, gesturing towards Smiling Tiger and Cold Gun, while he continued organizing the documents on his desk. Smiling Tiger and Cold Gun stepped forward to explain to them. "This is something Centurion fought hard to secure for you." "That's right, these are nanoalloy combat suits." Though only considered standard-grade equipment, each set costs a staggering 500,000. Gu Ming's eyes widened, stunned on the spot. His mind was filled with the figure 500,000. His parents had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield against alien beasts, and the combined inheritance and government compensation they left behind didn't even amount to 200,000. And yet, this combat suit before him, just one set, cost 500,000? It was too expensive. Still in shock, Gu Ming turned to Zhao Ruilong. "Chief Instructor, can I exchange my set for 500,000 in cash?" As soon as he said that, the room fell silent, only to erupt into laughter moments later. Zhao Ruilong glanced up at him, chuckled, and shook his head. No. He had read Gu Ming's file and knew that he had a younger sister in her 2nd year of high school and a younger brother with disabled legs. So, he didn't take offense to Gu Ming's suggestion. Instead, he smiled and said, "Try on the combat suits first to see if they fit. I have something important to discuss with you all afterward." A trace of regret flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, but he understood that the military was not a place where one could do as they pleased. Before long, the 5 of them had changed into their nanoalloy combat suits and returned to the office. Except for their heads, their entire bodies were tightly wrapped in alloy. The combat suits were soft yet offered incredible protection. Gu Ming tested them out. Despite his strength, he couldn't cause any damage at all. Using his spear might work, but it wasn't necessary. Zhao Ruilong stood up, satisfaction evident as he scanned the group of 5. "You 5 are the prodigies of this year's demon-suppressing army in Lincheng." Gu Ming and the others smiled shyly, their youthful energy apparent. But Zhao Ruilong's tone shifted, becoming serious. "However, even prodigies receive no special treatment. This is the military, not a martial arts academy. You are warriors, not students." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Gu Ming and the others sensed that something was off. "Have you heard? Do you know what the 3rd phase of recruit training entails? Let me tell you now. The 3rd phase will involve a live combat exercise." "A live combat mission?" Zhao Ruilong's announcement made the 5 members of the Sun and Moon squad furrow their brows and tense up. They had known since enlisting that combat was inevitable, training was merely a transition. For soldiers, especially the soldiers of Blue Star, life itself was a battlefield, and their end would also be on the battlefield.
But no one had expected that combat would come so soon. Having only trained in the recruit camp for 2 months, they were already about to face their first battle. Chen Yu's face twitched slightly, his eyes betraying his nervousness as sweat began to form in his palms.
Combat meant danger, and it could even mean death. This wasn't cowardice, it was a normal human instinct.
Wang Hu stood there, his body trembling slightly. But his trembling stemmed more from excitement, the fire element within him burned passionately, leaving no room for fear.
Combat. Would he finally get to personally slay alien beasts? Could he avenge his destroyed homeland?
A fiery determination ignited in Wang Hu's eyes.
Even Luo Shuwei couldn't completely hide her nervousness.
She wasn't afraid of dying, but she was terrified of failing the mission and disgracing her father's name. Min Shinran bit her lips tightly, her eyes filled with unease. She was supposed to be calmly studying at a martial arts academy, progressing step by step in her cultivation. The military was too harsh a reality.
Once you step in, there's no turning back. She could only transform into a warrior.
She turned to look at Luo Shuwei, only to find that Luo Shuwei had already gripped her hand tightly, offering comfort. Zhao Ruilong stood before the 5 of them, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. He himself had been just as anxious when he received his first combat mission. His eyes landed on Gu Ming, standing at the center of the group.
That one glance left even smiling Tiger and Cold Gun momentarily stunned. Hearing about the combat mission, Gu Ming's eyes were brimming with excitement.
Soldiering on Blue Star was dangerous but came with high pay.
Every mission completed brought generous rewards.
Now that combat was here, the opportunity to earn more money had arrived.
He could send more money back to his younger siblings, how could he not be thrilled?
Madman, Smiling Tiger muttered under his breath, regarding him as a monster. Cold Gun also looked at Gu Ming with a mix of emotions. Zhao Ruilong snapped out of it, shook his head, and pulled out a document.
Here are the details of your mission. Take a look. Gu Ming took it and quickly read through it. Zhao Ruilong's expression was grave as he asked, "Any questions?"
Gu Ming shook his head, his face calm once more.
"Chief Instructor, no questions."
Zhao Ruilong smiled and clapped his hands.
"Then I'll await good news from you all."
Gu Ming nodded slightly and led the Sun and Moon squad to board a vehicle. They climbed into a military jeep that had been prepared in advance. Wang Hu took the driver's seat, with Chen Yu in the passenger seat. Gu Ming and Luo Shuwei sat in the second row, while Min Shinran, clutching a sniper rifle, sat in the back.
The mission is clear.
A small group of alien beasts has broken through the front line, and their target is Lin Cheng.
We must intercept and eliminate all of them.
As Gu Ming spoke, only Wang Hu grinned. Chen Yu and Min Shinran remained silent, their eyes filled with fear. On the way to their first combat mission, the weight of fear grew heavier.
Gu Ming glanced at Luo Shuwei.
She remained composed, her eyes burning with determination, and she nodded. Her mental fortitude was flawless. But the states of Chen Yu and Min Shinran were clearly less than ideal. Noticing their tension, Luo Shuwei spoke up to ease the atmosphere.
"Don't worry. This is our first combat mission. The military won't abandon us. The instructors will definitely follow."
Her father had told her that. As she finished speaking, Chen Yu and Min Shinran visibly relaxed, their expressions softening slightly.
Gu Ming frowned.
Just as the two began to relax, his tone turned sharp. "You two, if you can't adjust your mindset before we reach the destination, don't bother staying with the Sun and Moon squad when we return." As the captain, Gu Ming had the authority to expel members from the team. Hearing this, Chen Yu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, whipped his head around, a flash of panic in his eyes.
"Brother Ming, no, come on,
I'm just nervous, that's all." From the back seat, Min Shinran also looked toward Gu Ming, her lips tightly pressed together, her expression tense. Gu Ming cast a cold glance at them, showing no mercy.
"The intel says there are only 5 of those beasts. There are 5 of us, 1 each.
That's the bare minimum requirement. If you can't manage that, then you'll leave the Sun and Moon squad when we return." The two immediately froze in fear. Even Chen Yu had never seen Gu Ming like this.
"Brother Ming."
The words reached his lips, but he forced them back down, turned his head, and fell silent. Min Shinran's eyes were filled with fear, but she seemed to have made up her mind. Luo Shuwei glanced at Gu Ming, her gaze carrying a trace of surprise. Gu Ming spoke coldly, "This is the military. If you can't get your mindset right, you're as good as dead. Adjust in time, or there might be a sliver of hope."
Luo Shuwei's expression was complicated.
She understood the harshness of military life. She had only wanted to comfort Chen Yu and Min Shinran, but she hadn't expected Gu Ming to be this serious. The rest of the journey was silent as Gu Ming closed his eyes to rest, not saying another word. Inside the off-road vehicle, the only sound left was their breathing. 2 hours later, the driver, Wang Hu, suddenly spoke up. "We're here." Gu Ming opened his eyes, and his usually calm gaze turned sharp and focused. "Get out of the car. Find a place to hide and wait for the beasts to take the bait." At Gu Ming's command, everyone quickly exited the vehicle and concealed themselves in the nearby bushes. The area was desolate, and the beasts weren't particularly intelligent. As long as they followed the plan and set up the ambush according to the intel, they could capture them all in one strike. But the waiting dragged on for an entire day and night. Clad in nano-alloy combat suits, the team endured the scorching sun during the day and the chilling spring breeze at night. Gu Ming remained steady, but Chen Yu and Min Xinran were visibly struggling. It wasn't just physical torment, it was psychological torture as well. The beast's delayed arrival pushed everyone's patience to its limits. Even Wang Hu began to complain, while Luo Shui's expression grew darker. Gu Ming scanned the four of them, his own confidence wavering. This was their first real combat. Other than himself, the calm scout, it was natural for the others to struggle. Thankfully, at the break of dawn on the second day, with the sun shining brightly and the team on the verge of collapse, Gu Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened as he sensed an unusual presence. "They're here," Gu Ming whispered to alert the others. Instantly, the exhaustion and despair on their faces were replaced with joy. After such a long wait, Chen Yu and Min Xinran were no longer fearful or nervous. They now had only one thought in their minds, to destroy those beasts they had grown to hate. Wang Hu cursed under his breath, his eyes igniting with excitement. Before long, a few giant rats appeared on the path ahead. Their fur was yellow-gray, their limbs thick and sturdy, and their bodies as large as wild boars, grotesquely bloated. Among the pack, 2 were noticeably larger, accompanied by 4 slightly smaller ones. Gu Ming sensed the auras of the 6 mutated rats, and his expression immediately shifted. The 4 smaller rats were all at the 3rd level of the first tier. As for the 2 giant ones, one had reached the 6th level of the first tier. The other, its aura was beyond Gu Ming's comprehension, likely surpassing his own level. Damn it, the mission intel was wrong. Gu Ming cursed silently but didn't dare voice his frustration, lest it affect morale. After all, inaccuracies in intel were common and often unavoidable. Not far away, 2 second-tier martial soldiers, Lang Chang and Shi Tu, received orders to provide backup. The 2 exchanged glances. Should we step in? With their strength at the second tier, dealing with 6 mutated rats would be effortless. Shi Tu's expression grew serious, and his usual smile disappeared. Lang Chang hesitated for a moment and said, "The likelihood of an intel error is low. This is probably Centurion Zhao's arrangement. Let's wait and see." Shi Tu nodded but muttered to himself as he stared at the 2 adult mutated rats, "Do you think he can handle it?" He naturally referred to Gu Ming. Taking down those 2 adult mutated rats would likely fall solely on Gu Ming's shoulders. Lang Chang remained silent, his brows furrowed. He understood Gu Ming and knew his potential was immense. If it were just 1 rat of the same tier, Gu Ming could barely manage. But facing 2, his odds of victory were slim. Still, both men held on to a faint sense of expectation. They restrained themselves from intervening, their eyes fixed firmly on the 6 mutated rats. Meanwhile, Gu Ming began devising his combat strategy. "When the fight starts, Xinran, don't fire your gun right away, you might scare them off. The 4 of you will handle the smaller rats. I'll take care of the remaining 2. He didn't elaborate further. Battles were unpredictable, and no plan could account for every possibility. The 4 nodded, their eyes resolutely fixed on Gu Ming. Though unsure of success, they had no choice but to trust their teammate. "Yes, squad leader." In the heat of battle, they addressed Gu Ming by his military rank, their voices firm and resolute. Gu Ming nodded, and the liquid metal in his hand quickly formed into a long spear. Gripping the alloy spear tightly, he took the lead and charged forward. At that moment, thanks to his supreme spear god physique, his strength surged threefold. Fixing his gaze on the 6th-tier mutated rat, he hurled the spear with all his might. The glint of cold steel flashed under the sunlight. Ugh! The spear pierced through the rat's body, producing a horrifying sound of rupture. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat was pinned to the ground, letting out agonizing shrieks. Gu Ming wasted no time, immediately turning his attention to the other adult rat and launching a powerful punch. The strike, delivered by his nano-alloy-clad fist, landed squarely on the rat's head, causing it to reel in disorientation. Gu Ming sensed its level, it was at the 7th tier of the first rank. Although higher than his own, it wasn't unbeatable. He pulled the spear from the pinned rat, its anguished cries echoing in his ears. Notably, whenever Gu Ming wielded the spear, his supreme spear god physique continuously amplified his strength. He maintained his tripled combat power, unaffected by whether or not the spear was in hand. With the spear firmly gripped, Gu Ming seemed to merge with the weapon, relentlessly attacking the 7th-tier rat. The other rat, the one he had speared earlier, dragged its heavily injured body, emitting pitiful squeals.
Its cries instantly alarmed the nearby smaller rats.
The 4 smaller mutated rats panicked, burying their heads and frantically digging at the ground.
Dust flew everywhere as they desperately tried to burrow underground and escape.
Why they hadn't initially remained underground, where it was safer, was simple: they were low-tier rats, and digging consumed too much energy. At this point, Wang Hu and Shen Yu, along with the other 2, charged in. From a distance, they saw Gu Ming wreaking havoc, spearing one rat and leaving it gravely wounded. Even Min Xinran and the others, who had been fearful moments ago, were now emboldened, rushing forward to join the fray. Gu Ming paid no attention to them, his focus locked on the 7th-tier mutated rat before him. The rat raised its forepaws and slammed them against the ground, its brown-green eyes filled with rage.
Just now, Gu Ming shot through its mate, igniting its fury. "Take this,"
Gu Ming said coldly. The alloy spear in his hand swung fiercely, forcing the giant mutant rat to retreat repeatedly.
It had initially thought its superior level would suppress the opponent, feeling smug and complacent. The more it fought, the more it realized it was losing everywhere. How could humans be this strong? The giant mutant rat was completely baffled.
It didn't know that Gu Ming's current strength was 3 times its own.
Moreover, this power is not a simple addition.
Without tacit cooperation, even if the forces are combined, it is difficult to instantly suppress an enemy of a higher rank.
Gu Ming can freely mobilize the power within his body without any hindrance.
His strength has long surpassed that of a first-tier, 7th-level mutant rat. The alloy spear shimmered with a cold gleam under the sunlight.
1 minute later,
Gu Ming gripped the spear tightly, its tip still dripping with green blood, which splattered onto the ground with a soft drip. Before him, 2 adult mutant rats lay motionless on the ground, bloodied holes on their heads. From the holes, brain matter had burst out, leaving no trace of life behind. Gu Ming was about to turn his head to look at the others when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for slaying a first-tier, 6th-level giant mutant rat.
Vitality plus 200. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for surpassing levels to slay a first-tier, 7th-level giant mutant rat. Vitality plus 400.
As the voice fell, Gu Ming felt a fiery heat surging within his body. This is not brought about by cultivation, but rather the changes from a surge in vitality. Holding the alloy spear, Gu Ming's strength is 3 times what it used to be.
The power brought by this enhancement is particularly evident to him.
If he were to encounter that giant mutant rat again, he could take it down with a single strike.
In other words, I am now almost invincible within the same realm. Even if the opponent is 1 minor realm higher than me, I can easily defeat them.
Facing opponents 2 or 3 realms higher poses a challenge, but it's not too difficult. Gu Ming quickly defined his own strength. Invincible at the same realm, exchanging 1 for 1 with a martial soldier. Even when facing a peak first-tier martial artist, he is confident in holding his ground. Understanding this, he turned to look at the battlefield of his 4 teammates. Luo Shui is at the 4th level of martial arts, the strongest in the team. For this reason, the mutant rat she faced suffered the worst fate, and it wasn't long before she stabbed it in the head with a dagger. Luo Shui's expression remained calm as she gently twisted the dagger, causing the mutant rat's brain matter to splatter, and it instantly collapsed to the ground. Clean and efficient, Luo Shui glanced at her 3 teammates, ready to provide support. Apart from her having a higher level than the mutant rat, Wang Hu, Chen Yu, and Min Xinran's levels were all lower than the giant mutant rat.
The attack power of the earth monster and the wood spirit is even more limited.
Only Wang Hu can fight the mutant rat on the other side evenly, while Chen Yu and Min Xinran can only rely on the endurance of the earth monster and the wood spirit to hold on. If it weren't for the nanoalloy battlesuit awarded as the first-place prize, the 2 of them might have already been injured.
F*** your mother.
Wang Hu gripped the flaming long blade tightly, flames swirling around the blade as he frantically slashed at the mutant rat before him. His eyes were blood-red, as if he were facing the enemy who had killed his father. Gu Ming raised his gun and moved forward, approaching the battlefield while using his gaze to stop Luo Shui from taking action. This was everyone's first real battle, and each person wanted to personally take the enemy's life. This was crucial for their growth. Although Gu Ming can clear the field in a one-on-one fight, he is the captain and must take responsibility for his team members. Sooner or later, they will soar independently. Luo Shui understood the signal, put away the dagger, and stood aside without intervening further. Not long after, accompanied by a curse, Wang Hu's flaming longsword slashed fiercely into the mutant rat's head, producing a sizzling sound.
The mutant rat struggled twice before losing its vitality.
Wang Hu showed a ferocious smile at the corpse, the thrill of revenge making him unusually excited. Nearby, Chen Yu and Min Xinran were growing increasingly strained. The earth monster and wood spirit's attacks were weak, and facing the high-level mutant rat, it was already quite remarkable that they had held on until now. Gu Ming was about to make a move when suddenly two green-eyed mutant rats stared at their companion's corpse, their eyes filled with panic.
Squeak squeak! Squeak squeak! They let out rapid, panicked cries and prepared to dig into the ground to escape. Chen Yu and Min Xinran seized the opportunity.
The fat man grabbed the tails of two mutant rats and shouted loudly, "Xinran, use your sniper rifle." Min Xinran quickly pulled out her sniper rifle and rushed forward.
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the mutant rats stopped struggling, collapsing to the ground. Green blood splattered all over their clothes.
The two looked at each other and burst into laughter.
"Ah, I can finally take down these mutant beasts myself. Feels great." Chen Yu laughed unrestrainedly. Min Xinran wiped the blood and also burst into laughter.
Everyone regained their composure and turned to look at Gu Ming.
Wu Zhang, mission accomplished.
Gu Ming watched as the childishness faded from their eyes, replaced by a mature glow.
In this battle, even Chen Yu and Min Xinran had grown into true warriors.
He was about to say a few encouraging words when suddenly dust rose behind him, accompanied by a deafening roar.
Squeak squeak squeak!
The voice was filled with anger and brutality.
Gu Ming suddenly turned his head, gripping the spear tightly in his hand. The soil was lifted, and a mutant rat even larger than the 2 adult mutant rats from earlier appeared.
It crouched on the ground, nearly 2 meters tall, its green, glistening eyes exuding ferocity. Its entire body was plump, resembling an evolved wild boar.
Squeak squeak squeak!
As soon as the Rat King appeared, its eyes burned with fury and it lunged fiercely at Gu Ming. The massive body, weighing several hundred kilograms, charged forward, causing the ground to tremble violently. At this moment, the joy of completing the mission instantly vanished, and a deep fear surged in the hearts of the members of the Sun and Moon Squad. Faced with this Rat King, they didn't even have the courage to resist.
The opponent was too powerful, its aura suffocating. Gu Ming's keen perception quickly assessed the Rat King's strength.
First tier, 9th level. Although not a peak martial artist, he is extremely fierce and terrifying. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly, not out of fear, but excitement. As a favored son of heaven, Gu Ming absolutely refuses to allow himself to feel fear, and even more so, to retreat.
Spread out.
The voice was calm and resolute.
Gu Ming gripped the alloy spear and stepped forward. Ming Ge, Captain!
Exclamations from Chen Yu and the others came from behind, but Gu Ming paid no attention, thrusting his spear and engaging in a fierce battle with the Rat King. Although he was only at the 6th level of a martial artist, the combined strength of the 3 Gu Ming was already approaching the 9th level. With proficient use of basic spear techniques, as he wielded the long spear, facing away from the 4 members of the Sun and Moon Squad, he resembled a war god descending. Even though the aura of the Rat King was ferocious, he single-handedly held it off firmly.
Damn it, Mingzi is so awesome, how can I be the one holding him back?
Wang Hu's alloy long knife ignited with flames as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Luo Shui's eyes were solemn as she tightly gripped her dagger, concealed her presence, and quietly followed. Chen Yu and Min Xinran, though still fearful of the Rat King, were no longer weak after experiencing a battle.
Xinran, you provide cover fire, I'll hold it off.
Chen Yu whispered softly, raised his arms to protect himself, and suddenly charged at the Rat King. Gu Ming was fiercely battling the Rat King when he suddenly sensed 3 people approaching from behind. He did not refuse, instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he looked into the Rat King's green eyes, revealing a hint of mockery. You and I are evenly matched in strength, and I have the support of my teammates.
What makes you think you can defeat me?
Before the words had faded, Wang Hu and Chen Yu launched a fierce attack on the Rat King from both sides. The flaming long blade slashed down, while Chen Yu's fists struck out. As soon as they made contact with the Rat King, they were instantly sent flying. Clearly, their mere 2nd-level martial artist strength was like ants before the Rat King. But this also slightly affected the Rat King.
He turned angrily, intending to deal with these annoying little mosquitoes first.
Yet in that instant he turned, 2 daggers flashed like lightning toward his eyes. The Rat King's pupils shrank sharply, just as he was about to tilt his head to dodge.
At this moment, bang!
A muffled sniper rifle shot rang out. A sharp pain came from the Rat King's lower back.
Min Xinran fired the shot.
The young girl appeared delicate, yet she held a sniper rifle, firmly withstanding the recoil as she fired.
The scene was utterly breathtaking. In the next moment, the Rat King's eyes were fiercely pierced by the Luo Shui dagger, letting out a painful wail. Its entire body convulsed violently.
Although Min Shinran's bullet did not cause a fatal wound, it tore off a large chunk of flesh, leaving unbearable pain. Blinded and with its eyes pierced, the Rat King completely lost control, flailing its limbs wildly. Gu Ming seized the opportunity, driving the alloy spear like a striking serpent straight into the Rat King's brain. In the instant the spearhead pierced into its brain, the Rat King convulsed violently, attempting to shake Gu Ming off. But Gu Ming did not hesitate, tightly gripping the spear and giving it a fierce twist. Squeak, 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 squeak. An unprecedented scream erupted from the mouth of the Rat King. Soon, the Rat King collapsed, and a system notification sounded in Gu Ming's ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating a Tier 1 Level 9 giant Rat King across levels. Vitality plus 1000. The scorching sensation after killing the enemy surged again. This time it was even more intense than before. Gu Ming's newly broken-through realm began to waver. The ice holding the gun grew increasingly intense, finally exhaling a breath. Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to Tier 1 Martial Artist Level 7. As the system notification sounded, Gu Ming turned to look at his teammates. In the distance, Wang Hu and Shen Yu lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, yet both revealed smiles. Luo Shui and Min Shinran also gave Gu Ming a knowing smile. In the shadows, Stone and Cold Gun exchanged glances, their faces showing shock. How could there be such a major flaw in the intelligence? That's right, how could a giant Rat King appear? Cold Gun, I think the more crucial point is that the Sun and Moon Squad not only avoided a crisis but also killed that giant Rat King. Stone whispered, and Cold Gun froze in place. Neither of them had expected Gu Ming to be able to kill that giant Rat King. It's just too unbelievable. That was a level 1 9th stage Rat King, while Gu Ming was only at the 6th stage of the warrior realm. Defeating a level 1 9th stage Rat King by crossing 3 stages with just the 6th stage of the warrior realm? No one would believe it if they heard. The two exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and simultaneously fixed their gaze on Gu Ming. This battle was completely turned around by Gu Ming. If it weren't for him, the Sun and Moon Squad would have already collapsed against 2 adult mutant rats. Not to mention the 9th-tier Rat King behind them. But it was precisely Gu Ming's presence. The 2 adult mutant rats were taken down by one person. The 9-layer Rat King was also killed in one strike when he seized the opportunity. Heart-stirring. Gu Ming stood still, calmed his breathing, and, together with his teammates, loaded the giant mutant rat's corpse onto the off-road vehicle's rear compartment, preparing to take it back to the military camp. On Blue Star, the meat of exotic beasts is edible. Don't be fooled by the greenish blood that looks poisonous. In fact, exotic beast meat is highly beneficial to the human body. The daily diet of Gu Ming and his group of new recruits also includes exotic beast meat. Raw and cooked food are both available. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable, but over time, it became second nature. The off-road vehicle sped along, returning to the military camp by dusk. They went on an expedition for nearly 2 days and finally completed their first combat mission. Watching the 5 members of the Sun and Moon Squad leave the office, Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong turned to Stone and Cold Gun. Give me a detailed account of the Sun and Moon Squad's mission this time. Stone and Cold Gun nodded. Centurion. The two quickly spoke, recounting the entire process. Upon learning that the Sun and Moon Squad had waited at the mission site for a whole day and night, with the beast still not appearing, they felt agitated. Zhao Ruilong laughed. Let them set off early and wait for a whole day and night, all to hone their patience. After this experience, the Sun and Moon Squad will no longer feel anxious while waiting for the enemy. Keep talking. Zhao Ruilong smiled and listened quietly to the rest. Gu Ming was special, he even designed hidden plots for the Sun and Moon Squad. Zhao Ruilong felt proud and eagerly anticipated whether the mission could be completed perfectly. Lin Chang and Shi Tu glanced at Zhao Ruilong's expression and couldn't help but exchange a smile. Afterward, the two recounted Gu Ming's impressive feat. He single-handedly took on 2 adult mutant rats and, with everyone's cooperation, directly killed the Rat King. Zhao Ruilong listened, his expression shifting from a smile to surprise, and then to bewilderment. What are you talking about? Gu Ming alone actually took on 2 adult mutant rats, one of which had reached Tier 7. And moreover, he finished off the Rat King with his final shot? Stone and Cold Gun remained expressionless, but their hearts were already bursting with joy. Zhao Ruilong's shocked expression was exactly the same as their reaction when they first saw Gu Ming display his power back in the day. This feeling is so damn satisfying. Zhao Ruilong was stunned for quite a while before he regained his composure and fixed his gaze on the two of them again.
Since that's the case, let's grade this practical mission. In this practical mission, the instructor not only provided covert protection but was also responsible for grading. They will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on aspects such as strength, mindset, adaptability, and teamwork. This grading not only affects the 3-month recruit training but also determines the future trajectory. Stone and Cold Gun exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Centurion, we give Sun and Moon Squad an S grade." Zhao Ruilong had anticipated this, yet his face still couldn't hide his surprise. In combat ratings, S grade is the highest, followed by A, B, and C levels. Both of them gave the Sun and Moon Squad an S-level rating, indicating their recognition of the squad's strength, which has already become a force to be reckoned with. Zhao Ruilong nodded and personally wrote the S-level rating on the Sun and Moon Squad's report card. Stone and Cold Gun couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. What they didn't mention was that this S-level rating was for the Sun and Moon Squad as a whole. If they were to rate Gu Ming alone, they would unhesitatingly give him SSS. It's just that there isn't such a rating, nor has anyone set up this category. You may leave now. Next, arrange practical combat tasks for other squads. Zhao Ruilong waved his hand to signal, and after the two left, he leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Sun and Moon Squad might truly be the frontline hope of Lin Qing's demon-suppressing army. In the dormitory, the 5 members of the Sun and Moon Squad gathered together. Luo Shui and Min Xinran were called over by Gu Ming to review the day's mission together. There is no perfect answer to any situation. They have performed very well, but there is always room for improvement. Gu Ming calmly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the first mission. The 4 wholeheartedly accepted the lessons while firmly remembering the highlights. The review concluded, and as night fell, everyone prepared to leave. At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly stared at Gu Ming and blurted out, "Ming Ji, why do you think the 3-phase training in this recruit camp was set up? Before enlisting, I never heard that the military had a 3-phase selection process. After this selection, what can we ultimately do? Could it be that we can directly become officers? Get promoted in rank?" Chen Yu's question instantly sparked everyone's interest. Wang Hu immediately chimed in. "I think you're right. The 3 rounds of selection are to pick out the elites, for the purpose of promotion and becoming officers." Wang Hu's eyes sparkled, thinking about the thrill of being an officer and being able to kill more exotic beasts. Gu Ming listened, his brows slightly furrowed. Min Xinran raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Maybe there's some truth to what you're saying, but if it were just about selecting officers, there would be no need to divide into small teams. Wouldn't large-scale screening work?" Min Xinran's words suddenly enlightened Chen Yu. "That's right, large-scale screening of officers is enough, there's no need to form small teams." Chen Yu frowned, feeling that his previous speculation didn't hold up. Wang Hu, however, was stubborn and insisted on his own opinion. Gu Ming turned his head to look at Luo Shui, his eyes filled with doubt. Luo Shui noticed and was momentarily stunned. "Why are you staring at me?" Gu Ming said calmly, "Your dad is a general, is there any insider information?" Even he was curious about the truth behind the 3 rounds of selection. Wang Hu, Chen Yu, and Min Xinran also looked over, full of anticipation. Luo Shui, under everyone's watchful eyes, shook his head and said, "My dad never talks to me about these things. This time joining the army, I even specifically told him not to interfere with me." Chen Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Luo Shui, you really have backbone. My dad is a general, I've already given up." Luo Shui changed the subject and suddenly said, "However, before joining the army, I accidentally saw a document on his desk." "What document?" Gu Ming's eyes were bright, staring at Luo Shui. Luo Shui thought for a moment, his voice somewhat hesitant. "It seems to be called Project Gale." "Project Gale?" Everyone murmured softly, and Gu Ming asked again, "The specific details?" Luo Shui shook her head. "I'm usually not interested in these things, and he doesn't let me look, saying it's classified military information." Gu Ming nodded and didn't ask further. He glanced at the 4 of them, his tone firm. "It's the last month. Everyone train hard and improve your skills. You'll naturally understand when the time comes." The 4 nodded in unison. Next, Gu Ming and the others resumed their regular training. Individual practice in the morning, team coordination in the afternoon. Inspired by Gu Ming, the other 4, including the usually laid-back Chen Yu, began voluntarily adding extra practice. They just want to keep up with Gu Ming and not be left behind. Thus, a week of peaceful life passed. On this day, although the Sun and Moon Squad had no major events, they received bad news. Afternoon. On the small training field, Chen Yu sprinted over, his face grim. Without catching his breath, he urgently relayed the news he had just received.
Mingji, during this period, apart from us, the top 10 squads have all been engaged in real combat. But the mediocre squad's mission went wrong, almost leading to total annihilation. What? Wang Hu's eyes widened, frozen in place. Luo Shui and Min Xinran's expressions changed drastically, unable to hide their grief. Gu Ming frowned and stared at Chen Yu, asking, "Be specific." Chen Yu nodded and quickly recounted the details of the mediocre squad's mission. Their mission was much simpler than the Sun and Moon squads, merely to surround and kill 3 exotic beasts. But an accident occurred. 3 exotic beasts had just been slain by the mediocre squad when a large group of exotic beasts suddenly appeared nearby. Among them were 2 second-tier exotic beasts. Even with the instructor's covert assistance, in the end, only the captain was rescued. One of the instructors even sacrificed their life during this mission. Captain Lu Ping of the mediocre squad lost both arms, but that was not the most painful thing for him. What hurt Lu Ping the most was watching his comrades fall one by one, powerless to stop it, until he was the only one left alive. It is said that Lu Ping's mental state has already collapsed. After hearing about the mediocre squad's ordeal, Gu Ming fell silent. He originally felt a sense of superiority because his strength improved rapidly, making him invincible in the recruit camp. But now, that sense of superiority has completely shattered. Gu Ming understood for the first time that starting points are not always the same. Some people, some exotic beasts, might live longer and possess greater strength. Self is by no means invincible. If faced with a sudden change like the mediocre team, he and the 5 members of the Sun and Moon team might also face total annihilation. The 5 members of the Sun and Moon team exchanged silent glances, remaining quiet for a long time. If they were still at Wuhan University today, such a tragedy would never have occurred. Wuhan University gathers the backbone of humanity's future, and every life is extremely precious. During the 4 years of university, except for a very few special cases, there is virtually no real combat experience. Even if exceptionally skilled individuals participate, there will be senior mentors providing full protection throughout, ensuring that tragedies like those of mediocre teams never occur. This is the harsh reality of the military. The moment they chose to become soldiers, everyone understood that tomorrow and accidents, whichever comes first, are unknown. The 5 exchanged silent glances, then quietly began training. Gu Ming did not regret joining the army. Joining the army awakened his system. Even if he didn't join the army, he might still awaken, but in the military, his strength improved faster. If he wants to become stronger in a short time and protect his family and friends in the future, only here can give him this opportunity. The last month passed in a hurry. This day, Gu Ming stood on the rooftop of the dormitory building, looking at the attribute panel, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, Peak of First Order Warrior. Rank, Corporal. Physique, Peerless Gun God, SSS level. Talents, Ancestor of all weapons, SSS level, Heaven's Favored One, SSS level. Abilities, Combat Expertise, Mastery, Keen Perception, Mastery. Martial Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Advanced. Spiritual Weapon, First Tier Alloy Spear, Mundane Weapon. Another month passed. Gu Ming's realm advanced from the 7th level of a first-rank martial artist straight to the peak. He knew that the peak of each realm was different. At that stage, it wasn't just about mechanical training but also required comprehension to break through oneself. The peak was a special kind of existence. In fact, he could now be considered a 9th-level first-rank martial artist. In terms of martial techniques, his mastery of basic spear techniques had already reached perfection, progressing the fastest. The 2 scout-exclusive abilities, Combat Specialization and Keen Perception, are progressing slowly and still remain at the mastery stage, far from reaching minor achievement. Gu Ming smiled, left the rooftop, returned to the dormitory, and gathered the 4 to discuss tomorrow's final assessment. A month passed. Wang Hu, Qin Yu, Luo Shui, and Min Xinran had gained a touch of maturity on their faces. Wang Hu and Shen Yu have already reached the 5th level of martial artists. After completing the combat mission, they gained significant insights and soon broke through to the 3rd level of martial artists. After another month of intense training, they successfully advanced to the 5th level of martial artists. Luo Shui is even more impressive, having already reached the 4th level of martial artists a month ago. This month, she went a step further, reaching the 6th level of martial artist. And this was her achievement more than 10 days ago. Now the 6th level of martial artist has stabilized, and her combat power is not to be underestimated. Min Xinran's strength also satisfied Gu Ming. In just 1 month, she advanced from the 3rd level of martial artist to the 4th level. This is not laziness, but rather her focus is different. She is a wood spirit, resilient in vitality, and the healer of the team. During this period, she has been fully dedicated to practicing healing techniques. Now her healing techniques are highly refined, almost reaching mastery level, playing a crucial role in battles. That night, Gu Ming and the others talked for a long time before resting early to recharge for tomorrow's final competition. This time, Gu Ming was determined to claim first place. The next day, the 5 of them donned nanoalloy combat suits, armed themselves, and headed to the training ground previously designated by the instructor. They had just arrived, and the other 8 squads were also arriving one after another. Everyone lined up neatly, waiting for the instructor's orders. At this moment, someone walked in from outside the training ground. Dressed in a black training uniform, a new recruit just like them. Gu Ming turned his head and, upon seeing the person clearly, his gaze tightened. It was Lu Ping, the former captain of the mediocre squad. Now, Lu Ping's arms were empty, and he walked unsteadily, seemingly struggling to maintain balance. His eyes were resolute as he walked to the spot where the 5th mediocre squad used to be. This time, he wasn't here to fight but to watch the final competition on behalf of his teammates. Looking at Lu Ping, Gu Ming, and the others, their emotions were complicated. In the High Martial Blue Star, under the threat of alien beasts and myriad races, sacrifice among soldiers has become the norm. The plight of the mediocre squad is poignant, yet it also reflects the harsh reality faced by Blue Star soldiers. Gu Ming and the others stood solemnly, withdrawing their gazes. Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong approached from afar, followed by several other instructors. He stepped onto the podium, glanced at the 10 squads, and nodded, saying, "Not bad, you've indeed grown quite a bit over this past month." The topic shifts. From today onwards, you officially graduate and become true soldiers. Now, we will hold the final recruit competition. The top 10 squads will draw lots in order and engage in combat. Zhao Ruilong wasted no words and directly gave the order. Gu Ming and the others nodded in turn, with each team sending a representative to draw lots. When it was the turn of the mediocre team, Lu Ping slowly stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Ruilong glanced at him, his expression complex. "Are you still participating in this final competition, mediocre team?" Lu Ping lowered his head, then looked up after a moment, gritting his teeth and resolutely said, "Count me in." Zhao Ruilong nodded and handed him a slip of paper. In the first round of this battle, the Sun and Moon team and another team directly skipped ahead to the second round. The Sun and Moon squad is too strong, making it seem unfair for them to compete in the first round. Apart from the Sun and Moon squad, there are only 9 teams on site, making it impossible to pair them all for matches. As a result, one lucky team gets to skip the first round and advance directly to the second round. However, this lucky team is the 100 Flowers squad, not the mediocre squad. Lu Ping entered the field alone, without arms, yet had to face 5 opponents. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lu Ping clenched his teeth and charged at the enemies, engaging in fierce combat with the 5. This is not a novel, no miracles occurred. He was quickly defeated and eliminated. The defeated Lu Ping did not feel dejected, instead, he stood to the side, laughing aloud with a hint of despair. Gu Ming and the others glanced at him briefly before silently averting their gazes. Perhaps, one day, they too would be left alone, watching helplessly as their comrades fell one by one. This world was so cruel it suffocated. The next round will start soon. Up next is a familiar face, Junnan Li's Junnan squad. The Junnan squad boasts a formidable lineup. In addition to the A-level water ghost Captain Junnan Li, there are also Earth Monster and Wood Sprite, both with B-level talents. The other 2 have been hiding their abilities all along, and their talents have yet to be revealed. Even so, the handsome squad easily defeated their opponents and claimed victory. After watching the match, Wang Hu and Shen Yu began discussing in low voices. "Brother Hu, what talents do the other 2 members of the handsome squad have? I can't figure it out at all." Wang Hu frowned, shook his head, and said, "Who knows? I think those 2 are their secret weapons against us." Didn't you see Li Junnan's expression? Full of confidence, as if he already foresees us losing to him. Shen Yu's eyes narrowed, then he smiled and said, I just love seeing Li Junnan like this. When he faces us, he'll understand what a true captain really means." After speaking, the 2 simultaneously looked at Gu Ming. Only those who shared a dormitory with Gu Ming knew just how terrifying his current strength was. No matter what trump card Li Junnan was hiding, facing Gu Ming was destined to be a crushing defeat. Before long, the first round of battles was completely over. Successfully advancing to the second round, apart from the Sun and Moon team and the 100 Flowers team, were the Handsome Men team, the Forest team, and a team named Big Knife. On the podium, Zhao Ruilong glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on the eliminated teams before withdrawing. He turned to the 5 advancing teams, about to speak. Outside the training ground, a group of people in formal military uniforms suddenly walked in slowly. The black uniforms highlighted their authority and solemnity. Zhao Ruilong caught sight of this group of people, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The new recruit competition of the Demon Suppression Army was thought to be just an ordinary event, but unexpectedly, it attracted the personal attention of this prominent figure. Although the nearby Shirtu, Lang Chang, and others did not immediately recognize the identity, their military instincts told them that the rank on that shoulder was anything but ordinary. The instructors were all visibly shocked. "My goodness!" The smiling tiger muttered softly, lightly tapping the cold gun. The cold gun's expression was stern, but it couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Below, Gu Ming and the others also noticed something unusual and turned their heads toward that direction. They were first puzzled, then their hearts tightened. "Whoa, a silver general star, is this really a general?" Wang Hu couldn't help but curse. Shen Yu's face was filled with astonishment. From corporal and squad leader to captain, centurion, commander of 1,000, and marquis, military ranks increase step by step. Above that is the rank of general. The silver star on the general's chest shines with a cold brilliance. The person before us is truly a general. On Blue Star, the birth of every general is marked by countless glorious military achievements and extraordinary strength. Except for a very few who are exceptionally promoted, the minimum threshold for a general is Tier 6. Tier 6 signifies being crowned as a king. That general is not only of noble status but also a terrifying powerhouse at the level of a Tier 6 martial king. Wang Hu and Shen Yu gasped in shock. The people around the Sun and Moon squad were also stunned, their shock unmistakable. Judging from Zhao Ruilong's expression, even he, the chief instructor, hadn't expected a general to arrive in person. This was clearly an unexpected and overwhelming surprise. A group of people in neatly arranged military uniforms slowly approached. Zhao Ruilong quickly led the instructors to greet them, respectfully saluting with a crisp snap, his expression solemn yet excited. Chief instructor of the recruit camp, Zhao Ruilong, reporting to General Luo. The middle-aged man with the rank of Major General nodded in response, a smile appearing on his square-shaped face. "I heard today is the final competition for the new recruits. I specifically brought people to watch and also want to see the best team in Lincheng." Zhao Ruilong saluted again, his voice firm. "Yes, General Luo." The square-faced man nodded slightly and ascended the podium with his entourage. At this moment, a glimmer flashed in the eyes of Jun Nan's squad's captain, Li Jun Nan. Among the crowd, he recognized his uncle. Li Jun Nan's uncle, bearing the rank of a centurion, stood 2 positions away from General Luo. Li Jun Nan's heart surged with joy, and he secretly resolved to perform well in front of his uncle, leading Jun Nan's squad to defeat the Sun Moon squad. With his uncle's backing, he might even attract the general's attention. He felt both excited and nervous deep down. Meanwhile, Gu Ming's gaze shifted to the 2 female team members. With a quick glance, his heart stirred slightly. Luo Shui's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. But Min Xinran was clearly different. The way she looked at General Luo seemed as though she had met him before. Gu Ming quickly began to speculate. Luo Shui had mentioned before that her father was a general. With her personality, she would never joke about something like this. Could it be that General Luo in front of her is really her father? Although it's somewhat hard to believe, this possibility is very high. On the stage, Zhao Ruilong cautiously glanced at the square-faced middle-aged man. "General Luo, can the new recruits competition still proceed?" The other party slowly nodded. Zhao Ruilong took a deep breath, stepped forward 2 paces, and spoke in a steady and solemn voice that echoed throughout the venue. "Next, we proceed to the final round of the new recruits competition to vie for the honor of the first squad. In order, the Broadsword squad will first face the Forest squad to compete for 4th place. The 5 advancing squads originally had their respective rankings. The Broadsword squad was originally ranked 6th but has now replaced the mediocre squad in 5th place. Therefore, to ensure fairness, the Broadsword squad will first challenge the Forest squad." The battle broke out quickly. The name of the Broadsword squad comes from the fact that all members wield broadswords in combat. Moreover, the captain, Dong Dao, is a scout who developed an efficient broadsword formation. 5 people form the formation, coordinating precisely, greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. In the end, the Mountain Forest squad, originally ranked 4th, unexpectedly lost to the Broadsword squad. This time, the Broadsword squad shone brightly in front of the general, each member looking exhilarated. Zhao Ruilong looked at them attentively and praised loudly. "Dong Dao,
your broadsword formation is truly impressive. Keep it up, keep refining it, and maybe one day it will spread throughout the entire army. Dong Dao responded with a smile. Thank you, Chief Instructor, for the encouragement. His gaze involuntarily swept toward the general at the center of the podium. The general, however, merely glanced at him indifferently, showing no surprise. Afterward, the broadsword squad took a short break, ate a few energy bars to replenish their strength, and went back into action. This time, their opponent was the third-ranked 100 Flowers squad. Lin Baihua, smiling brightly, led her team of female members to an easy victory. The disparity in strength between the two teams was evident, and the outcome was decided in an instant. The top three of the recruit camp are by no means undeserved, their strength runs deep. The Big Knife squad looked utterly dejected. They had originally hoped to shine again in front of the general, but unexpectedly, the 100 Flowers squad dominated them. The 100 Flowers squad neither left the stage nor took a break. Lin Baihua looked indifferently at Zhao Ruilong and said with a smile, Chief Instructor, we can directly start the next match against the Handsome squad. Zhao Ruilong glanced at the 5 members of the Baihua squad, saw them easily defeat the Broadsword squad, and nodded with a smile. Alright, start the battle directly. The 5 members of the Handsome squad quickly appeared. Opposite them was the 100 Flowers squad, consisting of 5 women. As for them, they were 5 men. Li Junnan glanced at the podium and saw his uncle staring at him. Feeling a surge of confidence, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Lin Baihua, we've long had a way to deal with you. The Baihua squad is not considered top-notch in the first 3 levels. The truly formidable one is Lin Baihua herself. Wind mages can ride the wind to fly, with astonishing speed. They relied on Lin Baihua's individual strength to easily secure multiple victories along the way. However, there was still a significant gap when it came to competing against the Handsome Guy's team. As the battle began, Lin Baihua immediately ascended into the air and initiated the plan. Her team members, on the other hand, charged toward the Handsome Guy's team to seize the initiative. Li Junnan smiled and looked at a tall, thin young man in the team, saying, You go, keep Lin Baihua occupied. The tall, thin young man nodded and spread his arms. Suddenly, his arms transformed into bird wings. With a gentle flap, he soared into the air and lunged straight at Lin Baihua. Lin Baihua was stunned, not expecting Li Junnan to have this trick up his sleeve. The tall, thin young man smiled and said, Captain Baihua, my name is Chuing, with an A-level mutated eagle talent. How about a duel in the air? Lin Baihua's face darkened, and after a moment, she nodded. Let me tell you why wind mages are called the kings of the sky. The two fought fiercely in the air, neither backing down. In terms of talent, Lin Baihua's great A wind element is rarer than Chu Ying's eagle. Wind mages are the strongest existence among flying professions. Lin Baihua quickly subdued Chu Ying. But Chu Ying's goal was achieved, to hold back Lin Baihua. On the ground, Li Junnan, along with the remaining 3, swiftly dealt with the other 4 members of the Baihua squad. In the end, although Lin Baihua defeated her opponent in the air, she was faced with the 4 members of Junnan's squad glaring up at her like tigers eyeing their prey. Once it lands, defeat is certain. Helplessly, she spread her hands and shook her head. I admit defeat, you all are truly restrained. Lin Baihua had no obsession with winning and decisively conceded. Li Junnan smiled and turned to look at the Sun and Moon squad nearby. Although one trump card was revealed, he still had more tricks up his sleeve to deal with the Sun and Moon squad. On the podium, Zhao Ruilong nodded slightly. Li Junnan revealed his special talent and easily defeated the 100 Flowers squad, which was indeed impressive. But what he looked forward to even more was the upcoming clash with the Sun and Moon squad. Gu Ming glanced at the 4 people beside him and said with a smile, Let's go, our battle has arrived. Wang Hu and Shen Yu nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Luo Shuwei silently glanced at the podium. Seeing the square-faced middle-aged man staring at him, his gaze slightly hardened, and he secretly vowed to win this match. The two sides quickly stood face to face. On the podium, Gu Ming stood at the center of the Sun and Moon team, instead of Luo Shuwei. The middle-aged man with a square face frowned deeply, his eyes heavy with concern. He was well aware of his daughter's extraordinary stubbornness. Now, Luo Shuwei had actually joined someone else's team instead of following the team he had formed. What did this mean? That Gu Ming. Luo Dahai stared at Gu Ming, his heart filled with curiosity. He was eager to know who could make his daughter willingly obey. Zhao Ruilong also observed Luo Dahai's expression. Seeing him finally show interest, she felt relieved. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon squad still had real skills. Beside Luo Dahai, the 2 marquises and numerous centurions also showed expressions of interest.
On the battlefield, Gu Ming was fully focused, with his eyes only on the opponent.
Zhao Ruilong gave the order, and the battle began instantly.
Gu Ming drew his gun and charged at Chu Ying. The flying Chu Ying posed a significant threat. Dealing with him first would make the rest easier. Li Junnan understood Gu Ming's intentions, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he turned to another young man. The young man had fair skin, appearing more like a student than a soldier. At this moment, he pressed one hand to the ground, unleashing a powerful aura. Gu Ming halted his charge, his brows furrowed as he stared at the young man.
Could he actually sense the aura of a peak martial artist emanating from him? Is there a peak martial artist in the handsome squad? How is that possible?
He himself possesses the talent of a heaven's favored one, with a cultivation speed far surpassing ordinary S-level geniuses, yet it was only a month ago that he just stepped into the peak martial artist realm.
Could the handsome squad actually be hiding a bug like him? Just as Gu Ming was feeling puzzled,
a ripple of space suddenly appeared in front of the young man. The next second, a massive black bear charged out. The black bear stood 3 meters tall, its jet black fur glossy and imposing, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. It bared its sharp fangs, roaring as it lunged at Gu Ming, exuding the powerful aura of a peak first tier. The remaining 4 members of the Sun and Moon squad turned pale.
Luo Shui's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Beast taming talent, beast tamer." After Blue Star descended into the void wormhole, alien beasts and myriad races invaded. Not only did humans embark on the path of transcendence, but some animals also mutated, stepping into extraordinary realms. One of the special talents among humanity's 3 major talents is beast mastery. Those with the beast mastery talent can become beast masters, commanding pet beasts in battle. A first-tier beast master can control 1 pet beast, and the pet beast's realm cannot exceed the beast master's own level, otherwise, it will lead to backlash. In addition, a first-tier beast master possesses a beast space, which can store pet beasts and summon them at any time during battle, making it extremely convenient. Wang Hu and Shen Yu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry and tension. They never expected that the handsome squad would have such a trump card. A beast master accompanied by a peak first-tier pet beast is indeed formidable in strength. Around them, Lin Baihua and the others also appeared surprised. But what shocked them even more was not that the handsome squad had a beast tamer. Although beast tamers are rare, they are not entirely unheard of. What astonished everyone the most was that Li Junnan actually saved this beast tamer for the final move. Previously, there was no hint of anything. That kid is tough to deal with. Zhao Ruilong on the podium was not surprised by this. He had detailed talent profiles of the new recruits at hand. Instead, I am even more looking forward to Gu Ming's upcoming performance. The officers on the podium all showed expressions of surprise, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Luo Dahai's gaze fell on his daughter Luo Shui, faintly revealing a trace of worry. With Luo Shui's talent, even if the team doesn't take first place, she will certainly have future opportunities. But if she really can't get first place, with her stubborn personality, it might be hard for her to accept. He hadn't noticed that after 3 months in the military, Luo Shui's mindset had already changed significantly. On the battlefield, Gu Ming stared intently at the over 3-meter-tall black bear in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Li Junnan smiled and patted the shoulder of the fair-skinned young man. "Luo Chang, well done. Defeat him with your pet beast, and we'll be number 1. Li Junnan was full of confidence. Although he didn't personally defeat Gu Ming, he felt elated. After all, as the captain of the Junnan squad, winning is the ultimate truth. This world has some fairness, but there is no absolute fairness. Just as Li Junnan was feeling smug, Gu Ming coldly glanced sideways, holding an alloy spear. "Is this your trump card?" Gu Ming's expression remained calm, showing no trace of fear. Li Junnan froze for a moment, his expression gradually turning grim. Then he sneered, "Do you really believe you can handle a peak first-tier black bear?" He thought Gu Ming was just putting on a brave front, clearly not an opponent, simply unwilling to admit defeat. Gu Ming did not respond, withdrew his gaze, and gripped his spear tightly. "Kill your black bear, don't blame me," he said coldly. Luo Chang was stunned and hadn't reacted yet when the pet beast black bear transmitted intense feelings of pain. Gu Ming thrust his spear fiercely, its speed so fast that it was hard to react. The black bear's ferocious expression suddenly changed, feeling immense pressure. The opponent's strength was at least equal to its own, leaving no room for carelessness. It raised both palms to block the attack. But Gu Ming's strength had tripled, and the force was far beyond what it could withstand. Invincible at the same level, this is by no means an empty boast. Beast tamers share pain with their pet beasts, and Luo Cheng felt the intense pain transmitted from the black bear's paws. Under Gu Ming's spear pressure, the black bear retreated continuously,
its paws already drenched in blood.
Li Junnen's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "How is this possible?"
He sensed the powerful aura emanating from Gu Ming, his eyes narrowing sharply.
First-tier peak? Impossible. Only 3 months, how could he possibly reach the peak?
His heart was filled with immense shock. The officers on the podium were also stunned, those with greater strength were even more perceptive. The moment Gu Ming made his move, everyone recognized his level, first-tier peak warrior. Even more astonishing was that his strength seemed to surpass the peak, reaching the level of a half-step second-tier martial soldier.
How is this possible? A new recruit, having trained for only 3 months, has actually reached the half-step martial soldier level? What kind of international joke is this?
Li Junnen's uncle, Li Shuhai, was incredulous.
Luo Dahai's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Gu Ming.
He finally understood why his daughter was willing to humble herself and join Gu Ming's team.
This captain's talent is extraordinary, advancing from a recruit to a half-step martial soldier within 3 months. Even an S-level genius would find it difficult to achieve such rapid progress. What is this recruit's name? What kind of talent does he have? Luo Dahai turned his head to ask Zhao Ruilong, full of curiosity. He guessed that Gu Ming was at least an S-level talent, or double S-level.
Zhao Ruilong snapped out of his shock and replied, "General Luo, Gu Ming has dual talents." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Luo Dahai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, thinking that a genius with double S-level talent actually chose to join the army, truly remarkable. But Zhao Ruilong immediately followed up by saying, "One has a C-level metal affinity talent, and the other has a C-level cultivation amplification." Luo Dahai's admiration instantly froze, and he turned to stare blankly at Zhao Ruilong.
"Centurion Zhao, what did you just say? That Gu Ming actually has dual C-level talents? Are you sure it's not dual S-level?" The one speaking wasn't Luo Dahai, he wasn't that impatient. The speaker was Li Junnen's uncle, Li Shuhai. Zhao Ruilong looked at him, with a trace of doubt in his heart. Was Gu Ming's talent really double C?
But he still firmly said,
"Centurion Li, Gu Ming's talent is indeed double C. That's exactly what it says in the records."
Li Shuhai shook his head in disbelief. "Centurion Zhao, you must have seen it wrong, or there's an issue with the information." He first affirmed that Zhao Ruilong, as a sharp scout, couldn't possibly be mistaken. Which is why he added, "There's a problem with the information." Zhao Ruilong really wanted to shrug, but knowing the other party was a superior, he forcibly held back. Nearby, instructors like Stone and Coldgun couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the scene. Seeing these officers also rendered speechless by Gu Ming, they couldn't help but feel immensely satisfied. The discussion on the podium continued, while the battle below had already reached its conclusion. A peak first-tier black bear was stabbed straight in the chest by Gu Ming's spear, pinned to the ground and unable to move. The black bear's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. It truly hadn't expected a martial artist of the same level to be this powerful. The bear felt so aggrieved it was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, the black bear had thick skin and flesh, and Gu Ming's shot didn't hit a vital spot, so it didn't die for the time being. Luo Chang hurried over to check the black bear's injuries, his tone carrying a sob as he pleaded, "Captain Gu, I admit defeat. Please spare my black bear." This black bear was something he had bought at a high price. The loss was too great, and he was heartbroken.
Gu Ming nodded, not making things difficult, and swiftly drew out the alloy spear.
Luo Chang was deeply grateful and quickly retrieved the black bear into the beast taming space. The beast taming space of a beast tamer can not only store pet beasts but also assist them in training, resting, and healing. Gu Ming no longer looked at Luo Chang, carrying the alloy spear as he slowly walked toward Li Junnan. Li Junnan felt at this moment. The trump card he had painstakingly hidden for over a month was mercilessly crushed by Gu Ming. He gritted his teeth secretly. Just how strong is he?
Gu Ming walked step by step. Li Junnan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid.
At the same time, Gu Ming coldly swept his gaze over the 4 stunned opponents.
"Why aren't you making a move yet?"
His voice was icy. Wan Hu quickly snapped out of it, raised his knife, and charged forward.
Shen Yu's face showed shock. He first looked at Gu Ming and asked in a low voice, "Mingji, when did you reach the peak of a martial artist?"
Before he finished speaking, he also rushed forward. Luo Shui and Min Shinran's eyes flashed with astonishment as they slowly retreated.
The 4 joined forces and stood beside Gu Ming, launching an attack on Li Junnan's team.
The handsome squad had long been numbed by Gu Ming's overwhelming strength, leaving them powerless to fight back. Soon, the Sun and Moon squad easily secured victory. Li Junnan stood in place, his face expressionless, his gaze shifting between Gu Ming and himself. He felt like he had become a joke. He didn't even have the courage to lift his head and look at his uncle on the stage.
The Li family was a middle-class family in Lincheng, and Li Junnan's father had married into the family, taking his mother as his wife. As a result, Li Junnan took his mother's surname, Li. Over the years, he watched his father grow increasingly despondent and longed to prove himself for his father's sake. This new recruit competition is the best opportunity. As long as he takes first place, he can return to the Li family in the future and help his father regain his pride. But now, there isn't even a glimmer of hope left. Li Junnan lowered his head, his eyes filled with confusion. His pride and self-esteem were completely shattered by Gu Ming's strength. How can someone be this strong? He shouldn't even be in the military. He roared in anger in his heart, but ultimately fell into despair. The 5 members of the handsome squad sat in dejected silence. On the other side, the Sun and Moon squad became the center of attention, with all eyes on them, full of admiration. Especially Gu Ming. In the military, the strong are revered, and the strong reign supreme. Gu Ming reached the peak of a martial artist within 3 months, a legend that left everyone amazed and in awe. The members of the 100 Flowers squad, the Forest squad, and the Broadsword squad all looked on with admiration. A faint blush appeared on Lin Baihua's face. On the podium, Chief Instructor Zhao Ruilong looked cautiously at Luo Dahai in the center and spoke carefully. General Luo, the new recruits competition has concluded. Would you like to say a few words? Luo Dahai did not hesitate and stepped forward. The silver general's star shone dazzlingly under the sunlight, almost blinding. Even Gu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. However, he possesses the unparalleled war god system and will eventually become a general. He remained expressionless, quietly listening to Luo Dahai speak. Luo Dahai looked toward the Sun and Moon squad, his gaze pausing briefly on Luo Shui, and said with a smile, "Everyone should know that as the threat of the alien beasts intensifies, our ancient nation has begun forming special teams. For example, the Night Watchers under the City Security Bureau, the major martial arts schools, as well as the 5 Elements Association, the Mage Association, and the Beast Tamer Association under the Martial Alliance. But these are far from enough. We need even greater strength to safeguard human safety. Therefore, the Demon Suppression Army has decided to form a special unit. This time, the 3 rounds of assessments in the recruit camp are aimed at selecting the first batch of members for the special unit of the Demon Suppression Army, codenamed Gale Project. We must rise swiftly like a gale, before the beasts and myriad races can react." Luo Dahai spoke passionately, and the audience below was filled with fervor. Even Gu Ming hadn't expected that this recruit camp would be linked to the special unit of the Demon Suppression Army. Special forces represent high power and status. This means that even if one doesn't enter the military academy, joining the Gale Project can help avoid going to the battlefield too early. Instead, there is time to develop oneself. Gu Ming felt a surge of excitement, thinking about being able to spend more time with Gu Xian and Gu Feng, and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Luo Dahai continued. "I hereby announce that the team from Lincheng Town's demon-slaying army successfully entering the Gale Plan is Sun and Moon Squad. But each Gale Plan squad is limited to 10 members. Luo Dahai looked at Gu Ming and smiled. "Gu Ming, as the captain of the Sun and Moon Squad, you have the right to select 5 members from the eliminated teams to join the Sun and Moon Squad, forming Lincheng's elite Gale Plan team." Luo Dahai's words were powerful and imposing. The members of the originally enviable 100 Flowers squad and Mountain Forest squad suddenly had their eyes light up. Although no one could enter the Gale Project as a full team like the Sun and Moon squad, being chosen by Gu Ming still offered individual opportunities. Lin Baihua stood not far away, frequently casting flirtatious glances, her soft and charming voice drifting over. "Captain Gu, I have admired you for a long time. Please give me a chance to join the Sun and Moon squad." As soon as the words fell, the others also reacted. Luo Qing, Xuing, and others from the handsome squad abandoned Li Junnan one after another, vying to ask Gu Ming to include them in the Sun and Moon squad. The captains of the Mountain Forest squad and the Big Knife squad also spoke up, expressing their desire to join the Gale Plan. No choice, if you want to join the Gale Project, you have to grovel to Gu Ming. On the field, only Li Junnan stood awkwardly, his expression conflicted. Gu Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable with this enthusiasm. He knew the crowd's enthusiasm stemmed from 2 reasons. First, because he was strong enough, and second, because he held 5 spots for the Gale Project. So he did not become complacent, his face remained calm as he quietly listened to Luo Dahai speak. Luo Dahai saw that Gu Ming showed no reaction, and his gaze grew increasingly appreciative. "Alright, aside from the Sun and Moon squad, everyone else leave first and wait for further news." "Yes, General." Lin Baihua and the others, though reluctant, still obediently turned around and left. After they left, the training ground was left with only the 5 members of the Sun and Moon team and the officers led by Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai led the group down from the podium and approached Gu Ming. Looking at the face that resembled Luo Shui, Gu Ming confirmed their relationship in his heart. This General Luo must be Luo Shui's father. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to come personally today. Zhao Ruilong's announcement would have sufficed. A general personally stepping forward carries significant weight. Good lad, work hard, and you might have the chance to sit in my position someday. Luo Dahai smiled and patted Gu Ming on the shoulder. As soon as the words were spoken, the officers who followed were instantly stunned. What does it mean to have the opportunity to become a general in the future? Isn't this implying that Gu Ming could become a general in the future? Stone, Cold Gun, and the others stared wide-eyed at each other. Zhao Ruilong's face showed surprise, his mouth slightly open, as if he could swallow an egg. Li Junan's uncle, Li Shuhai, was even more shocked. Gu Ming led the Sun and Moon team to take first place, which was impressive, but he hadn't expected Luo Dahai to give such a high evaluation. Luo Dahai chuckled lightly, patting Wang Hu and Shen Yu on the shoulders, so excited that the two almost jumped up. This is the glory of being personally patted on the shoulder by the general, something to boast about for a lifetime. Afterward, Luo Dahai looked at Luo Shui and Min Xinran, a smile on his face. Xinran, I didn't expect you to actually join the army and achieve such a high position. Your father would definitely be very proud if he knew about this. Min Xinran pursed her lips. Uncle Luo, thank you. If it hadn't been for Luo Dahai's help back then, she wouldn't have been able to bypass her father and join the military. Luo Dahai waved his hand and said, your father is too old-fashioned. What era is it now, and he's still restricting his children's choices? Look at me, I haven't set any limits for Luo Shui at all. As soon as the words were spoken, the officers behind him were stunned. Li Shuhai, Zhao Ruilong, and others were listening to their conversation nearby. Upon hearing this, they were even more surprised. What is the relationship between Luo Dahai and Luo Shui? The two share the surname Luo, and upon closer inspection, their appearances seem increasingly similar. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, Luo Dahai turned around and cheerfully announced, Luo Shui is my daughter. He was a general in the army and had no reason to hide his daughter's identity. Previously, he deliberately kept it a secret only to avoid giving Luo Shui special treatment during the rookie phase, which could affect her growth. Nowadays, Luo Shui has become a member of the championship team through her own strength, so she naturally wants to reveal her identity and lend her daughter a hand. Upon hearing the confirmation, Li Shuhai and the others suppressed their shock, but secretly decided to take better care of Luo Shui in the future. Zhao Ruilong silently glanced at Gu Ming, muttering to himself, had I known Luo Shui was the general's daughter, I would never have let her be on the same team as Gu Ming. The mixed-gender team has been working together for a month. No matter how strong Gu Ming is, could Luo Shui have developed feelings for him? Just as he was thinking, Luo Dahai suddenly asked, hey, aren't they rookies? Why is Captain Gu's military rank a sergeant? Luo Dahai glanced at the single stripe on Gu Ming's shoulder and raised an eyebrow, looking toward Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong's expression turned serious as he explained. General Luo, Gu Ming's rank was an exceptional promotion granted by me using the authority of the chief instructor. 2 months ago, he had already far surpassed everyone in the recruit camp. He wasn't nervous, as rewarding the strong is a standard practice in the military. Luo Dahai raised his eyebrows again and smiled as he looked at Gu Ming. 3 months' time, a peak warrior, indeed deserves a reward. However, the tone shifted. How about I make a bet with you? Gu Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he nodded, saying, General Luo, please go ahead. Luo Dahai laughed heartily and pointed at Zhao Ruilong. The army doesn't rely solely on force, leading a team requires command skills. You two are both scouts of the metal element, how about a sand table duel? If you win, I'll promote you to squad leader out of turn. How about that? During the recruit phase, promotions are generally not granted. Gu Ming's rank as a corporal is already an exception. A sergeant must train for at least a year, but Gu Ming had only been in for 2 months and could only rely on Luo Dahai's authority for an exceptional promotion. Gu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart burned with excitement. What he cared about wasn't the rank, but the system rewards that came with the promotion. Without hesitation, he immediately said, General Luo, I accept. Luo Dahai looked at him with a smile, increasingly satisfied with the young man before him. This is how it should be in the military, daring to fight and compete. If you lack courage, don't even think about being a soldier, let alone a general. Before long, everyone arrived at the simulated combat command room. In the center of the command room, there was a sand table. Luo Dahai stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Ruilong and Gu Ming. Although Zhao Ruilong is a third-tier scout, the third-tier ability of a scout is only insight, which has nothing to do with command skills. This battle is still somewhat unfair to you, Gu Ming, but here with me, there is no absolute fairness. Defeat Zhao Ruilong, and you can become a squad leader. Luo Dahai's words were like a spell, striking at the deepest desires of the heart. However, Gu Ming's heart remained unusually calm. He stood on one side of the sand table, his gaze steady. Zhao Ruilong across from him met his gaze, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although I want to see you rise to squad leader so quickly, forcing growth will only harm you. I won't hold back and let you step on my reputation to climb up. Zhao Ruilong was brimming with confidence. Gu Ming did not answer, only nodded slightly. Let's go. Although he lacked Zhao Ruilong's third-tier scout insight skill, which could precisely detect flaws in the opponent's formation, Gu Ming possessed an SSS-level talent ancestor of all weapons. Do you remember the introduction of the ancestor of 10,000 weapons? The strongest talent of the metal element, born as the ancestor of 10,000 weapons, capable of commanding the entire battlefield and holding the central position as a marshal or general. Although he has not yet mastered any commanding skills, the talent of the ancestor of 10,000 weapons means his commanding aptitude is naturally maxed out. How monstrous is a peerless genius! Even without having studied command, he could gradually mimic Zhao Ruilong's tactics during their confrontation. Zhao Ruilong is not a general like Luo Dahai, he is merely the chief instructor of the recruit camp. Gu Ming was full of confidence in this battle. Behind him, the shouts of his 4 teammates rose one after another. Mingzi, go for it. Take down the chief instructor. Ming, if you win, we'll all respect you. Hearing the cheers of his teammates, Li Shuhai and the other officers couldn't help but smile wryly. Zhao Ruilong, though the chief instructor of the new recruits camp, is actually a peak 3rd-rank martial general, mastering the 3rd-rank scout insight technique. According to the rules, the highest military rank for a 3rd-rank martial general is captain. But Zhao Ruilong holds the rank of centurion. Do you think Zhao Ruilong's centurion rank was given to him for nothing? It was precisely because he earned military merits through his command in a battle that he was exceptionally promoted. Therefore, Li Shuhai and the others don't believe Gu Ming can win at all. Even Luo Dahai only wants to use this battle to test Gu Ming's strength and remind him to stay grounded, not to become arrogant due to temporary success. However, as soon as the sand table battle began, everyone was stunned. The sand table battle officially commenced. Gu Ming did not cautiously probe or carefully arrange his formation at the start. Instead, he directly dispatched half of his forces to launch a fierce attack on Zhao Ruilong's position. Kid, you're a bit too impatient. Zhao Ruilong remained calm and composed, carefully setting up defenses, ready to deliver a heavy lesson to Gu Ming. Sure enough, he succeeded. Half of the forces dispatched by Gu Ming were quickly annihilated by Zhao Ruilong, leaving not even a single survivor. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong's side suffered less than 30% casualties. This record is simply astonishing. On the battlefield, the enemy was completely wiped out, while our forces only suffered a 30% loss, already a sign of a major victory. Li Shuhai and the others looked at the situation before them, nodding slightly, their eyes full of approval. Zhao Ruilong was someone they had trained, and seeing his current level of command, they felt very satisfied. Even Lian Luo couldn't help but show a look of admiration. At the same time, he felt a tinge of regret for Gu Ming's recklessness. It seems that no one is perfect. Gu Ming's personal combat strength is unmatched, and his talent is exceptional. However, in overall command and directing operations, the gap is evident. But this is normal, who can excel at everything? The officers had already anticipated this. Wang Hu and Shen Yu stood behind Gu Ming, their expressions anxious. Tiger, Brother Ming has lost half of his forces. It's over now, right? He's bound to lose? Wang Hu, despite his fiery temper, didn't lose his cool first. Instead, Shen Yu was the one who couldn't sit still. Don't worry, I think Brother Ming has his own plan. Luo Shuwei glanced at Wang Hu. Your own plan? Wang Hu could hardly believe his ears. You hot-headed simpleton, what makes you so confident that Gu Ming will defeat Zhao Ruilong? Luo Shuwei shook his head helplessly in his heart. Based on her understanding of her father, this battle was merely to make Gu Ming realize not to be too arrogant. As for Gu Ming winning, even she didn't expect it. Zhao Ruilong is a centurion, with numerous military achievements behind him. If Gu Ming could win, that would truly be a miracle. Min Shinran stared at the sand table, her face full of doubt. Gu Ming had always been assertive, but fighting battles and commanding the overall situation are two different things. Some possess the talent of a general, but may not necessarily have the talent of a commander. The talent of a general is rare, and the talent of a commander is even rarer. A person who is both a capable general and a wise leader is rare in this world. Everyone has their own calculations in mind. By the sand table, Gu Ming remained calm and composed. His command experience was like that of a newborn child. When he had just deployed half of his forces, he stumbled and faltered, ultimately being easily defeated by Zhao Ruilong. But losing half of his troops was a valuable growth experience for Gu Ming. If he was still a child just moments ago, then now, he has grown into an adult. Gu Ming once again drew half of the remaining troops to launch a fierce attack. Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly. Still dare to attack? Young people really have guts. Before the words had finished, his expression changed slightly. This time, trying to use the main force to wipe out Gu Ming's remaining troops turned out to be not so easy. The difficulty gradually increased, and the forces of both sides began to evenly match. Zhao Ruilong's troops suffered casualties that escalated from minor to severe. In the end, the kill ratio between the two sides, initially in Zhao Ruilong's favor, gradually evened out and even fell behind. Sweat appeared on Zhao Ruilong's forehead, and the smile on his face disappeared. He forgot that his opponent was Gu Ming and devoted himself entirely to the battle. Gu Ming deployed his final forces onto the battlefield. The tide of the battle reversed instantly. Zhao Ruilong's casualty ratio rose from 1 to 2, then to 1 to 3, and finally reached the astonishing figure of 1 to 5. If this were a real battlefield, Zhao Ruilong's army would have already collapsed, and disintegration would be inevitable. But this is a sand table, and Zhao Ruilong is facing the crisis of total annihilation. Half an hour later, Zhao Ruilong watched as his forces were completely wiped out. In contrast, within Gu Ming's formation, an elite unit remained steadfast, holding their ground. Zhao Ruilong was stunned. Sweat slid down his forehead as he swallowed hard and looked up at the opposing commander. For a moment, he forgot that Gu Ming was standing beside him and thought he was facing a formidable commander. When he caught sight of Gu Ming's youthful face, he was instantly stunned. The officers who had been whispering among themselves also froze. Li Shuhai stared at the sand table in disbelief, then looked at Zhao Ruilong. Did you deliberately go easy on him? The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. He personally witnessed the sand table battle. Zhao Ruilong showed no mercy and went all out. At first, he might have underestimated it a bit, but he quickly became completely serious. But the result was shocking. Zhao Ruilong lost. It wasn't a complete defeat, but it could be considered total annihilation. As for Gu Ming's side, although casualties exceeded 2/3, 1/3 of the iron-blooded elite still remained. This is simply too outrageous. Li Shuhai was stunned, and so were the two marquises and a group of centurions beside him. Standing in the center, Luo Dahai was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the final result on the sand table. He hadn't expected Zhao Ruilong to hold nothing back, and Gu Ming actually won. What shocked him even more was, what had he just witnessed? When Gu Ming first sent out half of his forces to attack, he was practically a novice at command. The movements were clumsy, and his use of troops was disastrously unskilled. But then, Gu Ming seemed to level up, growing rapidly. Not only did he master all of Zhao Ruilong's tactics, he also created even stronger new moves, catching Zhao Ruilong completely off guard. Is this really a rookie? Luo Dahai stared at Gu Ming. Perhaps he was once a clueless commander, but now, he is undoubtedly a seasoned leader. Did Brother Ming, win? The four teammates behind Gu Ming looked bewildered, unable to believe the reality before them. They knew nothing about commanding and even thought Zhao Ruilong was deliberately going easy. But when they looked up and saw the sweat on Zhao Ruilong's forehead and his dazed expression, it was clear he had been completely overwhelmed. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Luo Dahai finally reacted, his expression as complex as a tide. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to temper Gu Ming's temperament. But since Gu Ming had truly fulfilled the bet and defeated Zhao Ruilong, then, Luo Dahai's expression slightly tensed. He turned to Gu Ming and said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, Gu Ming. The rank of squad leader will be issued soon." After speaking, Luo Dahai's gaze fell on Gu Ming once again. Then, he turned and left the simulated combat command room. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Has General Luo been so shocked that he couldn't handle it? Is he looking for a place to calm down? Lung Chang'anshi too walked over to Zhao Ruilong and patted him on the shoulder. "Chief Instructor, it's rare to find someone with both military and leadership talents, but they do exist. Don't compare yourself to a prodigy, prodigies aren't even human." The two glanced at Gu Ming, recalling the frustration they felt while individually mentoring him during this period. Finally, Zhao Ruilong experienced the same feeling as they did. That feeling, damn it, was awesome. Zhao Ruilong turned his head and glanced coldly at Lang Chang'anshi too, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Who the hell are you trying to comfort? Starting today, you'll train with the new recruits, and I'll personally torment you. Chief Instructor, you're abusing your power for personal revenge. The two turned pale with fright. They had been too excited earlier and forgot that Zhao Ruilong was their superior. Having experienced the thrill of face-to-face verbal sparring, they now regretted it deeply. Beside Gu Ming, Wang Hu and Shen Yu were as excited as children, circling him and shouting awesome, with spit flying everywhere. Gu Ming chuckled softly and quickly walked out of the simulation combat room with the 4 others. He needed to go back and think about how to decide on the remaining 5 candidates for the Gale Squad. Just after taking 2 steps, Gu Ming was called by someone. The 5 members of the Sun and Moon Squad turned around, only to see Li Shuhai striding over with a smile on his face. Gu Ming, congratulations! You've been in the army for 3 months and have been promoted twice exceptionally. You're already a squad leader. Thank you, Centurion Li. Gu Ming responded politely, neither arrogant nor servile. He understood the true purpose of Li Shuhai's visit. Li Shuhai smiled and waved at Wang Hu and the other 3. You all head back first, I'll have a private chat with Gu Ming. The 4 exchanged glances but didn't move, instead they all stared at Gu Ming. Gu Ming nodded slightly. You guys go back to the dormitory first. After the 4 left, Li Shuhai and Gu Ming walked to the edge of the playground. Gu Ming, back in the day, I was just like you new recruits, knowing nothing, reckless and naive. But I cherish those days. Li Shuhai revealed a hint of self-mockery and began reminiscing. Could it be that the next step is that outdated PUA routine? Gu Ming ignored it and spoke directly. Centurion Li, please speak plainly. He knew in his heart that Li Shuhai wanted Li Junnan to join the Sun and Moon Squad and participate in the Gale Plan. But isn't the choice his to make? Li Shuhai smiled and shook his head, pointing at Gu Ming. Young people, always so impulsive. He sighed and continued. Junnan has been spoiled since he was a child. He also wants to achieve something, so he may have offended you. Please be understanding. Gu Ming shook his head. Centurion Li, no need for understanding. Li Junnan and I are merely acquaintances by chance. A trace of displeasure flashed in Li Shuhai's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and said with a smile. Captain Gu, I'll be straightforward. As long as you let go of your grievances with Junnan and allow him to join the Sun and Moon Squad to participate in the Gale Plan, a year from now, I guarantee you'll be promoted to captain. Captain? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. Li Shuhai had long anticipated his reaction. Which young person doesn't want a promotion? Gu Ming was only 18, yet he was already a squad leader. A year later, he was promoted to captain, rising through the ranks as fast as a rocket. But Gu Ming unexpectedly shook his head. Centurion Li, sorry, Li Junnan is not within my consideration. Li Shuhai's smile froze on his face, and his expression gradually turned cold. Captain Gu, you and Junnan are both soldiers. There shouldn't be hatred between soldiers. So what? Before Li Shuhai could finish speaking, Gu Ming interrupted him. Li Junnan holds a grudge against me. At best, he is disobedient, at worst, he could drag down the entire team's combat effectiveness. Centurion Li, sorry, I can't agree to your request. After speaking, Gu Ming said no more and turned to head back to the dormitory building. Li Junnan is arrogant and conceited, completely lacking regard for others, and is far from being a qualified teammate. Although, with proper training and guidance, he might not be incapable of becoming a reliable team member in the future. But everyone here is an adult. Do I really need to teach you step by step like a child? Sorry, he doesn't have the time, nor can he gamble with the team members' safety to give Li Junnan a chance to grow. On the spot. Li Shuhai stood there, his face twitching slightly, his gaze gradually turning cold. This is the first time a young recruit has dared to be so disrespectful to him. But when Gu Ming left, he was completely unrestrained, not feeling at all that offending a centurion would cause trouble. In the High Marshal Blue Star, forces are intertwined and deeply rooted. Although the military is relatively fair, if he agreed to Li Shuhai's terms, he would be labeled as part of the Li family. It will be extremely difficult to break free from the control of the Li family in the future. On the surface, Uncle Li Shuhai seems to be mediating the conflict between him and Li Junnan. But in reality, he is secretly setting a trap for him. Gu Ming would never be so foolish. Even if you want to find a backer, you should look for a big figure like Luo Dahai. Why rely on the Li family, whose highest-ranking member is merely a centurion? Not long after, Li Shuhai arrived at Li Junnan's squad dormitory. When he saw him, Li Junnan quickly stood up. At this moment, he was the only one in the dormitory, his gaze fixed on Li Shuhai, eyes burning with intensity. Uncle, how about it? Do I still have a chance to join the Gale project? Li Shuhai glanced at him coldly and said, There's no hope in Linchang.
I'll try to transfer you to Huocheng or Bingcheng to take a look.
That guy doesn't agree? Li Junnan clenched his fists tightly, unable to hide his anger.
Li Shuai sighed, I warned you earlier, don't easily provoke geniuses stronger than you in the military. Why won't you listen?
That Gu Ming.
Li Junnan hesitated to speak, but Li Shuai waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it, maybe since I didn't go looking for him today, you still have a chance.
This step, I took it wrong.
Li Shuai shook his head inwardly.
A genius like Gu Ming was definitely not someone he could easily suppress.
He sighed helplessly.
All right, enough said. Get ready to transfer to another demon suppression army unit.
Li Junnan, standing in place, clenched his fists, a strong hatred flashing in his eyes. He merely wanted to compete with Gu Ming for first place and had long been prepared to let bygones be bygones as long as the other party agreed. But he hadn't expected Gu Ming to hold such a grudge and refuse to let him join the team.
What a petty person!
Li Junnan felt aggrieved and angry, yet had no way to retaliate. But he swore that he would find an opportunity to take revenge on Gu Ming in the future.
Today's grudge, Li Junnan would remember it well. Evening.
Gu Ming had long forgotten the unpleasantness with Li Junnan. General Luo Dahai was highly efficient in handling matters. Since he had promised to promote his military rank, he issued the order that very night. Standing on the rooftop, Gu Ming put on the rank of squad leader, a smile on his lips. Last time when he was promoted to corporal, the system rewarded him with SSS-level physique and the title of Peerless Gun God.
This time, what reward will come with the promotion to squad leader? Gu Ming was filled with anticipation. The next second, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, your military rank has been promoted to squad leader. Reward, S-level pole technique, a glimmer of cold light. The system notification echoed in his mind, and Gu Ming's heart surged with joy. He now possessed the physique of a peerless gun god, with talents combining the ancestor of all weapons and heaven's chosen one. Missing are only three things: stake techniques, martial skills, and spiritual tools. Among them, stake techniques are the most crucial, directly affecting his realm advancement. A good stake technique is like a good cultivation method, capable of rapidly advancing one's realm. The system truly delivered a great gift this time. Gu Ming smiled and began practicing the S-level stance technique, a glimmer of cold light taught by the system. A glimmer of cold light consists of 9 levels, each with one move. Currently, he is only at the peak of a first-tier martial artist and can only practice the first move. He chuckled softly, and the metallic liquid in his palm quickly condensed into an alloy spear. The left foot steps forward, the body tenses, the right hand grips the gun, ready to strike.
This is the first move of a glimmer of cold light.
Gu Ming followed the unique breathing method of the stake stance, instantly feeling a surge of energy and blood within. Previously, when practicing military boxing, he only felt his energy and blood flowing like a gentle stream. Now it surges like a rushing river, turbulent and mighty.
Boom! 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 Boom!
After just half an hour of cultivation, Gu Ming already felt utterly exhausted. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to give up. He could feel that the breakthrough was right in front of him. It wasn't a simple minor realm, but a leap from the peak of a first-tier warrior to a second-tier martial soldier. Warriors temper their flesh, allowing vital energy to circulate through their blood and flesh, refining the body to accommodate spiritual energy.
Second-tier martial soldiers focus on skin refinement.
They cultivate bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades and spears.
Time passed second by second.
Gu Ming stood holding his spear, maintaining his posture, adjusting his breathing, and circulating his vital energy. Sweat dripped down his forehead as his strength gradually waned. He clenched his teeth tightly, holding on with all his might. Finally, the surging energy and blood within him erupted, breaking through barriers like a flood bursting its dam. The energy and blood surged toward his skin, turning it a dark red, strange and inexplicable. The vital energy and blood circulated around the body once, gradually retracting. Gu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and full of spirit. He had broken through to the second-tier martial soldier.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18 years old. Realm, second-tier martial soldier, first level. Military rank, squad leader. Physique, peerless spear god, SSS level. Talent, ancestor of all weapons, SSS level, heaven's chosen, SSS level. Abilities, combat specialization, mastery, keen perception, mastery, insight technique, beginner. Stake skill, a glimmer of cold light, S level, first layer. Martial skill, basic spear technique, great achievement. Spiritual weapon, first-tier alloy spear, mortal weapon. Looking at the attribute panel, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with joy.
He hadn't expected that shortly after his breakthrough, relying on practicing an S-level stake technique once, he would successfully advance to a second-tier martial soldier. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the toughness of his skin. Although he hasn't reached the realm of copper skin and iron bones, he is clearly tougher than a first-tier warrior. Ordinary swords and blades can hardly harm him in the slightest. The breakthrough brought more than just changes to his skin. He also gained 2 brand new abilities. First, the insight technique, which is typically available at the 3rd tier, has been activated early thanks to the talent of the ancestor of 10,000 weapons.
Second, the external release of vital energy.
Now his vital energy can surge out from within his body, directly attacking enemies with astonishing destructive power. This is precisely the signature ability of second-tier martial soldiers. Insight technique combined with external release of vital energy significantly boosts combat power. The original specialization in combat and keen perception, though not yet breakthrough, have fundamentally strengthened with the surge in vital energy.
Combat specialization has become sharper, and combat talent has noticeably improved.
The perception range of keen perception has doubled, expanding from 10 meters to 20 meters. Ha! 3 months into enlistment, and I am already a second-tier martial soldier.
Those former classmates are probably still struggling with the college entrance exam to become martial artists, right? Gu Ming laughed calmly, without arrogance. He left the rooftop and returned to the dormitory. Wang Hu and Shen Yu were already fast asleep. He quietly took a shower and went to bed to rest. The next day, a new journey began. Early in the morning, the 5 members of the Sun and Moon squad gathered downstairs at the dormitory. Today, they are entrusted with an important mission to select 5 people to join the Sun and Moon squad in preparation for the upcoming Gale project. The 5 gathered, and Luo Shui suddenly turned to stare at Gu Ming. Min Xinran seemed to sense something as well, her gaze trembling slightly as she looked at Gu Ming. Why are you all staring at me?
Gu Ming was momentarily stunned, but he had already guessed the peculiarity between the two. Min Xinran said curiously, seeing the captain today, I feel something's a bit different. She pondered for a moment, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Specifically, it feels like you've become stronger.
Brother Ming has become stronger?
Fatty Chen Yu glanced at Gu Ming a few times but didn't notice anything unusual.
What has changed? Xinran, are you overthinking? Wang Hu also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think Mingzi still looks the same as yesterday.
Min Xinran stopped arguing and turned to look at Luo Shui. Luo Shui frowned deeply, staring intently into Gu Ming's eyes, and finally slowly uttered a sentence. Gu Ming, have you already reached the 2nd tier? Among the 5 element talents, the metal element has the sharpest perception, followed by the water and wood elements, while the earth and fire elements are relatively weaker. Therefore, it was completely normal for Luo Shui and Min Xinran to notice Gu Ming's anomaly. Upon hearing this, the chubby Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, but he quickly regained his composure. Luo Shui, stop joking. Ming just reached the peak of the warrior level. How could he possibly break through to the 2nd tier so quickly?
Yeah, no matter how fast, it can't be that quick. Wang Hu nodded in agreement. Gu Ming smiled.
Although he didn't want to show off intentionally, he still needed to let his teammates know his strength so they could cooperate more seamlessly during battles. So, he smiled faintly and confessed to the 4 people, I have indeed reached the 2nd tier.
See, I told you Ming.
The chubby boy's words were cut off halfway, and his expression suddenly turned serious.
What? Ming, you've reached the 2nd tier?
Wang Hu suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
**T.
Even though Luo Shui and Min Xinran felt something unusual, the 2 women still stared at Gu Ming, their gazes gradually becoming dazed.
Gu Ming actually broke through to a 2nd-tier martial soldier? How did he do it?
Clearly a double C talent, yet enlisted with us.
In 3 months, the highest level reached was only Luo Shui at the 6th stage of a first-tier warrior, and he's actually surpassed that? Gu Ming, has he really reached the 2nd tier? Can the gap between humans truly be this vast?
The 4 of them looked at each other, their hearts numb and cold. They felt that they were unworthy of the identity of the Sun and Moon Squad. Gu Ming looked at the shocked crowd and smiled faintly. I was just lucky, seizing the opportunity to break through.
Lucky? Seize the opportunity to break through?
The 4 people's expressions changed instantly, as if mocking.
Do you think we're fools? Opportunities are that easy to find? They're not even peak martial artists. You're already a 2nd-tier martial artist, and you're still talking about luck? That's way too dismissive. I'll go.
The 4 remained silent for a long time before reluctantly accepting this fact. Gu Ming smiled helplessly and turned to the main topic. Let's discuss next who should join the Sun and Moon Squad to participate in the Gale project. Gu Ming understood in his heart that the Gale project clearly had follow-ups and would definitely not be limited to Lincheng. This is likely a nationwide major operation by the Demon Suppression Army, with seed squads being formed in various regions. The four returned to their senses. Shen Yu and Wang Hu exchanged a glance, and Shen Yu spoke first. Ming Ji, the captain of the 100 Flowers Squad, Lin Baihua.
Shen Yu raised his chubby hand and firmly expressed his opinion.
A trace of coldness flashed in Luo Shui's eyes. Shen Yu gave an awkward smile. Sister Luo Shui, Captain Baihua is indeed excellent. She's a wind mage, exactly what we need. The little scheme in his heart remained unspoken. Lin Baihua is both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Luo Shui withdrew her gaze and nodded to Gu Ming. I agree, Lin Baihua can address the combat shortcomings of the Sun and Moon team.
Gu Ming also nodded.
Lin Baihua's outstanding abilities had long been clear to him.
Alright, the first candidate is set as Lin Baihua. Master Feng can provide air superiority and also scout enemy movements. Several people nodded one after another and continued discussing the next candidate.
Wang Hu crossed his arms and frowned, saying, Mingzi, I think the captain of the Big Blade Squad is pretty good.
Everyone fell into deep thought.
Dong Dao of the Big Blade Squad, a B-level metal scout, martial artist at the 5th level. The blade formation he created unexpectedly defeated the higher-ranked Mountain Forest Squad in yesterday's competition.
Gu Ming pondered, Dong Dao as a backup, proceed to the next one.
Although Dong Dao and Gu Ming are both scouts, with some overlap, it's not uncommon for two scouts to coexist.
As long as he has absolute leadership authority, there's no issue. Gu Ming is fully confident about this.
Min Shinran proposed two candidates. Captain, I suggest Chuing and Luo Chang from the Handsome Squad. Luo Shui nodded and added, Chuing can morph into a hawk, complementing Lin Baihua in aerial combat. Luo Chang is a beast tamer, which can significantly enhance our strength.
Gu Ming nodded. He had already taken a liking to these two.
There are only a handful of A-level talents in the rookie camp.
Apart from Li Junnan, we need all the others.
The squad now has 4 members selected, leaving only 1 remaining. Wang Hu pondered and then suggested, Captain, for the last member, I recommend the captain of the Mountain Forest Squad. Wang Hu appeared to be deep in thought, but in reality, he spoke bluntly. After all, the captains of the top 5 squads all have real skills. Shen Yu and Luo Shui also expressed their support. Gu Ming, however, remained silent. The captain of the Mountain Forest Squad seemed decent, but being defeated by the lower-ranked Broadsword Squad exposed some issues. The Sun and Moon Squad already has an Earth element monster, so there is no urgent need for another of the same type. He wants to make the team composition more diverse and rich. A person came to mind, Lu Ping, the mediocre team captain who, despite having both arms severed, still insisted on leading the team to compete. Although Lu Ping is now half-crippled, there is still a path in the high martial world.
In short, it's about mechanical modification to create artificial transcendence.
If Lu Ping is willing, he might be able to rise to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Sun and Moon Squad. I have an idea for the last person, but I'm not sure if it will work. When Gu Ming spoke, the 4 were slightly stunned. Soon, they all nodded in agreement to show their support. Captain, the decision is yours, we only provide suggestions.
If you have an idea, go for it. We'll fully support you.
Everyone chimed in one after another, with no objections.
Gu Ming smiled and said, thank you.
He knew that whether it was to enrich the diversity of the team or for other reasons, Lu Ping deserved a chance.
This opportunity might completely change Lu Ping's life trajectory.
Without it, he might lead a mediocre life and waste his years. Gu Ming didn't want to see someone so determined fall easily.
Go invite those 4 people.
The 4 nodded in unison, understanding that Gu Ming had a plan in mind. Soon, relying on information gathered through covert inquiries, Gu Ming arrived at the military hospital. He quickly met the former captain of the once mediocre squad, Lu Ping, in a private ward.
Lu Ping sat on the hospital bed, struggling to lift a backpack with his teeth, preparing to leave. Captain Lu, where are you planning to go?
Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Lu Ping froze for a moment, put down the backpack, and looked up.
Why are you here?
He frowned, looking at his current miserable state, then turned his gaze to the radiant Gu Ming. A pang of discomfort welled up in his heart, faintly feeling that the other was here to mock him. Gu Ming smiled without directly stating his purpose and instead curiously asked,
what do you plan to do after taking off your military uniform?
Before the words were finished, he had already guessed a bit. Lu Ping looked at himself and gave a bitter smile.
What else can I do?
All the team members are dead, and I've lost both arms.
In the army, I'd only be a burden. I've retired and am preparing to go home.
Deep resentment hidden in his eyes, Lu Ping stared at Gu Ming. Although his mediocre team could never defeat the Sun and Moon team, nor even have a chance at winning the championship. At the very least, he should have been able to establish himself firmly in the army. But fate was cruel. Not only did heaven deny him the opportunity, it also struck him down mercilessly. Gu Ming looked at this young man, only 18 years old but already devoid of youthful radiance, with mixed emotions. He shook his head, set aside his stray thoughts, and said, "I've come to invite you to join the Sun and Moon Squad and participate in the next step of the Gale Plan. Are you willing?" He was moved by Lu Ping's resilience, not out of pity. If Lu Ping is unwilling, he will not force it. This is the greatest respect for him. Lu Ping was stunned and slowly let out a cold laugh. "I'm just a useless person, and you want me to join the Sun and Moon Squad? I'm worthless." He shook his head with a bitter smile, his gaze falling on his empty arms. Gu Ming had anticipated this remark and said with a smile, "Have you heard of cyborgs?" Lu Ping looked at Gu Ming in surprise. In the 5 elements talent system, the metal element is not only adept at perception but also possesses a special affinity for metals. Some individuals with low metal element talent, if they come from wealthy families, often choose the path of mechanical modification. Gradually transforming their physical bodies into mechanical forms, they rely on technology to gain powerful combat capabilities. Other professions also have similar gene fusion pathways. Lu Ping has a B-level metal affinity and, with sufficient funds, has the potential to become a cyborg. But he knows his family is ordinary and doesn't have the money for mechanical modifications. Feeling bitter inside, he suddenly looks up, his eyes burning as he stares at Gu Ming. If he can join the Sun and Moon Squad and participate in the Gale Project, the Demon Suppression Army should provide subsidies. Replace 2 mechanical arms, it will definitely be fine. Lu Ping was stunned. After a moment, he spoke hoarsely with tears in his eyes. "Why are you helping me?" Gu Ming looked at him, knowing the major task was accomplished, and said with a smile, "I admire your willpower and acknowledge that you are a comrade worthy of entrusting my life to." Not pitying him? Gu Ming was actually not inviting him out of sympathy, but out of admiration for his resilience? Lu Ping froze, staring at Gu Ming, feeling as if he were radiating light. That was the only light in his life. Finally, Lu Ping nodded excitedly. "Captain Gu, I am willing to join the Sun and Moon Squad." There is still one sentence left unsaid in his heart. From now on, for Gu Ming, he is willing to go through fire and water. Gu Ming's kindness to him is undoubtedly a life-saving grace. He would rather die than regret. All right, stop staring at me like that." Facing Lu Ping's eager gaze, Gu Ming waved his hand with a smile. "I'll report to Centurion Zhao. In the meantime, get ready for the mechanical modifications over the next few days." "Yes, Captain." Lu Ping agreed excitedly, his eyes igniting with new hope. Joining the Sun and Moon Squad not only meant gaining a chance at rebirth but also the only way to kill all the beasts and avenge his fallen comrades. Gu Ming nodded and turned to leave. On the other side, in the dormitory of the Handsome Squad, Li Junan and the other 4 sat in pairs or threes on the edge of the bed, whispering about the future. They were not part of the first team and could only wait for Gu Ming to pick people. However, there was some estrangement between Gu Ming and them, making the atmosphere somewhat tense. Li Junan already knew he was going to Fire City. He glanced at the 4 and confidently said, "Brothers, are any of you interested in going to Fire City with me?" Apart from Chuing and Luo Qing, a gleam immediately flashed in the eyes of the other 2. "Brother Junan, can you take us along?" Li Junan glanced at them coldly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and pity. "Although my uncle helped me put in a word, it's impossible to take all of you." The underlying message clearly rejected the 2. The 2 lowered their heads with wry smiles, knowing they had been excluded. Only Chuing and Luo Cheng, with their special professions, had the chance to be taken away. Li Junan ignored his 2 dejected teammates, turned to look at Chuing and Luo Cheng, and smiled slightly, full of confidence. Chuing and Luo Cheng exchanged a glance, both feeling a ripple in their hearts. Without Li Junan's invitation, they probably would never have had the chance to come into contact with the Gale Project. Now, with this opportunity right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? Just as they were about to agree, a knock came from outside the dormitory door. Chuing raised an eyebrow and got up to open the door. The door opened, and he saw Gu Ming and the members of the Sun and Moon Squad standing at the entrance, with Lin Baihua and Dong Dao also present. They had already agreed to join the Sun and Moon Squad. Chu Ying's face lit up with joy. "Captain Gu, what brings you here?" He was overjoyed in his heart, certain that Gu Ming's visit at this moment was to invite them to join. Could it be that the rift between Gu Ming and Li Junan is about to be resolved? Looking at the numbers, the Sun and Moon Squad originally had 5 members. Adding Lin Baihua and Dong Dao, they were still 3 people short. In the dormitory, the other 4 people all turned to look toward the door.
Luo Qing's eyes lit up.
Although his black bear was almost knocked down by Gu Ming and couldn't recover in the short term, causing him some pain, he was very clear about Gu Ming's strength. Following Gu Ming, even if it's the next round of the Gale plan, the road ahead is bound to be broader. Li Junnan also felt a stir in his heart. The matter of going to Fire City is still in progress, and transferring personnel across regions as part of the Gale plan is something even his uncle Li Shuhai would find difficult to accomplish. If Gu Ming were to reconcile with him and invite him to join the Sun and Moon Squad. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Junnan's mouth, thinking that Gu Ming wasn't so tough after all. He decided to agree to his uncle's proposal. Thinking of this, Li Junnan stood up, walked to the door, and said to Gu Ming with a deliberately arrogant tone, the mighty captain of the first squad, "What brings you to my Junnan squad?" His tone was full of confidence, as if Gu Ming had come to beg him to yield. Faced with the unexpected appearance of Li Junnan, Gu Ming's good mood instantly turned gloomy. He frowned slightly and said, "I came here, and you should know the purpose." Li Junnan became even more certain, sneering inwardly, and waved his hand, saying, "In the adult world, opportunities only come once, but you missed it. Now, I don't want to join your Sun and Moon team anymore." He secretly chuckled, wanting to see Gu Ming beg him. Gu Ming, however, frowned and exchanged a glance with his teammate beside him. From Wang Hu and Chun Yu's expressions, the same thought could be seen. Does this guy have a screw loose? Everyone cast mocking glances, staring at Li Junnan as if he were a fool. Gu Ming's gaze swept over Li Junnan and instantly shifted to Chuing and Luo Qing. "Chuing, Luo Chang, I invite you to join the Sun and Moon Squad to participate in the next step of the Gale plan. Are you interested?" His tone was indifferent, as if it were a casual question. To him, this matter wasn't particularly important. With your personal strength, even if the Sun and Moon Squad only has 8 members, it's more than enough. The addition of Chuing and Luo Chang merely brings more possibilities to the Sun and Moon Squad, serving as the icing on the cake. If they are truly loyal to Li Junnan and unwilling to join, it is understandable. In the dormitory, upon hearing Gu Ming's words, Chuing and Luo Chang suddenly widened their eyes. The two exchanged a glance and quickly averted their gazes. After swallowing nervously, they nodded in response to Gu Ming without hesitation. "Captain Gu, of course we are willing to join. Yes, it is an honor to join the Sun and Moon Squad." You all spoke one after another, firmly agreeing. They were afraid of missing this opportunity, afraid there would be no second chance. After speaking, the two hurriedly packed their important belongings and followed Gu Ming out of the dormitory, standing behind him. Inside the door, Li Junnan was stunned. The confident expression on his face froze instantly, his eyes burning with rage as he stared intently at Gu Ming. "You!" He was furious, never having felt such humiliation. Gu Ming blatantly trampled him underfoot and even ground him down harshly. He was momentarily stunned. Li Junnan snapped back to reality, realizing that Gu Ming had never intended to invite him. Resentment and venom surged in his heart. He turned his head to look at Chuing and Luo Chang. "You two, are you really planning to join the Sun and Moon Squad? Not coming with me to Fire City?" Chuing and Luo Chang lowered their heads in silence. Li Junnan slammed the door angrily, bang. The sound echoed. He no longer asked why there was only one spot left, nor was he invited. That would be nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. He secretly resolved that today's humiliation would be repaid to Gu Ming 100-fold. Damn it! Listening to the footsteps fading away outside the door, Li Junnan stomped angrily, his eyes bloodshot. On the other side, Gu Ming looked at Chuing and Luo Chang and casually asked, "What's going on with going to Fire City?" Chuing hurriedly explained, Uncle Li Junnan pulled some strings to send him to Fire City to join the squad there. Gu Ming nodded, not paying much attention. Luo Qing cautiously looked at Gu Ming. Captain Li's strength is actually quite good. Although he is arrogant, condescending, and overly ambitious yet incompetent, which displeases them. As a comrade, Luo Qing wants to plead for Li Junnan. Chuing also looked at Gu Ming and spoke softly. Gu Ming shook his head lightly. "We are already at full capacity." The two were stunned, and Lin Baihua and Dong Dao also looked at you curiously. You smiled without saying much and led the team members to the chief instructor's office. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Zhao Ruilong and the others inside the office looked toward the door. Long Chang and Shirtu walked in and opened the door. Seeing the 9 of you, a smile appeared on his face. The 9 members of the Sun and Moon Squad squeezed into the office, making the space feel cramped. Zhao Ruilong glanced at you and was not surprised by the 4 people you invited. He smiled and nodded. The Gale project will take place in the capital. You all have 7 days of rest, during which you can go home or stay in the military camp, it's up to you. Hearing about the 7 days of home leave, everyone exchanged glances, extremely excited. Soldiers rarely get the chance to go home, and a 7-day vacation is practically a luxury for them. Zhao Ruilong looked at everyone's excitement and chuckled softly. What he didn't say out loud was, once the Gale plan is completed, they might be able to go home every day. But this, let it be a surprise for them. He glanced at the Sun and Moon squad again, his gaze fixed. Gu Ming, didn't you say the limit was 10 people? You only have 9. You smiled and told the team members to head out first, then turned to Zhao Ruilong and said, Chief Instructor, I want to invite Lu Ping to join the Sun and Moon squad. Zhao Ruilong stopped tapping his fingers on the table and revealed a look of surprise. The Stone and Cold Gun beside you also exchanged glances, their eyes sharp. After a moment, Zhao Ruilong slowly stood up and said with a smile, You little rascal. He shook his head inside. We were just discussing Lu Ping's future. He wants to retire. It's such a pity for such a promising talent to leave the military like this. I didn't expect you to want to bring him into the Sun and Moon squad. That's fine. You're planning to have him undergo mechanical modification, aren't you? As a scout, Zhao Ruilong quickly guessed your intentions. You nodded, I'll leave it to the Centurion. Zhao Ruilong smiled, no need to say leave it to me. Being able to have Lu Ping join the team is something I've always wanted to see. Changing the subject, Zhao Ruilong continued, I heard you have a younger brother with a disability in both legs? Gu Ming nodded lightly and pressed his lips together. This time returning home, he planned to properly address his younger brother's disability. Zhao Ruilong said with a smile, when you go back, talk to your brother and see if he's willing to try mechanical modification. The Demon Suppression Army has ample resources, excellent equipment, and the prices are much cheaper than outside. Gratitude flashed in Gu Ming's eyes as he nodded deeply. Thank you, Centurion Zhao. Zhao Ruilong waved his hand, alright, hurry home now. Looking at Gu Ming's departing figure, Zhao Ruilong's eyes were full of emotion. Lung Chang and Shi Tu felt the same. Gu Ming was incredibly strong and exceptionally talented. What was even rarer was his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, a quality that commanded admiration. Afternoon. The members of the Sun and Moon squad boarded the military vehicle and left the barracks outside the city. Returning to the city, everyone's mood was different. After getting off the vehicle, Gu Ming headed straight home. Younger brother and sister are his only concerns in this world. At this time, his sister should still be at school, and only his brother is at home. The technology on Blue Star far surpasses that of Earth in his previous life. Although the neighborhood where Gu Ming's family lives is not luxurious, it is at least equipped with a password lock. He entered the password, pulled the door handle, and opened the door. A slightly youthful voice came from the bedroom. Sis, why are you back so early? Immediately after, there was the sound of a wheelchair moving. Gu Ming, dressed in sportswear, looked at his younger brother sitting in the wheelchair. Gu Feng held a book in his arms. When he saw Gu Ming, his eyes widened instantly, his emotions complex. Brother! He dropped the book in his hand, quickly turned the wheelchair, and rushed toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming smiled at him. On vacation, came back to see you all. Gu Feng approached, looking at his brother, who had become tall and had a healthy wheat-colored complexion after 3 months away, and smiled. Tears shimmered in his eyes but were quickly wiped away. What were you just looking at? Gu Ming walked over and picked up the book Gu Feng had thrown away. Application and Harmonization Technology of Robotic Arms? He was stunned for a moment and immediately understood Gu Feng's purpose in reading this book. Gu Feng hurriedly snatched the book back from his hand and explained. Brother, just browsing casually. He was afraid Gu Ming might think he wanted to get a mechanical leg. Mechanical legs are expensive, with the cheapest costing at least 100,000 Blue Star coins. For normal living, that's fine, but for combat and cultivation, it would require at least 1,000,000 Blue Star coins. This is simply not something the Gu family can handle. Gu Ming smiled and decided to keep it a secret for now, waiting to tell his sister when she returned in the evening. I'll go buy groceries and cook. Do you want to come along? Gu Ming asked. Gu Feng nodded repeatedly. His sister went to school and usually had little time to take care of him. He could go out for walks on his own, but he often received strange looks, and over time, he became unwilling to go out alone. Gu Ming took his younger brother, bought a lot of ingredients, and returned home. Gu Feng always had a smile on his face. With his brother at home, he seemed to have a pillar of support. Brother, life in the military must be tough, right? On the road, Gu Feng turned back and asked. Gu Ming thought for a moment and replied. It is indeed tough, but it's all right. I've gained a lot. Gu Feng listened and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. If it weren't for him and his sister, Gu Ming wouldn't have taken such a big risk. He silently clenched his teeth, tightly gripping his fists, vowing not to hold anyone back. His fists quickly loosened again. He understood that he seemed powerless. "Don't overthink it, I have something to tell you tonight," Gu Ming said. Gu Feng nodded, his smile reappearing. "By the way, brother, I haven't told sister that you're back." He took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Xin. At the same time, Linqing 7th High School. On the playground, a group of students is undergoing routine training. In the mornings, high schools on Blue Star have cultural classes, including human history, exotic beast encyclopedia, and universal race knowledge. In the afternoons, there are martial arts classes. Although the awakening ceremony in senior year is still far away, students in the first and second years of high school must lay a solid foundation to prepare for cultivation after their talents awaken in the future. During the break, a beautiful young girl sat on a bench to rest, with fine sweat on her forehead and fair, clean skin. Beside her sat a short, ordinary-looking girl. The two shared a close relationship and were good friends. The beautiful one is naturally Gu Xin. She took a sip of water and was about to take out her phone for a glance. At this moment, 3 boys walked over. The leading boy wasn't wearing a school uniform but was dressed in branded sportswear, tightly covered despite the summer heat, with a luxury watch on his wrist. Gu Xin had heard of him, known as the strongman. She frowned slightly. This man was Li Junhai, a well-known wealthy heir at the school, with a deep family background. Even the principal dared not provoke him, which is why he could avoid wearing the school uniform. Li Junhai stared at Gu Xin's delicate features and licked his lips. "Gu Xin, have you thought about the matter I mentioned last time?" He spoke frivolously, as if it were a matter of course, seemingly never considering that she might refuse. Gu Xin recalled what Li Junhai had said to her earlier, and her face immediately darkened. That Li Junhai actually said he wanted her to be his girlfriend and even promised to provide cultivation resources. Li Junhai looked decent, but his personality was arrogant and conceited, carrying an unpleasant aura that repelled others. Gu Xin could never possibly like this kind of person. At the time, she didn't take his words to heart at all. Unexpectedly, he actually came back to ask her what she thought about it. Gu Xin felt a surge of anger and shook her head, saying coldly, "Not interested." The smile on Li Junhai's face instantly froze, clearly not expecting her to refuse. His expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. The girl beside Gu Xin cautiously tugged at her, her eyes filled with worry, fearing that Li Junhai might lose his temper. But Gu Xin completely ignored it. After all, this is a school, she didn't believe Li Junhai would dare to do anything to her. Just then, Gu Xin's phone suddenly lit up. She glanced at it, and her eyes trembled sharply. "Big brother is back?" She murmured to herself, immediately turned around, and headed straight to the teaching building to request leave. Soon, Gu Xin returned home and saw her big brother who had been away for 3 months. The girl's emotions erupted instantly, tears streaming uncontrollably as she tightly hugged Gu Ming and began to cry. "Big brother, you haven't had any trouble these 3 months, have you?" Gu Xin's eyes were anxious, full of worry. Gu Ming smiled and shook his head, his tone relaxed. "Of course not." Gu Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The stone hanging in her heart had fallen to the ground. The 3 siblings sat together, eating and chatting, discussing many things. As for Li Junhai, Gu Xin didn't mention him. After all, he was just a spoiled brat at school who wouldn't dare do anything to her, so she didn't take it to heart. To speak out would only make brother worry. The food was eaten clean, and everyone's stomachs were full. Gu Ming turned to Gu Feng at this moment, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation. "Gu Feng, I've performed well in the military and secured an opportunity for you to undergo mechanical modification. What do you think?" "Mechanical transformation?" Gu Feng's chopsticks fell onto the table with a clatter. His neck instantly stiffened, and he slowly raised his head to look at Gu Ming, tears streaming like a spring. Gu Feng raised his head, his eyes fixed on Gu Ming, unable to hide his excitement. The joy on Gu Xin's face instantly disappeared, replaced by shock. The cost of mechanical modifications is terrifyingly high, starting at 200,000 to 300,000 on the market. The cheapest option, at 100,000, is just a prosthetic limb. Don't expect it to be of much use. The mechanical modification machines of the Demon Suppression Army are even rarer, making people green with envy. Their equipment is not only top-notch in quality but also technologically advanced. To receive mechanical modifications from the Demon Suppressing Army is either a rebirth through fire or at least a renewal of life. The two were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Gu Feng reached out and grabbed Gu Ming's arm, holding it with some force. He was too emotional. After all these years, he had always wanted to free himself from the burden but had no way to do so. The only escape he could think of was death. Perhaps only death could bring him relief. But now, it seemed he had found a glimmer of hope to keep living. Gu Ming smiled at them, interrupting the worries they were about to express. "Don't worry, I've been doing great in the military. This opportunity comes at no cost. You can focus on undergoing mechanical modification. You're too young, and your talent hasn't awakened yet. For now, you can only undergo preliminary modifications. Once your metal-based talent awakens in the future, you can gradually upgrade to become a fully modified cyborg." Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. "Thank you, big brother." "Don't mention it, why thank your brother?" Gu Ming said with a smile, turning to his sister. "Gu Xian, this card has 100,000 blue star coins, enough for your cultivation for a while." Gu Ming handed her a card, which was the reward from their combat mission. He slew 2 giant mutant rats, plus a rat king, earning generous rewards. Gu Xian was stunned, unsure how to respond. "Take it, don't be polite with me. Just focus on training hard and strive to awaken a good talent. Talent awakening depends not only on innate abilities but also on hard work afterward. Before awakening, the better the physical condition, the stronger the talent theoretically. Although there is no concrete evidence, most people believe this." Gu Xian's eyes glistened with tears, understanding that the 100,000 blue star coins represented Gu Ming's hard-earned sweat and toil. She nodded, her fingers tightly clutching the card, leaving blood marks. For the next 7 days, Gu Ming stayed with his younger siblings, and the days were warm and peaceful. 7 days later, Blue Star would witness a major event, the college entrance examination. 100 days after the awakening of talents, the college entrance examination is held. Promising high school students pass the college entrance examination, enter Wuhan University, and progress step by step to become pillars of society in the future. But none of this has anything to do with Gu Ming. At this moment, he is heading to the military airport to meet up with his teammates and prepare to head to the capital. Accompanying him is the chubby Qinyu. "Ming, you have no idea. When I went home these past 2 days, my dad saw my complexion and was completely stunned." On the way, Qinyu talked endlessly about his time at home. His dad originally thought that after 3 months of training in the recruit camp, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it and would beg to leave the camp in tears. Unexpectedly, Qinyu toughed it out and even became a member of the special squad, with limitless prospects ahead. Father Chen was extremely surprised, feeling that his son was truly accomplished. Returning home this time, Qinyu really made a name for himself. Of course, regarding classified matters like the Gale project, he didn't mention a single word, showing a commendable level of awareness. "Alright, my ears are almost worn out from listening." The off-road vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Gu Ming jumped out. Qinyu hadn't finished speaking when Gu Ming shook his head. From a distance, a few figures could be seen standing quietly. Wang Hu, Luo Shui, Min Xinran, and Lin Baihua had all arrived. Apart from Lu Ping, Gu Ming, and Qinyu were the last 2 to arrive. Gu Ming smiled and stepped forward toward them. "Everyone's here." Standing in front of the group, Gu Ming smiled and began speaking, listening to them share stories about going home. Wang Hu had nothing to say. He had no parents and simply gathered with his old friends. Luo Shui was the same. Luo Dahai knew everything about her. She returned home as usual and continued her training as usual. Therefore, Luo Shui's strength was ahead, having advanced to the 7th level of martial artist, surpassing everyone except Gu Ming. Min Xinran did not go home. She knew that her current achievements were still insufficient, and going back would only invite ridicule from her father and brothers. These past few days, she has been staying at Luo Shui's home. By the way, Zhao Ruilong specifically reminded her not to wear a military uniform when going to the capital. So today, Luo Shui is wearing a short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, paired with white sneakers, her long hair naturally draped, exuding a cool yet goddess-like aura. She looks just like how Gu Ming saw her at school, less stern like a soldier and more fresh and beautiful. Min Xinran was dressed in a black and white JK uniform, with short black hair neatly tucked behind her ears, looking both obedient and clean. Lin Baihua, on the other hand, was the most eye-catching. She was already beautiful, and today she wore a bright red long dress paired with wavy long hair. Her lively personality combined with her mature and charming aura made quite a few male teammates around her blush. Gu Ming also took a few extra glances at these 3 women. There was no helping it, their looks were truly extraordinary. "Captain, who exactly is our last teammate? Why haven't you told us yet?" Dong Dao couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of anticipation. As soon as these words were spoken, aside from the original 5 members of the Sun and Moon team, Lin Baihua, Xu and Luo Cheng also turned their attention to Gu Ming, staring at him. Gu Ming was about to respond when someone suddenly approached from afar. The man wore sunglasses, had a tall and burly figure, and was much more robust than the average adult. Even Wang Hu appeared frail in front of him, especially his bulging arms, which stretched the sleeves tight, exuding a strong sense of power. Who is this person? Everyone was stunned. The person wearing gloves approached, slowly took off their sunglasses, revealing Lu Ping's face. The mechanical device emitted clicking sounds, full of a sense of technology. Lin Baihua and the others felt a buzzing in their heads, completely unprepared for the fact that the last member of the Sun and Moon Squad turned out to be Lu Ping. What was even more shocking was his pair of mechanically modified arms. The group stared intently at Lu Ping's arms, their astonishment evident. Lu Ping smiled and said to Gu Ming, "Thank you, Captain, for giving me this opportunity. The mechanical transformation was a great success, and I am now a true cyborg." He looked around at everyone and confidently added, "Now, in the Sun and Moon Squad, apart from the captain, no one can rival me." "Oh my god, a cyborg!" Lin Baihua widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Xu, Luo Cheng, Dong Dao, and the others also turned to look at Gu Ming. "Captain, you actually brought Captain Lu into the team and even performed mechanical modifications on him." It is well known that metal affinity gifted warriors can undergo mechanical modifications to become cyborgs. But actually seeing it still feels novel, unexpected to encounter it so soon. This situation is as fresh as when Gu Ming and the others first saw the special talent of Wind Mage Lin Baihua. Everyone gathered around Lu Ping, looking around curiously. Gu Ming gradually figured out the situation. Although Lu Ping's both arms were fractured, the scope of mechanical modification extended far beyond his arms, also involving the bones connecting the arms and the chip implanted in his brain. This chip is not connected to the internet, it is specifically linked to Lu Ping's mental system to help him control the mechanical arms, simultaneously enhance computing power. In the future, within the Sun and Moon Squad, Gu Ming might no longer be the strongest mind. But when it comes to command, the human brain still has the upper hand. Machines may be precise, but they can never match the flexibility and battlefield intuition of the human brain. The crowd had just finished their conversation when the distant sky suddenly roared. The thunderous sound of an engine grew closer. Before long, a silver-painted private plane slowly landed in front of them. The plane came to a stop, and the cabin door opened. Gu Ming and the others' pupils contracted sharply, and what came into view were two long, slender black-stockinged legs. A sexy woman dressed in black professional attire with curled chestnut-colored long hair gracefully walked down. Two female assistants followed behind her. As she approached, the woman smiled at Gu Ming. "You must be the captain of the Sun and Moon Squad, Gu Ming, right?" Before Gu Ming could respond, she confidently introduced herself. "I am Luya, and I am responsible for escorting your Gale Squad to the capital this time. At the same time, I am also the liaison officer for your Gale project. Just call me Instructor Lu. From now on, I will be fully in charge of your training, missions, logistics, and daily life. In other words, I am also a member of your Storm Squad." Luya gave Gu Ming a charming smile. She was the type of sultry older sister, around 25 or 26 years old. Gu Ming happens to like this type. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he reached out to shake hands with Luya. "Hello, Instructor Lu." Luya smiled and waved to everyone. "All right, everyone, get on the plane." After saying that, she turned around first and boarded the plane in high heels. Gu Ming and the others followed closely behind. The chubby Qinyu occasionally poked Gu Ming and whispered, "Ming, this Instructor Lu is truly beautiful. Don't miss the chance." Although the words were spoken softly, every martial artist present heard them. Up ahead, Luya remained calm and composed, introducing the facilities beside the aircraft. However, Luo Shui, Min Shinran, and Lin Baihua all looked displeased. In the Sun and Moon Squad, Gu Ming is undoubtedly the strongest. Whether in the military or the outside world, the strong are always respected. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the three members of Luo Shui somewhat admired Gu Ming. It can't be called infatuation, but it's not far from it either. But at this moment, Instructor Lu, dressed in a black silk professional outfit, suddenly appeared, practically a crushing blow. The three of them all stared at Gu Ming, knowing full well that he was definitely captivated. With gloomy expressions, the three women found seats and sat down in silence. Chen Yu, Wang Hu, Lu Ping, and the other six noticed the unusual atmosphere and quickly retreated to the back row, avoiding the captain's romantic calamity. Luya invited Gu Ming to sit in the front row. The two sat side by side. She smiled charmingly and introduced the details of the storm plan to him as they walked. Gu Ming listened attentively, gaining a lot of insider information in advance. This storm plan was initiated due to the increasingly tense situation for humanity. Although the alien beasts and myriad races have not yet launched a full-scale attack, the alien beasts and myriad races emerging from the void wormholes are continuously growing stronger, escalating the threat. The ancient nation's authorities have decided to continue selecting seeds through the college entrance examination and martial universities to join the Night Watcher organization and handle special incidents. On the other hand, they will select elites from more loyal and well-trained military forces to implement the Gale Plan. This plan aims to train a special elite team that surpasses the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Office, and the Night Patrol, stationed in major cities. In the future, these elite teams will be distributed across major cities to safeguard human safety. Once a special mission arises on the front lines, they will immediately deploy to resolve those challenging crises. Gu Ming took a deep breath after hearing this. This Gale project, he truly made the right decision to come, or rather, it couldn't have been more perfect. The three major official military organizations of the ancient nation are the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers are nominally under the Public Security Bureau but actually operate independently, specializing in handling various special incidents. The Demon Suppression Army, on the other hand, is tasked with external warfare, directly battling the myriad races of exotic beasts on the front lines. Nowadays, the Gale Project is set to form an elite squad. Although its members still come from the Demon Suppression Army, their status surpasses that of the three major institutions. The potential for development behind this, as well as the changes it might bring in the future, is beyond imagination. Gu Ming was filled with excitement, his gaze unconsciously falling on Luya. She sat comfortably in a wide, soft aviation lounge chair, her expression lazy yet relaxed. Legs crossed, the black silk stockings on her long legs were particularly eye-catching. From Gu Ming's perspective, the scene was magnificent, making his heart race. His face slightly flushed, he quickly looked away and asked, "Liuya Jie, does that mean you'll be part of our Gale squad from now on?" Luya nodded as if it were a matter of course, her tone indifferent. "Yes, my military rank is captain, one level higher than yours, and my strength is slightly superior. But I am still only the deputy leader of the Sun and Moon Squad." "You are the leader." Gu Ming was stunned, and the pressure instantly surged in his heart. "Luya, what is your current level and talent?" Since they were teammates, he had to understand her true strength. Luya responded with a smile, her tone relaxed. "Captain Gu, there's no need to rush this. The Gale project will continue for another year. During this time, I will only be responsible for logistics and protection, not actual combat. To truly fight side by side, we'll have to wait until a year later." Gu Ming nodded, finally understanding her meaning. The plane roared as it landed, and Gu Ming and his team arrived at a military airport in the capital. Luya led them onto the car, heading straight to the real gathering place of the Gale squad. The scenery outside the window quickly receded. Strangely, the car did not head out of the city but instead went deeper into the urban area, where the hustle and bustle grew more intense. Gu Ming was stunned and turned to look at Luya beside him. "Luya, where are we going?" Luya smiled faintly, her gaze calm. "You didn't see wrong. The training base of the Gale squad is not outside the city, but inside the city." "Inside the city?" Gu Ming confirmed again. Military camps are usually located outside the city, so arranging training within the city seemed quite unusual. Luya chuckled lightly and nodded. "You members of the Gale squad are all top elites of the Demon Suppression Army. Even if eliminated, your future remains extraordinary. How could we let you be constantly exposed to the threat of beasts outside the city?" Gu Ming, upon hearing this, found it quite reasonable. They are the seeds of humanity, and placing them in a safe place like the capital is the most prudent choice. The car soon stopped in front of a towering skyscraper. This building is not in the city center, but it's not far away, standing a full 100 stories tall. Wang Hu, Xin Yu, and the others stared in astonishment with wide eyes. Even Luo Shui and Lin Baihua, who had seen much of the world, hadn't expected the training location to be here. Luya pointed at the building and said, "This is the headquarters of the Gale Project, the place where you will live and train in the future." Everyone was shocked as Luya led them into the building. A resplendent and luxurious hall came into view. Though magnificent, it felt desolate, with only a few scattered individuals sitting by the sofas, conversing in low voices. Luya explained, "This building is nominally the headquarters of Gale Security Company, taking on various security tasks to confuse the myriad races and evil forces." Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing myriad races and evil organizations. After the arrival of the Void Wormhole, the greatest threat to Blue Star humanity was the powerful alien beasts. But aside from the alien beasts, there was an even more troublesome enemy, the myriad races of the void. Though few in number, they possess strange abilities, capable of transforming into human forms, hiding among the crowd, and delivering fatal blows to humanity at any moment.
Even more terrifying were the evil organizations, the traitors of humanity.
They betrayed their fellow humans, siding with alien beasts or the myriad races, becoming a cancer more dangerous than the alien beasts.
Gu Ming remembered that his parents were betrayed by such traitors, leading to their tragic deaths while resisting the alien beasts. Although those traitors were eventually eliminated, the truth of the wrongful deaths could never be erased. Continuing forward, Luya led them to take the elevator directly to the 90-plus floors.
It is said that everything below the 90th floor is a disguise for the security company's departments, while the true headquarters of the Gale project is located above the 90th floor.
The elevator chimed and stopped at the 101st floor.
Gu Ming stepped out of the elevator, greeted by a corridor filled with a high-tech vibe. Luya introduced with a smile, floors 91 to 100 are dormitories and daily training areas. The 101st floor is the headquarters lobby, and mission assignments are located on one side of the lobby. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the Gale project consists of 100 teams from all over the country. Excluding instructors, the total number of people reaches 1,000.
Hiss, 100 teams, 1,000 people? Chen Yu exclaimed.
Wang Hu and the others also widened their eyes, unable to hide their shock. Luya continued, the Gale project will last for a whole year.
1 year later, you will undergo a comprehensive assessment.
The scoring method will no longer be a competition but will be based on your performance in actual combat.
How can the score be improved?
It all depends on how many combat missions you complete within this year. For each combat mission, I will track and record the entire process, documenting your performance. The final data will be reported and scored by the higher-ups. The total score accumulated over the year will determine your final ranking. Luya said this as she walked to the front desk and picked up a wristband for everyone. This wristband is highly advanced and can project a virtual screen. It can not only be used as a phone or computer to check team rankings and task information. It can also assist in cultivation, monitor physical indicators, and track life status.
Gu Ming put on the wristband and smiled. Isn't this just a small attribute panel?
Its functionality is strong, but it can't compare to the comprehensiveness of his system.
Luya operated on the computer for a while and assigned dormitories to everyone.
She looked at the members of the Sun and Moon team and said, your dormitory is in Hall 9 on the 99th floor, which happens to be 999.
Alright, Gu Ming, you stay here. The rest of you, head to the dormitory first.
Except for Gu Ming, everyone nodded in unison.
Yes, Instructor Lu. After the 9 people left, Gu Ming looked at Luya in confusion. Why did you leave me alone?
Luya glanced at him, her eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Although it wasn't love at first sight, Gu Ming was handsome and strong, and she had some intention of teasing him.
If you truly like each other, then just be together. No one is stopping you. Gu Ming's face flushed slightly under that gaze. A hot-blooded young man, facing a sexy older sister in black stockings, who wouldn't be tempted? Do you still remember your first real combat mission? Luya asked.
Gu Ming paused for a moment. Of course, he remembered. That time, he killed 2 adult mutant rats and a rat king.
Luya smiled and continued.
At that time, the chief instructor would grade your performance in the actual combat.
Your Sun and Moon squad received an S-level rating that time.
Gu Ming was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but quickly calmed down, finding it reasonable.
Luya saw his calm reaction and asked with a smile. Do you know how many out of the 100 teams nationwide have achieved S-level? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. How many? Luya smiled. 9.
With you included, only 10 squads have ever achieved an S grade. The military respects the strong. As the captain of the Sun and Moon squad, you need to come with me to meet the chief instructor, and also take the chance to meet your future opponents. Taking the elevator straight to the 103rd floor, the chief instructor's office, Gu Ming turned his head to look at the black silk-clad lady beside him and curiously asked, Sister Luya, do you know the profiles of the other 9 S-grade squad captains? It was just a casual question, but unexpectedly, Luya nodded, smiled, and winked in response. Of course I know. But if you want me to tell you in advance, you'll have to give me some compensation first.
Reward? Gu Ming was stunned. What do you want?
Luya smiled charmingly, her voice in the elevator so low it made hearts race. I want you, is that okay? Her breath was as fragrant as orchids, and her words echoed in Gu Ming's ear, making his whole body tremble as if struck by lightning.
Seeing his reaction, Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Later, when you meet the other 9 S-level captains, I'll introduce them to you one by one.
Gu Ming nodded, but his mind was still in turmoil. He secretly sighed. Luya really knew how to flirt. The elevator doors opened, and the two arrived at the 103rd floor. It was similar to the 101st floor, still a spacious hall.
Following Luya forward, Gu Ming's view suddenly widened.
It was a massive lounge, with various foods and fruits placed beside the sofas. On the side near the windows, there were numerous fitness equipment lined up. A muscular man, full of explosive power, was standing by the window working out. The barbell in front of him weighed several hundred kilograms, yet he effortlessly lifted it with one hand, showing no strain. Gu Ming followed the gaze, and Luya introduced, "That's Zhao Zilei, a native of the capital city, and the captain of the Thunder Squad." Just as Gu Ming was about to ask, Luya continued, "He possesses an S-level rare talent, a Thunder Mage." Gu Ming was slightly shaken and raised his eyes to take a closer look. This was the first time he had seen someone other than himself with an S-level talent. After a slight sensing, he probed the other's realm, peak warrior. Top-tier strength, exactly like he had been not long ago.
At this moment, more people walked in. Everyone sitting by the sofa turned to look at Luya.
One of them, a man dressed in a white suit with a gentle and jade-like complexion, stood up and greeted her with a smile, "Sister Luya."
He turned to look at Gu Ming and extended his hand. "I wasn't mistaken, was I? This must be the captain of the Sun and Moon Squad from Lincheng, Gu Ming?"
His words were firm yet not arrogant, exuding confidence with a touch of warmth. Although Gu Ming didn't know how the other party had learned his identity, he still reached out to shake his hand.
"I'm Gu Ming." The man in the white suit smiled warmly.
"My name is Wen Baiyu, captain of the Baiyu Squad."
"Looking forward to working with you, Captain Gu." Luya leaned close to Gu Ming's ear and whispered, "Wen Baiyu is also an S-level talent, a light-type priest."
"Light type?" Gu Ming was so shocked he almost forgot to breathe.
"He has some understanding of various natural elements.
Although the 5 elemental attributes are common, the wind, thunder, and ice elements are already quite rare.
As for the light and dark elements, he hasn't even heard of anyone possessing them."
Unexpectedly, he encountered one today, and it turned out to be an S-level light element talent.
Gu Ming secretly admired this while also understanding why Wen Baiyu was so courteous to him.
Light element priests specialize in healing, earning the title of 9-star super healer.
A gentle personality is only natural.
The other party being able to know his identity in advance also indicates an extraordinary background. At this moment, another person stood up and walked toward Gu Ming. She was dressed in a light blue long dress, her expression cold and alluring with a hint of charm, evoking a mix of emotions in Gu Ming. "Hello, I am Bai Mengbing, from the City of Technology, captain of the Ice Stream Squad." Bai Mengbing smiled at Gu Ming and extended her fair, jade-like hand for a handshake. The City of Technology is the second largest main city in the ancient country, apart from the capital, and Gu Ming had heard of it long ago. But he knew nothing about Bai Mengbing, so he turned to look at Luya. Luya rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a teleprompter. Bai Mengbing is an illusionist and ice mage with double S-level talent. The name of the Ice Dream Squad originates from this."
Gu Ming was once again shocked.
First, there was the S-level lightning mage Zhao Zilei, followed by the S-level light priest Wen Baiyu, and now a double S-level illusionist and ice mage Bai Mengbing.
This Gale project truly hides extraordinary talents. How can he manage with double C talent? Oh, wait, he's double SSS. Never mind. Gu Ming smiled.
At this moment, another person walked over to the sofa. This person had just come of age, yet already had a potbelly, looking just like a middle-aged uncle. He extended a hand several times fatter than Chen Yu's and smiled at Gu Ming.
"Hello, I'm also from the City of Technology and the captain of the Beast Taming Squad, Yu Baiwan."
At the mention of this name, Gu Ming was slightly startled. He was well aware of the weight behind this surname. The Yu family of the City of Technology, with their ancestor Yuan, is a legend in the business world.
The current family head, Yu Qianwan, is even more renowned.
As for the man in front of him, Yu Baiwan, his identity speaks for itself. Luya whispered in his ear, "S-level beast taming talent." Gu Ming was no longer surprised after hearing this. He knew in his heart that, apart from his apparent double C-level talent, almost everyone else here was S-level. Sure enough, there were still 5 people by the sofa who hadn't stood up, 3 men and 2 women. Li Wanbing, from Fire City in the 3rd Province, captain of the Wanbing Squad, S-level Metal Affinity. Feng Yun, S-level Wood Affinity. Tianshui, S-level Water Affinity. Li Ernu, S-level Fire Affinity. Wang Hodao, S-level Earth Affinity. Luya introduced them one by one, and Gu Ming quickly remembered everyone's names. Apart from Li Wanbing, the others were very polite to him. Everyone more or less knows that this captain of the Sun and Moon Squad from Lincheng is no ordinary person.
Indeed. He is the only dual C talent on the field. But to receive an S-level evaluation in his first actual combat, there must be some hidden secrets behind it.
No one dares to underestimate him. But Li Wanbing still did not get up. Gu Ming learned from Luya that the Li family and the Li family in Lincheng are distant relatives. As for Li Junnan, he is being transferred to Wanbing's squad.
Now Gu understood clearly. Li Wanbing's indifference toward him was most likely due to Li Junnan.
He shook his head inwardly and smiled helplessly. This Li Junnan was truly a hot potato that couldn't be shaken off. At this moment, Zhao Zilei, who was practicing by the floor-to-ceiling window, stopped his movements, wiped his sweat, and transformed into a lightning-like flash. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Zhao Zilei appeared in front of Gu Ming, grinning as he said, "My name is Zhao Zilei.
I heard you're pretty impressive."
Lightning mages, like fire demons, have fiery and straightforward personalities. Gu Ming smiled faintly, actually appreciating such direct and forthright opponents.
"Not bad,"
he responded indifferently, his face calm and unruffled. Zhao Zilei smiled and reached out, lightly bumping fists with him.
"Let's have a match later." Gu Ming glanced at Luya. "Is private fighting allowed here?"
Luya was silent for a moment and shook her head. Private fighting is of course prohibited, but his uncle, Zhao Dalong, is the chief instructor of this storm plan.
Zhao Dalong?
Gu Ming's heart stirred, wondering if he had a younger brother named Zhao Ruilong. He smiled and responded to Zhao Zilei's sharpness.
"Sure, it's just..."
The tone shifted, and his gaze turned sharp.
"Don't cry later when I beat you." Zhao Zilei burst into laughter, finding Gu Ming even more straightforward.
It had been a long time since he had encountered such a forthright scout.
The people around, including Wen Baiyu, also laughed out loud, thinking Gu Ming was quite amusing. Soon, a figure emerged from the nearby office.
He wasn't wearing a military uniform, but as soon as everyone saw him, their expressions immediately turned solemn, and they shouted in unison.
"Zhao Wanhuhu! Wanhuhu? Is this really a marquis?"
Gu Ming glanced at him a few more times before turning his gaze away. He looked nothing like Zhao Ruilong. He was too rugged and appeared like a hot-tempered man.
Zhao Dalong walked up to the crowd, scanned the 10 captains, and laughed heartily.
"You are all elites from various regions.
I won't say much.
This Gale plan will last for a year, during which you can train, slack off, engage in combat, and complete missions. After a year, rankings will be determined based on military achievements. The top 10 squads will receive preferential resources from the Demon Suppression Army, and the first squad will have the right to choose city allocation and greater resources. If you fail to make it into the top 10 after a year, you will exit the Gale plan and be transferred to the Night Watchers." Zhao Dalong's words were similar to what Luya said. Gu Ming silently nodded and kept it in mind.
"The rankings are updated daily and can be checked anytime on the combat wristband. Now, I'll give you a special opportunity."
Zhao Dalong gave a mysterious smile and glanced at the 10 people. "I heard that many of you were promoted ahead of schedule in the recruit camp." He looked at Zhao Zilei, Gu Ming, and the others, smiling even more. The military respects the strong, and the Whirlwind Project values the strong even more. You 10 captains represent the 10 strongest among the 1,000 participants in the Whirlwind Project. Next, 10 people will spar on the same stage, and teaming up for an attack is allowed. The last one standing will be directly promoted by 1 rank.
Zhao Dalong smiled as Gu Ming's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. He finally understood Zhao Zilei's earlier hint. It was all for this match. However, Luya looked charmingly at Gu Ming.
"I heard you're the strongest in Lincheng, but you should watch out for them.
If you win, you'll become a captain.
Let me tell you quietly, these people have only been promoted exceptionally once, at most to the rank of sergeant."
Gu Ming's smile grew even wider.
As soon as Zhao Dalong finished speaking, he drew his spear, ready to face the battle. When Baiyu walked over to Zhao Zilei, smiling as he spread his hands.
"Zilei, let's team up. How about we fight together in the end?" Zhao Zilei nodded slightly.
Though strong, he didn't dare to take on 10 people alone.
Bai Mengbing and Yu Baiwan stood together.
The two were from the City of Technology and had a good relationship. Feng Yun and Tian Shui naturally gravitated toward each other. Li Ernu and Wang Hodao formed a team. In the end, only Gu Ming and Li Wanbing were left facing each other alone. The two exchanged glances, neither showing any intention of teaming up.
Li Wanbing twisted his neck and stood up to ask Gu Ming, "According to Jun Nan, you're pretty strong?"
Gu Ming didn't answer, only gripping his spear tightly.
"Not bad. Repeat what you just said."
A trace of anger flashed in Li Wanbing's eyes, but it was suppressed by Gu Ming's sharpness. After nodding, he took out a weapon, a box. The box opened, revealing several throwing knives.
Li Wanbing waved his hand, and the flying knife shot swiftly toward Gu Ming.
Fighting can cause injuries, don't cry out in pain. Before the words had finished, he directly made his move. Gu Ming smiled, his perception sharp, the flying knife had nowhere to hide. The tip of the spear flicked, instantly knocking down all the flying knives.
Li Wanbing froze. How could a peak martial artist be suppressed by Gu Ming as soon as he made a move?
Gu Ming did not hesitate and stepped forward, sweeping horizontally with the spear handle. Li Wanbing was sent flying by a punch, crashing heavily onto the nearby sofa, unable to get up. Gu Ming made his move, immediately ceasing to hide his strength.
The powerful aura of a second-tier martial soldier erupted instantly, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically.
What the heck, a second-tier martial soldier? Yu Baiwan exclaimed, waving his chubby hand in the air.
Come out.
He called a few times, and a round, chubby giant panda sluggishly rolled out. Its black-rimmed eyes stared intently at Gu Ming, and its bare face immediately changed.
Whoa, a martial soldier.
The panda actually spoke, exuding a second-tier aura, but it shook its head and waved its paws. The panda clung to Yu Baiwan's leg, shaking its head repeatedly. I won't fight, I won't fight. Yu Baiwan was stunned, not expecting his pet beast to falter at such a critical moment. Shit, he cursed inwardly and waved his hand to summon again. Two fierce tigers appeared, but their level was lower than the pandas, only at the peak of the first tier. Yu Baiwan was an S-level gifted beast tamer, capable of contracting 3 pet beasts at the first tier, but he couldn't control beasts with a higher level than his own. The panda just now was exactly like that.
Two fierce tigers stared intently at Gu Ming. Although they feared his strength, their faces remained exceptionally ferocious.
Gu Ming smiled faintly, and the battle erupted instantly.
10 minutes later,
Gu Ming, possessing the first level of the second-tier martial soldier realm and wielding a spear, stood firm with strength 3 times that of his opponents. The remaining people, except for Wen Baiyu, who could still stand thanks to his exaggerated healing abilities, were all lying on the ground, unable to move.
Wen Baiyu, dressed in a white suit, scanned the scene and shook his head with a wry smile. Chief Instructor, I admit defeat.
He could hold on for a while longer, but taking hits from this monster was pointless. Gu Ming is simply like a monster. Who else with double C-level talents can achieve this?
This guy is probably an even more astonishing physical anomaly.
The battle ended, and Zhao Dalong looked at Gu Ming, his eyes full of complexity. Unexpectedly, all the geniuses from the capital and the city of technology were defeated by Gu Ming alone. Lin City has produced a formidable figure this time. He had long heard that Gu Ming was a dark horse back in Lin City, sweeping away a crowd of geniuses. Now, in a different environment, Gu Ming is still a dark horse, and still number 1.
Zhao Dalong shook his head, stared at Gu Ming, and asked, "What's your current military rank?"
"I'll promote you by 1 rank right away, just so you know." Rank promotion not only increases resources but also signifies an elevation in power. Li Junan was able to join Gu Ming's Sun and Moon squad because his uncle, Li Shuai, bypassed Zhao Ruilong's formal procedures. Military rules are strict. A higher rank allows one to issue orders.
Disobeying orders could result in immediate execution.
Gu Ming responded excitedly, reporting to Marquis Wan, "I am now a squad leader." As soon as Zhao Dalong finished speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes. "You said you're a squad leader?"
He was stunned. Wasn't it agreed that the captains of the first demon-slaying squads from each town would be promoted 1 rank to become team leaders before arriving in the capital? How did Gu Ming become the commander?
Zhao Dalong didn't know that Gu Ming's exceptional promotion this time was backed by a general.
Luya saw Zhao Dalong's expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly.
Zhao Zilei stared at Zhao Dalong, his tone serious. "Chief Instructor, you must keep your word." Zhao Dalong glared at Zhao Zilei, his gaze almost lethal. This nephew is really digging a hole for him, forcing him into a tough spot. He shook his head helplessly, feeling regretful, but the authority of the chief instructor could not be challenged.
He sighed and said, "From today onwards, you are a captain."
It's not that he doesn't want to promote Gu Ming, but the promotion is happening too quickly, and the young man isn't ready to take on the responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the heavier the pressure. He needs time to adapt gradually. But the words have already been spoken, and there's no turning back.
A hint of amusement flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. "Thank you, Marquis."
Zhao Dalong waved his hand. "All right, you young people chat, I'll be off now." After Zhao Dalong left, except for Li Wanbing, Wen Baiyu and the others all gathered around, congratulating Gu Ming one after another. Gu Ming did not let it go to his head.
He knew that these people had deep backgrounds.
Not afraid of offending others, but most afraid of being schemed against behind the scenes.
He responded to each with a smile, yet there wasn't the slightest trace of arrogance on his face. Luya watched this scene and nodded inwardly, growing even more appreciative of this young man. Young yet able to remain calm and composed, truly rare. Over an hour later, Gu Ming returned to dormitory 999. Luya was dressed in professional attire, her long legs and black stockings moving gracefully, high heels clicking de, exuding an alluring demeanor. It was only upon arriving at dormitory 999 that Gu Ming understood the uniqueness of the Gale project. This place was not like the three-person dormitories of Linqing's recruit camp. All members of Project Gale have single rooms, one-bedroom apartments with a private bathroom. Luxurious decor, comparable to a five-star hotel. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the cityscape is fully visible. Gu Ming glanced around the room and went to the lounge area with Luya from the opposite door. The lounge area of dormitory 999 was spacious, exceeding 100 square meters. The teammates of the Sun and Moon Squad were engaged in a lively discussion. Hearing the commotion, all 9 of them looked up simultaneously. The 3 girls' expressions changed slightly, then quickly composed themselves. As Gu Ming just sat down, Chen Yu and the others leaned over, bombarding him with questions. Mingji, I heard that many of the talents in the Scale project are S-level. Is that true? Chen Yu looked at him curiously. Gu Ming smiled and nodded. That's right, there are many geniuses with S-level talents here. Everyone was astonished. Luya added with a smile, your captain just accomplished something big. What big thing? Everyone looked at Gu Ming curiously. Gu Ming glanced at Luya and had no intention of pretending. He shook his head, his expression serious. Although the Gale project has a year, we can't afford to waste a single second. Starting tomorrow, apart from daily training, I will begin taking on missions. Carrying out missions is the only way to ensure we make it into the top 10 squads. Gu Ming's words commanded everyone's respect. Understood, Captain. His status in the Sun and Moon Squad was unmatched, and everyone respected him. Chen Yu smiled and said, Brother Ming, tell us more about the Gale project. Yes, Captain, I also heard that if we successfully leave here in a year, the lowest rank will be Captain. Is that true? Dong Dao interjected, and everyone's faces were full of curiosity. Gu Ming was completely puzzled and could only turn to look at Luya. After a year, starting rank as Captain? Luya nodded and explained with a smile. A year later, the top 10 teams will become aces, our true Gale squad, with a special status and ranks higher than Captain. Even if you don't make it into the top 10, before joining the Night Watchers, the minimum rank you can achieve is Captain. Holy crap! Upon hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Centurion. Although it's still one rank below a true Centurion, it's already quite impressive. Ordinary soldiers on Blue Star earn a monthly salary of 10,000 Blue Star coins, with compensation starting at 100,000. A squad leader earns a monthly salary of 20,000, with compensation starting at 200,000. The commander has a salary of 50,000 and a pension of 500,000. The captain has a monthly salary of 100,000, starting pension of 1 million, plus various hidden benefits. For example, family members will receive special protection from the Demon Suppression Army, and younger siblings can later be specially recruited into the Demon Suppression Army through Martial University. When they start, they are captains. How could Wan Hu and the others not be excited? Just as they were speaking, a knock came from outside the lounge. Is it the Sun and Moon Squad? Lu Ping, who was closest to the door, stepped forward to open it. Who are you? Faced with the Centurion officer in military uniform before him, Lu Ping was stunned. The officer looked toward the lounge. Is your Captain Gu Ming here? I'm here to deliver his military rank. Captain? Deliver military rank? Lu Ping remembered that Gu Ming had previously been exceptionally promoted to squad leader by General Luo, and the military rank had already been issued, hadn't it? He stared at the plate held by the officer, on which lay a pair of epaulets. In an instant, Lu Ping's eyes widened. Those weren't squad leader epaulets, they were the rank insignia of a captain. What? Lu Ping's head buzzed as he stared blankly at Gu Ming. Just now, they were discussing how the lowest rank they'd achieve upon leaving would be captain, which was worth celebrating. But now, Gu Ming is already a captain? Such an exaggerated thing actually happened. Lu Ping was utterly shocked, completely unprepared for this outcome. He stared blankly at Gu Ming, unable to speak for a moment. Seeing this, Wang Hu looked puzzled, stood up, and walked over. Lu Ping, who was outside. Before the words were finished, Wang Hu had already walked to the door and looked outside. In an instant, he only saw the tray in the Centurion officer's hand. On the tray lay a pair of military ranks, 3 stripes, Captain. Wang Hu's eyes suddenly widened. He turned his head to look at the Centurion, his face full of confusion. "We don't have a captain here." He thought the wrong person had been sent. The centurion smiled helplessly, noticing Wang Hu's confusion, and explained, "This captain's rank is for your team leader. I'm responsible for delivering it." Although he was just a centurion, he had a very good temper. After all, he was a logistics member of the Gale project. Logically speaking, his position is far inferior to Gu Ming, who has just been promoted to captain. What's more, Gu Ming and his team are bound to achieve great things in the future. Giving out military ranks can also be considered as a way to save face for himself. He snatched this task from the logistics team, and it took quite some effort. "Is the rank of captain a colonel?" Wang Hu muttered under his breath, then suddenly froze. He finally understood why Lu Ping had reacted so strongly at the time. And Wang Hu's voice wasn't quiet. Gu Ming and the others all heard it. Luo Shui, Chen Yu, and others also caught this news. In an instant, everyone by the sofa turned their gaze toward Gu Ming, shocked and full of awe. Chen Yu's face was full of confusion as he stammered and asked, "Ming Ji, this. We previously said that you'd at least be a captain in a year, but now you've already become a captain? Then what will be your minimum rank in a year? Centurion? Or perhaps a commander?" Chen Yu's words echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Gu Ming had only been in the army for just over 3 months, yet he was promoted 3 ranks in a row, directly to the position of captain. The centurion holding the tray at the door was also taken aback, his expression complicated. Thinking to oneself, "Yes, Gu Ming is now a company commander. What about a year later?" A centurion's base salary, the hope of becoming a chiliarch, and even the possibility of being a marquis cannot be ruled out. As for higher ranks, I dare not even imagine. Beside the sofa, Gu Ming stood up. "Centurion!" He walked to the door and saluted. The centurion held the tray with one hand and returned the salute with a smile. "Captain Gu, the military rank has been delivered. You all celebrate well, I'll take my leave." Although he was the head of the logistics team, he knew he wasn't qualified to curry favor with the future ace. Gu Ming smiled and casually asked, "May I ask the centurion's honorable surname?" The centurion was slightly stunned, not expecting someone as talented as Gu Ming to ask for his name. He had met many S-level squad captains, all of whom were outwardly polite but inwardly arrogant, never paying him any attention. "My name is Zhang Zhong, head of the logistics team." "So it's Centurion Zhang." Gu Ming smiled as he bid farewell. Zhang Zhong felt a rare sense of respect, his face full of joy. He left with a beaming smile. After Zhang Zhong left, everyone in the lounge swarmed around Gu Ming, bombarding him with questions. "Ming, how did you suddenly become a captain?" "Yeah, Mingzi, this is just too unbelievable. Captain, hurry up and tell us." Everyone was talking at once, but Gu Ming kept his lips sealed, not revealing the secret from the 103rd floor. If they knew he single-handedly defeated 9 S-level squad leaders, the team members might become overly complacent. Underestimating other squads is the last thing he wants to see. Seeing him remain silent, everyone refrained from asking further, immersing themselves in the joy of Gu Ming becoming a captain. Gu Ming looked at everyone with concern and said with a smile, "You are all elite members of the Linqing Town Demon Army and have participated in many real battles. Complete a few more missions, and with enough military merits, you'll be promoted to squad leader." Hearing Gu Ming mention them, the team members' smiles grew even brighter. With such a strong, reliable, and caring captain, who wouldn't be happy? Luya sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and watched the scene with a cheerful smile. Gu Ming and his group had just arrived in the capital city, filled with curiosity about the center of this mysterious ancient country. Taking advantage of the celebration, they left the headquarters of the Gale project and wandered around until evening before returning. After giving everyone a holiday, Gu Ming returned to his bedroom, unable to hide his anticipation, and began pinning the captain's insignia onto his uniform. At this moment, a system notification sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, Master, your military rank has been promoted to captain. Reward is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the S-rank martial skill, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon. S-rank martial skill Spear Strikes Like a Dragon. Description: to be used in conjunction with the S-rank stance technique A Glimmer of Cold Light. Requires mastery of basic spear techniques and the first level of A Glimmer of Cold Light. The master has already met one of the conditions. This martial skill is explosive and unique. At the entry level, combat power doubles, at the mastery stage, it doubles again, at the minor achievement stage, it triples, at the major achievement stage, it quadruples, and at the perfection stage, it quintuples. First, practice a bit of Cold Gleam, then train to unleash the spear like a dragon.
Gu Ming looked at the introduction, his eyes growing increasingly bright.
Combat power doubles just at the entry level?
Then he wields a long spear, possesses an unparalleled spear god physique, and has already tripled his combat power.
Doubling it again, is it multiplication or addition? Multiplication would be too overpowered, unlikely.
Even if it's addition, it would still be a strike with 4 times full power. Proficiency increases further, allowing attacks to unleash up to 8 times their power.
This power is simply explosive. Gu Ming smiled faintly, thinking that the system was truly considerate, providing exactly what was needed.
What he currently lacks most are good martial techniques and quality spiritual tools. Still missing one spiritual artifact. Once the full set of equipment is complete, the dragon can be summoned. Finally, he focused on that line in the description that felt slightly familiar to him. A glimmer of cold light arrives first, and then the spear strikes like a dragon.
This sentence, it felt like he had heard it somewhere before. In the bedroom. Gu Ming shook his head, temporarily setting the direction for his next efforts.
On one hand, he would lead the team to take on real combat missions, build rapport, and accumulate military merits. On the other hand, he would strive to perfect his basic shooting skills and then aim for the mastery of a gun like a dragon.
Don't be fooled by the fact that he's now wielding a long spear and his strength is 3 times greater. He simply can't fully unleash it.
After all, his basic spear techniques are just superficial, and relying on them to enhance combat power is unrealistic. It's even difficult to release his full strength. At most, he can now exert about twice his original strength, and that's already his limit. The reason he was able to take on 9 opponents at once and easily crush a group of captains before is quite clear. First, he is the only second-tier martial soldier on the field, with strength far surpassing everyone else. Second, everyone harbors no hostility toward him and doesn't dare to stand out too much, holding back to some extent. Apart from Zhao Zilei and Li Wanbing, who are genuinely fighting with all their might, the others haven't fully unleashed their abilities. Otherwise, if they joined forces, Gu Ming definitely wouldn't be able to hold out. So, he felt no trace of complacency in his heart. Instead, he became even more cautious and vigilant. The nature of a scout kept him constantly alert. If he had a fiery temper, his mind would probably be filled with just one thought: I'm invincible, utterly unstoppable. Gu Ming couldn't help but smile, thinking that once he mastered the S-level martial skill Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, his strength would surely reach new heights. At that time, defeating the combined forces of the 9 captains head-on will definitely not be a problem. After laughing, seeing that it was still early, he began practicing the second move of the S-level stance technique, A Glimmer of Cold Light. During this period, he had already mastered the movements of the second move, making his practice smooth and effortless. The first move no longer offered much room for improvement at the martial soldier level, so Gu Ming focused on the second move. The qi and blood within the body surged like rivers, flowing ceaselessly. On the other side, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad were in their respective bedrooms. After resting for an afternoon, both their bodies and minds had become somewhat lax. Reason, however, reminded them that now was definitely not the time to relax. Their captain, Gu Ming, has been promoted to captain and is now a second-tier martial soldier. At the thought of this, everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even Lu Ping stood up in his bedroom and began practicing stance exercises. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered, just to keep up with Gu Ming's pace. Although surpassing Gu Ming is unrealistic, practically impossible in this lifetime, at the very least, I can't be a burden. Especially today, upon arriving at the headquarters of the Gale Project, everyone received an A-level stance technique suitable for themselves from the logistics department. This A-level stance technique is much more suitable than the previous military boxing, and the cultivation speed has significantly increased. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Gu Ming and his team had already spent an entire month at the headquarters of the Gale Project, fully adapting to the training and lifestyle. Gu Ming was alone in the training room. The long spear in his hand slowly retracted into his body. He exhaled and looked at the attribute panel. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, second-tier martial soldier, level 3. Rank, captain. Physique, peerless gun god, SSS level. Talents, ancestor of all weapons, SSS level, heaven's favored one, SSS level. Abilities, combat specialization, intermediate, keen perception, intermediate, insight technique, mastery. Stake technique, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-level, second layer. Martial skills, basic spear technique, perfected, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, S-level, beginner. Spiritual weapon, first-tier alloy spear, mundane weapon. Over the past month, Gu Ming's strength has improved comprehensively. His realm has broken through to the 3rd level of martial soldier. Advancing to the second tier of martial soldier is far more difficult than the first tier martial artist. Each level up is equivalent to surpassing the entire tier of a first tier martial artist. Without the assistance of S-grade stake techniques, he could never have progressed so quickly. Now, the toughness of his skin has greatly increased, allowing him to withstand the impact of ordinary handgun bullets. Of course, while the outer skin has hardened, whether the bones can endure remains unknown. To achieve complete immunity to firearm threats, he would need to reach at least the third tier. Third-tier martial soldier refines the bones, combined with bronze skin, can be called bronze skin and iron bones. In terms of abilities, Gu Ming's combat specialization and keen perception have both reached the minor achievement level. He spends most of his time on these two aspects, and his insight technique has also advanced to mastery, making his observational skills even sharper. With a subtle change in the opponent's expression, he can almost see through their thoughts. What made Gu Ming happiest was that after a month of intense practice, his basic shooting skills had finally reached perfection, achieving the entry-level standard of a shot like a dragon. Now, this move could be utilized. In combat, he could unleash a strike with 4 times his full power. He smiled and walked out of his private training room, heading to the public training room. The Sun and Moon Squad had 2 public training rooms, separated by gender. The men's training room was usually crowded and lively, but at the moment, no one was training. Everyone was in the lounge area watching TV. The women's training room had only 4 people, Luya, Luo Shui, Min Xinran, and Lin Baihua. Luya was instructing them in training. She was a scout specializing in the metal element, with a level far above the others. During this period, she had been serving as the team's coach, leading training sessions and coordinating teamwork. Gu Ming had also received one-on-one guidance from her before. To be honest, the experience was unforgettable in its intensity. Despite Luya's usual image as a sexy and commanding woman, she showed no mercy when it came to training. Gu Ming thought her talent was at least S-level. He even inquired about her background, but Luya acted mysteriously, only saying that he would find out later. Gu Ming didn't press further, only speculating that she might have come from the Night Watchers. Apart from the Demon Suppression Army, only an organization like the Night Watchers, which specializes in handling extraordinary events, could cultivate someone like Luya. The TV in the rest area was broadcasting news about the college entrance exams. A month had passed, and all the scores were out. Those geniuses with S-level talent had already stepped into the ranks of martial artists, with some even reaching the 3rd level of martial artist. Everyone glanced at the news and chuckled. Here, new recruits like Wang Hu and Shen Yu, who had B-level talent, had also risen to the 5th level of martial artist after 3 months of training. But the effort they put in was far greater than that of those geniuses. So everyone just watched the news for fun. The door of the women's training room opened, and Luya walked out with 3 women. Gu Ming clapped his hands, gathering the team members, and announced something important. We've been in the capital for a month now. It's time to return to Lincheng and take on more challenging tasks. Ming-ji, can we really return to Lincheng so soon? Chen Yu's small eyes lit up, staring intently at Gu Ming. During boot camp, although he couldn't go home, the military camp was just outside Lincheng, very close to home, so the feeling of homesickness wasn't very strong. This time is different. Even though he was in the safest capital city of the ancient kingdom, and it had only been a month, Chen Yu still felt a bit homesick. He missed his dad. When Chen Yu first joined the army, his father almost broke his legs. Later, upon hearing that his son was doing well in the military camp, his father was both happy and even more worried. Chen Yu didn't tell Gu Ming that on the day he left, his father's hair turned white overnight from extreme worry. So when he heard he was returning to Lincheng, his heart was filled with joy. Min Xinran pursed her lips and cautiously looked at Gu Ming, also filled with longing to return to Lincheng. Although her father and brothers were indifferent to her, she didn't miss home much. But Lincheng is her hometown, the place where she grew up. Now that the Sun and Moon Squad ranks among the top in the Gale Project, wherever they are stationed is where they protect. This glory of guardianship ignited the passion of every young person. Gu Ming glanced at Wang Hu, Luo Shui, Lu Ping, and the others. None of them showed any opposition in their eyes, each was brimming with enthusiasm. Gu Ming nodded and said with a smile, then the next mission location will be set in Lincheng. Lin Baihua smiled and waved her hand. Captain, what are you hesitating for? The capital may be great, but it's too stable for us. As soon as Lin Baihua finished speaking, Dong Dao quickly chimed in. Exactly, after a month, our military merits haven't increased much, and our ranking has dropped to over 50. Dong Dao was right. The Sun and Moon Squad was unfamiliar with the capital and had no influence there. Unlike Zhao Zilei and Wenbayu, who are local bullies, nor liked by Mangbing and Yu Baiwan, who have strong backgrounds. They can only take on tasks left by others, causing their ranking to plummet. Among the top 10 S-rated squads, the Sun and Moon squad has become the weakest. Gu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart.
Alright, everyone, hurry up and pack your things. We're heading back to Lincheng tomorrow.
The crowd erupted in excited cheers and quickly began tidying up. As the group dispersed, Luya strode over to Gu Ming in her high heels. She looked at the team members busy packing and smiled.
The hometown is truly wonderful and meaningful.
Even though the Gale project is confidential and no one can return home for a year, hearing that we can go back to Lincheng is still exciting.
Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm very happy too.
Luya looked at him.
I've inquired for you, your brother's mechanical modification will be completed in the next couple of days.
Gu Ming's face showed a smile as he looked at Luya's delicate profile.
Thank you, Sister Luya.
You're welcome.
Although the role of instructor is important, I'm also responsible for your daily living arrangements.
Just as Gu Ming was about to say thank you, he suddenly heard a knock at the door of dormitory 999.
Knocked lightly and politely.
Gu Ming got up to open the door, followed closely by Luya. The two looked outside and saw Wenbaiyu and Zhao Zilei standing at the door.
Why are you here?
Gu Ming was slightly stunned, surprised by the two young masters from prominent families in the capital before him.
Zhao Zilei glanced at Wenbaiyu, signaling him to speak first.
The Thunder Master, much like the Fire Demon, was straightforward and not talkative, fearing his words might offend someone. Wenbaiyu, dressed in a white suit with a jade-like face, smiled as he began to speak.
Captain Gu, over the past month, the Sun and Moon squad must be unfamiliar with the capital and unable to get good missions, right?
Gu Ming listened and had already guessed the intention.
He nodded. That's true. What do you want to say? Wenbaiyu smiled even more deeply and got straight to the point.
We invite the Sun and Moon squad to join our White Jade squad and Thunder squad in completing a mission.
The military merits will be evenly split. What do you think?
Zhao Zilei interjected at this moment. The Thunder squad excels at assault, the White Jade squad specializes in healing and endurance, and the Sun and Moon squad has you. With this lineup, we're sure to succeed in the mission. Gu Ming didn't refute it in his heart. The facts were clear. If the Sun and Moon squad, White Jade squad, and Thunder squad couldn't complete that mission together, then no one in the Gale project could accomplish it. He shook his head, his tone full of regret. Captain 1, Captain Zhao, our Sun and Moon squad is preparing to station in Lincheng.
We'll be carrying out missions there for a while. Lincheng? The second province?
As Zhao Zilei finished speaking, his tone revealed an unmistakable arrogance, as if Lincheng and even the second province were hardly worth mentioning.
Wenbaiyu noticed his disdain and quickly explained to Gu Ming. Captain Gu, don't mind him, Zilei has been like this since he was a child.
These descendants of aristocratic families in the capital have been raised since childhood to regard the capital as supreme. At critical moments, they can abandon any place, but the capital and the city of technology are always their bottom line.
Because these two cities are the two major pillars of the ancient kingdom.
Gu Ming just shook his head lightly, not bothering to argue with Zhao Zilei.
Then we won't disturb you any further. Goodbye, Captain Gu.
Wenbaiyu smiled as he bid farewell and left together with Zhao Zilei. The two had just left when the door was knocked again. This time it was by Mangbing and Yu Baiwan. Both of them came from the City of Technology and have now joined forces with Wenbaiyu and the others to form a faction. Their visit was also to invite Gu Ming to team up for a mission, which would take place in the City of Technology, far from the capital and even farther from Lincheng.
Gu Ming naturally refused, leaving by Mangbing very disappointed. Yu Baiwan didn't mind and waved his hand boldly, saying, Mangbing, don't worry.
For this mission, I'll have the team bring a few more pet beasts, and I'll switch to a second-tier pet beast myself.
It'll be a breeze. Bai Mangbing wasn't convinced, snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and said, You know nothing, you fatso, all you do is spend money to pave the way. Do you know? The Sun and Moon squad got an S-level rating all because of him.
During this month at the Gale Project headquarters, Gu Ming's reputation has already spread throughout the building. It is said that when he was in Lin City, he charged forward alone. The glory of the Sun and Moon squad is mostly supported by Gu Ming, not the collective effort of the entire squad. It can be said that the Sun and Moon squad exists because of him. Once they lose him, they might just become an ordinary A-level squad, unable to reach S-level at all. Bai Mangbing rolled her eyes helplessly, her brows slightly furrowed, and her gaze was full of disdain.
Now it was Yu Million's turn to be shocked. Then, is he really that strong?
He originally thought that, as a second-tier martial soldier, he was fully qualified to challenge Gu Ming once.
Unexpectedly, Gu Ming's strength was so extraordinary. The Sun and Moon squad could only achieve an S rank because of him? How strong must his individual combat power be? Sure enough, he's the kind of fierce character who can take down 9 generals single-handedly. A knock on the door sounded again from outside, and Luya sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Baihua finished tidying up and came out. Hearing the noise, she asked in confusion, "Who's knocking on the door?" Luya looked at Gu Ming with a smile and teased, "Your captain is quite popular. This is already the 3rd group in such a short time." The 3rd group? Lin Baihua looked puzzled as she stepped forward to open the door. 4 people stood outside the door, 2 men and 2 women. "Who are you?" Lin Baihua asked, while guessing their identities in her mind. But her heart tightened, and she didn't dare to acknowledge them for now. "Hello, my name is Fengyun, captain of the Chunhua squad." Fengyun, dressed in an ink-colored qipao, smiled charmingly, her tone carrying an alluring temptation. "We're here to see Captain Gu. Is he available?" she asked softly. Lin Baihua cursed inwardly, calling her a seductive fox, but maintained a smile on her face. "The captain is here, please come in." She glanced at the beautiful Tianshui nearby, the tall and sturdy Li Ernu, and the always good-natured Wang Hodao. These 4, all captains of S-level squads, had come together to see Gu Ming. What exactly were they planning to do? The team members also came out and were all dumbfounded when they saw the 2 beautiful captains and the other 2 celebrities from the Gale project. What followed left them even more stunned. "Captain Gu, we'd like to invite you to team up and complete the mission together," Fengyun said straightforwardly. Gu Ming shook his head with a wry smile. "Sorry, we've already decided to return to Linchang." The charm refused to give up and continued, "Captain Gu, we've discussed it. As long as you join, the Sun and Moon squad will take the largest share in the mission. Although the 4 of them have S-level talents, they belong to the 5 elements talent category, lacking the unique features of squads from the capital and the tech city. They are naturally at a disadvantage in missions, which is why they want to invite someone as powerful as Gu Ming to hold the fort." Tianshui also spoke, his sharp features carrying a hint of a smile. "Captain Gu." Before she could finish speaking, Luya interrupted with a smile, "When Baiyu and Bai Mangbing just came by as well." As soon as these words were spoken, Tianshui immediately choked up, hesitating to speak. It seems when Baiyu and Bai Mangbing hit a wall with Gu Ming and failed to persuade him further. In the end, the 4 of them got up and took their leave. Before leaving, Fengyun left a message, "Captain Gu, remember to get in touch if there's an opportunity to collaborate in the future." Lin Baihua only then understood Luya's earlier words, so this is the 3rd wave. Shen Yu, Wang Hu, and others also showed surprise, not expecting the Sun and Moon team to be so popular. Meanwhile, the meticulous Luo Shui, Min Xinran, and Lin Baihua noticed something deeper. These S-rank squad captains came looking for the Sun and Moon squad not because of their overall strength, but because they had their eyes on Gu Ming alone. "Brother Ming is really in demand, popular everywhere," Chen Yu said softly, glancing at Luo Shui and Min Xinran. Back when the Sun and Moon squad only had 5 members, the 2 women only had eyes for Gu Ming. At that time, Chen Yu was quite envious, thinking Brother Ming was incredibly lucky with women. But now, compared to Fengyun and Tianshui, they seem much more ordinary. At least in terms of talent, there's quite a gap. The team members felt a mix of emotions. A month of training, under the support of A-level stake techniques, led to rapid improvement in strength. Lu Ping has fully mastered his new body, reaching the peak of a martial artist. Luo Shui has also reached the peak of a martial artist. Lin Baihua, Chu Ying, and Luo Chang are at the 9th level of martial artists. The chubby Qinyu, Wang Hu, and Dong Dao are hovering between the 6th and 7th levels of martial artists, showing significant progress. But no matter how hard they tried, they felt the gap between themselves and Gu Ming would only grow wider. Everyone's expressions were complicated. Only the chubby boy remained cheerful and carefree, completely unconcerned. After all, Ming Ji had said he would look out for him for a lifetime. Gu Ming looked at everyone's complex expressions and remained silent. No one can keep up with the speed of growth. His current teammates are already struggling to keep pace with him. In the future, even S-level geniuses like Wen Baiyu and Bai Mangbing may not be able to catch up to him. His path is destined to be astonishingly fast, and he is fearless. Only by becoming stronger can one protect those they wish to safeguard. Don't fool yourself with excuses like a fledgling eagle in a cage. Gu Ming aims to become so powerful that with a single command, he can protect everyone around him. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "I'm going out for a walk." The teammates didn't stop him, nor did they offer to accompany him. Only Luya followed with a smile, walking with him. "What's wrong, feeling down?" She seemed to understand his mood well, comforting him as they walked.
The click-clack sound of high heels hitting the ground made Gu Ming unable to resist glancing at those long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. He couldn't help it, they were too captivating. Luya saw him sneaking a glance and smiled. It's fine, I went through the same feelings as you back then. However, as your level improves, your speed of advancement will slow down, giving them a chance to catch up. She thought of herself. 25 years old, entered Wuhan University after the college entrance exam, and has been out of college for nearly 3 years. Watching her teammates struggle to keep up with her pace and gradually fall behind, she felt deeply moved. Now she is also stuck at the third-tier Marshal General level, with progress slowing down. Gu Ming smiled. Will it really slow down? Maybe. These words were softly spoken to himself in his heart. Luya nodded. Yes, at least I am. But even if you keep improving like this and no one can catch up with you, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Haven't you heard that saying? Sheep flock together, but predators walk alone. Sheep live in groups, while predators walk alone. Gu Ming recited softly and smiled. I hope that under my leadership, they can all become independent predators. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the corridor reflected Luya's graceful figure as she looked at Gu Ming in surprise. She could never have imagined that Gu Ming would have such boldness. I was just trying to comfort you. And here you are, thinking about creating a pack of beasts? The next day. Dormitory 999, the Sun and Moon squad has fully assembled. They didn't have much luggage, mostly just a small bag each. The girls were slightly different, their bags packed full of cosmetics and skincare products. Gu Ming glanced at everyone, a faint smile on his lips. Let's go, set off, back to Lincheng. The crowd cheered in unison, their joy of returning home evident. Although the Gale project required confidentiality, Lincheng was, after all, their route. Before long, the group took a special elevator directly to the underground parking lot. 11 people divided into 4 cars. In the leading business car, there were only Gu Ming and Luya. Luya was dressed casually today, wearing a long black sweater paired with a leather skirt. Her calves, wrapped in black stockings, were adorned with knee-high-heeled boots, exuding a valiant charm. As the car moved, she gave a charming smile and spoke in a soft, alluring voice. Let me tell you in advance, this time heading to Lincheng for the mission, it's not just our Sun and Moon team. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh? He was well aware that the Gale project involved a total of 100 teams. Most were just there to make up the numbers, but there were quite a few dark horses. Apart from Lincheng, 3 other teams from the second province joined the fray, which was not surprising. He was rather curious about who would dare to compete head-on with his Sun and Moon team. Luya's smile deepened as she teased, you'll know when we get to the airport. 4 business vehicles sped along the road and arrived at a military airport outside the capital after more than an hour. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, driving straight into the airport and stopping by the runway. The 4 vehicles came to a steady stop in front of a silver private jet. This is precisely the exclusive privilege of the Sun and Moon squad. Although the privilege will be revoked if they fail to enter the top 10 within a year, the financial power of the Gale project remains astonishing, sparing no expense in nurturing prodigies. 100 squads, 100 private planes, an astonishing expenditure. Everyone got off the vehicle, their eyes fixed on the silver plane. A moon emblem is printed on one side of the tail, while a 3-legged golden crow is on the other side, symbolizing the Sun and Moon squad. This is Gu Ming's design, uniquely ingenious. Chun Yu laughed out loud, clicking his tongue in amazement. I never thought I'd get to ride a private jet, and with unlimited access too. At this moment, every member of the Sun and Moon squad wore an excited smile on their face. All right, boarding, back to Lin City. At Gu Ming's command, everyone prepared to board the plane. Suddenly, a business car drove up and stopped behind them. Gu Ming turned around and saw Li Wanbing, the captain of the Wanbing squad, getting out of the car, accompanied by an old acquaintance, Li Junnan. The members of the Sun and Moon squad stopped in their tracks, glancing sideways. Upon seeing Li Junnan, Chuing and Luoqing's expressions changed, and they lowered their heads in silence. Not going with Li Junnan to Fire City but instead joining Gu Ming's team, this could be considered betrayal. However, their loyalty lies with the ancient nation, and climbing the ranks in the military is beyond reproach. Moreover, Li Junnan was not an ideal captain. They exchanged a glance and then looked up at Li Junnan. Li Junnan let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with mockery. He didn't look at the two for long. His eyes fell on Gu Ming with a meaningful expression. Captain Gu, are you preparing to return to Lincheng? Gu Ming smiled indifferently, ignoring the provocation. Yes, what about your Wanbing squad? He glanced at Luya beside him. Luya's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. It was clear that the mentioned allied team earlier was the Wanbing squad.
Li Wanbing responded in a low voice, his eyes stern. We've also chosen Lincheng as our mission site. Just giving you a heads up, so we don't end up taking all the tasks from you. The meaning behind the words was obvious.
The expressions of the members of the Sun and Moon Squad changed slightly, and the atmosphere grew tense.
Gu Ming, however, nodded with a smile. All right, let's wait and see.
In a metropolis like the capital, the Sun and Moon Squad finds it hard to gain a foothold.
But back in Lin City, if Li Wanbing still dares to challenge, it would be overly arrogant. Li Wanbing nodded and turned to leave.
Only Li Junnan remained in place, coldly sneering as he glanced at the members of the Sun and Moon Squad. In my Wanbing squad, everyone possesses A-level talent, and the captain is even S-level. I'd like to see what your Sun Moon Squad has to compete with us.
Ha!
Li Junnan sneered coldly, turned around, and followed Li Wanbing back to the business car. The car started and headed toward the private plane not far away, its tail marked with a faint golden weapon insignia. The members of the Sun and Moon Squad left behind immediately looked grim.
Everyone knew the grudge between Li Junnan and Gu Ming. The cause was the fight over Luo Shui resources. But later, Li Junnan kept staring at Gu Ming, determined to surpass him.
Ever since leaving Lincheng, he hasn't won a single victory and has instead suffered repeated defeats. Now, he has found a new backer, the captain of the Wanbing squad, Li Wanbing.
The storm has passed, and Li Junnan thinks he's back on his feet again? Everyone stared at Gu Ming in unison, anticipating his reaction.
But Gu Ming's eyes were filled with calmness.
Luya smiled brightly, silently watching the scene. She had long been aware of the entanglement between the two.
Li Junnan thought he had a new trump card, but little did he know it had already been crushed by Gu Ming.
As for why Li Wanbing stood up to support Li Junnan and openly provoked Gu Ming,
he, like Li Junnan, thought he had broken through to the second-tier martial soldier realm, forgetting his previous failures and feeling invincible again. Gu Ming shook his head and boarded the plane with the Sun and Moon Squad. On the other side, Li Junnan was also preparing to board the plane, his gaze falling on Li Wanbing.
Thanks, brother Wanbing, for backing me up. Li Wanbing waved his hand. You're my distant cousin, how could I not help you? Besides, I find that Gu Ming quite annoying too.
He spoke calmly, yet with a hint of hostility. Li Junnan's eyes lit up, and he quickly started flattering. Brother Wanbing has already reached the second stage, and with my family's ancestral swordsmanship, Gu Ming is no match for you. Changing the subject, he recalled the scene from earlier. The instructor assigned to the Wanbing squad was a burly man with a broad build, exuding rugged dominance. Then take a look at the instructor for the Ryu squad, that beautiful and elegant woman. Why did they get her? Thinking about how Gu Ming could interact with that goddess every day, Li Junnan felt a pang of jealousy gnawing at him.
But this time, their Wanbing squad is heading to Lin City, and the Sun and Moon squad wants to snatch good missions? Keep dreaming. After completing the major mission in Lin City, the next stop is Fire City.
The remaining few with external help and 2 dates can't possibly support the Sun and Moon squad's military merit ranking. This time going to Lin City, it's obvious they're here to target the Sun and Moon squad. On the Sun and Moon squad's plane, Luya and Gu Ming sat side by side on the aviation sofa at the front of the plane. She crossed her long legs and turned her head, smiling as she stared at Gu Ming. The Wanbing squad is clearly targeting us this time. What are you planning to do? Gu Ming opened his closed eyes, glanced at her, and smiled calmly. Li Junnan thinks that with this new card, Li Wanbing, he can beat me. Li Wanbing also thinks that after a month of training, he can catch up to me.
But neither of them has figured out one thing. Luya's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, what is it?
Gu Ming paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of pride. None of my defeated opponents have ever dared to challenge me again.
Full of dominance. Luya was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Big sister just likes your confidence. Gu Ming's expression shifted slightly. You like me?
Luya's cheeks flushed slightly, not expecting to be teased back by him.
Who likes you?
Humph. She turned her head away, looking at the drifting clouds outside the window. Gu Ming laughed, finding it particularly amusing to tease Luya, especially since she often provoked him first.
The rear of the cabin.
Nen Shinran and Lin Baihua exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with barely concealed grief and anger. They simultaneously turned to Luo Shui, only to see him staring intently at Gu Ming and Luya, his face expressionless and his fists tightly clenched.
Sigh. The two women sighed inwardly. Someone as outstanding as Gu Ming is truly in high demand.
2 hours later, the private jet landed steadily at Lincheng Military Airport. The members of the Sun and Moon squad split into off-road vehicles and divided into 2 groups. The Gale squad, currently on an external mission, has its own independent office area. Gu Ming wanted to return to the Demon Suppression Army first to visit his former instructor and inquire about the progress of his younger brother's mechanical modifications. So, he and Luya drove alone to the military camp, while the others headed to the lynching branch of the Gale Squad. Before long, Gu Ming and Luya arrived at the military camp. Looking at the former training grounds and dormitory buildings, a trace of melancholy flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. It had only been a month since he left, yet the feeling of change was as intense as ever. He didn't stop and walked straight to the office building with Luya. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Zhao Ruilong behind the desk raised his eyebrows. Come in. Cold Gun and Stone were the first to walk in, their faces lit up with surprise as they looked behind them. Centurion, look, who's back? Zhao Ruilong curiously looked up, only to see Gu Ming, dressed in casual attire, walking in, accompanied by a stunning and imposing beauty. His gaze swept over Luya, then immediately turned to Gu Ming with delight. Gu Ming, back so soon? Before the words had even settled, his expression changed, and he stood up. Could it be that you were eliminated from the Gale project? Gu Ming paused slightly in his steps and looked at him helplessly. Centurion Zhao, our Sun and Moon Squad are elites from the Demon Suppression Army. Don't you have a bit of confidence? Zhao Ruilong burst into hearty laughter, his face full of cheer. Just joking, just joking. He pulled Gu Ming to sit by the sofa, with Lang Chang and Shirtu accompanying them nearby. They were Gu Ming and Luya, who ran into each other in the corridor. The atmosphere was warm, so they decided to meet Zhao Ruilong together. Who is this? Zhao Ruilong turned his gaze to Luya and asked politely. Gu Ming introduced her as the new instructor, and Zhao Ruilong immediately became solemn. Although the details of the Gale project are unclear, anyone capable of being the instructor for Gu Ming's seed team must possess extraordinary strength. He also sensed the strong aura of homogeneous scout energy emanating from Luya, which was clearly stronger than his own. Zhao Ruilong is at the 9th level of a 3rd-tier martial general, on the verge of breaking through to the peak. As for Luya, she has probably already reached the summit. Based on experience, such formidable women are often highly dangerous. He cautiously withdrew his gaze and turned to Gu Ming. Your brother's mechanical modification has been completed, and the results are excellent. From now on, whether it's normal life or cultivation, there won't be any issues. Gu Ming's eyes were filled with gratitude. This news had already been heard from Stone and the Cold Gun Barrel. What moved him even more was that his younger brother's initial funding for mechanical modification was only 100,000, which was used for simple modifications to ensure normal life and study. But Zhao Ruilong secretly paid out of his own pocket to equip his brother with an advanced mechanical leg worth 1 million, a top-tier configuration valued at 600,000 even within the Demon Suppression Army. Judging by his current attitude, he remained silent, seemingly not wanting anyone to know, quietly doing good deeds. Gu Ming felt a warmth in his heart, filled with respect for his former chief instructor Zhao Ruilong. He took a card out of his pocket and pushed it in front of Zhao Ruilong. Centurion, there's 500,000 on the card. I already know about you adding money to get my brother upgraded mechanical legs. Zhao Ruilong stared at the card, stunned. Immediately turned around and glared fiercely at Shirtu and Lang Chang, then asked Gu Ming with suspicion. Just went to the capital for a month, where did this money come from? A squad leader's monthly salary is only 50,000. A month's salary also has to support a family, where would extra money come from? Gu Ming smiled and glanced at Luya beside him. This money came from his high salary of 100,000 per month after being promoted to captain, and part of it was borrowed from Luya. His salary card was mortgaged to Luya. Zhao Ruilong immediately understood and pointed at the two of them with a mischievous grin. Have you latched onto a rich lady? Luya's cheeks flushed slightly as she pretended to be shy and lowered her head, leaving Gu Ming stunned. Immediately after, Luya looked up and laughed, saying, Zhao Centurion, Gu Ming is now a commandant. Then I'll accept the money. Zhao Ruilong smiled and nodded, reaching out to take the card. It was originally intended to do Gu Ming a favor. Now that the favor was done, the money naturally had to be returned. But favors and money should not be mixed together. But with a quick turn of thought, upon hearing Luya's words, Zhao Ruilong's hand froze in midair. What? Captain? He suddenly raised his head, staring at Gu Ming in astonishment. Shirtu and Lang Chang were also stunned. Just joined the Gale project for a month, how could Gu Ming be a captain? His military rank rose too quickly, like riding a rocket. Zhao Ruilong looked down at himself. With decent talent and a strong family military background, he became a centurion before turning 30. What about Gu Ming? Joined the army for 4 months and became a captain at 18? This gap is truly shocking. The office fell silent for a moment, followed by Zhao Ruilong's heavy breathing. He still found it hard to believe, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, big brother?" Gu Ming, relying on his sharp investigative instincts, easily caught the voice on the other end of the line.
"What's going on? Why are you suddenly calling me, kid?"
The rough voice of Zhao Dalong came through the phone, making Gu Ming pause slightly. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong actually has some connection with Zhao Dalong.
The thing he casually joked about back then has actually come true? "Big brother, I have something I want to ask."
Zhao Ruilong lowered his voice and glanced at Gu Ming, this time being particularly cautious. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Dalong nodded in agreement, and his voice came through again.
"Hurry up, I have urgent matters here. Big brother, has Gu Ming, the captain of the Sun and Moon Squad, already been promoted to the rank of colonel?"
Zhao Dalong reacted after hearing this and chuckled. "You brat, I haven't even settled this score with you yet. Damn it, the squad leader from Linchang was exceptionally promoted to a higher rank, and you didn't even tell me, leaving me in an awkward situation."
Zhao Dalong roared angrily, briefly explaining the situation.
And Zhao Ruilong fell silent once again. He slowly put down the phone, hung up, and stared blankly at Gu Ming. On the other end of the line, Zhao Dalong listened to the busy tone, his anger flaring up suddenly. He stomped his foot and cursed. "What does this kid take me for? He has no respect for me as his elder brother."
In the office, Zhao Ruilong slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually became complicated.
Gu Ming was exceptionally promoted to the position of squad leader by Luo Dahai, but he didn't take it to heart at the time. Even though Gu Ming defeated him in the sand table battle, Zhao Ruilong didn't pay much attention to it. After all, while Gu Ming was a genius in the Linching Town Demon Army, the capital's Whirlwind Project was filled with geniuses and experts. But unexpectedly, when Gu Ming arrived at the Whirlwind Project headquarters, he still stood out above the rest.
One person suppressing 9 captains, and now being promoted again against the rules? Is this that Gu Ming?
Zhao Ruilong found it hard to believe, utterly shocked in his heart. Gu Ming's growth rate is simply astonishing.
Isn't this something only an S-level talent could achieve? Could it be that he possesses an even rarer martial physique? Centurion?
Ling Chang and Shi Tu looked at Zhao Ruilong.
Gu Mingsheng, the colonel, though formidable, Zhao Ruilong's reaction was so intense, could it be that he felt threatened? Once breaking the Centurion record at the age of 25, could it be about to be surpassed?
Zhao Ruilong snapped back to his senses, glanced at the two of them, his eyes full of disdain. He calculated in his mind, planning to teach these two a good lesson. In a deep voice, he said, "You all go out first, I have something to say to Gu Ming alone." Ling Chang and the other person met that gaze, their hearts tightened. Whenever the other party showed that look, they were bound to be in trouble. They really shouldn't have complained about Centurion Zhao behind his back just now, it should have been said privately. The two regretted deeply and left the office together. Zhao Ruilong glanced at Luya, who stood up with a smile. "You two chat, I'll take a walk outside."
Gu Ming nodded.
After Luya left, Zhao Ruilong took a deep breath and stared at Gu Ming with a determined look. "Since you are already a captain, there are some inside stories I must tell you."
Gu Ming sat upright, not understanding what it meant. Why was there suddenly something important to say, and how was it related to the rank of captain? While still puzzled, Zhao Ruilong spoke in a low voice.
"Back then, General Luo promoted you to squad leader out of the ordinary and entrusted me to convey something to you."
Mentioning Luo Dahai, Gu Ming became even more curious and increasingly cautious.
"You know, General Luo is the leader of the Linching demon-suppressing army, and some words can only be conveyed by me on his behalf. Since Luo Dahai publicly stated that you have the qualities of a general, he definitely wasn't mistaken. Facts have proven that you have not let down his great trust. He asked me to tell you that once you become a captain, you can go directly to him and join his personal entourage. In this way, you will not only be a captain but also a general's personal aide, and no one will dare to mess with you easily." Listening to Zhao Ruilong's words, Gu Ming instantly understood. A warmth surged in his heart. When Luo Dahai said he had the potential to be a general, he was indeed paving the way for him. However, as a squad leader, the attention one can attract is limited. But it's different for a centurion, and even more so for a future centurion, who becomes the center of attention. Rising through the ranks, one is destined to become a thorn in others' eyes, a nail in their flesh. In the shadows, who knows how much trouble this will invite. Therefore, Luo Dahai reminded himself that as soon as he was promoted to captain, he would go to the other party and take on the nominal position of personal attendant. Although the position of personal attendant is nominal, it represents the general's absolute confidant. At critical moments, with a single command, the demon suppression army would obey orders and act. Gu Ming was secretly excited while cautiously analyzing whether this might be Luo Dahai's trap.
but he couldn't find the slightest reason to doubt it. After all, the other party was a general, whose status was far above his own. To deal with him, just one word would be enough to easily crush him. Is this truly someone who genuinely considers their own interests?
Gu Ming felt slightly moved deep down, yet remained hesitant.
In everything, it's not the odds but the possibility that matters. If he really became Luo Dahai's personal attendant and the other party asked him to do something against his principles, how should he decide?
Seeing Gu Ming hesitate, Zhao Ruilong's eyes flickered. As a fellow scout, he could naturally discern Gu Ming's thoughts.
He smiled and suddenly spoke. Gu Ming, do you know why Li Junnan was transferred to the Huoqing Wanbing squad instead of your Ryu squad?
Gu Ming immediately thought it was because of him. But soon, a chill ran down his spine. Li Junnan's uncle, Li Shuhai, is a centurion.
If a centurion ordered Zhao Ruilong to transfer Li Junnan to the Sun and Moon squad, could he refuse?
Don't be fooled by Li Junnan's outstanding talent. At that time, he was just a peak warrior.
How could a mere squad leader dare to defy the orders of a centurion?
Looking at Zhao Ruilong, Gu Ming gradually understood. It wasn't that he had rejected Li Junnan back then. It was Zhao Ruilong, or rather Luo Dahai, who shielded him from Li Shuhai's pressure. Otherwise, Li Junnan would have long been a member of the Sun and Moon squad. Thinking of this, Gu Ming felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly uncomfortable. Gu Ming was a scout, and an exceptionally gifted one at that. Zhao Ruilong quickly continued speaking, knowing he could figure these things out. Li Shuhai approached you, and after failing to make you compromise, he came to me. He wanted me to use my superior position to directly order you to let Li Junnan join the Sun and Moon squad.
You also know that Li Junnan has an A-level talent, and the Junnan squad was ranked second at the time.
He truly deserved to be part of the Gale project. The military is not a place for you to settle personal scores.
If I hadn't intervened, you would have had to obey orders without a choice.
Gu Ming looked up, his gaze complex and hard to decipher.
Zhao Ruilong smiled, his eyes softly fixed on him.
I admire you greatly, and General Luo also acknowledges you.
I'm also General Luo's personal attendant, how could I let you down? So, I stopped Li Shuhai. Though he wouldn't dare target me as the general's attendant, and he's wary of the Zhao family's background.
But if you don't find someone to rely on, who knows how many hidden arrows are waiting for you in the dark? Zhao Ruilong genuinely admired Gu Ming and thoughtfully helped him out of a predicament.
Gu Ming felt even more conflicted.
Zhao Ruilong's words confirmed that Li Shuhai had indeed approached him.
At the headquarters of the Gale project, Li Shuhai couldn't do anything to him.
But he returned to Lincheng, where Li Shuhai was a centurion, and the Li family was a prominent clan in the city. They dared not openly reveal their tactics, but resorting to underhanded tricks was effortless for them. Gu Ming took a deep breath and decided not to hesitate any longer. He was not a person prone to indecision, nor did he have any aversion to Luo Dahai. As a scout, he has a keen eye for judging people. He didn't agree directly, just harbored doubts.
Centurion Zhao, I'll go see General Luo right away.
Well done. Zhao Ruilong shook his head with a smile and sighed. I thought you wouldn't return until a year later, by which time you'd be promoted, and my words would no longer be necessary.
I didn't expect you to come back so soon and even become a captain.
The goal is big enough. If I don't remind you early, then I'm the one at fault. From now on, call me Brother Zhao, don't call me Centurion anymore.
Gu Ming nodded gratefully.
All right, Brother Zhao. Zhao Ruilong chuckled, go back and rest for now, I'll take you to the general's mansion tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Brother Zhao. After speaking, Gu Ming got up and left the office. Luya walked over in her knee-high boots and asked with a smile. Finished talking? Gu Ming nodded.
He once thought these power struggles were far from him, and the military was a clean place. But he was too naive. As the old saying goes, where there are people, there are disputes.
Where there is conflict, there is a world of intrigue.
Where there is a world of intrigue, there are intertwined forces. He is now just a small fry in the eyes of the big shots, so leveraging their power is no harm.
Even if Luo Dahai's ship isn't the best, it's fine to ride it for a while first. What's more, he had a good impression of Luo Dahai.
Not just based on intuition, but also from the news delivered by Luo Shui. The two got in the car, left the military camp, and headed straight for the city. On the way, Luya was scrolling through her phone in the front passenger seat, occasionally smiling as if she had discovered something amusing. Over an hour later, the car stopped in the courtyard of the Central Security Office. Gu Ming turned his head to look at Luya. She was still scrolling on her phone. He caught a glimpse of the video and was slightly startled.
What is this?
Luya handed over the phone, and the two of them watched together. In the video, the lower half of a 15 or 16-year-old boy's body had been replaced with mechanical legs. He jumped high, ran fast, and moved with agility that didn't seem mechanical at all. The boy's face was full of smiles. It was clear he loved these mechanical legs.
Gu Ming looked and couldn't help but laugh. Who else could it be but my younger brother Gu Feng? Looks like your brother is famous now. What happened? He asked curiously.
Lu Ye explained. I checked, your younger brother underwent mechanical modification yesterday and was arranged to start school today, attending the same high school as your younger sister, Lincheng 7th High School. In high school, people have only heard of mechanically modified individuals but haven't seen one. Your younger brother was filmed and the video was posted online, making him quite popular among teenagers.
Gu Ming listened and didn't take it too seriously.
Gu Feng lost his legs years ago, and now he can finally walk again.
How could he not be excited? Let him fully enjoy this joy.
Gu Ming saw his younger brother in the video and finally felt at ease. He originally wanted to go home to see him but held back. After speaking, the two got out of the car and walked into an office building behind the Central Security Bureau, where the Gale project was based. Luo Shui, Chen Yu, and the others had already tidied up the office and training areas. At this moment, Chen Yu saw Gu Ming and Lu Ye return. Holding his phone, his eyes lit up, and he smiled mischievously.
Ming, I've got something here that you'll definitely find interesting. Want to take a look?
No need to ask, Gu Ming already had it figured out.
You must be talking about my younger brother, Gu Feng, right?
Chen Yu was momentarily stunned, his chubby face full of regret.
Ming, you already knew?
What a buzzkill. He spent a long time competing with everyone before he could talk to Gu Ming about this matter, only to find that Gu Ming was already well informed.
Gu Ming smiled faintly and turned to ask the group, are there any suitable tasks for us to take on in Lincheng?
The group exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wang Hu put down the stack of files in his hand, his face dark and his voice angry.
Mingzi, don't bring it up.
Gu Ming frowned, and even the usually mild-tempered Min Xinran's face turned cold. Captain, the Wan Bing squad arrived in Lincheng before us. As soon as they returned, they took all the good missions, leaving us with only trivial tasks that can't earn us any military merit.
Gu Ming instantly understood,
and his expression darkened. But as the captain, he couldn't lose morale.
It's fine. Just because they took the mission doesn't mean we can't. We're just at a disadvantage, but Lincheng is our territory. There's no way we'll lose to the Wanbing squad. Everyone was invigorated upon hearing these words. That's right, we grew up in Lincheng. We know exactly which district has more rats in the sewers. How could we possibly lose to them?
Exactly, I don't believe it. Everyone chimed in one after another, their fighting spirit soaring. Gu Ming looked at the scene before him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
But what he didn't know was Lincheng 7th High School.
As the dismissal bell rang, students of Lincheng 7th High School walked toward the playground in small groups, ready to go home.
Gu Xian and her younger brother Gu Feng were walking among them.
The siblings walked side by side. The elder sister had a delicate appearance, while the younger brother was strikingly handsome. Especially those technologically advanced mechanical legs, which made Gu Feng appear even more spirited.
As they reached the school gate, Gu Xian was suddenly called out by someone.
She turned around and saw her classmate and good friend, He Shui. He Shui walked over quickly, her eyes full of envy as she stared at Gu Feng's mechanical leg.
Gu Xian, your brother's mechanical leg is so handsome, it's awesome.
Gu Feng heard this and his face lit up with a bright smile.
Since childhood, how much ridicule had he endured because of his disability?
Wherever he went, all he received were strange looks from others. But this time, after getting mechanical legs, apart from the elderly neighbors who still couldn't appreciate them, his schoolmates were actually envious. Gu Feng seemed to have been reborn, feeling a small sense of pride within. He knew that these mechanical legs were earned by his elder brother Gu Ming through hard work in the army. He felt no pride, just a bit more happiness than usual in his heart. Long-term isolation still made him cautious.
Thank you, He Shui. Gu Xian smiled at his friend.
He Shui also nodded and smiled. I'll head off first.
Be careful on your way home. Gu Xian responded and was about to leave together with Gu Feng.
Suddenly, a group of people approached from behind and stopped them again.
Gu Xian, is this your younger brother?
Li Junhai wore a smile on his face, accompanied by several obsequious subordinates, quickly surrounding them. The atmosphere was clearly hostile. Gu Feng was attending school for the first time today and had no idea what was happening, but he keenly sensed the hostility from the other party. He immediately stepped in front of his sister, his gaze cold and vigilant. Li Junhai, experienced and knowledgeable, wouldn't be intimidated by Gu Feng, who had just undergone mechanical modification. Instead, he laughed even louder, waited for the crowd to disperse, and waved at his subordinates.
The subordinates tactfully stepped forward and surrounded Gu Feng.
Gu Feng was besieged by 4 or 5 subordinates but dared not fight back easily, gradually distancing himself from his sister.
His face was full of anger as he warned coldly, "I don't care who you are.
My elder brother is a soldier, and we are all military family members.
If you dare lay a hand on my sister, I won't let you go, my elder brother won't let you go, and the government won't let you go either."
Li Junhai was being pulled away by his subordinates, yet the corners of his mouth carried a mocking smile.
Gu Xian's expression changed slightly, but her physical condition was good enough not to be afraid of Li Junhai. "What do you want?" she asked coldly. Though nervous, she didn't lose her composure.
Li Junhai enjoyed seeing her proud demeanor. He slowly approached and spoke in a low voice that only the two of them could hear.
"I heard about your brother's situation. There was quite a commotion at school today. What did he just say? If I were to make a move against you, he, big brother, and the government wouldn't let me off?"
Li Junhai's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes narrowing.
"Gu Xian, I've already lost patience with you. Your brother loves showing off? If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I'll make sure your brother really stands out." Gu Xian's heart tightened.
Looking at Li Junhai's sneering face, she asked somewhat flusteredly,
"What exactly are you planning to do?"
Her voice was hoarse, with a faint hint of sobbing.
Li Junhai was secretly pleased, his laughter low and deep. "You must have heard, right?
The girls I've set my sights on, those who don't agree to my pursuit, their outcomes are always miserable."
Gu Xian's body trembled.
Many rumors had circulated around Lincheng's 7th high school.
Li Junhai just transferred here this semester.
He is not a normal student at all, he is a scoundrel. Relying on his family's influence, he acted tyrannically in his previous school, coercing and enticing female students to become his girlfriends. Despite his young age, he is psychologically twisted. Some girls had been tortured to death by him, while others had suffered mental breakdowns.
But due to the influence of the Li family, everything was covered up. Gu Xian's heart grew more anxious, and her breathing became rapid.
Li Junhai let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping past Gu Feng, who stood not far away.
"Give me an answer by tomorrow morning.
If you still don't give me the answer I want to hear, then your brother's mechanical legs won't be necessary anymore. He can go back to being a disabled person.
Fully functioning limbs don't suit him." With a faint tone, Li Junhai turned to leave.
Gu Feng, however, stared at his sister's increasingly pale face, unable to hold back any longer. Suddenly, he kicked away the group of lackeys standing beside him and charged forward.
Bang! A heavy kick landed squarely on Li Junhai's back.
With a cry of "ah," Li Junhai fell straight to the ground, utterly humiliated. Gu Feng's mechanical leg lifted sharply and stomped towards Li Junhai's head, his face twisted with a sickly ferocity. Before leaving, his eldest brother had urged him to protect his sister. He couldn't do it before, but now that he had the power, he would never allow anyone to humiliate her. "If I ever see you harassing my sister again, I'll make sure you die without a burial place."
As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Feng's mechanical leg delivered 2 more fierce kicks.
Li Junhai gasped in pain. These mechanical legs cost millions on the market. Even if Gu Feng's cultivation isn't deep and his skills are not yet refined, he has studied this path diligently and possesses extraordinary talent. With just a bit of understanding, his strength has already surpassed most senior high school students. After speaking, Gu Feng turned around, took his sister's hand, and led her away.
As they walked, Gu Xian turned her head to look at Gu Feng.
Just now, she seemed to see the shadow of their elder brother in him.
Not quite alike. If Big Brother were here, he would probably have already beaten Li Junhai into serious injury. Gu Xian's heart tightened as she heard Gu Feng ask softly, "Sis, what exactly is that guy's background?"
Years of experience had made him cautious in his actions and quick in his thinking.
Gu Xian frowned in thought and replied,
"He just transferred here this semester.
He's extremely arrogant on campus, even the principal and teachers can't control him. As for his specific background, I'm not sure."
Listening to Gu Xian's response, Gu Feng furrowed his brows tightly, struggling internally over whether to tell Zhao Ruilong about this matter. Zhao Ruilong was the chief instructor of his brother's boot camp and also a centurion. If he stepped in, the matter would surely be resolved smoothly. But for such a trivial matter, alarming the centurion of the Demon Suppression Army, Gu Feng felt it was unnecessary and was also afraid of wasting his brother's connections. Zhao Ruilong had already spent quite a bit of goodwill helping him install that mechanical leg, and if he used more, his brother might end up at a disadvantage. He shook his head, deciding to put the matter aside for now and take it one step at a time. On the other side, in the Li family estate, Li Junhai returned to his villa, his face dark and his chest still aching badly from those kicks. When Li's mother heard that her son had been beaten, she hurried out, her face a mix of panic and fury. Though aged and sallow-faced, her anger was unmistakable. "Son, what's going on? Who dares to hit you?" she demanded angrily. Li Junhai threw himself into his mother's arms and cried, "Mom, did you see the news? It's that guy named Gu Feng. I've taken a liking to a girl named Gu Xin." He recounted everything in detail, his eyes full of hatred. "I heard that Gu Feng and Gu Xin's eldest brother joined the army. No wonder they dared to beat me up like this. Mom, how am I supposed to get by at 7th High from now on?" Mrs. Li's face turned purple with anger upon hearing this. "Humph, so what if their eldest brother is in the army? They have no parents and no background. What do they even count as?" She stared at Li Junhai, vowing confidently, "Don't worry about this. Mom will stand up for you." Li Junhai saw the fierce light in his mother's eyes and was instantly stunned, saying worriedly, "Mom, but brother Gu is a soldier after all." He was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. Li's mother sneered, "Ha, just a mere grunt, what's so great about that? Your father is a centurion, and our Li family has been thriving in Lincheng for so long. Standing up for you is no big deal. Remember, my son must not suffer any losses." Li Junhai had just vented his grievances, but his face appeared even more helpless. "Then I'll rely entirely on you, Mom." "Thank you, Mom." Li's mother gently patted his back with affection, softly comforting him. The next morning, in front of the Central Security Agency building, Gu Ming got up early and brought Luya along. Today, he was going to meet General Luo, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Luya was the instructor and protector of the Gale Squad. Since only Gu Ming was going out this time, she naturally followed him. Zhao Ruilong's car had been waiting downstairs for a while. Seeing the two appear, he got out of the driver's seat and waved to greet them. "Gu Ming, you're looking radiant and full of energy today." Gu Ming was dressed in a black military uniform, bearing the rank of captain on his shoulders, and nodded with a smile. Beside him, Luya was wearing a sharp leather jacket and pants. The two got into the military vehicle together. The car roared off and arrived at the general's mansion in the city center 30 minutes later. The general's mansion was extraordinarily imposing, with an entirely black coating, exuding solemnity and dignity. The military vehicle drove to the entrance, and Gu Ming glanced over to see that the guards were actually two captains, with defenses extremely tight. This was no surprise, as the ancient nation practiced a system of tripartite division of power: City Lord's Mansion, Demon Suppression Army, and Night Watchers jointly safeguarding his city. The Demon Suppression Army was specifically responsible for subduing demons, exotic beasts, and myriad races, with the three parties supervising each other in filling in gaps. The Night Patrol is responsible for handling special incidents involving various races in the city. Luo Dahai is almost considered half a city lord in Lincheng, so the strict security here is only natural. The military vehicle circled around once and finally stopped in front of the largest courtyard. Zhao Ruilong jumped out of the car first, followed closely by Gu Ming, moving unimpeded all the way. No body search was conducted upon entering. With Luo Dahai and the guard's strength, they had no need to worry. Gu Ming soon met Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai was dressed in a military uniform, draped with a jet-black cloak, and the silver general stars on his chest reflected a chilling light in the dim glow, exuding an imposing aura. The last time he formally met General Luo, he left an impression of being kind and amiable. But this time meeting alone, Gu Ming felt only nervousness and unease. Luo Dahai constantly exuded a sense of oppression, his imposing presence surging like mighty waves. It wasn't that he was intentionally pressuring Gu Ming, rather, Gu Ming's perception was too sharp to avoid it. As soon as they entered the door, even Luya's expression turned serious, and she didn't dare to look directly at Luo Dahai. "General Luo, Gu Ming has been brought." Zhao Ruilong saluted and reported. Luo Dahai sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone with one hand and sipping tea with the other, his expression focused. Upon hearing the voice, he finally set down the teacup and looked toward Gu Ming. In an instant, a trace of a smile appeared on his expressionless face. "So it's Gu Ming." His voice remained gentle and warm. This General Luo always maintained a kind attitude, especially toward his favored subordinates. Zhao Ruilong also smiled and looked at Gu Ming, saying, "General, I have already discussed the matter with Gu Ming, and he has agreed to become your personal attendant." The smile in Luo Dahai's eyes grew deeper, yet he still did not rise. He stared at Gu Ming and said with a smile, "Gu Ming, I heard that your performance in the capital was quite outstanding. You didn't disgrace our Lincheng Town Demon Suppression Army, nor did you embarrass me. Not embarrassing Luo Dahai was because he had once promoted Gu Ming to the position of squad leader against the usual rules. And when Gu Ming arrived in the capital, he was again promoted to the rank of captain against the usual rules. This proved Luo Dahai's keen judgment. Now, Gu Ming has made a name for himself nationwide. Gu Ming smiled and thought to himself, the leader praised me for doing a good job, isn't that like giving me a thumbs up? It's all thanks to the guidance of the general and centurion Zhao that I have achieved what I have today. These words were neither modest nor false. Without the exceptional promotion from the two of them, he wouldn't have received the system rewards so quickly, let alone be far ahead of his peers. Luo Dahai shook his head with a smile. He didn't like flattery, but Gu Ming's sincerity and humility were hard not to appreciate. After laughing, Luo Dahai raised his hand, and a yellowish-brown halo gathered in his palm, quickly forming a token engraved with the character Luo. He casually tossed the token toward Gu Ming. With this token, you will be able to command one-third of Lincheng's military forces at critical moments in the future. A yellowish-brown glow gathered in Luo Dahai's hand, and the token gradually took shape. Gu Ming immediately recognized the opponent's innate attribute Earth Element. In other words, Luo Dahai is a powerful Earth creature. This also explains why he is so kind and gentle to his subordinates. However, because of his high status, his occasional seriousness makes it hard for people to relax. After all, when the lord of the city stands before you, even speaking with a smile inevitably inspires awe. The disparity in status is just that evident. But Gu Ming suddenly heard Luo Dahai's next words. This token can command one-third of Lincheng's military forces at a critical moment? Holy crap! His heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly took the token. Upon closer inspection, one side of the token was engraved with the character Luo, while the other side prominently displayed the character Gu. Zhao Ruilong smiled and cheerfully took out his own token. Gu Ming, since we are both close aides, let me tell you about the power of General Luo's token. Saying this, he pulled Gu Ming away from the villa. Luya, however, did not leave. Instead, she sat back on the sofa by herself, chatting casually with Luo Dahai. Gu Ming didn't notice any of this. He followed Zhao Ruilong to the side hall for processing formalities, listening to the introduction, unable to hide his shock. You said, there are 3 pieces of this token in total? You, me, and a marquis each hold one. When General Luo is absent, the 3 of us can use these 3 tokens to command the entire Lincheng demon-suppressing army? Gu Ming was stunned by this news, his jaw dropping in shock. The authority of a general's aide is unexpectedly immense. Even if they only control one-third of the military power, what does that signify? The ancient kingdom's demon-suppressing army is the main force directly confronting the beasts. If this power were used against their own people, even a marquis would find it hard to resist. What is this? This is simply the iron fist of power. Gu Ming had never imagined that he could easily obtain such immense power. He merely met with Luo Dahai and agreed to become his personal attendant. A general's personal attendant brought such a shock. Zhao. Brother Zhao. His throat was somewhat hoarse, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong looked back at him with a beaming smile. Gu Ming took a deep breath and finally voiced his biggest doubt. Brother Zhao, what exactly is a necessary moment? He had to figure it out to truly understand what the role of a personal attendant entailed. Zhao Ruilong's smile shifted, carrying a hint of amusement. The necessary moment is any moment you deem necessary. Holy crap! Gu Ming listened to these words, completely dumbfounded. Entirely controlled by one's own will? This token may not be considered an atomic bomb, but in one's hand, it's practically a missile that hits wherever it's aimed. Too ruthless. He found it hard to accept this reality. It wasn't until a centurion completed the formalities for him and classified him under the Lincheng Town Demon Army's S-level confidential list that Gu Ming somewhat dazedly accepted it. Thank you, Centurion Dong. The centurion in charge, named Dong Tsonlin, had a kind personality. Gu Ming guessed that he also had an earth-based talent, otherwise, his temperament wouldn't be so gentle. Dong Tsonlin shook his head with a smile. Being able to serve as General Luo's close aide is both your honor and a recognition of your abilities. From now on, I hope you will use this power and responsibility well to contribute to protecting humanity. I will. Thank you, Commander Dong. Gu Ming saluted, showing no arrogance due to his talent or status. After exchanging contact information, he and Zhao Ruilong walked out of the side hall, coincidentally seeing Luya emerging from the main villa. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, Sister Luya, do you know General Luo? Luya frowned in thought and replied, You could say we know each other, and we're fairly familiar. This time, we just had a brief chat. Gu Ming didn't ask further and was about to head back to the Public Security Bureau with Luya to discuss the next steps with the team. At that moment, both Zhao Ruilong's and Luya's phones rang simultaneously. Gu Ming thought to himself, what a coincidence. He stood aside without interrupting. After the two answered the phone, their expressions suddenly turned grim. Hanging up the phone, they simultaneously turned to stare at Gu Ming, their faces dark and somber. Gu Ming noticed something unusual and was about to ask when Zhao Ruilong spoke first. Gu Ming, don't get agitated. Your younger brother, Gu Feng, has been taken away. Zhao Ruilong's words were like a sharp blade, piercing Gu Ming's heart. Gu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze turned icy cold like a knife. Luya noticed his unusual reaction and quickly added, someone told me that it was the Li family who captured your younger brother, seemingly because of your younger sister. My younger sister? Gu Ming frowned, confusion surfaced, but he didn't dwell on it. Calmness and anger intertwined in his heart, the fury surging like a tsunami, repeatedly crashing against his reason. What was his original intention for joining the army? It was so his sister could attend a good university and his brother could afford a prosthetic limb. In short, it was for the two of them. His brother and sister are his only concerns in this world. Others are hardly considered a concern. But now, the only concern has encountered a major issue. Was it the Li family? Facing the heavy gazes of the two, Gu Ming's voice was calm, like a still deep well. Luya nodded, your sister reported it to the police immediately. Before the words were finished, Gu Ming turned and boarded the military vehicle. Zhao Ruilong and Luya exchanged a glance, sensing the danger emanating from Gu Ming at this moment. If it were them, with their family in danger, they might be even more dangerous than him. Zhao Ruilong instructed the driver, and the military vehicle drove out of the general's mansion. On the way, Gu Ming and Luya reviewed the sequence of events. This morning, the siblings left home as usual to go to school. On the way, Gu Feng went alone to buy breakfast and was targeted by someone. The opponent struck swiftly and powerfully. Gu Feng was no match and was taken away in an instant. Gu Xian stood alone in place, tears streaming down her face, and eventually called the police. Zhao Ruilong was able to receive the news immediately because he had previously left his contact information with Gu Feng. Gu Feng was alert and, sensing something amiss, immediately used his phone to notify Lung Chang and Shi Tu. The two then informed Zhao Ruilong. After hearing the whole story, it turned out to be due to campus conflict. Someone had taken a liking to Gu Ming's sister. Gu Ming sneered coldly, his anger growing stronger. He took out his phone and dialed the Sun and Moon Squad. Vice Captain Luo Shui answered the phone. Gu Ming was not there. On the phone, he only reported a location, his voice cold and emotionless. Surround the Li family. On the Sun and Moon Squad side, Xinyu, Wang Hu, and the others were already burning with rage. On the other end of the phone, Gu Ming issued orders indifferently, his voice stern. Everyone instantly perked up, and Shenyu roared. Brother Ming, don't worry. We'll definitely bring Gu Feng back. He never expected that, just as Gu Ming was rising to fame, someone would dare to target his younger brother. Really oblivious to impending doom. The Sun and Moon Squad quickly mobilized. They must conceal their identities, each donning specially made alloy nano helmets, boarding the black SUV outside the security bureau, and heading straight to the Li family. On the other side, military vehicles sped toward the Li family. Gu Ming picked up the phone again and dialed a number. The phone rang twice with a beep beep and was answered. What is it? On the other end of the line, Luo Dahai responded coldly with two words. Gu Ming replied with a slightly respectful tone. General Luo, I need to use the personal token. The voice was icy cold, clearly indicating that something major had happened. Luo Dahai didn't ask much, merely nodded lightly. That is your right, how you use it is up to you. As the words fell, he added another sentence, seemingly worried about Gu Ming abusing his authority. In the end, if trouble arises, you'll have to bear it yourself. Gu Ming nodded, thank you, General. In truth, this sentence was a test of Luo Dahai's regard for him. If it's just an empty token, a pie in the sky, it's completely meaningless. Now it's different. He holds 1/3 of the military power and truly wields real authority. Hanging up the phone, Gu Ming dialed another number. Hello, Centurion Dong? The Centurion Dong, who had just met, was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. Gu Ming. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Ming interrupted him, his tone cold and firm. Centurion Dong, I order you as the general's personal aide to immediately surround the Li family. Mobilize as many people as you can within your authority. On the other end of the phone, Commander Dong immediately straightened his back, his attitude respectful. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary officer but an executor of orders from the Marquis and even the general.
This is the power brought by the identity of being the general's personal aide. Dong Sonlin acted swiftly, issuing an order from the general's mansion. He personally led a team of elites departing from the general's mansion, while another team set out from the military camp outside the city, heading straight for the Li family's estate in the Wanghuai district. Inside the car, Gu Ming gave the orders and then leaned back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. Zhao Ruilong glanced at him several times, hesitating to speak. A sigh from the heart. He was the third son of the Zhao family in the capital, a personal attendant to General Luo, yet he had never dared to wield power even once. Even that personal attendant to the Marquis of 10,000 households had never truly taken action. But Gu Ming, only 18 years old and just 4 months into his enlistment, dared to unleash all his power on the very first day, surrounding the Li family. What will the Li family face? Without exaggeration, with a single thought from Gu Ming, the Li family would be reduced to ashes. If it were him, would he dare? Zhao Ruilong asked himself, but found no answer in his heart. But, this is just too thrilling. His cheeks flushed with excitement as he slammed the accelerator. The military vehicle roared and sped toward the Li family. Throughout the journey, Luya remained silent and did not stop Gu Ming. She sat beside Gu Ming, her gaze fixed on this newly enlisted soldier, barely an adult and only 4 months into service, as a subtle emotion stirred in her heart. Just talking about one thing, when Gu Ming ordered the encirclement of the Li family, that aura was so damn cool. Half an hour later, military vehicles arrived at the Li family estate. In front of the estate, several people were already stationed. Wanhu, Qinyu, Luo Shui, and others were dressed in nano-alloy combat suits, their faces tightly covered, staring intently at the Li family residence, engaged in a tense standoff with the guards. The atmosphere was tense, until Gu Ming stepped down from the military vehicle. He was dressed in a black military uniform, bearing the rank of captain on his shoulders, with a pitch-black cloak draped over his back. The cloak fluttered loudly in the autumn wind, exuding an imposing aura. The 9 members of the Sun and Moon squad all turned to look at him, momentarily stunned. "Damn, Ming, you're so handsome." Shen Yu couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Gu Ming ignored him, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut Li family gate, his expression as cold as ice. "Where is Gu Feng?" He spoke indifferently, his demeanor stern, staring at the headguard behind the iron gate. The guard leader had clearly heard this name. Gu Feng was the one he personally captured. His expression changed instantly, and he became extremely anxious. When the lady sent him to capture someone this morning, she hadn't mentioned that the person had such a background. A captain, and one leading a special squad under his command. This identity is far from ordinary in the Demon Suppression Army. But the guard leader did not back down. Instead, he sneered coldly at Gu Ming, his tone full of disdain. "Gu Feng? What does he have to do with my Li family? On the contrary, what are you Demon Suppression Army doing coming to my Li family? Don't you know that the second master of my Li family is a commander of 1,000? He wanted to use Li Shuai's reputation to suppress Gu Ming. But Gu Ming clearly didn't want to say more and sneered coldly. "Not talking? Not handing over the person? All right." He nodded faintly, and a cold gleam suddenly appeared in front of him. Endless killing intent erupted from in front of him, fiercely charging toward the guard leader. The guard leader only saw a flash of cold light rushing toward him, followed by a sharp pain in his throat as if it were being torn apart. Gu Ming gripped his spear tightly, and the wide double iron doors before him were instantly blasted away. A fierce wave of air swept through, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. The cold gleam dissipated, and Gu Ming's spear surged with vitality, unfurling like a dragon in flight. The guard captain had already fallen to the ground, blood gushing from his throat, his eyes wide open in death, unable to find peace. With his younger brother captured and the situation urgent, Gu Ming had no time to waste words with the enemy. "Not handing him over? Then why am I still wasting time with you?" Zhao Ruilong and Luya, who had just gotten off the car, instantly looked grim. The members of the Sun and Moon squad also changed their expressions. When they met the guard leader earlier, they sensed the steady aura of a martial soldier realm, at least 4 or 5 levels, which is why they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have rushed in to save people long ago. How could they have waited for Gu Ming? As a result, as soon as Gu Ming arrived, he took out the martial soldier realm guard leader with a single shot? This level of strength is simply astonishing. While everyone was in shock, military vehicles stopped one after another outside the Li family residence. The warriors wielding hot or cold weapons quickly got off the vehicle and surrounded the Li family in formation. Gu Ming, draped in a cloak, gripped a long spear in his hand, the blood-stained tip dripping, leaving faint traces on the ground. Originally, he was not allowed to mobilize the demon-suppressing army's forces for his brother alone. But this morning, he became Luo Dahai's personal guard.
Don't be fooled by Li Shuhai being a centurion, his power is great. But Gu Ming is now the general's personal aide, holding an even higher position. Letting him take charge is perfectly suitable.
Because Gu Ming won't easily abuse power and understands the risks involved.
But someone dared to challenge his bottom line. Gu Ming only needed to indulge his power slightly once, and the Li family would taste the domineering force of his iron fist.
Central District Security Bureau.
In the standalone building arranged by the Gale Squad, the Wanbing Squad had just returned from outside. The team members' faces were full of smiles. This time, they had hunted many exotic beasts, significantly increasing their military merits and firmly securing their position in the top 10.
Inside the elevator,
Li Junan glanced at his smartwatch, a faintly contemptuous sneer on his lips. Captain, we're firmly in the top 10, while the Sun and Moon Squad has already dropped beyond 70th place. As soon as the words were spoken, the members of the Wanbing Squad burst into laughter. Yesterday, when they returned from the capital, the Sun and Moon Squad was still ranked in the 50s. After just one day, they had fallen so quickly, it was simply unbelievable. The elevator doors opened with a ding. Li Wanbing was the first to step out, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care what Gu Ming and his Sun and Moon Squad were up to. The Wanbing Squad came to Lincheng with only one goal, to defeat Gu Ming.
Gu Ming, reputed to be so powerful, could he really carry the entire Sun and Moon Squad? Then let him try.
In Li Wanbing's view, the members of these top 10 teams all possess grade A talents. Although the Sun and Moon team has a few grade A talents, it is also mixed with grade B talents.
With a team like this, they still dare to compete with them?
The Gale project focuses on overall strength.
Sun and Moon Squad? He will always keep them underfoot, that's for sure. As everyone was walking forward, a staff member suddenly rushed over and blocked the way. Captain.
His brows were tightly furrowed, clearly something urgent. Li Wanbing was momentarily stunned, recalling that he had instructed to keep a constant watch on the movements of the Sun and Moon Squad.
Coming to him so urgently, could it be that the Sun and Moon Squad had taken on another mission? Li Wanbing remained calm and asked with a faint smile, "What's the matter?" Li Junan and the others also turned their heads, their eyes glinting with curiosity.
The civilian staff organized their words and said, "The Sun and Moon Squad has just been deployed, fully armed."
Li Wanbing nodded, his expression still calm. "Do we know where they're headed?"
The civilian staff shook their head and said with a wry smile, "I'm just a civilian staff member, my knowledge is limited."
Wanting to know more is unlikely.
Li Wanbing glanced at Li Junan, pulled out a chair and sat down, saying calmly, "Junan, Lincheng is your territory. Look into it thoroughly."
Li Junan nodded and immediately dialed the Public Security Bureau.
The Li family had quite a few connections in Lincheng, and the Public Security Bureau could always uncover some clues.
The call connected, and Li Junan gave a brief explanation.
The voice on the other end of the phone replied, "Hold on," and then fell silent.
Time ticked away second by second.
Li Wanbing tapped the armrest impatiently, producing a rhythmic dong-dong sound.
3 minutes, 5 minutes. Li Wanbing cast a cold glance at Li Junan.
Feeling the gaze, Li Junan picked up the phone again and asked softly. This time, the other party finally responded, their voice filled with shock and trembling.
"Junan, I found some traces, but..."
The person on the other end hesitated, afraid of taking on responsibility. Li Junan's face darkened, and he lowered his voice, "Uncle, with the relationship between my Li family and you, we will never treat you unfairly." As soon as the words fell, the other party's gaze became resolute. But the next second, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. It had been hung up. Li Junan froze, his expression heavy. Li Wanbing glanced at him, slowly shook his head, disappointment written all over his eyes. Li Junan was about to explain when Li Wanbing waved his hand to stop him and took out his phone to make a call.
"Wanbing, I need to talk to your father." Li Wanbing's father is the deputy city lord of Huocheng, wielding considerable power. Although he doesn't manage Lincheng, his position as the deputy city lord gives him extraordinary connections here. Li Wanbing briefly explained the situation, and his father immediately dialed another phone and asked a few questions. His tone instantly became serious. "I just called the Lincheng chief of public security. I don't know if this matter is related to the Sun and Moon Squad you mentioned." On the other end of the phone, Li Wanbing's father took a deep breath, his tone growing increasingly grave. Li Wanbing's eyes suddenly widened, a mix of shock and confusion on his face.
He slowly put down the phone, faced the anxious Li Junan and the others, and after a few seconds of silence, finally said, "The Li family has been surrounded by Gu Ming."
This sentence was like a thunderclap, reverberating in Li Junan's ears. "What?" Li Junan's first reaction was disbelief, followed by a surge of anger. Brother Wan Bing. Gu Ming is deliberately picking a fight.
Clearly, this is a personal grudge between our Wan Bing squad and him, yet he's taking revenge on the Li family. Furious, his face turned bright red. He never expected that Gu Ming would directly target the Li family because of the feud with the Wan Bing squad.
This is simply outrageous. Li Wanbing's face was grim.
On the phone, the father didn't have time to explain the details, only mentioning that the Li family was surrounded and telling him not to intervene.
But Li Wanbing couldn't tolerate it.
He and Li Junnan shared a tacit understanding, realizing that Gu Ming was trying to use this opportunity to drive away Wanbing's squad, clearly playing dirty tricks.
Wanbing bro?
Li Junnan had just started speaking when Li Wanbing interrupted with a wave of his hand. He suddenly stood up, swung his hand like a blade, and roared with overwhelming boldness. Gu Ming is being unreasonable, so don't blame us for showing no mercy.
Let's go straight to the Li family, and see what tricks he dares to pull. Anger burned in Li Wanbing's heart.
Gu Ming, that scoundrel, couldn't openly compete with the Wanbing squad, so he resorted to underhanded tactics in secret.
It was truly infuriating.
The Wanbing squad was brimming with momentum as 3 military vehicles set off in grand fashion. However, the closer the vehicles got to the forgetting district where the Li family resided, the more eerie the atmosphere became. Ahead, the military vehicles formed a long line, completely blocking the road, preventing anyone from passing through. Li Junnan suddenly slammed on the brakes, sensing something was off, and turned to stare at Li Wanbing.
Brother Wanbing, didn't they say Gu Ming's Sun and Moon squad surrounded the Li family? Why are there people from the Demon Suppression Army here? On the highway from Fire City to Forest City, 3 black SUVs sped along, and sitting in the back seat of the middle vehicle was Li Shuhai. His expression was not serious, just tinged with a hint of gloom. Ring ring, ring ring. The phone suddenly rang.
Li Shuhai saw the caller ID showing it was his sister and immediately answered.
Hello, big sister?
There was a hint of respect in the tone.
The eldest daughter of the Li family was an absolute ruler.
She had a tough personality, full of dominance, like a man born in the wrong gender. A strong voice came from the other end of the phone.
Was the matter handled? Li Shuhai's trip to Fire City was to connect with the Li family of Fire City. The Li family of Fire City is far more powerful than Lin City. Li Junnan's ability to join the 10,000 soldiers squad is entirely thanks to their backing.
Personally visiting to express gratitude is essential. Li Shuhai nodded, listening to his sister's heavy tone, his brows gradually furrowing.
I'm on my way back, big sister. What happened?
As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone.
The Li family has been surrounded.
What? Li Shuhai suddenly straightened his body, his face changing drastically. The phone kept ringing.
Surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Shuhai's face to change drastically, losing his composure. Before he could react, Li Shengnan spilled everything directly. It's all caused by your foolish son and brainless wife. Hurry up and contact your people to resolve this matter.
As the voice faded, the call was disconnected. Listening to the busy tone, Li Shuai's expression changed dramatically, his mind racing. He was a water ghost. Though not skilled at commanding the overall situation, he was gloomy and suspicious, excelling at scheming and breaking through at critical moments. The current situation is far from being a simple feud between the Li family and Gu Ming. The key is, Gu Ming actually mobilized the power of the Demon Suppression Army.
That immense power.
News came through the phone that the Demon Suppression Army has already sealed off the Forgetting District. The sealing formation controlled by the Demon Suppression Army is so tight that not even a mosquito can fly out.
How on earth did Gu Ming manage to do it?
Li Shuhai's face was heavy, almost unrecognizable. He hurriedly made a call, but several attempts were met with the phone being turned off.
Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off.
Sorry, the phone you dialed is turned off.
Several familiar centurions have all turned off their phones and are not answering. The reason is obvious.
No one wants to get involved in the dispute between the Li family and Gu Ming. Li Shuhai leaned against the back of the chair, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness surging in his heart. If it were just his son and wife acting foolishly and kidnapping Gu Ming's younger brother, the matter would be easier to resolve. At worst, he could hand over Li Junnan and his wife. After all, he didn't have any real feelings for them. Marrying that brainless wife was merely for the sake of family stability, so he could find women outside and handle his affairs. But now, with a single command from Gu Ming, the Demon Suppression Army surrounded the Li family. This means that Gu Ming is not well-intentioned. Li Shuai frowned deeply, pondering for a long time before finally dialing a number. This time, the phone rang twice and was answered.
Hello, Shuhai?
The voice on the other end of the phone sounded older than Uncle Li Shuhai, steady and powerful. Li Shuhai straightened his posture and responded respectfully.
And Wanho, what exactly happened in Lincheng?
On the other end of the phone was Wanho, one of the two marquises of the Demon Suppression Army. Another marquis, Chen Pang, is Luo Dahai's close aide, but the two do not get along. At this moment, only Marquis An dared to reveal the news to him. Because he is useful. Marquis An remained silent for a moment before speaking in a heavy tone. This morning, Zhao Ruilong personally took Gu Ming to the general's mansion to meet General Luo. Before leaving, Gu Ming's younger brother was taken away by someone from your Li family.
You already know the rest.
Li Shuhai listened, his face gradually stiffening, and his heart filled with shock. And Wanhua didn't elaborate, but after Gu Ming met Luo Dahai, he immediately mobilized the Demon Suppression Army's forces.
What does this imply? Moreover, Zhao Ruilong personally took Gu Ming to the general's residence.
Although Zhao Ruilong's rank is only that of a centurion, he is a close aide to the general.
Everything is clear now.
Although Li Shuhai strongly denied it, Gu Ming was very likely to have become Luo Dahai's close aide. Even if not a close aide, he must have gained great favor from Luo Dahai, and his relationship with Zhao Ruilong is anything but ordinary. Either of these situations would give Li Shuhai a headache and is definitely not what he wanted to see. But the facts are right in front of him, leaving no room for rebuttal.
Stupid woman! Damn!
Li Shuhai was burning with rage. Although he was dissatisfied with Gu Ming and thinking about revenge,
but taking action at this moment is absolutely courting death.
Even without the connection to Luo Dahai, Gu Ming is still a seed member of the Gale Project and even a team leader. His records are stored in the archives over in the capital, making him someone you absolutely cannot provoke casually. But who could have imagined that his foolish son and foolish wife would cause him so much trouble? Uncle Li was so furious that his blood vessels seemed about to burst, and his hypertension was nearly triggered. After calming down for quite a while, he picked up the phone again, his tone respectful yet suppressed.
And Wanhua, I beg you to save the Li family. I'm willing to do anything.
The person on the other end of the line responded indifferently, with a hint of amusement.
Depends on the situation. This answer was full of meaning. If I can protect you, I will, but the condition is that you work for me. If I can't, the cost is too high, then you're on your own.
Li Shuai stared blankly as he hung up the phone, and it rang again. It was still his elder sister, Li Shangnan, calling.
Hello, I will hand over your wife and son. Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Li Shuhai nodded. I understand, elder sister.
The call ended, and he smashed his fist onto the passenger seat, roaring in fury. The seat was struck with such force that it bent out of shape, caving in with a large hole. Luckily, no one was in the passenger seat, otherwise, the scene would have been gruesomely tragic. Li Shuai sat down, clutching his head, his hands frantically wiping across his face. If he were a fire demon, he would have probably exploded by now. He didn't care much about his son and wife. But his reputation was completely ruined, and the Li family's status in Lincheng had utterly collapsed. As for him, this centurion, it would likely be impossible for him to continue here in the future. And Gu Ming, who knows what kind of trouble he will stir up.
Lincheng, the entrance and exit of Wanghuai district.
Heavily armed soldiers blocked the way, vigilantly staring at the three vehicles of Wanbing's squad.
In the leading off-road vehicle, Li Junnan looked blankly at Li Wanbing.
Li Wanbing was equally full of confusion, completely puzzled and unable to understand what was happening. The two of them never associated these soldiers in front of them with the Li family. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Gu Ming was, he was merely leading the Sun and Moon squad.
What connection could Gu Ming's siege of the Li family possibly have with the Demon Suppression Army? Li Wanbing opened the car door and walked towards the squad of soldiers.
The soldiers immediately raised their guns, aiming at him.
Forgetful zone under martial law, military operation, evacuate immediately. Li Wanbing ignored them, pulling out his officer's ID and holding it up.
I am Li Wanbing, a corporal of the demon army in Huoqing town, and I am related to this mission. The soldiers saw the officer's ID and lowered their gun barrels one after another. The leading decurion took the officer's ID, examined it, and cross-checked it on the military phone.
Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Corporal Li Wanbing, please come in.
Li Wanbing nodded, but he felt something was off. The squad leader's gaze at him was ambiguous, as if secretly trying to take credit.
He couldn't help but feel suspicious, speculating inwardly. Back in the car, Li Junnan didn't ask much.
Feeling anxious, he started the car and drove straight into the forgetting zone. The guards watched the convoy leave, shaking their heads and sighing in unison. Squad leader, who exactly gave the order for this operation? The squad leader's expression changed, and he sternly reprimanded them.
Can you find out about the matter above?
Seeing everyone lower their heads, the squad leader felt a pang of sympathy, as they were all brothers, and said, I'm not sure either, I just heard it was an order personally issued by a general.
Hiss.
As soon as the words fell, the crowd gasped in shock.
The general personally giving the order is even more terrifying than a marquis issuing it, because a personal attendant represents the general himself.
If General Luo does not step forward to stop it, it means he tacitly approves, or even personally orchestrated it.
What formidable enemy did the Li family provoke to suffer such a catastrophic disaster?
Meanwhile, inside the Li family estate, a short-haired, strong-built woman walked out of the villa, her face grim, and quickly headed toward another villa at the back. Her steps were resolute, her brows tightly furrowed. When they arrived at the second branch of the Li family, Li Junhai and his mother, though aware of the rumors outside, paid them no mind.
The Li family has deep roots, how could it be toppled by such a minor disturbance?
Instead, it was this boy in front of them who deserved a good round of torment. Li's mother stared at Gu Feng, who was bound with ropes, a cruel smile appearing on her face.
Heh, so you're the one who hit my son yesterday? You deserve to die.
I heard your brother just enlisted, he's a rookie soldier.
Your family must have sacrificed a lot to get you those mechanical legs, right?
Then I'll saw off both your legs, cutting off any chance for mechanical reconstruction, leaving you permanently disabled.
What do you think?
Li's mother sneered, holding a chainsaw, approaching step by step like a demon from hell. Gu Feng's eyes were filled with terror, sweat dripping down his forehead. But he gritted his teeth, refusing to beg for mercy.
Li Junhai looked at Gu Feng's appearance, his anger burning even more fiercely. Why don't you beg for mercy? Speak up.
Before the words were finished, he strode forward, ready to slap Gu Feng. At that moment, a figure flashed and blocked Li Junhai's path.
Scoundrel!
Li Junhai hadn't even seen the figure clearly when a sharp pain shot through his left cheek. His entire body was struck and sent flying, with several teeth knocked out in the process. Li's mother, upon witnessing her son being struck, did not panic. Instead, her fury ignited, and her instinct to protect her child exploded. She clawed and rushed towards the attacker, but froze in her tracks just as she lifted her foot.
Big sister?
The terror in her eyes was unmistakable. Never had she expected the one hitting her son to be Li Shangnan. Li Shangnan paid her no mind, turned around to face Gu Feng, and reached out to untie the ropes binding him. Gu Feng's eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred, as if he had pieced everything together. It was likely his brother's friend Zhao Ruilong who had intervened on his behalf. Hatred flickered across his face, but he forcibly swallowed it down and silently fled the scene. Right there, Li Shangnan turned back and cast an icy glare at both Li's mother and Li Junhai. You almost ruined the entire Li family. Before finishing her words, she gestured with her hand. A group of burly men in black stormed in, immediately seizing Li's mother and Li Junhai. At the same time, the chainsaw in Li's mother's hand wasn't forgotten, it was taken along with them. Dragged away, Li's mother wailed endlessly. Big sister, what are you trying to do?
Aunt, you can't treat me like this.
Li Junhai was hit but didn't lose his temper. At home, he feared no one except his aunt and father. His fear of his aunt was even deeper than his fear of Li Shuhai. Li Shangnan said nothing and continued leading the group forward. At this moment, the entrance of the Li family estate. Gu Ming, draped in a black cloak and holding a blood-stained spear, advanced step by step. The Li family guards saw him and retreated one after another. He takes a step forward, and they take a step back. The members of the Sun and Moon squad followed closely behind, with Luya and Zhao Ruilong standing beside Gu Ming. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the back of the crowd. Gu Feng had no understanding of the current situation and only felt he should leave the Li family as soon as possible. What hatred, what revenge, can all be settled slowly in the future. He is not a reckless man, years of physical disability have taught him the balance between patience and outburst. However, as he broke through the crowd, a figure holding a blood-stained spear suddenly appeared before him. At this moment, Gu Feng's steps halted, and his eyes slowly widened. Gu Ming also saw his younger brother. Seeing him unharmed, the stone hanging in his heart finally dropped. But even as his heart settled, anger and icy killing intent still surged. Brother! Gu Feng's whole body trembled slightly, and for the first time, a look of vulnerability and fear appeared on his face. The previous strength and toughness were nothing but a facade. Faced with the pressing threat of a chainsaw, how could he not be afraid? He was just a 15-year-old child. Gu Feng dared not show weakness in front of outsiders, but upon seeing his elder brother, he couldn't help but break down emotionally. He came running, heading straight for Gu Ming. He couldn't understand the military rank on his brother's shoulder, nor the current situation. He only knew that with his big brother around, he was safe.
Gu Ming gave them an unparalleled sense of security.
Watching his younger brother cry in fright, Gu Ming smiled and gently patted his head with his left hand.
It's okay now, big brother is here. Gu Feng nodded vigorously.
Looking at Gu Ming, draped in a black cloak and holding a long spear, he felt for the first time that his brother not only brought him a sense of security but also exuded a handsome and heroic aura. Behind Gu Ming, everyone watched the brothers reunite in the scene of Gu Ming bringing people to rescue his younger brother, their hearts filled with fervor and passion. This scene was so overwhelming that everyone seemed ignited, their hearts boiling like hot water. Gu Ming stared at his younger brother again and asked for confirmation. You were taken to the Li family because Li Junhai had his eyes on Gu Xian, and they used you to threaten our sister, right?
Gu Feng nodded repeatedly. Big brother, that's right.
And besides, the one who ordered my kidnapping wasn't Li Junhai, it was his mother. Not only did they kidnap me, but Li Junhai's mother also wanted to use a chainsaw to cut off my legs, destroying my mechanical modifications. As Gu Feng spoke, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes as he recalled the horrifying scene from earlier. Gu Ming reached out, gently patted Gu Feng's head, and softly reassured him, don't be afraid, your brother's got your back. Then he turned to the Li family members, his tone indifferent, don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you.
The captain is just so cool, I'm about to cry. Behind Gu Ming, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad, dressed in nano-alloy battle armor, were frantically communicating.
Yes, holding a gun in his right hand, still covered in blood, he touched his younger brother's head with his left hand and said, I'll stand up for you.
The captain is simply too cool.
The ones talking the most were Lin Baihua and Dong Dao, both chatterboxes, who were now excitedly engaging in a lively conversation.
Do you know how the captain managed to mobilize so many troops? Suddenly, someone asked, and everyone froze.
Luo Shui, Shen Yu, and Wang Hu looked at each other in disbelief. Even though they were the closest to Gu Ming, they had never heard of him having such a significant background in the Demon Suppression Army.
With so much military power, how exactly did Gu Ming manage to obtain it?
Just as everyone was puzzled, another military vehicle stopped outside the Li family residence. Dong Sonlin, bearing the rank of centurion on his shoulder, stepped out of the vehicle and quickly walked over to Gu Ming. Gu Qinsui, the Forgetting District has been completely sealed off, and the Li family is surrounded by our forces. Please advise.
Dong Xinglin's voice was loud and clear, and the centurion insignia on his shoulder gleamed dazzlingly.
Hearing his words, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad were stunned.
Gu Qinsui? Holy crap!
Everyone looked at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand what this title meant. But judging by Gu Ming's current demeanor, even a centurion was extremely respectful, which was enough to reveal some clues.
Luo Shui, what is a personal attendant? Tell us about it, will you?
Yeah,
what exactly is this personal attendant?
In the communication, Luo Shui listened, a look of confusion on her face. She raised her head and glanced at Gu Ming's back, took a deep breath, and explained.
Above the rank of general, one can have 3 personal attendants. Personal attendants are not determined by rank, even ordinary soldiers can take on the role.
The key is that personal attendants can command 1/3 of the Demon Suppression Army under the general's leadership in critical moments.
When the general is absent, the 3 close aides can manage the entire Demon Suppression Army.
As she spoke, she gradually understood. Her father was a major general, commanding the Demon Suppression Army in Lin City. If Gu Mingrua became his close aide, he would be able to mobilize 1/3 of the military forces, which explains the current situation. Everyone listened to Luo Shui's explanation, too shocked to speak.
Whoa, the captain became the general's personal aide? 1/3 of the military authority? This is practically controlling 1/3 of the Demon Suppression Army. How many people are in the demon army of Lynching Town? A legion of tens of thousands, right? Can the captain mobilize over 10,000 people now? Whoa!
The communication channel was filled with shocked voices. Fortunately, only they could hear it, otherwise, it would have been awkward if it reached Gu Ming's ears.
Realizing this, the Sun and Moon Squad quickly fell silent. The captain is too extraordinary, quietly becoming the general's personal aide who can handle this.
They needed time to process this shock. Gu Ming felt the gazes behind him but ignored them, turning to Dong Songlin and nodding in thanks.
Thank you, Centurion Dong. Dong Songlin shook his head, still respectful. What are you saying, Gu Qinsui? Halfway through the conversation, Dong Songlin's phone suddenly rang.
Although the phone should be turned off during missions. As Luo Dahai's close confidant, his phone must remain on, ready to receive orders from the general at any time. He answered the phone, his tone calm and firm.
And Wanho? I am on a mission.
What are your orders?
Dong Songlin spoke politely but without a trace of servility. Although Wanho was a member of the lynching demon-slaying army, he was not entirely loyal to Luo Dahai and operated more as his own faction. His influence was insignificant in Luo Dahai's eyes. However, Luo Dahai also had to consider the relationships above and couldn't act arbitrarily. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Dong, is Captain Gu by your side? Dong Songlin looked at Gu Ming, hesitating slightly.
Gu Ming nodded, without any hesitation, and took the phone.
I am Gu Ming. And Wanhua, what is it?
The tone was no longer polite.
This call is definitely meant to put pressure on me and obstruct the operation. There's nothing more to say.
And Wanhua heard the young voice, paused for a moment, and thought to himself, sure enough, it's a rookie. He shook his head with a smile, his voice still kind. Gu Qinsui, just now Li Shuhai, the centurion, called me to apologize for what happened to your brother and wanted you to. Before the words were finished, Gu Ming coldly interrupted.
And Wanho, I am currently on a mission. Spare me the idle talk.
After speaking, Gu Ming directly hung up and turned his gaze to Dong Songlin. Centurion Dong, except for General Luo, do not answer any other calls.
Dong Songlin nodded solemnly, yes, personal attendant Gu. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Ruilong patted Gu Ming's arm, his brows furrowed. Gu Ming, Gu Feng has already been rescued. How far do you plan to go?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cast curious yet tense glances.
Gu Feng also tugged at Gu Ming's sleeve and whispered, Brother, don't go too far.
He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother, he just wanted to endure and wait for the future to slowly take his revenge. But Gu Ming had long seen through his younger brother's thoughts. He gave a faint smile, looking directly at the crowd, his gaze firmly fixed on the Li family estate before him.
The Li family, truly not small.
After a light sigh, the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile.
Such a vast family fortune, you must have done quite a few bad things, right? Take everyone from the Li family back and interrogate them one by one.
If they dare to resist, kill them on the spot. Gu Ming spoke the most chilling words in the gentlest tone.
Gu Ming's words fell calmly.
Everyone was stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Although the Li family was not a major household, it was considered a medium-sized force in Lincheng. This is the era of high martial arts. Although there is a spotless and unblemished family, isolated and unsupported, Li Juanhai's character indicates that the Li family could never be such a pure family. They must have committed plenty of wrongdoings.
If the entire Li family were truly taken in for questioning, the number of crimes uncovered would likely be countless. Would they willingly allow themselves to be taken away like this? Impossible. The consequences of resistance?
Gu Ming had already made it clear.
Kill on the spot. Just 4 simple words, yet they meant the annihilation of the entire Li family. Everyone around Gu Ming was shocked and disheartened.
Zhao Ruilong looked at Gu Ming, his eyes filled with respect and contemplation. Compared to him, an ordinary man, who was full of passion when he first got married but never once used the privileges of being a close aide. As for Gu Ming, he treated the general's close aide status as a stepping stone, never attaching importance to any identity. Those were merely embellishments. Perhaps this is the secret behind his rapid rise from an ordinary soldier to a captain, even earning the status of a personal guard within just 4 months?
And what about myself?
After serving as a personal guard for several years, apart from gaining some initial respect, I have yet to exercise any authority. I was even suppressed by that petty centurion Li Shuhai, who forcibly inserted Li Junnan into the Sun and Moon Squad. Zhao Ruilong looked dazed, his mind flashing back to the scene of being utterly defeated by Gu Ming during the sand table exercise years ago. If that battle was a result of Gu Ming surpassing him in command, then today, Gu Ming had completely crushed him in courage and determination as well. This is what father and elder brother often said, a leader of soldiers who wishes to become a general must have concerns, but must never be bound by them. Zhao Ruilong murmured to himself, suddenly understanding something. Back then, he was just like Gu Ming, a rising star in the military. But for some reason, his cultivation stagnated, and his rank remained stuck at centurion.
Always doubting himself. Now, he found the answer in Gu Ming.
At this moment, Li Shangnan arrived with a swarm of guards, their numbers overwhelming. But in the face of the iron-blooded warriors behind Gu Ming, this force was utterly insignificant. Gu Ming slightly lowered his gaze, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The guard beside Li Shangnan dragged 2 figures.
Aren't they Li Junhai and his mother, whose face was full of resentment and venom?
Upon seeing Gu Feng beside Gu Ming, Li's mother burst into tears, her eyes red.
Big sister, for the sake of this bastard, you dare treat me and Junhai like this? Does Uncle Hai know about this? Big sister, if today's matter spreads, how will the people of Lincheng see our Li family? How will they see you? As she spoke, Mother Li glared venomously at Gu Feng. You little brat, just you wait. This old woman will make sure you wish you were dead. She was uneducated and lived a difficult life before marrying Li Shuhai. The environment didn't teach her resilience, it only made her complain about everything and act like a shrew. She was an ugly duckling who got lucky and married into a wealthy family. On the surface, she appears to be a swan, but deep down, she is utterly ugly. Li Shangnan glanced at her, turned away indifferently, and was about to explain to Gu Ming. But as her gaze fell, a black cloak fluttered in the wind, the man held a long spear, his eyes cold and merciless. Gu Ming was always taciturn, accustomed to speaking through actions. A cold gleam flashed in the void. Immediately after, a silver light soared like a giant dragon, rushing straight into the clouds. No one had expected that Gu Ming would act without a word. Li Junhai and his mother were shocked and terrified. Watching the surging silver spear, their legs trembled, and their whole bodies shook. Mom! Li Junhai turned his head to look at his mother, who was enveloped by the spear's radiance, utterly terrified to the point of losing his soul. Li's mother couldn't say a word at this moment. The arrogance she had just displayed was instantly shattered by Gu Ming's murderous aura. 2 streams of pale yellow liquid flowed from her body. The silver light approached step by step, but did not kill her on the spot, but was firmly blocked by a figure. Li Wanbing tightly gripped the metal with both hands, forming a shield to protect Li Junhai and his mother. The silver light suddenly struck the shield, yet Li Wanbing's gaze did not waver. A month has passed, and he has already advanced to a second-tier martial soldier. Coupled with the second-tier spiritual weapon bestowed by the family, he was confident he could withstand Gu Ming's strike. However, the result was unexpected. As the silver light collided with the shield was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The terrifying impact instantly spread through Li Wanbing's right arm. He only felt his entire arm go numb and useless, completely losing sensation. The shield shattered instantly, and Li Wanbing was sent flying, clutching his right arm in unbearable pain. The dignified captain of the Wanbing squad, though caught off guard in battle. But in the duel with Gu Ming, who was of the same rank, he was instantly defeated and fell to the ground, unable to get up. This was still the result of Gu Ming not harboring any intent to kill. Otherwise, with that shot just now, Li Wanbing would have already lost his life on the spot. How can he be this strong? How strong is he exactly? Li Wanbing lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. When he was defeated by Gu Ming back then, he could still console himself with the fact that the opponent's rank was higher. After all, he was only a first-tier martial artist, while Gu Ming was second-tier. The gap was immense, and failure was only natural. But this time is different. He is already a second-tier martial soldier. Equipped with the top-tier second-tier spiritual weapon gifted by the family, how could he lose so completely? Li Wanbing was bewildered, staring blankly at Gu Ming. As for Gu Ming, after taking out Li Wanbing with one shot, he did not rush to act. In fact, his earlier action was purely triggered by sensing Li Wanbing's presence. As for why he could instantly kill Li Junhai and his mother with one shot, but slowed down his actions against Li Wanbing? Naturally, it was to let Li Wanbing block the attack and then pin the charge of resistance on him. Take this opportunity to drive the Wanbing squad out of Lincheng. Gu Ming glanced at Li Wanbing, expressionless. Since you are a defeated general, you should obediently kneel. But you insist on being self-righteous, attempting the impossible. As a result, he was directly struck to the point of a mental breakdown. Outside the Li family manor, in front of the soldiers' blockade, a group of people was stopped. Up ahead is a military restricted zone. Entry is prohibited. A captain personally stepped forward to block them. Li Junnan removed the alloy mask, revealing his face. I am the eldest son of the Li family. This is my home. How did it become a military restricted zone? He was anxious, so much time had passed, and he had no idea what the Li family had become now. Gu Ming. He cursed inwardly, not expecting the captain to still refuse to let him pass. After all, this wasn't the outer perimeter lockdown. Everyone who could enter knew the mission this time was to surround the Li family. So naturally, the other party didn't want to let him through. Li Junnan was extremely anxious, but unexpectedly saw the captain glance at him and suddenly wave him through. Li family's eldest son, go ahead. Li Junnan nodded and led the 8 members of the Wanbing squad swiftly into the encirclement. The officer stared at their backs, his gaze deep. This is courting death. How could I bear to let you go? He felt smug, as it was easier to catch the eldest son of the Li family when he was alone. Li Junnan led his men and rushed into the Li family estate.
As soon as he entered the door, the scene before him made his face change drastically. Li Wanbing was lying on the ground, clutching his right arm tightly, his eyes dazed as he stared at Gu Ming, as if he had been stunned.
The atmosphere was deathly silent, filled with a chilling sense of foreboding.
Everyone was still immersed in the shock of Gu Ming taking out Li Wanbing with a single shot, clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation.
Li Junnan rushed into the scene, heading toward the Li family members.
Along the way, he saw his younger brother and aunt being held by the guards. He shouted in shock, "Who gave you the courage to treat Junhai and aunt like this?"
Li Junnan, as the eldest son of the Li family, held a prestigious position.
No one dared to offend him easily.
The guards exchanged glances and immediately let go.
Mother Li collapsed to the ground, her cries wrenching and heartbreaking.
Li Junhai, as if seeing a savior, lunged toward Li Junnan. "Brother Junnan, you're finally here. Aunt wants to hand us over, save me." Hearing this, Li Junnan's face turned ashen.
He dared not unleash his fury on his mother, so he turned coldly toward Gu Ming, his expression icy. Anger surged in his chest, clouding his thoughts. Disregarding Li Wanbing's recent loss to Gu Ming, he fixed Gu Ming with an angry glare and demanded,
"Gu Ming,
we might have our personal grievances, but as soldiers, we should act with integrity.
What do you mean by exploiting public matters for personal revenge?"
His words directly accused Gu Ming of selfish motives but made no mention of the Li family's abduction of his younger brother.
Gu Ming stayed silent. However, Wang Hu, who stood nearby, couldn't hold back.
He stormed forward, shouting furiously,
"Fuck you, Li Junnan.
Your aunt kidnapped the captain's younger brother and even planned to use a chainsaw to cut off his legs, and yet here you are, accusing us first.
What the hell is wrong with your brain?"
Wang Hu, known for his fiery temper, charged forward in rage.
Li Junnan's face turned as dark as a storm cloud.
Just as he was about to respond, a sudden roar erupted from outside the manor. A black off-road vehicle came to a stop, the rear door opened, and Li Shuhai, bearing the rank of colonel, stepped out briskly. He quickly surveyed the scene before him. Seeing that the crowd hadn't dispersed and Gu Ming hadn't caused a major commotion, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face and steady steps, he appeared confident and composed. Li's mother and Li Junhai saw him arrive, and hope reignited in their eyes. Li's mother got up from the ground, pointed at Gu Ming, and roared, "Uncle Hai, it's this brat who surrounded my Li family and even tried to kill me and your son. Uncle Hai, if you don't teach him a lesson today, you'll lose face as a commander." As the words fell, Li Shuhai paused in his steps, anger rising in his heart. This was the downside of his wife. She usually stayed out of things, but now she was causing trouble for him. Beside Gu Ming, Zhao Ruilong and Dong Sanglin's expressions also darkened.
The gaze directed at Li's mother was full of admiration.
Earlier, Li's mother caught Gu Ming's younger brother, clearly courting death. Just now, her words directly dragged Uncle Li Hai into the fray, fighting to the end together with him, truly a god-tier teammate.
Indeed.
Gu Ming sneered at Li Shuhai's words.
"Oh, show me what you've got. The Li family really has some tricks up its sleeve."
He laughed casually, without hesitation. The goal was achieved. The Wanbing squad, Li Junnan, Li Shuhai, and others have all arrived.
Next, it's time to catch them all in one go to avoid trouble later. Centurion Dong, carry out my orders from earlier.
Gu Ming's gaze was icy as he issued the command indifferently.
Dong Songlin nodded deeply and gave a military salute.
"Yes, Gu Qinsui." He turned around and waved to signal the soldiers behind him. The soldiers, armed with long knives and swords, stepped forward, closing in on the Li family step by step. Uncle Li Hai saw this and hurriedly confirmed Gu Ming's order.
Upon learning that Li Jiachuan was to be taken back for interrogation, he was startled.
He exchanged a glance with Li Shangnan, then suddenly rushed forward 2 steps, blocking the soldiers. "I am Li Shuhai, the centurion.
Who dares to try and make a move?"
Li Shuhai shouted angrily, and the soldiers halted, looking at each other in confusion. Although they were not his direct subordinates, they were nominally under his command.
Arrest a centurion?
The soldiers panicked, gripping their weapons tightly but not daring to act rashly. Li's mother saw the soldier blocked by her husband, and courage surged back into her heart. She rushed out madly, pointing at Gu Ming's nose and cursing.
"You little brat, arrest me. I'm right here, arrest me. If you don't arrest me today, you are."
The words of her scolding were not yet finished when a sharp pain suddenly pierced her throat. Blood spurted 5 steps away, instantly shattering all her vitality.
Li Mu's slightly bloated, obese body fell straight to the ground.
Blood gushed from her throat, flooding out like a torrent and swiftly staining the ground red. The dark red blood blossomed like a red spider lily.
This scene instantly startled everyone awake.
Li Shuhai widened his eyes and looked at Gu Ming, completely unprepared for his decisiveness and audacity. His face turned bright red, about to lash out in anger. Gu Ming completely ignored him and turned to stare at the soldiers standing nearby. I suspect the Li family is colluding with the myriad alien beasts, endangering human safety. You all, why aren't you taking action? Gu Ming's gaze turned cold, and his aura suddenly erupted. The ancestor of 10,000 soldiers, this SSS-level talent, was now fully unleashed. An invisible aura surged from him, enveloping the surroundings and sweeping over all the troops. The soldiers instantly forgot everything else, leaving only the urge to follow his orders. Squads of soldiers advanced, their weapons gleaming with a cold light. The members of the Li family retreated one after another, except for Li Shuhai, who remained standing, his eyes wide like brass bells, staring intently at Gu Ming. You! Before the words were finished, Dong Songlin stepped forward and looked directly at Li Shuhai. Centurion Li, we are colleagues. If you want to save face, don't resist. Dong Songlin grinned, rustic yet incredibly resolute. Gu Ming issued orders today in the capacity of the general's personal aide. The authority of personal aides is directly granted by the general. They are the general's confidants and represent the general himself. The general must not be insulted. The general's personal guards must not be treated lightly either. The Li family dares to humiliate Gu Ming like this, the iron fist of power will surely come crashing down. No matter how strong the Li family is, they cannot stand against the demon suppression army. At this moment, Li Shuai felt his hands and feet turn cold, his breathing quickened, and his once straight posture slightly bent. As a soldier, he deeply understands the dominance of the military. Among the various forces in the city, the military is at the forefront of fighting against the beasts. With casualties, they stain the battlefield with blood and bring the ferocity of slaughter. This ferocity was once incredibly sharp in Li Shuhai's hands. Now it backfires on the Li family, causing unbearable pain. He stood there in a daze, giving up resistance and abandoning everything. Li Junhai saw his mother shot dead by Gu Ming, first in a daze, then with a frenzied expression. Mom, Mom. At home, Li Shuhai showed little concern for him, and fatherly love was scarce. It was mostly his mother who protected him and spoiled him. Even so, his mother still appeared grand in Li Junhai's eyes. But now, his mother is dead. Li Junhai laughed maniacally as he stepped closer, hurling insults at Li Shuhai. Li Shuhai, you're nothing but a useless coward. Before his words completely fell, he lunged fiercely at Gu Ming. I'll kill you. He had sworn to avenge his mother's death, charging forward like a warrior prepared to sacrifice everything. Your charge shows no respect, Gu Ming whispered, thrusting his spear forward. Li Junhai collided directly with the spearhead. A cold, sharp spear pierced through his body, and in that instant, he awakened from his rage, fear flooding his heart. Am I going to die? The spear was pulled out, blood splattering onto the blue stone ground. Li Junhai's eyes closed as he fell heavily to the ground with a muffled thud. Gu Ming retracted the spear and slowly turned around. His right hand gripped the blood-stained spear, while his left hand rested on his younger brother Gu Feng's head. The little boy stood frozen, staring blankly at the bloody scene before him, utterly stunned. You shouldn't be seeing such a gruesome sight, Gu Ming softly admonished, covering Gu Feng's eyes with his hand. Gu Feng's eyes welled up, and he looked up at his brother. Brother! Gu Ming smiled. It's just the Li family, does Gu Feng really need to swallow his pride and wait for revenge? Ha! Damn, Captain, you're so handsome, it's totally worth being with you. Lin Baihua shouted through the communicator. The members of the Sun and Moon squad all had a change in expression. Luya looked at Gu Ming, her eyes filled with a smile. Li's mother captured Gu Feng, which was not a crime deserving death, yet Gu Ming directly killed Li's mother and Li Junhai, which was indeed somewhat domineering. But she liked this kind of boldness. Luo Shui, Min Shinran, and others also showed complex expressions. Today, they finally witnessed the true Gu Ming. Also understood why he was exceptionally promoted to captain. The captain of the S-rank rated elite squad couldn't withstand Gu Ming at all. Presumably, even the geniuses from the capital and the tech city are probably the same, right? Their captain, even in the capital, would still be the undisputed number one. Junli slowly walked to his mother, Shangnan Li's side. He secretly glanced at Minghua a few times, then quickly withdrew his gaze and spoke nervously. Mother, what should we do now? Shangnan Li, the head of the Li family, remained expressionless and silent. She originally planned to hand over Li Junnan and Li Junhai, but she couldn't hand them over right away, as that would immediately make Gu Ming aware of the Li family's flaws. It's just like bargaining when buying something. If you reveal your bottom price first, the other party will think you have an even lower price, and the deal naturally won't go through.
But Li Junnan's sudden appearance completely disrupted Li Xingnan's plans. The current issue is no longer just about kidnapping.
It concerns the life and death of the Li family. Li Shangnan frowned, her gaze sweeping over the soldiers closing in step by step, as she quickly devised a countermeasure in her mind.
At this moment, Gu Ming, who was just about to turn and retreat, suddenly froze.
In his mind, the system notification sound abruptly rang out.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for slaying Li Junhai and successfully extinguishing the descendants of the traitorous Li family's second branch.
Vitality plus 3000.
Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to Tier 2 Martial Soldier Level 4. Congratulations, Master, your realm has further advanced to Tier 2 Martial Soldier Level 5. The energy and blood within his body surged. He was already close to Martial Soldier Level 4, and now he is directly broken through 2 levels. The system's notification made Gu Ming pause slightly.
Traitor to the race?
Such people are traitors who collude with exotic beasts, myriad races, and evil organizations, betraying humanity without any regard for the safety and interests of the entire human race. Even more hateful than exotic beasts and myriad races. Gu Ming slowly turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the vast Li family estate, fixing his eyes on Li Junhai, Li Junnan, and Li Shangnan. A cold sneer appeared on his face, his expression as dark as ink. This matter has long ceased to be a private affair. His whisper had just fallen when Gu Ming surveyed the entire scene and decisively ordered.
Commander Dong, seize Li Junhai.
Dong Tsonlin froze upon hearing Gu Ming's command and turned to look at him. He calculated inwardly, considering that Li Shuhai was, after all, a commander, and taking him away would require taking the dignity of the Demon Suppression Army into account. After all, the Demon Suppression Army is the guardian force of the ancient kingdom, held in high esteem.
If they act rashly, Li Shuhai's reputation will be completely ruined.
Gu Ming coldly glanced at Dong Tsonlin again, expressionless.
Centurion Dong, use force to capture Li Shuhai, understood.
The voice was low, urgent, and brooked no argument.
He had no time to say more and could only use the most iron-fisted methods to take control of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Dong Tsonlin's expression changed, and he immediately responded, yes. He then turned around to face Li Shuhai. The honest-looking earth monster's gaze suddenly became solemn and extremely serious.
Centurion Li, my apologies. As soon as the words fell, Dong Tsonlin suddenly clasped his palms together. The ground around Li Shuhai trembled slightly, and a circular earthen wall rose up, instantly enclosing him. Trapped by the earthen wall, Li Shuhai's vision went dark as anger surged in his heart.
Kid, he roared, punching the earthen wall fiercely.
Although he was a centurion, he was an old veteran who had risen through the ranks with seniority.
Meanwhile, Dong Tsonlin was young and strong, and also a personal guard of General Luo Dahai.
Li Shuhai couldn't shake this earthen wall at all. He could only grit his teeth and roar in anger, his voice suppressed.
Gu Ming turned his head to survey the scene, his voice icy. Issue the order, suppress the Li family by force, kill any resistors without mercy.
He let out a low shout, suddenly pushing his younger brother Gufeng aside, and charged forward with a spear in hand. His black cloak billowed fiercely in the wind, and he resembled an ancient iron-blooded general. Zhao Ruilong watched Gu Ming's back, his heart filled with lingering doubts.
Gu Ming mobilizing the Demon Suppression Army so openly for personal revenge is truly excessive.
Killing Li's mother and Li Junhai was already enough, continuing further seemed somewhat over the line. But on second thought, he personally witnessed that sand table battle. Though Gu Ming was a newcomer, he defeated the seasoned centurion.
Gu Ming is a scout, not an impulsive fire demon. This order is by no means a momentary impulse.
Zhao Ruilong gritted his teeth and shouted at the hesitant soldiers beside him. I am Zhao Ruilong, General Luo's personal guard. I share the same order with Gu. Dare to disobey and see what happens. As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers responded one after another.
The earlier threat was just a localized action, now it's a full-scale attack. You all. Li Junnan pointed at Gu Ming, furious yet powerless.
I didn't expect Gu Ming to dare to go this far. Killing his younger brother and aunt wasn't enough, he actually wants to wipe out the entire Li family. Helplessly, he slowly put down his weapon. In the face of the war machine, resistance would only lead to self-destruction. Even if he gets caught and taken back, Gu Ming can't do anything to him. Li Junnan glared at Gu Ming angrily, yet carried a certain aura. What's a little hardship? I can still hold on. Beside him, his mother Li Shangnan grabbed his arm and forcefully pulled him back.
Li Junnan looked at her in confusion. Mother? Are we running?
Escaping at this moment is tantamount to declaring war on the war machine. Gu Ming could find any excuse to kill them at any time.
Li Xingnan's face was grim. She didn't explain but quickly pulled him back. Although she wasn't a scout, she was a cunning water ghost by nature. Just now, she saw intense disgust in Gu Ming's eyes, not hatred toward the Li family, but contempt for the alien beasts and the myriad races. This made her heart suddenly tighten. The matter with the Li family had already been exposed. Although she believed she had handled it flawlessly, with very few people knowing, her suspicious nature would never allow her to be mistaken. Taking a step back, she must never be captured for interrogation, she has to escape. Li Shengnan quickly dragged Li Junnan away, leaving behind a group of panicked Li family guards. Facing the army's charge, their weapons trembled in their hands, and their faces were filled with fear. Gu Ming raised his gun and stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the fleeing Li Shengnan and her son. With a swift movement, he immediately gave chase. Luya also sensed something unusual and quickly followed. Gu Ming, what exactly happened to the Li family? She was a scout, highly alert. Gu Ming did not respond, pulling Luya along as they hurriedly pursued. Li Shengnan ran quickly, taking Li Junnan straight to the depths of the Li family estate. Luya's face was heavy, her high-heeled boots clattering on the ground with a thud, 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 almost sparking. If not for the excellent quality of the shoes, they would have been ruined long ago. Before long, both sides were chasing each other and soon arrived at the ancestral residence of the Li family. Compared to the manor from earlier, this ancestral home is much more dilapidated and has been abandoned for many years. However, the Li family still preserves it. This is the foundation of their ancestors' rise. As for demolition, although the rampage of exotic beasts has made human habitats scarce, the Li family, being such a prestigious and wealthy household, had long purchased the land, and no one dared to demolish it. Li Shengnan pulled her son and quickly rushed into the ancestral home. Li Junnan looked at his mother, both panicked and confused. "Mom, why are we running?" On regular days, he obeyed Li Shingnan's every command, addressing her as mother. But at this moment, he couldn't help but question her. Li Shengnan glanced at him but said nothing. She walked straight to the table in the ancestral hall where the memorial tablet stood and overturned it with a single motion. Li Junnan was stunned, not expecting his usually respectful to ancestors' mother to act so wildly today. He hadn't recovered from his shock when an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The table was flipped over, revealing a massive hole. Strange squeak, squeak, squeak sounds emanated from the hole. Li Junnan glanced over, his scalp tingled, his neck stiffened, and he slowly turned back, staring blankly at his mother. "Mom, this is..." He was stuttering. Finally, he understood the real reason his mother had taken him to flee. So, his Li family. Li Shengnan listened to the commotion outside, turned around, and stared at Li Junnan, speaking coldly. "You guessed right, our Li family are traitors to the clan. We collude with the alien rat tribe and serve as their pawns. I relied on the exotic rat clan to ascend to the position of clan leader and strengthen the Li family." The mother's words struck Li Junnan's heart like a thunderclap. Before he could react, Li Shengnan, with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth, slowly knelt at the entrance of the cave under his shocked gaze. In the next moment, a colossal creature appeared in Li Junnan's line of sight. Gray fur was clearly visible, and those green eyes were as fierce as a demon's, with a body as massive as a small mountain. It was a terrifying mutant rat crouching down, standing a full 4 or 5 meters tall. It stared at Li Shengnan, who was kneeling on the ground, grinning viciously, with a stench filling the air. The foul odor mixed with the smell of decay made Li Junnan suddenly retch uncontrollably. "Why are you rushing to see me this time? Logically speaking, the day to hand over flesh and blood hasn't arrived yet. Could it be there's something good to eat?" The enormous mutant rat opened its mouth and spoke human words, its fangs gleaming menacingly, while greed flickered in its green eyes. Li Junnan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling his entire nervous system trembling. What chilled him even more was his mother's next words. "Mr. Rat, this is my son and grade A talent, peak of the first tier. If you eat him, your injuries will heal faster." The giant rat revealed a disturbingly human-like smile, its bloated body stepping closer and closer to Li Junnan. His eyes widened like bells of copper, terror and despair intertwining. He always knew his mother never truly cared for him. But in the Li family, this kind of cold indifference was nothing out of the ordinary. Li Shengnan cared neither for her husband nor her son. Similarly, Li Shuhai held no affection for his wife or child. This lack of familial warmth had driven Li Junnan closer to his cousin and aunt since childhood, and it was precisely because of this bond that he had been so emotional for them earlier. However, he never could have imagined that his mother would actually want to offer him up to that mutant rat. Absurd! Utter madness! Li Junnan's hands trembled as he raised the knife, struggling to aim it at the giant rat.
But his resistance was futile in the face of such a monstrous predator. With a casual swipe of its paw, the mutant rat sent him sprawling to the ground, his flesh torn and broken. The rat began to feast voraciously, the sickening sounds of bones breaking and flesh being chewed cutting through the air. Ah! Ah! Li Junnen's agonized screams echoed, filled with utter despair. Just as half of his body had been devoured, Gu Ming and Luya finally arrived, bursting into the room. The moment the door opened, Gu Ming was hit by a nauseating stench. The smell was like a putrid mix of vomit fermented for half a year and decaying corpses. His gaze pierced through the Li family ancestral hall, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Luya stood behind him, also looking inside. Her face changed drastically. She quickly calmed down, grabbed Gu Ming and prepared to retreat, her expression grave as she said, "Its aura is stronger than mine, it's a 4th-tier martial lord. We can't handle it, let's go back and call for reinforcements." Luya pulled Gu Ming back a few steps, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 4th-tier martial lord? He carefully sensed it but didn't feel the oppressive aura of the mutant rat. Under normal circumstances, a 3rd-tier martial general would already make him feel pressure, albeit not much. A 4th-rank martial lord is someone he could only flee from with all his might. But this mutant rat feels even weaker than Luya to him. Luya would never be wrong. So, the state of the strange rat must be abnormal. Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he stared into the ancestral hall, his gaze burning brightly. Luya, seeing that she couldn't pull him, turned her head to look at him in confusion, her expression slightly changing. "You madman!" She cursed inwardly but also noticed the strange behavior of the mutant rat. Gu Ming grinned. How could he miss such a great military achievement? Killing this mutant rat would definitely boost his cultivation level significantly. Luya cursed inwardly again and was about to face the enemy herself when she suddenly pulled Gu Ming behind her. Suddenly, a streak of silver light flashed by, faster than Gu Ming. A trace of cold glint arrived first, followed closely. The spear strikes like a dragon. Gu Ming's spear burst forth like a silver dragon, swiftly striking the head of the mutant rat that was crouched on the ground feeding. The mutant rat initially thought that a 2nd-tier martial soldier posed no threat to it. Although it was injured and its strength greatly diminished, it was still a 4th-tier expert. How could it be provoked by a mere martial soldier? But when the spear struck its head, erupting with intense pain, the mutant rat froze. At this moment, Gu Ming's combat power tripled, and the spear thrust like a dragon with an additional amplification. A full-force strike was equivalent to 4 times the strength. The quadrupled strength of a 5th-tier martial soldier was unimaginably terrifying. Can the shackles of a 3rd-tier general be broken? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Green blood splattered out. Gu Ming thrust his long spear, piercing straight through the mutant rat's head, smashing it into a pulp. The gigantic mountain-like mutant rat froze, lifted its head to look at Gu Ming, and the last trace of will gradually faded from its green eyes. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying a 4th-tier giant mutant rat. Reward, Vitality plus 10,000. Congratulations, Master, for advancing to the 6th level of the 2nd-tier martial soldier realm. Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to Tier 2 martial soldier, level 8. System notifications echoed continuously in his mind, and Gu Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. Looking at the green, foul-smelling bloodstains covering his ally battle armor, he no longer felt the previous disgust. Behind him, Luya witnessed this scene, her gaze vacant. Gu Ming, a single shot to kill a 4th-tier exotic beast? Although that exotic beast was clearly injured, its strength was far from reaching the peak of the 4th tier, not even at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. But what about Gu Ming's level? 2nd-tier martial soldier, 3rd stage? How did he do it? Luya looked confused, staring blankly at Gu Ming. At the same time, Li Shangnan, who was kneeling on the ground, raised her head. Her sharp features flashed with shock, which quickly turned into fury. It was overwhelming resentment. Mouse Lord, you deserve to die. Li Shangnan gritted her teeth and stood up, her body emanating the aura of a 3rd-tier martial general, sprinting toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming was about to draw his spear but found that it was firmly stuck in the mutant mouse's head and couldn't be pulled out. He was about to use his ability to manipulate metal to retrieve the spear. At that moment, clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed as Luya rushed over at full speed, 2 daggers silently appearing in her hands. The dagger thrust forward, its cold gleam flickering, forming a sharp barrier in front of Gu Ming. Only then did Gu Ming perceive Luya's true strength, peak of the 3rd-tier martial general. Li Xingnan's face was filled with madness as she charged forward, crashing into the cold gleam. Her body instantly turned into scattered chunks of flesh. A first-tier martial artist refines the flesh, a second-tier martial soldier refines the skin, and a third-tier martial general refines the bones. The martial general realm is known as bronze skin and iron bones. Although Luya couldn't easily sever her bones, he used his dagger skills like a top-tier surgeon to precisely dissect Li Xingnan's body. Bones and flesh separated, blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. Luya's face was stained with blood as she turned to look at Gu Ming. The alluring mature woman appeared even more enchanting at this moment, her charm irresistible. But there was no time for flirting on the scene. The next second, the offering table was overturned, revealing a massive cavern from which countless piercing squeaks echoed. Hundreds of mutant rats scrambled out of the cave, the dense swarm of rats resembling a dark mass of locusts. Pairs of glowing green eyes stared fixedly at Gu Ming and Luya, filled with rage and fury. Gu Ming had killed their mother. They wished they could tear him to pieces. A swarm of mutant rats suddenly erupted, charging wildly. Some were at the first tier, some at the second, but none at the third. Gu Ming and Luya were confident they could take them all down. However, Gu Ming had already fired twice today. The gunshots roared like a dragon, shaking the surroundings. The first time was a domineering defeat of Li Wanbing, the second time was just now. Although he still had some strength left, he clearly felt exhausted. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Luya, let's retreat for now. Luya's features were delicate, and a trace of solemnity flashed between her brows. There were too many mutant rats here, and who knows how many are hidden in the cave. Okay. The Li family has been surrounded by the demon suppression army. These mutant rats won't escape today. As the two retreated, Luya stared at Gu Ming's side profile, her gaze tightening. How does this guy have such good luck? Mobilizing the demon suppression army to surround the Li family already carries suspicions of violating regulations. Even though Gu Ming is the general's close aide, this time he won't escape punishment. But the Li family colluding with the beasts makes them traitors. Gu Ming's actions, on the contrary, have turned into a meritorious deed. Who else can you reason with? Luya's heart stirred, suddenly wondering if he might be the legendary chosen one. She smiled and shook her head. If only that were true. Humankind desperately needs such a savior. Behind them, mutant rats roared and chased, already forming a small-scale beast tide. If surrounded, even Luya, as a warrior, would find it hard to escape death. But escaping was a piece of cake for them. This group of mutant beasts couldn't keep up with their speed at all. Not long after, news came that Zhao Ruilong, Dong Xonglin, and others were approaching, followed by a large number of soldiers. There was still doubt in everyone's eyes, questioning whether the action against the Li family this time was too excessive. But the moment Dong Xonglin saw the hundreds of mutant rats behind Gu Ming, his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Dong Xonglin's tone carried excitement. Previously, including him, they didn't quite understand Gu Ming's decision and thought it was too radical. But now, Gu Ming practically received the signal in advance and led the army to eliminate demons. The Li family betrayed us and colluded with the beasts. Isn't that demonic? Zhao Ruilong's face showed astonishment as he cast a shocked glance. That look seemed to say, "Kid, your luck is absolutely unbelievable." Gu Ming gave a faint smile, glanced at the two of them, then turned to the Sun and Moon Squad and shouted, "Eliminate these mutant rats." The Sun and Moon Squad's morale soared as they responded in unison. Over the past 2 days, their ranking had dropped by more than 70 places. But this time, by defeating the traitorous Li family and suppressing the small-scale beast tide, the Sun and Moon Squad could finally achieve a major victory. General's residence. Compared to the turmoil in the Li family today, the general's residence remains as steady as a mountain. The highest military command center in Linchang is tranquil. Luo Dahai sits in the general's hall, handling official matters. The phone rang, he glanced at it and prepared to mute it. He had answered countless calls like this today. Calls from the Demon Suppression Army, Lin City, and even the armies of other cities came one after another. The purpose was the same, to pressure him into making Gu Ming stop. But Luo Dahai pretended not to hear. He had just granted Gu Ming the status of a close aide, so what if Gu Ming exercised his authority? He couldn't personally slap his trusted subordinate, could he? However, upon seeing the caller ID Lu Yongzheng, he had to take this call. Luo Dahai leisurely picked up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and said with a cheerful smile, "Old Lu, what made you suddenly think of calling me?" His tone was gentle because the person on the other end of the line was the Lord of Lincheng, someone of equal status to him, and also his longtime close friend. The two were once trench brothers, entrusting their lives to each other. A steady middle-aged voice on the other end of the phone carried urgency. "Luo Dahai, stop pretending to be clueless. Look at what your subordinates have done. The forgetting zone has been under siege for over 3 hours, and the people are suffering terribly.
My phone is about to explode from all the calls. I can understand you backing your trusted aides, but you can't be this reckless, can you?
I know Li Shangnan, she knows how to assess the situation and build connections.
But your people refuse to let go and insist on destroying the Li family completely? When did the demon suppression army become so arrogant?
Lu Yongjing's tone was furious.
Luo Dahai listened, understood in his heart, and didn't lose his temper.
After all, the city is under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion, while outside the city falls under the demon suppression army. But his attitude remained firm.
Old Lu, the Li family actually dared to kidnap someone from our demon suppression army.
They truly have no regard for the rules. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yongjing paused for a moment, his voice returning to calm. I'll give you 1 hour.
If it's not resolved by then, I'll handle it myself.
The demon suppression army has military power, and the city lord's mansion also has the security bureau and the garrison city guard.
Lu Yongjing would never stand by and let Luo Dahai act recklessly. Luo Dahai smirked and said, "Got it, old Lu. My people know their limits."
The other end of the phone finally calmed down, though faint, intermittent breathing could still be heard. He smiled and said a few more words. "Old Lu, Ruyan's birthday is in 3 days. As her uncle, I need to prepare something special for her."
Mentioning his daughter, Lu Yongjing's voice softened. "Where's Luo Shui? Has she returned to Lincheng? I haven't seen her in a long time." Luo Dahai smiled, knowing the other party wasn't truly angry.
Although they pretended to have a tense relationship on the surface, in reality, the Li family was just a small clan without even a 4th-tier martial lord.
Destroying them wouldn't matter. Compared to the Li family's affairs, Ruyan's birthday was the top priority. I don't know about Luo Shui.
Recently, he went on a secret mission with the demon suppression army, probably won't have time.
Secret mission, my foot. The Gale plan and still trying to beat around the bush? Lu Yongjing sneered.
Luo Dahai quickly apologized. "Old Lu, once this matter is over, I'll have Gu Ming personally come to see you as an apology."
Gu Ming? That new attendant you just took in? Lu Yongjing asked. Luo Dahai replied.
Just as he was about to continue speaking, the phone rang again. "Old Lu, I have something to deal with here, I'll hang up first." After saying that, Luo Dahai hung up directly without waiting for a response. Hearing the busy tone, Lu Yongjing shook his head with a bitter smile, his eyes full of helplessness.
Inside the general's mansion,
Luo Dahai answered the phone, his brows slightly furrowed, and his gaze gradually turned stern. Then, his tightly knit brows slowly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Inside the Li family courtyard, the corpses of strange rats were scattered all over, their blood staining the ground an eerie green. Mixed with the vivid red blood of the Li family rebels, the scene was exceptionally tragic. But apart from the suppressed members of the Li family, almost everyone present was a soldier. They had long been desensitized to scenes far more brutal than this. Today was nothing but child's play. Squad after squad of soldiers moved through the ruins of the Li family, meticulously counting the spoils of battle.
Dong Songlin stood next to Gu Ming, holding his phone to report the situation to Luo Dahai.
After a short while, he turned and respectfully handed the phone to Gu Ming. "Gu Qinshui, General Luo wants to speak with you personally."
Gu Ming nodded, took the phone, and walked to the side. "General."
His voice involuntarily carried a hint of respect. After besieging the Li family for over 3 hours, the true conspiracy behind it was finally uncovered. During this time, apart from An Wanho, he didn't answer a single call, which shows how much pressure Luo Dahai endured. Such a superior, whether he is Luo Shui's father or not, Gu Ming is willing to follow. If it is discovered in the future that he is not on the side of justice, the spear in his hand will provide the answer. This is not ungratefulness, but for the greater good of humanity.
However, this possibility is almost non-existent.
The ancient nation's generals were few in number, and although Luo Dahai was only a major general, he was a dignified and upright general. Generals have rarely encountered trouble throughout history, their loyalty to humanity is unwavering.
On the other end of the phone, Luo Dahai's voice was gentle. "Gu Ming, you did well this time.
No matter the original intention, removing the cancerous tumor of the Li family is your achievement.
I will request credit for you." "Thank you, General."
Gu Ming listened, and his respect for Luo Dahai deepened.
Between the two, there seemed to be a tacit understanding of mutual admiration.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Li family's problem was just something he happened to encounter. As for Luo Dahai, he didn't utter a single word of blame, instead, he offered full recognition and encouragement.
"Where could you find a superior like this?"
Luo Dahai said a few words and then hung up the phone, leaving the scene entirely in Gu Ming's hands. After all, this is just a 4th-tier mutant rat, and it's injured, so there's no need for higher-level personnel to step in.
With Gu Ming present, along with Dong Songlin, Zhao Ruilong, and others, they can handle it completely.
Gu Ming handed the phone back to Dong Songlin and scanned the members of the Sun and Moon team. The alloy mask concealed his expression, but his movements revealed that the previous battle had taken quite a toll.
You all go back and rest first. I'll return as soon as I finish handling things here. Everyone nodded in unison.
The battle was over, and staying here was meaningless. The credit that belonged to them, Gu Ming would never forget.
Captain, we're heading back first. Luo Shui spoke, leading the team away. Not long after, Li Wanbing also prepared to retreat with the Wanbing squad. He never expected things to end this way. The Li family turned out to be traitors colluding with the alien beasts.
After this incident, all individuals and forces associated with the Li family of Linchang will be thoroughly investigated. The Wanbing squad is naturally among them, and Li Wanbing feels heavy-hearted. He took a deep look at Gu Ming, who was draped in a pitch-black cloak, and left with a desolate expression. On the spot, Gu Ming waved over an officer and gave instructions with a smile. "Brother, please do me a favor and escort my younger brother back.
Remember to remind him not to disclose today's events."
The officer held the rank of captain, the same level as Gu Ming. However, the status of an ordinary captain and a personal captain like Gu Ming was worlds apart.
Gu Ming's status, his power is second only to the Marquis.
The officer nodded excitedly and, as he passed by Dong Songlin on his way out, smiled and struck up a conversation with him.
Dong Songlin smiled and playfully tapped the other's chest with his fist. "You rascal!"
The officer left with a grin, taking on the task of escorting Gu Feng. Gu Ming looked at Dong Songlin in confusion, and the latter smiled helplessly.
"Gu Qinsui, that brat is under my command."
He said he was the one who let the Wanbing squad and Li Shuhai in.
Gu Ming was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. "Dong Qianfu, give him credit for this.
If it weren't for him, those troubled people from the Li family would have been difficult to deal with.
Now, it's all settled in one go." Dong Songlin nodded with emotion. "Yes."
Gu Ming instructed again, "Centurion Dong, I'll have to trouble you to investigate the cave beneath the Li family's ancestral shrine."
Dong Songlin is an earth monster with a very high rank, at least tier 4. The strength of earth monsters underground is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even if he encounters danger deep in the cave, he can retreat calmly. Dong Songlin stared at Gu Ming with a fiery gaze and nodded solemnly, saying, "Gu Qinsui, investigating the cave is my duty."
Gu Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping once again toward Li Shuhai, who was still confined within the tightly encircling earthen walls and had yet to be released.
"Centurion Dong, I'll take Centurion Li away first.
Please be careful." Inside the earthen walls, Li Shuhai heard Gu Ming's words. Li Shuhai's face was ashen, a trace of venom flashed in his eyes as he desperately punched the earthen wall, but to no avail.
"Gu Ming, you son of a b**********.
Gu Ming, the entire foundation of the Li family has been destroyed by you.
You will die a horrible death."
The dignified commander of 1,000 men was now consumed by rage, his mental state completely shattered. But the earthen wall had excellent soundproofing, and Gu Ming could only hear the faint roar, as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He chuckled lightly, turned around, and got into Zhao Ruilong's car with Luya, heading toward the general's mansion with Li Shuhai.
Half an hour later, Gu Ming and the others got out of the car.
After handing Li Shuhai over to the guards, Gu Ming went alone to the general's hall.
Luo Dahai gave him face, not blaming him at all for abusing his authority, but instead holding up with effort.
The other party did not hold him accountable, but Gu Ming took the initiative to admit his mistake.
After knocking on the door, he quickly saw Luo Dahai, who was reviewing documents behind the desk. The silver gleam on Luo Dahai's shoulders was dazzling, even indoors. Gu Ming's gaze dimmed slightly. This time, with the action against the Li family, he truly experienced the thrill of power. Moreover, the military authority he utilized was nearly 1/3 of Lin City's forces. If he held full military authority, wouldn't everyone have to treat him with utmost respect wherever he went? Of course, Gu Ming hadn't forgotten the essence of power. This is the era of high martial arts, where individual strength can even resist an entire legion. Only strength is the most fundamental capital. "General!" Gu Ming saluted, his expression solemn. Luo Dahai put down the document and looked up at him. Resolved so quickly? Luo Dahai was quite surprised by Gu Ming's commanding ability. Thinking back to when he was still a corporal and had defeated Zhao Ruilong in a sand table battle, he felt relieved. Gu Ming nodded and said in a low voice, "General, this time I There was an apologetic tone in the voice, and Luo Dahai could tell. But he didn't intend to blame, waving his hand with a smile. Don't apologize. Although it was a bit overbearing this time, as long as the result is good, it's fine. And besides, Luo Dahai's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said half-jokingly, if you're not a bit domineering, how can you become a self-reliant general in the future? Gu Ming suddenly raised his head, a surge of a soldier dies for the one who understands him, passion rising in his heart. His blood boiled, and his head buzzed loudly. It must be admitted that every general has a unique charm. Luo Dahai is just like that. His admiration for Gu Ming is genuine, and he truly treats him as a general to be nurtured. I will not let General Luo down, Gu Ming said firmly. Luo Dahai nodded with a smile, but a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. This time, you don't need to apologize to me, but you must make amends to someone else. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow and quickly learned from Luo Dahai that this time, the incident he caused had unexpectedly triggered a power struggle among higher-ups in Lincheng. After leaving the general's hall, Gu Ming's face carried a trace of helplessness. The Demon Suppression Army's actions in the city this time were too conspicuous, and here, both in name and in reality, was under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. In other words, he was recklessly deploying the Demon Suppression Army on the city lord's territory, which was equivalent to slapping the face of the city lord's mansion right in front of them. Therefore, he still had to visit the city lord's mansion next to pay a visit to the city lord of Lincheng. In the corridor, Gu Ming suddenly looked up and saw a figure appear at the corner. The man had graying temples, was older than Luo Dahai, and exuded an extraordinary aura. The other party approached, the dazzling marquis military rank on his shoulder catching the eye, prompting Gu Ming to stop in his tracks and salute in acknowledgement. Marquis N. Based on his age, Gu Ming recognized that this was the very Marquis N who had previously pressured him over the phone. However tense their relationship might be, he would never confront the other party in public. And Wanho walked over with a smile on his lips, glancing at Gu Ming without any hostility. Gu Qinsui, just came out from General Luo's place? Gu Ming nodded, feeling a bit puzzled. He quickly understood that in Wanho's lack of hostility on the surface was because this was a public setting, and the other party held a noble status. If you want to deal with him, and Wanho won't openly show any flaws. Instead, he will relax his guard and wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Gu Ming became alert and quickly distanced himself from the other party. And Wanho took a few steps, then turned back to look at Gu Ming standing at the door. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but a trace of coldness flashed through. A mere junior officer, even if he is a close aide, dares to disrespect him? This time, Gu Ming used the Demon Suppression Army to annihilate the Li family, which pleased him greatly. Next, he would make this boy understand how painful it is when power backfires. This world is nothing but entangled grievances and the cycle of cause and effect. And one who knocked on the door and entered the general's hall, his expression solemn, and he began with an accusation. General Luo, Captain Gu has abused his authority. Gu Ming was completely unaware of what happened next in the general's hall. Back in the business car, Gu Ming leaned against the passenger seat, looking somewhat tired. Big sister Luya, did I go too far this time? Luya was driving. Hearing this, she turned her head and laughed in surprise. With a long gun in hand at the Li family, you looked like a war god. Who would think you went too far? The Li family was never any good. Even if they weren't colluding with the beasts, they were still parasites of humanity. It's no big deal to wipe them out. Besides, you've made a great contribution this time. Through the Li family, we might be able to root out more parasites. Gu Ming nodded, closed his eyes, and said no more. The captain's insignia on his shoulder quietly changed. Although still a captain, this time he was a silver-edged personal captain, and the difference from an ordinary captain was immediately apparent. Just as Gu Ming closed his eyes to rest, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for being promoted to personal captain. Reward, S-level martial skill, Purple Thunder Step. Gu Ming was slightly stunned and slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't expected that being promoted to personal guard captain would come with a reward. He checked the description of the Purple Thunder Step. Purple Thunder Step, S-level martial technique, divided into 9 steps. While moving, surrounded by purple thunder, immune to all physical attacks. Within 9 steps, speed rivals the speed of sound, even surpassing it. Beyond 9 steps, speed compares to the speed of light, enabling instant movement anywhere in the world. As the description slowly concluded, Gu Ming's eyes lit up. When chasing Li Shangnan and her son, he felt that his speed wasn't fast enough and couldn't catch up at all. The system truly understands him, as the footwork technique was directly provided. Beyond 9 steps, it's comparable to the speed of light. Can one go anywhere in the world?
Within 9 steps, the speed is also extremely fast.
Also, carrying the purple lightning while walking, could it actually make one immune to all physical attacks?
Gu Ming remembered that this was precisely the innate ability of the Thunder Mage. In other words, mastering the purple lightning step is equivalent to possessing the core skill of the Thunder Mage.
With this speed, could he now compete with the Thunder Mage?
Gu Ming was overjoyed, and the car stopped at this moment. Luya, sitting in the driver's seat, turned her head and glanced at him, rolling her eyes.
What are you grinning about?
Who's grinning foolishly? Gu Ming turned around and got off the car, his face devoid of any expression. Luya couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle as she got off the car. Before long, the two ran into members of the Sun and Moon Squad at the base. Everyone had taken off their combat uniforms and looked at Gu Ming in unison, their eyes full of surprise, crowding around him excitedly.
Ming is back. Damn, do you know how cool you looked back then? Mingzi, how did you suddenly become the general's personal guard? So damn cool.
Chen Yu and Wang Hu, who were closest to Gu Ming, immediately stepped forward, their words filled with excitement and admiration. Chen Yu's eyes darted, locking onto the military rank on Gu Ming's shoulder. Eyes widened like copper bells.
Ming, this military rank is so cool.
Silver-edged.
Could it be that the general's rank is pure silver? I can't even imagine how cool Ming would look wearing it.
Chen Yu pointed at the silver-edged rank, shouting excitedly.
Others looked at the silver-edged captain rank on Gu Ming's shoulder, all full of envy.
I don't care, I don't care. Brother Ming, when you become a general in the future, don't forget about me.
I must have this personal guard rank too.
Chen Yu shouted, glancing at Wang Hu in passing.
Brother Hu, do you want one?
Wang Hu was momentarily stunned, then chuckled.
I'll do one too. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Wang Hu suddenly speak in his hometown dialect. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and Lin Baihua and Dong Dao also joined the conversation. Captain, you probably don't know yet, but the Wanbing squad left Lincheng a long time ago. That's right, they were so arrogant when they came to Lincheng, but now they've left in such disgrace. Ever since the incident with the Li family, our Sun and Moon squad's ranking jumped straight from over 70 to the top 20. Captain, we've all been promoted to sergeant, and Sister Luoshui has even become a squad leader. The next day, Lincheng's 7th high school. Gu Feng carried his backpack, his mechanical leg making him appear particularly strong and giving others a sense of security. He walked side by side with his sister Gu Xian, and the two stepped into the campus together.
Gu Feng, was it really your brother's superior who saved you yesterday? Gu Xian still carried some doubt as she walked beside him, asking softly.
Yesterday, she filed a report at the security bureau and was then asked to stay and wait for updates. In less than 3 hours, Gu Feng was brought to the security bureau, completely unharmed. Gu Feng said he had contacted his elder brother's superior in the military in advance, and the Demon Suppression Army used their forces to rescue him from the Li family.
This explanation is flawless, but Gu Xian always feels that something is off.
She can't quite put her finger on it, perhaps it's just a woman's sixth sense acting up. She shook her head, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at her younger brother.
Gu Feng, what did Big Brother's superior say about how he's doing in the army? Ever since Gu Ming returned a month ago, Gu Xian had been thinking about her elder brother. Gu Feng recalled Gu Ming's heroic figure, holding a long spear and draped in a cloak.
He nodded slightly, though his tone was somewhat peculiar.
Should be doing quite well, I suppose.
The captain specifically instructed him not to disclose any information about Gu Ming. Even to his own sister, he could only keep his lips sealed. Gu Xian listened, let out a sigh of relief, and a smile reappeared on her face.
That's good, that's good.
What she worried about most was her elder brother. Compared to the hardships in the military, her and her younger brother's daily training, though intense, felt like living a heavenly life.
They walked into the campus, and Gu Xian was contemplating her future.
She had 1 year left before graduating from high school, facing 2 choices. To take the college entrance exam like most people and enter Wuhan University, or to join the military and go to war like her elder brother. She couldn't make up her mind for the moment and decided to listen to her elder brother's advice when the time came.
Gu Xian parted ways with her younger brother and headed to the floor where the senior year classrooms were located.
As soon as she entered the class, she heard the loud discussions around her.
Did you guys hear? Yesterday, the Wanghuai district was surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army.
They said it was a military operation.
My house is right there, I'm an insider.
When the incident happened, I was just about to go home to use the bathroom, but the house was surrounded, and I couldn't get in at all. I shouted, I'm about to wet my pants, but no one let me through. My dad works for the security bureau, and at the time, he was about to go on a mission, but the demon suppression army dismissed him with just one sentence. My dad is usually so imposing, but this was the first time I saw him lose face. Compared to the iron-blooded soldiers, the difference was immediately clear. Does your dad know you're talking about him like this? I'd really like to know, Lu Xiaodong, where did you finally take care of it? Did you mess your pants? The student being asked turned bright red, too embarrassed to know how to respond. The chatter was loud, until a figure walked into the classroom and returned to their seat. The class immediately fell silent. Many people cast complex and awe-filled glances. Gu Xian looked around and turned to her deskmate He Shui with a puzzled expression, her eyes asking all the questions for her. He Shui glanced around and looked back at Gu Xian with a complicated expression. We all know about Gu Feng being kidnapped. He was kidnapped by Li Junhai, it's no secret. The Li family was wiped out when the demon suppression army besieged the Wanghuai district. What? This was the first time Gu Xian had heard of it. She widened her eyes in disbelief. The Li family was wiped out? These words roared and echoed in her mind. Information intertwined in her brain. Li Junhai kidnapped Gu Feng, Wanghuai district surrounded by the demon suppression army, a military operation? Big Brother's superior saved Gu Feng? The Li family was wiped out. This clearly seemed like someone was venting their anger on the Li family. Gu Xian's face changed drastically, her gaze both confused and resolute. The people around, including He Shui, cast looks filled with awe. Gu Xian had no parents, only an elder brother and a younger brother, which was well known. But now it seems that the power behind the Gu family is extraordinary. Although everyone is a student, there are no fools in the era of high martial arts. From then on, no one at Linqing's 7th high school dared to provoke Gu Xian and her brother Gu Feng. Do you want your entire family wiped out as well? This chilling thought began to quietly spread throughout number 7 high school. Evening. A black business car slowly drove into the city lord's mansion. Luya rolled down the car window and handed out her credentials. The guard's expression immediately changed upon seeing her face. Instead of taking the credentials, he respectfully bowed in salute. The car window slowly closed, Luya withdrew her hand, cast a faint smile toward the front passenger seat, and said nothing more. Gu Ming was dumbfounded. It was fairly normal for Luya to know Luo Dahai. But how could she enter the city lord's mansion so easily? Could this face really be so powerful? The doubts in his heart grew thicker and thicker, and Gu Ming became increasingly curious about Luya's true identity. The car continued forward and soon stopped in front of a villa at the center of the city lord's mansion. This villa lacked the majesty of the general's residence, yet it still exuded solemnity and dignity. Gu Ming stepped out of the car, dressed in a silver-gray suit that Luya had specially chosen for him. Meeting the city lord requires observing some rules. Gu Ming nodded, letting Luya take care of things. Luya wore a black evening gown, with a high slit reaching up to her thigh. Her chestnut-colored wavy long hair draped over her shoulders, exuding an intellectual and elegant charm. She stepped in high heels, closely following Gu Ming into the mansion. Along the way, the attendants bowed their heads and bent their waists in unison. Passing through the long corridor, they arrived at a grand reception hall. On the sofa sat a middle-aged man, in his 40s, upright and solemn, with a serious expression. At first glance, Gu Ming couldn't determine his talent, but he was certain of one thing: he was definitely not a fire-type fire demon. How could the fire demon be so composed? If it were the fire demon, upon seeing them, it would either rise up and shout or burst into loud laughter. Lu Yongjing heard footsteps and looked up at the two of them. Sit down. He first looked at Gu Ming, then at Luya. The two slowly sat down. A silver-gray suit paired with a black evening dress, a perfect match of talent and beauty, a union made in heaven. Lu Yongjing's gaze suddenly flickered, his expression slightly dazed. As the lord of Lincheng, Lu Yongjing couldn't help but let his gaze waver slightly upon seeing Luya. If Gu Mingrua didn't notice this subtle change, then his work as a scout would have been in vain. However, Lu Yongjing quickly withdrew his gaze and turned to him with a slight smile. Captain Gu is indeed a talented young man highly valued by General Luo, truly remarkable. As he spoke, Lu Yongjing smiled casually, yet his emotions were hard to discern. Gu Ming couldn't tell whether these words were praise or sarcasm. But since Luo Dahai had him come alone to meet Lu Yongjing, it was clear that their relationship was not shallow, and Lu Yongjing wouldn't easily show hostility toward him. City Lord Lu flatters me, what I've done is still quite insignificant. Gu Ming responded humbly, his voice steady. Lu Yongjing stared at him, silently nodding in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Luya again inside. Then, he took something out from his chest and handed it to Gu Ming.
The Demon Suppression Army should still be investigating the Li family's mutant rat cave, right?
Speaking of serious matters, Gu Ming's expression turned solemn as he nodded in response.
That's right. Although the Li family is not in the Central District, the situation is severe. The Demon Suppression Army is fully investigating the source deep within the cave.
Lu Yongjing nodded slightly and pushed the item in his hand toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming took it, feeling a gentle breeze brush across his palm. A thought arose in his mind, guessing that Lu Yongjing might be a special wind mage. He opened the item, and it turned out to be a booklet. Flipping to a page, it was densely packed with names, followed by department and position annotations. Gu Ming glanced at it briefly and looked at Lu Yongjing in surprise. City Lord, what is this? He was puzzled. It was reasonable for the Demon Suppression Army to investigate the Li family, and the City Lord's mansion would naturally conduct an internal inquiry as well. But Lu Yongjing had personally handed him a list, filled with the names of people in the city connected to the Li family, including various position details.
Lu Yongjing smiled and said, I don't know much about the inner workings of the Demon Suppression Army, but I am clear about the Gale plan.
This list contains the names of individuals in the city who might be connected to the Li family's mutant rat lair.
Not all of these people are necessarily suspects, and there might be some I haven't identified. Wait, City Lord Lu, what are you planning to do?
Gu Ming interrupted, feeling increasingly that the situation was not simple. Lu Yongjing's eyes carried a playful look, and he said with a faint smile,
Luo Dahai must have also asked you to keep an eye on this matter.
The forces within my City Lord's mansion are intricate and complicated. It's inconvenient to investigate myself, and I don't trust leaving it to the night patrol. So, I can only entrust this to you, the trusted confidant of old Luo. Gu Ming immediately understood that Lu Yongjing was handing over the authority to investigate the various forces in the city to him.
At the same time, the term Old Luo indicated the close relationship between Lu Yongjing and Luo Dahai. What reason did he have to refuse? Gu Ming smiled and stood up to salute Lu Yongjing. Thank you, City Lord Lu. Lu Yongjing waved his hand and shook his head. Rooting out these parasites benefits my City Lord's mansion as well. I should be the one thanking you.
Changing his tone, he said somewhat exasperatedly,
Can you young people be a bit more mindful when doing things? If you want to destroy the Li family, just surround the area near their residence. Why encircle the entire Wanhui district? As the City Lord, I've completely lost face in the eyes of outsiders.
Lu Yongjing chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yesterday, the Demon Suppression Army acted recklessly in the city, and the outside world is saying that the City Lord has bowed to Luo Dahai. He doesn't care, but reminding Gu Ming is still necessary. Gu Ming's expression was somewhat awkward. Yesterday, he mobilized as much force as possible to surround the Li family. At the time, he hadn't expected to mobilize so much, directly encircling the entire Wanhui district, which was indeed excessive.
It's just that. Lord of the city, what does that sentence mean? What do you mean by if you want to destroy the Li family, just surround the area near the Li family?
He never intended to destroy the Li family from the start.
Gu Ming ultimately didn't explain, to avoid making things more confusing. He nodded and replied, Thank you, City Lord Lu, for the reminder. I will be mindful of my limits. Lu Yongjing smiled and nodded, then changed the topic. Gu Ming, to be honest, what terms did Luo Dahai offer you that made you decide to follow him? What conditions? Gu Ming was stunned.
But in Lu Yongjing's eyes, all of this was only natural. Gu Ming's pride and arrogance, seeing him still calm and composed, could never be easily subdued by Luo Dahai.
It must be Luo Dahai using a honey trap. Bah!
He actually used his own daughter as a bargaining chip.
Luo Dahai is utterly shameless.
Thinking of this, Lu Yongjing smiled meaningfully.
The purpose of the Gale project is to create an entirely new special force system.
At critical moments, this force can command the Demon Suppression Army, oversee city affairs, and even the night watchman must obey them. So, even if you carry my name, you won't lose out in the slightest.
Gu Ming remained as calm as ever. Lu Yongjing took a deep breath and tentatively asked, Did Luo Dahai arrange for his daughter to be by your side?
These words almost left Gu Ming stunned, his expression bewildered. He knew that Luo Shui was indeed by his side, but it was definitely not arranged by Luo Dahai. Seeing this, Lu Yongjing silently thought to himself once again, as expected, and said to him with a smile, My daughter is celebrating her birthday at Tianhua Hotel today, where the young talents of Lincheng are gathered.
If you're interested, you can go take a look and make some connections.
Gu Ming remained expressionless, completely uninterested. Lu Yongjing, unwilling to give up, played his final card.
People there might be connected to this Li family cave incident. A glimmer flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, sensing an opportunity. He nodded, took the small notebook handed over by Lu Yongzheng, and slowly stood up. City Lord Lu, we'll take our leave for now. Lu Yongzheng nodded, glancing at Luya one last time before parting, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Gu Ming noticed that gaze, and a trace of doubt crossed his mind. Was that gaze conveying an elder's apology to a junior? Walking out of the villa and returning to the business car, Gu Ming finally couldn't help but turn to look at Luya. A trace of helplessness flashed across the face of the alluring and mature woman. She had long anticipated that Gu Ming would ask about this. Luya smiled faintly, turned to look at him, and slowly began to speak. There's nothing to hide. Luya spoke casually but turned her head to conceal the indescribable pain in her eyes. Uncle Luo and Uncle Lu used to be my father's personal attendants. About 8 years ago, twin cities were besieged by a beast tide. My father led troops to support them but sacrificed his life in that battle. Uncle Luo and Uncle Lu both blamed themselves, especially Uncle Lu, because he was right beside my father at the time. Since then, Uncle Lu retired from the military and started developing in the city. He and Uncle Luo once swore in front of my father's grave to defend Lincheng to the end. As long as the city stands, so will we. Luya slowly recounted that distant yet painful memory, her tone unable to conceal the sorrow. Gu Ming listened, his heart suddenly tightening. 8 years ago, twin cities were besieged by a beast tide, and the second province dispatched a large number of troops and civilians for support. But in the end, twin cities couldn't hold out. The beasts breached the city, leaving devastation in their wake. He sat in the driver's seat, silent and speechless. That year, he was 10 years old, the year his parents passed away. Although not soldiers, his parents were responsible for logistical transport during that battle. On the way, they encountered a beast tide, and the tragic outcome was self-evident. Luya noticed Gu Ming's silence and looked at him in confusion. Seeing that his expression was similar to hers, she froze. Gu Ming? She asked tentatively. Gu Ming smiled bitterly and revealed the plight of his parents. The two shared a tacit understanding, falling into a silent resonance. I will definitely take back twin cities. Inside the carriage, Gu Ming murmured to himself. It was said both to Luya and to himself. Luya looked at him, her eyes slightly red, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and smiled, saying, Gu Qinsui, I truly look forward to the day you become a general. Only by becoming a general can one control such a destiny. But her father was also a general back then, yet he died in twin cities. If Gu Ming goes, what will the outcome be? She dared not think too much, yet still held onto a sliver of hope. Twin cities was the place her father and Gu Ming's parents had fought desperately to protect back then. They failed to hold on, regret running deep. Coming to her senses, Luya started the black business car. Let's go, we'll meet the daughter of the city lord. There was a hint of mockery in her words. By seniority, Lu Ruyan was her younger sister, and the two were once very close. Gu Ming nodded, started the engine, and the car headed toward the Tianhua Hotel in the city center. At this moment, in the capital city thousands of miles away, in a private room of a 7-star hotel, 4 people were gathered together. Wen Baiyu, elegant in a white suit. Zhao Zilei, eating heartily. Bai Mengbing, wearing an ice blue long dress with a delicate appearance. And Yu Baiwan, overweight and dressed in designer brands. Yu Baiwan wore a luxurious mechanical watch on his left hand and an electronic wristband from the Gale project on his right. Wearing 2 watches, he drew attention. The dishes varied, and Yu Baiwan glanced at the other 3 people. Have you heard about what happened in Lincheng yesterday? Bai Mengbing's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Of course, I know. Captain Gu is truly impressive. As soon as he returned to Lincheng, he became the general's personal guard. To avenge his brother, he directly surrounded the entire city. Yu Baiwan shook his head, his expression complicated. Mengbing, that's not what I meant. The general's personal attendants are considered an honor by outsiders. Gu Ming became the general's personal attendant at a young age, which is indeed impressive. But for these second-generation heirs, a family might have more than one general, such as the Zhao family of Zhao Zilei. When Baiyu interjected with a smile. Captain Gu is indeed legendary. As soon as he arrived in Lincheng, he stirred up a storm and exposed a traitor colluding with the alien beasts. Yu Baiwan nodded in agreement. Exactly, who would have thought that Li Junan's family was actually connected to the alien beasts? I bet Li Wanbing is still questioning his life right now. Bai Mengbing teased with a smile. When Li Junnan decided to take the Wanbing squad to Lincheng, I knew he would suffer under Captain Gu. And what happened? She wiped the greasy corner of her mouth, her smile deepening.
At this moment, Zhao Zilei suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily.
What on earth are you talking about? Yu Baiwan was surprised and looked at Zhao Zilei. You don't know?
Zhao Zilei frowned. Are you three crazy?
What do you mean by saying things I don't understand during dinner?
Yu Baiwan and the other two exchanged glances, completely at a loss on how to deal with this guy's stubbornness.
After a round of introductions, Zhao Zilei finally came to a realization and understood Gu Ming's astonishing deeds in Lincheng. Damn, Gu Ming is amazing.
He slammed the table excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm, wishing he could rush out immediately to find Gu Ming and celebrate. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes and sneaked a few glances at him. The three people at the same table with Wenbaiyu couldn't help but turn their faces away, so embarrassed they almost wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Wenbaiyu smiled faintly, glanced at everyone around the dining table, and spoke seriously. The Sun and Moon squad is about to break into the top 10 rankings. The pressure is immense. If we don't push harder, Captain Gu will leave us all in the dust. As soon as the words fell, except for Zhao Zilei, both Bai Mangbing and Yu Baiwan nodded in agreement.
However, Yu Million quickly waved his chubby hand, exuding boldness.
Captain Gu's personal strength is indeed strong, but the overall quality of the Sun and Moon squad is too poor.
We all have family support behind us.
The Sun and Moon squad is still far from catching up to us. There's no need to rush.
Bai Mangbing smiled and agreed, that's right.
Back then, Captain Gu turned the tables with one shot.
This time, we must fiercely reclaim our position in the overall rankings.
The atmosphere among the four instantly became heated, their fighting spirit soaring. When Baiyu watched this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, but a trace of worry lingered in his eyes. Lin City is different from central metropolises like the capital or the city of technology. In such places, there would be no traces of the myriad races or exotic beasts within the city.
Traitors to the clan are extremely rare, often having to hide and scheme for decades or even centuries to infiltrate.
But Lin City is different, much more dangerous. Gu Ming this time has directly barged into Lin City's deadliest spot. He is exceptionally talented and has boundless potential. But with this current physique, it can't be dragged into deeper conspiracies.
Lin City.
A black business sedan stopped in front of the Tianhua Hotel.
The attendant bent down to open the door, welcoming Gu Ming and Luya.
A silver-gray suit, dashing and striking, a black evening gown, intellectual yet sexy. The two walked side by side, as if they were born to be together. Lu Ruyan, who had already received the news, was waiting downstairs. Seeing them get out of the car, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward in high heels.
Lu Yujie,
you're here. Lu Ruyan was dressed in a red strapless short dress. Though barely in her early 20s, she managed to pull off the outfit, with the dress fitting snugly against her figure. Of course, compared to someone like Luya, a mature and alluring woman, she still had some way to go. But as she moved, her long, snow-white legs beneath the short dress seemed to glow, flawless and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Gu Ming couldn't help but smile as he watched. There are countless online novels, and the renowned Emperor Ruyan is known for her unpredictable personality, but her beauty has never changed.
As she approached, Lu Ruyan happily took Luya's hand.
Luya, I missed you so much. Luya looked at her with a smile, but there was a hint of reproach.
The college entrance exam was 2 years ago, and you, with your prestigious S-level Wood Element talent, are only now advancing to the second tier? Tell me, have you been spending all your time playing instead of cultivating?
Lu Ruyan felt a bit flustered and instinctively hugged Luya's arm.
Luigi, you know I'm a Wood Element user.
Cultivating the Wood Element is naturally slow, and I have to train my healing abilities every day.
It's perfectly normal to still be at the second tier, right?
Not everyone is like you, reaching the third tier right after graduating from university. Listening to their conversation and seeing Lu Ruyan's playful smile, Gu Ming felt a bit despondent.
Life at the martial arts university is truly leisurely. S-level talent, only at the second tier after 2 years?
This might actually be the trajectory of an ordinary person. Someone like him is too exceptional, others would find it hard to bear.
Alright, let me introduce you. This is Gu Ming.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Luya, Lu Ruyan turned to Gu Ming and introduced him. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she excitedly reached out her hand.
Is this Captain Gu Qinshui?
She had long heard of Gu Ming's name, her gaze filled with delight. Gu Ming nodded and extended his hand to shake hers.
Hello.
He doesn't put on airs, but still feels a bit unfamiliar in such a setting. His expression isn't cold, but it's not exactly warm either. When my dad told me, I couldn't believe it.
Gu Qinshui actually came personally to celebrate my birthday. Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly and led the two into the hotel.
She was talkative, especially eager to chat endlessly with Luya and Gu Ming. From her words, Gu Ming learned that Lu Ruyan was already a third-year university student this year. She was not at Lincheng Wu University but at Tech Wu University, which, along with Beijing Wu University, is known as the Twin Star Universities of the ancient nation. I heard that Gu Ming also has a younger sister and brother. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as she said, Gu Qinsui, you must make sure they apply to Ku Wu. Ku Wu may not have as many geniuses as Jingwu, but its strength is still decent. The most important thing is that there aren't as many aristocratic families in Ku Wu, so I can look out for your sister a bit. She waved her hand grandly, as if making a guarantee. Gu Ming nodded with a smile. Since the other party was being kind, he naturally had to accept. Otherwise, it would be too unkind. Moreover, he did plan to have his younger sister and brother get into Wu University through the college entrance exam. Joining the military is too dangerous. Even with his protection, it's not as stable as Wu University. The Gu family has already done a lot for him and his parents, so it's only natural for his younger sister and brother to have an easier life. Even if it makes him seem selfish. Lu Ruyan smiled happily, then it's settled. Gu Qinsui, remember to give me your contact information. As she spoke, it was clear she cared a lot about this matter. The three took the elevator to the banquet hall of Tianhua Hotel. Tonight, City Lord Lu reserved the venue solely to celebrate his daughter Lu Ruyan's birthday. Prominent figures from Lin City's upper-class society gathered at the event. The women were stunning, and while the men were not particularly handsome, they were meticulously dressed, showcasing their charm. Gu Ming sneered inwardly. As a soldier, he instinctively rejected this luxurious scene. Behind this, countless soldiers had exchanged their lives for such comfort. Seeing Gu Ming's face darken, Luya gently tugged at his sleeve and blinked to signal him. Gu Ming regained his composure, his expression returning to calm. Rather than focusing on the birthday festivities, he was more interested in seeing if there were any problematic figures like those from the Li family at this banquet. In Gu Ming's eyes, these were all military merits, each one heavy and significant. At this moment, inside the banquet hall, there were quite a few men and women sitting on the spacious sofa. A young man dressed in a white suit, with a slightly frivolous appearance, glanced around and said in a low voice, "What do you think? What kind of status must the person be for Ruyan to personally go and meet them?" Huang Zhenghao asked with a smile. As a die-hard fan who had pursued Lu Ruyan for years, he was full of hostility toward the guy who could make Lu Ruyan personally come out to greet him. The people around shook their heads one after another. Sitting together, one of the two identical brothers smiled and said, "Brother Zhenghao, no matter who comes, the main character tonight will always be you. Don't worry. The speaker is one of the sons of the Min family." Huang Zhenghao, the son of the deputy city lord, had already informed them that he planned to confess his feelings at Lu Ruyan's birthday party tonight and asked them to help cover for him. Coincidentally, the Min family had business dealings with Deputy City Lord Huang, so the two naturally agreed to help. Huang Zhenghao smiled broadly and drained his glass in one go. "Tonight, I need you guys to back me up. As long as I win Ruyan over, I'll definitely repay you generously." The two young masters of the Min family nodded repeatedly. "Brother Zhenghao, don't worry." As everyone was talking, the young man sitting in the center's eyes flickered, and he suddenly spoke. "Have you heard about it? Yesterday's incident?" As soon as the words fell, the people drinking paused, and the atmosphere instantly froze. What else could have happened yesterday besides the annihilation of the Li family? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Recalling that incident sent a chill down their spines. Yesterday, the Wanghuai district was besieged for over 3 hours, leading to the annihilation of the Li family. The Li family, though only a middle-class family in Lincheng and not part of the upper echelon, had a history spanning 100 years. Yet, they were wiped out so easily. What was even more terrifying was that the act was carried out by the very army that usually protected them. Everyone's usual attitude toward the army was the same: respect but keep a distance. The army protects the people, sacrificing countless lives on the front lines, with the news reporting the numbers daily. But over time, the numbers became numbing. It also made people overlook the terror of military power. But yesterday, an iron fist mercilessly struck the Li family. Outside, people only saw the Oblivion Zone surrounded for 3 hours. But the Li family was wiped out, possibly in an instant. The crowd's expressions gradually showed fear, and they all thought of the person who gave the order. It is said that a newly appointed general personally led the team. Huang Zhenghao turned his head to look at the young man, his brows slightly furrowed. The man's name is In Mingyu, backed by the Marquis family, and he himself is extraordinary. Despite his young age, he is already the captain of the patrol team in the Central District.
Patrolman, even the city lord's mansion must show them some respect at critical moments.
Thus, and Mingyu holds a very high status here, on the same level as Huang Zhonghao. If he hadn't set his mind away from Lu Ruyan, he would have long become Huang Zhonghao's rival. Huang Zhonghao didn't respond, but it was clear that someone was very close to the son of the marquis.
Brother Mingyu, are you talking about the matter of the Forgetting District being surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army yesterday?
Wu Haicheng responded, his face heavy and somewhat unpleasant.
His father is the director of Linqing's security bureau.
The Forgetting District being trapped by the Demon Suppression Army for over 3 hours not only humiliated the city lord's mansion but was also a disgrace to the security bureau.
In the eyes of outsiders, the security bureau didn't even dare to make a move, not even a peep.
The security officers on the mission couldn't get in or out, and their reputation was utterly trampled by the Demon Suppression Army.
And Mingyu nodded, sitting upright in the middle of the crowd. The atmosphere around fell into dead silence for a moment, and he smiled.
I heard that City Lord Lu met that Gu retainer tonight.
If even Lu Ruyan personally went to greet him, it must be either the City Lord himself or that person, right?
As soon as the words fell, it was as if a bomb had been detonated.
What? Gu retainer is here?
Nobody mentioned that today is the birthday of the daughter of City Lord Lu, and that Gu Qinxue would show up.
Really? Captain and already said so? Could it be false? Everyone's expressions changed drastically, filled with shock. And Mingyu's words revealed the visitor's identity and stirred up hostility among the crowd.
Mentioning Lu Ruyan, Huang Zhonghao immediately felt it was related to him.
However, since it involved the Demon Suppression Army's personal guards, he didn't rush to speak.
Instead, the two sons of the Min family stepped forward and called out to Huang Zhonghao.
Brother Zhonghao, so what if he's a personal guard?
I heard that guy, even though he became General Luo's personal guard, is just a mere second rank. Yesterday, he only relied on the Demon Suppression Army to back him up and destroyed the Li family. That's right, Brother Zhonghao. If it weren't for the coincidence of catching the Li family colluding with exotic beasts, his personal guard status would probably have been revoked by now.
Later, you handle it.
If Gu Qinxue really comes, we'll help you overshadow him so you can make a grand entrance in front of Sister Ruyan. Huang Zhonghao listened to their flattery, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up, looking very much like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. And Mingyu and Wu Haicheng sat together, their eyes full of amusement, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, before they finished speaking, 3 steady footsteps echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. Everyone looked up and saw a man and 2 women appear. Gu Ming was dressed in a silver-gray suit, his face resolute and handsome. Just standing there, he exuded a strong sense of security and menace. It was an aura unique to those who had been stained with blood.
Lu Ruyan and Luya walked side by side. Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the city lord and the heiress of Lin City, appeared overshadowed while standing next to Gu Ming.
The person by the sofa watched the 3 of them. Luya, beside Gu Ming, had a gaze filled with cold mockery and disdain.
Could the scout not hear their discussion just now?
But Gu Ming's expression remained calm, completely disregarding this group of second-generation heirs.
Ha! Flowers from a greenhouse dare to challenge a beast?
Luya felt extreme disdain in her heart.
Lu Ruyan didn't notice anything unusual and stood at the banquet hall entrance introducing everyone. Everyone, this is Gu Ming, the personal adjutant of General Luo.
This is... Lu Ruyan looked at Luya, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes.
Sister Luya, I suppose I don't need to introduce myself further, do I?
Her gaze swept over the man and woman beside the sofa, her smile hiding a sharp edge. And Mingyu's face changed drastically the moment Luya entered the door, losing his usual composure and becoming restless. Luya met his gaze, the affection in her eyes long gone, replaced by a complete and mocking understanding. This Mingyu used to behave properly under her command, like a righteous guardian. But now that he has become the captain, his true nature is immediately exposed. And Mingyu clearly saw Luya's mocking gaze. His breath hitched, and his face slowly turned crimson. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the dim lighting in the banquet hall made it hard to notice his embarrassment.
Why is Luya here? Wasn't she supposed to be on a special mission?
And Mingyu deeply regretted his actions. Had he known Luya would show up, he would never have said those provocative words to Gu Ming.
Although the feud between him and Gu Ming originated from Wanho, what did his father amount to compared to Luya? And Mingyu's face darkened as he sat there silently, holding back his anger. At this moment, the 2 young masters of the Min family exchanged a glance, stood up together, and walked toward Gu Ming. Their faces bore kind smiles, but they were completely indifferent at heart. As they approached, the Min brothers stood on either side and reached out to pat Gu Ming's shoulders. I am Min Shi, and this is my younger brother Min Xing. So, you are Gu Xiaowei, Gu Qinsui. Welcome, welcome.
They spoke casually, yet simultaneously circulated their internal energy and blood, ready to suppress Gu Ming on the spot.
What are the personal guards in the army worth?
The Min family is not like the Li family, a small and insignificant sect. No matter how arrogant Gu Ming is, he wouldn't dare to attack the Min family again. Huang Zhenghao stared at the scene, his eyes filled with intense interest. The Min family possesses an A-level martial skill, Heavenly Silkworm Hand.
Once they touch the opponent, silkworm poison is implanted into the body, extremely sinister.
If Gu Ming lets the Min family brothers pat his shoulder, he might either be crippled or fall under their control. Huang Zhenghao smiled and watched, suddenly noticing that the two sons of the Min family paused their outstretched hands in midair. Because, at the moment they were channeling their energy and blood. Gu Ming slowly raised his eyes, with no killing intent in them, only calmness.
If memory serves, aren't these Min Shinran's two brothers?
Gu Ming's gaze turned cold, and he said in a frosty tone.
Has no one told you not to mess with soldiers? What did you say?
The Min brothers were stunned, and immediately after, two crisp click sounds were heard. They lowered their heads in shock, looking at the outstretched wrists, their eyes wide open.
Pain struck instantly. Faced with provocation and intimidation, Gu Ming showed no mercy and directly broke their wrists. As for their martial soldier realm?
In Gu Ming's eyes, they were nothing more than weaklings. The Min family brothers clutched their severed wrists, stumbling backward with heavy steps, their eyes wide in shock as they stared at Gu Ming.
You dare?
Their faces burned with fury. Although their wrists could be reattached, being humiliated by Gu Ming in front of everyone was utterly disgraceful.
Thinking back to their earlier arrogance alongside Huang Zhenghao, wasn't this now a complete joke?
Beside the sofa, Huang Zhenghao and Mingyu and Wu Haiqing stared at the scene before them, stunned.
Especially Huang Zhenghao.
Although the second son of the Min family couldn't make it into the first tier, he had always been Huang Zhenghao's loyal follower.
But Gu Ming completely defied conventional logic. Faced with provocation, before even retaliating, he broke both of their wrists with a backhand? What else could this be but madness?
Huang Zhenghao's face darkened as he glared angrily at Gu Ming, his voice full of rage. Gu Qinsui, you are truly overbearing to the extreme.
Yesterday you destroyed the Li family, and today, do you intend to destroy the Min family as well?
His eyes narrowed slightly. Huang Zhenghao maintained the arrogance of the deputy city lord's son.
Beside Gu Ming, Lu Ya and Lu Ruyan had different expressions in their eyes.
Lu Yu wasn't too surprised, having already guessed that Gu Ming would retaliate like this. But Lu Ruyan was somewhat shocked. She didn't expect Gu Ming to provoke someone and immediately take action without hesitation.
Moreover, his strength was enough to inspire awe. Kind of handsome. A glimmer flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she didn't rush to intervene.
She wanted to see how Gu Ming would deal with Huang Zhenghao.
If he can't handle it, it's not too late for her to step in.
Huang Zhenghao's words reached Gu Ming's ears, and he turned his head in deep thought.
The next second, Huang Zhenghao's heart tightened, sensing something amiss, but Gu Ming merely shook his head. Destroy the Min family? Impossible.
Huang Zhenghao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to smile when Gu Ming continued, at most, I can only kill these two young masters of the Min family and their father, who favors sons over daughters.
Min Shinran is Gu Ming's teammate, so she definitely can't be killed.
As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Zhenghao's smile instantly froze, his face turning ashen.
The two young masters of the Min family exchanged glances, their expressions turning to fear. How does he know our father favors sons over daughters?
They stared at Gu Ming, their eyes full of fear. This general's personal guard was completely different from anyone they had ever encountered.
Unreasonable, unyielding.
You provoke me. I'll crush you directly.
Overbearing to the point of leaving no room for resistance.
After all, he is General Luo's personal aide. The two sons of the Min family lowered their heads, completely admitting defeat. But Huang Zhenghao felt his face burning uncomfortably. The face of his deputy city lord father was actually trampled underfoot by Gu Ming.
With this humiliation, how could he confess to Lu Ruyan?
He turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan, his voice tinged with astonishment. Ruyan, this is your birthday banquet, and everyone is here as friends to celebrate.
But this Gu attendant, relying on his power, acted arrogantly and broke the Min brothers' wrists right away. Aren't you going to say something?
Gu Ming, this tough nut, is really hard to crack.
Huang Zhenghao plans to start with Lu Ruyan.
Hearing his words, everyone secretly praised Huang Zhenghao's skill in diverting conflicts. In another 20 years, it's possible that the position of deputy city lord might really fall to him. Lu Ruyan heard Huang Zhenghao's words and slowly snapped out of the imposing image of Gu Ming. She smiled at Huang Zhonghao, her smile radiant and beautiful. "You're absolutely right, this is my birthday party, and I have the right to decide whom to invite and whom not to. Guming is my guest, my friend." Yet the two young masters of the Min family came up to slap his face and humiliate him. "Do you think if I say all of this out loud, you'll still have any dignity left?" Lu Ruyan was stunned by Guming's boldness and couldn't help but imitate his style. Hearing her 3 sentences, Huang Zhonghao's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. His gaze toward Lu Ruyan also changed, filled with shock and disappointment. "I've pursued you for so long, and you wouldn't even spare me a glance. Now that Guming has come, you're actually taking his side?" Huang Zhonghao was so furious he was about to explode, but he held back, forcing himself to maintain his composure. The hand under the table clenched and then released, emotions surging. The atmosphere was tense, difficult to resolve. And Mingyu and Wu Haicheng stood up with a smile and walked to the center. "Ruyan, today is your birthday. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Everyone is here, hurry and take a seat, let's celebrate together." The two smoothed things over with their conversation, and the atmosphere slightly eased. As the atmosphere gradually calmed down, Lu Ruyan glanced at Gu Ming and Luya, signaling them to sit by the table. And Mingyu and Wu Haicheng also took their seats one after another. Huang Zhonghao's face was grim as he sat down in silence, not saying a word. The second young master of the Min family's wrist quickly recovered under the treatment of the wood spirit. Just as they were about to sit near the main seat, Lu Ruyan shot them a cold glance. "Get lost, go to the kids' table." Her voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. She didn't truly like Gu Ming. This attitude was entirely to support Lu Yujie. The second young master of the Min family was just about to sit down when her words stopped him in his tracks. The two of them instantly looked displeased, sneaking a glance at Huang Zhonghao. In the end, they didn't dare to argue and sheepishly moved to sit aside. Lu Ruyan, the daughter of the city lord, exuded an air of authority that left them no choice but to swallow their anger. There was another Gu Ming present at the scene. Huang Zhonghao's face grew increasingly grim, as dark as the bottom of a pot. On the other hand, Mingyu and Wu Haicheng often lightened the mood at banquets, gradually making the atmosphere lively. Gu Ming still felt out of place. He was a warrior, belonging to the battlefield, not to such a hedonistic setting. But he did not forget his purpose. He secretly noted down everyone's personality, identity, and profession. Huang Zhonghao is not only the son of the deputy city lord of Lincheng but also the president of the Lincheng Martial University Student Council, possessing the strength of a third-tier wood demon. And Mingyu and Wu Haicheng are also extraordinary. And Mingyu is the son of an Wanho, with whom he has a grudge, and serves as the captain of the Central District Night Patrol Squad. He is a third-tier martial general with dual A talents. His talent carries a hint of uniqueness, making Gu Ming's heart tighten. One is a beast talent, capable of transforming into a black tiger. The other is a physique enhancement, allowing for an eruption of greater strength during combat. The captain of this night patrol team is absolutely formidable. As for Wu Haicheng, he is the son of Lincheng's chief of security and has a good relationship with Mingyu. His talent is rare, he is a third-tier illusionist, proficient in illusion magic. The banquet remained lively and bustling. Lu Ruyan stood in the center of the crowd, like a blooming lily, attracting countless gazes. Gu Ming and Luya sat side by side in the corner, their expressions tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Luya, were you a night patrol officer before?" Gu Ming suddenly turned his head and asked. And Mingyu noticed Gu Ming's expression as he looked at Luya, his brows slightly furrowed. Luya smiled softly, with a hint of charm. "You figured it out?" Gu Ming nodded. "You possess an S-level metal attribute talent and are a third-tier martial officer. It's impossible for you to be a rogue. You must be from the Security Bureau or the Night Patrol. Elite like you are most likely night watchers, and of considerable rank. But I don't understand why you gave up the position of Night Watcher Squad leader to join the Gale Project." His tone was filled with deep curiosity. Luya remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Places like the Demon Suppression Army and the City Lord's Mansion are a mix of good and bad. The Night Watchers may seem clean, but not entirely so. At that time, I was the team leader and wanted to be promoted. The only path was through the Lincheng branch." She shook her head with a bitter smile, her eyes revealing a complex emotion. Once, she dreamed of joining the army to avenge her father. But Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng firmly rejected her idea, believing that path was too dangerous. She had no choice but to take the college entrance exam route, enter Wuhan University, and then return to Lincheng to join the Night Watchers. After all, the Night Watchers were quite powerful, and if she could climb to a high position, reclaiming twin cities in the future was not impossible. But after becoming a captain, Luya discovered that the Night Watchers were not as pure as she had imagined. There were too many parasites, and Mingyu was one of them. Gu Ming nodded, gradually understanding the significance of the Gale project. First, these newly recruited soldiers still possess integrity, with minimal corruption. Second, whether it's the City Lord's mansion, the Demon Suppression Army, or the Night Patrol, internal corruption has already become a festering issue. A new force must emerge to cleanse away those parasites. This is the inevitability of history, the torrent of change that no one can stop. Perhaps years later, even those involved in the Gale project will find it hard to escape the fate of downfall. Such things are unavoidable. Gu Ming gave a bitter smile and slowly stood up. Sister Luya, I'm going to the restroom. Luya nodded, watching him leave. Suddenly, a figure blocked Luya's path. It was Mingyu holding a wine glass. He sat down with a smile, extending the glass toward her. Captain, care for a drink? Luya crossed her arms, staring coldly at him. Mingyu, I never thought you'd pretend to be such a goody two-shoes back then, only to turn into this disgusting person. It's truly revolting. Her words were merciless. Mingyu's expression changed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. He laughed. Captain, you're still so naive. Don't call me Captain, Luya responded coldly, standing up and changing to another seat. Mingyu stood there, his face awkward, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Damn *TCH, just because you fancy some pretty boy, you dare treat me like this? He turned his head to stare at Luya, a trace of coldness gradually appearing in his eyes. Deep within his heart, the dormant demon quietly awakened. In the restroom, Gu Ming was busy when he suddenly heard the angry roar of the two sons of the Min family outside the door. Damned Gu Ming! I will make you pay the price. Don't rush, let's first hear what Huang Zhenghao has to say. This matter needs to be handled slowly. I won't let him off. The two were burning with anger, their voices thunderous. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, Gu Ming stood in front of them, dressed in a silver-gray suit, his posture upright, with a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The two people's expressions changed, and they immediately looked dejected, pretending they hadn't said anything just now. The scene was like the awkward moment when someone in a company is caught badmouthing their boss behind their back. Gu Ming sneered coldly and raised both hands. The second young master of the Min family showed fear in his eyes. Under their powerless resistance, Gu Ming pressed their heads toward the edge of the toilet, pushing them down bit by bit. And they simply had no habit of flushing the toilet. Remember, flush clean after using the toilet. Gu Ming's voice was as cold as a devil's whisper, echoing in their ears. The second young master of the Min family turned pale. Urine flowed into his mouth, and the intense humiliation weighed so heavily on him that he could barely breathe. The defiance in his eyes completely vanished, leaving behind only numbness. From now on, whenever they saw Gu Ming, their first instinct would be fear, to avoid him at all costs. Had enough fun? A calm voice suddenly echoed in the restroom. Another Gu Ming stood by the sink and glanced over here. He slowly withdrew his hand, his expression changing, gradually transforming into Wu Haiqing's appearance. Captain Gu, these two are being unreasonable. Let me teach them a lesson for you. Wu Haiqing spoke with a smile, his tone relaxed. The sound of the second young master of the Min family crying woo-woo still echoed from the restroom, unclear what torment he was enduring. The abilities of an illusionist are truly intriguing. Gu Ming said indifferently, his gaze shifting to Wu Haiqing. You came to find me, not just to help me deal with these two, right? Wu Haiqing smiled and nodded. Captain Gu truly has sharp eyes and exceptional intelligence. The playful smile faded, and Wu Haiqing became serious. Captain Gu, City Lord Lu sent me to assist you in investigating the Li family's strange rat cave incident. Oh? Gu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that things turned out this way. Wu Haiqing, who seemed to have a close relationship with Mingyu, was actually sent by Lu Yongzheng. A trace of doubt flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, while Wu Haiqing gave a self-deprecating smile. Captain Gu, my father is the Director of Public Security, but the Public Security Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's mansion. If City Lord Lu can't even manage the Public Security Bureau, how could he possibly control the entire city? These words made Gu Ming nod in approval. They indeed made sense. As the City Lord, Lu Yongzheng couldn't even maintain public order, let alone govern the entire Lin city. He turned to ask Wu Haiqing. Besides this matter, is there anything else you came to see me about? Wu Haiqing's face darkened, and he said seriously. Captain Gu, after following Mingyu for so long, I've discovered that his talent is somewhat peculiar. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows again, signaling him to continue. The outside world has always said that he has a black tiger beast within him, and his physique will continue to strengthen. I have indeed seen him transform into a black tiger, but the physical enhancement. Wu Haicheng pondered, his expression grim, his voice low.
According to my investigation, and Mingyu's physical enhancement only manifests at night. This is not some simple physical augmentation, but rather more like messenger of the night.
In the spacious banquet hall, men and women remained as lively as ever. Lu Ruyan, like a blooming socialite, showed no signs of fatigue in this setting, chatting enthusiastically with every young person.
On the sofa, Luya watched this scene with a smile. Lu Ruyan is the daughter of the city lord Lu Yongzheng.
This identity has given her many resources but also brought many constraints. Among this group of people, her status is the highest, but she cannot act recklessly like Huang Zhenghao. She must maintain the demeanor and poise of the city lord's daughter.
Luya gently shook her head, footsteps sounded beside her.
She looked up at the approaching person, a smile appearing between her brows.
You're back?
Gu Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over in Mingyu and Wu Haicheng, who were sitting together chatting and drinking.
He looked calm and said to Luya, Sister Luya, this kind of occasion doesn't suit me. Let's leave first.
Luya felt the same and immediately nodded.
All right. At the entrance of Tianhua Hotel, Lu Ruyan smiled as she bid farewell to the two.
Her long, flawless legs shimmered under the lights, drawing countless gazes. Many people, upon seeing her and then glancing at the equally stunning Luya beside her, secretly envied and admired Gu Ming.
Big sister Luya, Gu Ming, I'm heading off first. Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday.
Luya nodded with a smile and said, when you come back next time, or when we go to the City of Technology, we'll contact you again. After Gu Ming left, the second young master of the Min family finally returned to the banquet hall, his face full of barely concealed embarrassment. Even after repeatedly washing their hands, they still felt utterly filthy. The two cursed Gu Ming in their hearts but could only remain silent.
Messing with him is simply courting death. Huang Zhenghao noticed something unusual and frowned, asking, why did the bathroom take so long?
The second young master of the Min family shook his head repeatedly. Zhenghao, it's nothing happened.
Yeah, Zhenghao, did you have fun tonight? Huang Zhenghao nodded slightly, not bad.
After the banquet began, Lu Ruyan no longer targeted him, and he felt a sense of relief. Although he didn't succeed in confessing, at least the relationship hadn't fallen apart and had even made slight progress. Of course, this was just him comforting himself. On the other side, and Mingyu and Wu Haicheng were sitting.
Glancing at the sofa unintentionally, they noticed Luya was gone.
And Mingyu frowned, his expression darkening.
What's wrong?
Wu Haicheng placed a hand on his shoulder.
And Mingyu shook his head, unwilling to speak.
Wu Haicheng saw through his thoughts and smiled. Mingyu, Gu Ming lives in the Central District Security Bureau.
I can have someone
in the bureau give him some trouble. As long as it's planned well, making him lose face in front of Luya won't be a problem. Wu Haicheng knew that in Mingyu liked Luya and also wanted to take the opportunity to strengthen their relationship while completing the task Gu Ming had assigned. And Mingyu glanced at him, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget the petty tricks.
Adults shouldn't play childish games. However, you can help me keep an eye on his movements. He laughed and said, a notice has been issued from above.
The Tri-Army competition in Lin City will start in a month.
You better train hard, or I'll easily knock you down.
The Tri-Army competition is a contest between the Demon Suppression Army, the Night Patrol, and the City Lord's Security Bureau.
Wu Haicheng waved his hand repeatedly. How could I be a match for you?
As for Gu Ming, he probably wouldn't even dare to step onto the stage.
Ha, I'd like to see him try. And Mingyu sneered.
Although a martial general bullying a martial soldier didn't sound honorable, he really wanted to give Gu Ming a good beating. Inside the black business sedan, Gu Ming drove back to the security bureau.
Luya, in the passenger seat, turned her head to look at him, her eyes smiling. You were in the restroom for quite a while. What happened?
Her tone carried a teasing note, as if suspecting Gu Ming of doing something secretive in the restroom.
Gu Ming's expression remained calm. You must have noticed, right? The second young master of the Min family went to the restroom before me.
Luya, being a third-tier scout, had naturally noticed this detail. She pouted and changed the subject.
Then when you went to the restroom, was it on purpose to teach the second young master of the Min family a lesson? Gu Ming didn't respond immediately but instead asked another question. Has Wu Haicheng been staying in the banquet hall the whole time?
Luya paused for a moment, then nodded after recalling. After you left, he kept drinking within Mingyu and never left. Gu Ming nodded lightly, secretly marveling at how powerful illusionists are. Even from such a distance, he was able to cast illusions on two second-tier martial soldiers, completely blocking their perception of the outside world. If it weren't for his own scout's insight, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Thinking of this, Gu Ming told Luya everything that happened in the bathroom. The second young master of the Min family was transformed into Gu Ming by Wu Haicheng, only to be taught a lesson, with his head pressed into the toilet. Luya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Those two from the Min family will definitely avoid you whenever they see you in the future. Who wouldn't? Having their head shoved into a chamber pot, just seeing that person would bring back the memory of that scene. Who could bear it? This also means they won't talk recklessly. If they did, your reputation would have already been completely ruined by Wu Haicheng. Luya said with a grin, thinking about Gu Qinsui's reputation. He was known for bearing grudges and even did such humiliating things. His reputation was definitely not good. Gu Ming shook his head and smiled while driving. What's reputation worth? I actually wish my notorious reputation were even louder. Aside from the people close to me, I don't care how others see me. These words made Luya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, pause her gaze. It was quite a while before she finally spoke. I really think you're becoming more and more special. More special than anyone I've ever met. Luya had met quite a few generals' attendants. For example, her father's two attendants, Lu Yongzheng and Luo Dahai. Lu Yongzheng cherishes his reputation, values his career, and has ambitions. Luo Dahai is gentle with his subordinates and honest and loyal in front of his superiors. That's how they were able to rise all the way to the positions of city lord and general of Linchang. What about Gu Ming? Don't say he doesn't want to be a general, that's simply impossible. Having spent so much time with him, Luya knew he very much wanted to be a general, longing for it deeply. Since he wanted to be a general, reputation was indispensable. But Gu Ming didn't care about reputation at all, he just did whatever he wanted. Such a person, Luya was seeing for the first time. What she didn't know was that Gu Ming didn't need to deliberately cherish his reputation. He wanted to become a general, relying solely on the spear in his hand to carve out a path of military achievements. It was enough to make those around him convinced and at ease. How do outsiders see it? A notorious reputation is actually more advantageous. Inside the black business car, Luya stared blankly at Gu Ming's profile. It wasn't until Gu Ming returned to the main topic that she snapped out of it. Listening to his account, Luya's expression suddenly changed. Wu Haicheng said that in Mingyu seems like one of the Night Clan? Luya frowned deeply, falling into contemplation. She had interacted with an Mingyu before, back when he was still under her command. And Mingyu has two talents, the Black Tiger Beast in physical enhancement, and she remembers them clearly. But in the past, she didn't pay much attention to them or question them. Now, upon re-evaluating, she realizes that in Mingyu's physical enhancement has almost only been effective at night. The Night Clan. Luya muttered to herself, her expression growing increasingly grim. The entire second province has two major enemies. Luya sat in the passenger seat, her voice low. One is the Tiger King who destroyed twin cities. Second are the Night Clans scattered across various regions, led by the Eternal Night King. Although the Eternal Night King is not as powerful as the Tiger King, he moves without a trace and is even stronger at night. With two major threats looming, Lin City, despite having three king-level powerhouses, can only adopt a defensive stance. Gu Ming listened and guessed in his heart who the three king-level powerhouses Luya was referring to. The Tiger King and the Eternal Night King, being titled as kings, must be at the 6th tier. Lin City also has three 6th-tier powerhouses, Luo Dahai, Lu Yongzheng, and the Minister of the Night Patrol. He raised his eyebrows curiously. Why don't the three titled powerhouses of Lin City join forces to besiege the Tiger King? 3 against 1, the odds shouldn't be too low, right? Luya shot him a glare. Do you think high-level combat is as simple as it is for us at lower levels? Do you think fighting across levels is as easy as drinking water or eating? Gu Ming was slightly stunned and smiled helplessly. He mistakenly thought Luo Dahai and the other two were invincible beings of the same realm like himself. In reality, in multi-person battles, being able to fight evenly in the same realm is already quite good. Invincible in the same realm? That's just a legend. Luya continued speaking. The Tiger King is at the peak of the 6th tier, and when Twin Cities was destroyed, my father was also at the peak of the 6th tier. But let me tell you, when a human strongman faces a beast one-on-one, even if they are at the same level, it's almost always a life-or-death situation. My father is the best example of this, not to mention that Uncle Luo and Uncle Lu haven't even reached the peak of the 6th tier. The three of them besieging the Tiger King have less than a 30% chance of winning. If a great war breaks out and the Evernight Monarch comes to reinforce, the three of them will undoubtedly perish. Luya's words made Gu Ming's brows furrow tighter and tighter. He had always thought Linchang was relatively stable, but upon hearing this, he realized it was merely an illusion. A Tiger King and an Evernight Monarch are enough to leave the people of Lincheng in a state of panic. If there is another beast tide like the one in Twin Cities, Lincheng will face unbearable devastation.
The entire second province would also be hard-pressed to escape disaster.
Gu Ming opened his mouth to ask more, but Luya saw through his thoughts.
You want to ask why Zhengzhou doesn't send strong fighters to support, right?
Gu Ming nodded, already having an answer in his heart. Luya said with a bitter smile, there are many strong individuals in Zhengzhou, but the exotic beasts and myriad races are even stronger.
Every place faces difficulties similar to Lincheng.
Even if a 7th-tier powerhouse were sent, they might be able to resolve the immediate crisis.
But kings face kings, soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. Zhengzhou won't station a powerhouse in Lincheng for long.
Listening to her words, Gu Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart. The atmosphere in the carriage was silent, and both were heavy-hearted. The black business car stopped at the entrance of the Central District's Security Bureau. Gu Ming and Luya did not get out of the car. He looked at Luya and slowly spoke.
Luya, could you tell me about the fall of Twin Cities back then?
The Battle of Twin Cities was something he would investigate sooner or later. Asking Luya now, the person involved, was the most straightforward. Luya's gaze froze, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it and said slowly. Before the Battle of Twin Cities, the second province had only one major enemy, the Night Clan. The Eternal Night King was merely at the 5th tier. The rest were just scattered 4th and 5th tier exotic beasts gathered around, posing little threat. I remember, that night was especially dark, with torrential rain. At that time, I was in my 2nd year of high school, exercising. At home, when suddenly my father rushed out, saying that a beast tide was heading toward Lincheng and he had to go and command.
Will Lincheng be besieged by the beast tide?
Gu Ming recalled the events from 8 years ago but had no impression of them.
Luya glanced at him and said with a bitter smile. Later I found out that the news about Lincheng being surrounded by a beast tide was completely false.
The real target of the beast tide was Twin Cities. My father led the army, along with Uncle Lu, to support Twin Cities and confront the beast tide head-on. Uncle Luo, on the other hand, was left behind by my father to guard Lincheng and prevent any unforeseen events. In that battle, although my father was no match for the Tiger King, he managed to hold it off. But just as the beast tide was about to be controlled, the Eternal Night King appeared, and it wasn't just at the 5th tier, it had already advanced to the 6th tier. The Tiger King and the Eternal Night King joined forces to besiege my father. My father perished in that battle, Twin Cities fell, and Uncle Lu returned to Forest City with the remnants of the army, disheartened. Listening to Luya's words, Gu Ming's mind conjured up that scene. On that night of torrential rain, Lu Yongzheng returned to Lincheng with his battered and exhausted remnants of the army. In that bloody battle, General Lu was killed, devoured on the spot by the Tiger King, and even his corpse was not recovered. As for Lu Yongzheng, once a marquis commanding 10,000 households, he was deeply affected by General Lu's death, left the military, and turned to politics. 8 years later, he became the current city lord. No wonder Gu Ming felt that Lu Yongzheng looked even older than Luo Dahai when he saw him. After a moment of silence, Gu Ming broke the heavy atmosphere.
Sister Luya, don't you think the advancement of the Eternal Night Monarch and Twin Cities being besieged by the beast tide are too coincidental?
Luya, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly looked up, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes.
What are you trying to say?
Gu Ming whispered, his eyes gradually brightening. And Mingyu is very likely a member of the Night Clan. His father is in Honglin, and Wanhou, who was likely a centurion at the time. The Twin Cities were attacked, the Eternal Night King advanced, General Lu died in battle.
Could all of this really just be a coincidence? The next day,
Gu Ming, draped in a black cloak and dressed in military uniform, arrived alone at the general's mansion, ready to meet Li Shuhai. Li Shuhai, the centurion, had already been detained for 3 days. He had said almost everything he could. Dong Sonlin had also finished investigating the cave and the Li family ancestral shrine, only to find that the other end of the cave connected to Lincheng's sewer system, with no new clues. After all, in this era of advanced martial arts, the sewer system is a critical part of the city, managed by the Security Bureau, with dedicated officers patrolling it. No one can guarantee that one day a sudden surge of beasts won't emerge from the sewers and engulf the entire city. But the job of inspecting the sewers is unbearably foul, and no one wants to do it. Thus, a few teams of low-level security officers take turns patrolling, making the investigation progress slow, and it's not easy for these officers either.
Listening to Dong Sonlin's report, Gu Ming nodded. I understand, sorry to trouble you, Commander Dong. Dong Sonlin shook his head with a smile. No need to be so polite, Attendant Gu. This is my duty.
With that, he led Gu Mingqiao toward the prison where Li Shuhai was being held. Before long, the two arrived at the prison entrance. Just as they were about to enter, the door suddenly opened. A tall figure stepped out, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Gu Ming and Dong Sonlin were both stunned, their expressions immediately turning serious as they saluted in unison.
Chan Wanho. The visitor's name was Chen Peng, one of the two marquises of the demon army in Linqing Town. He was also Luo Dahai's close aide and a staunch ally of Gu Ming in terms of faction.
Chen Peng was in his 30s, with a demeanor that was neither stern nor idle. He stared at Gu Ming with a calm gaze, yet a smile lingered on his face.
So it was Gu Ming. During the big competition at the recruit camp graduation that year, I noticed you. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. A trace of melancholy flashed in Chen Peng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. If there's something you can't resolve, don't hesitate. Go directly to General Luo, and I'll help.
After saying this, he patted Gu Ming on the shoulder and turned to leave. Gu Ming looked at Chen Peng's back, feeling a bit warmer in his heart.
Commander Dong, I'll go see Li Shuai first.
After saying that, he walked into the prison alone. It was dim here, with a single yellow lamp hanging overhead. It's not about the lack of money to replace better lighting, it's that the yellow light intensifies psychological pressure, making the criminals suffer more and repent more easily.
Li Shuai sat on an iron chair, his hands and feet pierced by iron spikes, a special torture device that suppressed the circulation of blood and qi.
Forget about Gu Ming, even any second-tier martial soldier could easily deal with Li Shuai. Li Shuai raised his head, using the dim yellow light to clearly see Gu Ming's face, a face he deeply despised.
Gu Ming.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this.
If it weren't for him, the Li family wouldn't have been annihilated.
If it weren't for him, the eldest sister's collusion with the beasts wouldn't have been exposed.
3 days of imprisonment had left Li Shuhai's spirit on the verge of collapse.
But upon seeing Gu Ming, he suddenly gathered himself and began cursing frantically.
Gu Ming, F*******.
Gu Ming had no interest in entertaining such nonsense. Without hesitation, he delivered a heavy punch to Li Shuai's face. Li Shuai's head snapped backward, blood spurting from his nose. That single punch shattered him completely.
He stared wide-eyed, dazed and stunned.
Gu Ming's cold gaze fixed on him, and he said flatly, "I have no time for your nonsense.
You already know how this ends.
7 days from now, your crimes will be exposed to the public, and you will face execution. If you're going to die and want to drag a few others down with you, then obediently spill everything you know." As he spoke, Gu Ming felt helpless. Lin City lacked high-level illusionists, otherwise, they could directly use illusions to search the soul without all this trouble.
Li Shuai sat on the iron chair, his head buzzing.
Gu Ming, who had brought him back, stood before him, making him fully realize this was not a dream. The conversation he had with Gu Ming in front of the new recruits' dormitory was still vivid in his memory. As long as Gu Ming and Li Junnan reconciled, he was guaranteed to be promoted to captain within a year. What was the result? Looking at Gu Ming's captain rank on his shoulder and the shining silver trim of his personal guard, Li Shuai was stunned. He completely understood that the tide had turned.
Ha 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 ha.
Uncle Li Shuai let out a deep chuckle, which grew louder and louder. After a long while, he stopped laughing, raised his eyes to look at Gu Ming, and a trace of clarity unexpectedly appeared in his gaze.
Looking at you, I feel as if I'm seeing my younger self. Don't insult me. You think you can compare yourself to me?
Gu Ming sneered coldly in his heart but didn't bother arguing with someone on the brink of death. Li Shuai might truly be at the end of his life, as his words had become sincere. He stared at Gu Ming and slowly uttered 3 words.
"And Hong Lin."
The voice was faint. If Gu Ming hadn't been focused, he wouldn't have been able to hear it clearly.
"And Hong Lin? What happened to Wanhu?" Gu Ming asked in a deep voice.
Back then, Li Shuai had contacted many people to save the Li family, and Honglin was among them. And Honglin once called Gu Ming to put pressure on him, which led to a grudge between the two. But this does not mean that Honglin really has a problem. If he were to draw conclusions based on this alone, Gu Ming would feel like a complete fool, being used while still helping to count the money. However, his suspicion of Wanho grew deeper and deeper. Li Shuai's blood-stained lips curled into a smile, but he said nothing more.
He actually wasn't clear about what secrets Honglin might be hiding.
But in his final moments, wanting to drag someone down with him, he could only choose Honglin.
He had also noticed Honglin's unusual behavior.
The other party firmly grasped his weakness, intending to manipulate him, which was suspicious in itself. Li Shuai leaned back in his chair, unwilling to say another word. Gu Ming's gaze sharpened. He still had iron spikes suppressing his blood energy on him.
"Doesn't it hurt when you lean back like that?"
He no longer paid attention and decided to stay away from the crazy Li Shuhai. As soon as he walked away, Li Shuhai's face suddenly changed, grimacing in pain.
After leaving the prison, Dong Songlin looked at Gu Ming.
Gu Ming shook his head, his face full of regret.
Li Shuhai didn't say anything. Dong Songlin gave a wry smile. It's normal. Don't waste any more time on him.
Gu Ming nodded and turned to leave the general's mansion. Just as he stepped out the door, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Wu Haicheng said in Mingyu had a problem, and Li Shuhai pointed to Wanho. All clues pointed to the father and son, but there was no solid evidence.
How about this? I just kill Mingyu directly?
He sneered coldly in his heart, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Gu Ming shook his head, quickly suppressing the doubts in his heart. Although directly killing Mingyu would allow the system prompt to verify whether he had a problem, after all, he was the son of a marquis and the captain of the Central District Night Patrol team. If he really killed him and it turned out there was no problem, he would be the one in trouble. When dealing with others, one must never put oneself in danger. Forget it, let's wait for news from Wu Haicheng's side to see if there's any progress. Wu Haicheng is already close to gaining Mingyu's trust.
Just wait a little longer, and maybe some clues will surface. The Yin family is different from the Li family.
Gu Ming doesn't have the guts to directly wipe them out.
He's just a minor officer's attendant and can't possibly go head-to-head with a marquis.
Returning to the Sun and Moon squad, Gu Ming informed Wu Haicheng of his movements and his decision to hold off for now. Wu Haicheng received the news and immediately passed it on to Mingyu. Mingyu, Gu Ming went to the general's mansion this morning, probably to interrogate Li Shuhai. But my people noticed that when he returned to the security bureau, he looked dazed, seemingly without any useful information. In a 5-grade office building in the central district, and Mingyu stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, a slight smile on his lips.
I understand. How is the internal investigation at the security bureau going? He was asking about the investigation into several sewer patrol officers.
Wu Haicheng shook his head.
No leads.
The Li family's cave and the sewer are connected, but not fully accessible, so nothing can be found.
All right. And Mingyu nodded and hung up the phone.
He knew that the Li family had no connection to his father, but when people do bad things, they inevitably get nervous, so asking a few more questions is normal. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he stared at himself in the mirror, as if he could see Gu Ming's annoying face.
Gu Ming, I'll take my time playing with you.
He felt that he was about to advance to the 3rd-tier 9th-level Marshal General, and his strength would surge even more after nightfall.
A mere 2nd-tier martial soldier like Gu Ming actually dares to compete with him? Delusional.
He is confident he can toy with the opponent to death.
The Sun and Moon squad's base. Coach Liu, can we have one less training session today?
Your training is even harsher than a devil's. I can't hold on much longer.
Chen Yu cried out while doing weight training.
Luya, dressed in a sleek, tight-fitting sports outfit, smirked slightly, then do one more set. Chen Yu's heart sank instantly and he dared not say another word. Next to them, Luo Shui, Ming Xinran, Wang Hu, and others couldn't help but laugh at the scene.
Chen Yu is a soil freak, best at endurance training.
His training mainly focuses on enhancing endurance. Meanwhile, Luo Shui trains in concealing breath, ambushes, and underwater operations. Min Xinran specializes in healing, Wang Hu focuses on strengthening berserk attacks. Lin Baihua, Lu Ping, Dong Dao, Shuing, Luo Chang, and others each have their own specialties, with different training methods. Gu Ming walked into the room and smiled as he watched his teammates training hard. Everyone turned to look at him. Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and he cried out, "Brother Ming, Instructor Liu wants to train me to death." Gu Ming looked at Chen Yu's increasingly resolute face and smiled deeply. "Then you should do one more set." Chen Yu's smile froze instantly, and his crying stopped abruptly.
Ha 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 ha. The people around were all amused.
Gu Ming glanced at Min Xinran, who was focused on her treatment training, wanting to tell her about meeting her 2 brothers yesterday, but swallowed his words. "Wu Haicheng can't be exposed right now, I have to take the blame myself.
It's too embarrassing. Sister Luya, Luo Shui, come here."
He said this as he walked toward his private training room. The 2 women followed, Luo Shui looking at Gu Ming with a puzzled expression. Gu Ming felt the aura of Luo Shui getting closer to the 2nd-tier martial soldier and laughed. "Luo Shui, I want to ask you, what do you think of your dad?" The fall of twin cities, coupled with the matter of the Yin family father and son, made Gu Ming faintly feel that Lin City was deeply complicated. He didn't have much trust in Luo Dahai, Lu Yongzheng, or even people outside the Sun and Moon squad. Especially General Luo Dahai of the Demon Suppression Army. He wanted to learn more about him. Luo Shui paused for a moment, then answered thoughtfully.
My dad has a gentle and generous personality.
He treats his subordinates and friends very well, and he treats me the same way. You know, a person's personality not only influences the tendency of their awakened talent but also, after awakening, can in turn affect their personality.
Guming nodded and then asked, "What about City Lord Lu?"
Luya glanced at him, her eyes full of doubt.
Could it be that Guming is pinning the fall of twin cities on Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng?
Luo Shui answered quickly, "Uncle Lu may be strict, but he has a righteous heart and is a good elder."
Guming nodded lightly. "Got it, thank you, Luo Shui."
Luo Shui also nodded, "Then I'll go train first." She got up and left, leaving only Luya and Guming. Luya couldn't help but stare at Guming, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion.
Guming knew exactly what she was thinking and said in a deep voice, "Anja, father and son, I am now 80% sure they have issues. But Twin Cities is the second largest city in the second province. When it fell back then, there must have been deeper secrets.
I have ruled out General Luo and City Lord Lu, but there must be higher-level figures involved behind the scenes."
Luya's eyes widened sharply. "Are you saying that 8 years ago, among the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's mansion, or the Night Patrol's upper ranks, there were traitors to the clan?" Guming nodded. "I'm just speculating." After speaking, he waited for a while.
Luya didn't respond, just seemed lost in thought, her expression shifting between light and dark.
Guming didn't interrupt.
After 2 or 3 minutes, Luya finally looked at him, her brows tightly furrowed, her tone heavy. "I'm not sure either, but back when I was with the Night Watchers, I always felt that the minister of the lynching branch was strange."
Guming was slightly stunned and gestured for her to continue. "Minister Mu is a woman with character. She was able to become the director of the Night Watch division, and at the time, I even regarded her as an idol. But before I left, she would subtly and repeatedly invite me to her home. I didn't think much of it then, but now that I think about it, something feels off. A 6th-tier powerhouse, frequently inviting Luya to her home?
Minister Mu either has ulterior motives or is hiding something else."
Guming's heart tightened, and he asked urgently, "What was her level 8 years ago?" Luya replied softly, "Around the 5th tier, I think."
As she spoke, she suddenly realized, that's right, 8 years ago she was the head of the Twin Cities Night Watch branch. Guming's eyes widened, his whole body trembled, not expecting things to turn out this way. If Minister Mu truly has issues, the fall of Twin Cities 8 years ago could not possibly be unrelated to her.
And now she has actually been promoted to Minister of Night Watchers in Lin City?
A chill instantly spread down his spine. Guming felt a wave of coldness throughout his body, and a faint ache in his heart.
The atmosphere in the training room was oppressive.
Guming and Luya exchanged glances, big eyes meeting small eyes.
Silence lingered for a long time. Luya finally let out a breath and said with a smile, "Not necessarily, these are all just speculations.
After all, he is already the Minister of Night Patrol in Linchang.
There's no need for him to do something like betraying his own kind, don't you think?"
Guming stared at Luya's mature and charming face, feeling conflicted inside. Minister Mu was Luya's former superior. To her, it wasn't just a simple matter of gratitude for being recognized. Suddenly suspecting Minister Mu of being a traitor to the clan is hard for Luya to accept.
This feeling is as absurd as someone saying Luo Dahai colluded with alien beasts. However, speculation and suspicion are still necessary.
Boldly hypothesize, carefully verify.
Luya, can you tell me about the cultivation of the 3rd-tier warrior realm?
Guming noticed the loneliness in Luya's eyes and changed the subject.
Luya snapped out of it and smiled at him. "Captain Gu, do you want to experience my devil training too?" Guming nodded lightly. "I do want to see how devilish it can be."
Luya slowly stood up. Today, she was wearing a tight-fitting sports outfit, highly elastic, somewhat similar to the yoga clothes girls wore in Guming's previous life. Her upper body was tightly bound, while her lower body was wrapped around long, smooth legs. Her slightly curled chestnut-colored long hair draped over her shoulders, exuding both sensuality and charm. We scouts of the metal element refine flesh at the first stage, refine skin at the second stage, and refine bones at the third stage. Luya stopped mid-sentence, suddenly sensing something was off, and looked up at Guming suspiciously.
"Why are you asking about 3rd-tier cultivation? Aren't you just at martial soldier level 3?
Her face was full of astonishment, guessing that Guming was deliberately trying to interrupt her melancholy. However, the next second, she heard something that made her question life.
"I've reached the 8th level of martial arts."
"What?" Luya's eyes were filled with shock.
"Just a few days back in Lincheng, crossing 5 realms in 3 days? This is simply impossible." She couldn't believe it, staring at Guming. Guming smiled faintly and explained, "I might naturally have a physique for killing exotic beasts.
Back then at the Li family, after killing that severely injured 4th-tier rat lord, I gained a whole new understanding of cultivation and quickly broke through to martial soldier level 8. Luya listened, still finding it hard to accept.
It could only be attributed to Gu Ming's special constitution. She had heard of people using high-tier beast inner course to break through quickly, but a natural beast-slaying constitution? Absurd!
After shaking her head, she calmed herself and began to seriously explain the third-tier martial general realm. The third tier is different from the first two tiers of refining flesh and skin, which are foundational. Bone refinement is about thoroughly honing the foundation, determining how far you can go in the future.
For example, me.
I'm currently at the peak of the third tier, with iron bones already formed, but I'm still striving to refine the legendary golden bones.
Golden bones? Gu Ming was curious, and Luya nodded.
Third-tier warriors are said to have copper skin and iron bones, but iron bones are not the end. You know, Centurion Zhao comes from an extraordinary family, yet he's almost 30 and still at the third rank of martial general. It's not that he lacks talent, but rather that he's refining and honing his golden bones. Simply put, once the golden bones are formed, he'll achieve a breakthrough with ease. As long as he doesn't fall, his future will at least be at the 6th rank of martial king.
Gu Ming suddenly understood.
No wonder Zhao Ruilong, that scion of the Zhao family in the capital, is still stuck at the third rank at 30. Golden bone is truly extraordinary. Once refined, it will make you the ruler of a city in the future.
How is the golden bone tempered? He asked curiously. Luya rolled her eyes. Last time you treated me like a teleprompter, and now as an encyclopedia?
I'm still exploring the golden bone, there's no specific method.
I can only rely on the scout's perception of the metal element, bit by bit, she said irritably, and Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh.
Yet, there was a hint of loneliness in his heart. If General Lu were still here, the golden bone tempering method would have already been obtained for Luya.
Nowadays, even with Lu Yongzhang and Luo Dahai's help, Luya is still unwilling to make use of it. This woman is truly stubborn. Knock, knock.
At this moment, the door of the training room was knocked on. Gu Ming got up and opened the door, seeing Luo Shui standing outside with a peculiar expression.
Captain, someone from headquarters has arrived. Someone from headquarters?
Gu Ming, filled with curiosity, walked out of the training room together with Luya. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw two figures walking toward him side by side. One of them lit up with excitement the moment they saw him. A piercing roar erupted, and a flash of lightning suddenly shot toward Gu Ming, followed by a fierce heavy punch. The wind howled as the thunderous punch revealed the overwhelming pressure of a third-level martial soldier. If it were the old Gu Ming, he would have struggled to fend off without a gun.
But now?
Gu Ming casually raised his hand, instantly extinguishing the thunderous light in his palm, revealing Zhao Zilei's infuriating face. Behind him, Wen Baiyu, dressed in a white suit with a refined demeanor, watched the scene with a cheerful smile.
Why are you here? Gu Ming asked, curiosity in his eyes.
Your performance in Lincheng has already reached headquarters, and they specifically sent us to deliver a reward to you, Zhao Zilei said, taking out a small box from his pocket. This is a jade slip recording the golden bone tempering technique, a special reward from headquarters for your Sun and Moon squad.
Golden bone tempering technique? Gu Ming was stunned and quickly turned to look at Luya. Luya had just said there was no golden bone tempering method, and now it suddenly appeared?
The sexy mature woman nearby was also dumbfounded. The golden bone tempering method is only available in the central state. She had struggled for 4 years at Tech Wu University but still failed to achieve it. After returning to the Night Watch for over 2 years, Luya had been striving to make contributions, yet she only became the
captain of a small team in the central district.
The idea of accessing the golden bone tempering technique was simply impossible.
But after joining the Gale project for such a short time, she now had the chance to encounter this extraordinary skill?
Gu Ming unceremoniously accepted the headquarters reward and specifically asked Wen Baiyu about it.
Is this golden bone tempering method something only I can use, or can the entire Sun and Moon squad use it?
He didn't ask Zhao Zilei, knowing that Guy's brain was similar to fire demons, he wouldn't understand such deep questions. Wen Baiyu replied with a smile, the reward is for your Gale squad.
Since you're the captain, you can naturally allocate it. The implication was that everyone could use it. Gu Ming immediately became excited.
This kind of reward would definitely be given to him by the system, but the system's rewards couldn't be shared with his teammates.
The headquarters rewards were different, they could openly and legitimately benefit those around him. Welcome, you two, to Lincheng.
Gu Ming smiled and looked at Wen Baiyu and Zhao Zilei.
The two nodded, and Wen Baiyu continued, we plan to stay in Lincheng for a while, and we'll surely need your help in the days ahead.
Gu Ming waved his hand, Captain Wen, don't mention it.
He was already overjoyed inside.
Originally, he was worried about having to deal with the infamily father and son alone and probing Minister Mu of Linqing's Night Watchers, feeling uncertain. But as soon as these two second-generation heirs arrived, he immediately felt emboldened. Zhao Zilei finally snapped out of the shock from having his attack easily blocked by Gu Ming earlier.
What level are you at? How are you this strong?
He utilized resources to rapidly break through to the third level of martial soldier and volunteered to accompany Wen Baiyu to Lincheng, intending to steal Gu Ming's thunder.
However, as soon as they met, Gu Ming effortlessly deflected his attack with a light block. Although neither of them used their full strength, Zhao Zilei could sense that the power within Gu Ming far surpassed his own. How the hell did he manage to do that? Are you sure he only has SS talent? Gu Ming's cultivation speed is astonishingly fast, truly a prodigy among prodigies. The higher-ups of the Gale project have always suspected that it's impossible for him to have C talent. There might have been an error in the initial test, which led to his talent being changed to SS. But Zhao Zilei looked at Gu Ming in front of him and understood in his heart that SS was simply insufficient to describe his strength. How could SS be this extraordinary? Look at Bai Mangbing, not even half as good as him. How did Gu Ming surpass so many people? Zhao Zilei was utterly confused and couldn't comprehend it. After parting ways with everyone, Gu Ming handed the jade slip to Luya without hesitation. Luya was stunned, her pupils trembling slightly. Had she finally obtained the long-desired golden bone tempering technique? She stared blankly at Gu Ming, her eyes filled with excitement. Gu Ming gently waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Sister Luya, this golden bone technique isn't something everyone can master. I hope you succeed, and then teach me and the team. This casual attitude made Luya's heart warm. She bit her lip tightly and nodded firmly. No matter how hard it is, I will definitely master it. After speaking, she quickly returned to her training room and began practicing. Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu quickly integrated into the Sun and Moon Squad's base. Zhao Zilei and Wan Hu hit it off immediately, chatting enthusiastically as if they had known each other for years, almost swearing brotherhood on the spot. Wen Baiyu, on the other hand, talked to Chen Yu about Gu Ming's past and learned that he joined the army for the sake of his younger siblings, feeling a deep sense of respect. How long has Captain Gu's younger brother been paralyzed? Wen Baiyu asked casually, considering using the power of a light priest to help with treatment. Chen Yu waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Wan, but his younger brother has already undergone mechanical modification and become a cyborg. Wen Baiyu nodded to show understanding. Chen Yu asked curiously, Captain Wan, you and Captain Zhao have such a good relationship with Gu Ming, why hasn't he ever mentioned it to us? He was very surprised, not expecting Gu Ming to have such a close relationship with two S-level captains. On the other side, Zhao Zilei and Wan Hu's voices gradually grew louder. Zhao Zilei was inquiring about Gu Ming's cultivation method, while Wang Hu shouted, I don't know either. This made Zhao Zilei furious. Your captain once pinned down all 9 of us S-level captains, and you actually don't know a single thing about his cultivation secret? As soon as the words fell, the training ground instantly fell silent. Luo Shui, Min Xinran, Lu Ping, and the others looked up in astonishment at Zhao Zilei. When Baiyu's face turned awkward as he frowned and scanned the surroundings, none of you know? His heart was filled with gratitude and respect for Gu Ming. Gu Ming was clearly not the kind of person who liked to brag or show off. Chen Yu was also stunned, his chubby face trembling as he said, Captain Wan, what did Captain Zhao just say? Brother Ming back then, beat up all 9 of you one by one? Damn! Everyone was shocked, recalling the Wanbing squad, and felt that something was off. Li Wanbing and Gu Ming's hostility is definitely not just because of Li Junnan. He's not a fool, can't he see that it was Li Junnan stirring things up? So it turns out Gu Ming actually did something so ruthless back then. After joining the Gale project, he directly took on 9 and beat up 9 captains? Damn it! In the blink of an eye, a month passed quietly. During this month, the Li family mutant rat cave incident came to an end. The Li family's crimes were exposed, and Li Shuhai was executed in public. The death of a centurion only slightly calmed the public's outrage. No one expected that this city of survival could harbor so many mutant rats. Even more shocking was the revelation of a centurion who betrayed humanity while serving in the army meant to protect it. At the Sun and Moon Squad's base, inside the captain's training room, Gu Ming stood firmly, clad in training attire, holding a long spear in his hand. After remaining motionless for a long time, he suddenly gave a faint shiver. His expression grew stern, his gaze locked sharply on the cold gleam of the 3rd level. Soon, he shifted into a completely new stance, his entire body trembling violently. His blood surged, and his skin gradually transformed into a bronze hue. This was bronze skin. Beneath his skin, his joints crackled like frying beans, as his blood and energy surged wildly into his bones,
beginning the process of tempering them. This process lasted for a full hour. An hour later, Gu Ming was drenched in sweat, finishing his training. At this moment, the bones throughout his body had been tempered by his vital energy and blood.
Iron bones, initially formed.
Gu Ming felt his strength surge several times over, but he had yet to carefully experience it.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, your realm has been elevated to 3rd-tier Martial General.
Reward, Jade Bone Tempering Technique. The system prompt suddenly sounded, and Gu Ming raised an eyebrow.
This was the first time the system had given a reward upon his breakthrough. In the past, rewards were only given for rank promotions or slaying exotic beasts.
Jade Bone Tempering Technique?
He had heard of Golden Bone, but Jade Bone was a completely new term. Looking at the explanation provided by the system, Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Golden Bone is a legend that even S-class geniuses find hard to reach. And Jade Bones are an existence of mythical proportions. They surpass Golden Bones by more than one level, representing an entirely new realm.
In this era, no one possesses Jade Bones.
Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, humanity will be able to develop a method for tempering the body with Jade Bones. But now, there's not even a shadow. Gu Ming's eyes were bright, and the system simultaneously provided the first part of the Jade Bone Tempering Method, the Gold Bone Tempering Method. He studied it carefully and found that the system's version differed significantly from what was taught at headquarters. Though the differences were in the details, the system's Gold Bone Tempering Method was astonishingly easier to practice.
Not to mention S-level geniuses, even A-level and B-level ones have the potential to succeed.
In other words, as long as he is willing, the entire Sun and Moon Squad can possess the strength of Golden Bone Generals. According to Luya, there will be at least 10 martial kings in the future. Gu Ming was deep in thought when a series of system prompts suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, on successfully advancing to a Tier 3 Martial General. A small achievement on the path of cultivation, your military rank has been promoted to captain, and your prestige in the army has greatly increased. The ancestor of 10,000 soldiers talent has officially awakened. The favored by heaven talent has officially awakened. The supreme gun god's physique officially awakens. Ancestor of all weapons, SSS-level talent, breaks through to supreme level, transforms into the ultimate battle god. Ultimate battle god, supreme level talent, sacred beast white tiger, ancestor of the golden path, master of slaughter, controller of all weapons, holder
of military power.
Gains mastery of all abilities from the next cultivation level in advance, achieving complete perfection at the current level. Heaven's chosen, SSS-level talent, ascends to supreme level, becomes the ultimate prodigy. Peerless prodigy, supreme level talent, greatly enhanced cultivation amplification, no bottlenecks in breaking through realms, capable of easily slaying exotic beasts, absorbing inner cores to devour energy, directly advancing realms with absolutely no side effects. Peerless gun god, SSS-level physique, stepping into the supreme level to become the divine gun sacred body. Divine gun sacred body, supreme level physique, when using firearms in combat, attributes are tripled, and attack power surges fivefold. System prompts surged like a tide, leaving Gu Ming stunned in place. He never expected that breaking through to the 3rd-tier Martial General would trigger a chain reaction. 2 SSS-level talents, along with an SSS-level physique, all advanced to the supreme level. What does the supreme level mean? Gu Ming didn't quite understand, but just hearing the name made it clear. Supreme, invincible, ultimate. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, 3rd-tier Martial General, 1st level, Iron Bone. Military rank, Captain, Personal Guard of the Major General. Physique, Divine Spear Sacred Body, Supreme level. Talent, Peerless War God, Supreme level, Peerless Genius, Supreme level. Abilities, Combat Mastery, Perfect, Keen Perception, Perfect, Insight Technique, Perfect. Foundation Skill, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-level, 3rd layer. Martial Techniques, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, S-level, Minor Achievement, Purple Thunderstep, S-level, Proficient.
Spiritual Weapon, 1st-tier Alloy Spear, Mundane Weapon.
Gu Ming opened the attribute panel and glanced over it. The first 3 levels of the Mental Scout abilities had all reached perfection. He could clearly sense that his perception and insight into the outside world had entered a brand new realm. This change was like a child who had just learned to speak suddenly becoming a master fluent in 18 languages. Explosive improvement, even making it somewhat difficult for him to adapt. Suddenly, there was a movement near his ear. From the training room outside came Chun Yu's wailing voice as he pleaded with Wen Baiyu and Zhao Zile, hoping to reduce the training intensity. Over the past month, Luya has been focused on refining the golden bone and hasn't had time to guide the Sun and Moon team. Thus, Gu Ming invited 2 new coaches, the thunderously tough Zhao Zilei and the 9-star healer Bright Priest Wenbaiyu. Zhao Zilei's training standards were extremely high, directly transferring the intense training pressure onto the Sun and Moon team. The prestigious S-level genius's cultivation method was completely unbearable for the Sun and Moon team. They wailed incessantly, shouting that they couldn't hold on any longer. Wenbaiyu smiled brightly, releasing holy light to heal all injuries, earning the title of a 9-star toxic healer. The team members' spirits were almost shattered by her excessive healing. Listening to the noise, Gu Ming's lips curved slightly. The next second, the sound of a woman's rapid breathing came to his ears. Gu Ming's face changed slightly, turning a bit red. He recognized the voice. It was Luya's, coming from the private training room. This voice made his heartbeat involuntarily quicken. He quickly pulled back his thoughts and suppressed his sensory abilities. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Supreme War God talent activated, Combat Mastery, Perfect, Advanced to Scout Profession Level 6, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Beginner. Ding! Enhanced Perception, Perfect, and Insight Technique, Perfect, Fused, Advanced to Perceptive Insight, Perfect. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for awakening new Scout Profession abilities, Level 4 Command Mastery, Beginner, Level 5 Killing Aura, Beginner. The system prompt appeared, and several new abilities suddenly emerged in his mind. Gu Ming quickly checked the attribute panel. Abilities: Perception Insight, Mastery, Command Master, Beginner, Aura of Slaughter, Beginner, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Beginner. Perception Insight was easy to understand, it was the fusion product of the previous Keen Perception and Insight technique. And the Master of Command, this is precisely the skill that Scouts specialize in to enhance their command abilities. With it, Scouts are naturally born leaders on the battlefield. As for the Aura of Slaughter and Martial Arts Grandmaster, both are even more formidable. The Aura of Slaughter allows Gu Ming to imbue his spear with a lethal energy. This not only enhances attack power, but once the chi enters the body of a beast or enemy, it immediately causes significant disruption. A Martial Arts Grandmaster is an upgraded version of a combat specialist. This is the core skill of a 6th tier scout. The 6th tier is titled King, also known as Martial King. The conditions for other professions to reach the 6th tier are still unclear to Gu Ming. But for a scout to reach the 6th tier, they must comprehend a type of intent. Whether it be sword intent, blade intent, or spear intent, it doesn't matter, as long as there is one. A Martial Arts Grandmaster not only greatly enhances Gu Ming's close combat abilities, it also allowed him to encounter the prototype of intent in advance. Perhaps when he reaches the peak of the 5th tier, he will naturally comprehend intent and smoothly step into the 6th tier. There's something to it, huh? Feeling the increasingly powerful strength within his body, Gu Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Stake Technique, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-level, 3rd layer. Martial Skills, Spear Like a Dragon, S-level, Minor Achievement, Purple Thunderstep, S-level, Proficient. Spiritual Weapon, 1st tier Alloy Spear, Mundane Weapon. Finally, he glanced at the last 3 items on the attribute panel. A Glimmer of Cold Light needs no further explanation, it has already reached the 3rd layer. But the cultivation speed is no longer considered fast for Gu Ming now. After all, S-level stake techniques like Zhao Zilei and Wenbaiyu are also mastered by them. As for the 2 major martial techniques, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon and Purple Thunder Step. Over the past month, although he focused on practicing stake techniques, he didn't neglect martial techniques either. The gun strikes like a dragon, already reaching minor mastery, capable of unleashing 3 times the power when activated. Coupled with the 5-fold amplification of the Divine Spear's sacred body, Gu Ming's explosive power in a single strike is equivalent to 8 times his usual strength, extremely terrifying. Having just entered the 3rd tier martial general level, he can already be considered an invincible martial general. The Purple Thunder Step has also been elevated to the mastery level. This allows him to compete with Zhao Zilei in terms of speed, ensuring he won't be left behind during a fight and won't be at a disadvantage. In the end, that Tier 1 alloy spear left Gu Ming somewhat disappointed. No matter how he looked at it, it was glaring and not pleasing to the eye. Clenching his fists and feeling the surging power within, Gu Ming wore a faint smile on his face. Well, let's go check out what's happening with Luya's training. Earlier, he heard Luya's voice sounding somewhat unusual, carrying a hint of suppressed pain. Now that he had mastered the golden bone tempering technique rewarded by the system, he should be able to help. He got up and went out, quickly arriving at Luya's private training room. As soon as I stepped through the door, a faint scent of body fragrance and sweat wafted over. What was particularly strange was that Luya's sweat carried no trace of an unpleasant odor. Instead, it had a light, refreshing fragrance.
Could it be that even the sweat of beautiful women can be so alluring?
Luya was wearing shorts and a sports tank top, her fair abdomen showcasing firm abs, and her long, smooth legs irresistibly evoked thoughts of Lu Russian's perfect figure. After regaining his composure, Gu Ming turned his gaze toward Luya. She had something in her mouth and was focused on standing in a fixed posture, practicing the golden bone body tempering technique to strengthen her muscles and bones, seemingly unaware of his arrival. However, the look of pain on her face revealed that the process was far from easy. From deep in her throat came continuous moans of agony, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who heard it. Gu Ming observed calmly, his heart trembling. The item in Luya's mouth was a vitality blood pill she had exchanged for her past achievements. Everyone was using this type of cultivation resource, but only he felt that his current realm didn't require reliance on it. Thus, he had never used a vitality blood pill. Of course, adjustments will be made flexibly in the future depending on the situation, as strength is the foundation. Looking at the pain on Luya's face, Gu Ming suddenly spoke. Luya, direct your vital energy and blood to the ribs near your heart and try to break through. As his voice reached her, Luya instinctively cooperated and directed her vital energy and blood. After the surge of vital energy and blood hit her ribs, her complexion changed drastically. The golden bone tempering method is clearly meant to first strengthen the major muscles and bones of the limbs and torso, with the ribs being the last.
Why did Gu Ming make her do it in reverse?
Luya was puzzled internally but did not refute him, still trusting him completely. The qi and blood pill in the mouth was rapidly consumed, and the surging energy collided against the ribs. Gu Ming watched this scene, his heart slightly moved, and continued speaking. Luya Jia, imagine you are on the battlefield, holding a dagger, merging with the weapon as one. The golden bone tempering method issued by headquarters was extremely crude, as if forcibly grinding the muscles and bones over time, with a pitifully low success rate. The systematic body tempering method, however, relies on comprehension, profound yet effective. Luya followed his instructions, imagining herself battling fiercely with a ferocious beast with sharp fangs, gripping a dagger tightly and fighting with all her might. Before long, she suddenly noticed that the ribs in her chest seemed to be glowing, emitting a faint golden light, and their toughness increased dramatically. She looked at Gu Ming in astonishment, completely unable to understand how this was achieved.
Gu Ming's steady voice sounded once again.
Next, temper all the tendons and bones in the body, but leave the torso and limbs for now. Luya listened to Gu Ming's guidance and began tempering the various tendons and bones within her torso first. Before long, a miracle occurred. Previously, she had struggled for an entire month to barely refine her spine into golden bone, but now the speed was astonishing. The tendons and bones of her entire upper body radiated a faint golden glow all at once. Alright, now it's time for the limbs, Gu Ming said, secretly admiring Luya's talent in his heart. With the golden bone tempering method from headquarters and years of resource accumulation, she was able to complete the tempering of her spinal bones within a month, which was already an extraordinary achievement. This was also thanks to her more than a year of experience at the peak of the warrior rank.
Listening to Gu Ming's guidance, Luya swallowed 4 or 5 qi and blood pills in succession.
Her face immediately flushed red, and her skin turned slightly crimson, revealing the pressure brought by the surging qi and blood. But she gritted her teeth and persevered, mobilizing her energy and blood as directed by Gu Ming, continuing to temper her muscles and bones.
More than an hour later,
Luya, dressed in shorts and a tank top, suddenly relaxed, let out a soft moan, and collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. She sat on the ground, looking at Gu Ming, her face full of smiles and ease.
Gu Ming, I did it! The golden bones are complete!
She joyfully shared her achievement.
Gu Ming also smiled.
Luya's breakthrough proved the scientific nature and immense potential of the system's golden bone tempering method.
Although the metaphysical elements accounted for the majority, as long as it worked, the results were enough.
Gu Ming might be able to mass-produce golden bone generals in the future. In other words, he has mastered a stable method to cultivate martial kings. Once this news spreads, it will likely shock the entire ancient kingdom. At this moment, Luya also reacted, sitting on the ground and staring at Gu Ming with furrowed brows.
Gu Ming, who taught you this method of tempering golden bones?
The golden bone tempering technique is a supreme skill honed by the human race over thousands of years in the face of invasions by myriad alien beasts. But now Gu Ming had an improved version, which made her certain that someone was teaching him in secret. Hearing Luya's words, Gu Ming gave an awkward smile. The system cannot be exposed, and the credit can only be claimed personally. Miss Luya, I just broke through to the 3rd tier and, on a sudden inspiration, improved the golden bone tempering method. He wasn't intentionally showing off, but this was the only way to explain.
Luya's expression instantly froze, staring blankly at Gu Ming.
That gaze, as if looking at a monster. She felt she was extraordinary, mastering the golden bone tempering technique and becoming a golden bone martial general at the age of 24.
Perhaps she could be crowned king before 30. What about Gu Ming?
Only half a year after graduating from high school, at just 18 years old, he is already a third-tier martial general.
Moreover, he can actually improve the golden bone tempering method. That is a precious crystallization of countless human experts' lives and wisdom.
Many titled kings, and even stronger experts, have undergone countless trials to gradually perfect this method step by step.
Gu Ming can just say improve and then improve? This is simply defying the heavens. Luya never thought the gap between people could be so vast.
In her more than 20 years of life, she has always been a genius wherever she went. Even in the field of science and martial arts, she is considered a top-tier prodigy. But facing Gu Ming, she suddenly felt a bit desolate. She slowly stood up, and under Gu Ming's concerned gaze, anger surged in her heart.
Go away, I want to be alone. Gu Ming gave a bitter smile, the comforting words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He knew that if he spoke, Luya might be even more hurt.
Sister Luya, when will you be able to advance to the 4th tier? He quickly changed the subject and asked a question he cared about. If the Sun and Moon Squad had a 4th tier expert guarding them, future missions would be much safer. Although he didn't know his true combat strength now, having one more strong ally is never a mistake. Luya pondered, a trace of seriousness flashing across her face. I may not be as strong as you, but I also have an S-level talent. I've been honing my skills at the peak of the warrior level for over a year, and my golden bones are already formed. At most, it will take a month, and at least a week, for me to advance to the 4th tier martial lord.
A confident expression appeared on her face.
A 4th tier martial lord can temper their internal organs. Once this step is successfully achieved, even if the heart is shattered, combat capability can still be maintained. Gu Ming nodded and was about to leave Luya's training room when his phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone, and the caller ID displayed, Zhao Ruilong. Gu Ming answered the call, a slight smile appearing on his face.
Centurion Zhao.
On the other end of the line came Zhao Ruilong's cheerful and delighted voice.
I already told you, just call me Brother Zhao.
If you keep calling me Centurion, how am I supposed to address you when you become a general, little brother? Gu Ming moved the receiver aside to confirm that the caller was Zhao Ruilong, and not his hot-tempered older brother, Zhao Dalong. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he smiled wryly as he nodded.
All right, then I'll call you Brother Zhao. This is more like it. Zhao Ruilong burst into laughter on the other end of the phone and immediately said, Brother Gu, let me share some good news with you. I've successfully tempered my golden bones and advanced to a 4th tier martial lord. Golden bones? 4th tier martial lord?
Gu Ming was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to meet Luya's gaze, a smile blossoming on his face.
Congratulations, Brother Zhao, you're about to become a centurion.
He had long heard that Zhao Ruilong, as Luo Dahai's close aide, had achieved outstanding military merits over the years. It was only because his strength remained at the 3rd tier martial general level and his age was insufficient that he couldn't be promoted based on seniority, remaining a captain of 100 soldiers. Nowadays, Zhao Ruilong has advanced to the 4th tier martial lord, and the rank of centurion should be confirmed tomorrow. Gu Ming smiled sincerely, feeling genuinely happy for Zhao Ruilong. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ruilong suddenly calmed down.
Brother Gu, to be honest, this breakthrough wasn't entirely my own effort.
Gu Ming was somewhat surprised, and Zhao Ruilong continued. I used years of accumulated military merits to exchange for a 4th tier demon lord's inner core. Only then did I refine the golden bones and gain the qualification to advance to martial lord. His tone carried a sense of emotion and size. He had lingered at the peak of martial general for many years, always hoping to refine the golden bones and break through to the 4th tier. After all, he only has A-level talent, and if he cannot forge golden bones, the path to becoming a king is almost hopeless. Even though the probability of forging golden bones with A-level talent is less than 10%, he still persisted in honing himself for 4 years. It was only today, relying on that inner core, that he finally achieved golden bones. Listening to Zhao Ruilong's words, Gu Ming's eyes also revealed a sense of respect. This kind of perseverance built on accumulated effort is not something ordinary people can endure. Especially when seeing former comrades being promoted to martial lords, centurions, or even marquises, while he remains stuck at the rank of centurion and 3rd tier martial general under awkward pressure. That psychological burden is something only he understands. Gu Ming felt deep respect and secretly decided to find an opportunity to personally celebrate for Zhao Ruilong. But Zhao Ruilong shook his head and said, "In the military, we keep things simple. I'll just share the good news with you, no need to make a big deal out of it. Alright, I'm actually looking forward to the grand competition among the three armies in 3 days. Let's see if you've been training seriously." Gu Ming laughed upon hearing this. Although he wasn't very interested in the competition, he still nodded and replied, "Alright, brother Zhao, see you in 3 days." Hanging up the phone, Luya looked at Gu Ming, her eyes filled with emotion. Zhao Ruilong is truly impressive. An A-level talent managing to persist for 4 years and ultimately forge golden bones, such determination is admirable. If not for her S-level talent, she probably wouldn't have been able to endure it either. Gu Mingshan nodded in agreement, full of admiration for Zhao Ruilong. He never looked down on others because of his high talent. He always remembered that he initially only had double C-level talent, ordinary and unremarkable. It was merely luck to be chosen by the system, or perhaps a gift from Mother Earth. He secretly vowed that no matter how great his achievements would be in the future, he would never become arrogant and would steadily move forward. 3 days later, Zhao Zilei drove the car, a business sedan that he forcefully accelerated, making it resemble a sports car as it sped toward the city lord's mansion. This time, the grand competition of the three armies was held in the massive square of the city lord's mansion, a spacious and suitable venue. Sitting in the passenger seat, when Bayu's calm smile had completely disappeared. "Zilei, are you trying to make headlines tonight? A second-tier martial soldier driving, sending off another martial soldier, along with 2 martial generals?" She shot a fierce glance at Gu Ming and Luya in the back seat. Who told Zhao Zilei to insist on driving himself? Zhao Zilei held the steering wheel with one hand and burst into laughter after hearing that. "Isn't this quite thrilling?" "Thrilling my ass. Master Lei, where's your brain?" When Bayu cursed outright, completely losing his usual composure. Gu Ming and Luya exchanged a smile in the back seat. Actually, Zhao Zilei's driving could be considered steady. Going 200 kilometers per hour in the city was just like that. As long as he didn't hit other cars or people, even if he crashed into a wall, the two in the back seat wouldn't get hurt. When Bayu, this 9-star healer, was absolutely safe. The most likely to get into trouble could only be Zhao Zilei, serves him right. Soon, the car sped into the city lord's mansion, racing all the way to the square for the tri-army competition. When Gu Ming and his group arrived, quite a crowd had already gathered. Zhao Ruilong, carrying his newly appointed centurion rank insignia on his shoulder, approached with Lang Chang and Shi Tu. Seeing Gu Ming get out of the car, he laughed. "Gu Ming, the tri-army competition hasn't started yet, but your car was going way too fast, wasn't it?" As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Ruilong saw Zhao Zilei jump out of the driver's seat, his gaze tightening. "You're the one driving?" He glanced at Gu Ming, questioning. "What were you thinking, letting him drive?" Gu Ming smiled, and when Bayu also got out of the car, leaning against the car door and starting to retch. Zhao Zilei's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ruilong, and he quickly stepped forward to pat his shoulder. "Third uncle." Zhao Ruilong slapped his hand away, his expression displeased and his voice stern. "Gu Ming didn't tell me, so I had no idea. You brat, instead of properly training in the capital, what are you doing running off to Lincheng?" Zhao Ruilong acted like a stern elder, scolding without holding back. In front of him, Zhao Zilei behaved like a child, smiling and responding cheerfully. "Third uncle, I just came to Lincheng to stroll around." Zhao Ruilong shook his head but said nothing more. At this moment, Gu Ming curiously scanned the crowd and suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao, may I ask, what is Zilei's father's name?" Zhao Ruilong's eldest brother is Zhao Dalong, and his second brother's son is Zhao Zilei. After calculating, Gu Ming was shocked. "No, that's impossible. If it really is that person, then the Zhao family is truly incredible." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Zilei patted Gu Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. "What's so presumptuous about that? My father is called Zhao Zilong." Gu Ming's expression instantly froze, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Zhao Ruilong and Zhao Zilei, unable to calm the shock in his heart. Damn it, it really is just as he thought. Zhao Zilong, Zhao Ruilong? How can the world allow two such awesome people to exist? A gentle breeze brushed by, tousling Gu Ming's hair. Zhao Ruilong, Luya, and the others curiously turned to look at him. "What's so special about the name Zhao Zilong? What exactly are you surprised about?" Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming snapped back to reality and realized he had become an oddity in their eyes. However, the resounding title Dragon Gallant's Silver Spear Zhao Zilong made his heart tremble involuntarily. He secretly speculated in his heart whether Zhao Zilong of this world would possess the legendary charisma of his past life. At this moment, he was filled with curiosity about Zhao Ruilong's second brother, who was Zhao Zilei's father. He wanted to ask more about Zhao Zilei's father, such as his talents and whether the weapon he used was truly a silver spear. But on second thought, asking like this would be too abrupt, so he held back. There will always be opportunities, sooner or later they will come. At this moment, several luxurious business cars slowly drove up. The car doors opened, and one figure after another stepped out one after the other. And Mingyu stepped out from one of the cars and walked alone to the car in the center. Gu Ming's instinctive perception issued a warning, and he subconsciously looked up. He saw a blonde woman stepping out of the car slowly, dressed in a black suit, wearing high heels, with her hair neatly tied up in a high bun. She looked just over 30, yet exuded a powerful and sharp aura. Her well-defined features were even more striking than Lu Ya's, a typical face of someone from the divine nation. Her identity is beyond question. To exert such pressure on Gu Ming with an extraordinary aura, who else could it be but the Night Patrol Minister of Linchang? Gu Ming turned to Lu Ya and asked in a low voice, "Sister Lu Ya, is Minister Mu from the ancient nation?" On this high martial blue star, besides the ancient nation, there are over 100 large and small countries. But the strongest empires are only three: the ancient nation, the divine nation, and the barbarian empire. Minister Mu's appearance once made him mistakenly think she was from the divine nation. Lu Ya first nodded, then shook her head, explaining, "Minister Mu's mother is from the ancient kingdom, and her father is from the divine kingdom. She grew up in the divine kingdom and later returned to the ancient kingdom to join the Night Watchers." Gu Ming nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. At this moment, Luo Dahai, draped in a heavy cloak and bearing the Silver Star General insignia on his shoulder, walked by slowly, surrounded by Qin Pang and Honglin and others. Gu Ming also saw the familiar Dong Xonglin Dong Qianfu. Luo Dahai walked halfway and waved to Gu Ming. Gu Ming nodded in response, dressed in military uniform, draped in a jet-black cloak, and followed behind Luo Dahai along with Zhao Ruilong and others. The gray-haired Honglin glanced at Gu Ming, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, which he tried hard to conceal. If it weren't for Gu Ming's scouts having perfected their perception abilities, this hostility would have gone unnoticed. But now, he can clearly sense Honlin's antagonistic attitude toward him. Without saying much, the group gathered and walked together toward Mu Yanfei's location. On the other side, Lu Yongjing arrived with the people from the city lord's mansion, including the chief of security and Wu Haicheng. Everyone gathered in the center of the square. Luo Dahai and Lu Yongjing exchanged a glance, then smiled and looked at Mu Yanfei. "Minister Mu's visit today is truly unexpected." Mu Yanfei smiled faintly, her features impeccably delicate, and shook her head in response. "General Luo, don't say that. How could I miss such an important event as the Tri-Army competition?" Lu Yongjing also smiled and looked around at everyone. "Since Minister Mu is here, let's begin the Tri-Army competition. It's time to see how the younger generation of Lincheng has grown." The three parties sat down together. The city lord's mansion led by Lu Yongjing sat in the middle, the demon suppression army led by Luo Dahai sat on the right, and Mu Yanfei's night patrol sat on the left. Gu Ming, Lu Ya, and others also took their seats, their eyes focused on the upcoming competition among the three armies. The competition among the three armies is essentially a showcase of the internal strength of Lin City's three major official forces, each sending their prodigies, aimed at inspiring confidence among their respective members. Exotic beasts and myriad races are pressing step by step, and the situation for humanity is becoming increasingly dire. The populace and civilians place their hopes in the authorities, while the authorities rely on their future in prodigies. Therefore, this display of power is particularly significant. The demon suppression army's side, Qin Peng slowly stood up and walked toward the rear. He glanced at Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu, and after learning their identities, said nothing more, turning his gaze to Zhao Ruilong. Later, the three sides of the martial generals and martial lords will each send a strong fighter to battle. At the level of martial lord centurion, Zhao Ruilong, is there any problem? Qin Peng's words were concise, and his personality was straightforward and decisive. Zhao Ruilong nodded calmly, no problem. He had just forged golden bones, achieving the 4th-tier martial lord level, and was in need of a battle to train and solidify his realm. Qin Peng turned his head to look at Gu Ming. The words hadn't left his mouth when Gu Ming smiled and shook his head. "Chen Wanho, I won't step into the ring. I've just broken through to Marshal General. Facing the Night Patrol and the Public Security Bureau's people, I have no chance of winning and would only disgrace our demon suppression army." Qin Peng's words got stuck in his throat. But he wasn't one to lecture much, so he nodded in agreement upon seeing this. "Alright, for a 3rd-tier general of this level, I'll find someone else." After saying that, he turned and left. He wasn't angry with Gu Ming because, after all, they were both close aides of Luo Dahai and had a strong bond. Gu Ming's reluctance to step forward must have its own considerations. After Qin Pang left, Zhao Ruilong turned around and stared at Gu Ming, his eyes full of confusion. Luya, Zhao Zile, Wen Baiyu, and others also glanced sideways, unable to understand why Gu Ming refused to fight. Gu Ming had just been promoted to a third-tier martial general. It was impossible for him to fear battle. This was simply not the Gu Ming they knew. The Gu Ming they were familiar with was the kind of killing god who would wield military power in anger and ruthlessly destroy the Li family. He was definitely not the person now showing fear in facing off against An Mingyu and Wu Haicheng. A glimmer flashed in Luya's eyes as she quickly grasped Gu Ming's intention. Feigning weakness, deliberately lowering himself before others. Once An Mingyu is truly deceived into thinking that Gu Ming is nothing special, he will naturally lower his guard. At that moment, Gu Ming is highly likely to seize the opportunity and deliver a heavy counterattack to An Mingyu, just like how he dealt with Li Junnan back then. Grudges and vendettas. Gu Ming has never regarded Li Junnan with any real attention. As soon as he made a move, his opponent was crushed, leaving no chance to catch their breath. The grand competition of the three armies quickly unfolded. The duel between first-tier warriors was nothing more than child's play, lacking any excitement. Thus, the competition first moved into the battles of second-tier martial soldiers. The Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Night Watchers each sent 3 representatives to compete. 3 intense battles ignited the passion of the young audience, instantly setting the atmosphere ablaze. Next, it was time for the competition among third-tier martial generals. On the City Lord's Mansion side, Wu Haicheng's father, Lin City's chief of public security, Wu Chuanzhang, was watching his son with eyes full of gratification. "Haicheng, you take this round." Wu Haicheng nodded and turned back to smile at his father. With a faint smile, he walked toward the field, his gaze sweeping over the Night Patrol and Demon Suppression Army's side. In the Night Patrol camp, Minister Mu Yanfei sat in the center, her golden hair elegantly tied up, her features striking, and her demeanor unique. She looked calmly at An Mingyu and slowly said, "An Mingyu, you're up for this round." An Mingyu stood up and saluted, his face full of smiles. "Minister, rest assured, I will not let you down." Mu Yanfei smiled and nodded without saying more. An Mingyu stepped onto the arena, greeted by enthusiastic cheers from the Night Watcher's side. Since Luya left, he became the most promising captain among the Night Patrol. Although he has not yet reached the peak of a martial general, his strength at the 8th level of martial general is already extremely formidable. Coupled with his talent for physical enhancement, he is almost invincible among peers of the same age and realm. Wu Haicheng saw this, snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. "Mingyu, your reputation in the Night Watchers is quite impressive. I really can't compare." And Mingyu gave a humble smile. "Our Night Watchers don't have as much authority as your Public Security Bureau. Different specialties require different efforts." Wu Haicheng cursed inwardly, "I just praised you, and here you are still pretending to be so high and mighty." And Mingyu is good in every way, except he's too fond of putting on airs and is overly arrogant. The uninformed might think you're a SSS-level genius. Wu Haicheng turned his head to look toward the Demon Suppression Army side, and An Mingyu also raised his head to stare in that direction. He had heard that Gu Ming had broken through to a third-tier martial general, and he was somewhat surprised. The speed at which Gu Ming's strength improved was indeed astonishing. But this world only values strength, not talent. When encountering wild beasts, no matter how long the agreement lasts, strength is the key to life and death. Who made Gu Ming born a few years earlier than him? Wu Haicheng looked toward the Demon Suppression Army, hoping Gu Ming would give An Mingyu a harsh lesson. He had heard about Gu Ming's deeds from his father. Although he had just broken through to the 3rd rank, he might have the ability to challenge An Mingyu. However, unexpectedly, it was not Gu Ming who rose from the Demon Suppression Army, but another 3rd-rank martial officer carrying the rank of centurion on his shoulders. Although the other party was somewhat well known in the army, he was far inferior to a rising star like Gu Ming. Wu Haicheng was slightly stunned, completely unprepared for Gu Ming not taking the stage. And Mingyu frowned, his gaze full of mockery. Was Gu Ming scared? Afraid that as a newcomer to the 3rd tier, he would lose to him and be humiliated? What a coward who truly knows how to assess the situation. The people around were also surprised. Luo Dahai turned around and saw Gu Ming sitting calmly, with no intention of getting up. He frowned tightly, puzzled and confused, but said nothing more. After all, if Gu Ming didn't want to go up, no one could force him. Beside Luo Dahai, and Hong Lin turned her head, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. In his view, Gu Ming was simply afraid of facing off against An Mingyu and chose to avoid the confrontation. Avoiding the fight might cause his reputation to take a slight hit, but compared to being severely beaten by An Mingyu, it was a minor issue. And Hong Lin sneered coldly, no longer taking Gu Ming seriously in his heart. Previously, Gu Ming had arrogantly ordered the destruction of the Li family, which caught his attention and even made him prepare to act secretly, intending to make Gu Ming disappear. Now he realized that Gu Ming was just a cowardly and timid fellow. Over at the city lord's mansion, Lu Yongzheng looked at Gu Ming, his brows slightly furrowed. But he quickly relaxed and didn't think much about it. Gu Ming not taking the field has his own considerations, not worth overthinking. Beside the lord of Lu City, those who had heard of Gu Ming's name began to whisper among themselves. A bald man with a sturdy build and a protruding belly sat next to Lu Yongzheng and sneered coldly at the scene. How interesting. I was quite curious about the captain who ordered the extermination of the Li family's attendants. It seems. He shook his head slightly, his sarcasm evident. Lu Yongzheng glanced at him, feeling displeased. Gu Ming, no matter what, was still a young man favored by him and Luo Dahai. This deputy city lord Huang speaks in such a sarcastic tone. Does he think no one can understand? The chief of public security, Wu Chuanjian, and another deputy city lord both looked at Lu Yongzheng, noticing his gloomy expression. The night watchers sighed. Blonde hair tied up, Mu Yanfei, dressed in a women's suit, sat quietly in the center, raising an eyebrow as she glanced in the direction of the demon suppression army. Soon, she withdrew her gaze, a faint smile appearing on her face. The smile was calm and unruffled, making it hard for others to discern her thoughts. The grand competition among the military generals quickly commenced. As the battle began, Wu Haicheng immediately withdrew from the battlefield and concealed himself. As an illusionist, he was not skilled in close combat and was better at long-range mental attacks. The tactic, naturally, was to create distance. And Mingyu did not try to stop him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the marshal general of the demon suppression army. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he suddenly crouched down, opening his mouth wide. In an instant, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His entire body swelled, instantly transforming into a crouching jet-black tiger, standing 3 meters tall. The massive tiger's muscles were knotted, its face ferocious, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Among the 3 major types of talents, the natural element system leans towards versatility. While it has no obvious weaknesses, it also lacks particularly outstanding strengths. The special system is extremely specialized but also has fatal flaws. As an illusionist, Wu Haicheng has almost completely lost his combat ability. Among those of the same rank, anyone who locks onto his true body can defeat him in seconds. Finally, the beast-type talent has no weaknesses and possesses extremely formidable strength. When human experts of the same level face beast-type contestants, survival is nearly impossible. The sole survivor is most likely the beast-type talent user. They transformed into monstrous beasts, their bodies as formidable as wild animals, nearly unbeatable. A pitch-black giant tiger crouched low, staring intently, its eyes blazing with ferocity as it fixed its gaze on the centurion warrior. In the next moment, the giant tiger suddenly charged forward, crossing over 20 meters in an instant and pouncing in front of its opponent. It raised its tiger paw and struck fiercely at its adversary. And Mingyu felt that this monster seemed no longer of the same kind, its allegiance completely shifted. A violent force swept in, and the centurion warrior struggled to raise his arm as scorching flames erupted from within him. Boom! 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 The flames exploded 3 times in succession, pushing his strength to the limit. He suddenly swung a punch to counter the giant tiger's claw. At the moment of impact, the centurion's fist suddenly bent. The immense force shattered the iron-like bones, breaking the arm halfway and leaving it limp. The pitch-black giant tiger revealed a human-like mocking smile as its claw rose again. The centurion had no time to feel the excruciating pain of his broken arm and hurriedly raised his left arm to block the strike. He represents the demon-suppressing army and absolutely cannot be defeated so quickly. Where would his dignity go? However, before his left arm could be raised, his vision suddenly blurred, and he froze in place. He watched as the tiger's claw descended unimpeded, while he remained completely motionless. Bang! A deafening impact erupted from his chest, with shockwaves scattering in all directions. The centurion was sent flying dozens of meters and landed heavily, his chest caved in. It was only at this moment that clarity returned to his eyes, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. The heavy blow from the giant tiger was completely undefended, its destructive power astonishing. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were severely damaged. This injury almost shook his very foundation. Even if a high-level wood spirit could partially heal it, lingering aftereffects would be inevitable. Perhaps, advancing to the next level in this lifetime is out of the question. Son of AB************************************ H. On the spectator platform of the demon suppression army, Zhao Zilei let out an angry roar, transforming into a flash of lightning as he charged into the battlefield, arriving beside the centurion who had fallen and was coughing up blood. He raised his head and scanned the entire field, his gaze locking onto the direction where Wu Haicheng was located.
Do you have no shame? Surrounding and attacking my demon suppression army, what kind of strongman's conduct is this? Is this still a duel? Zhao Zilei roared.
Although he was only a second-tier martial soldier, he showed no fear.
When Baiyu's face darkened as he stood up and walked into the arena.
Golden light blossomed in his palm as he slowly pressed it onto the centurion's wound. The centurion's pain gradually eased, and he looked at the two with gratitude. When Baiyu's white suit was spotless as he coldly stared at the pitch-black giant tiger and Wu Haicheng, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I thought the Linqing Tri-Army competition would be spectacular, but I didn't expect the Night Watchers and the Security Bureau to join forces to eliminate the Demon Suppression Army first. His tone was icy, and he rarely showed such anger.
During the treatment, his expression grew increasingly grim.
With the power of the holy light, it could barely stabilize the centurion's injuries.
That strike from the giant tiger just now was clearly a full-force attack.
The opponent's eyes were dazed, offering no resistance, yet still delivered a heavy blow without hesitation. If not for the centurion's bronze skin and iron bones, he would have died on the spot. Although he is not dead now, he is severely injured, and even he is unable to fully heal.
This is simply unacceptable.
Luo Dahai's eyes were cold, but it was not appropriate for him to step forward at this moment. Qin Pang, who was beside him, slowly stood up, expressionless. With a flash of movement, he appeared beside the centurion and picked him up. Refusing the treatment of the high-level wood spirit from the Night Watchers, Qin Pang suddenly leaped into the air, his black cloak fluttering as he vanished into a shadow.
How could the Demon Suppression Army allow the Night Watchers to intervene in treatment?
They have their own high-level wood spirits too. After Qin Pang left, Wu Haicheng's faint laughter echoed in the field.
Mingyu, it's our turn. The two locked eyes, and the pitch-black giant tiger instantly froze, its gaze dazed.
Soon, it broke free from its trance and suddenly charged toward Wu Haicheng. Wu Haicheng shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to signal.
Mingyu, I admit defeat.
The illusion technique failed to sway the opponent, and the defeat was sealed. The battle of the third-rank martial generals slowly came to an end.
But obviously, this was far from an ordinary contest between warriors.
Some of the Night Watchers felt that Mingyu had been too heavy-handed, but in the era of high martial arts, the strong reign supreme. Shouts erupted from the crowd as Mingyu returned to his human form, standing at the center of everyone with a face full of smiles. He provocatively glanced at the spectator stand of the Demon Suppression Army.
Don't even dare to come on stage and compete with me? What kind of chosen one are you?
This gaze made Luya's face turn cold, her eyes staring icily at Gu Ming. That glance made Luya suddenly freeze, her pupils contracting. Gu Ming remained calmly seated, his gaze deep like an ancient well, as if the previous scene had never happened. But Luya, who was familiar with him, faintly sensed something unusual. At this moment, Gu Ming seemed to have returned to that instant years ago when he had just become the general's attendant and learned that his younger brother had been taken by the Li family. An inexplicable fear surged in Luya's heart. She slightly parted her lips, wanting to speak but stopping herself. Minister of the Night Watch, Mu Yanfei, smiled apologetically at Luo Dahai and said,
General Luo, my apologies. My people acted too harshly. I apologize to the Demon Suppression Army on their behalf. Luo Dahai's expression was grim, but since it was Mu Yanfei speaking, and considering that Mingyu was the direct descendant of Wanhou, who was by his side,
he suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and shook his head.
It's fine, go on.
The grand competition of the three armies continued, with Zhao Ruilong stepping onto the stage with a stern expression to engage in the final battle against two other fourth-tier martial lords.
Gu Ming did not watch this battle.
His gaze lingered on Mingyu and Wu Haicheng's faces for a moment before calmly withdrawing.
Luya, let's go. Luya was a bit surprised.
She turned to look at him, her brows slightly furrowed, and nodded.
What are you going to do?
She followed Gu Ming while asking softly. Gu Ming smiled, a calm smile that sent chills down one's spine.
That military centurion is named Li Can. Last time when I destroyed the Li family, he was just a junior officer.
A flicker of shock flashed in Luya's eyes as she recalled that clever junior officer who had once trapped the Wanbing squad in Li Shuhai in an encirclement. It was Gu Ming who petitioned for his merits afterward, allowing Li Can to be promoted to centurion. He is extraordinarily talented, using military merits to exchange for demon general inner corps, quickly advancing to the third rank with remarkable progress.
Thinking of this, Luya looked at Gu Ming again, only to see his eyes cold as frost, devoid of vitality.
A few days ago, Wu Haicheng had given Gu Ming a piece of news. And Mingyu once graduated from Lincheng Martial University and now returns to his alma mater every month, claiming it is to protect those young people who represent the future of the ancient nation. Who would believe this excuse? Gu Ming instructed the Sun and Moon Squad to secretly investigate Lincheng University. Originally, the plan was to gather more evidence before taking action. Now, the time has come to act in advance. Although Lincheng is not as bustling as the capital city or the tech city, its nights are still lively with traffic. Gu Ming, dressed in simple black attire, stood at the gate of Lincheng Martial Arts University, his gaze sweeping over the students passing by. At 8 in the evening, male and female students streamed into the campus one after another. Perhaps just returning from outside fun, their faces were all adorned with smiles. Fourth brother, what level have you reached? All of us in the dorm are at the 3rd level of martial arts. We're having a mixer with the girls' dorm tomorrow, so you can't fall behind. The bespectacled young man, called fourth brother, blushed slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. No matter how late it gets tonight, he is determined to train hard until he reaches the 3rd level. Embarrassing himself in front of his brothers is a minor issue. The key is that if his level is the lowest at tomorrow's mixer, the humiliation would be too much to bear. A man can lose face in front of anyone, but never in front of a girl. Don't worry, old four. Tonight, we'll stay up with you and make sure you advance to the 3rd level. Everyone laughed as they strode into the campus. Gu Ming stood by the campus, next to him was Luya, now dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit. Seeing the faint smile on his face, Luya followed his gaze and her expression turned slightly gloomy. Seeing the lives of Wuda students for the first time, do you feel that protecting them is somewhat unworthy? Gu Ming, as a soldier, risked his life on the front lines hunting exotic beasts. Meanwhile, these city dwellers calmly cultivate, with no sense of urgency. For them, the myriad alien beasts are not considered an urgent matter at all. Rather, the girls' dormitory social gathering is more important. Hearing her say this, Gu Ming fell silent for a moment and shook his head with a smile. No, I have never thought it was unworthy. The ones I protect are indeed them, but my purpose for joining the army was never for them. I believe that everyone who chooses to enlist, even those who sacrifice their lives for the country, would not regret it upon seeing this scene. We hold on to just one belief. As for the origin of that belief, it doesn't matter to me. As the words fell, Luya's face showed a thoughtful expression. Looking at Gu Ming's youthful profile, she found it hard to understand how he could be so mature at 18. If it were another soldier, they would probably be fuming with anger. Gu Ming spoke again. Looking at them, I felt a bit emotional. Perhaps if I had been more decisive back then, I would be just like them, comfortable but mediocre. After saying this, he stepped into the campus of Lincheng Wuda. The young man in black had a tall and upright figure, his short hair lifted by the autumn breeze. Luya smiled and followed closely behind. Gu Qinsui, what are your plans for tonight? She leaned in and asked softly. Gu Ming was silent for a moment. Before coming, he had seen the severely injured Centurion Li Can. The injuries were serious, although treated by a high-level wood sprite and his life could be saved, advancing further was no longer possible. Li Can, an A-level talent and a military prodigy, was unexpectedly injured by an Mingyu. Before the start of the tri-army competition, the rules had already been set: fists and feet have no eyes, and accidents bear no responsibility. Therefore, no one could punish an Mingyu. Instead, an Mingyu became a hero of the night patrol and a youth idol throughout the afternoon. Gu Ming, on the other hand, bore the shame, being called a fallen prodigy, and feared in Mingyu. He recalled Li Can's forced smile as she said to him, "It's okay." Gu Ming glanced at Luya as he walked, smiling faintly. The key is how much dirt I can get on in Mingyu. Under the moonlight, the young man's voice carried a chilling tone. Luya looked up at the full moon in the sky. The moon is dark, and the wind is high. Tonight might be restless. The two walked side by side, heading deeper into Lincheng Wuda. Before long, they encountered Luo Shui and Min Shinran. The Sun and Moon Squad had long been sent by Gu Ming to investigate Lincheng Wuda. Although no direct issues with an Mingyu were found, suspicion alone is enough. Let's go, take me to see that young Master Huang. Gu Ming looked at Luo Shui and Min Shinran. The two women nodded in agreement and quickly led him to an unmarked meeting room. The sound of knocking echoed, and the door was pushed open by a metallic arm. Lu Ping revealed a faint smile. "Captain." Gu Ming glanced at his more sophisticated mechanical arm. Not long ago, Lu Ping re-enlisted and underwent a new round of mechanical modifications. Nowadays, he has been promoted to a second-tier martial soldier. As long as energy is sufficient, Lu Ping is the pinnacle combat power among second-tier martial soldiers. Apart from Gu Ming and Luya, he remains the strongest combat force in the team.
Gu Ming nodded lightly and walked into the conference room.
The indoor clutter was piled up like a mountain, but a clearing had been made in the center. The long-unseen Mr. Huang Zhenghao was sitting on a rosewood chair. Accompanying him were Wang Hu and Chen Yu.
The three were dressed in alloy combat suits, their faces fully covered, keeping their identities concealed.
Lin Baihua, Dong Dao, Shuing, and Luo Chang have not returned yet and are still investigating outside.
Huang Zhenghao was firmly pressed onto the chair.
As the president of Lincheng Martial Arts University Student Council and the son of Lincheng's deputy city Lord Huang, he now appeared flustered.
Who exactly are you? What do you want to do?
He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted hoarsely. Today, he was just walking normally on campus when he was suddenly attacked and then brought here.
These people remained silent, letting him struggle, yet he couldn't move an inch.
If he tried to move, he got beaten. The longer the time dragged on, the greater Huang Zhenghao's pressure grew, nearly driving him to collapse.
I'll tell you, my father is.
Before he could finish speaking, Huang Zhenghao looked up and saw a figure approaching.
Gu Ming was dressed entirely in black, without a military rank or a trench coat, yet his presence was extraordinary.
Huang Zhenghao's face suddenly changed, recalling the embarrassing encounter at the banquet that night.
You.
He pointed at Gu Ming, at a loss for words.
Gu Ming stopped wasting words.
Seeing that Huang Zhenghao still wanted to resist, his cold gaze swept over Wang Hu and Chen Yu. The two of them did not hesitate, swinging their fists together and striking Huang Zhenghao's abdomen. Huang Zhenghao gasped in pain, his eyes glaring fixedly at Gu Ming.
You son of a b.
Before he could finish, two more punches landed fiercely on his abdomen. Acid surged from his mouth, causing his entire body to convulse in pain. Although he was at the third-tier martial general realm, he had just advanced to the third tier and was inherently a wood demon not skilled in combat. Moreover, this level was forcibly achieved through resources provided by his father.
After being beaten up by Lu Ping,
facing Wang Hu and Chen Yu, who were already at the martial soldier realm and had ruthless methods, he was no match for them.
Young Master Huang, can you listen to me properly now?
Gu Ming stood in front of him, looking down with a cold and stern tone. Huang Zhenghao raised his eyes to stare at Gu Ming, anger surging in his heart, yet powerless to resist. He could only nod tremblingly.
Gu Ming revealed a faint smile, then quickly restrained it.
You know my identity, so there's no need for further introduction. Today, I came to Lincheng Martial University with a very clear purpose. Things here have already become extremely serious. Gu Ming comes from the Demon Suppression Army and is a close aide to the general. Although he is only a captain, his authority is not to be underestimated. Huang Zhenghao frowned, his face full of confusion.
Something happened in Lincheng Wu University? Why isn't the night patrol or in Mingyu handling it?
Good question. Gu Ming smiled but did not answer directly. He slowly bent down to straighten the hem of Huang Zhenghao's suit. This young Master Huang was dressed flamboyantly in the middle of the night on campus, seemingly trying to attract some girl. Huang Zhenghao's heart trembled. Gu Ming's actions tonight made him feel somewhat flattered, and he couldn't help but recall the Li family's massacre over a month ago.
He pondered inwardly, could it be that his father had offended Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng, which led Gu Ming to investigate and gradually implicate his family?
Seeing fear flash in Huang Zhenghao's eyes, Gu Ming smiled and reassured him, Young Master Huang, don't be nervous. After tidying his collar, he straightened up, his gaze gentle yet scrutinizing. I came just to ask you, as the student council president, if you know which people or organizations on campus might be connected to exotic beasts or the myriad races. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhenghao's tense nerves immediately relaxed. Since it wasn't directed at his father, his heart was instantly filled with confidence.
Gu Qinsui, stop joking around.
I, Lin Wu, am from the top-ranked martial arts university in the second province, renowned and well-known.
How could anyone collude with exotic beasts or the myriad races?
That's impossible, Huang Zhenghao said firmly. He thought Gu Ming would refute him, but instead saw Gu Ming nod and then wave his hand. Then please, young Master Huang, take us to the activity site of the night cult. In the era of high martial arts, the official authorities, noble families, martial arts schools, and religious groups are intricately intertwined.
Lincheng Martial Arts University also has similar organizations. Although they are not major forces, they resemble school clubs. The Church of the Night is one of them. The Sun and Moon Squad discovered its issues, with the information first provided by Wu Haicheng, allowing Gu Ming to intervene swiftly.
Black Knight sect? Huang Zhenghao frowned deeply, suddenly realizing that Gu Ming's visit might not be to find him, but rather aimed at Mingyu. The Black Knight sect was founded by Mingyu 2 years ago. Although he has already graduated, the Black Knight sect still exists.
What problems could the night sect possibly have?
Huang Zhenghao asked, puzzled.
Gu Ming's expression was stern.
He nodded in acknowledgement and led the way forward.
Anger simmered in his heart.
He was determined to see what Gu Ming was really up to.
If Gu Ming truly intended to target and Mingyu, he would never stand idly by.
Humph.
Huang Zhenghao was indignant, yet he did not inform Mingyu in advance.
The two were not close, and he actually wanted to see them tear into each other. Following Huang Zhenghao all the way, Gu Ming, Wang Hu, Xinyu, and Lu Ping coordinated seamlessly. The three stopped, leaving only Luya closely following Gu Ming. They strayed further and further, eventually entering a gloomy grove. You left such a remote place for the night cult to hold activities? Gu Ming asked, his tone filled with surprise. Huang Zhenghao looked around, darkness enveloping the area, and felt a bit uneasy.
Who knows? Back then, it was Mingyu who requested the school's approval.
I raised this issue, but the school completely ignored it. He rubbed his arms, a cloud of doubt rising in his heart.
As the student council president, his background was no secret, yet it was overlooked by the school.
In the past, he thought the night teaching was insignificant and avoided probing deeper for fear of offending Mingyu.
But now, something seemed off.
The night cult only recruits new members in August and September at the start of the school year, and only accepts freshmen. Huang Zhenghao grew increasingly uneasy, his lips involuntarily pressing together. Before long, the curtain-like darkness of the forest gradually receded, and Gu Ming and the other two finally saw the activity site of the night cult. It was an old, long-abandoned sports field, dilapidated and in disrepair.
The rubber track was peeling in many places, clearly untouched for years.
Gu Ming looked down, his heart turning cold. Under the moonlight, a figure sat in the center of the playground. The number of people was not large, only a little over 100. Yet all of them sat silently with their eyes closed, like corpses, sending chills down one's spine.
Huang Zhenghao suddenly recalled the instructions given during the registration for the Black Knight sect. They would come here at night to train and exchange experiences. But in the dead of night, why would it look like this?
His scalp tingled, his pupils trembled slightly, and he turned to look at Gu Ming and Luya. The two frowned deeply, their eyes fixed heavily on the Dark Knight sect. Huang Zhenghao, this third-tier wood demon, had limited perception and couldn't detect anything unusual.
But Gu Ming and Luya were clearly different.
Their expressions instantly turned grim and unpleasant.
Even though there were early speculations, it was still unexpected. Lincheng Martial University, Lincheng, and even the entire Second Province are the sanctuaries young people dream of.
In the eyes of ordinary people, the capital city and the tech city are out of reach and irrelevant to them.
Only Lincheng Martial University in their hometown is their ideal and faith. But now, someone is actually colluding with the myriad races here? Once this news spreads, the faith of all young people will instantly collapse.
They worked tirelessly to get into Martial University, coming with boundless enthusiasm.
It turns out that there is such an organization hidden within Lincheng Wuda, secretly colluding with the myriad races?
Once, Gu Ming still had doubts about Mingyu's identity.
Now, he has no doubt.
Mingyu is indeed one of the Night Clan. The Night sect he founded serves all races. Gu Ming glanced at Huang Zhenghao, expressionless. Huang Zhenghao felt that gaze, his spine chilled, yet his face burned.
How could anyone at Lincheng Martial University collude with alien beasts and all races?
Gu Qinsui, what kind of joke is this? The earlier speculation, like heavy punches, fiercely struck Huang Zhenghao's face.
Gu Qinsui.
Huang Zhenghao lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of trepidation.
Lin Xingwu, the president of the University Student Council, is not just a title. Compared to Gu Ming's previous life's Student Council president,
the Student Council president of this university truly holds power.
Power implies responsibility.
All the sects and societies in the school are under Huang Zhenghao's jurisdiction.
Something happened to the Night sect, and it's clear to everyone that there's something suspicious. He cannot shirk responsibility. If not handled properly, even his father might not escape being implicated.
Thinking of this, Huang Zhenghao's heart trembled, and his voice quivered.
Gu Qinsui, now, what should we do now?
He was flustered, swallowing a mouthful of saliva.
Gu Ming didn't respond, lowering his head to sense the surroundings.
The perception ability at the consummate level allowed him to easily grasp the movements of those hundreds of people. His expression darkened further. Huang Zhenghao saw this scene, his heartbeat quickened, and his whole body felt cold.
Gu Qinsui.
Gu Ming silently extended his hand, and golden liquid slowly flowed from his palm, forming into an alloy spear. This Tier 1 alloy spear had been with him for a long time, but no one knew how much longer it would last. He smiled faintly, raised his spear, and stepped forward, accompanied by Luya's startled cry. Luya, who had trained with Golden Bones, now felt the overwhelming strength of those hundreds of people. Not a single Tier 1 warrior among them, at the very least, they were all Tier 2 martial soldiers, with even a dozen martial generals. At Linchangwuda, so many unassuming students turned out to be martial soldiers, and even martial generals were hidden among them, truly terrifying.
But Gu Ming, he directly rushed out? Without seeking reinforcements first?
Luya's expression changed slightly, clenching her silver teeth tightly. If she were at the 4th tier, she wouldn't fear this situation, but she hadn't broken through yet, and time was pressing. How could she just stand by and watch Gu Ming face the enemy alone? She drew 2 daggers, stepped into her marten boots, stretched her long legs, and instantly dashed out. Back at the spot, Huang Zhenghao was left behind by the two, his expression both panicked and dazed.
These two people completely ignored him. Click! The sound of stepping on dry branches suddenly rang out.
Gu Ming rushed to the old playground, and the students sitting in a circle instantly opened their blood-red eyes. That blood-red color flashed and disappeared, and their gazes quickly returned to calm. They sat up as if waking from a dream, staring intently at the approaching Gu Ming. Gu Ming did not use the thunderous step, merely observing the reactions of these night sect students.
Unexpectedly, they did not make a move.
Even as they watched him holding a long spear, each of them remained calm and composed. A tall, dark-skinned young man stepped out of the crowd, a smile on his face.
"This classmate, what are you doing running to our night sect with a gun in the middle of the night?"
His tone was calm and unhurried, showing no signs of panic. This was the emergency plan the leader had arranged long ago. Luya closely followed Gu Ming, her face full of confusion. She cautiously scanned every student, preventing them from secretly calling the police. Huang Zhenghao, seeing that the two sides had not clashed, felt slightly relieved and began to suspect it might be a misunderstanding.
Could it be that the students of Black Knight Academy had truly gone mad? He suppressed his fear and tried to stay calm as he walked forward. "President Huang?"
The dark-skinned young man looked at him in surprise. Gu Ming was unfamiliar to him, but Huang Zhenghao, the student council president, was known by everyone at the school. Huang Zhenghao tried his best to steady his expression and walked up to the crowd. He felt the unusually cold and sinister gazes from the Black Knight sect students, as if they wanted to devour him, sending chills down his spine.
He recognized that the dark-skinned young man was Ding Tao. "Ding Tao, what are you all doing here in the middle of the night?"
Huang Zhenghao frowned, his tone carrying a questioning authority. Ding Tao was already accustomed to Huang Zhenghao's attitude towards others and responded with a calm smile. "President Huang, we gather together in the evening to meditate, sit quietly, and reflect on our shortcomings in cultivation."
"Is there a problem?"
Huang Zhenghao was momentarily speechless when questioned and turned to look at Gu Ming.
Gu Ming silently glanced at Ding Tao, then scanned the faces of every student in the Black Knight sect. "Then can you explain how to absorb moonlight?" "Absorbing the radiance of moonlight for cultivation, humans simply don't have such techniques.
Only the myriad races have this cultivation method." Ding Tao's heart suddenly trembled. He hadn't expected Gu Ming to notice this detail. The other party is likely a scout, and at least a 3rd-tier expert. Ding Tao's expression briefly turned awkward, but he quickly broke into a smile.
"This classmate, what are you talking about? You must have seen it wrong. How could we be cultivating by absorbing moonlight?"
Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, without responding. Ding Tao could only smile wryly again, shaking his head and saying, "This classmate, let's put it this way. Gathering here late at night is indeed not just about summarizing the day's cultivation insights. We do want to imitate the Night Clan among the myriad races, trying to cultivate with the help of moonlight to see if it can be used to counter the myriad races."
"May I ask, fellow student, if we truly develop a method of cultivation using moonlight, what crime would that be?" Ding Tao grew more confident as he spoke, his tone full of provocation.
Huang Zhenghao also turned to look, his expression slightly changed. If what Ding Tao said is true, they are developing the lunar radiance cultivation method. In this case, not only are they not wrong, but they are actually great benefactors of humanity. Since the era of high martial arts, humans have only had 2 methods of cultivation. One is relying on stance training, practicing step by step through sheer effort. Second, rely on scarce resources to achieve rapid improvement.
Resources are limited and not everyone can afford to use them.
If the moonlight cultivation method can truly bring resources, it would undoubtedly be a great benefit to the country and its people. Huang Zhenghao also felt conflicted in his heart. The situation was complex, and he couldn't discern right from wrong, leaving his emotions unsettled. Luya always trusted Gu Ming and never doubted her judgment. She gazed at Gu Ming's profile, wanting to see how he would handle this turmoil. From the time of the siege on the Li family, This young man was no longer just a fledgling eagle flapping its wings. He is an eagle that has already spread its wings and soared. Gu Ming's gaze locked onto Ding Tao. Looking at his provocative retort, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Suddenly, the spear in his hand trembled, and the tip suddenly flashed with a cold gleam. The silvered gunlight swirled like a silver dragon, instantly enveloping the dozen warriors around Ding Tao. With a thunderous roar, the silver dragon's spear radiance erupted, accompanied by the splattering of blood. Gu Ming spoke coldly. Learn from the myriad races? Resist the myriad races? I see, you all want to become the myriad races. Ding Tao's breath suddenly hitched, his pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. Silver dragon-like cold light erupted from his side, accompanied by the continuous sound of spears piercing into bodies. The small mastery of spear techniques burst forth with dragon-like ferocity. With Gu Ming's current strength, it was impossible for this group of martial generals relying on the secret methods of the myriad races to withstand it. Ding Tao suddenly snapped back to reality, looking around, his originally constricted pupils contracted once more. The next second, he stared at Gu Ming in horror, his eyes filled not only with shock but also deep fear. He had never seen a martial general of the same realm able to kill 13 martial generals around him with a single spear strike. This level of strength, can it still be called the same rank? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying a third-tier traitor. Blood chi plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying a third-tier traitor. Blood chi plus 5,000. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. But even so, it only raised Gu Ming's realm to the second level of martial general. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of advancement. In the martial general realm, advancing one level is almost equivalent to crossing realms in the martial artist or even martial soldier stages. However, as long as he kills enough exotic beasts, myriad races, and traitors, he can still grow rapidly. Half-closed eyes opened again, and the godlike murderous gaze made Ding Tao tremble uncontrollably. You! Before he could speak, a sharp spear was already pressed against his neck. You should understand that with your strength, it's best not to resist anymore. The cold gleam pierced his throat, and Ding Tao didn't even dare to swallow his saliva. After all, he was still a college student. Trembling, he nodded and stared at Gu Ming, saying, "Senior, what do you want to do? I'll cooperate, I'll fully cooperate." As he spoke, he raised his hands to show he posed no threat. Only then did Luya and Huang Zhenghao react. Luya's beautiful eyes kept sizing up Gu Ming, filled with astonishment. Defeating 13 warriors of the same rank in an instant? Even though most were only at the first or second level, with the highest being merely the third level. This strength is simply too exaggerated. Huang Zhenghao was even more shocked. He knew about Gu Ming's reputation in the military, widely recognized as a genius. But he never expected him to be this powerful. Not to mention, he hadn't had the chance to ask what had happened with the night cult. Gu Ming had already started killing, so ruthless and domineering. Huang Zhenghao felt a chill in his heart and immediately placed Gu Ming on the list of people he must never provoke. If you cross this guy, there was no need for any words, he'd just kill you on the spot. First, it was the Li family, and now it was the night cult. In the night, the young man held a long spear, with 13 corpses lying before him and hundreds of armed soldiers behind him. But he showed no fear, his gaze as calm as a still well. "Tell your master to come and see me." Under the moonlight, the young man's face was cold and stern. Ding Tao hurriedly nodded, frantically pulling his phone out of his pocket and dialing a number labeled, "Leader." Beep, beep. As the call connected, Gu Ming keenly noticed the collective gaze of the night cult followers behind Ding Tao. In their eyes, there was not a trace of fear. "Hello?" A familiar voice of An Mingyu came from the other end of the phone. "Master." Ding Tao's voice suddenly paused and began to tremble. Gu Ming squinted his eyes. Right in front of him, Ding Tao suddenly crushed his phone, the dark skin on his body rapidly transforming in the shadows. His bones swelled inch by inch, sharp black claws extended from his fingertips, and his figure expanded abruptly. Ding Tao took a step back. The 13 corpses lying on the ground emitted a black mist. He opened his mouth and inhaled the black mist. It surged into his body and was swiftly devoured. In an instant, his figure rose, transforming into a monster over 2 meters tall. Fangs and sharp claws, pitch-black skin, blood-red eyes. He opened his massive mouth, exuding an overwhelming aura of power and oppression. "For the cult leader, I shall die." Ding Tao roared furiously, and over 100 second-tier martial soldiers behind him transformed simultaneously. In an instant, more than 100 green-faced, fang-bearing monsters appeared before the three of them, their blood-red eyes staring intently, sending chills down their spines. Especially Ding Tao, whose aura had surpassed that of ordinary martial generals, instantly stepping into the 9th level of martial general. Crack! Crack! Two terrifying claws suddenly struck, carrying the power to tear through steel, directly attacking Gu Ming. Luya's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to step forward to block, she caught a glimpse of Gu Ming's ever-calm face. The tip of the spear lightly tapped, and pale energy surged forth, entwining the alloy spear. The aura of slaughter, this was the killing intent Gu Ming had never used since mastering his skills. Today, the opportunity finally came. Boiling astral energy coiled around the alloy spear, its silvery cold light flickering, as a strike aimed straight at Ding Tao's forehead. An inch longer, an inch deadlier. Gu Ming took this saying to the extreme. Ding Tao's charging figure suddenly halted, his bloodshot eyes rolling back in shock. Blood gushed profusely from the center of his brow, the wound instantly bursting open, leaving a hollow and gruesome sight. Ding Tao lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground without any awareness. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying a peak 3rd-tier semi-dark Knight Clan member. Reward, Vitality plus 30,000. Half-Knight Clan? Listening to the system prompt, Gu Ming sneered. He was indeed right. These people, under the banner of learning from the myriad clans and resisting them, in reality, it is imitating the myriad races, trying to become one of them. Roar! With Ding Tao's death, the remaining monsters seemed enraged, their ferocity surging. They growled lowly, with no fear in their eyes, charging toward them. Luya's face turned cold as she drew 2 daggers, one upright and one reversed, their blades gleaming. Huang Zhonghao took several deep breaths and quickly retreated. Gu Ming glanced at him, causing Huang Zhonghao to stop in his tracks and hurriedly explain. I'm a wood spirit, here to heal you too. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, and only then did Huang Zhonghao breathe a sigh of relief and continue to distance himself. At this moment, several figures rushed swiftly under the cover of night. A fierce wind suddenly arose, and a graceful silhouette appeared first in the air. In front of Lin Baihua, wind blades converged, sharp enough to tear through steel, pouring down like a rainstorm and sweeping across the entire scene. The next moment, the sound of mechanical arms operating, clank clank, echoed. Lu Ping landed heavily in front of Gu Ming, sweeping his arms across, instantly knocking back the charging monsters. An eagle soared across the sky, turned its body, and spread its wings. Hundreds of steel-like feathers rained down like a storm. Lin Baihua's wind blades and Chu Ying's feathers attacked wave after wave. Though the damage was limited, they greatly reduced the number of night monsters. Many monsters had their shoulders, arms, and thighs severed, wailing in agony. Wang Hu, Qingyu, Lu Ping, along with the 2 black bears summoned by Luo Qing, charged at the forefront. Facing over 100 Tier 2 monsters, they showed no fear, their eyes resolute. Though they had only enlisted for half a year, they had already been tested in real combat. Apart from Gu Ming, Luo Shuwei holds the rank of squad leader, while the others are all team leaders. They are the elite, 1 in 10,000. While Gu Ming rapidly grows, everyone else is also busy, striving to keep up with his pace. Bang! A series of loud explosions erupted from the rear. Gu Ming turned around and saw a slender little girl holding a jet-black sniper rifle, firing repeatedly against the recoil. The heavy anti-material sniper rifle seemed as agile as a rifle in her hands. One by one, the heads of second-tier night monsters exploded and fell to the ground in a gruesome manner, creating a stark contrast. Amid the swarm of monsters, a ghostly figure wielding a dagger coldly harvested lives. Her long hair danced wildly, carefree and flamboyant. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, a hint of a smile appearing between his brows. Besides himself, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad had also grown. Luya looked up at him, asking with a touch of anticipation. Gu Qinsui, what should we do next? Hearing the anticipation in her voice, Gu Ming gave her a meaningful glance. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. This is Gu Ming. Saram Linchang Wuda. What did you say? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Ruilong had just finished visiting Li Kan at the military district hospital and was stunned. Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu followed closely behind, also coming to visit Li Kan. During today's tri-military competition, Li Kan was severely injured by An Mingyu, his foundation damaged, leaving him with no possibility of further advancement in the future. They were both angry and repressed in their hearts. Angry at An Mingyu's ruthlessness and cruelty, even towards his own people. What frustrated them was that this wasn't the capital. If it were the capital, a single phone call could make An Mingyu suffer a bit. But here, they cannot intervene. Zhao Ruilong hung up the phone, his expression still puzzled. What did Gu Ming just say? He actually used his personal status again to mobilize the Demon Suppression Army and surround the entire Lincheng Martial University? This is so astonishing.
Lin City University is so large that it almost covers the area of an entire district. Last time, when surrounding the Li family, they only controlled Wanghui district. That place is so small, it's like a speck. Compared to Lin City University, it's not even as big as a restroom. Gu Ming has gone mad. He's absolutely crazy. Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu looked up at Zhao Ruilong. He didn't explain, but a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Slowly turning around, he led the two back to the ward. No matter what, he had to get this message out. This trust stemmed from unwavering faith in a friend. In Ward 307 of the military hospital, the two stood. Draped in a pitch-black cloak and bearing the rank of Marquis General, Chen Peng stood silently by the bedside. Dong Tsonglin stood nearby, both of them fixing their gaze on Li Can. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Zhao Ruilong entered the hospital room. He glanced at Chen Peng and hesitantly began to speak. Chen Wanho, Gu Ming used his personal attendant status to issue an order. Chen Peng's gaze shifted from Li Can's face to Zhao Ruilong. He nodded slightly, his expression still stern. Zhao Ruilong gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Ming, order to surround the entire Linchang Wuda." As the words fell, everyone was shocked. Dong Tsonglin, Zhao Zilei, and Wen Baiyu all widened their eyes in unison. Even Li Can was suddenly startled. Memories surged, recalling the last time he personally participated in surrounding the Li family. That figure in the pitch-black cloak, wielding a long spear, was incredibly dashing. Unfortunately, he probably won't be able to follow Chen Peng any further. Li Can's eyes dimmed but quickly regained clarity. What? Gu Qinsui has issued another order. He reacted, even the always indifferent Chen Peng was slightly stunned. But Chen Peng said nothing, only slowly nodded to Zhao Ruilong. Since it's an order from Gu Qinsui, carry it out. He looked at Dong Tsonglin and commanded. Centurion Dong, coordinate with Centurion Zhao. Zhao Ruilong was not referred to as a personal attendant because he was not participating in the mission in that capacity at the moment. Although Gu Ming was only a junior officer, he issued orders based on his status as a personal attendant, ranking just below Luo Dahai, leaving no one qualified to refuse. After speaking, Chen Peng was the first to leave the ward. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Zhao Ruilong took a deep breath and looked at Dong Tsonglin. Commander Dong, let's begin the deployment. Dong Tsonglin still appeared slightly surprised and nodded, saying, "All right." He was very familiar with the matter of encirclement. But this time the target is Linchang Wuda, and the situation is exceptionally massive. The four walked out of the hospital room, while Li Can lay on the bed, wishing he could be discharged immediately to join Gu Ming in accomplishing a major task. But what exactly happened that made Gu Ming order the encirclement of Linchang Wuda? Tonight's events were earth-shattering. Li Can's eyes burned with passion, yet he could only lie there. Zhao Ruilong and Dong Tsonglin left the military district hospital and got into their respective cars, heading to Linchang Wuda. They each took out their phones and issued orders one after another. The war machine of the Demon Suppression Army has restarted. Time rewinds slightly. After giving the order, Gu Ming turned to look at Huang Zhenghao standing outside the woods. Huang Zhenghao was stunned by the combat power of the Sun and Moon Squad and felt numb about the events of tonight. Gu Ming waved, and Huang Zhenghao walked over in confusion. Gu's personal attendant. Young Master Huang, may I borrow your phone? Huang Zhenghao hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and handed it to Gu Ming, even thoughtfully unlocking it. Gu Ming searched for a while and found in Mingyu's phone number. He pressed the dial button and handed it to Huang Zhenghao, clearly mouthing the words, "Bring him here." Huang Zhenghao's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to disobey Gu Ming's orders. Listening to the voice coming through the receiver, Huang Zhenghao trembled slightly as he spoke. "And Mingyu, you really have some nerve. What on earth is the Black Knight sect up to?" As soon as the words left his mouth, young Master Huang immediately reverted to his arrogant and domineering demeanor. This kind of arrogance he had mastered to perfection. On the other end of the phone, and Mingyu was sitting in a high-end private club, surrounded by several beautiful women. At the table sat a young man with a playful smile, Wu Haicheng. He was using illusions to tease two women. Hearing the sound, he turned his head with a light laugh. He knew about Gu Ming's trip to Linchang Martial Arts University tonight, and this call was most likely made by someone sent by Gu Ming. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly grew heavy. And Mingyu's face darkened, and he responded in a cold, icy voice. "Huang Zhenghao, what happened to my men?" Huang Zhenghao was nothing more than a foolish second-generation heir, posing no real threat to him. But Ding Tao's words just now were resolute to the point of death, leaving no room for retreat. This indicates that they encountered a formidable enemy and called to warn him. And Mingyu couldn't figure out what kind of enemy in Linchang Wuda could render Ding Tao and his team helpless.
That place has more than a dozen martial generals leading over 100 martial soldiers. Even if the teacher discovered their secret, it wasn't something that couldn't be resolved.
Huang Zhenghao followed Gu Ming's instructions and let out a cold laugh. Want to know? See for yourself.
As soon as the words were spoken, the call was disconnected. And Mingyu slumped on the sofa, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Wu Haichang patted his shoulder at this moment and said with a smile,
Mingyu, what happened? Why do you look so upset?
And Mingyu sat there, his mind in chaos, thoughts tangled in a mess.
Should he go to Linchang Wuda now?
Ding Tao's warning indicates a significant problem. But being threatened by that idiot Huang Zhenghao is hard for him to accept.
Could it be? There's a 4th-tier vice dean level person in the school who discovered the secret of the night church and wants to use this leverage to threaten him? Huang Zhenghao.
And Mingyu's eyes lit up, immediately recalling that Huang Zhenghao had a close relationship with a vice dean. That person claimed to be his uncle and had always been protecting Huang Zhenghao at the school.
He was also a 4th-rank martial lord realm expert.
And Mingyu's face was as dark as ink when a voice suddenly came to his ear.
Mingyu, is someone provoking you? Want me to go with you?
Wu Haicheng's tone was full of mockery, though he was always like this. But at this moment, and Mingyu felt that he was mocking him. He slowly stood up, his face cold as ice.
No need, I'll go myself.
After speaking, and Mingyu turned and left the private room. Wu Haicheng, with his arms around two beauties, smiled as he watched his back. He knew that within Mingyu's temperament, he would definitely head straight to Linchang Wuda after leaving this door. After all, no matter how clevering Mingyu was, he wouldn't have guessed that after finishing the military competition in the morning, he had provoked Gu Ming.
By evening, Gu Ming would come looking for trouble with him. As long as Mingyu faced Gu Ming head-on tonight, they would both end up badly hurt. In the end, only he could reap the benefits.
Wu Haicheng sat back on the sofa, laughing thunderously, and started partying with the short-skirted beauties. Tonight was originally meant to celebrate in Mingyu, but it ended up becoming his stage.
Lincheng Central District Security Bureau.
In the director's office, Wu Chuanjiang deliberately stayed tonight, just to wait for a crucial piece of news. Suddenly, the phone chimed with a ding-dong.
Wu Chuanjiang looked down at the screen. Wu Haicheng, Dad, it's done.
A smile appeared on his face, and he immediately dialed a number.
Hello, it's done. It's our turn to act now.
A greasy voice came from the other end of the line.
Director Wu, with you handling things, I have complete confidence. If you really manage to take the position of City Lord, don't forget about me.
A trace of disgust flashed in Wu Chuanjiang's eyes, but at this moment, he needed the other party's help and forced himself to remain polite. Don't worry, as long as you sacrifice your brother, everything will go as you wish.
What do you think about my position as the Chief of Public Security? Still what you want, Night Watchman?
He didn't say the rest of the sentence out loud. Temptation needs to be given bit by bit, slowly building rapport. The person on the other end of the phone immediately became excited, bursting into laughter. Director Wu, rest assured, everything on my end will be perfectly handled. Just waiting for the right moment to take down Lu Yongzheng in one fell swoop. Wu Chuanjiang said with a smile, then let me congratulate us in advance.
Ha. As the laughter faded, Wu Chuanjiang hung up the phone and walked to the window.
Gazing at the dazzling night view of Lincheng, he smiled smugly, his right hand slightly clenched.
Lincheng can only truly become strong under my leadership. What is Lu Yongzheng?
A useless man restrained by the night patrol and suppressed by the demon suppression army. On the road leading to Linchang Wuda, a black sports car sped like a ghost in the night.
And Mingyu sat in the driver's seat.
Despite having just drunk alcohol, he could still steadily push the car's speed to over 200 miles per hour. The fierce wind hitting his face made his mind slightly clearer. The alcohol had numbed him earlier, and he hadn't yet noticed the unusually sparse traffic on the way to Linchang Wuda tonight. He glanced at the time, it was already close to 11 at night, so he dismissed his doubts.
Soon, the entrance gate of Lincheng University appeared before him.
In the night, the gate looked no different from usual, with male and female students walking into the campus in small groups. And Mingyu's gaze swept over a few strikingly attractive girls, silently noting them before withdrawing his eyes.
He is not someone who gets distracted by beauty. He has already remembered these people.
Once tonight's matters are dealt with, he will call them over tomorrow. With a slight upward curve of his lips, and Mingyu walked straight through the school gate under the envious gaze of the security guard. To him, this place feels just like home, and no one dares to stop him. He headed straight to the location of the night cult's activities. The farther he walked, the the more desolate it became, yet he had no doubts. This place was already remote, as the night cult's strongholds always were. Looking up at the pitch-black night sky, something deep within in Mingyu's bloodline was awakened. He is the prince of the night, in the darkness, who dares to threaten him? Even if it really is that Huang Zhonghao's uncle, a fourth-tier martial lord causing trouble, he still has the confidence to keep him here. Huang Zhonghao is indeed a bit tricky. Forget it, just kill him. Who told him to dare provoke me? As for Huang Zhonghao's backer, Deputy City Lord Huang, naturally, his father will take care of him. The marquis power far surpasses that of the Deputy City Lord, no need to worry. And Mingyu drove closer and closer to the secret base of the night cult. Meanwhile, he had just entered Linchang Wuda not long ago. The night was deep, and several black military vehicles quietly arrived, gathering at the various gates of Linchang Wuda. Even the remote roads were tightly guarded. Dong Sonlin and Zhao Ruilong were stationed at the north and south gates respectively. Zhao Ruilong was at the south gate, the main entrance of Linchang Wuda, bustling with people. Accompanied by Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu, Zhao Ruilong got out of the car with a cold expression, quickly taking control of the situation. Hey, what's going on? Aren't these soldiers? What are the soldiers doing at our school? The students whispered among themselves, unease flickering across their faces. Zhao Ruilong, bearing the rank of a commander, gestured lightly. From now on, Linchang Wuda will be under martial law, fully taken over by the Demon Suppression Army. As the words fell, the soldiers loaded their guns, the click-click sound echoing at the door. This scene clearly showed that the Demon Suppression Army meant business. Among the college students, some had personally witnessed the encirclement of the Oblivion Zone, and their faces changed drastically upon seeing this. I went home on my day off that day and happened to see the Oblivion Zone surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army. That's what happened. Yes, I remember too. The Demon Suppression Army wiped out the Li family that day, and today they've actually surrounded our Linwu. As the conversation reached this point, the person suddenly stopped speaking. The Demon Suppression Army couldn't possibly be foolish enough to go all out against Linwu, but for them to stage such a massive siege against Linwu, could this mean? Is there a rebellious tribe in Linwuli? Are there even exotic beasts and myriad races lurking within? The students immediately showed expressions of fear upon hearing this, exchanging uneasy glances with one another. Zhao Ruilong glanced at the crowd, then entered the campus with Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu. Zhao Zilei drove straight to the secret activity point of the Black Knight sect, following the location provided by Gu Ming. On the other side, how could such a major operation by the Demon Suppression Army escape the eyes of the Marquis? Otherwise, all of An Honglin's efforts would have been in vain. When the news reached An Honglin, he sat up in the middle of the night and downed a bottle of strong liquor in one go. After drinking, he suddenly burped twice, his face turning bright red. Ha ha ha. Gu Ming, last time you besieged the Li family, you were lucky to discover their collusion with exotic beasts and narrowly escaped. This time you've set your sights on Linchang Wude. Could it be that someone is also colluding with exotic beasts? Ha ha ha. Gu Ming, you're finished. Even Luo Dahai can't save you. And Honglin laughed uncontrollably, never having felt so carefree. He hadn't even made a move, yet Gu Ming rushed in impulsively. Where did he get the confidence to dare to besiege Lin Chengwu? Does he think Lin Chengwu is as easy to bully as the Li family? The two are worlds apart. Lin Wu, on the rundown playground of the Black Knight sect. Gu Ming's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and pressed the answer button. City Lord Lu, he said respectfully. A deep voice from Lu Yongzheng came through the phone. Because of what? For words, spoken with a steady tone, yet enough to reveal Lu Yongzheng's current anxiety. Luo Dahai didn't call, probably unwilling to question this promising young man. Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, and Lu Yongzheng's tone grew tense. The matter of the tri-army competition is indeed infuriating, but if you want to trouble in Mingyu, you need to take it slow. Changing his tone, Lu Yongzheng spoke with a hint of earnest persuasion. That solemnity indicates that he and Luo Dahai are genuinely a bit nervous this time, worried about not being able to protect Gu Ming. And Mingyu's identity is extraordinary, his father being a marquis is secondary, the key point is that he is the captain of the Night Watchers. Once a conflict breaks out, it won't be a situation where the Demon Suppression Army deals with the Shaoli family. The Night Watchers are an official force on equal footing with the Demon Suppression Army and the City Lord's mansion. Listening to Lu Yongzheng's earnest persuasion, Gu Ming's lips curved slightly as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from afar. Under the moonlight, a conceited and somber face slowly came into view. Screech! The sharp, prolonged sound of tires scraping the ground slowly came to a halt. A black sports car stopped outside the dilapidated playground. Bathed in moonlight, its body reflected a cold, chilling glow, making it look exceptionally striking.
And Mingyu calmly opened the car door, fully confident about tonight's situation.
Although the opponent might be a fourth-tier martial lord, in the darkness, he was the king, completely unafraid.
He walked steadily toward the Black Knight's playground, dressed in a crisp white outfit.
Gu Ming held his phone, his gaze fixed on that figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
City Lord Lu, help me call on Wanho over as well. By the way, help me ask General Luo for someone.
After speaking, Gu Ming hung up the phone, his smile growing even wider.
By the edge of the playground, silence reigned.
And Mingyu felt a slight heaviness in his heart but did not panic. The other party discovered the secrets of the Night Sect but did not report them to the City Lord's mansion or the Night Patrol. This means they intend to use this as leverage. Since there is something he seeks, his people should be fine. However, the scene suddenly opened up before him, the playground came into view, and Mingyu abruptly stopped in his tracks. A large number of fallen corpses were scattered all around. The night was deep, and for the moment, he didn't see the members of the Sun and Moon Squad. Soon, relying on his keen perception of the night, he recognized a familiar figure.
Gu Ming.
And Mingyu's face suddenly changed. Gu Ming stood in the center of the group, surrounded by Luya and the members of the Sun and Moon team. Huang Zhenghao stood beside Gu Ming, his face anxious, caught in the middle and at a loss for what to do. Gu Ming had become someone he absolutely couldn't provoke in his heart.
As for Mingyu, this situation wouldn't be easy to handle either. With the Black Knight sect's secrets exposed, and Mingyu would never let Gu Ming go.
Huang Zhenghao struggled internally. He wanted to escape, wanted to leave, but felt Gu Ming's gaze fixed on him like a pair of eyes, making him too afraid to move. Of course, this was just Huang Zhenghao's illusion. In fact, Gu Ming wasn't staring at him at all, but Huang Zhenghao was terrified, feeling that Gu Ming was omnipotent and omnipresent. What is this called?
Stockholm Syndrome?
At that moment, and Mingyu resumed his steps. His expression returned to calm, with a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, slowly approaching Gu Ming.
The confrontation between white and black clothing was like a black and white duel in a movie.
At a distance of less than tens of meters, and Mingyu clearly saw Gu Ming's stern face. He laughed, his voice full of sarcasm. I thought it was that useless second uncle, Huang Zhenghao, trying to use this to threaten me.
Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Gu Qinsui who made a move.
And Mingyu smiled with ease, completely unperturbed. So what if the secrets of the Night Sect are exposed?
Could this possibly have anything to do with me, the captain of the Night Patrol team?
Perhaps this group of night cultists went astray in their practice after I left school.
In the face of his powerful background, all doubts can be overturned by him one by one. Truly admire your composure. Is this what it means to remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapses before you?
Gu Ming is calmer than Mingyu, responding indifferently. And Mingyu's expression turned cold, completely disregarding Gu Ming. Since the start of the Tri-Army competition, Gu Ming hasn't even had the courage to face him directly. Since this afternoon, he hasn't taken Gu Ming seriously. In his eyes, Gu Ming was nothing but a useless person.
What do you want to do?
And Mingyu finally understood that Ding Tao's call was a warning, and then he would be killed by Gu Ming. The secrets of the Night Sect would never be leaked, and he himself hadn't let anything slip.
In this situation, what else could Gu Ming do to him? Does he think the night patrolmen are made of mud, to be trampled on at will?
Under the moonlight, everyone around Gu Ming turned their heads to look at Mingyu. Luya's face was icy cold, her brows tightly furrowed. And Mingyu colluded with the myriad races, and the fact that he might even belong to the myriad races himself is almost indisputable. But they have no concrete evidence. No one knows what methods Mingyu used to make the disciples of the Night Church follow him with unwavering loyalty. Even in death, no one revealed a single detail. And Mingyu graduated from Lin Wu 2 years ago, and the chaos in the night teaching completely occurred after his departure.
It could even be said that Gu Ming wanted to use the opportunity to frame him.
Once both sides started bickering, the situation turned into a deadly battle between the Demon Suppression Army and the Night Patrol. Neither side could gain the upper hand.
But, could it be that we just watch helplessly as Mingyu goes unpunished?
He is very likely one of the myriad races, yet hiding among humans, ready to strike at any moment. Luya clenched her teeth, her heart filled with unwillingness.
But even she wasn't confident she could take down Mingyu at this moment.
And Mingyu was originally at the 8th level of Martial General. If he possessed the berserk ability like Ding Tao and the others, even though she was a Golden Bone Martial General, she might not necessarily win. Luya turned her head to look at Gu Ming, resolving firmly in her heart. If Gu Ming decided to act, she would not hesitate and vowed to fight alongside him.
The two joined forces and were qualified to face En Mingyu in a battle. En Mingyu glanced at Luya, who was standing next to Gu Ming, and the trace of affection in his eyes had long vanished. He liked Luya. But Luya considered herself superior, looked down on his arrogance, and always ignored his feelings. Even on the day Luya left, when he confessed to her, it only resulted in a cold rejection. Therefore, when he was by Luya's side, he had the chance to kill her but held back, hoping to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Now, he no longer wants to. A thought arose in his mind to crush Gu Ming and Luya to death on the spot. In this way, the secrets of the Night Sect will not be exposed. Gu Ming and the others can also heroically sacrifice themselves to eliminate the traitorous clan. How perfectly fitting. The more he thought about it, the more excited and thrilled En Mingyu became. As for Gu Ming leading him here, the scheme within a scheme, and mobilizing the demon suppression army. En Mingyu didn't take it to heart at all. He believed that his father, being a marquis, would inform him of any news immediately. Gu Ming was merely probing, trying to find out his connection with the night cult. It was impossible for him to set up an ambush in advance. En Mingyu looked around and didn't sense any presence of strong individuals, which made him even more certain. He confidently felt the night enveloping his entire body. As time inched closer to midnight, his excitement grew even stronger. His gaze became increasingly wild, his body trembling. Finally, he decided to stop hiding. Looking at Gu Ming, whom he wished he could punch, and Luya, whom he liked but could not have. En Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice cold as a whisper from hell. Have you ever heard of the prince in the night? The chilling voice fell. En Mingyu raised his neck high, his gaze fixed on the full moon, and his body suddenly underwent a violent transformation. His body rapidly expanded, surpassing 2 meters in a short time, and continued to swell frantically. His fingers turned pitch black, his skin carried a deathly aura, resembling the hands of a 1,000-year-old zombie. En Mingyu opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, his blood-red eyes sweeping sharply across the crowd. I haven't felt this kind of exhilaration in so long. I'm no longer the prince of the night. I am the master of the night. A surging aura suddenly erupted, and everyone's expressions changed drastically except for Gu Ming. Fourth-rank martial lord. Huang Zhenghao pointed at En Mingyu with a trembling voice, his teeth chattering. The members of the Sun and Moon Squad were breathing heavily, and the communication channel fell into dead silence. The over 3-meter-tall bluish-black monster raised its head. Though it hadn't unleashed its full power, it already sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, En Mingyu slowly lifted his leg and took a step forward. The overwhelming aura swept across, instantly leaving the Sun and Moon Squad powerless to resist. Huang Zhenghao even fell directly to the ground, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Even Luya, standing beside Gu Ming, had an unusually grim expression on her delicate face. She felt that the pressure brought by En Mingyu at this moment was terrifying to the extreme. This was by no means an ordinary 4th-tier martial lord, but a member of the Night Clan with innate divine abilities. The night is their home ground. The Eternal Night King, who threatens Lin Qing's safety, even surpasses the Tiger King in combat power during the night. En Mingyu, what is his relationship with the King of Eternal Night? Luya's expression kept changing, recalling the speculation she had with Gu Ming earlier. In an instant, a chill ran through her heart. A marquis actually has a connection with the Night Clan. But En Mingyu, is he truly human, or entirely a member of the Night Clan? At this moment, a cry of alarm came from beside him. Huang Zhenghao's face changed drastically as he stared at the 3-meter monster slowly approaching, his fear completely erupting. He turned and ran, completely ignoring Gu Ming's predicament. Gu Ming ignored Huang Zhenghao and turned to glance at the Sun and Moon Squad. You retreat first. Captain. Wang Hu, Chun Yu, and the others spoke anxiously. But Gu Ming merely waved his hand lightly, his words firm and unquestionable. The crowd could only nod and follow Luo Shuwei in retreat. In place, only Luya remained by Gu Ming's side. Gu Ming glanced at her, his expression calm and unperturbed. The innate supernatural abilities of the Night Clan are hard to deal with. Sister Luya, please protect them. His gaze turned toward the gradually departing Sun and Moon team. Luya stared at Gu Ming, her beautiful eyes flashing with hesitation and surprise. Does he mean he wants to face En Mingyu alone? En Mingyu was originally at the 8th level of Martial General. Now possessed by the Night Clan, his strength soared to the Martial Lord realm during the night. Gu Ming, who had just entered the Martial General level, dared to challenge En Mingyu one-on-one. Luya found it hard to believe, yet saw that Gu Ming's expression remained calm, without a hint of jest. She was silent for a moment, then finally nodded slowly. All right, I'll escort them away first. The Evernight King's ultimate skill is to come and go without a trace in the darkness. Although Mingyu cannot completely control the night like the Evernight King, he also possesses similar abilities. No one in the Sun and Moon Squad can rival him. Once he sets his sights on someone, heavy casualties are inevitable. Luya's gaze fell on that monstrous Mingyu, then she glanced at Guming one last time before turning to lead the team in retreat. At that moment, Mingyu stepped forward slowly, revealing a sinister smile. Trying to leave? The figure instantly merged into the darkness. The presence suddenly vanished, then reappeared in a flash in front of Luya and the Sun Moon Squad. Luya gripped her dagger tightly, feeling the sudden pressure, and forced herself to strike. She was a Golden Bone Martial General, half a step away from Martial Lord. Although it could block Mingyu's strike, it was difficult to withstand its power. However, before the clash began, a dazzling lightning bolt tore through the night sky, instantly appearing in front of the Sun and Moon Squad. Who dares to touch my people? A piercing sonic boom erupted, accompanied by a chilling voice, as a spear shimmering with cold light thrust forward. The silver dragon-like brilliance tore through the darkness, its imposing aura intimidating everyone present. And Mingyu's gaze sharpened, completely unprepared for Guming's astonishing speed. And what exactly was that lightning flash just now? Guming clearly doesn't have a metal affinity, and he also has cultivation enhancements, so how could he possess abilities like a thunder mage? No time to think further, the sharp aura suddenly approached. In his berserk state, and Mingyu, who had already stepped into the 4th-tier martial lord, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. How could Guming possibly have such formidable strength? Just as his heart was filled with doubt, the terrifying spear light had already pierced toward him. Bang! And Mingyu's palms fiercely met the alloy spear. The spear vibrated violently, seemingly unable to withstand this force. But on the other end, Guming tightly gripped the spear shaft. The S-level martial skill spear strikes like a dragon, showing no signs of relent. The spear strikes like a dragon at the minor mastery stage, combined with the 5-fold attack power boost from the Supreme War God talent. This strike equaled an 8-fold full-force burst. Boom! The air shattered, and Mingyu's two strong, dark arms were jolted apart. He watched helplessly as the silver dragon spear light pierced into his chest, blood splattering. The over 3-meter-tall figure was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the wall at the edge of the playground with a thunderous boom, not giving the opponent a single chance to catch their breath. In the night, dazzling lightning surged once again, accompanied by deafening sonic booms, fiercely striking Mingyu. Shards of stone flew, and the resulting shockwaves seemed as if they would destroy the dilapidated playground. Behind the wall, Mingyu groggily raised his head, looking at the figure surrounded by lightning. The night was deep, and a young man dressed in black stood quietly, a long spear leaning against his side, its shaft covered in a layer of pale energy. And Mingyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a name flashed through his mind. The Aura of Slaughter. For scouts in the first 3 tiers, their abilities are only in the initial stages of awakening. Combat specialization, keen perception, and insight techniques are all considered basic skills. But the higher the realm, the stronger the awakened abilities. The 4th tier is the Master of Command, the 5th tier embodies the Aura of Slaughter, and the 6th tier is the Martial Arts Grandmaster. Each level is extremely terrifying. Before the words were finished, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, while the other hand held a spear, pointing directly at his head. Just you, Lord of the Night? On Lin was old and worn-out playground. And Mingyu's body was deeply embedded in the wall, his shoulders tightly gripped by those seemingly slender yet incredibly powerful hands. The spear's sharp edge thrust forward, making it almost impossible for him to keep his eyes open. His mind went blank, and Mingyu couldn't comprehend it at all. Guming's behavior at this moment left him completely bewildered. During the daytime military competition, Guming didn't even have the courage to fight, not daring to step onto the stage. But at night, the darkness became his battlefield. Guming unleashed all his trump cards, going fully berserk. Yet he was pinned down like a helpless chick by the opponent? The berserk mode he prided himself on, which had reached the 4th tier, turned out to be so feeble and powerless? A cold laugh emerged from the depths of the green-faced monster's throat. And Mingyu's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Guming, with resentment and hatred burning within them. I don't regret provoking you, I only regret not realizing sooner how deeply you were hiding. The feigned weakness during the Tri-Army competition and tonight's violent actions had completely exposed Guming's character. He is the type who remains silent until he strikes, and when he does, it's earth-shattering, leaving you with no chance to recover. Towards threats and enemies, he always watches coldly and remains unperturbed. When you let your guard down, he suddenly appears and delivers a ruthless lesson with an iron fist of absolute dominance. and Mingyu admitted that today, he was completely defeated.
As long as he has a breath left, he will carefully hide his tail, waiting for the day to take revenge.
But will Gu Ming give him the chance?
The murderous intent concentrated at the tip of the spear was enough to tear through everything. Without hesitation, Gu Ming thrust the alloy spear straight forward. This thrust had no frills, just the most direct stab.
Ah!
And Mingyu roared furiously, his body suddenly swelling. Although his innate talent as a member of the Night Clan far surpassed this mutated black tiger, in the face of life and death, he exerted all his strength, using up his last ounce of power. Roar! The deep tiger's roar shook the soul and seized the spirit. Gu Ming's mind momentarily stalled, but the spear in his hand still thrust forward. This shot, he felt it had pierced something. Looking closely, and Mingyu had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Ming's face darkened, he hadn't expected the opponent to be so troublesome.
He glanced at the alloy spear in his hand and shook his head with a sigh.
I have already reached the 3rd tier, but this spear is still a 1st-tier ordinary weapon, clearly unable to keep up.
He set this matter aside in his mind and closed his eyes to sense in Mingyu's aura.
Fortunately, he had already ordered the entire Lingwu area to be surrounded, waiting for Mingyu to walk right into the trap.
Can a 4th-tier martial general, heavily injured after berserking, really escape? Gu Ming's lips curled slightly, his perception guiding the way.
Following the aura, he dressed in black, carried a gun, and moved forward, lightning flashing beneath his feet as he swiftly vanished from the spot. Not far away, outside the playground, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad exchanged bewildered glances. Just now, and Mingyu's move directly blocked them, but he was instantly subdued by Gu Ming.
So they stopped in their tracks and witnessed the entire process of Gu Ming brutally overpowering Mingyu. Chunyu widened his eyes and looked at Luya. Instructor Lu, that Mingyu, after going berserk, is almost at the 4th tier, right? Mingji actually suppressed him so easily?
Shen Yu's face was full of shock. Luo Shui, Wang Hu, Lu Ping, and others also turned to look at Luya, their expressions heavy. Under everyone's gaze, Luya's eyes revealed helplessness and astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that scene just now. Although she trusted Gu Ming, since he dared to challenge Mingyu alone, he must have confidence. But she admitted that her understanding of Gu Ming's confidence was completely wrong. This counts as confidence? Gu Ming's confidence lies in the ability to easily suppress Mingyu's strength? Luya was full of doubts and unable to explain to everyone, so she could only say in a deep voice. No, the Mingyu just now wasn't approaching Tier 4, but had already stepped into Tier 4.
What?
The members of the Sun and Moon Squad froze on the spot, their eyes under the nano-alloy masks dull and filled with shock. Facing Mingyu, who had already stepped into the 4th tier martial lord realm.
Their captain, Gu Ming, actually suppressed him in an instant? Isn't this too exaggerated? When did the captain become this strong?
Lu Ping was shocked. He still remembered the time when he led the mediocre squad to face off against the Sun and Moon Squad.
Back then, although Gu Ming was strong, he was merely an overwhelming presence in the rookie camp. But his strength was at least something everyone could comprehend. Everyone can accept it.
Even if he is extremely talented, others will still ignite the fighting spirit to catch up, rather than being completely crushed and losing their will to fight.
But now,
Gu Ming has just stepped into the 3rd tier martial general, which is well known.
But he actually suppressed Mingyu, who had already stepped into the 4th tier?
Such a cross-tier duel, with overwhelming strength, completely shocked everyone. At this moment, a military vehicle sped over. Zhao Ruilong and the other two got out of the car, their gazes alert and urgent. This glance made Zhao Ruilong pause slightly.
Where's Gu Ming?
He looked anxiously at Luya, his voice filled with worry. Gu Ming sent his location for them to provide support, proving that the enemy was someone even Gu Ming couldn't confidently handle.
But now, where has Gu Ming gone? Zhao Ruilong's heart tightened, and a look of panic appeared on his face.
Luya glanced at Zhao Ruilong, organized her thoughts, and then began to explain. Mingyu belongs to the Night Clan.
Tonight, Gu Ming brought us here intending to wipe out his night sect in one fell swoop. Mingyu was severely injured by Gu Ming and is now fleeing. Gu Ming is in hot pursuit.
Luya explained the whole situation in concise words. Immediately, she saw Zhao Ruilong, Zhao Zile, and Wenbaiyu suddenly widen their eyes.
What did you say? Mingyu belongs to the Night Clan? Zhao Zile's voice suddenly rose sharply, staring at Luya in shock.
Luya nodded helplessly, even she found it hard to accept that there was a member of the Night Clan among her former subordinates. Zhao Ruilong and the other two were stunned, instantly connecting all the clues.
Why didn't Gu Ming participate in the daytime tri-army competition? Afraid of fighting? Don't be ridiculous. This kid is clearly holding back a big move.
Zhao Ruilong's eyes were filled with confusion, his heart a mix of emotions, unsure of how to comment. Lin Wu was on a remote path, and Mingyu arrived at a fork in the road, looking around. One side led south, toward the main gate, the other side led north, toward the side gate and secluded areas. He quickly pondered and ultimately went the opposite direction. Gu Ming would never have expected that he would choose to escape through the main gate, leaving openly and uprightly. The bloody hole left on his left shoulder was ghastly, and Mingyu staggered as he hurriedly ran toward the main gate. As long as he could escape Gu Ming's pursuit, he still had a chance to survive, and even an opportunity for revenge. The main gate was getting closer. Compared to the past, Lin Wu's main gate hadn't changed much. But tonight, the entrance was sparsely populated, the atmosphere eerie and grim, causing Mingyu's heart to tighten. As he approached the entrance, his steps suddenly froze. His eyes widened, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Gu Ming, you damn well have no sense of honor. Military vehicles arrived one after another, and the soldiers tightly surrounded the school gate, leaving no gaps. And Mingyu staggered as he stood on the desolate road, his figure lonely and desolate. The soldiers surrounding Lincheng Military University all looked up and, upon seeing his current state, their expressions changed drastically. A centurion officer who had witnessed today's tri-army competition stepped forward, his gaze cold and sharp, staring at Mingyu. Captain, why are you here in Lin Wuli? He spoke with a wary look in his eyes, quietly gesturing to the people behind him. The soldiers immediately gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilance unwavering. All afternoon, Li Can's matter spread like wildfire within the army. Many officers who knew Mingyu wished they could rush up and hack him to death. Blood kept gushing from the wound on Mingyu's shoulder. He stood at the gate, gazing at the fully armed soldiers surrounding Lincheng Woda. With a faint bitter smile on his lips, he looked up and stared at the full moon overhead. Mingyu, am I really going to die here? I'm not willing to accept this. He let out a loud roar and, using his last ounce of strength, charged forward. Though he knew it was futile, he had to give it a try. The centurion saw this and immediately raised his hand to signal an attack. The soldiers raised their guns in unison, exuding a murderous aura, which made Mingyu's mind somewhat clearer. At this moment, a piercing sonic boom sounded from behind, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps landing. In the dark night, Gu Ming, dressed in black and holding a long spear, quietly gazed at Mingyu. It must be said, Mingyu truly has the aura of a hero, knowing how to use darkness under the lamp. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Unfortunately, this isn't a TV drama. Tonight, Mingyu is doomed to die, Gu Ming was certain in his heart. He. Mingyu revealed a bitter smile, slowly turned around, and met Gu Ming's gaze. To lose at your hands is humiliating, yet I have no regrets. Someone like you will surely rise to the top of humanity in the future, won't you? At the moment of his death, he seemed to be praising Gu Ming. The next second, the tone shifted, and he sneered. However, I wish for you humans to be wiped out by the alien beasts and the myriad races as soon as possible. He raised the dark greenish hand and pressed it against his own throat. Before dying, he stared at Gu Ming and asked one final question. I have one more question. Gu Ming nodded, the tip of his spear gathering pale energy. How did you discover something was wrong with the night cult, and how did you notice I was acting strangely? With such a large-scale operation tonight, Gu Ming would never have recklessly mobilized the demon suppression army without prior intelligence. At most, he would only probe alone and would never bring so many people. How was Mingyu's secret exposed? Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then mouthed a name. And Mingyu's face suddenly changed. Wu Haichang? His heart was filled with confusion, disbelief. Who is Wu Haichang? How could he not know? Although he is human, he is even more detestable than him, who belongs to the myriad races. Could it be that Gu Ming got the clue from Wu Haichang to deal with him? He suddenly burst into laughter but had no intention of telling Gu Ming about it. He would wait under the school gate for Gu Ming to personally accompany him on this final journey. And Mingyu cast a sympathetic glance, slowly raised his hand, and his darkened fingertips were about to press down forcefully. However, Gu Ming would never give him a chance. The gun tip pierced through the air, cold light exploding. A bloody hole burst open in Mingyu's forehead, this time without any surprises. Congratulations, Master, for slaying a third-tier peak member of the Night Clan. Reward, Vitality plus 50,000. Chi and blood surged out like a vast ocean, rolling and sweeping through the muscles and bones of the entire body. The muscles and bones were suddenly strengthened in the tempering of chi and blood, advancing to a higher realm. When Gu Ming opened his eyes again, the bones in his body were as hard as steel. Martial General 3rd level, achieved. Thud. And Mingyu's corpse fell straight to the ground, making a dull sound. Gu Ming took one last look at him. As for the matter of Wu Haichang, he had seen through it long ago. A brief interaction with Wu Haichang made him realize that the other party was far from being an upright person. In today's grand military competition, various signs have already been fully revealed. Whether it was to deceive in Mingyu's trust or due to his true nature, Wu Haichang used illusions to influence Li Kan during the battle, ultimately causing serious injuries to An Mingyu. The other party has already been placed on Gu Ming's list for post-event reckoning. Such a person is not worthy to stand alongside him. At the entrance of Linwu Academy, as Gu Ming finished the motion of retracting his gun, and Mingyu collapsed straight to the ground. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and immediately, a surge of fervent emotion swept through their hearts. Gu attendant! Several centurion officers hurried over, saluting excitedly in front of Gu Ming. Their eyes involuntarily swept toward An Mingyu's corpse on the ground. Who said Gu Ming was timid during the day? The tri-army competition? That was nothing more than child's play in Gu Qin's eyes, not enough to pique his interest. What he truly cared about was this kind of ruthless operation, encircling and wiping out an entire family in one clean sweep. Although this time it wasn't a complete annihilation, and Mingyu, the dignified captain of the night patrol, was suspected of colluding with the myriad races. Such explosive news was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Gu Qinsui, damn, he's insanely handsome. The centurion's eyes sparkled with fiery light as they stared intensely at Gu Ming. Being stared at like this by this group of people, Gu Ming felt a bit strange inside. The enthusiasm was indeed enthusiastic, but why was there a hint of something peculiar in their gaze? Damn it, why are they looking at him as if he's a family-destroying demon? He, Captain Gu, has always been striving for the stability of Lincheng. The Li family and Mingyu, weren't they all targets he had dealt with before? Well, the motive for eliminating the Li family was off back then, but isn't the result what matters? Why are you staring at him with that look? At this moment, the roar of two engines sounded. A military vehicle and a black sports car came into view. Zhao Ruilong stepped out of the military vehicle, followed by Wen Baiyu, Zhao Zilei, and several members of the Sun and Moon Squad. In the black sports car, Luya, Luo Shui, and other girls also got out one after another. Everyone's gaze turned uniformly toward Gu Ming. Especially Zhao Ruilong, who fell silent upon seeing An Mingyu lying lifeless on the ground. The way Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu looked at Gu Ming also changed abruptly. Their gazes were just like those of the centurion officers, filled with fervor, excitement, and a hint of apprehension. Gu Ming just wanted to innocently shout, "Don't look at me with those eyes. Xiao He, come over here for a moment." In a spacious and luxurious villa in the city center, An Honglin sat on the sofa and casually hung up the phone. Before long, he smiled and looked toward the door. A woman dressed in a business suit, a white blouse paired with a short skirt, and long, slender legs in black stockings, Xiao He, walked in. Xiao He was An Honglin's secretary, responsible for his daily life and has been with him for many years. As a martial general realm expert, even in her 30s, she still possessed outstanding beauty, with time only adding to her charm. Marquis. Xiao He bowed respectfully in greeting. An Honglin's gaze swept across her chest, suppressing the heat in her heart, and she said with a faint smile, "Issue the order and have my subordinates ready. If Gu Ming Ruo can't provide a compelling reason tonight, surround Lincheng Wuda and expose this matter. Night watchers, the city lord's mansion, the security bureau, even the news media must know about his actions. A mere personal guard captain, does he really think he's so impressive?" And Honglin sneered mockingly. This time, he not only wanted to strip Gu Ming of his personal attendant title but also to severely undermine Luo Dahai's prestige. Gu Ming's serious violation exposed Luo Dahai's lack of foresight. In the future, An Honglin might even have the opportunity to share power with Luo Dahai. Xiao He nodded and quickly picked up her phone to relay the order. The matter was settled, and An Honglin stood up with a smile, his head full of white hair as he pulled the charming young assistant into his arms. Xiao He's cheeks flushed red, and she whispered softly like a mosquito, "And Wan Ho, don't." Seeing her like this, An Honglin's wicked desire burned even stronger, and he scooped her up in his arms. Tonight, he was in an excellent mood. During the day, his son had shone brilliantly in the grand military competition. And in the evening, Gu Ming walked right into the trap, voluntarily handing over leverage. Not taking the opportunity to deal with him would truly be his dereliction of duty. An Honglin was unaware at this moment. He didn't tell his son An Mingyu about Gu Ming not transferring to the Demon Suppression Army, as it was unrelated to him. Meanwhile, An Mingyu also didn't tell his father that he had established the night cult within Linwu. The father and son tacitly understood each other, each hiding secrets and scheming against one another. An Honglin leaned against the soft bed, smoking a cigarette, enjoying a moment of tranquility.
Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from an old subordinate. Pressing the answer button, a steady voice came from the other end of the line. Marquis, news from Lincheng Wuda says that tonight Gu Ming is heading straight for Huang Zhanghao. The two sides are currently in a standoff. Oh? A smile appeared on An Honglin's face as he took a drag of his cigarette. The nicotine both numbed his nerves and made his mind slightly clearer. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart, and he asked in surprise, "Why did Gu Ming target Huang Zhanghao?" The person on the other end of the phone shook their head. "Time is tight, I haven't been able to investigate thoroughly." And Honglin waved his hand and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled what An Mingyu had mentioned last month. At the birthday banquet of the city lord's daughter, Lu Ruyan, Gu Ming clashed with the second young master of the Min family. And the second young master of the Min family happens to belong to Huang Zhanhao's faction. And Honglin's lips curled into a smile. It's really a case of dog eat dog. He figured it out. Gu Ming surrounded Lincheng Wuda with the intention of targeting Huang Zhanghao, and even aiming at the deputy city lord Huang behind him. One of the vice-deans of Lincheng Wuda is Huang Zhanghao's uncle, the younger brother of deputy city lord Huang. If the plan is executed properly, capturing them all in one sweep is just around the corner. Have they decided the winner? And Honglin raised an eyebrow, stubbed out the cigarette, slowly stood up, and draped on the grand cloak of a noble. The person on the other end of the phone shook their head. Still at a stalemate. And Honglin nodded and instructed his trusted aide and another centurion officer to head to Lincheng Wuda. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this arrogant Gu retainer would respond. He sighed inwardly. Gu Ming, oh Gu Ming, for me, a marquis, to personally deal with you, consider it your good fortune. A strong smile on her face, and Honglin turned and left. At the same time, inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Yongzhang and Luo Dahai sat facing each other. One was dressed in black, the other wore a general's cloak. Lao Lu, did you teach Gu Ming too harshly? Luo Dahai already understood the ins and outs of the matter. Lu Yongzhang sent Wu Haicheng to investigate in Mingyu. Gu Ming caught hold of An Mingyu's weakness and discovered something was off about him. During the daytime military competition, it seemed calm, but in reality, Gu Ming was enduring patiently. He had been holding back, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the infamily father and son. Now, An Mingyu was unlikely to escape this calamity. Lu Yongzhang has also led An Honglin toward Linchengwu University, and Shen Peng is heading there as well. And Honglin. Luo Dahai felt despair for him. Gu Ming's arrangement was simply flawless. On the sofa, Lu Yongzhang held a transparent glass cup, took a sip of cold tea, and said with a smile, "His ruthlessness was never taught by me." Hearing him say this, Luo Dahai's eyes lit up, recalling the bloody battle when Gu Ming annihilated the Li family years ago. All the arrangements this time were planned by him alone. "Dahai, you've got yourself an exceptional close aide." Lu Yongzhang sighed softly and raised his cup. Luo Dahai was momentarily stunned. Gu Ming's plan this time was truly impressive. And Mingyu is easy to deal with, at most a fourth-tier martial lord, Zhao Ruilong can handle him. But An Honglin is not simple. As a marquis, he is a master at the fifth-tier martial marquis level. In the ancient nation's military ranks, the commander of 10,000 and the marquis of 10,000 households coexisted. The commander of 10,000 could gradually rise through military achievements, possibly reaching the fourth rank of martial lord. Meanwhile, the marquis of 10,000 households held a higher status and was necessarily a fifth-rank martial marquis. And Honglin possessed great strength and vast influence. If troops are directly sent to surround his house, it would cause too much commotion and definitely alert him. He has been in the military for many years and is certainly not someone who can be easily captured. Therefore, Gu Ming chose the current approach, surrounding Linchengwu University to confuse An Honglin. This way, An Honglin would willingly step into the trap. This kid's strategy. Luo Dahai sighed, his eyes full of admiration. Lu Yongzhang took another sip of cold tea and said with a bitter smile, "The entire Lin city, only Mu Yanfei is a sixth-tier scout. Neither you nor I can escape her schemes." Now with Gu Ming, not only is his talent outstanding, but his commanding ability is even more intimidating. Once he truly rises, you and I won't have to be led by Mu Yanfei anymore. Linchengwu University. Gu Ming briefly arranged the scene, ordered all officers to keep a close watch on their subordinates, and then returned to the old training field with Zhao Ruilong and others. Soon, a faint ripple quietly swept over. Gu Ming turned his head to look, only to see Chen Peng, with a stern expression and a heavily guarded demeanor, walking slowly toward him. He was draped in a black cloak, with a silver-edged marquis military rank on his shoulder. "Shan Marquis." Gu Ming raised his eyes, and Chen Peng silently nodded in acknowledgement. General Luo instructed me to assist you. Gu Ming nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble, Commander Chen.
Chen Ping shook his head without speaking and went straight to stand aside.
Meanwhile, at the North School gate,
3 military vehicles came to a steady stop, and the white-haired and Honglin stepped out of the car. From the 2 military vehicles behind, 2 Centurion officers also disembarked. They were in Honglin's most trusted confidants, the key force in his confrontation against Luo Dahai. Wearing a cloak, and Honglin led the 2 people and steadily walked toward the main gate. Dong Sonlin, who was guarding the north gate, saw this and his expression changed abruptly. He stepped forward 2 paces to meet them.
"An Wan Ho."
He called out respectfully but refused to yield the way in the slightest. Gu Ming ordered strict guarding of the north gate, no one should think of entering easily. And Honglin coldly looked at Dong Sonlin, move aside. Although the voice carried no oppressive force, it exerted immense pressure due to the speaker's status.
Dong Sonlin was about to refuse when Honglin's tone shifted, becoming stern and authoritative. "Centurion Dong, I told you to step aside."
This commanding statement sent a jolt through Dong Sonlin's heart. The gap between a martial marquis and a martial lord was even more immense than that between a third-rank martial general and a first-rank martial artist. Dong Sanglin's mind went blank, and before he could react, Honglin had already led 2 centurions through the north gate.
Dong Sonlin stood in place, anxiously watching their backs.
Gu Ming didn't inform him of the plan in advance, not out of fear of leaking secrets, but because Dong Sonlin was simple-minded and not good at acting. Facing the 5th-rank martial marquis and Honglin, even the slightest mistake could lead to exposure. Once exposed, Dong Sonlin would likely face a grim fate. He looked tense, leading his officers to closely follow in Honglin's steps. And Honglin walked while turning his head slightly, a mocking smile appearing on his face.
Gu Ming's position in the military is quite solid.
He smiled and exchanged glances with his 2 confidants, who also smiled. One person flattered, saying, "No matter how impressive Gu Qinsui is, after tonight, he will surely disappear from your sight." And Honglin laughed heartily, making no effort to hide the presence of Dong Sonlin and the others behind him.
He was a marquis. If he wanted to deal with Gu Ming, why would he need to act covertly? The gap in status between the 2 was too vast.
And Honglin, accompanied by his trusted aides and followed by Dong Sonlin and others, walked step by step toward Lin Chengwu.
Suddenly, a person appeared in front. It was young Master Huang, pale-faced and utterly terrified.
Dressed in a flamboyant suit, he stared at Honglin, who bore the rank of marquis on his shoulder, his body frozen. Earlier, when Mingyu was about to make a move, he fled the field in panic, fearing he might get caught up, not even daring to look back.
Unaware of the subsequent developments.
Seeing Honglin appear, Huang Zhenghao felt almost hopeless. But unexpectedly, Honglin looked at him, beaming with a smile.
"Well, isn't this the young master of the Huang Yuqing family?
Why so hurried?"
Huang Zhenghao trembled, unable to speak.
And Honglin revealed what she believed to be a gentle smile and said, "Young Master Huang, where is Gu Ming?" He had already anticipated everything in his heart. It seems that tonight Gu Ming once again showcased his skills, suppressing Huang Zhenghao and the uncle behind him. This is the reason for Huang Zhenghao's panic. Huang Zhenghao remained speechless and raised his hand to point in a direction. And Honglin shook her head with a smile, "Young Master Huang, please lead the way." Though the words were plain, they were full of threat and hostility. Huang Zhenghao looked dazed, knowing that this time he was doomed. After feeling utterly hopeless, he instead calmed down and nodded, saying, "And Wanho, please follow me."
With that, he led the way. He knew that further angering Honglin would only result in being slapped to death.
Perhaps he could beg for mercy later. And Honglin coldly watched everything before her, then followed Huang Zhenghao into the dilapidated playground where the Black Knight cult was active. The deeper they went, the thicker the surrounding darkness grew, and the forest stretched further and deeper.
He felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Why would Gu Ming be here?
But his formidable strength and status made Honglin exceptionally confident. In the entire Lin city, he only feared Luo Dahai, Lu Yongzheng, and Mu Yanfei. As for this group in front of him, no matter how many there were, they were nothing but a bunch of useless people. With a slight curve of his lips, he strode confidently onto the field. Gu Ming had been waiting for a while. He turned around to look, accompanied by Lu Ye, Zhao Ruilong, and others. Seeing that Gu Ming's small team was fully assembled, Honglin felt a trace of pride in his heart, and his steps became even steadier. But the closer he got, the darker his expression became.
Tonight, he was here to demand an explanation. How could he possibly show a pleasant face? Marquis N.
Gu Ming, after all, was a captain and still maintained proper etiquette, saluting Honglin. And Honglin slowly nodded, his expression solemn as he surveyed the playground. On the dilapidated playground, the shattered corpses of the members of the night cult were scattered. The scene made him furrow his brows tightly. He seemed to find those corpses somewhat familiar, but due to their fragmented state, he felt an unusual sense of strangeness. Before he could sort out his thoughts, Gu Ming spoke in a deep voice. "And Wanho, I thoroughly investigated the Black Knight sect within Linchang Wuda and discovered that they were colluding with the myriad clans. The enemy is too strong, so I had no choice but to once again use my personal attendant status to mobilize the demon suppression army to take action." Gu Ming's tone was grave, as if he stood on the same front as An Honglin. And Honglin nodded slowly, but when Black Knight sect was mentioned, he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. "And Wanho," Gu Ming continued speaking, turning sideways to lift the white cloth behind him. The white cloth was stained with dark red blood, faintly covering a corpse underneath. And Honglin's gaze sharpened, and alarm bells rang in his heart. And Mingyu being part of the Night Clan, how could he not know? The Night sect within Linwu is by no means ordinary. His heart tightened, and at that moment, Gu Ming flicked his spear, lifting the white cloth. Instantly, and Honglin's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the exposed corpse. "And Wanhu, how do you plan to deal with this situation?" Gu Ming's whisper was like a curse, striking deep into An Honlin's heart, each word piercing his ears with a deathly chill. The person under the white cloth was precisely that brat from his memories. Although he was a bit of a playboy, he had always shown respect to his father, him. More importantly, the brat has exceptional talent. On the surface, it appears to be an A-level Black Tiger transformation talent, but in reality, he has a deeper identity. He belongs to the Night Clan. He is the son of the Eternal Night King. That experience is something An Honglin is unwilling to recall or mention. But the fact remains unchanged: the brat is indeed an outstanding member of the Night Clan. His innate talent is comparable to that of an S-class human genius. His strength is growing increasingly powerful, and he will soon surpass his father to become a top-tier powerhouse. The brat's actions have always reassured him. Although in his youth, he had used the power of the Night Clan several times in fights, almost exposing himself. But afterward, they were all warned by him, and over the years, he has become much more restrained. Brat, he is a child worthy of his trust. However, there are blood holes on both his forehead and left shoulder. And Mingyu lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, as if still unwilling to accept it even in his final moments. He lay there, cold and rigid. Boom! Rage exploded in An Honglin's mind. The tragic scene before him exceeded his understanding and imagination. How is that possible? How could An Mingyu die here? Wasn't Gu Ming supposed to act against the Huang family tonight? Weren't they supposed to tear each other apart? How did it come to this? And Honglin suddenly raised his head, his eyes red and filled with rage, staring fiercely at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, however, remained calm and smiled faintly. "Tonight, I thoroughly investigated Lin Wu's Black Knight sect and discovered that there is a leader behind it, none other than your son, and Mingyu, and Wanho." And Mingyu tried to argue his way out upon arrival. Given his status, I wouldn't have been able to act if he hadn't broken the rules. But he thought I was easy to bully and struck first, using the berserk ability of the Night Clan. "So, and Wanho, as in Mingyu's father, what exactly is your identity?" Boom! Gu Ming sneered as he questioned, delivering another heavy blow to An Honglin's heart. And Honglin's eyes widened, his expression instantly flustered and stunned. He was already 57 years old, joined the army at 17, and after 40 years of hard work, he had climbed to his current position. At this moment, he had thought Gu Ming came to deal with him, but unexpectedly, everything was under Gu Ming's control. He suddenly turned his head to look at the trusted centurion who had informed him. But the other party had already quietly stepped back, a smile on their face. "And Wanho, I don't want to either, but the conditions offered by City Lord Liu are too tempting. He said that if you die, he will make me the garrison commander." The centurion's voice was filled with excitement. Back then, he joined the army with passion and outstanding talent, quickly rising to the rank of captain. But ever since being targeted by An Honglin, his life trajectory changed. Although his military rank was promoted, he became involved in handling dark affairs for An Honglin. He even started to despise the person he had become. Lu Yongjing's temptation awakened his last bit of passion. Of course, it was more about his greed for the position of garrison commander. The military, the city lord's mansion, and the night watchers form a tripartite balance of power. On the surface, the city lord's mansion only has a department of public security, and its power seems limited. But behind Linchang, the demon suppression army, with about 30,000 elite soldiers, and the night patrol, exceptionally skilled, their actions can influence the stability of the entire city. How could the city lord's mansion be weak? In addition to the security bureau, the city lord's mansion also controls the garrison city guard forces, the elite troops defending the city. For many years, Liu Yongzhang has not appointed a garrison commander, neither leaving the position vacant nor showing weakness to the enemy. This time, the position of centurion is the garrison commander. Furthermore, it is promised to grant a 5th-tier demon marquis inner core afterward to help him break through to the 5th-tier martial marquis realm.
Who could resist such temptation?
The trusted centurion faced in Honglin, retreating step by step, with a crazed smile appearing on his face.
However, before retreating far, and Honglin suddenly erupted with an earth-shaking aura, his energy surging like a tide. His sleeves were torn apart, his shirt shredded, and his body began to expand inch by inch.
Gu Ming frowned as he stared at Honglin, only to see him transform instantly into a monster over 5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in black fur as hard as steel needles. His legs, clad in pants, were robust and 3 meters long, while his feet had transformed into a pair of eagle claws. His 2 hands had turned into massive bear paws, exuding a suffocating sense of terrifying oppression. What was most shocking was that when Gu Ming looked up, he saw a pair of wings growing from Honglin's back, and his head had transformed into a ferocious black tiger's head.
And Honglin was practically a horrifying monster pieced together from various mythical beasts.
Gu Ming stared in stunned silence, while Zhao Ruilong beside him wore a grave expression and explained in a low voice. And Honglin is neither of the myriad races nor an ordinary exotic beast, he belongs to the category of mutated talents. As a 5th-rank martial marquis, apart from his original black tiger physique, he has also fused the strength of a bear, the wings of an eagle, and sharp claws. As Zhao Ruilong's words fell, a deep tiger roar erupted from Honlin's mouth.
Compared to Mingyu, whom they had seen during the day, this aura was countless times stronger.
The shockwave spread outward, causing a retreating centurion to instantly freeze, his expression blank and dazed, lost in confusion. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, Honglin had already appeared in front of the centurion. The massive bear paw descended without resistance, as if gently landing on the centurion's head. Yet the seemingly gentle strike caused the centurion's head to instantly burst open like a watermelon. A 4th-rank martial lord has fallen. The terrifying strength of a martial marquis is thus evident. Gu Ming widened his eyes, his breathing slightly rapid. It was not only the overwhelming pressure emanating from Honlin's body but also his inner yearning to challenge a stronger opponent, wishing he could draw his gun right now and face off against Honlin. However, Gu Ming was not a reckless man, he remained calm. And Honglin slowly withdrew his bear-like palm, looking at his longtime confidant lying on the ground, his face revealing an expression of extreme satisfaction. Rather than being angry because his son was killed by Gu Ming, it was more the betrayal of his longtime confidant that he found intolerable. Now that his confidant had been personally slain by him, next. And Honglin slowly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Gu Ming. This place was surrounded layer upon layer by the demon suppression army. If he wanted to escape, his only option was to fight to the death. But before fleeing, he still had the strength to kill this little brat who had ruined his marquis status. Meeting in Honlin's gaze, Gu Ming showed no trace of panic, though his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps, the centurion beside Honlin was once a passionate young man. But ever since he met Honlin, his life completely changed, forced onto a dirty path. Now, Liu Yongzhang has schemed to drag him into the game, only to discard him mercilessly like a useless chess piece.
Is this cruel and heartless? Undoubtedly. But more importantly, it was still the centurion's own issues.
Over the years, he climbed the ranks under Honlin, committing many dirty deeds.
Those were not all done under coercion.
After all, though he is pitiable, he does not deserve sympathy. Gu Ming withdrew his thoughts and calmly looked back at Honlin, his gaze firm and composed. And Honlin was momentarily stunned by this look, and a surge of anger instantly ignited in his heart.
I, a dignified 5th-tier martial marquis, am being regarded so calmly by a brat like you? Are you not afraid of death?
The anger had just risen but was suddenly suppressed by reason. After all, having risen to the rank of marquis, he was a standout among the clever. Even the most talented individuals, before they rise, would feel fear toward him. After all, he surpassed Gu Ming by 2 entire major realms, an insurmountable chasm.
But Gu Ming's calmness made his expression change drastically.
The wings behind him suddenly spread, eagle claws fiercely stomped the ground, and Honlin's figure shot up, leaping 100 meters and fleeing into the distance. He wasn't foolish, he knew there must be hidden experts.
If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to protect himself either.
What is revenge?
And Mingyu is not just his son.
If he wants revenge, let the Evernight King come in person, he doesn't want to play along with this dangerous game. Under the moonlight, and Honlin spread his wings and accelerated with all his might. The tiger-headed, bare-bodied, eagle-clawed figure resembled a pieced-together monster, extremely uncoordinated. And Honlin left, and the oppressive aura of the martial marquis realm dissipated along with him. Luya, Zhao Ruilong, Dong Xonlin, and the others slightly relaxed their tense nerves. Dong Xonlin's eyes were filled with guilt as he wanted to speak to Gu Ming, feeling that he had betrayed his trust by allowing Honlin into the city. Before he could say a word, buzz! An unusual low-frequency vibration came from the woods at the edge of the old playground. Everyone fixed their gaze, and under the night sky, a figure cloaked in a pitch-black cape leapt onto the treetop. Immediately, he spread his arms, and his entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. His head turned into a sharp bird beak, his torso became covered in golden feathers, and his legs grew slender and merged together. The most astonishing thing was that his arms transformed into massive golden wings that covered the sky, with a wingspan of dozens of meters, far surpassing Honlin. He assumed the most suitable posture for flight and soared toward the horizon. "Is that Chen Wanhu?" Gu Ming asked softly, now understanding why Chen Pang hadn't acted earlier. Chen Pang first dealt with Honlin's trusted lieutenant, the centurion, before preparing to confront the protagonist. More importantly, the two marquis-level warriors are in a fierce battle, and Lincheng Martial University is bound to suffer heavy damage. This institution, which carries the dreams of countless young people, must not be destroyed. Therefore, Chen Pang chose to wait for the right moment. Zhao Ruilong sighed beside him. That's right, Chen Wanho was the most talented one in Lincheng's demon-suppressing army in years. S-class, golden-winged rock. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that Gu Ming's appearance might shatter the title of most talented. But no one around noticed this detail. Their attention was all drawn to the soaring rock spreading its wings. Gu Ming also fixed his gaze on Chen Pang, only to see him spread his wings, exuding an aura like a rock soaring 30,000 miles. In an instant, the distance between him and Honlin was halved. In the entire Lin city, the only one who could rival his speed was the 6th-tier Wind Mage, City Lord Lu. As for the others, in his eyes, they weren't even qualified to flee. Under the moonlight, the golden-winged rock's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly staring at the winged black bear monster as it gradually moved farther away. Soon, the black bear had left the city, and Chen Pang ended his hesitation, ready to take action. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings, its speed suddenly soaring, charging straight at the black bear monster with unstoppable momentum. And Honlin glanced back, his pupils suddenly contracted, and that cold, stern face appeared in his eyes, the young man who had been indifferent from the very first meeting. "Gu Ming, you son of a b************, he roared furiously, completely blinded by arrogance and pride. He never expected that today would turn out to be a trap set by Gu Ming. A sentence from An Mingyu before his death flashed through his mind. "Gu Ming, damn it, you really have no sense of honor." His thoughts raced, realizing that his speed in front of Chen Pang was as slow as a turtle. In a panic, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number he hadn't called in years, while desperately accelerating. The phone rang just once before the other party answered instantly, clearly accustomed to sleepless nights. A playful and teasing female voice came through the phone. "And Wanhu, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Miss me?" And Honlin had no time for pleasantries and said urgently, "I'm in danger, you can't just leave me." "Oh?" The woman's voice carried a teasing tone of raised eyebrows. The next second, a desperate voice came through the receiver. "Even a fool who can't protect this king's son, what right do you have to ask for my help?" And Honlin gripped her phone tightly, feeling Chen Pang's relentless approach, and angrily shouted, "How much have I done for your night clan? And this is how you discard me after use?" The woman on the other end of the line remained flippant and playful. "What use are you to the night clan now that you've lost your status as a marquis?" As soon as the words were spoken, the call was abruptly ended, and Honlin's flying motion suddenly froze. At that moment, the speeding golden-winged rock had already swooped in. Two heavy rock claws stomped fiercely on his back. Even though his body was covered in black fur as hard as steel, it was instantly crushed by the rock claws. "Ah!" And Honlin screamed, his internal organs feeling as if they had been struck hard. He suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto the golden-winged rock. "Chen Pang, we have been colleagues for many years." He still wanted to reminisce about old times. But Chen Pang seized the opportunity to attack, the sharp eagle beak fiercely stabbing toward him. "Ah-ha!" A scream tore through the night sky. City center, the top floor of a skyscraper. In the spacious flat bedroom, a blonde woman stood gracefully in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her light-colored nightdress swaying gently with her figure. Her enchanting silhouette was set against the city lights outside the window. By the bedside, another stunning woman had just hung up the phone, staring at the figure by the window with a face full of playful reproach. She wore a black dress, revealing a pair of long, sexy legs, her purple hair tied up, exuding a wild and seductive charm, completely different from Mu Yanfei's cold elegance.
Mingyu is your nephew, and you're just going to give up on him? How heartless.
She teased, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Mu Yanfei withdrew her gaze, slowly turned around, her expression cold and unyielding.
I remember telling you long ago that we have no connection whatsoever. Yo, in such a hurry?
The alluring woman remained calm and composed, her tone laced with provocation.
Back then at Twin Cities. Shut up.
Before she could finish, Mu Yanfei swiftly stepped forward, her slender fingers suddenly gripping her neck tightly. The seductive woman was lifted up, pretending to be out of breath, her face quickly turning red.
Yet her gaze remained mocking, frivolously fixed on Mu Yanfei.
A cold glint flashed in Mu Yanfei's eyes as she slowly let go and said coldly, "Get lost." She was a 6th-tier scout, and although she possessed the talents of the Night Clan, it was still unrealistic to subdue the opponent in the darkness. Adding her secret identity, there were too many concerns. The seductive woman saw through her bottom line, smiled, and obediently stood up. "Then I'll take my leave, sister." She swayed her body as she walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, shadows swirling around her, just about to leave.
Suddenly turned around and smiled at Mu Yanfei. I heard that Lin Cheng recently got a talented young man?
Mu Yanfei stared at her coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade.
Dare to target him? I'd rather expose my identity than kill you and the Night Clan.
The enchanting woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected Mu Yanfei to care so much about Gu Ming. She then nodded with a playful reproach. "All right, since he's someone you fancy, I'll spare him this time. After all, I have many children. One Mingyu is nothing compared to having you as my dear sister." As her words fell, she transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night. Mu Yanfei's face remained cold, as the vow with her mother surfaced in her heart. She is human, sworn to protect Lin Cheng, unwavering in her resolve. But no one can change the matter of her origins.
She can only guard this city in her own way. My master of 10,000 weapons, grow quickly.
She gazed out the window, murmuring softly.
The outskirts.
Gu Ming, Zhao Ruilong, and Dong Songlin led their troops, rushing over.
In the distance, the battle raged fiercely.
A golden-winged roc soared through the skies, while ahead, and Honglin was being beaten into a sorry state. Gu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming, he was worried that Chen Peng wouldn't be able to capture Honglin and feared the latter might escape. Zhao Ruilong patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I told you, since General Luo didn't send anyone else, it means Chen Wanhao is capable of capturing Honglin. You brought the army here, yet you couldn't be of any help." Gu Ming nodded in agreement. The Demon Suppression Army's methods for dealing with high-level experts are crude, with long preparation times for forming formations, which are completely ineffective against Honlin's escape. He was worried that Honglin might escape, leaving behind hidden dangers. Now it seems that Honlin's life has long been hanging by a thread under Chen Peng's hands.
Is the gap between the two really this big? Gu Ming was both surprised and curious.
Both being 5th-rank martial marquises, even though Chen Peng had high talent, the disparity shouldn't be this vast. Zhao Ruilong seemed to see through his doubts and glanced sideways, saying, 3rd-rank martial generals refine their bones, and once they achieve golden bones above iron bones, they become the lowest level of martial kings.
You should know this. Gu Ming nodded.
But the role of the golden bone is not limited to this.
At the same realm, the combat power of those with golden bones is exceptionally formidable.
Moreover, Chen Peng has an S-level talent, is young and vigorous, while Honglin is already aged, accustomed to a life of luxury.
This gap is quite normal.
Gu Ming was speechless upon hearing this, thinking, a martial marquis has a lifespan of at least 200 years, how can that be considered old?
200 years of lifespan, and Honglin is only in his 50s now, and yet you say he is already old and frail?
However, compared to the young and vigorous 30-something Chen Peng, Honglin does indeed fall short in many aspects. Chen Peng, we are colleagues after all.
Do you really want to push me to the brink?
Aside from Mingyu, I have also contributed a lot to Lin Cheng over the years, protecting this land.
You can't just discard me like this after using me. From afar on the battlefield, Honglin shouted passionately, desperately fighting for his last chance at survival. But Chen Peng remained silent.
The sharp claws and beak of the golden-winged roc suddenly struck, tearing through Honlin's body, blood splattering everywhere. The blood holes, though dense, healed quickly. The vitality of a marquis-level powerhouse is astonishing. Although Honglin is not the strongest wood demon and cannot regenerate severed limbs, recovering from injuries is not difficult, though it consumes a great deal of stamina and blood energy. facing the young Chen Ping, he could barely hold on. The eagle's hooves landed heavily on the ground. And Honglin stood atop the mountain peak, his eyes filled with despair and sorrow. "Aha!" he roared furiously, swinging his sturdy bare paw to clash head-on with the incoming sharp claws. The sharp claws were deflected, but the bare paw was left bloodied. In the next moment, the golden-winged rock spread its wings and suddenly soared into the sky. And Honglin, wrong is wrong. For many years, General Luo suppressed you, and I turned a blind eye. But betraying the tribe, the death penalty is inevitable. Chen Ping said coldly as the golden-winged rock suddenly swooped down from the sky. Golden needle-like feathers swept down like a torrential rain, piercing the black tiger bear monster to its core. Under the sky full of golden feathers, and Honglin couldn't even manage to escape. Far outside the city, Gu Ming witnessed this breathtaking scene, his heart filled with shock. Even with extraordinary talent, facing a martial marquis at this moment would undoubtedly leave one powerless, with no path but death. However, he firmly believed that he could become such a figure in the near future. Beside Gu Ming, Zhao Ruilong slowly withdrew his gaze. Although the battles of martial marquis experts were thrilling, watching too many of them became tiresome. What he cared about more at this moment was, and Mingyu, a member of the Night Clan, met his demise, and in Honglin, the traitorous marquis, faced his downfall, all due to Gu Ming's scheming and actions. Yet now, he is merely a junior captain. Suddenly, Zhao Ruilong patted Gu Ming's shoulder, his tone complex and filled with emotion. "You've achieved great merit this time. I truly don't know how to praise you. Anyway, kid, you're about to be promoted to centurion." Zhao Ruilong's words fell amidst the distant roar of intense battle. Luya, Wenbaiyu, Zhao Zilei, Dong Sonlin, and others all turned to look at Gu Ming, a trace of peculiarity flashing in their eyes. If it weren't for Zhao Ruilong pointing it out, they really wouldn't have realized the weight behind this. But as soon as he spoke, everyone immediately became alert. This time, and Mingyu, the elite of the Night Clan, along with Marquis and Honglin, were all defeated by Gu Ming. This military achievement is enough to promote a centurion to a commander of 1,000. Although Gu Ming has only been enlisted for half a year, his rank is already captain, with a promotion speed that can be described as rocket-like. This time's achievements, combined with his previous military merits, are enough to grant him an exceptional promotion to centurion. My goodness, becoming a centurion at 18? Luya looked at Gu Ming, her eyes trembling uncontrollably. Ordinary people at 18 have just finished their college entrance exams, barely stepped into martial arts university, with strength only at the first-tier martial artist level, still immersed in a stable life. What about Gu Ming? 18 years old, a third-rank martial officer, and about to become a centurion? In just half a year, he jumped 3 ranks straight from an ordinary soldier. This speed even surpassed her father back in the day. Unless they were those well-connected scions of noble families, almost no one could match this pace. When Baiyu and Zhao Zilei exchanged a glance, their expressions complex, unable to calm their shock for a long time. They decided to stay in Linqing for a month, mainly to observe Gu Ming's growth trajectory and learn something. Unexpectedly, this young man with no roots or connections and a clean background had already crushed the powerful family behind them at the age of 18. The shock was so overwhelming that it was almost impossible to accept. Zhao Zile looked at Gu Ming, and a trace of self-doubt unexpectedly appeared in his eyes. Before coming to Linqiang, Baiyu and I were already captains. We originally wanted to compete with you. Now it seems, The always straightforward Zhao Zilei was rendered speechless. Gu Ming completely convinced him. An 18-year-old third-tier martial general, even with the backing of a prominent family like Wenbaiyu, is no match for Gu Ming. Coupled with his successive military achievements in destroying the Li family and capturing the Yin family father and son, Gu Ming's promotion to centurion truly earned their admiration. Finally, Zhao Ruilong gazed at Gu Ming and remarked with deep emotion, "Gu Ming, looking at you, I am reminded of someone." A trace of melancholy and shock flashed in his eyes. Gu Ming looked at him curiously, and Zhao Ruilong slowly said, "My second brother." Zhao Zilei and Wenbaiyu also fell into a brief moment of reminiscence. Hearing this, Gu Ming became increasingly curious about the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zilong. With such a legendary name, he longed to meet that person. But it was clearly impossible for now. He had already learned from Zhao Zilei that Zhao Zilong was the general of this generation of the Zhao family. In the High Martial Blue Star, generals represent supreme power and status. And Honglin is a marquis, but generals are far above that. Even with Gu Ming's current strength, he is completely unable to shake the position of a general. Even with the backing of Luo Dahai, it may not be enough to oppose them. This is the majesty of the general, the absolute ruling class. In Gu Ming's words from his previous life, below the general, all are mediocrities. Only the general is worthy of being called the pinnacle of humanity. Boom! The rumbling sound among the distant mountains reached its peak and then suddenly subsided. Before long, a golden-winged roc soared into the sky, its wings spanning over 10 meters, clutching a blurry human figure with its talons. The raging wind howled, tousling everyone's hair. Chen Peng descended with the golden-winged roc, throwing down a mangled corpse beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than An Honglin, the bare-bodied, tiger-headed, eagle-clawed creature. At this moment, most of his body was mangled, his head separated from his torso, eyes wide open, filled with deep unwillingness in his final moments. As a marquis, he never imagined he would meet his end tonight. He even begged Chen Peng for mercy at the last moment. But Chen Peng showed no mercy. Even though An Honglin possessed some critical intelligence, the most significant was about the Eternal Night Monarch. And that Eternal Night Monarch never appeared during the day, was elusive at night, and possessed immense power, making him impossible to deal with. Chen Peng killed An Honglin on the spot, completely ignoring his pleas.
"Thank you, Commander Chen."
Gu Ming spoke respectfully, his gaze directed at Chen Peng. Chen Peng still carried the lingering aura of the recent battle. His eyes showed a hint of fatigue, yet he coldly glanced at him.
"It's okay."
After saying that, he turned around, draped himself in the pitch-black cloak, and walked away slowly. Gu Ming stared at his back, noticing multiple tears at the edges of the cloak. Clearly, defeating a fellow martial marquis of the same rank, An Honglin, had been a significant drain on Chen Peng. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on An Honglin, their expressions complex.
Gu Ming sighed inwardly. How could a marquis be colluding with the myriad races?
No, An Honglin seems to have an inexplicable connection with the Evernight King. At this moment, countless questions flashed through Gu Ming's mind. He waved his hand, signaling two captains to step forward, cover An Honglin's corpse with a black cloth, and slowly carry it away.
After all, he was a marquis. If news of his betrayal were to leak, Lin Chang would undoubtedly fall into panic.
Such a secret must never be revealed. Unless Lin Chang sees the rise of a new hero who can take his place, the consequences of the news spreading would be extremely severe.
"You're the one who got off easy."
Zhao Zilei's gaze was cold and sinister as he stared at An Honglin's corpse being carried away, filled with disgust. In his eyes, such traitors should have been dragged out and whipped posthumously as a warning to others.
But now, humanity needs stability.
In the face of the crisis posed by alien beasts and myriad races, spreading such news would only deepen everyone's despair. Everyone shook their heads and silently left the scene. On the way, Gu Ming sat in Luya's car, his face looking somewhat fatigued. Commanding this siege against the infamily father and son carried heavy responsibility and immense pressure. Luya sat in the driver's seat, feeling unusually cheerful, and smiled as she looked at him.
"How about it? You're about to be promoted to Centurion at such a young age. Are you feeling particularly excited?" Gu Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, shook his head with a wry smile.
"Sister Luya, stop teasing me. The higher the rank, the greater the responsibility. I don't even know if this small frame of mine can withstand the waves of storms coming one after another in the future." Listening to Gu Ming's response, Luya smiled with a hint of teasing. "As a little woman, I'll have to rely on Centurion Gu's prestige in the future."
"You're in quite a good mood tonight."
Gu Ming didn't respond to her joke. Instead, he felt that something seemed a bit off.
Luya's expression stiffened slightly, then she smiled wryly and nodded. "You figured it out. We're both scouts, Luya Jie. There's no need to hide what you're thinking."
Luya had been smiling cheerfully all the way back, but it wasn't just because she had accomplished something. Gu Ming could feel that there was a sense of relieved ease hidden in her emotions.
"Why is that?"
Luya gave a helpless smile, her brows slightly furrowed. "What you said back then about the fall of twin cities, I later thought it over carefully as well. At that time, Minister Mu was the head of the Twin Cities Night Watch branch, at the 5th tier Wuho realm. Yet, during that period, the Eternal Night King broke through to the 6th tier, and I couldn't help but associate this with Minister Mu. But Minister Mu has been kind to me and genuinely treated me well, so I felt extremely conflicted and deeply troubled." Luya poured out her heartfelt thoughts all at once, and her emotions sank again. Gu Ming remained silent. He understood her inner conflict. If it were him, he would also find it hard to accept if someone told him that Luo Dahai, Lu Yongzhang, and the myriad alien beasts were colluding. Tonight, An Honglin and An Mingyu died on the spot, and not a shred of information was obtained from them.
"No one speaking is the best news. The identity of the Eternal Night Monarch cannot yet be linked to Mu Yinfei."
In Luya's heart, that Minister Mu has not yet been defeated. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Ming turned his head to look at her. Chestnut-colored long hair draped over her shoulders, her features mature and alluring, but her eyes concealed loneliness and hesitation. He saw it but said nothing. In the future, if given the chance, he would definitely uncover the truth about Mu Yanfei.
If there are issues, treat everyone equally.
If there are no issues, he must also clear her of any suspicion regarding the fall of twin cities. After all, even he and Luya had thought of these issues.
Would Lu Yongzhang and Luo Dahai not have thought of them?
Those in high positions are no fools. The two returned to the Sun and Moon Squad's base and went to their respective rooms to rest.
However, this night was far from peaceful.
Ordinary people had no idea what had happened.
But the upper echelon of Linchang, the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Night Patrol forces quickly received confirmed news.
Gu Qinsui, who had been in the spotlight more than a month ago, had once again taken control of military power. This time, it wasn't just the small Li family that was wiped out. A Marquis and a Night Patrol squad captain both fell at Gu Qin's hands. For a moment, fear, shock, vigilance, and hostility filled Linchang.
Linchang Military District Hospital. Chen Pang left the outskirts and rushed back here. He walked into Li Can's hospital room, knocked on the door, and entered.
Li Can lay on the bed. The room was pitch dark, his eyes gazing out the window, reflecting the moonlight.
Click.
Chen Pang pressed the light switch, and bright light instantly filled the room. Li Can closed his eyes slightly, paused for a moment, and then opened them, his gaze filled with resentment. The nurses at the military hospital were all soldiers, acting decisively and efficiently, unconcerned with minor details, focusing solely on results. But upon seeing Chen Pang at the door, the resentment in Li Can's heart instantly dissipated.
Chan Wanho.
Just as he was about to get up, Chen Pang waved his hand, signaling him to stay still.
I came just to tell you one thing.
Chen Pang's expression was calm, his tone indifferent, as if tonight's events had no impact on him. And Mingyu is dead, killed by Gu Ming.
He belongs to the Night Clan.
After speaking, Chen Pang looked at Li Can's numb and dazed face, then turned away with satisfaction. Just a few steps away, Li Can's cries came from the ward.
Aha, Gu Qinsui. Gu Qinsui.
He cried out, his eyes burning with intense light. If it weren't for the nurse's stern gaze, he would have already rushed out of the hospital, vowing to follow Gu Ming to the death.
In the morning, during the grand military competition, how could Gu Ming fear battle?
In the evening, Gu Ming made a move against In Mingyu, completely disregarding the fact that he had once been severely injured by In Mingyu. At this moment, Gu Ming gained a die-hard fan. It wasn't until the nurse knocked on the door harshly and reprimanded him that Li Can finally shut his mouth. But lying on the bed, his gaze was fiery, and his tears were scalding. A soldier dies for the one who understands him.
If I can follow Gu Ming in this life, I will have no regrets. Lin Wu.
The encirclement of the Demon Suppression Army had long dispersed, yet Huang Zhenghao still stood motionless in the single dormitory, his gaze hollow. Everything that happened tonight was still hard for him to believe. And Mingyu is part of the Night Clan. The Night Sect he founded is precisely a puppet of the Night Clan, serving in Mingyu.
Even more bizarre, and Mingyu, who had advanced to the fourth stage of Berserk mode, was easily defeated by Gu Ming?
After In Mingyu's death, his father, and Honglin, arrived. He's a marquis.
But so what if he's a marquis?
Gu Ming, the rising star of the Demon Suppression Army, actually summoned another marquis to take charge. The two are fiercely battling, and while the outcome is uncertain, it can be asserted. And Honglin's status as a marquis is likely coming to an end. Gu Ming, though merely a minor captain and a personal attendant, has almost determined the life and death of a marquis.
Damn it!
Huang Zhenghao cursed himself in his heart.
What on earth was wrong with his mind earlier, daring to go against Gu Ming? It was simply insane.
He trembled as he took out his phone and dialed his father's number.
Hello, Dad?
Although Deputy City Lord Huang had a habit of going to bed early, he answered the phone unusually quickly tonight.
What is it?
On the other end of the line, Deputy City Lord Huang's tone was somber, tinged with impatience. This son is incapable of accomplishing anything, and core secrets are never disclosed to him. Huang Zhenghao recounted everything that happened tonight at Lin Wu's place in a trembling voice. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a nod in response.
I understand.
After hanging up, Huang Yucheng quickly dialed Wu Chuanjiang.
Hey, old Wu, things are almost done.
No one suspects our plan.
Wu Chuanjiang's hearty laughter came through the receiver. Excellent. Ha ha ha.
Now, we just wait for the right moment, then we'll bring out the trump card and drag Lu Yongzheng into the water. Huang Yucheng took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face, though tinged with caution.
Old Wu, should we keep a closer eye on that Gu Ming?
Wu Chuanjiang listened, his brows furrowing slightly, but he shook his head.
A mere personal guard captain, even if he gets promoted to Centurion this time, what kind of waves can he stir? Could he possibly sabotage our plan? Huang Yucheng also found it reasonable. After all, their target was Lu Yongzheng.
Once the operation begins, someone like Chen Peng, a marquis, can only be considered barely involved.
Gu Ming is just a centurion, a personal attendant to the general. How capable could he be?
After hanging up the phone, they decided to hold their position and wait for the right moment. Let Gu Ming show his skills first and draw everyone's attention. Only in this way would they have the chance to make arrangements in secret.
That night, Lin City was turbulent due to Gu Ming's rise.
300 miles away in Twin Cities, the towering twin spires stood prominently as the symbol of the secondary city in the second province. At this moment, the top of the tower was occupied by a strange beast. It was a black tiger, sprawled on the ground with its limbs extended. Its glossy black fur was both soft and tough, with hair as sharp as steel needles. The black tiger stretched over 20 meters, and even lying on the ground, its height still reached 7 or 8 meters, resembling a small mountain.
It was sound asleep, its thunderous snores echoing all around.
In the night, a woman with long purple hair quietly appeared beside the black tiger's head, frowning in disdain at the deafening snores. A playful glint flashed across her alluring face as she reached out, grabbed, and abruptly plucked a whisker from the tiger's nose.
Roar!
The black tiger roared furiously, its deep and soul-shaking voice causing hearts to tremble. The purple-haired woman remained unmoved, smiling as she gazed at the awakened Tiger King. "Woman, you're playing with fire." The Tiger King sat up abruptly, his form swiftly shrinking, transforming into a handsome man nearly 2 meters tall. His muscles were explosive, with distinct lines, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art, both sharp and captivating. Eternal Night suddenly felt her bones weaken, completely powerless to resist. The Tiger King stepped forward, grabbed her chin with one hand, and coldly asked, "What business do you have with me?" In the dark of night, they were evenly matched, and with her troublesome abilities, he found it hard to defeat her. But if he were ruthless, he could search the entire province by day and eliminate her.
Yang Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Lord Tiger King, don't be angry. I've come to seek your help. Speak your mind."
The Tiger King responded indifferently, completely unaffected by her charm. Eternal Night glared at him reproachfully, then said with a seductive smile,
"I want to ask you to kill someone for me. Mu Yanfei is bold enough to dare speak to her like this. Moreover, and Mingyu is her child after all, how could she end it so easily?"
"Oh?" The Tiger King raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile.
"What kind of person could make even you hesitate, needing my help to deal with them?"
He paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "However, I don't care about the reason. What I do want to hear is, what can you offer in exchange for my help?"
Eternal Night gazed seductively at the Tiger King and said, "How about offering myself to you?"
Hiss! The Tiger King drew a sharp breath, remaining vigilant and not daring to trust easily. However, Yang Ye's next words dispelled his doubts. "I just returned to the tribe, and the high priest said that your chance to advance to the 7th rank lies hidden in Lincheng."
"What?"
The handsome man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze intense. Not only because of the temptation of advancement, but also due to Yang Ye's alluring figure.
The next morning, Gu Ming got up early and went to the general's mansion with Luya to report last night's situation to Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai, draped in a blood-red cloak and bearing the Silver Star General insignia on his shoulder, sat on the sofa with a cheerful smile. Seeing the two enter, his smile grew even brighter as he teased, "Congratulations in advance, an 18-year-old centurion, truly unbelievable." A trace of sentiment flickered in Luo Dahai's eyes. Back then, he took an extra look at Gu Ming in the recruit camp, feeling he had limitless potential, and gave him a chance. He never expected Gu Ming to grow so quickly. In just half a year since enlisting, he had risen 3 ranks and was about to become a centurion. He shook his head and sighed, gesturing for the two to sit down before speaking. "This morning, I have already reported your matter to Zhangzhou. It's estimated that your centurion rank will be confirmed tonight. Thank you, General Luo, for your guidance." Gu Ming's gaze was filled with respect as he looked at Luo Dahai. This trust signifies that he is a close confidant of the other party. Without Luo Dahai's support, his promotion would not be easy. After all, he has only been enlisted for half a year, and jumping 3 ranks has already led some to question his qualifications, creating significant resistance. But with Luo Dahai's strong backing, his promotion is almost guaranteed. The rank promotion is highly tempting to Gu Ming. After all, every upgrade comes with generous rewards. Luo Dahai waved his hand and then said, "Gu Ming, you should have already stepped into the 3rd-tier Marshal General, right?" Gu Ming nodded, confirming the other's judgment. Luo Dahai nodded with satisfaction, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "With your talent, you must put more effort into the Marshal General realm and strive to refine Golden Bones. Only in this way can the future path be longer, understand?
Facing a young person he valued, Luo Dahai spared no effort to offer earnest advice, even if the other party found it annoying. But Gu Ming was not annoyed at all. Instead, he felt a fatherly sense of care.
I've noted it down, General Luo. Gu Mingzheng nodded emphatically.
Besides the golden bone, he had an even greater ambition, the unprecedented jade bone.
Luo Dahai turned to Luya with a smile and pushed a brocade box on the coffee table toward her.
Yar, all these years, your Uncle Lu and I have always felt guilty.
This fourth-tier demon lord's inner core is a token of our sincerity.
Luya's gaze fell on the brocade box, and she was momentarily lost in memories before regaining her composure. She admitted that she once resented Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng, especially Lu Yongzheng for failing to protect her father.
But now, thinking of Lu Yongzheng's distraught appearance when he rushed back from Twin Cities,
and looking at Gu Ming and the future of Lincheng, she felt at ease.
Luya smiled and reached out to take the brocade box. Thank you, Uncle Luo and Uncle Lu. Seeing her accept the inner core, Luo Dahai's smile grew even wider.
It seems Luya has truly let go of the grudge from back then. Before long, the two left the general's mansion.
As soon as they left, the news of Gu Ming's promotion to Centurion quickly spread throughout Lincheng.
18 years old, enlisted for half a year, a third-tier martial officer personally trained by the general. Repeatedly achieving meritorious deeds, he rose to become a true officer. That night, in the army, Gu Ming's exploits were widely discussed, almost becoming legendary.
Gu Ming was dressed in a black military uniform, draped in a jet-black cloak, with a handsome face.
He walked side by side with Luya, a perfect match of talent and beauty. At the gate of the general's mansion, Dong Tsonglin and Zhao Ruilong stood together, gazing at their figures with a sense of admiration.
Old Zhao, why do you think I don't have Gu Ming's luck? Dong Tsonglin sighed. Zhao Ruilong glanced at him. What are you talking about? With Dong Tsonglin's position as a centurion, marrying a beautiful wife shouldn't be difficult. It's precisely Luya's status. Dong Tsonglin nodded in agreement.
Although they were just low-ranking officers before, they had heard of Luya's background.
Gu Ming doesn't have any prominent background, yet he can get close to the capable Luya. What secret lies behind this?
Zhao Ruilong smiled and said mysteriously, maybe his talent is just too extraordinary, like it has a magical quality that attracts everyone. These words startled Dong Tsonglin, but after thinking carefully, they seemed to make sense. Although Gu Ming was just a captain and a personal officer, it wouldn't be difficult for him to disobey orders. The first time they surrounded the Li family, Dong Tsonglin did it out of respect for Luo Dahai and also to test Gu Ming. But surrounding Lincheng Wuda last night was entirely due to trust in Gu Ming.
Zhao Qianfu, Dong Qianfu, what are you two chatting about? Gu Ming and Luya approached, curiosity evident in their eyes.
The two exchanged a smile. Zhao Ruilong's gaze lingered on Luya for a moment before shaking his head and saying with a smile, nothing much, just happy for you.
An 18-year-old centurion, you're simply defying the odds, kid. Dong Tsonglin also nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Centurion Gu.
Gu Ming smiled faintly and responded politely, thank you, Brother Zhao, Brother Dong.
He skillfully adjusted his form of address, appearing appropriately measured.
The smiles on the two men's faces grew even wider. Zhao Ruilong stepped forward and lowered his voice, saying, my second brother became a general at the age of 30. He is the youngest general in the ancient kingdom, a record that no one can break.
I'd like to see when you can break his record. Shock flashed in Dong Tsonglin's eyes.
Zhao Ruilong's achievements were widely known in Lincheng, becoming a general at 30, the youngest legend in the ancient kingdom.
His meaning is that Gu Ming is expected to become a general before the age of 30? That's unbelievable. However, deep down, there is both shock and excitement.
Gu Ming is only 18 years old and is already a centurion. A centurion is the dividing line between junior officers and senior officers. Ranks below centurion, such as squad leader, platoon leader, and captain, are appointed independently by each military district without requiring approval from Zhangzhou.
However, centurion and above must be approved by Zhangzhou.
Although promotion beyond centurion is extremely difficult, requiring seniority in military achievements, with Gu Ming's talent, becoming a general before the age of 30 is not impossible. Thinking that the title of the youngest general in the ancient kingdom might be broken by him, Dong Tsonglin couldn't help but feel secretly excited.
Thank you for your kind words, Brother Zhao and Brother Dong, Gu Ming replied with a smile.
Zhao Ruilong patted him on the shoulder.
Stop dawdling and hurry back.
Your team members must be waiting to celebrate with you. Gu Ming nodded and left the general's mansion together with Luya. Returning to the Sun and Moon Squad's base, as soon as Gu Ming stepped through the door, he saw Chen Yu and the others lined up in a row, with Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu also present. Everyone looked solemn, as if something significant was about to happen. The next moment, they all saluted in unison.
Centurion, sir. Gu Ming's mouth twitched, while Luya beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You guys? Gu Ming helplessly looked at everyone, and the next second he was surrounded. Mingji, how did you know Mingyu belongs to the Night Clan? Mingzi, you're simply unbelievable. Twice catching human parasites and eliminating them in one go, that's amazing. Captain. Everyone surrounded Gu Ming, chattering non-stop. Even the gentle-natured Min Xinran spoke a few words. Gu Ming looked at the group of people in front of him and glanced at his left-hand smartwatch. Although the downfall of An Honglin, the Marquis, was closely related to him, it was not directly his doing. Therefore, only a small portion of An Honglin's military achievements was credited to the Sun and Moon Squad. However, with the execution
of An Mingyu, this series of actions directly propelled the Sun and Moon Squad into the top 10 rankings, firmly securing third place.
First and second were the Ice Dream Squad and the Beast Tamer Squad, respectively.
Fourth and fifth were the squads of Wen Baiyu and Zhao Zilei. Wen Baiyu glanced at Gu Ming and said with a bitter smile, Captain Gu, after celebrating for you today, we have to return to the capital. If we delay any longer, the Baiyu Squad and the Thunder Squad might be left far behind. Gu Ming nodded with a smile and joined everyone in the base to celebrate with a hot pot meal. Every face was filled with a satisfied smile, and joy was evident.
The celebration lasted until evening, and only then did Gu Ming return to his room.
Holding the Centurion rank insignia sent by Luo Dahai's men, Gu Ming raised his hand and put it on himself. The previous rank insignia of the personal adjutant was silver-edged with 3 stripes, while the Centurion insignia appeared more sophisticated, retaining the silver edge but changing the rank symbol to a small flower. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear, stirring Gu Ming's heart with anticipation.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for earning another merit and being exceptionally promoted to Centurion. Reward, Spirit of the Divine Beast White Tiger. Spirit of the White Tiger, a child born of an unknown divine beast, transformed into a spiritual entity due to a fortuitous encounter.
Possesses the characteristics of a divine beast and the destructive power of the white tiger. Can be integrated into the master's weapon to create a special spiritual artifact.
Looking at the system's description, Gu Ming was slightly stunned, then his eyes sparkled with dazzling light.
The system means he can integrate this spirit of the white tiger into a weapon to turn it into a special spiritual artifact? Just what I need, a spiritual weapon. Gu Ming excitedly took out his first-tier alloy spear.
This spear had accompanied him for only 6 months. Although it was still relatively new, it could no longer meet the demands of the battlefield. If it weren't for his mastery of the aura of slaughter, this spear probably wouldn't even be able to break through in Mingyu's defenses. But Gu Ming was sentimental and couldn't bear to part with this old companion that had been with him for so long. This is great, the system has given an old friend a chance to leap forward. Merge with the spirit of the white tiger. He raised the corners of his mouth in a smile and silently chanted in his heart. In an instant, his mind shook violently, and a lifelike sacred beast, the white tiger, appeared before him, staring at him with majesty. Gu Ming felt as if he had been completely seen through by these sharp tiger eyes, his emotions complex and peculiar. Moments later, the white tiger turned into a phantom and suddenly rushed into the Tier 1 alloy spear in his hand. Before Gu Ming's eyes, the ordinary Tier 1 alloy spear began to vibrate violently after merging with the spirit of the white tiger. The vibration was so intense that he could barely hold onto the spear handle. He let go of his hand, but the spear did not fall, instead, it hovered in midair, trembling even more violently. In the next moment, the Tier 1 alloy spear that had accompanied him for half a year suddenly burst with cracks. The fissures spread rapidly, as if unable to withstand the surging power within. The alloy spear gradually disintegrated, yet it did not vanish. It hovered in midair, enveloped in a pale glow, exuding an intense aura of intimidation. Roar! Soon, a roar audible only to Gu Ming erupted from the glowing sphere, and the light suddenly became blinding. Gu Ming fixed his gaze and saw a silver spear appear before him. The spear's body shimmered with a brilliant silver luster, its material unfamiliar and rare. Gu Ming raised his hand and grasped it with anticipation. The moment he touched the gun's body, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed in his mind. That tiger's roar shook his spirit and purified his soul. Half a year of military life, slaying beasts, destroying the Li family, and settling down to build a home. Even with mental resilience, some shadows are inevitable. But at this moment, the tiger's roar made Gu Ming's mind exceptionally clear, free of distractions. The silver spear reflected a chilling light in the silent room, appearing sharp and imposing.
Spirit Weapon Long Spear, unnamed after merging with the spirit of the White Tiger, the first-tier alloy spear underwent a dramatic transformation,
upgrading its material to become a rare third-tier masterpiece. Its grade can be enhanced by devouring the flesh of exotic beasts and various races. Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the silver spear in his hand.
How about calling you Sun and Moon Spear?
He was never good at naming things, even the name of the Sun and Moon Squad came from his own name, Ming. Before he could finish speaking, the silver spear trembled violently, clearly dissatisfied with the name. At the same time, a small and adorable white tiger appeared in his mind, baring its teeth and claws in protest.
Is this a gun spirit? Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. This white tiger gun spirit was far less imposing than the fierce sacred beast white tiger from earlier. Instead, its cuteness made one's heart soften.
Then are you called Bright Moon Spear? The silver spear continued to tremble, showing no sign of compliance.
The little white tiger also blared angrily, its aura undiminished. Then what are you called, Dark Moon Spear?
Gu Ming looked at the moonlight outside the window and casually made a suggestion.
You represents the silver color of the gun's body, while Ming signifies that this gun will slay countless beasts and myriad races in his hands.
The silver spear suddenly stopped trembling, quivering slightly in his palm. The little white tiger in his mind brightened its eyes and surprisingly nodded in approval.
Wing wing wing.
It spoke for the first time, its soft and tender voice almost making Gu Ming jump.
Where did this white tiger that goes wing 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 come from? Alright, I'll call you Yu Ming Spear.
Gu Ming made the final decision. The system prompt appeared again. Moon Eclipse Spear, Tier 3 Supreme, growth potential a spear embodying the spirit of the white tiger, loyal to only one master.
The wielder possesses unwavering willpower, capable of resisting most mental attacks and unleashing a tiger's roar to intimidate enemies.
Looking at the prompt, Gu Ming smiled with satisfaction. He is now fully equipped with combat power, and his defense includes the Purple Thunder Step, which grants immunity to physical attacks.
However, there are still vulnerabilities in his mental state. Earlier, he was almost shaken by Mingyu's furious roar.
With the Moon Nether Spear and the little white tiger, his mental defenses are now resolute. As long as he doesn't seek his own demise, he can retreat unscathed when facing a fourth-tier martial lord, and might even counterkill.
The silver spear transformed into flowing silver liquid and re-entered Gu Ming's palm.
The little white tiger's spirit solidified, turning into a lively little divine beast, lying in the sea of consciousness.
By the way, your nickname is Little White, Gu Ming said.
The little white tiger froze for a moment, then suddenly bristled and stood up, glaring angrily at Gu Ming.
Ing.
Gu Ming completely ignored Xiao Bai's protest.
Giving it a classy name is already hard enough.
Coming up with another name is even harder than uncovering a myriad of races like in Mingyu. Twin cities, atop the Sky Twin Towers. The handsome man and the purple-haired woman slowly parted. The two, though exhausted, sat on the ground with satisfaction. Various fabrics were scattered around, clearly evidence of a fierce battle just concluded. The Eternal Night Monarch reached back to tidy her purple hair, tying it up. She slowly stood and retrieved a purple gown from the void, putting it on. The Tiger King, on the other hand, was less particular. His body gradually expanded, reverting to his original black tiger form, lying prone on the ground.
Don't forget to carry out your task.
Once it's done, I'll tell you the High Priestess's exact words.
The pitch-black giant tiger waved its hand, a deep voice resounding. Get lost. If it weren't for you satisfying me this time, I would have killed you during the day.
The purple-haired woman raised her head, her smile tinged with disdain.
No one can resist my charm. Even in Honglin back then couldn't withstand it, and neither can you.
As soon as the words fell, the purple-haired woman merged into the darkness and vanished without a trace.
The pitch-black giant tiger lay atop the twin towers, its limbs weak, suddenly collapsing to the ground.
This woman is a damn devil.
A rare trace of human exhaustion flickered in its eyes.
Until dawn, he finally felt somewhat recovered and let out a long howl. Soon, two massive figures rushed over from different directions of Twin City, surrounding the base of Twin Tower. One was a black gorilla, the other a crocodile. Both were exceptionally fierce, exuding an imposing aura, but in front of the Tiger King, they showed complete submission. The next moment, both of them simultaneously looked in the same direction. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed across the sky, and a small figure holding a long bamboo pole leapt down from the air, landing on the top of the Twin Towers. It was a white-haired old monkey who transformed into a stooped, white-haired elder the moment it landed, with eyes radiating profound wisdom. At the same time, the gorilla and the crocodile also reverted to human form. A burly man over 3 meters tall, covered in long black hair. Another was a well-proportioned and strong middle-aged man, with a fierce look hidden in his eyes. The three bowed their heads to the Tiger King in unison.
Greetings, Tiger King. The Tiger King nodded slightly and then detailed the task entrusted by the Eternal Night King.
When the news came that the Eternal Night King wanted to kill a third-tier human, the three old monkeys exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt.
The suspicious old monkey was the first to speak. Tiger King, if it's just about killing a third-tier human, why wouldn't the Eternal Night King handle it personally and instead have you do it?
The pitch-black giant tiger remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "A third-tier minor figure, how would I know what kind of trouble she caused? Whoever wants to take this on, you three can discuss it among yourselves." As a sixth-tier demon king, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. It was only natural for the Eternal Night King to delegate the task to the Tiger King. The three old monkeys stared at each other again. The chimpanzee was about to step forward but was stopped by the old monkey. The old monkey turned to the
fierce-looking middle-aged man. "Crocodile, this time it's up to you.
The situation is strange, and you're not an impulsive person, so I feel more at ease." The middle-aged man's eyes were cold and sharp as he nodded in response to the Tiger King. "Leave it to me, I will not fail." The pitch-black giant tiger nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, everyone, stand down." The three quickly dispersed.
The fierce middle-aged man returned to his territory but had no intention of heading to Forest City immediately. Forest City is the main city of the second province, heavily guarded. The old monkey entrusted the matter to him and claimed to feel at ease? Pure nonsense.
The old monkey must be looking for an opportunity to get rid of him. Among humans, there are traitors colluding with the myriad races of beasts, and the beasts themselves are not entirely united.
While they won't join forces with humans, they use schemes to frame their competitors and eliminate their enemies.
However, the ferocious middle-aged man still had to carry out the Tiger King's orders. He summoned a demon lord under his command and assigned the task to him.
Lin City, in front of the general's mansion. As dawn broke, Luo Dahai, dressed neatly and draped in a crimson cloak, stepped out of the residence.
Beside him were Qin Pang and Dong Lin. The Northern State Demon Suppressing Army meeting was originally scheduled to be held in Fire City 3 days later, but a major incident had recently erupted in Lin City. A marquis had colluded with the myriad races, a matter of great importance. Luo Dahai had to rush to Fire City ahead of schedule to report to the general overseeing the Northern State Demon Suppressing Army. Including the meeting time, he would be unable to return to the city for 5 or 6 days. As he walked, he instructed Qin Pang, "Keep a close eye on that kid after I leave." There was no need to elaborate on who that kid was.
Qin Peng's expression remained calm as he nodded and said, "Rest assured, General." Luo Dahai patted his shoulder, "You made a great contribution by killing in Hong Lin. I'll help you get credit for it. Fight hard for a few more years, and you could reach my position." Mentioning the rank of general, even Qin Peng couldn't hide his excitement. "Thank you, General."
Luo Dahai waved his hand and boarded the business car together with Dong Lin.
The car silently drove away. Despite being a
general, he had very few guards. As a 6th-tier martial king, his own strength was sufficient, and no one dared to act recklessly.
A secretive itinerary is the safest. Even the city lord's mansion and the night patrol were completely unaware of this operation.
Qin Peng stood at the gate of the general's mansion, watching the car drive away with a complicated expression. He would do his best to keep an eye on Gu Ming, but Gu Ming was not someone easily monitored. 3 days passed quietly. In the Sun and Moon Squad's base, Gu Ming walked out of the training room and inspected the team members. Luya was in seclusion to break through, and the squad's training had relaxed. He didn't impose strict demands, as a balance between relaxation and intensity was more reasonable. Being too tense could lead to a breakdown. As he approached the sofa, he noticed everyone was staring intently at the TV in the lounge, completely oblivious to his presence. Curious, Gu Ming turned to look. On the screen was a solemn and majestic grand hall. The seats on both sides were filled with familiar figures, and Gu Ming even spotted Luo Dahai.
Where has General Luo gone at this moment?
He wondered inwardly, then heard the voice of the male news anchor. Today, the Northern State Demon Suppressing Army meeting is being held in Fire City. In light of the severe situation with the beasts and myriad races, it has been decided to promote a marquis of 10,000 households from the Fire City Demon Suppressing Army.
Let us congratulate General Li Jinbei.
On the screen, an elderly man with a stern expression and a head full of white hair slowly stepped onto the stage, appearing to be in his 70s. But his eyes were still bright and sharp, exuding a sense of edge. Gu Ming stared at that face and suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar, abruptly recalling Li Wanbing.
Li Wanbing was from Huocheng.
Although he hadn't specifically investigated, he had heard a bit about the Li family in Huacheng.
Then this Li Jinbei. Gu Ming looked at the old man, with no other thoughts in his mind.
He had grievances with Li Wanbing, but it wasn't enough to casually suspect others because of them. Old Master Li Jinbei, over 70 years old, a titled general. How many years of military achievements must that have taken? At this moment, the TV news slowly came to an end, and only then did the members of the Sun and Moon Squad snap out of it, each showing excitement and exhilaration on their faces.
Another general has been added to the northern state. Yes, no matter what, having one more general is a good thing for us humans.
I didn't pay much attention to military news before, but now I realize how grand the ceremony for conferring a general's rank is. All the generals from the entire northern state came, and the Grand General from the central state personally read the commission. If I were on the scene, even if I weren't the general, I'd still be so excited. The chubby Chinyu muttered softly, secretly imagining Gu Ming becoming a general one day.
Captain, why are you here?
At this moment, Lu Ping's words interrupted everyone's heated discussion. In an instant, Dong Dao, Chuing, Luo Cheng, and the others' expressions subtly changed. They all knew the identity of Li Jinbei, the old man Li Wanbing's grandfather.
Would that scene just now make Gu Ming angry?
Gu Ming saw through everyone's doubts at a glance and shook his head, saying,
"The grievances between me and Li Wanbing are just normal competition, not petty squabbles. The outside world doesn't understand me, but don't you all know me well enough? Do you really think I'm some kind of family-destroying demon?"
As Gu Ming spoke, even he showed a helpless expression. His notorious reputation seems to have influenced the team members' perception of him, which is indeed a bit excessive.
Not at all, Captain, you're joking."
Seeing him like this, everyone burst into laughter, and their expressions became more relaxed. At that moment, a sharp fluctuation suddenly emanated from the independent training room not far away. A fluctuation appeared, and everyone was momentarily stunned, thinking they were under a sudden attack by a powerful enemy. Gu Ming, however, reacted the fastest, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes.
"Luya has successfully advanced." The fluctuation swept past and quickly dissipated.
Gu Ming took the lead and headed straight to Luya's training room. The members of the Sun and Moon Squad immediately reacted and quickly followed his steps. Just as they reached the door of the training room, it opened. Luya walked out from inside, her posture upright. After advancing to martial lord, her skin became more delicate and smooth, her appearance surpassed her former self, and she gained an indescribable aura.
Gu Ming's perception clearly noticed her transformation.
A third-tier martial general was no longer worth mentioning in his eyes. Ever since he advanced to the third tier, he felt no pressure from any third-tier martial general. Even Luya, who had previously cultivated golden bones, posed no sense of threat. But now, Luya, who is at the martial lord realm, makes Gu Ming faintly feel a hint of threat.
This is completely different from an Mingyu's temporary realm enhancement relying on racial talent and secret techniques.
Luya is a true fourth-tier martial lord, with stable and formidable strength.
The two are worlds apart.
With the addition of her cultivated golden bones, the gap has widened even further. She wore a tight-fitting sports outfit and smiled as she glanced at Gu Ming and the members of the Sun and Moon team.
"Congratulations to Instructor Lu on advancing to 4th rank martial lord."
The chubby Chinyu immediately stood at attention and solemnly saluted, causing everyone around to burst into laughter.
"Instructor Lu, just how powerful is a 4th-tier martial lord?
Yeah,
tell us about it."
The members of the Sun and Moon Squad were close with one another, and Luya wasn't pretentious. Previously, she had already discussed the cultivation of the third-tier martial general realm with everyone. This time, when asked about the martial lord realm, Luya smiled and glanced around at the group. When she saw Chenyu, her gaze sharpened, and she pretended to be serious as she said,
"Have you been training properly these past few days while I was in seclusion, Chenyu?"
Chenyu's smile instantly froze, and he swallowed hard.
"Instructor Lu, Fatty, you're absolutely useless."
Wang Hu looked at him with disappointment, while Chenyu, seeing Luya's serious demeanor, felt as nervous as if facing a devilish teacher.
"Wang Hu, what about you?"
Luya turned to Wang Hu, her eyes carrying a faint hint of a smile. Wang Hu's expression changed, and he lowered his head.
"Nothing. Then hurry up and practice. You don't even know when you'll reach the 3rd-tier martial general, and you still want to ask about the 4th-tier martial lord? Stop daydreaming."
Luya's voice was icy, her presence like that of a devilish instructor.
Everyone nodded in unison.
Though they felt helpless after being scolded, they obediently turned around and left.
"Luo Shui, stay." Before leaving, Luya asked Luo Shui to stay.
Luo Shui stood there in confusion, then followed Luya and Gu Ming back to the training room.
"Instructor Lu? Luo Shui couldn't help but ask. Luya glanced at her but didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Gu Ming and said, Gu Ming, do you think Luo Shui's cultivation speed is a bit unusual? Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into thought. After joining the Gale project, they all received A-level stance techniques suitable for themselves. Coupled with Luya's grueling training, rapid growth was normal. But in the Sun and Moon squad, Chen Yu, Wang Hu, and Min Xinran, who all have B-level talents, have basically just entered the martial soldier stage and haven't even reached the second level of martial soldier. Lin Baihua, Chu Ying, and Luo Cheng, who have A-level talents, are at most at martial soldier level 3, with Chu Ying and Luo Cheng still at level 2. Meanwhile, Luo Shui has already risen to martial soldier level 7. Gu Ming knew she had always worked hard, but no matter how much effort she put in, she shouldn't have left Lin Baihua and the others far behind. Martial soldier levels 4 or 5 are already considered top tier, let alone level 7. Although Luo Shui has the resources of Luo Dahai backing him, this speed is indeed exaggerated. What are you trying to say? Gu Ming looked at Luya, with a guess already forming in his heart. Luya met his gaze and said calmly, I suspect Luo Shui has a hidden talent. On Blue Star, not everyone's talent is fully awakened at the beginning. Some people initially awaken with only B-level talent, but as they train, fight, and undergo changes in mindset, their talent may awaken again and further improve. There are even precedents of individuals with B-level talent later awakening to A-level talent. This is especially common in the Beast-type talents. Like in Honglin. Gu Ming learned from Zhao Ruilong that in Honglin's talent was only grade A. Initially, he was also a black tiger, just like in Mingyu. However, later on, and Honglin lingered at the peak of martial lord for a long time, unable to advance. He chose another path, relying on the fusion of exotic beast genes to transform himself. And Honglin combined two types of genes, one from a black bear and the other from an eagle. It was precisely these two genes that allowed him, in his 50s, to become a 5th-rank martial marquis and be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 Households. Luo Shui. Gu Ming pondered slightly, his gaze falling on Luo Shui. Being stared at by the two, Luo Shui finally voiced all the doubts in her heart. Instructor Lu, Captain, I always feel like there's something inside me that hasn't awakened yet. Gu Ming and Luya exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. A trace of anticipation and excitement flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. The Sun and Moon squad is clearly unable to keep up with his pace. Even the training speed of the Gale project can't match him. Perhaps soon, he will have to temporarily leave the Sun and Moon squad. By then, the Sun and Moon squad will have to rely on themselves. If Luo Shui truly has hidden talents and can awaken as an S-level, then he can rest assured. Have you asked General Luo? Luya looked at Luo Shui curiously. Luo Shui shook his head. This is something I've only recently started to sense. Luya and Gu Ming frowned, and the three of them couldn't figure out the reason. Luo Shui had no choice but to leave in a hurry and go train with the team members. After she left, Gu Ming looked at Luya. I know that talent awakening is hereditary. But General Luo is of the earth element, and Luo Shui is of the water element, which is quite reasonable. If Luo Shui truly has a hidden talent, then her mother. Gu Ming's eyes flickered as he stared at Luya. Luya is closely connected to Luo Dahai and should know something. Unexpectedly, Luya shook her head, as if she had seen through his thoughts. I've never met Luo Shui's mother, only heard my mother mention her once. She said her mother seems to be quite special. What do you mean? Gu Ming paused for a moment. There were indeed many strange things around here. As for himself, he possessed 2 supreme-level talents and 1 supreme-level physique. Everything was crystal clear. Luya waved her hand. Let's first observe Luo Shui's cultivation. If she truly has hidden talents, they will reveal themselves at the latest when she advances to Martial General. I do, however, have some insights on cultivating in the 4th-tier Martial Lord realm that I'd like to discuss with you. The other side. Luo Shui walked out of the individual training room, and the members of the Sun and Moon team all cast curious glances at her. Her gaze slightly darkened, and she candidly revealed the abnormalities in her body. Upon hearing this, unexpectedly, no one in the Sun and Moon squad made a fuss. Even the usually unreliable Chen Yu and Wang, who were stunned and then fell into deep thought. Seeing everyone's reaction, Luo Shui was slightly taken aback. Why are you all so unresponsive? She said this both as a sign of trust in her companions and to hear their suggestions. But now, their reactions left her completely baffled. Logically, everyone should have been surprised and then started discussing together. Luo Shui frowned, and Wang Hu suddenly slapped his forehead. So you feel the same way? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Even Lu Ping showed a look of shock and disbelief.
Lu Ping frowned, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Although he underwent mechanical modification, his scouting abilities remained sharp, and the chip in his brain processed information like a high-efficiency CPU.
Do all of you feel the same way, except for the vice captain and Wang Hu? Everyone nodded in unison. This scene left Luo Shuwei completely dumbfounded.
She originally thought this was a unique phenomenon for herself, but unexpectedly, the whole team experienced it. This situation was extremely bizarre, completely defying logic. How could the entire squad's abilities quietly strengthen at the same time, as if on the verge of awakening?
This probability is terrifying.
Lu Ping frowned deeply and slowly nodded, saying,
I have the same feeling.
It should have started after joining the Gale project and heading to the capital. Recently, it's been getting stronger, to the point where I even suspect I might be close to becoming an A-level talent. As the words fell, the scene fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling incredulous. If it wasn't something good, it might have been some bizarre supernatural event. But no matter what, this matter was too mysterious for anyone to grasp. On the other side, in the private training room, Gu Ming focused on listening to Luya explain the cultivation of the martial sovereign realm, falling into deep thought. A first-tier martial artist refines the flesh, a second-tier martial soldier refines the skin, and a third-tier martial general refines the bones. After the first 3 stages, martial artists develop bronze skin and iron bones, completing the first phase of extraordinary transformation. Martial artists of the 3 major talent categories are no different at this point. However, for 4th-rank martial lords, there is a noticeable difference between elemental martial artists and those of the beast or special categories. Beast and special category practitioners only need to focus on their own path and continue cultivating. It's like high school students specializing in sports or arts. Although the path is challenging, it is much easier compared to the elemental category. Elemental martial artists, on the other hand, are like regular students in the arts or sciences, who must cross the single-plank bridge of the college entrance exam to advance to 5th-rank martial marquis. The 4th stage of the martial lord realm represents a significant leap forward for natural elemental systems based on the foundation of the first 3 stages.
Refining the viscera.
Here, viscera refers to the 6 internal organs of the human body. A 4th-stage martial lord must refine all 6 viscera and enter the transcendent domain to advance to the 5th stage of the martial marquis. By then, even with shattered organs and severed limbs, one can still maintain combat power and avoid becoming a fish on the chopping board. However, for elemental warriors, tempering the internal organs is relatively easy. As long as they are willing to spend time and refine bit by bit, success is guaranteed. But tempering the organs is far from an easy task. Compared to the 6 viscera, the 5 organs are more crucial to the human body. The heart belongs to fire, the liver to wood, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. The 5 elements talent corresponds to tempering a specific organ, sufficient to advance to the 5th-tier martial marquis. Luya raised a question: if someone could temper all 5 organs, wouldn't it be akin to forging golden bones in the martial general realm, paving a smoother path and achieving greater strength in the future? Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head in response. Luya, your idea is correct. If all 5 organs can be tempered, breaking through the limits to advance to the 5th rank, it would indeed be incredibly powerful, with a clear path ahead. But the problem is, unless someone possesses the innate talent for all 5 elements, how can the other 4 organs be tempered? The 5 elements mutually generate and restrain each other. One careless move could lead to utter ruin.
Gu Ming coldly reminded Luya. How many strong humans are left after the millennial catastrophe? In the 2nd province alone, there are 3 6th-tier martial kings. When Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzhan were only 4th-tier martial lords back then, didn't they think about this question? They definitely did.
But obviously, they all failed, or this path simply doesn't work. A trace of helplessness flashed across Luya's charming face.
I understand, it was just a thought, just discussing it with you. I'm not foolish enough to try it myself.
She appeared calm on the surface, but couldn't hide her loneliness inside. She yearns to grow stronger, avenge her father, and reclaim Twin Cities in the future. Her dreams were shattered, and disappointment was inevitable.
After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary talent like Gu Ming, with an infinitely bright future ahead. For Luya now, the Martial King realm is already the ceiling. Can the Martial King realm truly kill the Tiger King and reclaim Twin Cities?
This calls for a big question mark. Seeing the helplessness and disappointment on Luya's face, Gu Ming's lips curved slightly. Her thoughts on the Martial Lord realm, though not entirely correct, provided him with a new perspective.
Since the SSS-level talent ancestor of all weapons was upgraded to the supreme-level Peerless War God,
Gu Ming felt that although his primary talent was still metal-based,
He unexpectedly developed a strong affinity for the talents of the other 4 elemental attributes. This feeling surprised him and also stirred faint speculation. Now, Luya's words completely ignited his thoughts. Even someone with S-level talent like Luya might only be able to temper one organ. And what about him? His supreme talent and physique gave him enough confidence to try. Even, a completely new path emerged in his mind. Gu Ming looked at Luya, who had her head lowered. There was still a trace of loss hidden between her brows. He spoke, his voice not loud but firm. Luya Jia, have you ever thought about how third-tier martial generals are divided into iron bones and golden bones? So, does a fourth-tier martial lord also have differences between ordinary organs and higher-level ones? For example, jade organs? As Gu Ming's words fell, Luya, who had been feeling dejected, suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were initially filled with disbelief and doubt, with a look that said, "Are you crazy?" In an instant, the expression became complex, carrying a hint of surprise and subtle excitement. Jade core? Luya curiously stared at Gu Ming, completely baffled as to how he could come up with such a strange idea. Gu Ming looked at her, pondered for a moment, and slowly began to speak. Sister Luya, after I improved the golden bone tempering method, I've been pondering whether there's an even higher realm beyond the golden bone. Over the years, I've gained some insights and achieved a bit of understanding. He admitted with a bitter smile that this was actually plagiarizing the system's credit. But since the system couldn't speak, he had no choice but to take the credit for himself first. The one in his arms probably wouldn't mind, right? Luya was stunned after hearing it. What exactly did Gu Ming say? After improving the golden bone tempering method, could there really be an even deeper breakthrough? She stared at him, her breathing starting to quicken. Gu Ming's gaze was resolute as he slowly said, "Above the golden bone, I call it the jade bone. The formation of the golden bone signifies at least the martial king realm. I think that once the jade bone is formed, it can at least surpass the martial king and reach a higher level." Although these words are speculative, they are backed by solid theoretical support and are not mere nonsense. Luya's heartbeat stopped abruptly, so shocked that she couldn't speak, and her gaze changed. She had always known that Gu Ming was extraordinarily gifted, possessing double S-level talent, which is rare in ancient nations. But talent does not equate to comprehension. Gu Ming was able to create an even stronger jade bone tempering method based on the golden bone tempering method. This level of comprehension is simply extraordinary. Luya's expression shifted from surprise to incomprehension. A monster is still acceptable, but a cheater? She simply couldn't understand. Sister Luya, although you are already a martial lord and can't go back to refine your jade bones, you can try tempering your metal attribute lungs into jade viscera. Gu Ming calmly whispered this brand new idea into her ear. Leaving Luya's training room, Gu Ming was in high spirits. The Jade Palace realm was his long-held vision. While growing himself, Gu Ming had never forgotten the people around him. Gu Xian and Gu Feng are still young and studying, so there's no rush in their training pace. However, the brothers and sisters of the Sun and Moon Squad, as well as Luya, all require his dedicated effort. At present, with his improved golden bone tempering method, everyone can successfully temper their golden bones without issue. As for the martial lord realm, tempering the internal organs cannot simply result in golden organs. Gu Ming concluded that above ordinary organs lies the jade organ. Therefore, he pointed out a path for Luya, suggesting she try tempering her lungs into a jade organ, as the success rate is quite high. This is far safer compared to simultaneously tempering the 5 organs, which could cause a conflict in vital energy and blood. Passing through the rest area, Gu Ming noticed that the members of the Sun and Moon Squad were not training but were all staring at the television screen. The Northern State Demon Suppressing Army meeting just mentioned General Li Jinbei. Why is everyone still watching the news? Gu Ming, curious, turned to look at the television. The male host's expression was grave as he delivered a live report. Breaking news: during the Northern State Demon Suppressing Army meeting, the Beast Forces somehow learned of the event. Taking advantage of the absence of the defending general, they launched a beast tide to besiege Ice City, the first province. Ice City is currently in a fierce battle. Nearby residents, please stay alert. Beast tide? Gu Ming suddenly woke up and immediately took out his phone to call Zhao Ruilong. Brother Zhao, is that you? The voice on the other end of the phone was steady, with a hint of seriousness. Gu Ming, you're calling about the beast tide in Ice City, aren't you? Gu Ming didn't respond, and Zhao Ruilong continued. This matter has nothing to do with your Gale project team. Focus on leading your team in training and don't get involved for now. After speaking, the call was disconnected. Since the day Gu Ming joined the army, he was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. But geniuses shouldn't take risks lightly. If he were to fall prematurely, Lincheng, the second province, and even the entire ancient nation would suffer a tremendous loss.
In the Sun and Moon Squad's lounge, Gu Ming held his phone, meeting the gazes of the others.
His expression was complex and hard to decipher. "Captain."
The group spoke softly, their eyes conveying only one word.
"As long as you give the order, we'll go with you to support Ice City. The first province, the second province, and the third province are all territories of North State. Ice City is the main city of the first province. If it falls, the second province will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Anyone can understand this principle." Gu Ming's face was grim, but he did not act impulsively or lead the Sun and Moon Squad directly toward Ice City. He's just a third-tier warrior, and the Sun and Moon Squad has only 10 members. What can they possibly do if they go?
If he doesn't think about himself, he should at least be responsible for his team members.
"Wait for news first. I'm heading out."
Gu Ming left these words behind, turned around, and departed from the Sun and Moon Squad's base, heading alone to the general's mansion. Soon, he arrived at the main hall of the general's mansion, dressed in a black military uniform, draped in a pitch-black cloak, and bearing the rank of centurion on his shoulder. This was the central command area where Luo Dahai directed the entire army, equipped with all kinds of advanced communication devices. When Gu Ming arrived, more than a dozen officers bearing the rank of commander were already gathered in one place. Luo Dahai was absent, and Shen Peng stood at the forefront, his expression calm as usual, unshaken even under immense pressure. But Gu Ming keenly noticed a trace of deep concern in his eyes. Zhao Ruilong, Dong Songlin, and others also sat in the general's hall, their expressions grave, yet no one was in a hurry to support Bingcheng.
After all, if they left, who would protect Lincheng? If the Tiger King took the opportunity to incite a beast tide, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Therefore, no one acted recklessly, everyone was waiting for orders. Zhao Ruilong saw Gu Ming enter, was slightly startled, and his expression immediately turned serious.
"Why are you here?"
His tone lacked the usual ease and warmth. Gu Ming met his gaze and understood in his heart that Zhao Ruilong was protecting him. But as a soldier, protecting the country is his responsibility.
Carrying the rank of centurion on his shoulders, he could not remain silent during the invasion of alien beasts.
Zhao Ruilong looked at Gu Ming for a while, saw that he did not respond, and shook his head helplessly. Gu Ming found a seat and sat down, raising his eyes to look ahead. On the big screen, the latest developments of the beast tide in Ice City were being broadcast. The source of this beast tide, like the Tiger King of Lin City, was a 6th-tier demon king. It was a giant lizard lying on the ground, 50 meters long.
Its bluish-black skin shimmered with a toxic cold gleam, and its eyes radiated a human-like greed, staring at the snow-covered city, longing to devour it. It has long coveted this main human city.
Taking advantage of the northern state's demon-suppressing army meeting and the general's departure from Ice City, this giant lizard led a beast tide to launch an attack. As long as Ice City falls and it devours 1/10 of the city's population, it will be enough to help it ascend to the 7th rank.
Temptation, chilling to the heart.
The high-ranking officials of the demon army in Lincheng town gathered in the general's hall, anxiously awaiting orders.
The third province, Fire City.
Located amidst 3 surrounding volcanoes, Fire City is engulfed in scorching heat, with rampant fire demons. Inside the general's mansion, several generals and marquises were stationed. The white-haired Grand General of Central State sat steadily in the main seat, with a holographic projection screen spread out before him. Ice City was besieged by a beast tide, with giant lizards eyeing it covetously, venomous creatures glaring coldly at the city, their forked tongues flicking incessantly. Luo Dahai, Li Jinbei, and others wore grave expressions, their gazes all fixed on the white-haired Grand General. At this moment, beside Luo Dahai and Li Jinbei, a tall and burly man suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He stood there with a large bald head, fuming with anger.
"General! Ice City is under siege, why am I still not allowed to return and provide support?"
This man was Deng Yangli, the general of Ice City, his voice filled with rage. The news had arrived 20 minutes ago, and he immediately requested to return to the city for rescue. However, the white-haired general coldly suppressed him, forcing him to sit down.
20 minutes passed, and Deng Yangli had thought reinforcements would arrive.
Yet the general remained completely still, sitting like a mountain, expressionless. Even the most composed earth spirit would struggle to remain calm when the city was under siege. Deng Yangli glared angrily at the senior general, only to see the old man slowly raise his cup and gently blow on the hot tea. He still has the leisure to drink tea. Deng Yangli was so furious he was about to explode, yet he dared not confront the senior general. He turned his head and whispered to Luo Dahai. "Old Luo, if Lincheng were the one surrounded, could you sit still?
As soon as the words fell, all eyes turned to Luo Dahai. He cursed the rough fire demon inwardly but remained expressionless. Bang! Deng Yanli slammed the table again, his fiery gaze fixed on the general. You may ignore Ice City, but I cannot stand by and do nothing. Though I am from Sun City, Ice City has been the home I have protected for many years. I would rather live and die with it. Before he finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. No one could stop him. He was determined to personally uphold the backbone of Ice City. Luo Dahai and Li Jianbei looked at each other, speechless. The indifference of the Grand General was equally incomprehensible to them. Although Zhangzhou is indifferent to other states, it is not easy to face the pressure of the alien beasts. But abandoning the main city of Beizhou is truly cruel and hard to accept. Deng Yanli, draped in a crimson cloak, walked toward the door. The white-haired elder at the main seat slowly set down his teacup. The teacup touched the table with a clear sound. The elder's gaze remained calm as he stared at Deng Yanli's back. Silently and without warning, Deng Yanli suddenly froze, unable to take another step. He turned around, his gaze suppressed, looking at the elder, but his movements were locked by an overwhelming pressure. Luo Dahai and the others fell silent, sensing this invisible force. This man commanded the Northern State demon-suppressing army, so powerful that no one could resist. A single glance froze the martial kings among them in place. Everyone was as cold as frost, not daring to speak lightly. However, they still couldn't understand why the Grand General remained indifferent. The Ice City is in peril, could he not see it? At this moment, the old man shook his head helplessly and gestured with a wave of his hand. The oppressive feeling on Deng Yanli suddenly dissipated, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, still shaken. Looking at the dire situation in Ice City on the screen, he could hardly conceal his agitation. The old man smiled, glanced around at everyone, and spoke in a gentle tone. Everyone, please calm down. Though I am old, I am still the Grand General of the Northern State. I will never stand by and watch the main city fall. These words set the tone for the situation. Luo Dahai and Li Jianbei's expressions relaxed, but the doubts in their hearts remained. Since you won't stand idly by, why not allow them to return and provide support? Why is even Ice City General Deng Yanli forbidden from leaving? On the holographic screen, under the blizzard shroud, a group of powerful humans slowly emerged from the city. The Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Night Watchers worked closely together, united like never before. The Demon Suppression Army guards the front battlefield, with soldiers, squad leaders, and platoon leaders swiftly forming formations under the command of their generals. The Ice City is tightly surrounded by a spherical ice-blue defensive shield, with countless high-tech weapons being deployed one after another. Particle cannon spheres densely cover the area, anti-gravity fighter jets soar through the sky, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Faced with the Ice City's tight defenses, the giant lizard remains fearless, its eyes growing increasingly greedy. The message is accurate, Fire Demon General Deng Yanli is absent, and the giant lizard finally sees an opportunity. In the blizzard, the giant lizard raised its head and spewed a dark green poisonous dragon, fiercely striking the shield held up by the soldiers. At this moment, the beast tide surged like waves, roaring ferociously, vowing to devour the Ice City completely. On the Ice City side, lethal weapons were firing on all cylinders, particle cannons roared, and anti-gravity aircraft shuttled through the snowstorm. Although the human resistance was orderly, the absence of the general caused gaps in command and coordination. On the city wall, the Lord of Ice City and the Minister of the Night Watch exchanged resolute glances. Both were martial kings, yet they appeared powerless against the peak martial king-level giant lizard. They could only grit their teeth and hold on, waiting for Deng Yanli to return and drive back the ferocious beast together. The two were about to charge forward when a calm and icy voice suddenly echoed amidst the blizzard. Trying to lure out a demon king, truly rare. This voice pierced through the skies above Ice City and reached places like the General's Mansion in Fire City and the General's Mansion in Forest City. Luo Dahai, Li Jianbei, and others' expressions changed drastically, and in their shock, they all looked toward the skies above Ice City. Deng Yanli heard the voice and slowly regained his senses. He looked up and saw a man clad in a crimson battle robe and ancient general's armor appearing in the void. The man stood in the void, his eyes blazing like torches as he stared at the giant lizard, slowly raising the spear in his hand. Let me use you to achieve my breakthrough. Before the voice faded, the man instantly dashed out, his figure like the wind, lightning flashing behind him, and the spear enveloped in pale energy. Deng Yanli widened his eyes, unable to hide his shock, feeling everything was utterly unbelievable in his bewilderment. The Spear King of Zhongzhou, Zhao Zilong. All the generals and marquises in the audience widened their eyes in unison, their faces full of astonishment. Luo Dahai, Li Jianbei, and others suddenly turned their heads,
their gaze fixed on the North State General seated firmly in the main position. This North State General's surname is Zhao, and he is the elder of the Zhao family from the capital. Zhao Dalong, Zhao Zilong, and Zhao Ruilong are all his sons. Everyone immediately understood and quickly grasped the situation. Taking advantage of the Northern States Demon Suppression Army meeting, Old Master Zhao brought Zhao Zilong from the Central State, preparing to deal with the 6th-tier giant lizard in Ice City. No wonder General Zhao stopped Deng Yangli from leaving earlier and didn't issue any orders to support Ice City. It turns out, all of this was part of his plan. Deng Yangli's anger gradually subsided. He awkwardly touched his shiny bald head and sat back in his seat with a sheepish smile. General, if you had told me earlier that Zilong went to Ice City, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Zhao Zilong being in Ice City is even more reassuring than if I were there myself. After all, Zhao Zilong is the most gifted individual in the Ancient Kingdom's Demon Suppression Army. After being promoted to general at the age of 30, he has been diligently training in the 6th-rank Martial King realm. Now, at just 36 years old, he has already reached the peak of the 6th-tier Martial King. Moreover, his talent is exceptionally unique. He possesses 3 S-level talents simultaneously, far surpassing ordinary warriors who have 2 S-level talents. These 3 talents are metal, lightning, and wind. Therefore, Zhao Zilong's combat power is astonishing. He is one of the few top-tier warriors capable of slaying any exotic beast at the same level. In the scene just now, what he said, could it be that he is about to advance to Martial King? Deng Yangli's expression changed drastically as he stared at the holographic screen, his eyes filled with shock. Luo Dahai, Li Zhenbei, and others also turned to look at the scene, their hearts stirred. On the screen, Zhao Zilong, holding a spear, swiftly approached the giant lizard. Although the giant lizard couldn't recognize him, it could sense the intense threat emanating from Zhao Zilong. It understood that this was not an opponent it could easily defeat. It even felt its life was in danger. The giant lizard suddenly turned around, its limbs scrambling rapidly, clearly unwilling to fight head-on. It only wanted to flee back to its territory and avoid this human powerhouse. But Zhao Zilong roared forward like a fighter jet, his spear aimed straight at the giant lizard's head. This strike caused the void to tremble, lightning to flash, and murderous intent to surge. Die, surrender to me. Zhao Zilong's gaze was resolute, delivering this strike with full force. Boom! The giant lizard was pinned to the ground by the spear, its screams echoing to the heavens. It quickly summoned its subordinate demon marquises and demon lords for reinforcements. The demon marquis and demon lord, though fearful of Zhao Zilong, still charged forward recklessly. Zhao Zilong gripped his spear in his right hand, completely ignoring the beast tied around him. With a wave of his left hand, a fierce wind suddenly arose, forming a massive tornado that swept through the surroundings. The wind blades were incredibly sharp, capable of easily tearing through steel. The 5th-rank demon marquis was instantly shattered under the wind blade. That's damn strong. On the Ice City wall, the city lord and the night patrol minister exchanged a glance, both shocked by Zhao Zilong's strength. Ice City is located in the 1st province, the farthest from Zhangzhou. The exotic beasts here are naturally more formidable. There are 3 6th-tier demon kings in the 1st province. And this extreme cold giant lizard is the fiercest among them. Only the 3 of them, along with Deng Yangli, can barely resist and repel it. If the other 2 also come, Ice City can only hold on bitterly, hoping for support from North State or Central State. Now, the giant lizard demon king at the peak of the 6th tier is actually fleeing in front of Zhao Zilong. And Zhao Zilong is merely at the peak of the 6th tier as well. Is this the terrifying power of the 3S-level talents? Inside the general's mansion in Linchang, everyone stared at the imposing Zhao Zilong on the screen, finally showing a relieved expression. So that's it, second brother is in Ice City. Zhao Ruilong suddenly understood. Seeing Gu Ming beside him intently watching the screen, he smiled and introduced. Gu Ming, this is my second elder brother, the father of that kid Zile, Zhao Zilong. He possesses 3S-level talents, metal, wind, and lightning. In the Demon Suppression Army, at the same level, only he can single-handedly secure a victory against a peak demon king. With the Ice City crisis resolved, Zhao Ruilong was in high spirits and chatted with Gu Ming a bit more. Listening to his introduction, Gu Ming's eyes flickered with a faint light, and a surge of shock rose in his heart. But the shock did not stem from Zhao Zilong's talent. The 3S-level talents were indeed formidable, but they were far inferior to his 2 supreme-level talents, combined with a supreme-level physique. At the same realm, he could even beat Zhao Zilong effortlessly. Of course, talent is talent, but strength is strength. Gu Ming still held respect for the legendary General Zhao. What shocked him was the terrifying combat power of the 6th-rank Martial King realm. Zhao Zilong thrust his spear fiercely, pinning the giant lizard to the ground as it let out a piercing roar. Just this one strike destroyed the surrounding area within a kilometer.
A martial king, though not capable of casually destroying a city, possesses power nearly at that level.
I'm still too weak. Gu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, sighing inwardly. Zhao Ruilong looked at the silent and frowning Gu Ming, feeling puzzled. Second brother was displaying his might, seemingly about to slay the giant lizard.
Although it was the demon king of the first province, not the tiger king of the second province, shouldn't this be something to celebrate? What's wrong with you? He muttered to himself but did not ask further, his gaze fervently fixed on the scene before him.
In the scene, the frigid giant lizard howled toward the sky. Zhao Zilong's spear pressed down forcefully, sweeping up a storm as thunder roared.
After tens of seconds of stalemate, the giant lizard finally could not hold on.
The spear was thrust fiercely into the head, then twisted violently. Roar! The giant lizard roared angrily at the sky once more, its voice filled with pain and pleading. But between humans and beasts, and among all races, there is no possibility of ceasefire. Zhao Zilong showed no mercy, the spear tip bursting with a murderous aura and dazzling lightning, piercing straight into the giant lizard's skull. The giant lizard's wailing gradually ceased, its massive body slowly collapsed to the ground, no longer struggling, seemingly lifeless. Zhao Zilong tore open the giant lizard's abdomen, disregarding the filth, and reached inside to search. The inner core of a 6th-tier demon king is extremely precious. Although he was about to advance to the 7th tier and had no need for it, it would be an excellent gift for the younger generation in his family. However, after searching for a moment, Zhao Zilong's expression subtly changed. The Lord of Ice City and the Minister of Night Patrol arrived, first glancing at the giant lizard's corpse, then showing a trace of melancholy as their gaze fell on Zhao Zilong. General Zhao has come all the way from Central State to protect our Ice City and slay the giant lizard.
We truly thank you.
Indeed, you have no idea how much trouble this giant lizard has caused our Ice City.
The citizens of Ice City are deeply grateful.
Listening to their praise, Zhao Zilong did not smile but instead shook his head and sighed. I thought this time it was foolproof, and I would definitely be able to kill this beast. But the result? He shook his head and suddenly waved his hand. The fierce wind howled, and the massive body of the giant lizard suddenly transformed into a long tail, covered in scars, with dark green blood dripping all over the ground.
This? The Lord of Ice City and the Night Patrol Minister froze, staring at the massive tail. Zhao Zilong frowned. I didn't expect it to escape.
The innate divine abilities of exotic beasts and the myriad races are truly troublesome.
The two exchanged a glance.
Though feeling a sense of loss, they were still grateful. Anyway, thanks to General Zhao for stepping in.
General Zhao, why not stay and celebrate your victory in repelling the beast tide?
Their voices carried a hint of probing. Although Zhao Zilong was only a junior general in the Demon Suppression Army, they could sense that he had begun to transform. Soon, he will be promoted to the 7th rank and become a lieutenant general in the Demon Suppression Army.
Zhao Zilong shook his head and waved his hand.
No, I still need to return to Central State for secluded cultivation. Severely injuring this beast this time can be considered a success.
He gazed into the distance.
Void wormholes are attacking Blue Star, spreading everywhere. The void wormhole in the first province has long been stabilized. The nest of the frost giant lizard is located in the frost cavern. He originally intended to charge in and completely kill the frost giant lizard, but it was a void wormhole, with a high possibility of hiding a 7th-tier ancient monster.
He has not yet reached the 7th tier and cannot take risks. Shaking his head, Zhao Zilong's figure soared into the air, his crimson cloak fluttering fiercely.
Accompanied by a raging wind, he vanished into the horizon like a supersonic jet.
The Ice City Lord and the Night Patrol Minister withdrew their gazes and returned to the city wall of Ice City.
Although the frost giant lizard was not dead and only its tail remained, it was severely injured by Zhao Zilong.
The soldiers and civilians of Ice City still looked up into the distance, their eyes full of admiration.
General Zhao Zilong, take care. General Zhao Zilong, take care. General Zhao Zilong, take care. The repeated shouts were their deepest respect for the strong. As the words faded, the soldiers and civilians reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Had Zhao Zilong not arrived in time, Ice City would likely have faced a bloody battle with heavy casualties. Although it is not a complete victory, the danger has been averted, turning peril into safety. Fire City, Demon Suppression Army Meeting Hall. The elderly Mr. Zhao, with his white hair, sat firmly in the main seat and waved to dismiss the holographic projection. He glanced at Luo Dahai, Li Zhenbei, Deng Yongli, and others.
The beast tide in Ice City has been quelled. Now, I will announce something. Everyone sat upright and tense, holding their breath in anticipation. I am getting old and have been in this position for too long.
This time, if Zilong successfully breaks through to the 7th rank upon his return to Zhongzhou, the position of commander of the Northern State Demon Suppression Army will be handed over to him. As soon as the words were spoken, Deng Yangli's face changed drastically, and he immediately stood up. The fire demon's body was brimming with fire elements, volatile and hard to control, and he could hardly contain his excitement. At this moment, a steady and solemn voice rang out.
General, you are a seasoned veteran.
Though you are stationed in Central State, you remain the commander of the Demon Suppression Army in North State. I'm not doubting General Zilong's abilities, but with you guarding the area, those powerful exotic beasts coveting Beizhou will be deterred. If you completely let go, the situation in Beizhou might become difficult to control. The speaker's face was grim, shoulders draped in silver light, a high-ranking water ghost. Water ghosts are suspicious by nature, accustomed to considering all angles, and he spoke bluntly. Luo Dahai and Li Jinbei's expressions also became complicated as they looked at Old Master Zhao, wanting to speak but hesitating. However, Old Master Zhao put down his teacup, smiled, and looked at the Major General. Yen San, this old man is getting on in years, this position might not hold up as well as Zilong.
Opportunity should be left more to the young, and I trust Zilong.
However, Old Master Zhao changed his tone and sighed. The situation in the northern state is tense, and the central state isn't much better. As soon as these words fell, Yen Song and Deng Yangli forcibly swallowed what they were about to say. Luo Dahai and Li Jinbei frowned deeply, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. In the end, everyone lowered their heads in silence. Old Master Zhao glanced around the room and slowly stood up.
That's settled then. I'll take my leave.
Before the words had faded, all the generals stood up in unison, their eyes full of respect as they watched the elderly Mr. Zhao with white hair leave. As he reached the door, Mr. Zhao turned back to look at Luo Dahai.
Dahai, come with me for a moment. Luo Dahai nodded in confusion and followed closely behind.
The two walked out of the meeting room and headed toward the outside of the general's mansion.
Luo Dahai couldn't help but ask, "What does the general want with me?"
Old Master Zhao glanced at the business car not far away and said indifferently, "Get in the car and we'll talk."
Luo Dahai responded and followed Old Master Zhao onto the car.
After the car started, Old Master Zhao turned his head to stare at him.
"Quite a few things have happened in Lincheng recently, I'm well aware." Luo Dahai's expression shifted slightly but he remained calm.
He understood in his heart that he was innocent and had never colluded with exotic beasts or other races. Gu Ming, amidst this chaos, was still someone who made contributions. Old Master Zhao saw through his thoughts and continued with a smile.
"Dahai, I know there's no issue with you.
But over in Lincheng, the Li family has colluded with exotic beasts, and the Marquis of 10,000 households is involved with other races. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied, and the royal family has decided to send an inspector to oversee the second province."
"What?" Luo Dahai's face suddenly changed, staring at himself in shock. "Then I am."
His heart tightened as he realized the business car was heading toward the airport. Old Master Zhao smiled and patted his shoulder.
"During the inspection period, you won't be able to return to Lincheng for now. Just come with me to stay in the capital for a while."
Inside the quiet business car, Luo Dahai frowned deeply, and an uncontrollable surge of anger rose in his heart.
Even a clay figurine has some temper. Being taken away without prior notice from above was something Luo Dahai simply couldn't accept. "General, I only have one question for you. If Lin City is surrounded by a beast tide during the inspection, what should be done?"
Old Master Zhao smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about this matter.
During the inspection, everything will be handled by the inspector." Luo Dahai's anger was stuck in his throat, unable to be vented at all.
The key is, this matter cannot be decided by Master Zhao alone. Since he said it was the intention of those above, then it must be a royal order.
If the royal family wants to inspect, how could he possibly resist?
He shook his head, leaned back against the chair, and sighed.
"I hope nothing happens in Lincheng while I'm away."
Old Master Zhao glanced at him.
"What, Lincheng can't hold up without you? Are the city lord's mansion and the night patrol all useless?"
Old Master Zhao spoke bluntly. Seeing that Luo Dahai had finally quieted down, he changed the subject. "By the way, tell me about that close aide of yours, the one who's been gaining quite a reputation recently." As people age, even though Zhao Dalong and Zhao Zilei had both mentioned that name, he still couldn't recall it for a moment.
Luo Dahai paused for a moment. "General, are you referring to Gu Ming?" "Yes, it's Gu Ming."
Old Master Zhao patted his forehead, finally remembering. "I heard De Long and Zilei mention him, and Rue Long even called me specifically, asking me to keep an eye on that kid. I've also heard some of his deeds, but hearing is one thing. It's still better for you, the person involved, to tell me yourself."
Luo Dahai nodded and recounted in detail how he discovered Gu Ming's anomaly in the recruit camp and later took him as a personal attendant.
Old Master Zhao trusted him greatly. After all, having overseen Beizhou for many years without any provinces falling was his greatest achievement.
Unlike Shizhou and Nanzhou, where several provinces had already fallen.
He listened patiently until the story was finished, then murmured gravely with a solemn expression. The Demon Suppression Army and the Night Watchman have been discussing something recently.
Luo Dahai's eyes flashed with curiosity as he perked up his ears to listen attentively.
Over the past millennium since the Great Cataclysm, humanity has produced many geniuses, with S-level talents emerging one after another.
But now we believe that S-level is not the end. For example, those prodigies with double S-level talents. Zilong is the most typical example. With 3 S-level talents, his growth rate and strength far surpass ordinary S-level geniuses. Therefore, we have defined an entirely new level, SS level.
The aged voice of old Master Zhao echoed in Luo Dahai's ears, making him feel slightly dazed.
SS level? A talent even higher than S level? Luo Dahai was stunned, and Zhao Zilong's deeds came to mind.
Zhao Zilong advanced to the 6th rank at the age of 30, earning the title of Martial King in General. Before he turned 30, he joined the army after getting married and having a child at 18. In just half a year, he became a second-tier martial soldier. A year later, he was promoted to third-tier martial general. After a year and a half, he advanced to fourth-tier martial lord, only after refining his golden bones. Stayed at the fourth-tier martial lord for quite a long time, taking 3 full years to advance to the next realm. Ultimately took 6 years to break through to the 6th-tier martial king. But upon closer inspection, Zhao Zilong also spent a year and a half to become a third-tier martial general back then.
What about Gu Ming? Luo Dahai's gaze suddenly changed.
Old Master Zhao's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed. The Gu Ming you mentioned has become a third-rank martial general in just half a year.
This speed.
Even old Master Zhao couldn't finish his sentence.
Gu Ming's growth rate is astonishingly extraordinary. Zhao Zilong is a young general of the same rank or even higher than Luo Dahai.
Previously, he had never considered comparing Gu Ming to Zhao Zilong, instinctively feeling that Gu Ming couldn't measure up. But at this moment, old Master Zhao's words completely overturned his thoughts. Gu Ming is nowhere inferior.
It's practically crushing Zhao Zilong's talent into the ground. This is just too exaggerated.
Luo Dahai was utterly shocked, only to hear old Master Zhao slowly speak.
Gu Ming's talent far exceeds our imagination. If Zilong is SS level, then he, perhaps only SSS level can describe him. The business car was silent, with only Luo Dahai's rapid breathing echoing inside. He was shocked and found it hard to believe. SSS level?
Luo Dahai muttered to himself, his eyes still filled with astonishment. The news he received today was a huge shock for the simple and steady country bumpkin. Suddenly, his expression changed. This time it wasn't shock, nor joy, but a deep sense of worry.
General.
Luo Dahai had just started speaking when old Master Zhao raised his hand to interrupt him. Old Master Zhao's gaze was calm, carrying the composure of years gone by, and he said, "I've revised the information about Gu Ming several times recently before submitting it to Zhongzhou. You don't need to worry for now." The worry in Luo Dahai's eyes slightly faded, and he nodded deeply. What was he worried about? The ancient kingdom implemented a separation of powers, with the city lord's mansion, the demon-suppressing army, and the night watchers balancing each other while also cooperating to protect humanity.
However, the ancient kingdom ultimately had a royal family.
After the Great Catastrophe, the royal family stood firm for 1,000 years, with deep-rooted foundations. They usually stayed out of worldly affairs, but whenever major events occurred, the royal family would undoubtedly make an appearance. Apart from leading humanity to resist the myriad alien beasts, the greatest taboo for the royal family is having their status challenged. A genius like Gu Ming, rated SSS level, would be fine if born into the royal family. At most, it would just be a drama of 9 dragons vying for the throne. But he is merely the son of a rootless, drifting commoner. Once targeted by the royal family, Gu Ming's path would almost certainly narrow to just 2 options. Either side with the royal family, become their lackey, and lose your freedom.
Or abandon your talent and become a useless person. As for letting Gu Ming grow freely and protect humanity? Absolutely impossible.
If Gu Ming weren't so extraordinary, he wouldn't be treated so specially, and the ancient kingdom would still pour resources into nurturing him. But he is growing too fast, and in the future, he might even threaten the royal family's rule. What the royal family will do goes without saying.
Who?
Luo Dahai let out a long sigh, hoping to relieve some pressure, but found the burden growing heavier. Gu Ming was a junior he had personally watched grow up, and now he was beginning to show his potential. As long as he is given the opportunity, he will surely become a strong protector of Lincheng and the second province in the future. Seeing Luo Dahai in this state, Old Master Zhao smiled, his eyes filled with the weight of years.
It's fine, Gu Ming is just a minor military officer. The royal family won't target him so soon. Even if they notice, they won't care too much.
In their eyes, you and I are nothing more than slightly bigger servants. Old Master Zhao's words carried a hint of self-mockery. The real danger will completely alert the royal family once he becomes a martial king.
Luo Dahai nodded, forcing himself to think this way.
He only needs to provide a shelter for Gu Ming before he becomes a martial king.
As for after becoming a martial king, that will no longer be something he can control.
By then, Gu Ming will naturally have his own choice. After all, the life of every strong individual is always a coexistence of danger and opportunity. The scarlet cloak behind every general is soaked with glory and blood.
Lin City, Central District Security Bureau.
Gu Ming returned alone, sitting in the car lost in thought. This time, Ice City was besieged by a beast tide. If the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Army hadn't been prepared in advance, Ice City would have long been ravaged by the giant lizards.
Facing the Demon King, he is currently completely powerless to resist.
On the surface, Lin City appears calm and peaceful, but in reality, it is tightly surrounded by two Demon Kings, the Twin City Tiger King and the Eternal Night Monarch. In the past, he had never faced this pressure head-on, always assuming that if the sky fell, someone else would bear it. People like Lu Yongzhan and Luo Dahai shouldered all the pressure, leaving no room for someone as insignificant as him. But the truth was nothing more than self-consolation. If Ice City were to fall, the principle of lip gone, teeth cold would be self-evident. If Wakabayashi City is destroyed by the beast tide, can he still remain unaffected? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Taking a step back, even if he manages to escape the beast tide by luck, what about his younger siblings? What about his friends and comrades? Watching helplessly as they died one by one, unable to save them. Gu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions deep within. He got out of the car and walked straight toward the Sun and Moon Squad's base. In his heart, he resolved to chart a path for his rapid rise.
Zhao Zilong was appointed as a general at the age of 30, relying solely on 3 S-level talents. Yet he possesses 2 supreme-level talents and 1 supreme-level physique. Why can't he reach the pinnacle of martial king within 2 years? Just as he stepped out of the elevator, a person approached from afar. That person wore a playful, nonchalant smile and walked with a casual gait. Wu Haicheng saw Gu Ming, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes.
Gu Qinsui, I was just looking for you. Wu Haicheng smiled, his tone frivolous, neither respectful nor disdainful, maintaining the same attitude toward everyone.
Gu Ming's expression was indifferent as he directly asked, "What does young Master Wu want from me?"
After the grand competition of the 3 armies, Gu Ming completely saw through Wu Haicheng's true nature. Although he had helped him with the matter of the in-family father and son, it was full of manipulation behind the scenes. Gu Ming kept a mental note of all these accounts, determined to settle them in the future.
Wu Haicheng seemed either unaware of Gu Ming's indifference or simply didn't care.
He extended his hand. Gu Qinsui, let me reintroduce myself. I am Wu Haicheng, captain of the Central District Night Patrol Squad.
A hint of pride and flippancy was hidden in his smile.
Gu Ming looked as if he had just realized something, but he didn't extend his hand. He simply shook his head slowly.
Captain of the Central District Night Patrol Squad?
Ever since Sister Luya joined my Sun and Moon Squad, that position hasn't been very lucky.
Young Master Wu, best of luck to you.
Wu Haicheng smiled indifferently, unwavering. Whether it's auspicious or not depends on who sits there. And Mingyu belongs to the Night Clan and will be exposed sooner or later, while I am completely innocent.
Gu Qinsui, you don't need to worry.
After speaking, he turned and left, brushing past Gu Ming. Having been overshadowed by An Mingyu for years, with all the limelight stolen by the other party, he had endured for too long. Today, he finally wanted to redeem his honor.
Coming to the Sun and Moon Squad is both a greeting and a show-off.
Gu Ming didn't look at his back, quietly stepping forward. At the Sun and Moon Squad's base, the team members saw his return and cast anxious glances. Luya, who had finished her training, also looked up, her eyes filled with concern.
How is Ice City?
Facing everyone's gaze, Gu Ming smiled and reassured them.
Don't worry, Ice City is fine.
That was a rumor deliberately spread by the senior officials of the Demon Suppression Army. General Zhao Zilong has long been lying in ambush in Ice City, ready to slay the giant lizard.
Phew!
The team members collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their heavy hearts finally at ease.
Ice City still stands tall, serving as the main force in North State's defense against the beasts.
If Ice City falls, the first front line will shift to Forest City.
At that time, the situation in Forest City will be even more critical than it is now. Gu Ming glanced at everyone, his gaze firm, and solemnly said, "Although Ice City is fraught with dangers, it has served as a wake-up call for me. We are growing too slowly. Despite the abundant resources of the Gale Project, they are still limited. Sister Luya has just advanced to 4th tier Martial Lord. It's time to take on more dangerous tasks and accumulate resources for future advancement." The Gale Project lasts only 1 year, with a maximum support for 3rd tier generals. After the 3rd tier, for those aiming to advance to Martial Lord, most with average aptitude can only rely on the inner core of a Demon Lord. But is the Demon Lord truly a 4th tier existence? With the strength of a 3rd tier general, it is extremely difficult to slay a 4th tier Demon Lord and seize its inner core. Military achievements take a long time to improve, often spanning years. Gu Ming was unwilling to hinder the growth of any member of the Sun and Moon Squad. Coincidentally, he himself was invincible in the martial general realm, capable of challenging higher levels. Coupled with Luya, who was at the 4th tier Martial Lord realm, the two could join forces to attempt hunting some 4th tier Demon Lords. This way, not only could he rapidly advance by devouring the Demon Lord's inner core, but the Sun and Moon Squad could also accumulate resources for advancement ahead of time. Lu Oshue, Wang Hu, Qinyu, and Lu Ping all had solemn expressions in their eyes. "Yes, Captain." They didn't say much, understanding in their hearts that Gu Ming was considering everyone's interests. To be honest, if it weren't for his relationship with Gu Ming, given his current talent, he wouldn't need to team up with them at all. With Gu Ming's strength, wouldn't it be even better to form a team with a few S-level geniuses? Everyone silently gritted their teeth, fully aware that their talent was still far inferior to Gu Ming's. Luya sat on the single sofa, her gaze sweeping over the team members, instantly seeing through their thoughts. She teased Gu Ming with a smile. Hey, Captain Gu, I'm just the instructor. I already said I wouldn't help you carry out tasks, so how come you're asking for my help so matter-of-factly now?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone burst into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Gu Ming entrusted the task of accepting missions to Luya. The overall combat strength of the Sun and Moon Squad is only at the 2nd tier, with only him and Luya standing out in terms of power. They cannot openly hunt 4th tier Demon Lords, as it would attract too much attention. If someone sets up an ambush, even if Gu Ming and Luya remain unharmed, they wouldn't be able to protect the other team members. Hunting the Demon Lord must be done gradually and cannot be made public. Just as Luya was carefully selecting special missions that might contain traces of the Demon Lord, the Sun and Moon Squad's base welcomed a special guest. Luya pushed open Gu Ming's office door, leading in a woman with thick black hair. The woman was dressed in a black professional suit, her features were sharp and distinct, clearly a Westerner. Her gaze was piercing, exuding the competence of a strong woman. Luya winked at Gu Ming and said with a smile, "Gu Ming, this is Hera, assistant to Minister Mu of the Night Watchers." Mu Yanfei's assistant? Gu Ming was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart as he wondered about the purpose of her visit. Luya finished speaking and turned to leave, going back to continue assigning tasks. Gu Ming's gaze fell on Hera, dressed in a black suit with striking features, and he smiled faintly. "Assistant, he has come to see me. I suppose Minister Mu has something to say?" Regarding Mu Yanfei, the Night Watch minister he glimpsed during the Tri-Army competition, Gu Ming had always remained highly vigilant. Although she was a senior whom Luya trusted and respected, for Gu Ming, it was a completely different matter. Among the 3 great martial kings of Linchang, Luo Dahai is an earth-type monster, and Lu Yongzhang is a wind-type mage. Neither poses much of a threat to him. Especially in terms of scouts' perception and insight, they simply cannot deceive Gu Ming's eyes. But Mu Yanfei is different. Luya once said that Mu Yanfei possessed S-level scouting talent, even surpassing her own. Not yet 30 years old, she was already a 6th-rank martial king, breaking Zhao Zilong's record in the Demon Suppression Army. Gu Ming was particularly wary of Mu Yanfei. He secretly thought to himself that Mu Yanfei was highly likely to have a deep connection with the Eternal Night Monarch. Even, she herself is the Eternal Night King. Although it is unclear why she did not intervene to save the father and son of the Yin family. Everything in Twin Cities is filled with too many coincidences. So many coincidences that they cannot be ignored. It is certainly not accidental. Hera looked at Gu Ming's face, which carried a smile yet concealed a wary expression, and sighed inwardly. The minister's judgment was indeed correct. This promising young aide, Gu, was completely different from ordinary young people. Occasionally impulsive, but rational underneath. The destruction of the Li family and the misfortune of the Yin family father and son all seemed calculated and executed with calm precision. Hera walked to the chair nearby, sat down, and revealed a standard smile.
The minister asked me to convey a message to you, asking whether the Sun and Moon Squad would be willing to move over to the Night Watchers. The original intent of the Gale project was to create a special organization that would surpass the Three Powers, serving as an additional safeguard for the increasingly corrupt Three Powers. The initiator of this plan was the Prime Minister, not the royal family, and it was later jointly endorsed by the Marshal of the Demon Suppression Army and the Minister of Night Watchers. Due to the lack of royal support, the Gale plan faced numerous obstacles. Previously, the Sun and Moon Squad returned to Lincheng and were supposed to go to the Night Watchers division, but they were obstructed by In Mingyu and had to stay at the Security Bureau. Now that In Mingyu is dead, the obstacle has been removed. But Hera saw Guming still shaking his head in refusal.
The Security Bureau is pretty good here, we don't plan to move. Hera nodded and said no more, her personality decisive.
The minister also reminded you that Wu Haicheng is deeply scheming. Compared to In Mingyu, the hungry wolf, he is more like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. Be careful of him, and stay away from Lu Yongzheng as well.
What do you mean?
Guming frowned, feeling puzzled.
Mu Yanfei is clearly the head of the opposing Night Watchers, so why would she send someone to warn me? Is this sowing discord?
Hera once again gave a formulaic smile. The minister asked me to convey this, without revealing more.
Guming's mind was filled with confusion.
Hera slowly stood up, showing one last smile.
Gu Qinsui, the final matter is that the minister wishes to meet with you in person.
After speaking, Hera took out a USB drive she had prepared earlier and handed it to Guming.
This is a gift from the minister for you.
As her words fell, Hera turned and left without lingering for a moment. In the office, Guming stared at the USB drive on the desk, lost in thought. Until Luya knocked on the door and came in, he finally snapped out of it and explained everything in detail. Luya, I'm increasingly feeling that Minister Mu is not simple. As he spoke, Guming inserted the USB drive and read the information inside. I still trust her, she's a female superior I can rely on. Luya murmured softly, leaning closer to the computer. At a glance, her beautiful eyes widened abruptly, her eyelashes trembling as she looked at Guming.
Guming was equally astonished. A holographic map popped up on the computer screen.
The map covers the range of the second row of provinces, with Lincheng prominently included, and each city clearly distinguished. Some cities flicker with bright light, while others are shrouded in a gray haze. The gray areas have evidently been occupied by alien beasts and various races, with human cities undoubtedly fallen. Above the gray cities, several lines of large characters are marked in bright red, standing out conspicuously. Twin Cities, 6th Tier Tiger King. Twin Cities, 5th Tier Monkey King, 5th Tier Ape King, 5th Tier Crocodile King. A flood of information about exotic beasts overwhelmed him, leaving Guming stunned in place.
What exactly is Mu Yanfei trying to achieve by giving him this thing? Could it be that she guessed he would start hunting exotic beasts to rapidly enhance his strength due to recent events?
Hiss! Guming felt a chill in his heart, and his spine tingled with cold.
Luya, however, didn't think much of it.
After calming her shock, she said to him indifferently, I told you earlier, Minister Mu would never betray the clan. Look at this map, it's her way of showing goodwill to you.
Guming remained silent, but his suspicion toward Mu Yanfei lessened slightly. However, is this detailed map of the distribution of exotic beasts a gesture of goodwill or a trap? Whether she intends to deceive him is still uncertain. Luya noticed Guming's hesitation, a trace of helplessness on her lips. Guming, should we use this map?
I've gone through all the mission information, but I couldn't find a single clue about a 4th-tier demon lord. Unless we head straight to Twin Cities, this map won't help us locate scattered 4th-tier demon lords at all.
Guming frowned deeply, silently admitting that Luya had a point.
There are many demon lords in Twin Cities, but there are still plenty of demon marquises and demon kings. If he really leads the Sun and Moon Squad to force their way through, it's simply courting death. Guming slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the map given by Mu Yanfei, striving to memorize every detail.
Regardless of whether this map is valuable or not, better to hold it firmly in mind. What if it turns out to be useful?
After remembering everything clearly, he pulled out the USB drive, pressed his fingertips firmly, and crushed it into powder. Luya smiled while staring at him, feeling in a great mood. Mu Yanfei sent Hera to meet him and even delivered this generous gift, somewhat clearing her of suspicion. Guming pondered in his heart, all the speculations about Mu Yanfei now are just guesses.
What if the reality isn't as he imagined? This Night Watch minister, he must seize the opportunity to meet him in person someday.
Next to the city lord's mansion, inside the headquarters building of Lin City Security Bureau, Wu Chuanjiang stood by the window. Behind him was a spacious swimming pool, its surface reflecting a deep blue. Metal element talent warriors are called scouts in the first 3 stages, known for their perception and insight. From the 4th to the 6th stage, they can lead troops and are named for their exceptional command abilities. For example, Wu Chuanjiang, a 5th stage water element martial marquis, has his title elevated from the lower stage water ghost to river god.
This is the general designation for the water element from the 4th to the 6th stage.
Where there is water, that's their territory.
The swimming pool at the security bureau is Wu Chuanjiang's backup plan.
During an attack, he can rely on the power of the river god, and in retreat, he can quickly escape through the drainage pipes connected to the swimming pool.
Click.
The doorknob turned, and the door to the nearby office slowly opened. The female assistant led Wu Haichang, who wore a faint smile, inside.
Father.
Wu Haichang looked at Wu Chuanjiang and greeted him with a smile.
Wu Chuanjiang glanced at him. So, have you tested Gu Ming yet?
Wu Haichang recalled his recent meeting with Gu Ming and nodded, saying, he has already developed hostility toward me.
Wu Chuanjiang was not surprised and said with a smile, behave yourself for now.
Before the inspector arrives, don't provoke him.
Wu Haicheng frowned and asked in confusion, Father, do we really need to care so much about him? He's just a centurion attendant. Without Luo Dahai, can he still mobilize the demon suppression army to support Lu Yongzheng?
A trace of helplessness and gloom flashed in Wu Chuanjiang's eyes. Wu Haicheng is good in all aspects, but his arrogance surpasses even in Mingyu.
Wu Chuanjiang shook his head, took out an ornate box, and tossed it to his son. A 4th-tier demon lord's inner core.
Take it and quickly break through to the 4th tier. Only then will you be qualified to compete for a higher position.
Luo Dahai has been reassigned, and the governor is about to arrive. Wu Chuanjiang is eager to eliminate Lu Yongzheng and take control of Lincheng himself. A newly appointed official must have trustworthy generals by their side.
Wu Haicheng is the top candidate, but his 3rd-tier cultivation level is still too low. Wu Haicheng opened the brocade box, held the blood-red demon core, and felt the surging blood energy, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Thank you, Father.
I will advance to Tier 4 as soon as possible. After saying that, he left the pool office.
After he left, the female assistant, now dressed in a swimsuit, walked in.
Her skin was fair, and her figure graceful. Wu Chuanjiang embraced her, plunged into the pool, and began a playful frolic in the water. This female assistant is a 3rd-tier wood demon, understanding men's thoughts and more experienced than in Honglin's secretary, Xiao He. After a moment of intimacy, Wu Chuanjiang left her limp in the water and coldly ordered, make sure there are absolutely no mistakes on An Honglin's side.
Give Gu Ming more tasks to handle. Aren't there still 3 Gale project squads in the 2nd province? The female assistant lay on the water's surface, recording Wu Chuanjiang's orders word for word. She had no right to choose her fate. Whatever her master wanted her to do, she had to comply, even if it went against her will. After giving his instructions, Wu Chuanjiang picked up the phone and dialed Deputy City Lord Huang. Deputy City Lord Huang, everything is arranged on my end, just waiting for the inspector to arrive. How are things on your side?
The laughter of Huang Yucheng came from the other end of the phone, assuring, Director Wu, rest assured. My brother's side has already been arranged.
He will create a false impression, then commit suicide, pinning everything on Lu Yongzheng.
Once he's dead, no matter how Lu Yongzheng tries to explain, he won't be able to clear his name.
Ha ha, that's excellent.
Wu Chuanjiang laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. The position of city lord he had long dreamed of was finally within reach. His conspiracy was already in place, ready to be launched as soon as the inspector arrived. On the other side, the Night Watch headquarters.
This is the tallest building in Lincheng, and the view from the top floor overlooks the entire city.
Mu Yanfei stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in a white long dress, her blonde hair tied up, her blue eyes slightly dazed, her expression thoughtful.
Knock, knock.
The door was knocked, and her assistant Hera walked in.
Mu Yanfei did not turn her head and calmly asked, have you seen him?
Hera nodded, her face filled with confusion. Minister, he is indeed special, but I don't feel there's any reason for you to value him so highly. That 2nd provincial map of exotic beast distribution was an extremely confidential document within the Night Watchers, solely held by Mu Yanfei, yet it easily fell into Gu Ming's hands. Hera still feels shocked and incredulous to this day. Mu Yanfei smiled faintly, without turning her head, and simply waved her hand.
You may leave now. Someday, you will understand his uniqueness.
Hera did not ask further questions and turned to leave. However, after walking out of the top-floor minister's office, she returned to her own office, picked up a yellow-covered diary, and began writing. Today, Lady Mu Yan introduced me to someone named Gu Ming, a newly risen centurion in Lincheng. However, I can't see why he has earned such importance from Lady Mu Yan, yet she is certainly no ordinary person.
I feel there must be some hidden story behind this.
Hera finished writing, and the page automatically burned, immediately replaced by a new diary entry detailing what she ate in the scenery she saw today.
7 days passed in a flash.
In the Sun and Moon Squad's base, inside the captain's office, Gu Ming slowly put down the silver spear in his hand and finished his stance training.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18.
Realm, 3rd tier Martial General, 4th level, Iron Bone.
Rank, Centurion, Personal Guard of the Major General.
Physique, Divine Spear Sacred Body, Supreme level. Talent, Peerless War God, Supreme level, Peerless Genius, Supreme level. Abilities, Perception and Insight, Perfected, Master Commander, Proficient, Aura of Slaughter, Proficient, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Proficient. Foundation Skills, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-level, 3rd layer. Martial Techniques, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, S-level, Minor Achievement, Purple Thunderstep, S-level, Minor Achievement. Spiritual Weapon, Moon Nether Spear, 3rd tier Supreme, Growth Capable. After defeating In Mingyu, his vitality had nearly reached the limit of Martial General Tier 3. After 7 days of dedicated cultivation, Gu Ming successfully broke through and stepped into Martial General Tier 4. The 3 abilities, Command Master, Killing Aura, and Martial Arts Grandmaster, were also simultaneously upgraded to Mastery level. The gun strikes like a dragon, though still at the minor achievement stage. Gu Ming feels that the major achievement is within reach. The proficiency of the Purple Thunder Step has also steadily improved in a short period of time. Mastery consists of 2 steps, while his current minor achievement is equivalent to 3 steps. The speed enhancement has made him an all-around hexagonal warrior.
Of course, the defense still has shortcomings. But does he need defense? The best defense is a good offense.
When encountering an enemy, he directly charges forward to resolve the battle, swift and decisive.
Can't win?
Then use Purple Thunder Step to escape quickly.
Defend?
There's simply no time to defend. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel and made a decision.
The exotic beast distribution map given by Mu Yanfei must be put to good use.
Although the other party's purpose is unclear, there are definitely more than one Tier 4 demon lords outside Twin Cities. He only needs to randomly pick a target, as the other party cannot possibly ambush in several places at the same time. Just as Gu Ming was about to leave the office to discuss the mission with his team members, Luya hurriedly knocked on the door and entered.
Gu Ming, something has happened.
She was wearing a black beige shirt and jacket today, paired with a short skirt, black stockings, and long boots, exuding mature charm. But her face was gloomy, leaving Gu Ming in no mood to admire. He looked at her in confusion, and Luya handed over a phone. Gu Ming took it, and a familiar yet irritable voice came through the call.
Hello, is this Gu Ming?
It's Xiao Dalong, his anger almost palpable through the phone.
It's me. Gu Ming responded in a deep voice.
Xiao Dalong couldn't suppress his anger. The Lunar Squad has encountered trouble. They were carrying out a mission in Pengcheng, the 2nd province, and lost contact this
morning. The Demon Suppression Army in Pengcheng was dispatched to search, but they couldn't find a single clue.
It's suspected that they ran into a Tier 4 Demon Lord level enemy. The Lunar Squad, Gu Ming remembered, was one of the few Gale Project squads in the 2nd province.
The captain is a beautiful girl. How does he know?
Wang Hu, Qinyu, and those guys often talk about these things, and he occasionally joins in.
Pengcheng, Tier 4 Demon Lord? A map given by Mu Yanfei flashed through his mind. Pengcheng is not far from Lincheng, considered a small county nearby. The map shows that a 4th-tier demon lord is hidden in the wasteland near Pengcheng. This information is completely unknown to the Demon Suppression Army. Zhao Wanho, I understand.
Gu Ming's tone was calm, without panic. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Dalong let out a sigh of relief. General Luo is not in Lincheng, and I don't trust anyone else.
Lu
Ya has just advanced to the 4th rank, and your combat strength stands out.
Sending you both is the only way I can feel at ease.
Zhao Dalong's voice was full of anger. If he could leave the capital, he would have rushed over already. Hanging up the phone, Gu Ming looked at Luya, his eyes slightly narrowed.
Sister Luya, I sense an unusual aura. An unusual aura?
Luya frowned, thought carefully, but didn't notice anything. She has advanced to the 4th rank of Martial Lord, which counts as commanding troops, and her master-level command abilities have also awakened. However, Gu Ming's cultivation is deeper, and the information he possesses is not on par with hers, so it's perfectly normal for him to sense the hint of a conspiracy. Shaking his head, Gu Ming thought of the Crescent Moon Squad and was the first to step out of the office. Before long, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad gathered together. I heard that the lunar squad had an accident, and the chubby Qinyu and Wang Hu were shocked.
Ming, is this true? How did they suddenly get into trouble? Yeah, Ming, to be honest, the chubby guy even sees the lunar squad captain as a goddess,
Wang Hu casually said, scratching his head. The chubby boy's expression changed, and he jumped up to press Wang Hu's head down forcefully. Everyone was in no mood to joke around and stared seriously at Gu Ming.
Gu Ming pondered for a moment and then spoke, "No matter what, let's go take a look first." Everyone nodded and immediately prepared to set off.
Gu Ming reported to Qin Pang, and the 11 people split into 3 off-road vehicles, leaving Lincheng.
At the same time, Lincheng International Airport.
Several business cars lined up in a row, with Lu Yongzheng standing in the middle, accompanied by Wu Chuanzhang and Deputy City Lord Huang, among others. A massive white private jet roared as it landed, coming to a stop in front of the group. The suspension ladder was lowered, and Lu Yongzheng, as a high-ranking wind mage, was the first to hear the clack-clack sounds inside the cabin. Before long, dozens of soldiers in silver-white armor descended, surrounding 2 individuals in the center. One was a young and handsome man, dressed in silver-white armor, with his helmet removed, revealing a clear visage.
The other was a slightly older middle-aged man, well-maintained and youthful in appearance, yet older than Lu Yongzheng.
He is a provincial inspector of the Ancient Kingdom's administrative department, responsible for regularly inspecting various provinces and representing the authority of the royal family. In their eyes, whether someone in the province colludes with exotic beasts is a minor issue. What matters more is the loyalty of these people to the Ancient Kingdom. Inspector Song's esteemed visit brings great honor to Lincheng. Lu Yongzheng stepped forward, forcing a formal smile onto his face. He was certain he had done nothing wrong and was loyal to the Ancient Kingdom. However, officials like the inspector always loved to nitpick. The so-called inspection was, in reality, just a form of suppression. Governor Song smiled and looked at Lu Yongzheng, then took the opportunity to introduce a handsome young man in armor beside him. City Lord Lu, this is Sun Tiancheng, a captain of the 9th Company of the White Tiger Army, one of the 5 armies of the Ancient Kingdom. He has accompanied me this time to assist in inspecting Lin City. Lu Yongzheng glanced at Sun Tiancheng, already recognizing the identity of this group in his heart. The 5 armies of the Ancient Kingdom: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin, 5 elite forces. Each army consists of about 10,000 soldiers. Although organized as a large camp, their combat strength is exceptionally formidable.
The Sun Tiancheng before them, though merely a captain, is a top-tier elite.
They wear battle armor, with mechanical modifications seamlessly integrated into their bodies, resulting in astonishing combat power. Additionally, they are reinforced by special formations. Sun Tiancheng and 50 members of the White Tiger Army together are enough to suppress a 5th-rank Marshal Marquis.
Behind Lu Yongzheng, Wu Chuanzhang and Deputy City Lord Huang exchanged glances, their expressions subtly changing. But deep down, they secretly rejoiced.
The royal family deploying the White Tiger Army is highly significant.
Governor Song's trip clearly has ulterior motives. Deputy City Lord Huang's eyes flickered as he looked at Wu Chuanzhang with a strong smile.
The plan against Lu Yongzheng has been part of their long-standing arrangement. The information is accurate. Lu Yongzheng has already angered the higher-ups. Now is the perfect time to act. As long as we seize the opportunity to fan the flames while Governor Song is in Lincheng, we can surely dethrone Lu Yongzheng from his position as city lord. By then, Lincheng will be entirely under their control. Deputy City Lord Huang's eyes burned with fervent fire, barely able to contain his inner excitement.
Captain Sun is truly young and promising. I've heard of the White Tiger Army's reputation long ago.
Lu Yongzheng stared at the handsome young man in white armor before him and praised with a smile. But anyone could see that his words were merely a senior's casual encouragement to a junior. Captain Sun Tiancheng of the White Tiger Army glanced at him indifferently and responded with a slight nod. Lu Yongzheng's smile appeared slightly stiff but quickly returned to normal as he turned to Governor Song and said,
"Governor Song, my daughter is returning to Lincheng today and cannot attend your welcome banquet. I hope you understand."
He was well aware of the true purpose of Governor Song's visit. If it were merely a routine inspection of the 2nd province, there would be no need for Luo Dahai to leave.
But now, Luo Dahai has been taken to the capital, ostensibly to avoid suspicion, but in reality, he is under house arrest. Someone up above has set their sights on him. The storm is coming, so let it come. Even if it means being shattered to pieces, it is worth it.
Governor Song's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, feeling displeased. But thinking of the task he came here for, he still nodded and smiled, saying,
"City Lord Lu is busy with affairs.
Since the princess is personally returning to Lin City, there's naturally no need to accompany an old man like me. Although Governor Song appeared young, he was actually over 100 years old, a living old man. Usually, there isn't much toil, so he is in better condition than Lu Yongzheng. Lu Yongzheng nodded and turned to Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng. Chuanjiang, Yucheng, make sure to properly receive Inspector Song. The two exchanged a glance. The moment Inspector Song arrived with the White Tiger Army, the battle had quietly begun. Wu Chuanjiang had long coveted the position of city lord, and Lu Yongzheng pretended not to notice, but how could he truly be unaware? The two smiled and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, City Lord Lu, we will certainly take good care of Inspector Song. Lu Yongzheng turned and rode the wind, heading straight to the terminal. Dealing with these seasoned veterans is less important than picking up his daughter. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Luo Dahai was temporarily reassigned, making his situation more dangerous than he had imagined. He must find a reliable person to entrust his daughter to in advance. Even if something happens to her, her daughter must not be harmed. Not long after, Lu Ruyan got off the plane. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her features were delicate, and she wore a black academy-style uniform on top and a white pleated skirt on the bottom. Lu Yongzheng's gaze first fell on her flawless, long legs. But he quickly withdrew his gaze. A father's love for his daughter is always selfless. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness in his heart. He didn't know which rascal his beautiful daughter would end up with in the future. Dad! Lu Ruyan passed through security and immediately saw Lu Yongzheng. As the Lord of Lin City, Lu Yongzheng frequently appeared in public. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding crowd naturally made way for him. It was not out of fear of authority, but out of respect for strength. Lu Ruyan walked briskly in her white sneakers and threw herself into her father's arms. Dad, why did you come to pick me up? Earlier, Lu Yongzheng had mentioned he might not be able to pick her up due to work, so his appearance at this moment was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yongzheng smiled, patted her head, gently pushed her away, and led her out of the airport. On the return business car, Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes, looking at her father. Dad, you called me back so urgently. Did something happen? It had only been a little over a month since her last birthday. Lu Yongzheng summoning her back in such haste must mean something significant. After hearing her words, Lu Yongzheng's expression suddenly shifted from relaxed to solemn. He gazed at the clear September sky outside the car window, yet felt no peace. As a sixth-tier martial king and the lord of Lin City, he was both a strong warrior and a politician. He keenly sensed the hidden dangers around him, dangers stemming from his governance philosophy. The ancient royal family has always regarded imperial power as supreme. They appear not to interfere, but in reality, their grip on power is unshakable. They even proposed that if necessary, all 4 states except Zhengzhou could be abandoned. Lu Yongzheng could not accept this idea. His philosophy runs counter to that of the royal family. He insists on putting people first and refuses to trample on life like the royal family does. Even if the beasts approach the city gates, resistance must be carried out in stages, fighting to the end, even if only one soldier remains. The arrival of the governor this time actually signifies that the royal family is ready to act against him. The relationship between the two had long been like water and fire, completely irreconcilable. Ruyan. The business car was enveloped in silence. Lu Yongzheng turned to look at Lu Ruyan, his tone complicated. Lu Ruyan glanced at him in confusion and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Lu Yongzheng looked at her innocent face and smiled, shaking his head. Nothing, just thinking about who you'll rely on when Dad is no longer around. In the era of high martial arts, beautiful women are not rare, and handsome men without background are equally likely to become playthings for powerful women. And Wan Hui is a living example of this. Lu Yongzheng's concern was reasonable, but it left Lu Ruyan puzzled. Dad, what do you mean? She stared at him in confusion, feeling that her father was acting strange today. Lu Yongzheng shook his head with a smile. It's nothing, I just thought of some things when Ice City was surrounded by a beast tide a while ago. Lu Ruyan remained silent for a moment, her mind recalling the bloody battle in Ice City. If General Zhao Zilong hadn't set up an ambush in advance, the outcome would have been disastrous. She thought carefully for a moment and then said with a smile, Dad, if you're not around, I'll just go and rely on Uncle Luo. You all pretend to fight openly, but I can see through it clearly. Lu Yongzheng nodded. Besides Uncle Luo, who else? He trusted Luo Dahai, but without himself, if Lu Ruyan wanted a stable and peaceful life, relying solely on Uncle Luo wouldn't be enough. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as she thought of other options for support. Then I'll go seek help from Sister Luya, and also Gu Qinsui. He's a decent person. Luya has been her elder sister since childhood, while she has only met Gu Ming once. But as a wood spirit skilled in socializing and understanding people's hearts, Lu Ruyan is well aware of Gu Ming's character. Seeing himself, he would still give a slight compliment to his beauty, but that's all. He wouldn't feel greed toward himself like others do. Lu Yongjing smiled, finally letting go in his heart. His daughter's future was now secured. Next, no matter how fierce the storm, let it come. Evening, Pengchang. 3 off-road vehicles stopped at the gate of the Pengchang demon-suppressing army camp. Gu Ming, bearing the silver-edged centurion insignia on his shoulder and draped in a black cloak, steadily stepped out of the car. The team members followed closely and got off the vehicle one after another. In front of them, the soldiers of the Pengchang Town Demon Suppression Army were already standing in formation. The person in charge of this incident was a centurion with a simple face and a friendly smile. He stepped forward, his gaze falling on Gu Ming. "Is this Gu Qinsui, Centurion Gu?" Yan Hai's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. He hadn't expected the rumored Gu Qinsui to be so young, already a personal centurion at such a young age. Although he himself was a 4th-rank martial lord, with a higher level of cultivation, Gu Ming's future was far beyond his comprehension, so his attitude was particularly respectful. Gu Ming smiled faintly. "Centurion Yan, you flatter me." "Not at all." Yan Hai shook his head repeatedly. Gu Ming stopped being polite and got straight to the point. "Commander Yan, the situation is urgent, so I won't say much. Let's get straight to the status of the Lunar Squad." Mentioning the matter at hand, Yan Hai's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, "Gu Qinsui, I'll tell you what happened right away. The Huanyu Squad comes from Pengchang. There are no S-level prodigies in the team, nor do they have any intention of competing for the top 10. Since returning from the capital, they have been carrying out missions near Pengchang, with a ranking of just over 80. However, as a member of the Gale Project, the Huanyu Squad has received resource support from the project, leading to rapid improvement in their strength. Nowadays, the entire Lunar Squad has reached the martial soldier realm, working in perfect harmony, and facing a 3rd-tier demon general poses no pressure for them to escape. When encountering ordinary 3rd-tier demon generals, they can even successfully ambush them. But this time, with no prior information, the entire squad suddenly disappeared, which is truly bizarre. "What was the last time and location the Lunar Squad lost contact?" Gu Ming asked. Yan Hai replied in a deep voice. "At around 3 in the morning, 50 miles outside of Pengchang, someone went missing. I personally led a team to search. The Demon Suppression Army soldiers are still searching over there, but there has been no news at all." Frowning deeply, Yan Hai's face was grim. "The 10 members of the Lunar Squad are the future pillars of the Pengchang demon-slaying army. When they grow up, they might become future centurions or commanders of 1,000. If the entire army is wiped out, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Pengchang demon-slaying army." Gu Ming nodded. "I understand." After briefly understanding the situation, he led the team onto the off-road vehicles. 3 off-road vehicles started up, kicking up dust as they headed straight to the location of the disappearance. Beside Yan Hai, 2 centurions were whispering to each other. "Commander, do you think they can find the Lunar Squad? We've been searching for a long time, but haven't found a single clue." Yan Hai interrupted coldly, reprimanding sharply. "They are the Sun and Moon Squad, top 10 elites in the Gale Project. Gu Qinsui, despite his young age, is already a centurion. Don't question their abilities. We'll continue searching while waiting for their updates." The 2 were intimidated by the stern tone and nodded silently. "Yes, centurion." On the other side, 3 off-road vehicles sped along the road, heading toward the location of the disappearance. Gu Ming sat inside the car, his gaze calm, with his perception and insight fully activated. The moment he left Pengchang, his eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself that it was just as he had expected. In a residential house on the outskirts of Pengchang, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression withdrew his gaze from the SUV and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Director Wu, the matter has been settled. The Sun and Moon Squad is currently investigating the disappearance of the Lunar Squad." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then the call was disconnected. The middle-aged man coldly crushed the phone card, stood up, and left, driving toward Linchang. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Linchang, the private room was brightly lit, bustling with people. Over a dozen women dressed seductively sat around a round table, toasting 4 men. Only 4 people were seated at the table: Wu Haicheng, Deputy City Lord Huang, Song Xuanfu from Zhengzhou, and Sun Tianchang, the White Tiger Army captain. Wu Chuanzhang hung up the phone, smiled, and walked back to the private room, waving to the women. "You all go out first and come back later." The women responded in unison and left the private room one after another. Governor Song smiled while staring at Wu Chuanjiang, his gaze deep and cunning, like an old fox. Wu Chuanjiang chuckled lightly and said, Governor Song, I have some evidence of City Lord Lu colluding with the traitors. I wonder. A glimmer flashed in Governor Song's eyes, but he merely waved his hand with a smile. Director Wu, such words must not be spoken carelessly. City Lord Lu has worked hard in Lincheng for nearly 10 years. Even if he hasn't achieved much, his efforts cannot be denied. Colluding with traitors? I find that hard to believe. His face was serious, as if he was truly blaming Wu Chuanjiang. Wu Chuanjiang muttered to himself, what the heck are you pretending for? Just as he was unsure how to respond, Governor Song's expression softened, and he smiled. Director Wu, I know you want to rise to the position of City Lord. The court offers considerable privileges to City Lords. Even a 5th-rank Marshal Marquis, as long as they reach the peak, will be granted a Demon King's inner core by the court to help them break through. But words must be measured. If City Lord Lu is truly colluding with traitors, you need to provide solid evidence. The words irrefutable evidence were spoken with particular emphasis, and the smile on Governor Song's face carried a deeper meaning. Wu Chuanjiang's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, raising his cup with a smile. Governor Song, rest assured, my evidence is as solid as a mountain and will not go wrong. He chuckled inwardly, feeling that the position of City Lord was now within reach. This time, he had planned meticulously and was determined to bring Lu Yongjing down. At the same time, Luo Dahai was placed under house arrest in the capital, even targeting a minor figure like Gu Ming, causing trouble for him and ensuring he couldn't return for at least a week. Why should he, Wu Chuanjiang, lose? With a wave of his hand, the women, charming and graceful, walked back in. Wu Chuanjiang glanced at Inspector Song and the aloof Sun Tiancheng beside him, commanding, tonight, you must take good care of Inspector Song and Captain Sunday. The women nodded in unison, and the leading woman smiled charmingly. Director Wu, you can rest assured. Lin City is located in the 2nd province of North State, where mutant rats are rampant and have become a disaster. On the map given to Gu Ming by Mu Yanfei, there happens to be a rat king nesting near Ping City. However, the Demon Suppression Army knows nothing about this, as the mutant rats are elusive, almost exclusively active underground, and rarely invade cities, allowing them to reproduce unchecked. The injured rat lord in the ancestral shrine of the Li family back then was exactly in this situation. Li Shangnan only needed to regularly deliver an adult, sufficient for it to devour. In the car, Gu Ming stared ahead and noticed that their direction of travel was actually moving farther and farther away from the rat lord's lair. The two were completely on different routes. Near Pengchang, the only beast that could threaten the lunar squad is the Rat King. Coupled with the faintly perceptible gaze just now, Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile. After driving 20 miles, he calmly said, turn around. This voice transmitted through the earpiece, leaving the people in the other 2 cars stunned. But the team trusted Gu Ming, did not question him, and quickly turned their vehicles around, heading in the direction he pointed. The mountain road was rugged, and a cool breeze brushed their faces. Gu Ming and his team parked their vehicles halfway up the mountain, disembarked in formation, and stepped into the mountain fields ahead. The fields were vast, and aimless searching would yield no results. As soon as he stepped into this place, Gu Ming felt a repulsive aura, exactly the same as the one in the Li family ancestral shrine years ago. Lu Ping, Chen Yu, and Wang Hu took the lead, forming a triangular formation to advance forward. Gu Ming and Luya stayed in the center, surrounded by the 3 women Luo Shui, Lin Baihua, and Min Xinran. At the rear, Chu Ying, Luo Chang, and Dong Dao closely followed. Gu Ming dared not act rashly and did not let Lin Baihua and Chu Ying take to the air for reconnaissance. After all, the mutant rats were lurking underground, making aerial surveillance meaningless. Relying on the remnants of memory in his mind, he led the team forward cautiously. Before long, a hole covered with dry grass and branches appeared before them. Before entering, Luya tugged at Gu Ming, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Gu Ming smiled and said, you all wait here for me. I'll go down first to investigate. If the situation looks bad, I'll retreat immediately and call for reinforcements. His tone was steady, exuding a strong sense of security. The command was irrefutable, and even Luya said no more. Luya nodded, I'll stay with them. If you can't manage, retreat immediately. She knew Gu Ming's agility was extremely fast, so she wasn't worried about his safety. Lightning flashed, and Gu Ming instantly dashed into the cave. In the darkness, the cave was spacious enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. The lightning illuminated the surroundings, liquid metal gathered in his palm, and the bright silver moonshade spear appeared in his hand. The gun in hand, the roar of the white tiger faintly echoed in his mind, dispelling distractions. The spirit of the white tiger, Xiaobai, slightly opened its eyes, lying in Guming's sea of consciousness, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Though its master had chosen an ordinary name, he was still its master and must be protected. The cave was dark and rugged. Guming casually chose a path and advanced toward the repulsive aura. Regardless of the reason, the lunar squad is bound to face danger. A delay of even 1 second could cost lives. The cave gradually widened, and Guming realized that he had only entered a branch entrance. All the branches eventually converged into a main cave. The main cave is enormous, resembling a natural karst cave, as spacious as a small basketball court. Under the illumination of lightning, Guming raised his eyes, his scalp tingling. Inside the cave, hundreds of giant mutant rats, their eyes glowing red, scurried about incessantly. They seemed to be in a frenzy, completely unaware of the intruder's presence. The roar of a tiger echoed in his mind, and Guming's mood gradually stabilized, his gaze locking onto the throne not far away. The so-called throne was nothing more than a stone bed made of a few broken rocks. But with just a glance, Guming's eyes suddenly erupted with fury. On the throne, a massive rat about 7 or 8 meters in size lay crouched, its head lowered as it gnawed on something. Although he couldn't see clearly, Guming recognized those pieces of clothing. Nanoalloy combat suits, the standard gear of the Gale Project Squad. Boom! Rage surged instantly, almost driving Guming to lose his sanity. Xiao Bai, in the sea of consciousness, found it even harder to control his turbulent emotions at this moment. It stared in terror at its master's consciousness, that blazing fury of awareness, as if it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth, fiercely sweeping toward the strange rat. The next moment, Guming confirmed the opponent's level 4th-tier demon lord, but not yet at its peak. You useless trash, you deserve to die. The moonshade spear angrily pointed forward, its tip suddenly erupting with a flash of cold light. Silver-colored blood energy and chi swirled like a silver dragon, with lightning flashing beneath its feet. In an instant, Guming had leapt onto the back of the mutant rat. At this moment, he saw the figure behind the mutant rat clearly. It was a delicate young girl, about 18 years old, her eyes wide open before death, filled with grievance and helplessness. Guming gripped the silver spear tightly and thrust it fiercely at the mutant rat before him. Pale astral energy and blood energy like a silver dragon swept out. The 4th-tier rat lord trembled all over. Its waist was pierced by Guming, leaving a bloody hole, with multiple internal organs shattered. Guming did not hesitate, retreating swiftly after striking. He is only at the 4th level of a martial general. Although he wields a spear and possesses extraordinary combat power, at most he barely reaches the standard of the 4th tier. Facing this 4th-tier demon lord head-on still carries significant risks. Moreover, there are several 3rd-tier rat generals around, eyeing him menacingly. The massive rat lord on the stone throne stopped gnawing, raised its head, and glared angrily at Guming, its blood-red eyes filled with brutality and rage. Squeak squeak! It roared, a language unique to the mutant rat tribe. A swarm of blood-like mutant rats darted around, raising their heads in unison. Their scarlet eyes locked onto Guming, then they surged forward like a tide. Lightning exploded as Guming activated the purple thunder step to create distance, his heart heavy. There were too many enemies, annihilating them all was almost impossible. Kill this demon lord first, then talk. Guming's gaze was resolute as he looked toward the rat lord on the throne, his eyes glinting with cold light. Xiaobai, he softly called out in his consciousness. The lazy little white tiger reluctantly stood up. Guming raised his gun, letting out a thunderous tiger roar. The roar of the tiger thundered in the ears, spreading an overwhelming sense of oppression. 1st and 2nd-tier mutant rats collapsed one after another, their eyes turning white. Even 3rd-tier mutant rats were completely immobilized. Although the 4th-tier rat king barely resisted, its mind felt as if struck by a heavy blow, leaving it dazed and seemingly suffering from a severe concussion. Guming gave his opponent no chance to catch their breath, taking 3 strides forward with a speed that roared like thunder. The Yuming spear struck repeatedly, its tip piercing blood holes into the body of the 4th-tier rat lord. Recalling the terrified and aggrieved look in the eyes of the captain of the Ring Moon Squad as he died, his anger surged like a monstrous wave, impossible to quell. Squeak squeak squeak! The mountain was silent, and Luya stood outside with the 9 members of the Sun and Moon Squad. The sound of strange rats echoed from the cave, and everyone frowned deeply. Strange rats! There really are strange rats here. Wang Hu widened his eyes and exclaimed. The chubby Chinyu looked worriedly at Luya. Coach Lu, could this be a rat nest? We have to go down and save Ming. Lu Ping, Lin Baihua, and others were also extremely anxious. Luya was not in a hurry to draw conclusions. She knew Guming cared deeply about the Sun and Moon Squad and would never take risks lightly. She paused for 2 seconds, hearing the squeaking sounds inside the cave gradually weaken, and there was no sign of Gu Ming running out. She decisively ordered, "Charge in." Chen Yu charged ahead, followed closely by Wang Hu, while Lu Ping swung his mechanical arm to clear the way. Lu Ye led the group closely behind, fully supporting Gu Ming. At this moment, they were no longer the inexperienced individuals from the Li family days, capable now of fighting alongside Gu Ming. However, Luo Shui's expression subtly changed amidst the crowd. Min Xinran, with sharp eyes, turned her head and asked with concern, "Luo Shui, what's wrong?" Lu Ye also cast a concerned glance. Luo Shui shook her head and responded lightly, "It's nothing." In the midst of the battle, no one thought much about it and pressed forward together toward the depths of the mutant rat's nest. Not far ahead, a faint tiger roar echoed. Roar! A powerful mental shock spread in all directions as Gu Ming once again unleashed the tiger roar of the Moon Nether Spear, controlling the beast tide on a large scale. The tiger roar of the Moon Nether Spear is truly a masterpiece. Even amidst thousands of troops, Gu Ming was confident he could charge in and out 7 times, becoming the spear god of Changbanpo. Boom! The silver spear struck repeatedly, forcing the 4th-tier Rat Lord to retreat step by step. The Rat Lord's eyes widened in fury, dark green blood continuously gushing from the wounds on its body. It clearly sensed that the opponent was only at the 3rd tier, so why was their power so overwhelming, able to suppress it, a dignified 4th-tier demon lord? Its anger surged, and it spat out human words. "You damned fellow, how did you know I was here?" The Rat King roared furiously. Always acting discreetly, this time it had only spotted a human at the door and planned to take them back as food. Unexpectedly, it had provoked this perverted demon. Who said that exotic beasts have an innate advantage over humans, and that they would never lose at the same level? This damned human in front of me is even more monstrous than a beast. Gu Ming disdainfully ignored this creature, thrusting his silver spear repeatedly. The tiger's roar rose again, and the mental attack swept across like a storm. Just as he was fully focused, vowing to slay the demon lord on the spot. At the cave entrance, several figures appeared. Gu Ming turned his head, and the tiger's roar he was about to release abruptly stopped. "Why are you here?" he shouted anxiously, scanning the Sun and Moon squad. Seeing that Gu Ming was fine and still suppressing the giant rat, Lu Ye and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yu looked down and saw tens of thousands of rats crowded together, making his scalp tingle and causing him to gag uncontrollably. "Damn it, this is so disgusting." Chen Yu spat down, not knowing which mutant rat's head it landed on, but it seemed to enlighten the creature, which glared at him angrily. Squeak squeak. Scarlet eyes stared coldly at Chen Yu, and he widened his eyes in terror. Demon General. The one he spat on was a demon general. The mutant rat lunged forward, ignoring the terrain, its powerful limbs gripping the rock wall. Just as it reached the cave entrance, Wang Hu conjured a fireball, and Lu Ping's mechanical arm struck fiercely. Bang! A loud explosion. Min Xinran wielded a cold glint sniper rifle, firing at close range with immense destructive power. The newly ascended 3rd-tier demon lord was struck in the sinus by the combined attack of 3 people and instantly fell to the ground. It crashed heavily into the dense swarm of mutant rats, barely alive. Lu Ye glanced at Gu Ming, drew the dagger from her waist with a reverse grip, and swiftly charged forward by pushing off the rock wall. Gu Ming gripped his silver spear tightly. Seeing Lu Ye approaching, he felt a sense of relief. The life force of the 4th-tier Rat King was astonishing. Despite his full-force attacks, the gap in their levels remained immense. Without assistance, it would still take time to slay it. With Lu Ye's assistance, the silver spear and dagger complemented each other brilliantly. The two joined forces, and within just a few minutes, they could bring down the demon lord. However, just as Gu Ming and Lu Ye were fully engrossed in the fierce battle, the thousands of mutant rats surrounding the throne finally reacted. Losing Gu Ming's overwhelming spiritual suppression, they roared and charged at the two, vowing to rescue the Mouse Lord. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon squad arrived quickly, barely managing to hold back the surging tide of mice. However, the number of mutant mice was simply too overwhelming. Although the Sun and Moon squad's strength had improved, with their average level reaching that of martial soldiers, facing the beast tide led by several demon general-level mutant rats, they still seemed powerless. They wouldn't hold out for long, relying entirely on whether Gu Ming and Lu Ye could swiftly slay the Rat King. The contest between both sides was a race against time. The 4th-tier mutant Rat King, besieged by the two, gradually had its savage gaze turn calm. Interrupted during its meal, it was furious, wishing it could tear Gu Ming to pieces. But it was a 4th-tier demon lord, not a low-level beast, capable of thinking, speaking, learning, and even calmly responding like a human. Rage and impulsiveness could never drive it to fight to the death.
The mouse suddenly curled up into a ball, lying on the ground to withstand the attack. Its forelegs frantically clawed at the ground. The hard rocks instantly loosened and shattered, torn apart like soil. In just a few seconds, it dug out a massive hole, the entrance gaping and empty. The body was about to fall into the abyss. Gu Ming and Lu Ye's faces changed simultaneously. Lightning flickered underfoot, and Gu Ming prepared to jump into the hole to pursue. He had the purple thunder step and would never let the Rat King escape. The Lunar Squad once perished under the claws of this demon lord, and he swore to slay it. At this moment, within the Sun and Moon Squad, Luo Shui's face suddenly changed, and she fell to her knees. Her blood surged within, and a chilling aura quickly spread out. Gu Ming and Lu Ye turned their heads in shock, staring at her. The chill spread from Luo Shui like a knife cutting through. Her face twisted, and her body began to mutate. Her hair turned icy blue, and her black pupils transformed into eyes resembling sparkling blue sapphires. Several strange changes suddenly appeared on her body as well. The terrifying chill spread wildly, coursing through her body. She clenched her teeth, desperately suppressing the chill to avoid harming her teammates. However, the surrounding beasts had nowhere to hide, all trapped in a frozen despair. A ferocious, snarling mutant rat suddenly charged forward, its scarlet eyes seemingly intent on tearing everyone in front of it to shreds. But at this moment, the power of extreme cold rapidly spread, instantly freezing everything. The expressions of those ferocious mutant rats were frozen, turning into vivid ice sculptures. Chen Yu, Wang Hu, and Lu Ping were all stunned, simultaneously looking up at Luo Shui. Gu Ming and Lu Ye also turned their heads, their gazes fixed on her. At this moment, Luo Shui's long hair turned into a deep azure blue, and her eyes were also ice blue and clear. A few dragon whiskers unexpectedly grew on her face, and a pair of ice blue wings unfolded behind her. What on earth is this? Lin Baihua's face turned pale with terror, her voice trembling. S-Class Ice Mage? The natural element talents are divided into 10 types. Metal Scouts, Wood Sprites, Fire Demons, Water Ghosts, and Earth Monsters are the common 5 elements. Next are the rare 3 talents, Wind Mages, Thunder Mages, and Ice Mages. The last 2 are Light Priest and Dark Mage. Isn't Luo Shui in front of us awakened as an Ice Mage? Lin Baihua and the others were so shocked they almost forgot to breathe. After all, she could single-handedly freeze a Tier 3 Demon General, a talent that is truly extraordinary. Without a doubt, it's an S-Class Ice Mage. However, the next moment, Lu Ye coldly said, "No, she's not an Ice Mage, but a Frost Dragon." What? The entire audience was instantly in an uproar, even Gu Ming was stunned. The besieged Rat Lord widened its eyes, staring intently at Luo Shui. It sensed the intense aura emanating from Luo Shui, and greed rose within its heart. As long as it could devour Luo Shui now, advancing to a Demon Marquis, or even a Demon King, would no longer be out of reach. But it was precisely this moment of hesitation that caused the hole beneath the Rat Lord's feet to be completely sealed by ice. The power of frost swept across overwhelmingly, freezing Mouse King's body instantly. Although Gu Ming was distracted, he still tightly gripped the Moon Nether Spear, seizing the moment to thrust it fiercely. Roar! The spear tip erupted with a deep tiger roar, and icy light burst forth from Mouse King's skull. This time, without the slightest accident, the Rat King froze stiff, its vitality rapidly fading. However, third-tier exotic beasts all possess demon cores, and as long as the demon core remains intact, they can slowly recover. The Rat King desperately activated the energy and blood within its demon core, attempting to revive. How could Gu Ming possibly give it a chance? With a thrust of the spear, a large hole was torn open in the abdomen of the Rat Lord. Without hesitation, he reached inside to search. Before long, his hand grasped a smooth, jade-like demon core, about the size of an egg. The Rat Lord's eyes were filled with despair and fury, but Gu Ming showed no mercy, yanking the demon core out in one swift motion. Immediately afterward, the vitality of the Mouse Lord completely dissipated, and even its corpse fell into the hole. After tidying up, Gu Ming turned to look at Luo Shui. Her transformation was still ongoing. Her face had completely turned into a beast's visage, and her legs had become sharp claws. Before long, a towering frost dragon, 4 meters high, stood before them. The frost dragon opened its human-like eyes and coldly gazed at the crowd. "CA Captain, what is happening to me?" Luo Shui was flustered, her tone filled with panic. Gu Ming frowned, silently pondering in his heart. The situation has become very clear. Luo Shui's talent has undergone a second awakening. She is not an ice mage at all, but rather the rarer frost dragon race. This kind of talent transition from the nature system to the beast system is something he has never heard of before. The water system is connected to the ice system, and the ice system is even more closely linked to the frost dragon race. In other words, Luo Shui's upgrade from an A-level water system to a higher-level frost dragon talent is quite reasonable.
Just as Gu Ming was pondering, the system notification sound suddenly rang out.
Ding!
Congratulations, Master, for slaying a 4th-tier, 5th-level demon lord. Reward, Vitality plus 100,000. Congratulations, Master, for advancing to the 5th level of 3rd-tier Martial General. Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to 3rd rank Martial General 6th level. Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to 3rd rank Martial General 7th level. The reward of 100,000 vitality was like a potent drug, causing Gu Ming's realm to rapidly ascend. In just moments, he broke through to Martial General 7th level. This was his first time personally slaying a 4th-ranked demon lord in peak condition.
Although Luya assisted, the reward was well-deserved. The entire Moon Squad perished in this operation, a heartbreaking loss. However, Luo Shui's talent advanced, transforming into a frost dragon, giving them a glimmer of hope. His strength surged, successfully advancing in rank, and he even obtained a demon lord's inner core, reaping abundant rewards.
Gu Ming glanced around, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Luo Shui had reverted from the massive frost dragon form back to her human shape.
Thanks to the toughness of the nano-alloy battle armor, her clothing remained intact.
She examined herself, her face full of joy. But except for him, the other team members showed no trace of joy on their faces. Instead, each of them looked stiff and tense. Gu Ming froze, unable to understand what had happened for a moment. The next moment, Luya beside him was the first to nudge him, her voice suppressing excitement.
Gu Ming, I can feel it. My talent seems to be about to break through as well.
What? Gu Ming looked at Luya in astonishment, only to see her whole body emitting a faint golden glow. It was the radiance of golden bones, a hallmark of the gold element talent. Before Gu Ming could react, the voice of the chubby Chinyu came through again.
Ming, I also feel something's off. My talent is about to advance too.
The chubby boy suppressed his excitement, and soon after, the voices of Lu Ping, Lin Baihua, and others followed one after another. Gu Ming stood in place, completely stunned.
In the Sun and Moon Squad, everyone except him was advancing their talents at the same time? What on earth is going on? The flames suddenly surged up and exploded with a roar. Wang Hu transformed into a ball of fire, standing in midair, laughing loudly as he shouted, "Captain, I've advanced too." In the dark nest of the alien rats, surrounded by ice-sculpted alien rat corpses, the atmosphere was eerie.
Yet, Gu Ming and his team members on the throne were all wearing smiles. Moments later, chunks of earth fell off Chen Yu's body, releasing a mysterious glow.
Mingji, I really advanced.
The chubby boy muttered to himself in disbelief, reassessing himself. His earth element talent had been upgraded from B level to A level. Wang Hu's voice followed closely behind.
Captain, I'm an A-level fire demon now, ha ha ha.
Immediately afterward, Nin Xinran and Dong Dao also shared good news.
Captain, I've advanced to A-level wood sprite. Captain, I've also become an A-level scout. Waves of shock surged through Gu Ming's heart.
At this moment, Lu Ping's voice came through again.
Captain, my talent seems to have transformed into an A-grade mechanical lifeform.
Luo Shui, who was originally an A-grade water ghost, has now evolved into some kind of frost dragon species, with an unknown grade. Chen Yu advanced from a B-level earth monster to an A-level. Wang Hu's dual B-level fire element and strength enhancement talents also simultaneously upgraded to A-level.
Even Min Xinran and Dong Dao successfully advanced? Lu Ping, the cyborg, his talent actually transformed as well, becoming an A-level mechanical lifeform? What the hell?
Although Gu Ming's mindset was as steady as a mountain, holding the moon nether spear to resist most mental impacts, he still found it hard to comprehend the situation where almost the entire team's talents collectively advanced.
Luo Shui's talent awakening could still be explained.
After all, her mother's identity was special, and the Frost Dragon clan's
talent might be hereditary.
It had just been hidden before, and now that it awakened, it meant she inherited her mother's power.
But what about Chen Yu, Wang Hu, and Min Xinran? What did they do to deserve this? Gu Ming was completely baffled.
Just as he was feeling confused, Lin Baihua, Luo Chine, and Shuing, 3 A-level talents, excitedly spoke up together.
Captain, I've advanced to S-level Wind Mage.
Captain, I can now control 4 exotic beasts at the 2nd tier, officially stepping into S-level Beast Master.
Captain, my aberration ability has greatly enhanced, and I can now transform into an S-class Steel God Eagle. 3 exclamations turned Gu Ming's shock into a complex heaviness. He looked at the 3, his brows gradually furrowing.
On High Martial Blue Star, talent levels are the result of centuries of human experience and summary.
In the first 3 months of coming of age, students will undergo an awakening ceremony to awaken their respective talents. The quantification standard for talent levels is the proportion of vitality that can be absorbed and converted within 1 minute. E-level talent can convert 10% of vitality,
while D-level, C-level, and B-level talents can convert 20%, 30%, and 50%, respectively. Grade A represents the ability to completely convert 100% of vital energy, absorbing as much as is converted. Meanwhile, S-grade geniuses are the watershed. While absorbing vital energy, they can also generate additional vital energy within their bodies. The minimum standard is absorbing 100% and converting it into double the amount of vital energy. There are even extreme geniuses who can convert 3 times, or even 4 or 5 times, their vitality. After awakening, the level of perception talent is very simple. The smoothness of vitality flowing within the body is the reflection of the level. Shen Yu and Wang Hu were able to perceive the advancement of their talent precisely because of this. But what shocked Gu Ming was, what exactly is the reason for the talent advancement? What exactly is going on? A sudden stroke of luck from the heavens isn't necessarily a good thing. Gu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, lost in deep thought. Before he could figure it out, Luya suddenly let out a breath. Gu Ming, I don't know what level I am right now, but I feel at least twice as powerful as before. Luya remembered that during the awakening ceremony, her conversion rate was threefold, making her a solid S-level genius. Now, she feels her talent has at least doubled, very likely reaching a 5-fold conversion rate. What is this? An SS-level talent? Her beautiful eyes looked at Gu Ming, trembling slightly. Luo Shui also looked at Gu Ming, and all the members of the Sun and Moon squad turned their gaze toward him. Their talents had all advanced, except for Gu Ming. There's no one here except for those dead stinking rats. This desolate wilderness could never be a rare secret realm. If it were a secret realm, that Rat King would have already dominated. After ruling out all possibilities, the source of the talent advancement can only be Gu Ming. Wang Hu scratched his head and, after leaving Gu Ming and Luya, voiced their discussion aloud. Shen Yu, Lu Ping, and others nodded one after another, joining in the speculation. Among them, Lu Ping had the most information. Even when he was in the mediocre squad, despite all the team members dying in his grief and despair, he never advanced his talent. After modifying the machinery, he encountered Gu Ming, and his innate talent quietly enhanced. Boom! The words of the crowd surged into Gu Ming's mind like a torrent, converging into various clues. As Gu Ming pondered, an incredible thought suddenly emerged. Peerless War God, Supreme Level Talent, Sacred Beast White Tiger, Ancestor of the Golden Path, Master of Slaughter, Controller of all weapons, Holder of military authority. Master of all tools, Master of military power, the Ancestor of all weapons. Gu Ming silently recited in his heart, his pupils gradually dilating as he suddenly realized. System, my talent actually has such a passive ability, why didn't you tell me earlier? His voice echoed in his mind, but the system never responded. This system has no self-awareness, it is merely an auxiliary tool. Gu Ming smiled bitterly, slowly shook his head, and swept his gaze over the crowd with a hint of emotion in his eyes. The Ancestor of all weapons, Master of all instruments, Ruler of all arms. These few words represent a passive skill from the unparalleled War God, even the innate talent of the former Ancestor of all weapons. Master of all tools, Master of all weapons. The soldiers under his command will gradually evolve. The weapons in his hands, if not already strengthened by the spirit of the White Tiger, would likely have advanced to the 2nd tier by now. Back then at the ancestral shrine of the Li family, he pierced through the injured Rat Lord's head with a single spear. Although the opponent was injured, it was still the Demon Lord. How could a 1st-tier mortal soldier easily break through the Demon Lord's copper skin and iron bones? Gu Ming's mind suddenly cleared, and a surge of excitement quickly rose. Over the years, he had rapidly improved on his own, already pulling ahead within the team. Soon, the people around him might no longer be able to keep up with his pace. He had even thought that as he grew stronger and took on higher-level, more dangerous tasks, if they continued to follow him, it would only lead to risks, which would be bad for both sides. But now it seems he had overthought it. The entire Sun and Moon squad advances in synchronization with their talents. Even if their speeds diverge in the future, temporarily parting ways is no issue. They will never be fledglings in need of his protection. They will transform into mighty eagles. Gu Ming smiled, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. Just think of it as one of my talents. As the words fell, Luya, Luo Shui, and the others instantly had their eyes light up, unable to hide their shock. Holy crap, Captain, your talent is absolutely off the charts. You can actually upgrade our talents. Wang Hu exclaimed in shock, and a scene even flashed through his mind.
If this talent were exposed, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the entire ancient nation, and even the entire blue planet. As soon as Wang Hu spoke, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Ming's talent ultimately benefits all of them.
However, just after the laughter faded, Luya's cold voice rang out.
The matter of talent advancement must not be disclosed.
Except for Luo Shui, as her mother's identity allows the Ice Mage talent to be revealed, everyone else must keep it a secret. Luya's words were as cold as winter, striking directly at everyone's hearts, instantly putting them on alert. All eyes turned to Gu Ming, their expressions solemn.
Understood, Instructor Lu, we will never disclose it. Everyone solemnly agreed, except for Qinyu, who stepped forward.
His expression was serious as he stood in the center of the crowd, surveying everyone.
His gaze swept over Luya, Luo Shui, Lin Baihua, Nin Xinran, Lu Ping, Xuing, Luo Qian, Dong Dao, and Wang Hu one by one.
Shen Yu's voice was steady and powerful. I propose that we all make a Dao heart vow together.
Whoever leaks Ming Ji's talent will suffer a backlash from inner demons, be shattered to pieces, and never attain rebirth.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed drastically.
Gu Ming glanced at him, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes.
The little chubby boy who once ignored him now possessed such firm and meticulous thinking. Having graduated from high school for just over half a year, he had grown to this extent, even willing to give up his bond with the Sun and Moon team for him. After a moment of silence, everyone raised their heads in unison. The Dao Heart Oath may seem intangible, but it is an ironclad rule passed down for 1,000 years in the era of high martial arts.
Once broken, the consequences are extremely terrifying.
Everyone gathered around Gu Ming and recited the oath in low voices. Shen Yu even added 2 extra clauses. The Sun and Moon Squad will always care for and protect each other, and anyone who betrays will be utterly destroyed.
No one objected, and the resolute sound of the oath echoed.
Once the vow was made, the relationship between them seemed unchanged, yet it felt much closer in their hearts. Gu Ming turned his head to look at the strange rats frozen by the Luo River, his Moonshade Spear in hand eager to strike.
Go ahead.
He released the Moonshade Spear, and Xiaobai controlled the spear, fiercely sweeping it toward the surrounding strange rats.
Today's matter must be kept confidential, and Luo Shui's talent advancement must also be temporarily concealed until the time is right to reveal it.
The corpses of these mutant rats were absorbed by the Moonshade Spear, which not only avoids waste but also aids in advancement.
Whoa, Ming, when did you switch to this silver spear? It's so cool.
Yeah, Captain, this. Wang Hu was stunned by the scene before he could finish speaking. The Moon Nether Spear pierced into the corpse of a rat king, which quickly shriveled up, with even the bones dissolving into nothingness, consumed by the Moon Nether Spear. Silver light flickered on the spear shaft, as if extremely satisfied with the flesh and blood. Even Luya stared at Gu Ming in shock. Gu Ming explained with a smile, Xiaobai likes to eat the blood and flesh of these exotic beasts, it can help the spear advance. Everyone watched in astonishment as the Moonshade Spear swept away all the frozen mutant rats. When the spear returned to Gu Ming's hand, it had already upgraded to a 4th-tier spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon, Moonshade Spear, 4th tier, lower grade, growth potential. Gu Ming sensed slightly and found that he was not far from the 4th tier middle grade. Everyone took a long time to recover from their shock. Even Luya had never heard of such a growth-capable spiritual artifact. Where exactly did Gu Ming get it? But the Dao Heart Oath had been made, and the Sun and Moon team had deep mutual understanding. If Gu Ming didn't say, no one would ask further. After all, compared to that growing spiritual weapon, Gu Ming's ability to elevate the entire team's talents was even more astonishing. The mutant rats in the nest were wiped out by the Moonshade Spear, and only then did everyone turn their gaze toward the throne. There lay several scattered remains, the most intact being the captain of the Crescent Moon Squad. Her head was still intact, her eyes wide open in death, as if she had witnessed an unbelievable scene. Everyone remained silent, no one spoke. Advancing in talent is a joyous occasion, but at this moment, their hearts were heavy. Moonring Squad had been completely annihilated.
Ming Ji.
Shen Yu spoke softly, his eyes moist. The beautiful female member of the Sun and Moon Squad had never caught his interest. Not only because Gu Ming was the most dazzling presence in the team, but also because he understood that rabbits never eat the grass near their burrow. However, he had genuinely regarded the captain of the Moon Squad as a goddess. In fact, the two had conversed multiple times, with a harmonious atmosphere. Given the current development, Shen Yu was very likely to win the beauty's favor in the future. However, looking at the corpse that had been gnawed to half its size by the 4th-tier Rat King, the chubby boy was full of rage, wishing he could drag out that Rat King and give it a good beating. Wang Hu patted Chen Yu's shoulder, his tone complicated. From now on, join me in eliminating these alien beasts and myriad races.
These damned beasts.
Chen Yu's gaze burned intensely as he stared at the captain of the lunar squad for several moments before finally looking away.
These damned beasts.
Gu Ming's expression was also grave as he looked at the mangled corpses of the lunar squad. He shook his head and, together with his team members, carried the bodies out, casually dug a pit, and buried them. Afterward, everyone formed a circle and held a simple funeral. On Blue Star, such scenes were all too common.
In battles against the alien beasts, the fallen often couldn't even leave behind an intact corpse.
Take it back for the family to see, but it would only be a greater torment. It's better to bury them on the spot, letting them know their sacrifice was not in vain and that they gave their all to resist the beasts for humanity. After the matter was settled, Gu Ming and Luya left the crowd first and walked to the side. Chen Yu sat on the grave, his face ashen.
Gu Ming.
Luya glanced at him, her brows furrowed, hesitating to speak. Gu Ming smiled as he looked at her.
Sister Luya, are you trying to say that the death of the lunar squad this time was clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes?
Luya nodded. The direction in which the lunar squad disappeared is completely opposite to here, raising many suspicions. The first person she thought of was Mu Yanfei, her emotions complex and hard to decipher. Gu Ming noticed the conflict in her eyes and shook his head, saying,
"It can't be Mu Yanfei. She first handed me the map of the exotic beasts distribution and then sent someone to kill the lunar squad? Doing this will only anger me, make me your enemy, and bring no benefits. I don't believe a 6th-tier scout could pull this off." Although Gu Ming had previously suspected Mu Yanfei, he was not a fool. Luya also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this.
"Then who do you think it will be?" Gu Ming turned his head, gazing toward the distant horizon. They had stayed in the mutant rat nest for a long time, and after burying the Crescent Moon Squad, the sky was now faintly bright. But on the horizon, dark clouds loomed heavily.
Dark clouds loom over the city, a storm is imminent.
It has been 10 days since the meeting of the Northern State Demon Suppression Army concluded. During these 10 days, Gu Ming had not received any news of Luo Dahai returning to Lincheng. Just this alone was not enough to make him overthink.
But he originally wanted to meet Lu Yongzheng to inquire about Luo Dahai's movements.
Although he was just a minor military officer, knowing more was always better than being ignorant. However, Lu Yongzheng did not meet him. Perhaps Lu Yongzheng had always interacted with him solely because of Luo Dahai, and their relationship was fundamentally superficial. Gu Ming's perception and insight were at full level, and his intuition told him, Lu Yongzheng was deliberately keeping his distance. The other party might have sensed something in advance and was afraid of dragging him down.
Coupled with Mu Yanfei's reminder to stay away from Lu Yongzheng. Looking at the current incident with the Huan Yu squad, if no results are found, it would just be a waste of time.
If a problem is truly discovered and they break into the nest of mutant rats, survival would be difficult without the formidable combat power of the Sun and Moon squad.
Everything indicates that a storm unknown to him is brewing in Lincheng. At the very least, it is closely tied to Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng. Luya noticed the flicker of change in Gu Ming's eyes and felt a faint unease.
She was looked at by Gu Ming at this moment, and he smiled and said,
"Big sister Luya, I've got everything covered. Take the Sun and Moon squad and hide near Pencheng for now. Say you haven't found any trace of the Moon squad yet and continue searching."
Luya's gaze tightened. Previously, Gu Ming had ventured alone into the mutant rat nest, refusing to let them follow.
This time, what dangerous thing is he going to do again?
She wanted to stop him, but seeing Gu Ming's resolute gaze, the words turned into, "Take care of yourself." Gu Ming has poured so much effort into the Sun and Moon squad.
Moreover, with his personal attendance status, perhaps there won't be any major issues. But once the Sun and Moon squad gets involved, Gu Ming's efforts will likely go to waste. He smiled like a gentle spring breeze, warm and confident.
"Don't worry." After saying this, he didn't drive but walked alone along the path back to Lincheng. With his speed, walking is faster than driving.
"Coach Lu, where did Ming go?"
Although Chen Yu was still immersed in sorrow, he kept paying attention to Gu Ming.
As soon as Gu Ming left, everyone immediately took notice. Everyone cast curious yet worried glances.
Luya glanced around at everyone, her expression complex.
"If you want to know, then work hard in your cultivation and help him out in the future."
Although Gu Ming is only a 3rd-tier martial general, his cultivation has advanced rapidly, and his strength is already capable of challenging higher tiers. This left Luya both shocked and somewhat numb. Gu Ming's changes were too fast and too drastic, she could no longer keep up with his pace. Thus, she could only say this sentence to the team members. Chen Yu, Wang Hu, and the others remained silent.
Luya felt the same way,
they were even more aware of it. They had always felt like burdens holding others back.
Clenching their teeth with determination, Shen Yu and the others secretly vowed.
In the future, they must train desperately to truly be of help to Guming. Fortunately, their talents have collectively risen to a higher level.
The current Sun and Moon team is no longer what it used to be.
Even without Guming leading the team, with Lin Baihua, Chuing, and Luo Chang, all possessing S-level talents, plus Luo Shui, whose level is unknown but might be SS level, they are enough to crush all the teams in the Gale project. After all, even small teams like White Jade and Thunder only have an S-class captain, while the rest are A-class. The Sun and Moon team now has 3 S-class members, 1 SS-class member, and even the regular team members are A-class.
This combination is destined to be invincible in the future.
Next, Luya led the Sun and Moon squad, pretending to search for traces of the Moon squad near Pengcheng. The false impression revealed to the outside was, Guming was still in Pengcheng and had not returned to Lincheng.
Lincheng Security Bureau Headquarters.
Wu Chuanzhang sat in his office, with a large swimming pool in front of him. Wu Haiqing sat nearby, having just hung up the phone, and turned to look at Wu Chuanzhang. Dad, the Pengcheng Security Bureau has responded.
Guming arrived in Pengcheng with the Sun and Moon squad and has been tracking the whereabouts of the Ring Moon squad, but they still haven't found them.
A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Wu Haiqing's face. He knew well that Guming must be feeling quite frustrated at the moment. Guming had always had smooth sailing, and ever since becoming the general's close aide, he had hardly tasted the bitterness of failure. This time, they were finally caught off guard.
Wu Chuanzhang nodded slowly, completely at ease. Just a little brat, he thought.
Guming allowing him to personally plan the scheme was already a great honor. As it turned out, a little brat is still just a little brat. One strategy was enough to make the opponent run circles in Pengcheng.
Even if they truly find traces of the lunar squad, exterminating that nest of rats will be no easy task.
He thought to himself, by the time the Sun and Moon squad returns, the situation in Lin City will have already settled. With Lu Yongzheng dragged down, he will ascend to the position of city lord.
At this thought, Wu Chuanzhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He picked up the phone and dialed Deputy City Lord Huang.
Hello, Deputy Mayor Huang?
We can start now.
On the other end of the phone, Huang Yucheng perked up.
Director Wu, I'll start right away.
After hanging up, Huang Yucheng dialed his younger brother, Vice Dean of Lincheng University, Wu De. This time, you sacrificed yourself to fulfill me, little brother. Rest assured, I will take good care of your sister-in-law and nephew, giving them a future of wealth and prosperity. A low, mournful sound came from the other end of the phone.
I understand, big brother.
Huang Yucheng stood in the deputy director's office, his hand trembling as he picked up the phone, intending to dial his wife and child's number, but decisively hung up before the ringtone could start. He gave a sorrowful smile, turned off his phone, and took out a document he had prepared long ago. Then, he bit his finger and wrote a blood letter on the desk with his own blood.
That night, Deputy Dean Huang Yukai of Lincheng Wuda committed suicide in Linwu. Before his death, he left behind the blood letter and the document, accusing Lincheng City Lord Lu Yongzheng of colluding with the myriad alien beasts. The entire Lin City was instantly thrown into an uproar. Wow 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 woo. Inside Lin City Martial University, the massive office building was surrounded by hundreds of security officers layer upon layer. A fourth-rank Martial Lord Vice Dean committed suicide, and he was also the younger brother of Deputy City Lord Huang. This news immediately shook the entire Lin City. Social media and journalists rushed toward Lin Wu's inner circle early in the morning, like cats smelling fish. The students were so shocked that they were left speechless. Vice Dean Huang Yukai, usually serious and portly, appears mature and steady, but he is actually very responsible toward the students. When the academy planned to adjust the contribution to resource exchange ratio, it was thanks to Vice Dean Huang's intervention that the adjustment wasn't too drastic. Although resource exchanges are not as generous as before, it's still better than being cut in half. Faced with a barrage of questions from reporters, Lin Wu's students were indignant and stepped in front of the camera to express their opinions. Vice Dean Huang is a good person who genuinely cares about the students. His suicide must have hidden reasons. I heard he wrote a letter in blood before he died. I heard that President An died earlier, suspected of colluding with the myriad races. Vice Dean Huang might also be implicated. This must be thoroughly investigated. In front of the office building, discussions were rife as Huang Zhenghao walked over with a bewildered expression. He was dressed in a dazzling pink suit, deliberately styled to be the most eye-catching presence on campus. After all, he was the student council president. But upon hearing the news from outside, his expression gradually turned grave, and he felt a vague sense of unease.
He vaguely caught words like Vice Dean Huang committed suicide, and his heart tightened.
President Huang is here.
A student immediately recognized him and shouted loudly, drawing the attention of all the reporters. The reporters quickly turned their heads and swarmed around like a charge.
You're the president of the Linqingwu University Student Union, right? President Huang, regarding the suicide of Vice Dean Huang, what do you know about it? We've heard he left a blood-written letter, seemingly driven to desperation before committing suicide. What's your take on this? Boom!
These questions exploded in Huang Zhanghao's mind like cannonballs.
What? Second uncle really committed suicide? He even left a blood-written letter? Wronged and driven to death?
He widened his eyes, speechless. At this moment, a row of black business cars drove through the school gate and stopped in front of the office building. The car door opened, and Huang Yucheng, slightly plump in figure, stepped out with an expression full of grief. From the second car, Public Security Director Wu Chuanzhang, dressed in a black suit, got out with an air of righteousness. Beside him was Wu Haicheng, the newly appointed Central District Night Patrol Squad leader. The third car also had two people stepping out simultaneously, Sun Tiancheng, a stern-faced officer of the White Tiger Army, and Song, the expressionless governor.
The five walked in unison toward the office building. The reporters instantly swarmed forward, their eyes gleaming brightly. Deputy Mayor Huang, what is your view on Deputy Dean Huang's suicide? Could you share some information to help the public understand the truth?
Deputy City Lord Huang, a fourth-rank martial lord and vice dean, has committed suicide, and the entire Lin City is in shock.
Please share the inside story. The reporters kept pressing with questions.
Huang Yucheng stopped in his tracks, his eyes glistening with tears, and slowly began to speak. Everyone, my brother's suicide has left me heartbroken. But please rest assured, no matter who is involved in this matter, I will get to the bottom of it. Even if it costs me my life, I will not hesitate. Wu Chuanzhang stepped forward, facing the camera, his voice resolute. Everyone, I am Wu Chuanzhang, the Chief of Public Security in Lincheng. Beside me is Inspector Song, who was just transferred from the 2nd province yesterday.
Inspector! Wow! The reporters on site were momentarily stunned, then almost exploded with excitement.
The court sent an inspector, and the next day the vice dean committed suicide, practically setting a trap for the inspector. No matter who is involved, the incident will be thoroughly investigated to the end. Inspector Song stepped forward 2 paces at the right moment, glanced around at everyone, his smile faint.
Everyone, I am Inspector Song, representing the royal family of the ancient kingdom, and the court's eyes and ears.
Rest assured, if Deputy Dean Huang has been wronged, I will thoroughly investigate and bring justice to Lincheng.
Good. The crowd responded in unison, the atmosphere on site tense yet full of anticipation.
No one knew who started shouting first, but Lin Wu's students seemed energized, their faces flushed red as they raised their fists and roared angrily.
Governor Song nodded in acknowledgement and led the 4 into the office building.
A group of people was accompanied by quite a few security officers. These security officers carried high-definition cameras and began filming at the intact scene. On the table, the rows of dried blood-written words were glaringly cruel. I, Huang Yukai, commit suicide today, unable to bear the oppression of tyranny. I, Huang Yukai, admit that I am incompetent, ordinary, and mediocre, but I am a person who loves the ancient nation, loyal to the court, and devoted to humanity. Yet someone forced me to collude with myriad races and exotic beasts to eliminate descent for them. Now that the court has sent an inspector, I choose to end my life, hoping that my death can bring justice to Lincheng and punish the wicked. Beside the blood-stained letter, a document lay quietly. Governor Song stepped forward, raised the camera towards the document, and slowly opened it. In an instant, photos and evidence appeared one after another. Lin City's mayor, Lu Yongzheng, was found colluding with the myriad races. And Honglin, the marquis of 10,000 households, and Captain and Mingyu are nothing more than Lu Yongzheng's lackeys. The evidence in the file points all the guilt toward Lu Yongzheng. Vice City Lord Huang's eyes were reddened as he looked at Inspector Song, full of grief and indignation. Master Song, I implore you to seek justice for my brother. The situation in Lincheng changed dramatically, but Gu Ming was completely unaware. He was on his way back to the city. However, today's journey was anything but ordinary. The sky was overcast with dense clouds, and a monster stood on the path. 8 meters tall, standing upright on 2 legs, resembling a humanoid figure. On its shoulders, however, rested 2 canine heads. The canine heads, with sharp fangs bared, were now showing an eerie, human-like smile. Why, young man, you sure run fast, making the 2 of us chase you for so long. The dog head on the left spoke, its tone somewhat stuttering, and the words were fragmented.
Gu Ming had to ponder for a moment to understand. The dog head on the right quickly grew impatient, speaking in a crisp and decisive tone. Big brother, why are you still wasting time with him? Crocodile Marquis has already ordered his death, there's no need for unnecessary talk. Listening to the conversation between the two dog heads, Gu Ming's mind gradually became clear. Crocodile Marquis? The crocodile under the Twin Cities Tiger King's command? But how did they find us? The dog-headed figure on the left gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, No way, this is my ritual, for killing. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent for a long time before struggling to continue. I have to finish my words, so this kid dies knowing exactly why. Gu Ming's expression changed slightly, growing more confused the more he listened. Died clearly and understandably. The dog-headed figure on the right looked helpless, sighed, and stared at Gu Ming. I really don't know what else is special about you besides running fast, yet the Tiger King personally named you to die. Ah, what a fine human prodigy. Who knows, maybe eating your demon core could help me advance to the 5th rank. The Tiger King personally named him to die? Gu Ming frowned deeply, his mind filled with confusion. When did he ever provoke the Tiger King of Twin Cities? Two dog lords, before I die, I have one question I want to understand. Why waste words with him? The dog head on the right interrupted impatiently. But the dog head on the left clearly had its own plans. You may ask. Gu Ming nodded, his tone calm. When did I ever provoke that Tiger King? Also, how did you track me down? The dog head on the left was about to speak, but the one on the right interrupted, afraid he would ramble on. We don't know how you provoked the Tiger King, but it shouldn't be anything serious, otherwise, the Crocodile Marquis wouldn't have personally stepped in. As for tracking you? The dog head on the right grinned smugly. That's my racial talent. As long as I catch a trace of your scent, I can track you for thousands of miles. You had just left Linchang when we started targeting you, planning to act in some remote wilderness. You ran fast, so we had no choice but to wait here like sitting ducks for you to show up. Oh. Gu Ming nodded slowly. Though he felt puzzled, he couldn't get any more answers from these two dogs. Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently, and you might suffer less. That's right, we are the top generals under Crocodile Marquis, Twin is one, far superior to that stinking rat. A trace of arrogance flashed in the eyes of the two dog heads. They knew the Mouse Lord of Pengcheng was dead, and with Gu Ming's appearance, it was easy to deduce that he was the one responsible. But although Gu Ming killed the Rat Lord across levels, does he dare to challenge them? Too arrogant. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Gu Ming's mouth as a silver spear slowly formed in his hand. So that's how it is. In the next moment, lightning exploded beneath Gu Ming's feet, and he vanished instantly. Within 3 steps, he had already closed in on the two-headed dog, thrusting the moonshade spear straight forward. The two-headed dog casually raised a hand to block, completely disregarding Gu Ming. But in the next second, a tiger's roar emanated from the moonshade spear. Xiaobai, lying within Gu Ming's sea of consciousness, bared its fangs and fiercely struck at the two-headed dog's mental defenses. Roar! The sacred beast White Tiger roared thunderously, and even though Little White was still in its juvenile form, it was far beyond what the two-headed dog could withstand. These were nothing more than two dogs joined together. After the Moon Nether Spear advanced to the 4th tier, it became virtually unstoppable in Gu Ming's hands. Boom! The two-headed dog's brain was dulled by the tiger's roar, and fear quickly spread. This tiger's roar reminded them of the Tiger King's roar, and it was even more intimidating. The two-headed dog instantly went weak in the legs, trembling all over. Gu Ming seized the opportunity without hesitation, thrusting the silver spear fiercely into the right head. The head exploded with a loud bang, killing intent surged, and all signs of life vanished. Gu Ming was now at the 7th level of a 3rd-tier martial general. With the advanced moonshade spear, it was effortless to instantly kill a two-headed dog. He withdrew his spear and turned his gaze to the other dazed dog head. The dog head regained its senses, its eyes filled with terror. You. Before the words were finished, Gu Ming thrust his spear again. Go accompany your brother. Put. The second head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Ming casually tore open its abdomen and reached into the warm body to search. The next moment, his eyes lit up, and 2 demon cores the size of chicken eggs appeared in his palm. Boom! The 8-meter-tall two-headed dog collapsed with a loud thud. Gu Ming took one last look, threw out the Moon Nether Spear, and let it devour on its own. He held 2 demon cores in his hand, sitting cross-legged in the wilderness. On his way back to Lincheng, he took the small path, where few people passed. Gu Ming flipped his hand and took out another demon core, the demon core of the Mouse Lord of Pengcheng.
The 3 demon cores gathered in his palm, stirring a strong impulse within him. But he did not get impatient and quietly waited for the system's notification sound. Ding! The Moon Nether Spear has absorbed the 4th tier 9-layer twin-headed canine's body, advancing to 4th tier mid-grade. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for slaying the 4th tier 9-layer twin-headed canine monarch. Reward, Vitality plus 200,000. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the 8th layer of the 3rd tier Martial General realm. Congratulations, Master, your realm has advanced to 3rd tier Martial General 9th level. Vital energy surged like a tide, boundless and endless, as if an immense force was rushing through the body. Gu Ming held his breath and waited. Finally, the last prompt descended. Congratulations, Master, your realm has been elevated to the peak of 3rd tier Martial General. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, peak of 3rd tier Martial General, Iron Bone. Scanning the attribute panel and feeling the power within his body nearing its limit, Gu Ming smiled. He is well aware that he can break through to the 4th tier Martial Lord at any time if he wishes. For him, bottlenecks simply do not exist. However, the stronger the power, the greater the difficulty of fighting across tiers. This is not only Gu Ming's dilemma but also a curse for everyone. In the era of millennia high martial arts, there were once prodigious youths who shone brightly in lower realms, fighting across levels as effortlessly as eating and drinking, truly unparalleled. But once they stepped into the middle and higher realms, their brilliance gradually dimmed. After all, those who could reach this level could hardly be considered to have low talent. Everyone possessed extraordinary talent, and after advancing, could they still fight across levels to kill enemies? Stop dreaming. This time, facing the 2-headed hound, if not for the tiger's roar deterrence of the Moonshade Spear, Gu Ming would have found it extremely difficult to slay. Ask him to abandon his ability to be invincible across realms for the sake of breaking through? Absolutely impossible. Cold light flickered in Gu Ming's eyes as he swallowed a demon lord's inner core without hesitation. The unparalleled talent of a prodigy allows him to ignore the side effects of the demon core and directly absorb its essence. The power of the 4th tier demon core explodes in his abdomen, and the scorching vitality sweeps through his entire body like flames. He forcibly suppresses the urge to break through and channels all the vitality into his muscles and bones. He is going to temper golden bones. Lin City, City Lord's Mansion. Inside the villa of the City Lord's Mansion, the atmosphere was solemn. Lu Ruyan was leisurely watching the television news, her flawless long legs elegantly crossed, gently swaying. Suddenly, a breaking news segment on the screen caught her attention. She was about to change the channel when her back abruptly straightened, her eyes gradually widened, and her face was filled with shock and horror. In the video, the blood-stained letter written by Deputy Dean Huang before his death came into view, dripping with blood and horrifying to behold. Father? Lu Ruyan froze, her face instantly stiffening. Father accused of colluding with myriad races and exotic beasts? That's absolutely impossible. She suddenly stood up, sprinting out of the villa and heading straight for Lu Yongjing's office building. Before long, Lu Ruyan arrived at the office building, only to find it surrounded by a crowd. The garrison troops and security personnel were in a tense standoff, each wielding weapons without backing down. Wu Chuanjiang, Governor Song, and Huang Yucheng stood shoulder to shoulder, with a group of security officers in front of them. Behind them, Sun Tianchang, dressed in silver-white armor, led 50 mechanically modified soldiers of the White Tiger Army in tight formation. The 3 loyal centurions of the garrison army stood guard at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, their gazes firmly fixed ahead. Lu Ruyan's expression changed abruptly as she rushed into the garrison army's formation. Turning to Wu Chuanjiang and the others, she questioned, "What are you trying to do? My father would never do such a thing." Her tone was resolute and filled with unwavering trust in her father. Wu Chuanjiang sighed slowly, his face full of pain. "City Lord Lu, things have come to this point. If you don't want to get yourself involved, give up resisting." His voice carried a feigned sorrow, but his eyes revealed indifference. Huang Yucheng stole a glance at Lu Ruyan, a smoldering anger igniting in his heart. Those long, snow-white beautiful legs made it hard for him to look away. No wonder my son keeps shouting every day that he wants to marry her, she really is too beautiful. He suppressed the evil fire in his heart, pretending to look righteous inside. Lu Ruyan was burning with anger, gritting her teeth and shouting sharply, "This is a setup. This is slander." But no one responded to her cries. Governor Song slowly stood up, his gaze sternly fixed on the gates of the City Lord's mansion. "City Lord Lu, do you wish to see 2 martial kings wreak havoc in Lin City?" He raised his hand, and a golden seal emitting radiant light appeared out of thin air. "With the governor's seal here, Lu Yongjang, how much longer do you intend to resist? The jade seal held by the royal family of the ancient kingdom contains immense suppressive power, capable of quelling all resistance. The governor's seal in Governor Song's hand carries the divine will of the jade seal and serves as a weapon for the martial kings to suppress dissent. Before long, Lu Yongzheng, dressed in black, slowly walked out of the city lord's mansion. He did not look at Governor Song but instead gazed at his daughter and sighed. "Don't forget what Dad said to you." As the words fell, no matter how Lu Ruyan shook her head, he stepped forward toward Governor Song and the others. He raised both hands and smiled, saying, "Put the demon suppression chains on me." Here, exotic beasts and all races are collectively referred to as demons, hence the name of the Demon Suppression Army. And those who collude with demons are called devils. The betrayal of fallen humans is more hateful than demons. Lu Yongzheng's composure made Governor Song feel a chill in his heart. The governor's seal was raised with a thunderous motion and slammed down forcefully. Lu Yongzheng's chest suffered a heavy blow, his blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Dad!" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, tears helplessly streaming down. Lu Yongzheng faced away from her, without turning back. "Remember what Dad told you." After speaking, he left with Governor Song and the others. The White Tiger Army and the security officers retreated together. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Ruyan looked at the 3 battalion commanders of the garrison army. Why didn't you save my father? Why didn't you help him? My father was so good to you," she shouted angrily. The 3 centurions lowered their heads in silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Lu Yongzheng, but all 3,000 garrison soldiers have family ties. If Lu Yongzheng truly betrays the clan, what can they do? Abandon their families to follow him to death? And bear the stigma as well? The 3 felt bitter and complex emotions that were hard to express. Lu Ruyan looked at the silent trio, burning with anger, and turned to storm out of the city lord's mansion. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Lu Yongzheng being escorted into a car by Inspector Song. Inspector Song smiled and looked at Lu Yongzheng as he spoke. "Lord Lu, over the years, the royal family has warned you multiple times, yet you have always turned a deaf ear. With ferocious beasts running rampant and myriad races facing constant threats, the royal family has stood firm for 1,000 years, and humanity has not declined. On the contrary, it has gradually resisted the beasts. Do you know why?" Lu Yongzheng coldly glanced at Inspector Song and sneered. "Because you don't care about human lives at all? Outside of Zhengzhou, can everything be abandoned? Just because imperial power reigns supreme?" Governor Song's face gradually darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "You still remain obstinate." Before the voice faded, he waved his hand to signal, ordering the convoy to set off. The mighty convoy slowly departed, escorting Lu Yongzheng to the headquarters of the Security Bureau. Lu Ruyan stared at the departing convoy, then looked up at the overcast sky, her brow filled with anxiety and helplessness. "What should I do?" she murmured to herself. The first person that came to her mind was Luo Dahai. "I'll go find Uncle Luo. Only he can save my father." Lu Ruyan rushed back to the city lord's mansion, jumped into the red sports car, and slammed down the accelerator. The engine roared, the wheels sped forward, and as she drove, tears streamed down her face, her heart filled with despair and determination. Yesterday, father merely nagged a few ordinary words. Who would have thought that such a major event would happen today? She had never felt so helpless. Before long, a red sports car drove into the gates of the general's mansion. "Uncle Luo." The hem of her skirt fluttered as Lu Ruyan rushed into the general's hall, only to see Chen Peng. Chen Peng's face was expressionless. Although he knew the situation in Lincheng was dire, it had nothing to do with the Demon Suppression Army, so he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Lu Ruyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, her heart chilled to the core. Outside the outskirts of Lincheng, a young man sat cross-legged at the peak of a desolate mountain, undergoing a full day and night of tempering, finally causing his entire body to emit a faint golden glow. The 3 demon cores in his hand had long been completely consumed, disappearing without a trace. As night fell, Guming slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the faint golden glow emanating from within his body, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Realm, peak of 3rd tier martial general, golden bones, 30%. Swallowing 3 demon cores, coupled with the system's gifted golden bone tempering technique, he successfully condensed golden bones within a day. Though only at 30%, he could clearly feel that whether it was stance training, martial techniques, or various abilities of his metal affinity, everything had been renewed, with limitless potential. Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, peak of 3rd tier martial general, golden bone, 30%. Rank, centurion, personal guard of the major general. Physique, divine spear sacred body, supreme level. Talent, Peerless War God, Supreme Level, Peerless Genius, Supreme Level. Abilities, Perception Insight, Perfected, Master of Command, Minor Achievement, Aura of Slaughter, Minor Achievement, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Minor Achievement. Stake Technique, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-Level, 5 layers. Martial Skills, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, S-Level, Major Achievement, Purple Thunderstep, S-Level, Minor Achievement. Spiritual Weapon, Moon Nether Spear, Tier 4, Mid-Grade, Growth Potential. The Master of Command, the Aura of Killing, and the Martial Arts Grandmaster, 3 abilities simultaneously broke through, advancing from proficiency to minor achievement. The stake exercises directly climbed to the 5th level. Every breath and every movement of Gu Ming became silent cultivation. The spear technique Dragon-like Thrust finally reached major achievement. His strike equaled 9 times the full force burst. This spear strike, without needing divine intervention, effortlessly repelled the enemy before him, leaving no suspense. Under the cover of night, Lin's city seemed shrouded in dark clouds pressing down on it. Gu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. Meanwhile, inside the general's mansion in Lin's city, Chen Peng sat in the general's hall, his gaze calm as he stared at Lu Ruyan, his face devoid of any emotion. "Miss Lu, what business do you have with General Luo?" Although Chen Peng knew her intentions, he was indifferent to the disputes of the demon suppression army and maintained a cold attitude. Lu Ruyan looked at him anxiously and spoke urgently, "Chen Wanho, I have an urgent matter to discuss with General Luo." "Is he still in the residence?" Chen Peng shook his head, his expression calm. "General Luo went to Fire City for a meeting and hasn't returned yet." This news hit Lu Ruyan like a bolt from the blue. She froze completely, her face turning pale in an instant. "How is this possible?" she murmured. "Uncle Luo, he..." Her clever mind flashed with countless thoughts, but her heart desperately refused to accept reality. She picked up her phone and dialed the number saved as Uncle Luo. Rumors outside suggested that Lu Yongzhang and Luo Dahai had a tense relationship, with former comrades now drifting apart and constantly clashing. But Lu Ruyan knew in her heart that her father and Luo Dahai had once been brothers who shared life and death, as close as hands and feet. The phone kept ringing. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. No one answered, and Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually became moist, with tears almost streaming down. The call automatically disconnected, and she dialed several more times, but the result was the same. She stood in place, holding her phone, feeling a piercing cold. She was not foolish. The wisdom of the city lord's daughter allowed her to see the situation clearly. One possibility is that Luo Dahai, seeing his father about to face great trouble, chose to hide and was unwilling to take risks. Another is that the brotherhood of the past was all an illusion, nothing but a hypocritical facade. There is also another possibility: his father provoked a formidable enemy, and Luo Dahai was transferred or even placed under house arrest, all to completely suppress his father. No matter which it is extremely unfavorable for his father. Lu Ruyan looked up in confusion, giving Chen Peng one last glance. He remained expressionless, staring at her coldly. This made her hesitate, swallowing the words in her heart, and she turned to leave the general's hall. She wanted to call Luya and Luo Shui to ask about Luo Dahai's situation. But now, all of this is meaningless. Father was arrested, and the imperial inspector personally led the operation. In Lin City, who would dare oppose a martial king? Lu Ruyan returned to the carriage with a numb expression, her gaze hollow. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Starting the red sports car, she slammed the accelerator and sped away from the general's residence. On the other side of the capital, under the dazzling neon lights of the capital, there is an old district. This old district is not backward, on the contrary, it is a gathering place for many dignitaries. Luo Dahai was sitting on a reclining chair in the courtyard, with old Zhao beside him serving tea. He looked at the missed calls on his phone, his expression heavy as he turned to old Zhao. "General." Before he could finish speaking, old Zhao put down his tea mug and interrupted him. "Dahai, do you know why the demon suppression army has remained loyal to the court all these years?" This sentence caused Luo Dahai's expression to change abruptly, his anxiety surging but forcibly suppressed. "Why?" Old Master Zhao smiled and pointed at the house in front of him. Inside the house, Zhao Zilong was in seclusion, aiming to break through to the 7th tier. 7th rank, known as Martial Master. This is the absolute dividing line between the past and the future. Do you know what it takes to advance to Martial Master? Luo Dahai frowned deeply. The 4th tier Martial Lord refines the organs, the 5th tier Martial Marquis refines the marrow, and the 6th tier Martial King refines the intent. The 7th tier Martial Sovereign, however, refines the force. They refine the great forces of heaven and earth, integrating them into themselves, greatly enhancing their innate abilities.
For example, Luo Dahai's Earth-based profession, the first 3 realms are referred to as Earth Monster.
Now, he has advanced from a 6th-tier martial king to a 4th-tier martial lord, known as Earth Spirit. But once he reaches the 7th-tier martial sovereign, it will be entirely different.
That is, Mountain God. A god of the mountain, standing on the earth, invincible.
For example, if Luo Dahai achieves the 7th rank martial venerable status and earns the title of Mountain God, he would be able to control the entire Lincheng region. Even if 3 7th rank demon venerables joined forces to attack, he could defend the territory single-handedly.
This is the terrifying power of a martial venerable refining their domain.
Luo Dahai slowly furrowed his brows. Martial venerable is the realm he has dreamed of achieving.
Once achieved, he will have enough confidence to protect Lin City.
But he is far from reaching the peak of the 6th-tier martial king, let alone grasping the mysteries of the 7th-tier martial sovereign.
Old Master Zhao sighed and said, "Do you think that over the centuries, no nobles or officials have ever been dissatisfied with the lofty royal family?" These words caused Luo Dahai's face to change dramatically.
In the capital, only Old Master Zhao would dare to say such things. Old Master Zhao looked at him, smiled faintly, and gestured for him not to overthink. Even if I said this in front of the royal family, they wouldn't dare touch me in the slightest.
Because the royal family knows they control our most critical lifeline. If humans want to fuse the forces of heaven and earth and advance to the 7th rank martial sovereign, they must obtain the inner core of a 7th rank demon sovereign.
Luo Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly, hearing for the first time that advancing to the 7th rank absolutely required a 7th rank demon core. Elder Zhao's voice continued to ring out. The Blue Star catastrophe has been ongoing for 1,000 years, but compared to those exotic beasts and myriad races of monsters, we are far behind. The regions they inhabit began cultivating tens of thousands of years ago. And we, starting tens of thousands of years later, have only a history of 1,000 years.
How could we possibly compare to them?
Thus, although the invasion of Blue Star by exotic beasts and myriad races brought slaughter, it also presented us with an extraordinary opportunity. They seize human flesh and blood, while we seize extraordinary opportunities, hunting and devouring each other. We have only been exposed to spiritual energy for a mere 1,000 years, so our talents naturally fall short compared to exotic beasts and myriad races.
I've heard that S-level talent is considered rare even among exotic beasts and myriad races. Even rarer is SS-level talent. Even, among them, there are quite a few SSS-level demon emperors. So, since we lack talent, we can only rely on demon cores to advance. Dahai, do you know why the royal family has been able to remain stable to this day?
Elder Zhao asked slowly, while Luo Dahai's expression gradually changed.
A millennium after the Great Cataclysm, the royal family's foundation is unimaginably profound.
Luo Dahai heard that almost all powerhouses above the 6th rank serve the royal family. Over the years, the accumulated number of demon cores is astonishing. He remained silent for a moment, and Old Master Zhao continued speaking. Back when I advanced in rank, I used 3 demon sovereign inner cores. Even Zilong has to apply for 2 demon sovereign inner cores this time.
These inner cores are actually borrowed from the royal family. No matter how much we borrow, we ultimately have to return them. My later promotion to the 8th rank was also thanks to the 8th rank demon core provided by the royal family. So, Dahai, do you understand now?
Luo Dahai listened, suddenly enlightened yet somewhat confused. He finally understood that although the high-ranking officials of the 3 powers were aware of the royal family's flaws, they dared not overthrow them easily. The 3 powers are strong, and the ancient nation's surge of powerful individuals relies entirely on the royal family's cultivation. 7th-tier powerhouses almost all come from the royal family.
Easily slay 7th-tier exotic beasts and myriad races? What a joke!
Take Old Master Zhao himself as an example. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, he has only just paid off the debt for 3 7th-tier demon cores from back in the day.
As for 8th-tier demon cores, he has absolutely no clue.
The royal family uses this to firmly restrain the strong, making them serve the ancient kingdom. This time with Lu Yongzhang is a compromise on our part, a bow to the royal family, showing that we are still obedient.
So, Dahai, don't get involved in this matter.
Even for me, falling out with the royal family wouldn't end well. Old Master Zhao sighed, his words full of self-mockery.
The Zhao family appears prosperous, with him holding the fort as steady as Mount Tai.
The younger generation is developing rapidly.
But Zhao Dalong remains at the 5th rank of Martial Marquis, refusing to use demon cores for advancement.
Zhao Zilong finally had the opportunity to break through to the 7th rank this time, but he had to borrow 2 7th rank demon cores.
How many years will it take to repay these borrowed demon cores? What will happen to the Zhao family's descendants?
Old Master Zhao smiled bitterly and exchanged a silent glance with Luo Dahai.
Ocean, I admire you. Knowing Lincheng is entrusted to you, I can be at ease. But if you want to advance to the 7th rank, don't get involved in this matter. Remember, all patience is for better protecting the human race. As long as the human race remains, everything else remains. If the human race falls into chaos, extinction won't be far away.
After saying this, he reclined back in the deck chair, closed his eyes, and seemed to drift into a deep sleep.
At the scene, Luo Dahai's expression was complicated.
On one side was the human race in Lin City, on the other was a longtime friend who had shared life and death experiences. He found it difficult to make a choice, or even impossible to decide. After old Master Zhao brought him to the capital, he found it hard to turn back. He didn't even dare to call Lu Ruyan because he didn't know how to start, how to admit his own incompetence. A long sigh slowly escaped from his heart. A 6th rank martial king can still advance through talent. As long as one possesses S-level talent or is a warrior who has forged golden bones, there is a chance to break through to martial king.
Luo Dahai followed this path back then.
He was an A-level earth element talent, and through relentless effort in honing his golden bones, he finally succeeded in breaking through to martial king. Lu Yongzhang is different, he possesses an S-level wind talent. Without refining his golden bones, he quickly advanced and directly took over the position of Lincheng's city lord.
Old Lu, Luo Dahai lowered his head, a tear slipping from his eye.
No matter what he does now, he is powerless. Old Master Zhao won't let him off the hook, he can only wait here for news, unable to change anything.
Lin City, Night Watcher's headquarters.
In the top floor office, Mu Yanfei stood by the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling window, as if waiting for someone. The sound of knocking came, and Hera walked in, her expression somewhat peculiar.
Minister, Gu Ming is here and wants to see you.
Mu Yanfei did not turn around and smiled, let him in. As soon as the words fell, Hera turned and left to invite Gu Ming.
Soon, Gu Ming, dressed in black, entered the office without wearing a cloak.
Mu Yanfei's office is spacious, at least over 100 square meters. The decor is elegant, yet the walls are covered with weapons, knives, spears, swords, halberds, numbering over 100. Gu Ming glanced around and his gaze settled on Mu Yanfei, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. She was dressed in a champagne-colored long dress, her blonde hair styled up, exuding an air of refined elegance. Footsteps sounded, Mu Yanfei's eyes trembled slightly as she slowly turned around.
Her gaze first swept toward Hera, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. You go out first.
Yes, Minister. Hera nodded with a smile, though inwardly she felt regret for missing the conversation between Mu Yanfei and Gu Ming. After the person left, Gu Ming calmly stared at Mu Yanfei, silently pondering in his heart.
After returning to Lincheng, the first thing he did was to see her. He had 2 things he needed to clarify.
One was Mu Yanfei's true attitude toward him and why she was being kind to him.
Second, the secret hidden behind Lu Yongzheng's betrayal of his clan. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat.
Gu Ming now understands himself very well, but as for who the enemy is and how strong they are, he knows nothing. Simply put, he might as well inquire about everything from Mu Yanfei. However, the moment he saw Mu Yanfei, Gu Ming felt a strange stirring in his heart. The feeling was complex, inexplicable, yet so intense it was impossible to ignore. In the spacious office, a man and a woman stared at each other in silence. The night poured in through the window, creating an atmosphere so subtle it made one instinctively wary. Mu Yanfei looked at Gu Ming, her eyes carrying a faint smile, still elegant and composed.
I thought it would take you much longer to come see me. She spoke first, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority.
Gu Ming was not swayed by her words, but the peculiar tremor within his body just moments ago lingered in his mind. Not long ago, he had experienced a similar feeling, the shock when Luya's talent was promoted from S-level metal to SS level. And the feeling Mu Yanfei gave him was astonishingly similar to that of Luya at the time.
But she wasn't his subordinate, so why would she have such an impact?
Gu Ming frowned slightly, puzzled in his heart, yet a faint smile appeared on his lips. Minister Mu, for this generous gift, I must personally thank you no matter what.
The map of exotic beast distribution, he now confirmed it without error. Mu Yanfei was clearly showing goodwill, secretly helping him.
Mu Yanfei smiled, seemingly seeing through his doubts, but did not answer directly. She turned and walked toward the wall in the center of the office where weapons were displayed. She raised her hand slightly, and the long spear on the wall floated up automatically. She reversed her grip on the spear and slowly handed it to Gu Ming, her face full of smiles. My master of 10,000 weapons, try this spear. It should suit you well. The spear hovered in midair, steadied by her slender, fair hand without the slightest tremor. Hearing her words, Gu Ming's heart suddenly tightened. In that instant, he even felt as if his greatest secret had been uncovered, sending chills down his spine.
But then, he laughed and said, "So, this is the reason you gave me that map of exotic beast distribution?" In an instant, all of Gu Ming's doubts about Mu Yanfei vanished completely.
Not just because of her words, but also because of the special stirring he felt from her. It was the resonance between high-level gold element talents, a mutual appreciation.
Gu Ming finally understood that Mu Yanfei helped him without needing any reason.
His talent was enough to make her bow in submission. It sounded somewhat dreamy, even carrying a sense of regal dominance, but that was the reality. It was like two ancient generals meeting and instantly feeling mutual respect, a feeling both strange and genuine. Gu Ming raised his hand to take the spear, sensing the flow of vitality.
In an instant, his eyes slightly widened in surprise. Fourth-tier supreme quality? Mu Yanfei nodded slowly, smiling gracefully. "I prepared it especially for you. Do you like it?"
Gu Ming nodded, then shook his head. "It's excellent, but I already have a weapon." As he spoke, liquid flowed in his other hand, and a shimmering silver moon abyss spear slowly emerged.
The tip of the spear faintly emitted a tiger-like aura.
Mu Yanfei's gaze sharpened, pausing for a moment before she smiled and said, "Indeed, you are the master of all weapons." She gently shook her head, smiling with a hint of admiration. Gu Ming placed the fourth-tier supreme spear back on the rack, and Mu Yanfei continued.
"I did indeed hide my identity. I can't reveal it to outsiders, but there's nothing to hide from you.
My father was the previous generation's eternal night monarch, and my mother gave birth to me. I also have an elder sister, Mu Yanue, who is the current generation's eternal night monarch. One promised the father to restore the glory of the Night Clan. The other promised the mother to protect Lin City. This time, the two-headed dog attack was most likely initiated by Mu Yanue, who sought out the Tiger King to target you." She calmly revealed this shocking truth, her tone serene and relaxed. Gu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was surging with turbulent waves. Mu Yanfei, as he had guessed, was hiding a tremendous secret. Although she belonged to the Night Clan, she was not entirely aligned with the same faction. Gu Ming looked up and asked the question he most wanted to know deep down.
"Did you take part in the destruction of Twin Cities back then?" Mu Yanfei looked at Gu Ming and slowly nodded. "Yes."
A cold glint flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, his voice deep. "Twin Cities was a secondary city with a population of 1 million, and it was wiped out just like that. If you were truly involved, I will never stand on the same side as you." Perhaps he had to pretend for now, but in the future, he would personally kill that person. When the words fell, Mu Yanfei added, "All of that was orchestrated by my sister, Mu Yanue. She used seduction to lure in Honglin and extract the city defense secrets, then handed over all the support intelligence to the alien beasts. Even more serious, during that battle, there was originally a 7th-tier demon core that was meant to be transported from the central region to Lin City and handed over to General Liu. But as soon as the war broke out, before General Liu could take possession of the demon core, Mu Yanue seized it first. She swallowed the demon core, advanced to the 6th tier, and her strength skyrocketed remarkably. I was at my wit's end at the time, so I had no choice but to leave Twin City and move to Forest City, slowly building up my strength." Gu Ming listened and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he revealed a sincere smile. "If that's the case, I'll help you get rid of Mu Yanue and completely bury this old matter.
Give me time, at most 1 year."
Gu Ming originally set a goal of becoming King Wu within 2 years. This time, during his journey, he relied on 3 Demon Lord inner cores to break through to the Golden Bone Realm in one fell swoop. Although it was just the initial stage, he realized that his previous estimation had been far too conservative. Being conservative is fine, but knowing oneself and one's opponent is even more important. 2 years to become king is too slow. Within a year, he must become the martial king. Only the martial king is qualified to participate in greater competitions.
Mu Yanfei listened to Gu Ming's words, feeling their connection grow increasingly close.
A smile flashed in her eyes as she gently nodded. "All right." She did not doubt the strength of the Lord of 10,000 weapons. He said 1 year, and it will be 1 year. Even if this promise is astonishing, advancing from a 3rd-tier martial general to a martial king within a year, and also killing Mu Yanue, it seems almost impossible. But he said it, and she believed. This belief stems from a high-level mental affinity and unwavering faith in the Lord of 10,000 weapons. After saying this, next tell me about the recent situation in Lincheng. Gu Ming spoke in a deep voice, his heart concerned about Liu Yongzheng. Mu Yanfei looked up at him, a trace of hesitation flashing in her eyes. "It's better if you don't get involved in this matter." "Why do you say that?" Gu Ming calmly looked at Mu Yanfei, his voice indifferent. Mu Yanfei smiled gently, her tone soft like that of a virtuous wife, and explained.
Given your personality, I think you would get involved in this matter. Although Lu Yongzhang hasn't provided you with any substantial help, I know about his relationship with Luo Dahai. Even if not for others, you would assist him because of his governance philosophy. Gu Ming's heart stirred, unable to help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lu Yongzhang indeed hadn't helped him before, at most they had met once, and he had shown some admiration. These were far from enough to make him risk getting involved in this game between the ancient royal family, the court, and high-ranking martial kings. He was merely a junior martial officer who had just achieved golden bones, with a foundation still too weak. But Lu Yongzhan's governance philosophy. Mu Yanfei's words happened to strike a chord deep in his heart. She looked at him, chuckled softly, and continued. Since I've explained why you would help Lu Yongzhang, next I'll tell you why you'd better not get involved in this matter. Mu Yanfei's expression was solemn, her tone gentle yet carrying an inexplicable persuasiveness. This time, the royal family has sent two factions. One is Song Xuanfu, who carries the Xuanfu seal. Officially, he is inspecting the second province, but in reality, he is here to reprimand Lu Yongzhang. However, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yuqing took the opportunity to frame him, pinning the in-family father and son incident on Lu Yongzhang. The in-family. Father and son are dead. Huang Yuqing's younger brother Huang Yukai committed suicide, and it will be very difficult for Lu Yongzhang to clear his name. Once confirmed to have colluded with the myriad races, the royal family will never consider his years of diligence and will directly treat him as a traitor to the clan. Lu Yongzhang is destined to fall into disgrace. Mu Yanfei paused at this point, then continued. But these have little to do with you. If you truly admire Lu Ruyan's beauty, Lu Yongzhang's death would actually be more advantageous for you. Before the words were finished, Gu Ming interrupted helplessly. When did you ever think I liked Lu Ruyan? Mu Yanfei's lips curved slightly. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties. You're destined to become a ruler of thousands in the future, so what's the harm in having a few more women? Gu Ming was stunned, rendered speechless. Let's just say I believe your twisted logic, he muttered to himself. Mu Yanfei continued, her tone becoming serious. I need to tell you another reason why you shouldn't interfere with Lu Yongzhang. Apart from Song Xuanfu, the court has also sent a White Tiger Army captain. His military rank is not the focus, the key is that he belongs to the White Tiger Army. The White Tiger Army is one of the 5 armies of the ancient kingdom, composed entirely of genius scouts who have undergone mechanical modifications, becoming complete mechanical lifeforms with boundless talent. At the same time, this is the army closest to the royal family. Their arrival is definitely not for Lu Yongzhang. Gu Ming slowly understood and asked. Do you mean that the White Tiger Army came here to invite me? A captain commands around 50 people. With such a small force, even the White Tiger Army cannot intervene in a battle involving a 6th-rank martial king. Obviously, they weren't targeting Lu Yongzhang, but had set their sights on him. Mu Yanfei nodded, her face brimming with a smile, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Ordinary people would act modestly and keep a low profile here, but Gu Ming showed no such restraint. He immediately guessed the true purpose of the White Tiger Army's visit. This straightforwardness and sharpness made Mu Yanfei admire even more. The White Tiger Army, one of the 5 elite corps of the ancient kingdom, is as renowned as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin armies. Here is the dream destination of countless scouts specializing in metal elements. Rich in resources, even without undergoing mechanical modifications, it's not a problem. Once enlisted, you are loyal only to the royal family. With this status, no matter whom you offend, even the Grand General cannot do anything to you. This is the special status of the 5 major military corps of the ancient kingdom within the court. They do not protect the ancient kingdom, they protect the royal family. Gu Ming recalled these and shook his head with a smile. Since you see through my personality, you naturally know I will intervene in City Lord Lu's affairs. You should also understand what truly matters to me. Gu Ming's words reached Mu Yanfei's ears, and her expression subtly changed. As the words fell, Gu Ming had already turned and left her office. Outside the door, the female assistant Hera stood. Seeing Gu Ming walk out, she immediately bowed slightly and revealed a smile. Gu Ming responded with a slight nod and quickly left the Night Watcher's headquarters. Hera watched his figure disappear at the elevator door, withdrew her gaze, and turned back to Mu Yanfei's office. Mu Yanfei still stood by the desk, her blonde hair tied up high, her clear gaze fixed on the spot where Gu Ming had just stood, her expression somewhat absent-minded. Minister. Hera approached softly. Mu Yanfei gradually came back to her senses and looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Hera pondered for a moment and asked, Minister, what is his attitude toward you? Enemy or friend? Mu Yanfei thought for a moment and answered ambiguously, both an enemy and a friend. Hera cursed inwardly but remained calm and composed. Minister, do you think he will risk rescuing Lu Yongzhang or side with the White Tiger army? Mu Yanfei countered. What do you think?
Hera was momentarily speechless, staring at Mu Yanfei's face, which still carried an elegant smile. Her anger flared up but quietly dissipated, like a fist striking cotton.
I think he is more likely to join the White Tiger army.
With his current strength and resources, trying to save Lu Yongzhang is no different from seeking his own death.
The White Tiger army is one of the 5 armies of the ancient kingdom.
Once he joins, with his talent, he will be set for life, able to grow stronger continuously, and might even have the chance to marry a royal princess.
Oh.
Mu Yanfei chuckled softly.
After Hera left, she walked alone toward the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the deep night.
Another night, with a dark moon and fierce winds, black clouds pressing down on the city.
But your choice. Truly, it is just like you. Mu Yanfei's gentle smile grew warmer as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in a champagne-colored gown, exuding charm. The outskirts of Pengcheng.
3 off-road vehicles traversed the mountain ravines, occasionally stopping and moving slowly, deliberately posing as if searching for something. In reality, their mission had already been completed. It's just that the sudden advancement in talent forced them to keep acting. Luya picked up her phone, the screen constantly flashing with an incoming call. Lu Ruoyan. She answered the call, a teasing smile still lingering on her face.
Ruoyan, what made you suddenly think of calling me? How have you been lately? Is your cultivation going smoothly? Luo Shui, sitting next to Luya, raised her eyebrows. Ruoyan Jia? She looked at Luya, her eyes filled with doubt. But the next second, the voice on the other end of the phone made Luya's face change drastically. Luya Jia, my dad has been arrested. The court says he colluded with the myriad races and is a traitor to the clan. Lu Ruoyan's voice trembled, distraught, while Luya's face instantly darkened. City Lord Lu, betraying the clan? Luya asked incredulously.
Lin Baihua suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeched across the ground, and the off-road vehicle roared to a halt. The 2 cars following closely behind also stopped simultaneously. Lin Baihua and Min Xinran turned back in unison. The 2 were filled with shock. Having stayed in Lincheng for so many years, who didn't know the reputation of City Lord Lu Yongzhang? He was the kind of good city lord who dedicated decades to the city, working diligently and conscientiously. But now, he's been accused of treason by the imperial court? Luo Shui's gaze was complex, filled with doubt. She had met Lu Yongzhang, and her father had once reminded her, if Lu Yongzhang ever encountered trouble, he was someone she could completely trust.
Lu Yongzhang betraying the clan? What a joke! Luya's face turned ashen as she tried to stabilize her emotions and comfort Lu Ruoyan on the other end of the phone.
Ruoyan, don't rush, first tell me what happened. As she spoke, she and the team got out of the car and formed a circle to discuss. Lu Ping took out his computer, extended a data cable from the mechanical arm, plugged it into the computer, and quickly retrieved all recent information about Lu Yongzhang's betrayal of the clan. The overwhelming news reports on the screen caused Lu Ping's expression to change drastically.
Lu Ruoyan revealed the truth in full detail. Reality was vastly different from the news reports.
The media claimed that Lu Yongzhang had forced Vice Dean Lin Wuwang to his death, and that the Vice Dean had written down Lu Yongzhang's crimes before dying. It was only when the Imperial Inspector arrived that this dark conspiracy was uncovered. Otherwise, Lu Yongzhang almost has absolute control in Lincheng, and the truth about the betrayal of the clan will never be exposed. Moreover, Lu Ruoyan said that Lu Yongzhang had long been deeply worried and once instructed her, if something happens to him, she should seek refuge with Luo Dahai.
However, Luo Dahai has not returned since he went to Huoqing for a meeting.
Piecing together various pieces of information, the truth gradually becomes clear. Luya was furious, her chest heaving violently, her face dark and gloomy. Luo Shui and the others were equally enraged. The negative news online was unbearable for them.
Is this still the court?
Wang Hu murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the painful memory of his parents being devoured by a strange beast during his childhood. After that incident, the security officers intervened to handle it. The young Wang Hu once begged them to help avenge his parents and kill those roaming beasts. However, he was told he was too young to know the truth. Nevertheless, a young security officer sympathized with him and revealed the truth. The beast intrusion was not accidental, it was a trap set by the Security Bureau, aimed at tracking down a traitor to the clan. Unexpectedly, a strange beast wandered into Wang Hu's home. Afterwards, the Security Bureau did not close the net, and the traitors escaped. Wang Hu once thought this was just a coincidence. Now, he suddenly feels that this ancient nation is shrouded in darkness.
Even a renowned city lord like Lu Yongjung can be labeled as a traitor to his clan. What else could the court and royal family be incapable of doing?
Ruyan, don't rush, wait for my call. Luya said coldly, hung up the phone, and looked at the members of the Sun and Moon team with a grim expression.
Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Wang Hu's face turned bright red as he shouted angrily, even City Lord Lu can be slandered as a traitor to the clan.
I truly have no idea how many more people in our ancient kingdom have been wronged.
Could it be that even the lofty royal family of the ancient kingdom are all traitors to the clan?
Wang Hu, don't speak recklessly. Luo Shui glared at him, her tone stern. Such words are fine to say in private, but if overheard by someone with ulterior motives, Wang Hu will be in big trouble.
Then what should we do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch City Lord Lu be slandered to death? How many contributions did he make to Lin City during his lifetime? After death, do I still have to bear the disgrace of betraying the clan?
Wang Hu shouted excitedly. It was during the years when Lu Yongjing came to power that Lin City's public security gradually improved, and the alien beasts no longer ran rampant. Although the Li family had previously colluded with the alien beasts, Lin City was so vast that Lu Yongjing couldn't possibly attend to everything, and oversights were inevitable.
How about we ask Ming first?
Listening to Wang Hu's complaints, Chen Yu deeply agreed. His father did business in Linsheng, and before Lu Yongjing rose to power, the family business had always been struggling and heavily suppressed. It wasn't until Lu Yongjing took charge that the situation significantly improved, and the family gradually accumulated some assets.
Yes, let's ask the captain first.
Chen Yu's words seemed to ignite a ray of light in everyone's hearts. But Luya and Luo Shui exchanged a glance and both shook their heads.
We can't ask the captain, Luo Shui said coldly. Everyone looked at her in confusion.
Luya glanced around and explained. This matter, Gu Ming has his own judgment. If we speak up, it would be equivalent to forcing him to take sides. The matter involving King Wu is too significant, we cannot force him.
Luya's expression was complex.
Lu Yongjing had taken good care of her after her father's death and had felt guilty for many years. But she was even more unwilling to let Gu Ming face a dilemma.
Lu Yongjing is involved in disputes between the court and the royal family. If Gu Ming gets entangled as well, even if he saves Lu Yongjing, how will the royal family treat him?
The voices of the Sun and Moon squad gradually quieted down, and they exchanged silent glances. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment in Lincheng, Gu Ming had already left the night patrol headquarters and was heading straight to the demon-suppressing general's residence. Gu Ming stayed inside the general's residence for over 10 minutes before walking out slowly. No one knew what he did or said in the general's mansion that night. He was dressed in a black military uniform, draped in a pitch-black cloak, his face stern, as he slowly walked out of the general's mansion. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away at the street corner, a red sports car slowly approached. Under the night sky, that touch of red had lost its former brilliance, leaving only a hint of desolation. The sports car came to a stop, and Lu Ruyan stepped out, her face numb, heading straight toward the general's mansion. That night, she traveled to many places and sought out numerous people. Her father's former subordinates and friends, she had searched for them all. No one was willing to help Lu Yongjing. Lu Ruyan was no fool, she understood the situation clearly. At first, she only approached those who might be able to help. Without saying a word, no one responded even as she left. After several attempts, she understood their attitude. Later, she simply made a direct request. The result was only cold rejection. Some even directly said, City Lord Lu betrayed his clan. If I don't take the opportunity to curry favor with the Imperial Inspector and step on him, I've already been more than benevolent. These words struck heavily in Lu Ruyan's heart. That man was clearly someone her father had personally promoted. And now, he claims that not kicking someone when they're down is already an act of great benevolence? This is the brutal reality. Lu Ruyan parked the car and walked toward the general's mansion with a numb expression. She had begged everyone, but no one was willing to lend a hand. With no other choice, she could only grasp at straws and came here one last time. She had just taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped. She wore a tweed jacket on top, a black pleated short skirt below, and a pair of small leather shoes, exuding a pure yet alluring charm. Especially her fair, slender legs, which stood out strikingly in the night. Even from a distance, Gu Ming could clearly see her, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her. Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality, a glimmer of light flashed in her dim eyes, only to vanish again. Her father's former subordinates were unwilling to save him. Gu Ming was merely a captain, and though he had recently been promoted to centurion, what could he possibly do? She originally didn't want to drag Gu Ming into this, and she also thought he wouldn't help. Yet, as if driven by some inexplicable force, Lu Ruyan stopped in front of Gu Ming, gazing at his cold and handsome face. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the lightning tore through the night sky of Linchang. Under the illumination of the lightning, Lu Ruyan lifted her delicate face and looked at Gu Ming. That face, once the confident socialite at the banquet, had now turned into a helpless woman abandoned by the world. This is the real world. Gu Ming felt emotional, his gaze calmly fixed on her. Gu Ming. Lu Ruyan's voice was complicated. She wanted to call him Centurion but ultimately just said his name. Gu Ming nodded lightly without speaking. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her mind flashing with the deeds Gu Ming had done. Destroying the Li family, surrounding Lin Wu, and exposing the two parasites of the Yin family father and son. Which of these was not a sensational event in Lin City? She released her lip and mustered the courage to look at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, my father was wronged. He is not a traitor to the clan, nor did he collude with the myriad races. Gu Ming, I need your help. Lu Ruyan finished speaking, slightly turning her head, unwilling to face that cold gaze again. She was prepared to face Gu Ming's rejection. But reality was not as stormy as she had imagined. Suddenly, the sky poured down torrential rain, covering the entire Linchang. Hail-like raindrops pounded the ground, splashing intense mist. Yet at this moment, Lu Ruyan did not feel herself getting wet. She slowly raised her head and saw Gu Ming lift one palm. Faint energy and blood flowed across the palm, keeping the rain curtain at bay. Amid the lightning, the cold and stern young man slightly curved his lips, revealing a hint of a smile. All right. Rumble. Another deafening thunderclap startled Lu Ruyan out of her daze. Before she could speak, Gu Ming had already turned around, grabbed her arm, and headed toward the red sports car. This sports car reminded Gu Ming of the Ferrari from his previous life. He got into the driver's seat, while Lu Ruyan followed in a daze and sat in the passenger seat. Gu Ming did not look back, calmly started the engine, and slammed the accelerator down. The curtain of rain washed over the night, cleansing the heavy gloom. The red sports car gleamed in the rain, speeding toward the Linchang Security Bureau. Lu Ruyan, sitting in the passenger seat, stared blankly at Gu Ming. The black military uniform draped under the cloak made him look like a cold-blooded warrior. She was completely stunned. The torrential rain poured down in the Gu family courtyard. The clanging sound outside struck the metal sheets, as if announcing the extraordinary nature of tonight. Gu Xian and Gu Feng finished dinner, and the younger brother carefully washed the dishes. The two squeezed onto the sofa, staring at the news. Countless cameras on the screen were pointed at the headquarters of the Linchang Security Bureau. The torrential rain was relentless, the night was late, yet the Security Bureau remained brightly lit. Because Governor Song is interrogating Lord Lu overnight. As long as Lord Lu confesses, he will be publicly executed tonight. This is Governor Song's absolute authority. Sis, do you think Lord Lu would really betray the clan? Gu Feng frowned and looked at his sister, his tone full of confusion. Gu Xian remained silent for a long time before finally shaking her head firmly. I remember that City Lord Lu only took office after Mom and Dad passed away. Since he became the City Lord, Lin City has been very stable. Gu Feng nodded. Although he didn't fully trust City Lord Lu, it was clear there was a conspiracy behind this matter. Sigh, when things are chaotic at the top, it's us at the bottom who suffer the most. I only hope that my elder brother can stay safe in the army and return safely 3 years later. A trace of worry flashed in Gu Xian's eyes. Big brother has been in the army for half a year, with no news at all. Joining the demon suppression army, no news is good news. At least he is still alive. Gu Feng pondered, feeling a faint unease in his heart. Not long ago, he had just undergone a mechanical modification, replacing his legs with expensive mechanical ones. These legs could support him in reaching the peak of a Tier 1 warrior. This was something Gu Ming had specially arranged for his younger brother after his salary skyrocketed upon becoming a centurion. Gu Feng looked at his sister, hesitating to speak, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. At this moment, the live broadcast screen suddenly switched. A bright red sports car, gleaming with light, sped down the empty street, heading straight for the Security Bureau headquarters. Security Bureau headquarters. Inside the spacious and well-lit interrogation room, Lu Yongzheng, dressed in black, sat calmly on the cold iron chair, his hands bound by the demon suppression chains. In front of him stood Song Xuanfu, radiating righteousness, along with Baihu army officers Sun Tiancheng, Wu Chuanjiang, Huang Yukai, and others. Song Xuanfu held the prefect's seal, which emitted a faint aura of authority. He stared at Lu Yongzheng, smiled, and slowly began to speak.
City Lord Lu, the contributions you have made to Lin City will be remembered by the court and the royal family.
I promise, as long as you confess, your daughter will live a peaceful and worry-free life. As the words fell, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yukai exchanged glances, a trace of greed flashing in their eyes.
Everyone knows that Lu Yongjing's daughter possesses an S-level talent as a wood demon.
Moreover, she is still young, a university student, and the stacked buffs make her charm irresistible. The two old lechers were so captivated they couldn't look away. However, a trace of regret also appeared in their eyes. What Governor Song meant by Lu Ruyan's life being stable was most likely referring to her becoming his woman, right? This old guy is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lu Yongjing ignored Song Xuanfu, his gaze turning to the torrential rain outside the window, a cold sneer in his heart. Tonight, even if he refuses to confess, the outcome will not change. Luo Dahai is under house arrest in the capital, and at this moment, no one in Lincheng dares to save him, nor can anyone save him. Perhaps after tonight, Lincheng will have a city lord accused of colluding with the myriad clans. But Lu Yongjing will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. But none of this matters. He only hopes his daughter has already made arrangements in advance, whether it's seeking out Luo Dahai afterward or relying on Luya, so she can live peacefully. If only I had a General Zhao in my career. If only General Lu were still alive and hadn't died. Lu Yongjing gazed at the rain curtain, his heart filled with helplessness and melancholy. He had taken an unconventional path, leaving the demon suppression army and gradually climbing to the position of city lord. The responsibilities he bore were far heavier than those of Luo Dahai, and his path was far more arduous. Originally a marquis of exceptional talent in the demon suppression army, he ultimately ended up branded with the crime of betraying his clan. Lu Yongjing turned his head with a wry smile, staring at Governor Song. I am innocent, how can I plead guilty? Seeing Lu Yongjing's composure, Governor Song had yet to speak. Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yukai couldn't hold back any longer. They had been suppressed and ordered around by Lu Yongjing, harboring resentment in their hearts. Now they seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Huang Yukai picked up the evidence of guilt his brother had written before his death from the table. At the same time, they also bribed Xiao He and Honlin's former secretary. Xiao He suddenly remembered that an Honlin had a safe. She sent someone to open it and found it full of solid evidence of an Honlin colluding with Lu Yongjing. This time, Lu Yongjing's crimes were completely confirmed. Huang Yukai smiled as he handed the evidence to Lu Yongjing. City Lord Lu, the evidence is conclusive. What's the point of arguing? Lu Yongjing's gaze was calm, staring at him. Do you know why I've kept you and Wu Chuanjiang around all this time? Huang Youcai's expression changed drastically, unable to hide his displeasure. What did you say? Wu Chuanjiang also walked over, sneering. Keep us? Do you really think you can handle us? They had always pretended to be honest, hiding under Lu Yongjing's command, thinking their disguise was flawless. Lu Yongjing smiled faintly and shook his head. He was too lazy to say much to these two people. The court sent an inspector not because of the fabricated charges they came up with. The royal family wanted to deal with him for one reason only: he had offended them. As for colluding with the myriad races, even if it were true, the royal family would hardly care. As long as it's well covered and no one finds out, the consequences won't be severe. These two actually think taking him down was their achievement. Lu Yongjing secretly chuckled to himself, two big fools. The look in his eyes, as if watching idiots, made Wu Chuanjiang furious. He suddenly raised his hand, intending to slap Lu Yongjing. Seeing this, Song Xuanfu not only didn't stop him but instead looked intrigued. Sun Tiancheng's expression was indifferent. As a captain of the White Tiger Army, he didn't care about these matters at all. Knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the interrogation room, and the door was pushed open. A black cloak swept in, and Chen Peng, bearing the rank of Marquis General on his shoulder and with a stern expression, walked in. His face was calm, as if tonight's major event had nothing to do with him. After scanning the room, his gaze settled on Governor Song. You must be Governor Song, correct? I represent the Demon Suppression Army, here to witness City Lord Lu's confession. A city lord betraying his people, such a grave matter must be jointly witnessed by the three authorities. Luo Dahai was not in Lincheng, so naturally, Chen Peng took his place. Governor Song smiled and nodded gently in greeting. At this moment, the door was knocked on again. Hera, dressed in professional attire, entered first and smiled at everyone. Governor Song, Minister Mu has arrived. Behind him, Mu Yanfei walked in slowly, her champagne-colored gown accentuating her elegant demeanor. Her blonde hair was tied back, shedding her usual gentleness and adding a touch of sharpness. Wearing high heels, she surveyed everyone in the interrogation room. Everyone's here, huh? The voice was calm, as if Lu Yongjing's impending downfall had nothing to do with her.
Governor Song smiled again.
Since Minister Mu and Commander Chen are both present,
then let's officially begin the trial of City Lord Lu. Mu Yanfei nodded slightly and moved aside with Hera, coldly watching Lu Yongjing.
Her gaze carried a faint smile, concealing countless stories and secrets that no one could uncover. Lu Yongjing glanced at her. Chen Pang, Luo Dahai's trusted lieutenant, is most notable for his obedience. At the same time, it is also his greatest flaw. He only follows Luo Dahai's orders. Whatever Luo Dahai instructs, he carries out. His orders even override those of the imperial court. Nowadays, Luo Dahai is under house arrest in the capital, and no one can command him.
Chen Pang never meddles in other people's affairs. As for Mu Yanfei,
whenever she appears, Lu Yongjing feels a heavy sense of loss in his heart. This scout of the same rank, who usually appears idle, is actually the greatest strategist in Lincheng. She calculates every move with meticulous precision. On the surface, she seems inactive, but in reality, she does everything. No one knows her true purpose. Even, once you start speculating about her intentions, you have already fallen into her chessboard. Lu Yongjing shook his head and looked up at the glaring fluorescent light above. Suddenly, the voice of Inspector Song sounded in his ears. City Lord of Lincheng, Lu Yongjing, colluded with the myriad races of exotic beasts, committing acts of betrayal against his own kind.
As a court inspector, dealing with such traitors is my unshirkable duty.
Lu Yongjing quietly listened to Inspector Song's words. Inspector Song slowly finished speaking and was the first to turn his head to stare at Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng.
Director Wu, Deputy City Lord Huang, do you think what I said is wrong?
Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng had been waiting for this moment for a long time and burst into laughter upon seeing it.
There's nothing wrong, Lord Song's words are completely correct. That's right, Governor. City Lord Lu betrayed his clan, and though it is heartbreaking, such a harmful element must not be kept. Governor Song chuckled lightly and then turned to Chen Pang. Are there any objections from the Demon Suppression Army and the Night Watchers? Chen Pang remained expressionless, neither nodding nor denying.
Governor Song frowned slightly, and Wu Chuanjiang quickly explained.
Lord Song, Commander Chen has always been silent by nature. If he doesn't speak, it means he agrees. Governor Song's brows relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. That's good.
He knew in his heart that the court's plan to act against Lu Yongjing had already been set in motion.
Luo Dahai had already been reassigned. What difference could a marquis make? Finally, he looked at Mu Yanfei. Mu Yanfei stood quietly, sensing Governor Song's gaze.
She smiled faintly, her expression calm and her emotions hard to discern. Governor Song, however, was captivated by this smile and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. I had heard that among the night patrol officers in Lincheng, there was a great beauty, but I never expected her to be so captivating. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, Minister Mu, do you have any objections to my decision? Mu Yanfei gave a faint smile and gently shook her head. Ironclad evidence, the night patrol has no objections. Governor Song nodded with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. He turned his head and waved to Lu Yongjing, about to speak. At that moment, the door was knocked again, accompanied by the voice of a young man.
Captain, there is someone outside the security bureau claiming to have objections to the accusation of Lord Lu betraying the clan.
Governor Song furrowed his brows. The young man at the door, however, was not speaking to him but to Captain Sun Tiancheng of the White Tiger Army, Centurion of the Demon Suppression Army, personal guard of the General, Gu Ming.
Sun Tiancheng's eyes lit up.
He brought 50 soldiers from the White Tiger Army here with the purpose of inviting Gu Ming. Gu Ming, this exceptionally talented scout, is renowned throughout the White Tiger Army in the capital. Sun Tiancheng turned to look at Inspector Song and said,
Governor, I need to step out for a moment. Governor Song nodded.
Although he wasn't very satisfied with Gu Ming, he didn't dare to say much.
The person chosen by the White Tiger Army was someone he wouldn't dare to touch. Sun Tiancheng turned around and left with his men.
Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng exchanged a glance in the interrogation room.
Others might not know who Gu Ming is, but they certainly do. How did this guy manage to run back from Pengcheng? Wu Chuanjiang cursed inwardly and shot a glance at his son. Haichang, go keep an eye on it.
Wu Haicheng nodded, with a hint of amusement and frivolity, and left the interrogation room. Lu Yongjing, seated on the iron chair, heard the words Gu Ming, and a faint glimmer appeared in his eyes. But it vanished in an instant, and his eyes dimmed again. Gu Ming, though exceptionally gifted, upright, and daring enough to draw his gun on anyone. But he is, after all, just a centurion. Even as the general's personal aide, in matters like this, even Chen Peng's influence is limited. What could he possibly do?
Gu Ming, thank you. But I'm afraid I won't live to see the day you become a general. Lu Yongjing silently recited in his heart, as the torrential rain outside seemed to entrust his hopes to Gu Ming. Even if I die today, my will shall endure. Gu Ming is young, yet purer and more upright than him. In his eyes, there is no room for the slightest darkness. Lu Yongjing revealed a flamboyant smile, feeling elated. At the same time, beside Hera, Mu Yanfei looked at Lu Yongjing, and when she heard the words Gu Ming, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Has the dust settled? Tonight, the storm may have just begun. In front of the Public Security Bureau headquarters, countless cameras are pointed here, with major media outlets broadcasting live simultaneously. On this night, countless people are glued to their televisions. Not only in Lin City, but also in the Second Province, Fire City, Ice City, and even across the entire northern state, tens of millions of people are fixated on their screens, following the news of a city lord betraying their own kind. Many people gritted their teeth in anger, and the barrage of comments was filled with curses. The ruler of a city, betraying their own clan? How many dark secrets are hidden behind this? It's simply unbelievable. However, some have raised doubts about this matter. The people of Lincheng, especially the Gu family, were the most suspicious. The living room wasn't large, and the siblings sat side by side on the sofa. They stared at the TV, where the screen showed the headquarters of the Security Bureau shrouded in heavy rain. Suddenly, Gu Xian and Gu Feng's gazes slightly sharpened. A dazzling red sports car is parked in front of the Security Bureau, right in the center. No one gets out of the car, but the aura is entirely different. Cameras all focus on this sports car. After all, Lu Yongjing's trial is not yet over, and no one knows what is happening inside. A reporter's eyes lit up, zooming in and saying, "Everyone, this red sports car is the vehicle of Lincheng City Lord Lu Yongjing's daughter. She is very likely sitting in the car." Although the treason incident has not yet been concluded, we can speculate that this sports car was bought by City Lord Lu with the money obtained from treason. Voices of doubt, slander, and opportunistic attacks rose one after another. Gu Ming sat in the driver's seat of the red sports car, listening to the surrounding clamor, his expression calm as water. Lu Ruyan, in the passenger seat, watched a live stream on her phone, listening to the reporter's words. The sound of the torrential rain was deafening, but she raised her hand to cover her eyes, and 2 streams of tears slid down her arm. "Gu Ming, my dad clearly did so much for Lincheng. In the past, the news media were full of praise for him. Now, why are they slandering him like this? Why on earth?" Lu Ruyan's eyes were blurred with tears, crying uncontrollably. For 20 years, she had never experienced such a dark world. "They are all very good." Lu Ruyan froze, looking at Gu Ming with an anger born of humiliation. But what she saw was Gu Ming sitting in the driver's seat, his expression frighteningly calm. He gently raised his hand and opened the car door. Inside the car, only the figure in the pitch-black cloak remained in front of Lu Ruyan. "Gu family." A figure slowly stepped down from the dazzling red sports car. He was draped in a black cloak, wearing a jet-black military uniform, his face stern and indistinct in the pouring rain. But surveillance cameras were everywhere, capturing his figure from multiple angles. Gu Xian and Gu Feng suddenly widened their eyes. Especially Gu Xian, who was so shocked that she could hardly speak. She had never imagined that she would see someone on television who looked almost identical to her brother. No, to be precise, that was his elder brother. Gu Ming, bearing the rank of centurion on his shoulder, instantly became the focus of the media cameras. The comments section exploded, with everyone curious about this mysterious young officer's identity and his purpose for being here. At that moment, 3 black military vehicles drove in. Several agile individuals quickly got out of the car, displaying strict discipline. They raised the reporters' long guns and short cannons, set up cameras, connected microphones, all aimed at Gu Ming. A reporter from the Demon Suppression Army looked into the camera, her voice clear and resonant. "I believe everyone is curious about this young centurion in the frame. Not only wanting to know his purpose tonight but also eager to learn about his identity." A large number of viewers instantly flooded into the Demon Suppression Army's livestream. As the official authoritative media, everything here represents absolute authenticity. Gu Xian was one of them. She stared at the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to her elder brother, her eyes filled with turbulent emotions, her heart unable to calm. The reporter suddenly sighed, with a trace of regret on his face. "Friends in front of the TV, what I am about to say next, I must first express my regret. Because these words will reveal a genius to the public. General Luo originally intended for him to quietly grow under the shade of the Demon Suppression Army's great tree, without having to endure the storm too early. But time waits for no one.
We can only push this genius onto the stage, exposing him to everyone, even letting the exotic beasts and myriad races see his existence, facing countless crises. As soon as the words fell, Lin City trembled instantly. Inside the Gu family, Gu Xian's beautiful eyes widened as she turned to stare at Gu Feng. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't know where to begin. What secret lies behind the tone used by the Demon Suppression Army reporter to introduce Gu Ming? Gu Feng avoided his sister's shocked gaze and stared intently at the camera. He, too, was eager to know the reason behind his brother's rapid promotion in the army. On the screen, the reporter continued speaking with a smile. This young man is named Gu Ming. 18 years old, he joined the Demon Suppression Army after the awakening ceremony, only half a year ago. But in just 3 months, he became the unparalleled genius of the Lincheng Demon Suppression Army's recruit camp. He was promoted twice consecutively, rising from private to squad leader, then to platoon leader. Then went to the capital for further studies, soon returned, and had been promoted to the rank of captain. Speaking of this, everyone might still remember the event that shook Lincheng a few months ago, the encirclement of Wanghuai district, and the collusion between the Li family and the myriad clans. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in front of the television erupted. A trace of understanding flashed in Gu Xian's eyes. That day, her younger brother Gu Feng was kidnapped by the Li family, and she went to the security bureau to report the case. Subsequently, the Demon Suppression Army surrounded the Wanghuai district and completely destroyed the Li family within 3 hours. The truth about the mutant rat nest within the Li family and their collusion with mutant beasts was also exposed. At the time, the Demon Suppression Army only announced the results without detailing the specifics, which helped stabilize public sentiment. But now, Gu Xian stared at the screen intently, the answer in her heart gradually becoming clear. Beside her, Gu Feng recalled the scene from that day, his face flushed, blood boiling. Gu Ming gently stroked his head, comforting him in a warm voice. Don't be afraid, big brother's got your back. Boom! Gu Feng's mind buzzed, and the TV reporter continued to report. The one who ordered the siege of the Li family at that time was none other than this man before us, Gu Qingshui. After returning from the capital, he caught General Luo's attention and became his personal aide. It was precisely Gu Qingshui's mobilization of military forces to besiege the Li family that prevented them from continuing to harm Lincheng. As the reporter's words fell, countless people in Lincheng felt their minds buzzing and their hearts racing. However, he merely smiled faintly, his words still unfinished. Does everyone still remember the incident more than a month ago when Lin Wu was surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army? As soon as these words were spoken, many Lin Wu students recalled that dark and windy night. The reporter from the Demon Suppression Army smiled meaningfully, his tone sharp. That night, a marquis from the Demon Suppression Army turned out to have been a lackey of the myriad races. His son, and Mingyu, was the former president of the Linwu Student Council and even founded the night cult within Linwu, specifically serving the night clan of the Second Province. That night, Gu personally regained military power, personally executed in Mingyu, and commanded the encirclement and killing of An Honglin. Wow! The audience in front of the TV was stunned. They had never expected that such a shocking event had occurred in Lincheng. A clash of the strong is something everyone has heard of, and it's normal to sense the ripples. But who would have thought it was due to such a hidden grudge? Gu Ming, the Gu family retainer in that scene, actually exposed traitors to the clan twice? He's practically a legendary figure. Everyone's expressions changed. The reporter from the Demon Suppression Army continued speaking, his smile growing wider. Now, Gu Ming, Gu the personal attendant, has joined the Demon Suppression Army for only half a year, yet his rank has already risen to Centurion. Tonight, his arrival at the headquarters of the Security Bureau marks another major operation by our Demon Suppression Army. Before the voice faded, an invisible defensive force field suddenly unfolded on the scene. The torrential rain was isolated outside, unable to penetrate the barrier. Everyone raised their eyes, their pupils suddenly contracting. Demon Suppressing Formation. This is the most important defensive method of the Demon Suppression Army, specifically designed to counter beast tides. When the formation is deployed, it can both defend against external enemies and control internal threats. If the Demon Suppression Army of an entire camp works together to set up the formation, it would be nearly impossible for anyone below the 7th tier to break through. Of course, this does not mean that 10,000 Demon Suppression Army soldiers are invincible. But when facing a 6th tier powerhouse, as long as the formation still has some strength left, the opponents simply cannot break in or escape. The slightly damp ground mirrored the Demon Suppression Formation shrouded in torrential rain. A red sports car slowly came to a stop, and Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped out from the passenger seat. Her gaze fell on the man draped in a pitch-black cloak, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes.
In that confusion, there were mixed in other complex emotions. It felt as if everything was on the verge of tearing apart. Does he even know what he's doing?
Lu Ruyan's mind was completely blank at this moment. She was utterly stunned. Gu Ming helping her was totally unexpected, and she was very grateful.
But she never truly believed that relying on Gu Ming alone could rescue Lu Yongzheng.
This was no trivial matter, but rather a clash at the level of martial kings, entangled with both the overt and covert struggles within the court. Lu Yong and Zhang he couldn't intervene, and Gu Ming, just a mere centurion of personal guards, what could he possibly do? But she suddenly realized that she was completely mistaken.
Utterly wrong.
Gu Ming, this person she had only heard of in the past, dared to use the authority of his personal guard to directly surround the Li family in order to save his younger brother.
Nowadays, in order to save Lu Yongzheng, he once again exercised military authority.
This demon-suppressing grand formation is astonishing in scale, mobilizing at least the forces of an entire camp. The ancient kingdom's demon-suppressing army is divided into 5 levels: 10-man squads, 100-man companies, 1,000-man camps, 10,000-man battalions, and 100,000-man corps. The demon-suppressing army guarding Lin City consists of 2 battalions, with a total force of over 20,000.
Gu Ming actually mobilized an entire camp tonight? Is he crazy? Lu Ruyan stared at Gu Ming with a dazed look, shock and complex emotions surging in her heart.
No gifts were needed, just this one action had already deeply won her heart.
Gu family. Gu Xian listened to the words of the reporter from the Demon Suppression Army on TV, slowly recovering from her shock.
She turned her head blankly and looked at her younger brother, Gu Feng.
Big brother joined the army only 3 months ago, and he's already the top figure in the recruit camp? Less than half a year, his military rank skyrocketed, and he's already a personal centurion?
Gu Xian didn't quite understand what personal specifically meant, but she knew the weight of a centurion.
A true officer, with an extraordinary status.
She stared blankly at Gu Feng, suddenly recalling the rumors circulating in school, and couldn't help but ask.
Gu Feng, what exactly is a personal attendant?
Gu Feng's gaze was also fixed on the television, immersed in the legendary story of his elder brother. He blurted out, a personal attendant is someone directly led by the general, who can command 1/3 of the general's forces at critical moments.
Sis.
Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly turned his head to look at Gu Xian. Gu Xian squinted her eyes, glanced at his finely crafted mechanical legs, and recalled the lies he had once told her.
Big brother's superior rescued him from the Li family? Big brother's superior destroyed the Li family? Gu Xian let out a cold laugh. What a good little brother.
Gu Feng's face instantly darkened. Sis, someone from the Demon Suppression Army told me not to talk recklessly, I can't help it.
Gu Xian glanced at him, not believing a word of his nonsense. Fine, from now on I won't tell you anything either.
Sis,
you can't say that. Gu Feng panicked. Gu Xian said no more, frowning as she stared at the TV screen.
Big brother, what exactly is he trying to do?
Gu Feng was also stunned, looking toward the TV screen.
The young lady who got out of the passenger seat is so beautiful, she really suits the big brother. He secretly complained in his heart, but his brows were tightly furrowed.
The big brother is someone who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Gu Xian silently nodded.
Yes, big brother. The two felt conflicted, on one hand not wanting to see their big brother take risks and face difficulties, on the other hand understanding the character of Lord Lu. Now that Gu Ming is acting this way, he would never betray the clan. They felt admiration and pride for their big brother's sense of justice. In the silence, the two made a silent vow, after tonight, no matter what, they would stay with their elder brother. Alive, they are 3 siblings, dead, they are 3 kindred spirits. In front of the Security Bureau headquarters building, Gu Ming, draped in a black cloak, walked to the red sports car and looked up at the Security Bureau building. Lu Ruyan stood beside him, watching as a group of figures emerged from the building. Sun Tianchang wore a snow-white battle armor, exuding an air of heroism. He led a few members of the White Tiger Army and slowly walked toward Gu Ming. Sun Tianchang raised his eyes to glance at the demon suppression formation shrouded in the rain, then lowered his head to carefully observe Gu Ming. This glance left him stunned. Gu Ming's gaze was calm, his brows sharp and stern, unlike the traditionally imposing aura of a soldier. Yet in this situation, he remained exceptionally composed, with a transcendent mindset. This presence was on par with the general commanding the White Tiger Army. Both of them exuded a calm and composed demeanor, as if they could remain unshaken even under immense pressure. Sun Tianchang, with a hint of surprise and satisfaction, slowly spoke, Centurion Gu, I am Sun Tianchang, a captain of the White Tiger Army, one of the 5 armies of the ancient nation. This time, I have come on behalf of the White Tiger Army to invite you to join us. Fearing that Gu Ming might not recognize the name of the White Tiger Army, a young man beside him added, the White Tiger Army is one of the 5 elite corps of the ancient nation. Although the number is only 10,000, they are all elite scouts. Here, scouts receive the best training. Whether it's mechanical modification, integration with the White Tiger battle armor, or utilizing their talents, resources are abundant, and the future is promising. Don't be misled by the low rank of captain. The actual benefits are equivalent to those of a centurion. When our officers go out, they are automatically promoted by 2 ranks. The commander of the White Tiger Army holds the rank of general, not lieutenant general. Joining the White Tiger Army will allow your talents to be fully developed, enabling you to rise rapidly and become unstoppable. You only need to be loyal to the royal family and the court. As the words fell, Sun Tiancheng's eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping Gu Ming would be moved. No young person can resist the allure of the White Tiger Army. Back then, he too was full of passion and joined without hesitation. He believed Gu Ming would be no exception. Beside Gu Ming, Lu Ruyan looked at Sun Tiancheng with a shocked expression. The White Tiger Army actually sent someone to Lincheng to personally invite Gu Ming. Such treatment is truly prestigious. But a bitterness arose in her heart. Once Gu Ming joins, he will have to pledge loyalty to the royal family. And the greatest conflict of Gu Ming's father is his opposition to the royal family. Joining the White Tiger Army, Gu Ming would no longer be able to intervene in this feud, right? Lu Ruyan smiled helplessly and said nothing. She respected Gu Ming's choice. After all, apart from her as his daughter, Gu Ming had no connection to Lu Yongzheng, so there was no need to risk his life. Just as Sun Tiancheng and Lu Ruyan were both watching Gu Ming smiled faintly and looked directly at Sun Tiancheng, asking, if I join the White Tiger Army, can I help City Lord Lu overturn the case? Overturn the case? Sun Tiancheng's smile instantly froze. The young man beside him stared at Gu Ming in shock and exclaimed, what did you just say? Join the White Tiger Army. Gu Ming glanced at him coldly and interrupted, joining the White Tiger Army has many benefits, but what does that have to do with me? The young man was speechless, anger rising from the depths of his heart. The White Tiger Army was their faith. But in Gu Ming's eyes, it seemed like empty words? Just as he was about to refute, Sun Tiancheng stepped forward with a faint smile and said, you may not be aware of how serious City Lord Lu's crimes are. He is a traitor to the race, guilty of betraying humanity. This is not only the law of the ancient nation but also the iron rule of the entire Blue Star human race. Hearing this, Gu Ming's heart sank. Joining the White Tiger Army wouldn't save Lu Yongzheng. Instead, he would become a royal lapdog, protecting imperial interests rather than those of humanity. This went against his original intention of enlisting in the army. He slowly shook his head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The White Tiger Army represents the royal family. At this moment, with the royal family taking action, the White Tiger Army will certainly not save Lu Yongzheng. What else is there to discuss? Gu Ming's expression turned serious as he stared at Sun Tiancheng. Since that's the case, Gu Ming, centurion of the Demon Suppression Army, is carrying out a mission. Please step aside. The tone was polite, yet brooked no argument. Sun Tiancheng's expression was stiff, but a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, while anger also ignited in his heart. Did you hear clearly what I just said? He questioned. Gu Ming's gaze was resolute as he nodded. I heard clearly. Rage surged in Sun Tiancheng's chest. He heard Gu Ming's cold voice follow. I, Gu Ming, have come here today solely to lead the Demon Subjugation Army and return the truth to Lin City. Whether City Lord Lu has betrayed the clan is not for the court to decide, nor for the royal family to decide, but for the truth to decide. As the words fell, Gu Ming paid Sun Tiancheng no further attention and turned to walk past him. Just as he took a step, Sun Tiancheng shouted coldly, stop. His gaze was sharp, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. I brought 50 members of the White Tiger Army. The first task is to invite you to join the White Tiger Army. The second task, he paused, his voice icy, is to cooperate with Inspector Song to capture Lincheng's city lord, Lu Yongzheng. The sound of white armor clashing was deafening, and the momentum surged like a tide. Gu Ming sensed that Sun Tiancheng's aura was powerful, at the level of a fourth-rank martial lord. The rank of deputy commander in the White Tiger Army is truly not just an empty title. Sun Tiancheng's strength matches that of a centurion and is by no means an average individual. He stared coldly at Gu Ming, his arms suddenly raised. The 50 White Tiger Army soldiers behind him clattered in their armor, responding in unison. Sun Tiancheng cast a sidelong glance at Gu Ming and ordered coldly, take him down. The 50 White Tiger Army soldiers charged forward in unison, their momentum like tigers descending a mountain. Among them were 5 third-tier martial generals, while the rest were all second-tier martial soldiers.
The White Tiger Army is tightly organized and equipped with a special formation.
The sound of the charge shook the heavens, resembling the roar of an enraged white tiger rushing straight at Gu Ming. A cold glint flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. Silvery metallic liquid quickly condensed in the palm of his hand. Just as he was about to grip the moon nether spear, the surrounding world suddenly changed drastically.
Countless evil spirits surged out from the ground, baring their fangs and claws, their wails piercing and chilling to the bone. Gu Ming was surrounded by the evil spirits, his body being bitten.
Excruciating pain struck, his mind buzzed, and illusions of malevolent thoughts continuously disturbed him.
But Gu Ming's expression was stern and fearless, still as resolute as steel. His gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto a direction.
A man with a frivolous demeanor stood there, a playful smile on his lips, Wu Haichang. He used the same illusion techniques he had employed against Li Ken back then to deal with Gu Ming. Want to leverage the power of the White Tiger Army to quickly take down Gu Ming and prevent any variables. However, the illusion shattered instantly. A tiger's roar erupted, shaking the depths of the soul. Xiao Bai sat firmly in Gu Ming's sea of consciousness, suppressing all illusions. Following that came the earth-shaking roar of the White Tiger, counterattacking the place where the illusion had struck. Outside the headquarters building of the Security Bureau, Wu Haicheng stood on the stone steps, shocked to see Gu Ming break free from his illusion so quickly. He had relied on the 4th-tier demon core given by Wu Chuanzhong to advance to the 4th-tier martial lord. How could this be? The illusion was broken so easily? Before he could think further, suddenly, a tiger's roar erupted like a mountain flood, shaking his mind.
Illusionists possess the strongest mental power and excel at manipulating the realm of the mind.
But at this moment, Wu Haicheng only felt as if he was being targeted by a natural predator.
The tiger's roar surged like waves of the sea, coming one after another, endless and relentless.
His mind was in chaos, standing on the stone steps as blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices. His gaze was dazed, staring blankly ahead, completely losing the ability to think. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, his 5 fingers suddenly gripping the moon abyss spear tightly.
As the silver-white spear entered his hand, his aura underwent an instant transformation, clad in a pitch-black cloak.
Without weapons, he resembled a proud and aloof prince of the night, noble and cold. With a spear in hand, he was like a war god descending, exuding a stabilizing force. 50 white tiger soldiers formed a battle array, and a white tiger's phantom charged forward, its aura captivating. Gu Ming gripped the moon nether spear tightly and took a sudden step forward. Roar! The roar of the tiger burst out furiously, and the phantom of the white tiger attempted to shake Gu Ming's spirit. At the same time, the moon nether spear in Gu Ming's hand also let out a roar. This mid-grade 4th-tier moon nether spear possesses power far beyond what it once had.
Amid the tiger's roar, the figures of 50 white tiger soldiers froze in place. Sun Tiancheng's thoughts were momentarily stunned.
Seizing the moment, Gu Ming charged forward, thrusting his spear. The white battle armor on Sun Tiancheng's forehead shattered in the wind, exploding in mid-air. Gu Ming had no personal grudge against Sun Tiancheng, there was no need to kill him. Although he acts recklessly, he is not a fool. If the White Tiger Army captain is truly killed, tonight's situation will inevitably spiral out of control. After everything ended, Gu Ming strode forward. The White Tiger Army and Sun Tiancheng had already become defeated foes left behind. Gu Ming strode past, and only then did the 50 white tiger soldiers snap back to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion. The young man who had been so arrogant just moments ago now had a bewildered expression on his face. The White Tiger Army's Tiger Roar formation was their signature skill. Once deployed, they could easily suppress a 4th-tier martial lord. With Sun Tiancheng leading the team, even a 5th-rank martial marquis could be fought head-on. But what was the result? When the Tiger Roar formation was activated, they heard an even louder and more domineering roar. The entire scene instantly froze. The White Tiger Army was stunned. Sun Tiancheng was also taken aback. He turned his head and stared at Gu Ming, the person who had already stepped past him and now stood in front of him without any obstruction. Just now, he had sensed Wu Haicheng's illusion technique in action. The methods of a 4th-tier illusionist can pull Gu Ming into an illusion in an instant. Coupled with the mental suppression of the White Tiger Army, Gu Ming was supposed to be sluggish. But the fact is, Gu Ming not only broke free from the illusion instantly but even countered Wu Haicheng immediately. On the distant stone steps, Wu Haicheng's face was blank, his mind completely empty. Sun Tiancheng was even more stunned. How did he manage to do that? He turned his head to look at Gu Ming's back. Gu Ming held the long spear at an angle, its bright silver shaft reflecting a chilling light under the moonlight, an icy sharpness emanating directly toward him. Sun Tianchang stared at him blankly, an inexplicable sense of reverence surging in his heart. How is this possible? He quickly regained his composure and waved his hand to order the White Tiger Army to attack again. Gu Ming was mindful of their identities, but the White Tiger Army showed no mercy. At this moment, Gu Ming sneered coldly and waved his hand, saying, "Take them away." Not far behind him, Zhao Ruilong and Dong Songlin, the two centurions, quietly appeared. Following them was a group of captains from the Linqing demon-suppressing army. Li Ken was also in the crowd, staring intensely at Gu Ming. Everyone nodded in unison, took a few steps forward, and fixed their fierce gazes on the White Tiger Army. Sun Tianchang widened his eyes, "You all." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Ruilong waved his hand. "Didn't you hear what Centurion Gu said? Take him away." Li Kan and the other centurions acted without hesitation. Although they were not as formidable as the White Tiger Army, they had the advantage in numbers. There were over 100 centurions present at the scene. The White Tiger Army was quickly subdued, all of them raising their heads to glare fiercely at Gu Ming. At this moment, Lu Rian stared at the scene before her, completely stunned. Gu Ming actually dealt with the White Tiger Army without hesitation? The White Tiger Army was one of the 5 major corps, on par with the Azure Dragon Army. The Azure Dragon Army is the existence Lu Ruyan dreams of. They are all wood spirits, possessing the strongest and most comprehensive cultivation system and endless resources. And Gu Ming actually directly rejected the White Tiger Army? For the sake of his father, he actually dared to take action directly? Moreover, what's with all the centurions present at the scene? Lu Ruyan's confusion was also the confusion of everyone watching the screen. On the Gu family's sofa, the siblings looked at each other in bewilderment. Gu Xian softly asked Gu Feng, "Is the elder brother's rank only a centurion? Why do those 2 Kiliarchs seem to be taking orders from him? And what's with all these centurions?" Gu Xian knew quite a bit about the demon suppression army. Although not well versed in the details of military ranks, she already had a clear impression. Gu Feng shook his head. "I don't know either. Could it be that Big Brother is the general's personal attendant?" He was intelligent and sharp, understanding how to endure, but when facing his sister, his words were simple. Gu Xian frowned and retorted, "That's not right. Qin Sui, though I don't understand it deeply, roughly refers to the younger generation favored by the general, who have yet to mature. Big Brother's rank is only that of a centurion, able to command just a fraction of the military authority, and it's impossible for him to mobilize so many officers. Not to mention the 2 centurions being so obedient to him." The Gu siblings were deeply confused, unable to make sense of the situation. Inside the interrogation room on the top floor of the Security Bureau headquarters, Wu Chuanjiang's female secretary hurried over, knocked on the door, and entered. She glanced at several key figures in the room, her breathing quickened. Wu Chuanjiang frowned slightly. "Don't rush, speak slowly." The female secretary nodded, suppressed her panic, and quickly began to speak. "Director Wu, gentlemen, Gu. Gu's personal guards have led troops to surround the Security Bureau." She originally wanted to say Gu Ming, but recalling the demeanor of the man at the door, she could only refer to him as Gu's personal guard. As soon as she finished speaking, the large interrogation room fell into dead silence, with only her own rapid breathing audible. She cautiously looked up, only to see Wu Chuanjiang's face change drastically, turning so dark it seemed ink could drip from it. Damn it, truly haunting. Wu Chuanjiang cursed fiercely in his heart. He had clearly been extra cautious with Gu Ming, setting up obstacles in advance to create trouble for him. But this guy just loved meddling, refusing to give up or back down. What is most puzzling is that in Luo Dahai's absence, he actually deployed the demon suppression army. Wu Chuanjiang's face turned completely ashen, momentarily at a loss for words. In the interrogation center, Prefect Song frowned deeply and looked up at Huang Yucheng. "Who is Gu Qinsui?" The secretary said it should be an aide to a certain general. An aide to Luo Dahai? Huang Yucheng leaned closer to Inspector Song and whispered a few words. Inspector Song's face changed drastically, his brows furrowing even tighter. He immediately understood that this person was the one the White Tiger Army had come to Linqing to find. But the question is, why would he bring an army to surround the Security Bureau? With Luo Dahai absent, what right does he have? Governor Song was filled with doubt but remained calm. He glanced at Huang Yucheng and Wu Chuanjiang and said in a deep voice, "Both of you, come with me to take a look." Then he turned to Chen Peng and said, "Chen Wanho, you come along as well." Chen Peng nodded, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Governor Song had just stepped out the door when he suddenly remembered something and turned to Mu Yanfei, saying, "Minister Mu, please temporarily keep an eye on City Lord Lu for a while." Mu Yanfei's lips curved slightly, and she nodded in agreement. Only then did Governor Song feel at ease and went downstairs with Wu Chuanjian, Huang Yucheng, and Chen Peng. Just as he stepped out of the building, he was stunned by the scene before him. Sun Tiancheng and a group of White Tiger Army soldiers were being escorted by the Demon Suppression Army and detained to the side. Behind Gu Ming, Zhao Ruilong and Dong Tsonglin stood like two guardian deities. Further back, there were densely packed Demon Suppression Army centurions from Lincheng, numbering at least 100. Looking up, the torrential rain was blocked by a barrier outside. That was a demon-suppressing formation that only a camp-level demon suppression army could deploy. In other words, is the Security Bureau truly surrounded tightly by an entire camp-level demon suppression army at this moment? Gu Ming, just a minor centurion, was actually commanding 10,000 troops? The outskirts of Pengcheng. The members of the Sun and Moon squad stayed overnight on a hilltop, where it wasn't raining. They sat around the off-road vehicle, all staring at the livestream. Everyone's face was filled with tension, along with intense anticipation and shock. "Damn, Minggu is so damn cool." Shen Yu couldn't help but blurt out, and Wang Hu nodded in agreement, patting his own head. "Damn, I saw someone in the comments explaining how Mingzi commands 10,000 troops. Mingzi is a centurion, leading 100 centurions, so naturally, he can command 10,000 troops. Makes sense, right?" Wang Hu looked around and saw that everyone had a surprised expression on their faces. Damn it, only this guy could come up with such a bizarre explanation. The September night was slightly cool, but everyone only felt their blood boiling, their bodies filled with boundless energy. Chun Yu looked at Lu Ye and suggested, "Coach Lu, shouldn't we return to Lincheng to help Brother Ming?" Lu Ye withdrew her gaze from the live broadcast and turned to the crowd. Chen Yu and Wang, who were still young and hadn't fully grasped the seriousness of Gu Ming's actions tonight. But she understood it very well. Gu Ming leading troops to surround the Security Bureau was an entirely different matter. The previous two incidents targeting the Li family were merely affairs between civilian organizations. Encircling Lin Wu was merely an internal conflict within the Demon Suppression Army, not involving higher levels. But this time, Gu Ming surrounded the Lin City Security Bureau. Moreover, in the absence of Luo Dahai, he personally led troops to completely blockade the Security Bureau. The root of the matter lies in the court targeting Lu Yongzheng. The royal family also intends to act against Lu Yongzheng. Gu Ming's actions are a direct challenge to the court and the royal family. Even though he holds the moral high ground and has launched an official livestream of the demon-suppressing army to guide public opinion, in the eyes of the court and the royal family, he has already become a thorn in their side. It can be said that Gu Ming has already ruined most of his life's prospects. If he wants to continue in the future, the road is destined to be difficult. Even whether he can get through this time safely is hard to predict. Lu Ye's gaze was heavy as she said in a low voice. "He didn't let us follow him back to Lincheng, probably because he didn't want to drag us into trouble. But no matter what, since we can't help him, we should return to Lincheng." Her words carried a sense of loss, as well as a complex emotion toward Gu Ming for protecting them. That 18-year-old youth had already become the backbone of the Sun and Moon Squad. It is the only existence capable of reversing the tide amidst the great changes in Lincheng. After hearing Lu Ye's words, although not everyone fully understood, they all sensed the profound meaning behind Gu Ming's actions. In silence, they all got into the cars and headed toward Lincheng. No matter what, even if they couldn't stay by Gu Ming's side, they would try to get as close as possible. Meanwhile, in the capital city thousands of miles away. Inside the old courtyard, Mr. Zhao opened his eyes, gazing at the overcast sky with a slight flicker in his eyes. He felt a trace of unease. Mr. Zhao picked up his phone and dialed his secretary's number. On the other end of the phone, the male secretary's heavy voice came through. "General, Lin City is in chaos, and Gu Ming has surrounded the Security Bureau." As soon as the words fell, Old Master Zhao's hand stiffened slightly, and he turned to look at Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai sat anxiously on the recliner, unable to relax. The phone was set aside, but with Old Master Zhao present, he didn't dare to look. And what good would it do to look? Old Master Zhao wouldn't let him take risks. This wasn't persuasion, it was an order. Luo Dahai was filled with helplessness, burning with anxiety. Sensing the change in Old Master Zhao's gaze, he asked in confusion, "General, what's wrong?" Old Master Zhao glanced at him twice but didn't see any signs of deception on his face. It seems Gu Ming is not the pawn he had anticipated. He sighed and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Come in and bring a computer." Shortly after, the male secretary walked in holding a tablet and played the live news broadcast. Luo Dahai stared at the screen, momentarily stunned. The image showed the Linqing Security Bureau, a building he recognized at a glance. And the people in the image: Gu Ming, Lu Ruyan, Dong Songlin, Zhao Ruilong, along with many Centurion officers from Lincheng. Wait, what's going on with that group of White Tiger Army soldiers in white armor? Why are they being escorted? The torrential rain poured outside the security bureau, drenching everything, but inside it was completely dry, not even a single drop had fallen. Could it be, has the security bureau been surrounded by a demon-subduing array? Luo Dahai felt a moment of confusion, then quickly realized what was happening. Joy surged in his heart instantly. He stared at Gu Ming, who stood at the forefront, almost bursting into laughter. Gu Ming was indeed remarkable. That little centurion dared to confront the imperial inspector head-on, showing both courage and determination. But immediately afterward, a deep sense of worry weighed down on him. Lu Yongzheng is in trouble. The situation behind the scenes is too complicated. This is by no means a simple case of betrayal and slander. If it were, the imperial court's inspector would handle it fairly, and Lu Yongzheng could clear his name. But the truth is, the court is using this as an opportunity to target him. When the enemy holding the power of judgment wants to eliminate you, what strength do you have to resist? This is Luo Dahai's sense of helplessness, the reason why he didn't desperately resist. Even if he fought back with all his might, it would be hard to ensure Lu Yongzheng's safety. On the contrary, it might leave Luo Shui and Lu Ruyan completely isolated and without support. But now, Gu Ming has been dragged into this storm. He actually brought the demon suppression army to surround the security bureau? The tension instantly reached its peak as Luo Dahai anxiously looked at Old Master Zhao. General, Gu Ming. He hurriedly spoke, trying every possible way to protect Gu Ming. Lu Yongzheng and he might both be in trouble, but the two of them have always pinned their hopes on Gu Ming. As long as Gu Ming is safe, Lincheng still has a chance to turn things around. Seeing Gu Ming besieged, Luo Dahai was completely flustered. The court can act against Lu Yongzheng, and it can act against him, Luo Dahai. Although they are powerful martial kings, they have long lost hope of advancing further, so their deaths are of little consequence. However, if Lincheng's future is ruined because of this, it is absolutely unacceptable to them. Once Governor Song steps into Lincheng, his primary target will undoubtedly be Gu Ming. Lu Yongzheng will also never sit idly by and await his fate. This conflict is bound to evolve into a life-and-death battle between the martial kings. Old Master Zhao sensed Luo Dahai's eager gaze, gave him a cold glance, and spoke in a displeased tone. You still know what he's doing? Old Master Zhao stared coldly at Luo Dahai, his heart already numb. He went to great lengths to take Luo Dahai away, just to prevent the demon-suppressing army from getting involved in this turmoil. After all, he couldn't bear to see Lu Yongzheng die with such an injustice. But being in a high position, he was entangled in too many things, and the matter had long transcended simple notions of right and wrong, becoming a complex game of strategy. What he could do was protect Luo Dahai and safeguard the foundation of the demon-suppressing army. The future of Lincheng is supported by Gu Ming, and at least for now, it seems stable. However, no one anticipated that a variable had quietly emerged. Gu Ming, this kid, actually mobilized 10,000 troops directly in the absence of Luo Dahai. How is this possible? He's just a centurion. Even as a close aide, he doesn't have the authority to mobilize such a large army. Old Master Zhao was so furious he was about to explode, yet he was helpless. Seeing this, Luo Dahai, instead of panicking, shyly glanced at him. With Gu Ming and Lincheng, he felt much more at ease. The situation is temporarily stable. Next, it depends on the contest on their side. General, things have developed to this stage. Getting angry now will only harm your health. Luo Dahai spoke cautiously, resembling an obedient child in front of an elder. Old Master Zhao looked at him and sighed. He rarely gets angry, having been through countless battles and storms. But today's events were truly unexpected and caught him off guard. He shook his head, stared at Luo Dahai, and asked, "Are you trying to say that from now on I should only focus on saving Gu Ming and stop standing by? How could I dare? I wouldn't dare tell you how to handle things." Luo Dahai smiled warmly, with a hint of slyness at the corners of his mouth, making Old Master Zhao feel he was somewhat cunning. With a sigh, Old Master Zhao slowly stood up. The originally leisurely demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by an imposing sharpness. He was like an old blade weathered by time, its surface covered in rust, but that was merely a disguise. His edge was sharper than in his youth. Lu Yongzheng offended the court and the royal family, making it difficult to salvage the situation. But since Gu Ming was already involved, he could no longer sit idly by. This young man, whom he had identified as an SSS-level genius, was not only the hope of Lincheng but also the future of the Demon Suppression Army, the ancient nation, and the human race. For minor loyalties, such as the friendship between Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng, he could choose to let go and not intervene. But when it comes to the great cause of humanity's future, he will undoubtedly take action. The royal family wants to distort the truth, and the court seeks to confuse right and wrong. This time, he is determined to teach that group a proper lesson. Straightening his back, old Master Zhao walked to the entrance of the courtyard, glanced back at Luo Dahai, and waved dismissively as if shooing away a fly, saying,
"Why aren't you going back to Lincheng? What are you hanging around here for? Can I even go back to Lincheng?"
Luo Dahai froze, then quickly stood up and cupped his hands in gratitude.
"Thank you, General."
His tone was full of joy and excitement. Master Zhao's attitude indicated that he would no longer stand idly by.
Behind Lu Yongzheng, someone has started to back him up, and the counterattack is about to begin.
But before Luo Dahai could excitedly step out of the courtyard, old Master Zhao turned his gaze toward the house, his face full of smiles.
"Zilong, stop pretending. Come out now."
Luo Dahai froze for a moment, then turned his head and asked in confusion, What? Before he could react, the 36-year-old Zhao Zilong strode out of the house with an imposing presence. The overwhelming sense of oppression came rushing in. Even Luo Dahai, a martial king, felt his mind tremble.
7th rank? Luo Dahai's eyes widened.
Old Master Zhao smiled and explained to him.
Zilong has an SS-level talent.
Though not as heaven-defying as Gu Ming, who broke through the 7th tier and has a demon sovereign's inner core, he's still easily up to standard.
He can't be too extraordinary, lest he attracts trouble. Now is the perfect time for him to come out of seclusion.
With that, old Master Zhao gave the order.
Zilong, accompany Dahai to Lincheng.
While you're at it, inform the governor of your promotion to the 7th tier, and pave the way for your future appointment as a lieutenant general. Zhao Zilong's military achievements are already sufficient, but he still lacks a major event that would shake Beizhou and help him directly ascend to the rank of lieutenant general. The imperial inspector colluded with local officials to plot against a righteous city lord.
Isn't this the perfect opportunity, and also the most powerful explanation to the court?
Zhao Zilong caught the deeper meaning and revealed a heroic smile on his face.
Yes, father, I understand what to do. Luo Dahai was also left feeling utterly confused. Can this really be played like this?
Old Master Zhao waved his hand and casually draped the scarlet cloak hanging by the courtyard gate over his shoulders. Lin City has its own matters to deal with, and here, there are more urgent issues to handle.
Luo Dahai and Zhao Zilong also donned scarlet cloaks and rushed back to Lin City.
Shortly after the three left, two more figures arrived at the Zhao family. One was the bald strongman Zhao Dalong. Another man, also a burly figure, Zhao Zilei. The two looked at the empty courtyard, their eyes meeting.
Zhao Zilei asked anxiously, "Uncle, where did Grandpa and my dad go? Could it be they're avoiding this matter?"
As he spoke, he was burning with anxiety. Gu Ming led his troops to surround the security bureau, directly confronting the imperial envoy. This was clearly a provocation against the court, tearing apart the royal family's dignity.
If not handled properly, Gu Ming could be in danger.
Zhao Zilei and Wen Baiyu, after discussing, each decided to go home to seek help from their elders. Zhao Dalong looked around, his brows furrowed. Second brother should be in seclusion trying to break through. How could he casually change locations?
No, they definitely aren't avoiding this matter. Then where did Grandpa and my dad go?
Zhao Zilei scratched his head, his anxiety growing heavier.
You're a thunder mage. Why are you even more impatient than me, a fire demon? Zhao Dalong scolded, feeling deeply anxious inside.
Gu Ming was the most talented genius in his Gale plan. If this led to a crushing defeat in Lincheng, it would be utterly unacceptable. At this moment, the male assistant left behind by Old Master Zhao walked over and explained to the two. Old Master Zhao has already gone to handle that matter. You two stay at the Zhao family for now and wait for news.
Zhao Zilei and Zhao Dalong exchanged a glance. Does it mean they arrived too late? Missed the most critical moment? On the other side,
in the Wen family of the capital, Wen Baiyu wore a white suit, gentle and elegant like jade. He stepped into the Wen residence at a leisurely pace, and all the servants and attendants bowed in unison.
Wen Baiyu returned the greetings one by one and steadily walked into the main hall of the Wen residence.
The head of the Wen family is his father, but he is the youngest son.
Although he possesses a rare S-level light attribute talent, he is not the strongest among the younger generation.
Convincing his father to personally step in and get involved in this matter is no easy task. But when Baiyu has already made up his mind, he is determined to use every ounce of his persuasive skills to convince his father. Gu Ming was someone he acknowledged, someone worth investing hope for the future.
Mr. Lau's car slowly pulled up in front of a solemn and ancient building in the capital.
The decor here was completely different from the technological vibe of the modern city outside, still retaining a strong traditional charm. Red walls and green tiles, a classic and antique style, the overwhelming sense of time's passage commanded respect. Old Master Zhao got off the car, the scarlet cape behind him fluttering in the wind. At the highest point of the building hung a plaque, with 3 bold characters prominently written,
Prime Minister of the Ancient Kingdom.
At the pinnacle of the 3 powers of the ancient kingdom, apart from the marshal of the demon-suppressing army and the chief of the night watchers, only the prime minister held supreme authority. If the royal family does not intervene, the prime minister is the true pinnacle of power in the ancient kingdom.
Mr. Zhao slowly walked towards the prime minister's residence and, under the guidance of an attendant, arrived at an ancient-style pavilion.
Inside the pavilion, 2 people were already seated, quietly playing chess and sipping tea. One was dressed in an ink-black official robe, with a silvery beard at his temples, exuding an aura of solemnity and authority.
Another man, dressed in a dark blue official robe, appeared to be a composed middle-aged individual with an extraordinary demeanor. The white-bearded elder was none other than the current Prime Minister, Yuan Yueguang.
His jet-black official robe signified his status as one of the few first-rank high officials of the ancient kingdom. The other 2 first-rank officials were the marshal of the demon-suppressing army and the chief of the night patrol. The man in the dark blue official robe was Song Gue, the director of the inspectorate, who oversaw all provincial governors and held a first-rank position. The 2 were focused on the chess game, completely ignoring the arrival of Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao did not interrupt but simply stood quietly to the side. He understood that this time he was the one seeking help and was at a disadvantage. Being met with cold stares or scolded was all within his expectations. The demon suppression army was at fault first. He couldn't persuade the marshal and could only seek help from Prime Minister Yuan.
Song Gue looked at Yuan Yueguang, smiling as he placed a piece. Prime Minister Yuan, this move is truly brilliant, leaving me with no way out.
Yuan Yueguang gently stroked his white beard and replied with a calm smile, Dean Song is too modest. I merely placed a piece first to gain a slight advantage.
Song Gue's lips curled into a faint smile as he silently placed another piece. However, Prime Minister Yuan, it's not that easy to beat me. The white piece was placed steadily on the board. Yuan Yueguang held the black piece, his brows slightly furrowed. On the board, the white pieces surrounded the black ones, while the black pieces responded cleverly in certain areas. Overall, it seems that the white pieces hold a clear advantage. Old Master Zhao glanced at the board and felt a slight stir in his heart. In fact, Yuan Yueguang is fairly just. At the very least, his collaboration with the Demon Suppression Army and Night Patrol to support the Gale Plan is enough to prove his character.
As for Song Gue on the opposite side, he is nothing but a royal lapdog. The Office of Supervision was originally an institution for overseeing officials, and although Song Gue held the rank of first-class official, he constantly restrained Prime Minister Yuan. Old Master Zhao sighed inwardly but still chose to remain silent. He knew that Prime Minister Yuan had already done his best. The chess game continued. Yuan Yueguang stared at the chessboard, where the losing position was becoming increasingly apparent, and suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it, I'm done playing. It's boring. As he spoke, he reached out and pushed, flipping the chessboard over, scattering the pieces to the side. Song Gue's mouth twitched, thinking, you're the Prime Minister of the court, and yet you cheat by flipping the chessboard? Just wait, I'll make sure this gets out. Yuan Yueguang paid him no mind but suddenly noticed the presence of Old Master Zhao and exclaimed in surprise, Zhao Tianxiong, why are you here? Old Master Zhao cursed inwardly but respectfully said, Prime Minister Yuan, I've come to report on the situation in Linchang.
Linchang?
Yuan Yueguang frowned in thought, seemingly unable to recall what had happened there. Song Gue saw this and sneered inwardly, deciding not to hide his sarcasm any longer. He turned his head coldly and said, General Zhao, your demon suppression army is truly becoming more and more arrogant. A mere centurion can actually mobilize 10,000 troops to surround and take control of a city's security bureau. I remember the royal family established the rule of separation of powers, with each side not interfering in the other's affairs. But that centurion of your demon suppression army is truly audacious. Old Master Zhao silently lowered his head, listening to Song Gue's reprimand without retorting. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yuan Yueguang waved his hand and smiled to ease the situation. Lord Song, don't get too worked up. After all, Tianxiong is the Grand General of our ancient nation, you can't scold him like this. Though the words seemed casual, they were actually intended to muddy the waters. Song Gue grew even angrier, his gaze turning increasingly hostile as he continued to pressure Old Master Zhao. Lin City, in front of the spacious headquarters building of the Security Bureau. Governor Song led a group of people out slowly, the governor's seal in his hand emitting a faint golden glow, exuding an imposing aura. He raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on the young man at the forefront of the demon suppression army opposite him. That young man, though only 18 years old, already possessed the iron resolve and steadfastness of a commander. He stood motionless, the black cloak behind him fluttering in the wind, though the moonshade spear had already been put away. What emanated at this moment was not the sharpness of an individual soldier, but the powerful aura of a military commander. Behind him stood many centurions of the same rank. Hundreds of centurions stood in neat rows, their gazes sharp as knives. Even a chilly arch like Dong Sonlin stood upright, showing no trace of fear, facing Governor Song with a calm and composed expression. Zhao Ruilong, a centurion who served as the general's personal guard, stood resolutely behind Gu Ming as well. Phew! Governor Song exhaled sharply, his face gradually turning red. He glared angrily at Gu Ming and his group, roaring, "Do you know what you're doing?" The governor's seal in his hand suddenly emitted an even more intense golden light, and its power instantly swept across the area. The pressure on the demon suppression army suddenly increased, they were actually resisting imperial authority. Lu Ruyan felt the oppression and turned to look at Gu Ming. She had long since understood Gu Ming's character and knew he would never back down easily. At this moment, Gu Ming withstood the oppressive force of the governor's seal and stepped forward. His calm gaze met Song's eyes directly. "Lord Lu has betrayed the clan, I do not acknowledge him." Good, you really dare to rebel, huh? Song sneered coldly in anger. Someone had opposed him before, as it was inevitable for a court inspector to encounter obstacles. But those who resisted, weren't they all figures at the city lord level? When had he ever seen such a young upstart? Inspector Song raised the inspector's seal high and gave Gu Ming a cold glance. "In front of the governor's seal, I want to see how you can still defy." As the words fell, he suddenly threw out the governor's seal. The governor's seal expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a massive stamp, pressing straight down toward Gu Ming. Everyone held their breath. Even Dong Sonlin and Zhao Ruilong behind Gu Ming found it hard to move. The authority of the governor's seal was so overwhelming that it was irresistible. At that moment, Chen Pang, who was following Governor Song, suddenly moved. His figure flickered, silently appearing beside Gu Ming, his gaze calm as water, staring intently at the opposite side. The massive governor's seal descended. Chen Pang remained silent, raised his hand to support it, his 5 fingers slightly darkened. The governor's seal was suddenly flung open. Governor Song caught the seal, his eyes widened, and his anger burned even fiercer. "Well, Lin Qing's demon-suppressing army, are you planning a rebellion?" He was furious beyond control. Tens of thousands of demon suppression army soldiers surrounded the Security Bureau, brazenly provoking him. He wanted to capture the mastermind, but the demon suppression army dared to protect them. A group of centurions causing trouble with a young brat could still be overlooked, he could turn a blind eye. After all, it's hard to manage so many people. But a marquis is actually standing on Gu Ming's side, openly opposing him, the governor? Chen Pang remained silent, calmly standing beside Gu Ming, his right hand slowly moving behind his back. He is a 5th-rank martial marquis, with the body of a beast granting him astonishing physical prowess. But Governor Song is, after all, a martial king, and the governor's seal is no ordinary item, imbued with the divine will of the imperial jade seal. That strike just now caused intense pain in his right arm, making it impossible to use for the time being. Gu Ming didn't turn around, but he caught sight of Chen Pang's painful right arm from the corner of his eye and felt grateful in his heart. He knew Chen Pang wasn't good with words, but his actions proved everything. Lu Yongzhang and Lu Ruyan had nothing to do with him. They didn't care about the drastic changes in Lincheng, not even bothering to take a glance. But Gu Ming is a junior highly regarded by Luo Dahai, and also a young man he admires. With Chen Pang around, he would never let Gu Ming be bullied in front of him. To survive in the world of fantasy and high martial arts, you really need a strong backing. A strange sense of emotion surged in Gu Ming's heart. Governor Song was furious and raised the governor's seal once again. This time, the momentum was even greater, like a massive stone crashing down. He stared coldly, thinking that if Chen Pang blocked him again, he might as well prepare to cripple both arms. Governor Song sneered. As expected, Chen Pang did not disappoint and prepared to charge forward. But Gu Ming raised his hand to stop him and turned his head with a smile. "Chen Wanho, leave this to me." For some reason, seeing him smile, Chen Pang suddenly felt a sense of trust. He nodded silently. "All right. Gu Ming stepped forward and raised his eyes to look at the descending prefectural governor's seal. Governor Song secretly rejoiced, while Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yuchang were even more delighted, thinking that Gu Ming was courting death. The prefectural governor's seal struck with full force, even a martial general would have to brace for injury to catch it. Everyone in front of the television held their breath, watching as the prefectural governor's seal descended. Gu Xian and Gu Feng were anxious and burning with worry, wishing they could rush into the security bureau, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening blow struck down. The torrential rain outside the security bureau was shaken and scattered into mist. But a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. Gu Ming remained as steady as a mountain. The governor's seal hovered just 3 inches above his head, yet it could not descend. Governor Song froze, looking at the seal in his hand, and once again sensed the divine will. His expression changed instantly, completely baffled as to why the seal could not press down. How is this possible? The whole audience was in an uproar. Lu Ruyan, Chen Pang, Zhao Ruilong, and others' expressions changed drastically, completely baffled. At this moment, Gu Ming chuckled lightly. He looked at Governor Song and said calmly, "I once read that the Imperial Jade Seal gathers the power of all people, suppresses beasts, myriad races, and evil spirits, and possesses extraordinary divine intent. This Governor's Seal of yours should carry a trace of the divine will from the Imperial Jade Seal, wielding immense power over those in the court." The more Gu Ming spoke, the more the governor's expression changed, until a mysterious smile appeared on his face. But whether it's the Jade Seal or the governor's seal, they both have a fatal flaw. They are ineffective against humans with pure hearts, and instead. Before the voice faded, Gu Ming suddenly raised his hand. The governor's seal 3 inches above his head trembled slightly. Governor Song's face changed drastically, his gaze filled with shock. Impossible. As soon as the words were spoken, Gu Ming smiled and waved. The governor's seal instantly counterattacked, directly striking Governor Song. At this moment, Governor Song was dumbfounded. Beside him, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yuchang were also utterly shocked. The two watched as the prefect's seal drew closer and closer, desperately pulling away, cursing furiously in their hearts. "Damn it, old Biden, you can't even control your own spiritual artifact. You're utterly useless." Boom! The prefect's seal crashed down with a thunderous impact, completely unstoppable. Prefect Song raised both hands high, firmly holding up the prefect's seal. But this governor's seal carries the imperial authority, especially suppressing those with malicious intentions even more effectively. Governor Song suddenly dropped to his knees, leaving deep dents in the hard concrete road. Gu Ming's lips curved slightly, and with a gentle raise of his hand, the governor's seal was summoned back to him. Draped in a black cloak and bearing the rank of centurion on his shoulders, he had now become an unshakable deity in the eyes of the demon suppression army. Dong Songlin and Zhao Ruilong looked at each other, unable to hide their shock. How did he manage to do it? That's the governor's seal. Even the usually composed Chen Peng couldn't help but stare at Gu Ming, filled with confusion and astonishment. What secret method does he possess? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, Gu Ming chuckled softly in his heart. The words he just said to Governor Song were half true and half false. The governor's seal does indeed gather the power of the people's will, exerting strong suppression on those in the court. This is undeniable. But it is not a divine weapon, nor will it indiscriminately attack those with pure character. This point is evident from the fact that a useless person like Governor Song can wield it. It is merely a 5th-tier spiritual artifact, far from the legendary divine power. The reason Gu Ming was able to block it, and even counter-control it, lies in the help of the little white creature by his side. Xiao Bai is a descendant of the sacred beast White Tiger. The sacred beast White Tiger commands countless armies. The patrol seal itself has limited power. It is only due to the strength of the people's will that it displays divine might. Therefore, Xiao Bai counter-controlling it is entirely reasonable. In front of the Security Bureau headquarters, Gu Ming held the governor's seal in his palm, instantly turning the tide. A few brief words made the audience in front of the TV immediately understand. Damn, Gu Qinsui is absolutely awesome. Holy crap, he directly snatched the governor's seal with a reverse move. Gu Qinsui is definitely pure-hearted. According to Gu Qinsui, the fact that the provincial governor's seal could smash that court-appointed governor, doesn't it suggest there was something wrong with that governor? Damn, are you saying the truth behind City Lord Lu's betrayal of the clan is actually a conspiracy between the court-appointed governor and certain local officials, trying to use this opportunity to eliminate City Lord Lu and seize power? The truth has finally come to light. Otherwise, Gu Qinsui wouldn't have mobilized so many demon suppression troops. The sentiment online suddenly shifted. The people who once denounced Lord Lu suddenly began to suspect that Governor Song was secretly colluding with others. After all, there had long been those who doubted Lu Yongjing's betrayal of his clan. Those who followed the crowd in criticizing Lord Lu were merely indecisive onlookers. At this moment, Gu Ming stepped out from the shade of the trees, and several key actions were revealed to the public, instantly prompting those who doubted Lu Yongjing's betrayal to stand up. However, there are also stubborn individuals unwilling to change their views, or perhaps they are simply hired trolls.
Don't talk nonsense upstairs. The Imperial Inspector is a high-ranking official of the Supervisory Court. How could they possibly collude with local forces? Stop joking. Exactly, a general's aide steps forward and you believe him? You must be blind. Didn't you see clearly?
Maybe he's fine, but Lu Yongjing has a close relationship with the general behind him.
Isn't this just using influence to clear his name? Don't be deceived by illusions, and don't let yourself be used by those with ulterior motives. Voices of opposition rose one after another, causing many to close their eyes.
Gu Ming, for the time being, has not produced conclusive evidence to prove Lu Yongjing's innocence.
However, over on Governor Song's side, a pile of irrefutable evidence has already been presented. Ironclad evidence. Who can still believe Lu Yongjing is innocent?
Mosquitoes don't bite seamless eggs. No one can refute this saying. The ones speechless at the scene were none other than Gu Xian and Gu Feng, the siblings. The two stared at the TV screen, lips tightly pressed, teeth clenched. They were unsure what kind of person Lu Yongjing truly was, relying only on hearsay without having seen him in person. But when it came to their elder brother, they trusted him completely, without any doubt. If the elder brother said there was no problem, then there was no problem. While the internet was filled with noise and arguments, the headquarters of the Security Bureau in reality remained exceptionally quiet. The torrential rain poured down, pounding on the semicircular demon-suppressing formation as if desperately trying to destroy it. Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng hurriedly ran to the kneeling Song Xuanfu, reaching out to help him up. Song Xuanfu's face was grim, and suddenly, with a forceful push of his legs, he stood up, unleashing the aura of a martial king. The oppressive force was astonishing, causing Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng's expressions to change drastically as they retreated several steps. Although Governor Song enjoyed a life of comfort in Zhengzhou, Wu Chuanjiang had long heard of him. His surname was Song, and he was the direct nephew of a high-ranking official in the Supervisory Court. The Supervisory Court controlled all officials and had extremely abundant resources. Governor Song's strength was not to be underestimated. Daring to come to Linqing for inspection indicates that he can suppress Lu Yongjing's forces even without using the governor's seal. As the two's expressions changed, Governor Song sneered while looking at Gu Ming and the demon suppression army beside him. The smile was insidious and barbed.
Do you really think a single camp of the demon suppression army can hold down a martial king?
As the words fell, Chen Peng's expression turned grave, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal, and a summoning array resembling a six-pointed star radiated dazzling brilliance. From within came the roar of a fierce beast, each sound shaking the soul.
Beast Tamer.
The first three ranks of beast tamers ride spirit beasts, while ranks 4 to 6 are called beast kings.
The person before them is a 6th-rank beast king. Gu Ming's heart sank, his expression turning grave.
Although beast tamers are known for their fragility, their combat power within the same rank is immeasurable. The key lies in the amount of resources. The resources controlled by Governor Song are by no means comparable to those of ordinary people.
This is troublesome. Zhao Ruilong and Dong Tsonlin exchanged a glance.
Even Zhao Ruilong had not heard of the identity of the Song inspector, otherwise he would have reminded Gu Ming.
Now, the situation has fallen into passivity. A low growl emanated from the hexagram magic array. Soon, a silver horn emerged first, followed by a massive body.
It was a rhinoceros, its silver-white fur gleaming with a cold light, and the sharp horn on its forehead was dazzling. Its limbs were sturdy, and its height while crouching reached the equivalent of a 3-story building. Its eyes were fierce, staring directly at Gu Ming.
Its overwhelming aura was enough to prove that this was a 6th-tier demon king. Governor Song watched the demon-suppressing army tremble, a cold sneer appearing once more.
The hexagram magic array continued to shine, and more pet beasts emerged from it. A 6th-rank beast tamer, no matter how gifted, could summon at most 6 pet beasts. In front of Governor Song, 6 pet beasts had already appeared together. A 6th-tier rhinoceros sat firmly in the center, surrounded by 4 5th-tier pet beasts of various forms. He thoughtfully left behind a 5th-tier demon marquis to guard himself. As the action concluded, Governor Song's sneer deepened, his icy gaze fixed intently on Gu Ming and the others.
A demon king and 4 demon marquises, how would they respond?
Beside Gu Ming, the strongest combatant was only Qin Peng, who was at the 5th tier.
The Centurion and the 10,000-strong demon suppression army might be able to suppress 1 or 2 demon marquises, but who has the confidence to deal with his rhinoceros demon king? That was a battle pet personally bestowed upon him by his uncle, Dean Song. The top floor of the Public Security Bureau headquarters. The iron chair restraining Lu Yongzheng had somehow been moved to the window, allowing him to see everything downstairs. The scene of Song Xuanfu summoning a demon king and 5 demon marquises made Lu Yongzheng's expression change drastically. He turned his head to look at Mu Yanfei, who was also by the window. Minister Mu, for the sake of our past friendship, could you temporarily help me undo this demon suppression chain? Lu Yongzheng's voice was heavy, carrying an unmistakable plea. He never wanted to reach this point. Once he resisted, it meant completely falling out with the court. But while Gu Ming was downstairs confronting the governor on his behalf, he could only watch helplessly. This tore at his heart like a knife. Even if rushing out meant death, he was willing. Mu Yanfei heard the sound, turned her head, and looked at him with a radiant smile, slowly shaking her head. City Lord Lu, I promised Inspector Song to keep an eye on you. Lu Yongzheng was silent, staring at Mu Yanfei with a complicated expression. This person teaming up with him to oppose Luo Dahai wasn't wrong either. Once upon a time, he and Luo Dahai were completely manipulated by Mu Yanfei. A 6th-tier scout, renowned for commanding troops and excelling in military strategy, Mu Yanfei effortlessly toyed with them in her calculated schemes. But just now, Mu Yanfei personally took action, bringing him to the window with an ambiguous attitude. Downstairs, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Facing 4 demon marquises and 1 demon king, Gu Ming and his team were in a dire situation, while Lu Yongzheng was burning with anxiety. At that moment, the demon suppression formation outside the Security Bureau headquarters suddenly fluctuated, and a figure rushed in. Around the perimeter of the demon suppression formation, over 10,000 demon suppression troops stood guard tightly, completely encircling the Security Bureau headquarters. Just now, they saw a waist token. The waist token was earthy yellow, with Lin engraved on one side and Luo written on the other. This waist token is recognized by every member of the lynching demon-suppressing army. Even if the person holding the token is not Luo Dahai himself, they still choose to let them pass. It was only when the person stepped into the formation that the soldiers exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Just now, was that General Zhao Zilong? That's right, I saw him in the news about the beast tide in Ice City last time. My goodness, General Zhao Zilong actually came to Lin City. Yeah, I really didn't expect it. The soldiers were talking animatedly, their eyes full of admiration. Even among generals of the same rank, there are differences in stature. Zhao Zilong and Luo Dahai are simply not on the same level. He is the highest belief, goal, and direction in the hearts of young people. The soldiers were full of fighting spirit, their eyes all fixed on the depths of the demon suppression formation. In front of the Public Security Bureau building, Governor Song's 6 pet beasts stood in a neat formation. Apart from an old monkey guarding in front of him, the other 4 demon marquises followed behind the demon king rhinoceros, glaring fiercely at Gu Ming and the others. Governor Song sneered coldly, his voice icy. Dare to clash with the Imperial Inspector? Lin Qing's demon-suppressing army, are you rebelling? Today, I will show you the consequences of defying the Imperial Inspector. Before the words had even faded, Inspector Song lightly waved his hand. Kill them. The rhinoceros and the 4 demon marquises received the order and charged fiercely toward Gu Ming and the others. Seeing this situation, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng exchanged glances, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. That's great. Song Xuanfu was a 6th-tier martial king beastmaster, with extraordinary strength. As a court inspector, he is well-resourced, commanding 1 demon king and 5 demon marquises, with top-tier strength. With all these pet beasts unleashed, Gu Ming's chances of survival are almost impossible. Ha ha ha. Today, not only can Lu Yongzheng be eliminated, but Gu Ming, Qin Peng, and Dong Songlin can also be killed in one fell swoop. In the future, wouldn't Lin City be under their sole control? The 2 laughed silently in their hearts, their gazes vicious. The rhinoceros and 4 demon marquises charged forward fiercely, their momentum overwhelming. It must be noted that a demon king leading 4 demon marquises has combat power comparable to the Twin Cities Tiger King level. Although the Beastmaster's pet beasts differ from the exotic beasts in the void wormholes and cannot command other exotic beasts, their combat power is slightly inferior. However, this formation is already comparable to the high-level combat power outbreak of a large-scale beast tide. Gu Ming held the inspector's seal in his palm and glanced at Zhao Ruilong and Dong Songlin. Both of you, sorry for the trouble. The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. Gu Ming, you're overthinking. As soon as the words fell,
they raised their hands in unison, and over 100 centurions behind them simultaneously raised their hands.
With the power of 10,000 troops, crush the enemy. The crowd roared in unison, and the demon suppression formation instantly activated.
10,000 soldiers on the periphery simultaneously channeled their energy, their surging vitality rushing like countless streams converging into a central river. All the power gathered onto Zhao Ruilong and Dong Songlin. The two then raised their hands together, transferring the boundless vitality to Gu Ming. Facing the 6th-rank martial king, Gu Ming never relaxed. He hadn't even thought about the possibility of reinforcements. Today, as he made his move, he was already fully prepared. His vital energy surged like a tide, countless streams converging into a vast ocean.
Beside Lu Ruyan, Gu Ming's aura surged dramatically.
He suddenly raised his eyes, the silver spear pointing diagonally to the ground, endless vitality converging within his body.
Feeling the power within, Gu Ming couldn't help but be astonished. Is this the power of gathering the strength of 10,000 troops to break through the limits of a martial king? He murmured softly.
Pale astral energy surrounded him, transforming into a silver dragon. He suddenly dashed forward, his speed soaring to the limit. Facing a massive rhinoceros crouched on the ground, towering as high as a 4-story building.
Gu Ming cursed angrily. Today I'll show you what it means for the cold gleam to arrive first. And then, the spear strikes like a dragon. Boom!
The silver-horned rhinoceros demon king gathered surging power, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. At this moment, a cold gleam suddenly erupted. Pale astral energy transformed into a silver dragon, breaking through the air and fiercely striking the massive rhinoceros.
Roar! At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others seemed to hear a dragon's roar by their ears, mixed with the might of a tiger's roar. Crack! Two terrifying forces clashed, a crisp sound echoing in everyone's ears.
The sound was like the shattering of a hard object, deafening. The residual waves of the terrifying force slowly dissipated. A massive rhinoceros lay sprawled on the ground, forcefully repelled. Another figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the demon suppression army's formation, where Chen Peng caught him steadily. The rhino froze, raising its head to look at its own forehead. Its iron ball-like eyes widened into perfect circles, crossing like a rooster's as they focused on the top of its head. Its rhino horn was actually broken? The whites of its eyes suddenly became exposed, and a surge of sorrow instantly filled its heart.
Song Shang!
The rhinoceros roared in anger, turning its head to glare at its master, Governor Song. Governor Song's gaze stiffened, so shocked that he could barely speak.
How is this possible?
Despite the undeniable events unfolding before him, he still found it hard to accept.
His demon king pet beast was actually repelled by Gu Ming? Even its horns were broken?
What baffled him even more was how Gu Ming could summon the power of 10,000 troops. That power relies on the faith of 10,000 troops for support, and one must also be able to withstand it.
Gu Ming is merely a 3rd-rank martial general, yet he can withstand power comparable to a 6th-rank martial king? This is simply absurd to the extreme.
Song Shang stood in place, completely bewildered. The rhino's eyes were bloodshot, glaring angrily at him.
Song Shang, trade me your bull horn.
It charged toward its master in grief and anger. It was merely tamed, becoming his pet beast.
Since when did it have to offer even its most cherished bull horn?
Song Shang's face turned pale as he raised his hand in terror to summon a magic array. The rhino charged fiercely at the hexagram magic array and was instantly teleported into the beast taming space.
Song Shang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. His gaze was fixed on the culprit across from him, the one who had broken his pet beast's horn, Gu Ming. Gu Ming was caught by Chen Peng, still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, leaning against Lu Ruyan's arms as he received treatment from this S-class wood demon. Even though he crossed 3 major levels, wielded power comparable to a martial king, and amplified his strength several times with gun like a dragon, he still couldn't withstand this blow. Song Shang roared in fury, his anger reaching its peak.
The rhino would surely turn against him in the future. This pet beast was as good as ruined. He turned his head to look at the remaining 5 fifth-tier pet beasts and roared,
"Take him down for me."
The 5 pet beasts responded in unison, baring their fangs and charging at Gu Ming. In the shadows, Zhao Zilong watched this scene, his emotions mixed.
This line was originally meant to address the lynching incident and provide an explanation to the court. But now, the situation has clearly exceeded expectations.
He sighed softly, stepped forward, and instantly appeared in the scene. A figure, as if it had been lurking all along, suddenly emerged in the scene. The scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind, a silver general's insignia on his shoulder, and a long spear in his hand. Dressed in an ancient general's battle robe, he stood quietly in place, instantly causing the 5 pet beasts ready to charge to halt abruptly, their eyes filled with terror.
They could not perceive his exact cultivation level, but one thing was clear. The man before them was absolutely unbeatable.
Zhao Zilong stood firmly in the center, casting a complex glance at Gu Ming. With the strength of a third-tier general, even at the peak or Golden Bone realm, it shouldn't be possible to withstand the strike of 10,000 troops, let alone unleash the power of a martial king. What's even more astonishing is that he forcibly executed a martial king strike, yet his injuries afterward were so minor they were almost negligible.
This is simply defying the heavens.
Crossing 3 levels to unleash the martial king's strike, Gu Ming was only lightly injured.
What the heck? Zhao Zilong's mind was filled with questions, his face full of confusion.
Gu Ming smiled faintly, secretly pleased, not expecting Zhao Zilong to arrive so quickly.
He hadn't even thought that someone would show up.
Since it was General Zhao Zilong, today's situation made him feel much more at ease.
Chen Peng and Dong Sonlin also breathed a sigh of relief.
Although they had never interacted with General Zhao Zilong, they all knew about his character.
What's more,
everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Ruilong. Feeling the weight of these stares, Zhao Ruilong helplessly raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Zilong.
Second brother.
He tentatively called out, both to establish rapport and to probe the other's intentions for this visit. Zhao Zilong remained silent, gazing for a moment, suppressing the shock in his heart, yet still not responding to Zhao Ruilong. Instead, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Gu Ming. He saw Gu Ming's pale face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking extremely weak.
Zhao Zilong blurted out, shocking everyone. Are you okay?
As the words fell, Governor Song's eyes widened, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Even Zhao Ruilong was stunned, not expecting his second brother to ignore him and show concern for Gu Ming first.
Is he actually your biological brother?
No, this treatment is even better than a biological brother, it's practically like he's your own son.
Zhao Ruilong secretly withdrew his passionate gaze, no longer dwelling on brotherly bonds.
Nestled in Lu Ruyan's arms, Gu Ming forced a smile.
General Zhao, I'm fine.
Clearly injured, yet aware of the gravity of the situation.
In an instant, fury surged in Zhao Zilong's heart.
He turned sharply, glaring at Song Xuanfu and his entourage. 5 demonic beasts at the marquee level trembled before him like little cats and dogs. Zhao Zilong slowly lifted his foot, steadily raising the spear in his hand.
General Zhao, what are you doing?
Song Sheng shouted in terror, hurriedly trying to stop him. I am an imperial inspector, ordered by Director Song to inspect Lin Cheng. As Song Sheng finished speaking, Zhao Zilong paused slightly, then turned to look at Gu Ming. With your personality, you wouldn't lead an army here recklessly without solid evidence. Leaning against Lu Ruyan's embrace, Gu Ming forced a faint smile once again and nodded slowly. General Zhao, I have already prepared the evidence. With that, he looked at Chen Peng.
Sorry to trouble you, Commander Chen. Chen Peng remained expressionless, nodded in acknowledgement, and gestured to the rear.
Soon, 2 figures were brought over. One was Mr. Huang Zhenghao, dressed in a white suit with an ostentatious demeanor. The other was a panicked-looking assistant. Upon seeing this, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly changing.
Huang Yucheng angrily glared at his son. Huang Zhenghao, what are you doing here?
Huang Zhenghao was scolded by his father, shrinking his neck and cautiously looking at Lu Ruyan.
Ruyan, I won't let anyone harm your father. Lu Ruyan looked confused and lowered her head to look at Gu Ming.
Gu Ming's face was pale, blood once again seeping from the corner of his mouth, his expression weak. Lu Ruyan felt puzzled. Gu Ming was clearly not seriously injured, at most his vitality was slightly depleted.
But why was he pretending to be like this? And also Huang Yunghao, what exactly is going on?
Gu Ming did not look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes slightly closed, indicating that he was seriously injured. Before closing his eyes, he looked at Zhao Zilong and said calmly, General Zhao, I am merely here to question the truth about City Lord Lu's betrayal of the clan. If Governor Song had been willing to listen to me first instead of taking action directly, I wouldn't have had people activate the demon suppression array and escalate the situation to this extent. But not only did Governor Song refuse to listen, he even sent people to attack me, and in the end, personally tried to kill me on the spot. Gu Ming spoke sentence by sentence, and as his words fell, a trace of confusion flashed across Song Sheng's face.
He clearly did all of it.
But, you're simply a vicious green ****ch. After Gu Ming finished speaking, he completely closed his eyes. Zhao Zilong turned his head and looked at Huang Zhenghao and Xiao He.
Huang Zhenghao took a deep breath first and began to speak. The matter of the in-family father and son has nothing to do with City Lord Lu. I can testify to that. I am Linwu Student Council President. Xiao He timidly looked at Wu Chuanjiang and then said, after An Wanhao's death, I was taken in for questioning. Director Wu found me and said that if I claimed Wanho was colluding with City Lord Lu, I would be set free. Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng froze in place. Even Song Sheng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Zhao Zilong glanced sideways at Song Sheng. I am here under the orders of General Zhao to uncover the truth and provide an explanation to the court. It seems the explanation has been given. However, I wonder if the court will be satisfied. Under Zhao Zilong's sharp gaze, Song Sheng's face suddenly changed, filled with terror. As the nephew of Dean Song, he was all too familiar with Zhao Zilong's methods. On the surface, Zhao Zilong treated him well and provided plenty of resources. Even the rhino at the Demon King level was given to him by Zhao Zilong. But that was because he was useful, trustworthy, and could help Zhao Zilong handle matters. Now, he has colluded with local officials to frame the city lord, committing a grave taboo. Although everything was designed by Song Gue, would Zhao Zilong believe it? If anything goes wrong, he will have to bear all the responsibility. If Zhao Zilong takes him back to the capital, Song Gue will not only refuse to save him but will also try every means to put him to death. Song Shang looked up in terror, staring at the 5 fifth-tier pet beasts before him. Protect me as I charge out. He ordered in a low voice, then leapt abruptly, preparing to flee. If he could escape, there was still a glimmer of hope. He is a 6th-tier beast master, a martial king. Even if he betrays his clan and sides with exotic beasts and other races, he can still enjoy considerable benefits. Zhao Zilong looked at the scene and suddenly smiled. It seems the court will definitely be satisfied with this explanation. As soon as Song Shang ran, Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yuchan were immediately terrified. They never expected that Song Shang would choose to flee directly. You are a court inspector, after all. Zhao Zilong is merely a junior general, and yet he scares you to this extent? Even if the matter is exposed, you still have your uncle, the director of the Supervisory Institute, to back you up. How can you run away so quickly? A series of questions and curses filled their hearts. But as Song Shang had just run a few steps, Zhao Zilong glanced sideways at the 5 fifth-tier pet beasts, his aura slightly shifting. In an instant, all 5 fifth-tier pet beasts stopped and turned around in terror. That's right. They felt it correctly. The person before them, so arrogant. The opponent is not a martial king but a 7th-rank martial venerable. If it were a martial king, they could still escape. Encountering a martial venerable, they couldn't even imagine it. Song Shang stood among the 5 pet beasts, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Zilong. He turned his head blankly to look at him, his eyes vacant. You successfully advanced? Zhao Zilong nodded calmly. How could it be so fast? The 7th rank is an unattainable realm for Song Shang. The 6th rank can still be barely achieved through piling up resources, like he did himself. But the 7th rank requires a combination of talent, opportunity, and luck. He lacks one of the three and has never thought he could reach the 7th rank. Faced with a 7th-tier opponent, he didn't even have the thought of resisting. Song Shang helplessly raised his hands in surrender. Zhao Zilong glanced at him and waved his hand to signal. Song Shang understood, raised his hand to summon a hexagram magic array, and retrieved all his pet beasts into the beast-taming space. Zhao Zilong glanced at him again, extended his left hand, and unleashed a surge of energy into the air. The energy instantly surged into Song Shang's body, sealing off the flow of his blood and qi. In the presence of a martial lord, even a martial king is powerless to resist, let alone Song Shang, who is merely a low-level beast tamer. After finishing the move, Zhao Zilong looked at Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng, waving his hand once more. Put the demon suppression chain on yourself. A soldier from the demon suppression army stepped forward, one of them holding the demon suppression chain. Huang Yucheng took the demon suppression chain and let out a bitter, despairing smile. He took one last look at his son, Huang Zhenghao, and said coldly, "Bootlickers never end well. I really regret not teaching you this lesson earlier." After saying this, he resignedly put on the demon suppression chain. On the other side, Huang Zhenghao was completely unaware, anxiously watching Lu Ruyan holding Gu Ming. After what my father did, she won't ignore me in the future, will she? Huang Yucheng looked at his son's gaze and felt speechless in his heart. When it was Wu Chuanjiang's turn, he looked at the approaching demon suppression chain, let out a bitter laugh, and raised his head to look at Gu Ming. Victory makes a king, defeat makes a villain. Victory makes a king, defeat makes a villain. Before the words were finished, he burst into laughter, and the next second his body shattered into splashes of water. Water ghosts from the 4th to 6th tiers are called river gods. Don't be fooled by the countless sewers he set up in the security bureau. Tonight's heavy rain is the perfect hiding place for him. As long as he could escape the demon-suppressing formation,
he would be free to roam, with the sky as vast as a bird's flight. However, just as the water splashed apart, it was frozen mid-air by a bolt of lightning. Zhao Zilong looked at the stiffly standing Wu Chuanjiang and smiled faintly. "Don't daydream in front of me." Wu Chuanjiang's entire body stiffened, hearing Zhao Zilong's words, yet he was powerless to refute. The two centurions of the demon suppression army quickly bound him with the demon suppression chain, both breathing a sigh of relief. Gu Ming had unknowingly opened his eyes, watching the scene before him, his heart filled with shock. The martial lord is indeed powerful. He had just experienced a strike from the martial king and already found it astonishing. But Zhao Zilong, as a martial venerable, merely stood there, and no one could move. Too powerful. Wait, Zhao Zilong advanced to the 7th rank. Does this mean? Is he about to be promoted to lieutenant general? Major general is 6th rank, lieutenant general is 7th rank, and general is 8th rank. Is the ancient nation's demon suppression army about to gain another lieutenant general? Although it wasn't himself, Gu Ming was still excited. He slowly stood up from Lu Ruyan's embrace, dusted off his black cloak, and smiled at Zhao Zilong, saying, "Thank you, General Zhao." Zhao Zilong looked back with a faint smile. "Thank me for what? Even if I hadn't come, you probably could have handled it yourself, right?" Gu Ming gave an awkward smile. Although he felt the backlash of power, it wasn't as severe as he claimed. He was able to wrap things up smoothly only because he sensed Zhao Zilong's aura and chose to use it to deflect the move. Otherwise, even alone, Governor Song could suppress him with the demon-suppressing formation. As for Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng, wasn't Chen Peng still there? The conflict gradually subsided, and the demon-suppressing formation enveloping the Security Bureau headquarters slowly dissipated. The heavy rain outside had long stopped, and the moon once again hung high in the sky. The crescent moon shone brightly, reflected on the water's surface, shimmering with ripples. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, a crimson cloak fluttered, and a figure appeared before everyone. With a silver star insignia on his shoulder, Luo Dahai, his temples graying, turned his head to look over. "General Luo." Chen Peng was the first to greet. Luo Dahai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the scene. After scanning around, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhao Zilong. "Thank you, General Zhao." Zhao Zilong smiled and raised his hand to toss back a token. Luo Dahai caught it, then said, "Don't thank me, today I'm just adding the finishing touch. The one who truly helps in times of need is you, my loyal attendant." As he spoke, Zhao Zilong gazed deeply at Gu Ming, his eyes full of admiration. Gu Ming was merely a golden-ranked general, but just now, when he dealt with Song Shang, that killing intent, was it? Was that the power of slaughter that only a 5th-ranked commander possesses? Does this mean that a 4th-tier command master might have already mastered advanced techniques? Even the aura of a 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster. Zhao Zilong secretly cursed this pervert in his heart. Luo Dahai, on the other hand, looked at Gu Ming with a stunned expression. "What do you mean? Zhao Zilong is just the icing on the cake?" Chen Peng whispered a few words into Luo Dahai's ear. After listening, Luo Dahai suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of shock. The capital city, Prime Minister's residence. The live broadcast in Lincheng had already been completely shut down by the time Zhao Zilong arrived. The three people here were still completely unaware of what had happened next. At this moment, Old Master Zhao picked up a constantly ringing phone and listened for a few moments. His face first showed surprise, then revealed a look of heartbreak. He hung up the phone and walked toward Prime Minister Yuan Yueguang and Song Gue. He sighed and said, "Prime Minister Yuan, Dean Song, the news from Lincheng has already come back." Old Master Zhao succinctly recounted the events, and Song Gue's face instantly darkened, as black as ink. After listening, he faced the gazes from Old Master Zhao and Prime Minister Yuan, anger surging in his heart, his lips twitching slightly. "Since the truth has already been revealed, I have no objections. As for Song Shang, there's no need to consider me. Just handle it fairly." Prime Minister Yuan and Old Master Zhao exchanged a glance, a hint of a smile flashing in their eyes. However, in the next moment, Song Gue's tone turned cold as he changed the subject. "However, shouldn't we also discuss the subsequent handling of that general's personal attendant?" As soon as these words were spoken, Prime Minister Yuan and Old Master Zhao's smiles instantly froze. The atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly became tense, as if on the verge of conflict. Old Master Zhao suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile, and stared at Dean Song, asking, "Dean Song, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" "The literal meaning," Song Gue replied coldly. The smile on Old Master Zhao's face faded, and his brows furrowed tightly. He was holding back a surge of anger, almost blurting out, "Lu Yongzheng betrayed the clan, the court is bound to take action." Differences in ideology leading to the sacrifice of a 6th-rank martial king realm city lord. This is too tyrannical. But as a member of the court, he was well aware of the temperament of the royal family. Once spoken aloud, it would mean tearing the relationship apart. Perhaps he himself would be fine, but Gu Ming's painstaking efforts to rescue Lu Yongzheng would all be in vain.
As long as this thin veil remains intact, there is still room for maneuver.
Once spoken, the royal family would no longer resort to framing but direct suppression. Gu Ming would also find it hard to escape involvement. Old Master Zhao remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim.
Song Gue, seeing the other party's silence, felt secretly pleased and said with a faint smile, "Gu Ming, is it Gu Ming?"
A mere adjutant to a young major general dares to mobilize 10,000 troops, defy the governor, and openly disobey the imperial decree.
Though the outcome does not warrant a death sentence, in my opinion.
Song Gue paused, his smile growing wider. He is unfit to remain in the demon suppression army. With his martial arts cultivation, keeping him would only bring disaster. I suggest abolishing Gu Ming's cultivation and expelling him from the demon suppression army. Song Sheng is, after all, his nephew and also a member of the inspection court. Now that someone from the inspection court has suffered a setback, if he doesn't take a stand or seek revenge, where will his dignity go? What's more, he really can't stand Gu Ming.
So young and already daring to lead troops in defiance. If this isn't rebellion, then what is?
Old Master Zhao stood to the side, his face growing increasingly grim.
Abolish martial arts and expel him from the demon-suppressing army. For a genius like Gu Ming, this is more unbearable than death.
Anger surged to his head, and Old Master Zhao's face turned bright red. He was also a commander of the demon suppression army. Though he had suppressed his temperament for many years, he was a naturally born S-class fire demon with a fiery temper. Seeing that he was about to lose control, Prime Minister Yuan chuckled and said something that pulled him back. "Calm down, Tianxiong, no need to rush, no need to rush." Prime Minister Yuan smiled at Old Master Zhao, as if pouring a bucket of cold water.
Old Master Zhao took a few deep breaths and finally suppressed his anger. Prime Minister Yuan turned to look at Song Gue.
"Old Song, about playing chess today, it was my fault. Overturning the chessboard wasn't right. The game is the game, and if I admit defeat, so be it. But when it comes to serious matters, it can't be like playing chess, where you can overturn the board at will.
Don't you agree?"
Prime Minister Yuan smiled warmly, but his words were like soft knives, slicing through Song Gue's defenses one by one.
Song Gue cursed inwardly. "You really know how to twist things.
From playing chess to dragging it into reality, and still not letting me flip the chessboard, truly shameless." But he was helpless. After all, the ancient nation was nominally governed by 3 powers, with the supervisory court being just a special institution. Prime Minister Yuan remained the most powerful figure in the court, second only to the royal family. Seeing Song Gue remain silent, Prime Minister Yuan continued with a smile. The demon suppression army was indeed impulsive this time. Their actions were somewhat reckless. However, you and I both know that the people in the demon suppression army are straightforward in character, devoted to protecting the country, and lack any scheming. I propose to completely revoke the attendance status, terminate all resource support for the Gale plan, and transfer him to another city.
What does Lord Song think?
Gu Ming led his troops straight to confront the governor, undoubtedly challenging the authority of the court and the royal family. Even Prime Minister Yuan would find it difficult to completely absolve Gu Ming of guilt. The matter is of great importance, and he never had a close relationship with Gu Ming to begin with. At this moment, he speaks on Gu Ming's behalf only because he sees his character as pure and values the respect he has earned from Old Master Zhao. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been touched at all.
After all, Song Gue is not someone to mess with.
This person is ruthless and merciless, capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment.
Song Gue's brows were tightly furrowed, his face gloomy. After hearing Prime Minister Yuan's proposal, he resolutely shook his head. "I disagree. Provoking the court and the royal family, how can it be let go so lightly?
At the very least, the position of Centurion must be revoked, and the demon suppression army must be reassigned.
He must enter the
inspectorate and be sent to the regions of exotic beasts and myriad races, specifically to gather intelligence for the ancient kingdom."
Song Gue breathed a slight sigh of relief.
He knew nothing about the matters behind Lincheng and was unaware of how terrifying Gu Ming's talent truly was.
In his view, venting anger was sufficient.
Old Master Zhao's face suddenly changed.
Send Gu Ming to the regions of exotic beasts and myriad races to gather intelligence for the ancient kingdom? This task was supposed to be handled by the prodigies.
If Gu Ming heard this order, he would probably think the entire ancient kingdom had gone mad and feel utterly disappointed. He cursed inwardly, but outwardly, he obediently looked at Prime Minister Yuan. Prime Minister Yuan frowned, weighing the pros and cons of continuing to fight with Song Gui. Just as he secretly shook his head, thinking it unnecessary to stir up another dispute for Gu Ming, someone approached outside the Prime Minister's residence. The man was dressed in a white suit, in his 30s, with a handsome face. His steps were steady as he walked into the pavilion, giving the three a polite smile. Warm Ruching, paying respects to Prime Minister Yuan, Dean Song, and General Zhou. Old Master Zhao's expression changed slightly, not expecting the other party to come as well. The person before them was the head of the Wen family in the capital. At the same time, he had another identity. Deputy Chief of the Ancient Kingdom Night Watchers, a first-rank official of the court. Why would he appear here? Old Master Zhao frowned deeply, puzzled in his heart. How could this person, who usually had nothing to do with them, suddenly show up here? Lin City, top floor of the Security Bureau headquarters. Lu Yongjing sat on a cold, hard iron chair, staring blankly at the series of events unfolding downstairs, his face full of shock. Gu Ming, relying on the strength of a third-tier martial general, could actually summon the power of 10,000 troops. Once this news spreads, it will surely shake the world. After the shock, Lu Yongjing's emotions became complicated. Gu Ming possesses such a rare talent that, once exposed, he will face countless dangers both overt and covert. No. Judging by the current situation, exposure has already become a reality. Lu Yongjing furrowed his brows and remained silent for a long time, yet still couldn't find a way to protect Gu Ming. But he firmly made a decision. From now on, he would never allow Gu Ming to suffer any harm. Not only because the other had stepped forward in his most critical moment, but also because Gu Ming's talent carried the future of Lincheng and even humanity. I should take the initiative too. Lu Yongjing raised his eyes, a resolute gleam flashing in them. Nearby, Mu Yanfei stood by the window, and Hera had left at some unknown time. She withdrew her gaze and turned to Lu Yongjing with a smile. Take good care of him. After speaking, Mu Yanfei gracefully turned and left. A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Yongjing's eyes, but he did not ask any questions, merely watching her back in silence. As she stepped out the door, Mu Yanfei encountered Hera. The female assistant handed over a wool coat with a smile. Minister, it's cold outside, don't catch a cold. Mu Yanfei nodded gently, draped the white wool coat over her shoulders, and slowly left. At this moment in the interrogation room, the demon suppression chain on Lu Yongjing's hand lightly clicked open. He stood up from the chair, her words still echoing in his heart. But soon, his gaze shifted to the people brought down from upstairs. The Imperial Inspector Song Shang, Linqing's Chief of Public Security Wu Chuanjiang, and Deputy City Lord Huang Yucheng all had demon suppression chains placed on them as well. Lu Yongjing felt no anger toward them. Today's calamity stemmed from the Imperial Court, as well as these three individuals. This is also the reason he has always tolerated Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng. If he got rid of them, the court would surely send someone even harder to control. He didn't expect the court to act so quickly. Fortunately, everything ultimately turned out fine. Lu Ruyan saw her father safe and sound, rushed forward, and threw herself into his arms. Lu Yongjing patted her head and smiled. His gaze fell on a young man in black clothing with a handsome face among the group following Zhao Zilong. That face, so youthful it seemed almost unreal, made him solemnly say, "Thank you, Gu Ming." Gu Ming was caught off guard by the sudden serious expression and shook his head with a smile. Lu Yongjing nodded lightly, saying no more, keeping all his gratitude deep in his heart. Today, Gu Ming saved his life. In the future, he will undoubtedly do his utmost to protect Gu Ming. After taking the person away, Gu Ming quickly left the security bureau and went back to rest. Even if there is a storm tomorrow, sleeping is still a necessity. 3 days later, Gu Ming took off his black military uniform, changed into simple casual clothes, and stood at the entrance of Linqing's 7th middle school. After the exposure, he no longer needed to hide his identity. Luo Dahai specifically gave him 3 days off, and today he happened to come back to see Gu Xian and Gu Feng. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by a crisp bell, the campus suddenly became lively. Soon, students began to walk out of the teaching building. In the crowd, 2 figures stood out remarkably. One was Gu Xian, youthful, beautiful, and with delicate features. The other was Gu Feng, slightly handsome, with legs that exuded a high-tech metallic feel. As they walked through the campus, they attracted countless gazes and discussions. This scene should have been ordinary. But since the incident with City Lord Lu, the discussions have reached their peak. The two have become prominent figures at Linqing's 7th high school. After all, Gu Ming had just graduated from this high school 6 months ago, and many teachers still remember him. The news spread like wildfire, and the fact that Gu Ming was the elder brother of Gu Xian and Gu Feng was also revealed.
Gu Xian, when you have time, help me get your elder brother's contact information.
Walking beside Gu Xian, her close friend He Shui looked at her with admiration. Gu Xian felt a little shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she replied softly,
I understand.
If my big brother agrees, I'll help you get it. Her good friend He Shui left excitedly.
But before everyone could disperse at the school gate, Gu Xian and Gu Feng suddenly froze.
The siblings' eyes widened, first in disbelief, then filled with joy.
Big brother! The two shouted in unison.
What? He Shui and the people around heard it and turned to look. A tall and upright young man stood at the school gate.
He looks ordinary, yet possesses an undeniable charm.
Upon closer inspection, one can sense the unique aura he exudes. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, followed by utter astonishment. What? That Gu Qinsui, who led troops to besiege the security bureau, set things right, and cleared Lord Lu's name, is standing right in front of them? The entire Linqing 7th High School's playground instantly fell silent, as the students quietly watched the figure in the distance. Parents usually don't pay attention to the news, but they all knew about the sensational event that shook the entire city 3 days ago. Upon hearing this news, the parents automatically stepped aside, as if afraid of stealing the spotlight from this prodigy. Gu Ming looked at his sister and brother standing motionless, smiled, and waved to them. Gu Feng was the first to snap out of it, tugged at his sister, and quickly ran toward Gu Ming. Big brother! The maturity on Gu Feng's face disappeared, replaced by an innocent smile.
Gu Xian also showed her brightest smile and ran to Gu Ming's side.
Gu Ming touched both of their heads, one on the left and one on the right.
Let's go, come home with me for dinner. The three of them got into the SUV and drove away. Watching the pitch-black SUV disappear at the end of the road, the students on the playground finally snapped out of it, their faces flushed with excitement.
Oh my god, that was Gu Qinsui.
Gu Qinsui himself.
That's right, Gu Qinsui came to pick up his younger sister and brother from school today.
I can hardly believe it. He Shui covered her face in excitement.
Why am I so stupid? I didn't even dare to go up and say a word to Gu Qinsui just now.
Damn it, I'm going to enlist. I want to join the Demon Suppression Army.
Brother, why are you back?
As Gu Feng just entered the door, he stared at Gu Ming with a face full of curiosity. Gu Xian also turned her head, her eyes sparkling.
Gu Ming smiled at them. The news has already exposed me, so there's no need to hide anymore.
So, naturally, I had to come back and see you. Gu Xian and Gu Feng burst into happy laughter.
Brother, I'll go cook.
You and Gu Feng can chat first. Gu Xian said this as he got up to head to the kitchen.
Gu Ming stopped him, pondered for a moment, and said,
This time your elder brother has been exposed. From now on, you might never be able to live so peacefully again.
As soon as the words were spoken, the two fell silent, their expressions turning grave.
Gu Ming looked at them and continued. In the future, you may face dangers that shouldn't belong to you. This is something your elder brother owes you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xian and Gu Feng said in unison, Big brother, don't say that, you are the person we admire the most. Gu Ming smiled and continued. City Lord Lu insists on having you move to the City Lord's mansion. I thought about it, this way I can also feel at ease, but I don't know if you are willing? Gu Xian and Gu Feng exchanged a glance.
Although this house was small, it was left by their parents and carried too many memories.
Moving to the City Lord's mansion, they indeed felt a bit apprehensive.
But thinking about what Gu Ming had done before, and the challenges he might face in the future, the two finally looked at Gu Ming and smiled. Big brother, you have a good relationship with the City Lord, right?
Big brother, is the City Lord's mansion very large? The two asked directly.
Even though they were reluctant to leave, they knew that doing so was to ensure Gu Ming had no worries. This was the greatest support they could offer their big brother. Gu Ming nodded with a smile, knowing they had already agreed. Let's go, we'll have a meal at the City Lord's mansion and let you meet City Lord Lu.
That fast? Gu Xian and Gu Feng seemed a bit anxious. When they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, they discovered that the legendary City Lord Lu was merely a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. City Lord Lu, this is my younger sister Gu Xian and my younger brother Gu Feng.
Gu Ming introduced them, while Lu Yongzheng stood beside Lu Ruyan, both smiling kindly. Gu Ming, from now on, let your sister and brother stay at the City Lord's mansion for safety. Their cultivation resources will also be provided by the City Lord's mansion, so you don't need to worry.
Lu Yongzheng looked at Gu Xian and Gu Feng, smiling as he spoke. The two also felt his goodwill. Although they didn't quite understand the relationship between Gu Ming and Lu Yongzheng,
They knew that Gu Ming had once led an army to surround the security bureau and rescue Lu Yongzheng, a favor as weighty as a mountain.
Gu Xian and Gu Feng sensibly gave a slight bow to Lu Yongzheng. "Thank you, City Lord Lu."
Lu Yongzheng, in high spirits, said with a smile.
"Don't call me City Lord Lu, just call me Uncle Lu."
The two looked nervously at Gu Ming.
"Don't ask me, just do whatever City Lord Lu says." Gu Xian and Gu Feng nodded in agreement.
After everything was arranged, Lu Yongzheng said to Gu Ming, "Gu Ming, come with me."
Gu Ming nodded and followed Lu Yongzheng to the study on the second floor.
In the living room on the first floor, Lu Rian warmly held the siblings' hands, chatting about the future.
Gu Xian will be participating in the awakening ceremony in half a year.
Although Gu Feng was still in his first year of high school, after getting mechanical legs, his physical fitness improved rapidly, and his learning ability became almost freakishly strong. After changing his legs, he skipped 2 grades and is now in his 3rd year of high school. In half a year, the siblings will undergo the awakening ceremony together, which will mark the critical stage of their life planning. In the study on the second floor, Lu Yongzheng's expression gradually shifted from relaxed to serious.
"Gu Ming, news has come from Zhengzhou. Your punishment has been decided."
When saying this, Lu Yongzheng felt conflicted and frustrated. If it weren't for Gu Ming being involved in his affairs, he wouldn't have had any trouble. Gu Ming is still the most talented prodigy in the Demon Suppression Army, with limitless potential for the future. But now, because of him, the dignity of the court and the royal family has been challenged.
Even Lu Yongzheng cannot stop this punishment.
Listening to Lu Yongzheng's words, Gu Ming merely smiled faintly, but he didn't take them to heart. On that night of torrential rain, as he stepped into the general's mansion, he had already prepared for the worst. He had no personal ties with Lu Yongzheng, but Gu Ming could not stand by and watch an upright city lord be framed as a traitor. To die unjustly and still bear infamy, this was absolutely not something Lu Yongzheng deserved to endure. If he chooses to stand by and do nothing, even if he reaches the pinnacle in the future, he will be left with an indelible regret.
Gu Ming
is well aware that his life could end at any moment, perhaps on the battlefield, but he absolutely refuses to leave any regrets behind. If he starts to waver, then he will no longer be himself. Moreover, over the past 2 days, Luo Dahai took him to the capital to plead with Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao didn't say much, only telling them to go back and wait for news. However, privately, Zhao Zilong informed Gu Ming and Luo Dahai that Old Master Zhao had already done everything in his power, and Gu Ming wouldn't face any major issues. Lu Yongzheng sat in the chair, sighed, and handed Gu Ming a document. "Take a look yourself first." Gu Ming took it, glanced at the content, and saw that there were only a few lines.
The accusation of Linqing's city lord Lu Yongzheng betraying his clan is entirely false, a result of malicious framing by petty individuals.
He has now been arrested.
Lu Yongzheng is innocent.
However, the Demon Suppression Army General, leading Centurion Gu Ming and 10,000 troops, has provoked the authority of the court.
This cannot be. Offset by merit. As punishment, removed from the Whirlwind Plan, retaining the rank of Centurion, and reassigned to the second province, Pengcheng. Gu Ming, I owe you an apology.
Lu Yongzheng looked at him, his face full of guilt and sorrow. After his matter was exposed, the court was at a loss. If they wanted to act against Gu Ming again, they would have to plan carefully. Lu Yongzheng had done his utmost, yet still failed to protect Gu Ming. Gu Ming shook his head lightly and smiled. This punishment was hardly a big deal to him. Aside from the regret of being expelled from the Whirlwind Project, retaining his military rank and being reassigned to Pengcheng wasn't too bad.
Pengcheng is ultimately the territory of Lu Yongzheng and Luo Dahai. Going to other provinces or Zhengzhou would be even more dangerous. Overall, this result is the outcome of the joint efforts of Lu Yongzheng, Luo Dahai, and Old Master Zhao, among others.
Putting down the document, Gu Ming calmly looked at Lu Yongzheng.
City Lord Lu, me going out to train is also a good thing.
Lu Yongzheng stared at him, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with guilt. He didn't say any comforting words like, "True gold fears no fire." This time, he had detected the danger early but chose to stand by out of concern, failing to make preparations in advance. As a result, Gu Ming was implicated and faced disciplinary action, leaving Lu Yongzheng deeply ashamed. He understood that this was his failure. The two silently looked at each other, and Gu Ming smiled faintly. "City Lord Lu, being able to ask you to take care of my younger siblings has already been a great help to me."
"I sincerely thank you." Lu Yongzheng's gaze was complex as he took a deep breath. "Gu Ming, I think we are the same kind of people."
This time, he fell into a crisis and was powerless to save himself. The only person who could possibly save him was Luo Dahai. But Luo Dahai was transferred early and was powerless in front of Old Master Zhao. Without you, Old Master Zhao would truly stand by and do nothing, completely unwilling to intervene. This vast forest city, he has blessed countless people, yet in times of crisis, no one steps forward. The fickleness of human nature is fully revealed. Gu Ming smiled faintly, feeling that the two were alike. Unafraid of power, indifferent to royalty, valuing only the heart and the human race. In the study, the two talked for a long time before going downstairs when the meal was ready. After the five of them sat around and ate, Gu Ming took his younger siblings to the villa next to Lu Yong's government office. The city lord's mansion is spacious, with more than one villa. His younger siblings will live here in the future, with the garrison army escorting them to and from school, which puts his mind at ease. After making arrangements, Gu Ming left the city lord's mansion and drove straight to the Night Watcher's headquarters. The first place he went was not the general's mansion, but to see Mu Yanfei, because he had a vague feeling that Mu Yanfei might be about to advance in rank. Night Watcher's headquarters. Hera knocked on the door and smiled at Gu Ming, saying, "Gu Qinsui, you may enter." Gu Ming nodded and walked into the office alone. Mu Yanfei stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze directed outside, her expression slightly dazed. She was dressed in a white professional outfit, her long legs accentuated by a pencil skirt, and she walked gracefully in high heels, her demeanor still elegant. Hearing the sound, she slowly turned around, brushed the golden hair by her ear, and looked at him with a radiant smile. "What do you think of this punishment? Do you feel any resentment?" Her tone was relaxed, as if she didn't care. Gu Ming smiled, completely unguarded in front of her. Everyone harbors resentment. After all, I clearly did nothing wrong, yet I have to be punished. Mu Yanfei's smile grew even brighter. "Why have you come to see me? What's your purpose?" "You're about to advance." Gu Ming's expression remained calm. Mu Yanfei was stunned and curiously asked, "You felt it?" Seeing him nod, Mu Yanfei smiled even more brightly. "I'm going to Zhongzhou." "Why?" "After advancing to the 7th rank, I can serve as the Minister of Night Patrol in Beizhou, but that position isn't vacant. And you just gave me the answer. I should go to Zhongzhou and pave the way for you in advance." A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. This punishment would not have been so lenient if Deputy Chief of the Night Watchers, Wen Ruqing, hadn't stepped in to mediate. Song Dai could have vented his anger recklessly, leading to at least a transfer to Zhongzhou, or even an assassination plot. The methods of the supervisory court are utterly sinister. They monitor all officials, yet they are nothing more than a sharp blade in the hands of the royal family. Gu Ming's gaze was complex as he slowly nodded. "Take care of yourself." Hearing this, Mu Yanfei's smile grew even more intense. Leaving the Night Watch headquarters, Gu Ming headed straight to the general's mansion. The off-road vehicle traveled unimpeded all the way. Dong Sonlin waited at the entrance of the general's hall to greet him and let him inside. Luo Dahai had been waiting for a while. Draped in a silver cloak, he sat in a chair, smiling as he looked at Gu Ming. Yan Hai, the commander of 1,000 in Pengchang, has a good relationship with Dong Sonlin. With your current strength, going there wouldn't be a bad idea. Go polish yourself up, and come back as a marquis. Luo Dahai's words were steady, yet he spoke something rather unsteady. Gu Ming was somewhat surprised and secretly chuckled in his heart. Stripping off the gilding, returning as a marquis? It turned out to be Luo Dahai, that honest and rustic fellow who said it. However, he liked this phrase. "General Luo, I want to ask you something. How deep is the conflict between us and the court?" Luo Dahai was stunned upon hearing the question, his gaze shifting unpredictably. He furrowed his brows, stared at Gu Ming, and said in a low voice, "You." Halfway through his words, Luo Dahai stopped again, his expression complex and inscrutable. In the end, he let out a long sigh, his tone heavy. "There isn't such a big conflict between us and the court. This time, regarding your matter, General Zhao and Deputy Chief Wen both went all out, and even Prime Minister Yuan personally stepped in, sacrificing some interests to force Dinsong to compromise. The Demon Suppression Army has always been a part of the court. We have never truly been opposed to the court. Our conflict has never been with the court." "Not in the court?" Gu Ming's eyes shifted, and a thought flashed through his mind. Was it in the royal family? He thought about it and found it reasonable. If the court were truly corrupt to the core, how would there still be resistance against the alien beasts? All conflicts, the root cause would only lie in one place. Royalty. Gu Ming repeated softly, his gaze fixed on Luo Dahai. Suddenly, Luo Dahai felt a chill and hurriedly advised, "Don't overthink it, Gu Ming. You're still young, don't act impulsively." Gu Ming snapped out of it, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Rest assured, General Luo, I have never been an impulsive person." Luo Dahai wanted to retort, but after a second thought, he was left speechless. From the destruction of the Li family to killing the father and son of the Yin family, and the recent attack on the Public Security Bureau, when has Gu Ming ever acted impulsively? Every time, it was meticulously planned, advancing step by step. Luo Dahai waved his hand impatiently. Go, 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 you brat, you're driving me crazy. Gu Ming left the general's hall with a smile. Outside the hall, Zhao Ruilong and Dong Songlin were already there, quietly watching Gu Ming. Brother Zhao, brother Dong, why are you staring at me like this? Gu Ming asked with a smile. Zhao Ruilong lowered his head and, after a long pause, said, Gu Ming, take care. Dong Songlin also nodded solemnly, take care. Pengcheng is not far away, why make it look like a life and death farewell? Gu Ming said with a smile. At this moment, inside the general's hall, Chen Pang, draped in a black cloak, appeared. Luo Dahai raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to see that kid off? Chen Pang glanced outside the hall and shook his head. Nothing worth seeing him off for. He's gone to Pengcheng. How could he possibly stay out of trouble? Luo Dahai burst into laughter, completely agreeing. Gu Ming, that kid, no matter where he goes, will definitely stir up endless trouble. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing what kind of stir Gu Ming would cause in Pengcheng. Central District Security Bureau. This is not where the Security Bureau headquarters is located, but after the incident with Lord Lu, the Central District has been merged into the headquarters. The reason is simple. After the scandal of Security Bureau Chief Wu Chuanzheng framing Lord Lu was exposed, he ended up in prison. This time, Lu Yongzheng no longer concealed anything. The conflicts within the royal family were completely exposed, and he no longer held back. Lu Yongzheng initiated sweeping reforms, rooting out many corrupt elements within the Security Bureau. Due to a lack of manpower, the Central District's Security Bureau was merged into the headquarters. Now, this place has become the exclusive base for the Gale Project Squad. Morning. Gu Ming, draped in a black cloak and dressed in a black military uniform, walked into the Gale Project base. As soon as he entered, he saw the members of the Sun and Moon Squad standing there. Brother Ming. Chen Yu, the chubby one, had reddened eyes and looked at him with tears brimming. Others were about the same, with tears welling up in their eyes. Wang Hu clenched his teeth tightly and suddenly looked up and shouted, Mingzi, we're done with this lousy Gale project. We'll go with you. Luo Shui, Min Xinran, Lin Baihua, and the others all stared at Gu Ming, their eyes carrying only one plea. They want to withdraw from the Gale project with Gu Ming. Luya stood in the center of the crowd, dressed simply today, wearing only jeans and a base layer top. Even so, her alluring curves still stood out, and any casual photo of her posted online could be hailed as that of a peerless beauty. She walked toward Gu Ming, reaching out to remove the Gale Project wristband from his hand. Yaya Lu, what are you doing? Gu Ming glanced at her, a faint smile on his face. Luya's expression was serious, her voice low. Of course, I'm going to Pengcheng with you. Gu Ming looked at her, then glanced at Chen Yu and the others, shaking his head with a smile. You cannot withdraw from the Gale Project. As soon as the words fell, a wave of commotion erupted. Everyone raised their eyes, filled with reluctance and defiance. Ming, why not? Damn this lousy Gale plan, we might as well not do it. Yeah, who cares about following this stupid court? A chorus of low muttering and cursing. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Gu Ming sternly stopped them. I was only expelled from the Gale project, not removed from the roster. General Zhao helped me keep my spot. Although I can't take you with me, I am still a member of the Sun and Moon Squad. He turned to look at Luo Shui. Luo Shui, you are already an S-level Frost Dragon. I believe you can lead them well and let the Sun and Moon Squad continue to shine. Luo Shui remained silent, simply staring at Gu Ming. Gu Ming looked at the others again. After I leave, Luo Shui will be your captain. Treat him as if he were me, understood? Chen Yu and Wang Hu clenched their teeth tightly and bowed their heads deeply. Chuang, Luo Cheng, Dong Dao, and others held back their tears, but they understood the importance of these words in their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't acknowledge Luo Shui, but Gu Ming's personal charisma was unparalleled. Not to mention the other top 10 squad leaders, even they couldn't compare to Gu Ming. Lu Ping, who has a robotic arm, has the most complex emotions. He did not speak, nor did he echo everyone else. This is not because he doesn't want to follow Gu Ming, but because Gu Ming's orders are his ironclad rule. Even if he feels unwilling, he can only obey. Gu Ming finally looked at Luya beside him. Luya, please take good care of them for me. Luya raised her head, her eyes trembling slightly, with a faint glimmer of tears. She forced herself to suppress her emotions and said calmly with difficulty, "Why can't you let us withdraw?" Gu Ming smiled gently, his tone calm.
I know you can understand my difficulties.
The Gale project appears unremarkable on the surface, selecting the top 10 teams, but to say it can coordinate the three powers is overly naive. The Demon Suppression Army, Night Watchers, and the City Lord's office have complex interests and will not easily be swayed by a single plan.
The current Prime Minister, the Demon Suppression Army Marshal, and the Night Watchers Chief are not fools. Why would they create such an apparently useless Gale plan?
Gu Ming was puzzled, but the Sun and Moon Squad still had to stay here to find their place of use. Moreover, he still holds an honorary position in the Gale project, and there might be a chance for him to return in the future. His thoughts shifted, and he looked at Luya, smiling as he said,
Luya, now that you have an SS-level talent, you can try refining the Jade Palace.
After Gu Ming finished speaking, his gaze swept over each member of the Sun and Moon Squad. Xinyu, Ming Ji said he would protect you for a lifetime.
This promise absolutely counts. Don't you want to be the General's personal guard?
When you return to me, I will make you a personal guard directly. The chubby Xinyu's eyes turned red, and though a grown man, he shed tears without any shame.
Gu Ming turned his head to look at Wang Hu. Tiger, there's something I need to tell you.
The mastermind behind the setup leading to your parents' death was Wu Chuanjiang. He has already been sentenced to death by Lord Lu, and the execution will take place in a few days.
You can rest assured now.
The burly man froze in place, listening to Gu Ming's words, his eyes trembling violently.
Mingzi.
Shinran, I didn't tell you before, but at that birthday party years ago, someone pretended to be me and pushed your two brothers' heads into the toilet.
I didn't stop them. You won't blame me, will you?
Gu Ming looked at the delicate Min Shinran, a smile on his lips. Min Shinran paused for a moment, her eyes lit up, and she smiled.
Captain Baihua, you are an S-class wind mage.
I've heard that wind mages of levels 4 to 6 are called storm heralds. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have truly become a storm herald. Lin Baihua wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and nodded with a smile.
Captain, I promise. Gu Ming finally looked at Chuing, Luo Chang, Dong Dao, and Lu Ping.
Chuing, Chen Pang, and Chen Wanho's talents are somewhat similar to yours.
If there's anything you don't understand, go ask them for advice.
They may appear tough on the outside, but they're actually quite easy to get along with.
Luo Chang, I got a few pet beasts for you from Governor Song.
When you reach the 5th or 6th rank, go claim these treasures.
Luo Qing's eyes lit up. What does a beast master lack the most? Money. Without a fortune like you millionaires, who can afford the expenses of being a beast master? But Gu Ming actually helped him capture Song Xuanfu's favorite beast?
A 6th-tier rhinoceros and 5 5th-tier beasts. Dong Dao, your formation technique has great potential. Your talent level has also risen to grade A today.
Hone it well, and you'll have a bright future.
Dong Dao's gaze wavered, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. He usually chats the most with Lin Baihua, but today he couldn't say a single word. Finally, Gu Ming looked at Lu Ping. Regarding your mechanical modification, I've already discussed it with Zhao Qianfu.
Remember to visit him regularly. Captain.
Everyone gazed at Gu Ming with deep emotion, even tears slipped from Luya's eyes.
Gu Ming turned around, his back to the crowd, and waved his hand.
With you, my brothers and sisters, I have no regrets in this life. As he walked out of the Storm Project base, Gu Ming hadn't yet gotten into his off-road vehicle when he saw a dazzling red sports car parked in front of him. Squeak, the red car came to a steady stop. Lu Rian pushed open the car door, and the first thing that caught the eye was her impossibly long, slender legs. Next, she exuded youthful energy, wearing a chic jacket and walking gracefully with her flawless jade-like legs.
Why are you here? Gu Ming was surprised and curious. After the Luchun Lord incident ended, shouldn't Lu Ruyan have returned to the City of Technology? She approached him, revealing a charming smile, and said, "The conflict between the royal family and my father has been temporarily suppressed, but no one can say for sure when it will erupt again. I discussed with my dad and decided not to return to the City of Technology for now. Besides, graduating from Kuwu requires practical experience, so I'll go with you to Pengcheng." It can count as practical training. Go with me to Pengcheng?
Gu Ming was stunned, not expecting Lu Yongzheng to allow his daughter to follow him, and Lu Ruyan was even willing to do so. Lu Ruyan smiled slyly, her eyes full of teasing.
What's the matter? I know you like mature women like Sister Luya, but when Sister Luya isn't around, why can't I take her place for a bit?
She hugged Gu Ming's arm, shaking it. Hiss. Gu Ming, a rough man, had never been this close to a girl before, and his heart immediately started racing. Lu Ruyan's eyes curved with a smile as she mockingly stared at him. Last time, you were lying in my arms, asking me to treat you. She looked as proud as a little hen who had just scored a bargain.
Gu Ming sighed helplessly and could only nod slowly. All right. With such a beautiful woman accompanying him, the journey wouldn't be lonely. However, just as the two were about to get in the car, on the street, a row of silver SUVs sped by, their rugged bodies glinting coldly under the sunlight. Gu Ming's gaze sharpened as he stared at those 10 vehicles. Each car's side was emblazoned with a fierce white tiger. These people are no ordinary figures? Sure enough, after the 10 cars came to a stop, a man stepped out. He was clad in silver-white armor, his face strikingly handsome. White Tiger Army Colonel Sun Tiancheng? Gu Ming's heart tightened, recalling the aftermath of the Lucheng Lord incident. Wu Chuanjiang and Huang Yucheng were judged by Lu Yongzheng, while Song Sheng, the inspector, returned to Zhongzhou to await trial. The White Tiger Army merely followed Song Sheng to Lincheng. Their purpose was not to frame Lu Yongzheng, and they themselves were not at fault. Even if there is wrongdoing, who can punish the White Tiger Army? Why haven't they left yet? Gu Ming was puzzled. At that moment, Sun Tiancheng led 50 White Tiger Army soldiers off the vehicle one by one, all kneeling on one knee in unison. Armor clanged as 50 people cupped their fists and shouted in unison, "Centurion Gu." Gu Ming was full of questions, feeling somewhat puzzled. The White Tiger Army is loyal to the royal family, and he has a grudge against the royal family. Shouldn't they be enemies? 3 days ago, he publicly humiliated Sun Tiancheng at the Security Bureau. By logic, Sun Tiancheng should hold a grudge against him. Why does it feel like I've been conquered by myself? Sun Tiancheng's eyes burned with intensity as he explained. I have already sought permission from the commander to stay in Lincheng and follow Centurion Gu. Are these people here to keep an eye on me? Gu Ming's face darkened, his heart tightened. Just as he had this thought, Sun Tiancheng looked up, unable to suppress his excitement. Centurion Gu, that ungrateful squad leader has already been sent back to Zhongzhou by me. The White Tiger Army is not entirely loyal to the royal family. We are merely using their wings to grow quickly. This was personally said to me by the commander, who asked me to relay it to you. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The White Tiger Army's commander is a general-level figure surpassing the rank of a senior general. The White Tiger Army's innate profession is Metal-type Scout, Advanced Scout, with exceptionally sharp minds. Their loyalty to the royal family is very likely just superficial. Gu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, you will come with me to Pengcheng. Sun Tiancheng exclaimed excitedly, thank you, Centurion Gu. Relying on the abilities of the ancestor of 10,000 weapons, Gu Ming could sense Sun Tiancheng's sincerity, which was by no means feigned. For now, keep them here and see what that commanding general is really planning. Gu Ming got into the car, with Lu Ruyan sitting in the passenger seat. Sun Tiancheng wanted to help him drive, but Gu Ming refused. The car started, and the group headed towards Pengcheng. Inside the base of the Storm Project team, the members of the Sun and Moon team silently exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavy, immersed in the pain of Gu Ming's departure, unable to extricate themselves. They even agreed not to go outside to see Gu Ming off, fearing they wouldn't be able to bear the sadness. Chuing secretly went out on behalf of everyone to take a look. When he returned, his expression was complex, and his gaze fell on everyone, especially Luya. Instructor Lu, don't rush to get angry. I need to explain clearly. The captain going to Pengcheng doesn't seem to be an assignment. The city lord's daughter, Lu Ruyan, followed him, along with the White Tiger Army from Zhongzhou, and they all went. Luya listened, her face turning colder, the chill growing stronger. Gu Ming drove toward Pengcheng, and Lu Ruyan, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror, raised her eyebrows, and said in surprise, didn't you slap Sun Tiancheng in the face on the spot? Why do I feel like he's more loyal to you than I am? The way he looks at you is strange, something's off. Thinking of Sun Tiancheng's fervent gaze, Lu Ruyan secretly thought to herself that he seemed more interested in Gu Ming than in her. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. He still hadn't figured out the true intentions of the White Tiger Army. However, with the example of Mu Yanfei right in front of him, he could roughly guess the hidden reasons behind Sun Tiancheng's attitude. But this guy Sun Tiancheng definitely has some peculiar quirks. The car sped out of Lincheng, heading straight for Pengcheng. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look at Gu Ming, suddenly recalling something, and said, by the way, before I came, my dad and Uncle Luo specifically asked me to tell you something. What is it? Gu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ruyan said, the conditions for becoming a general. These words sparked a glimmer of interest in Gu Ming's eyes. General, that was the military rank he had dreamed of. Lu Ruyan smiled, a look of pride appearing on her face. I knew you would be interested in this topic. My dad and Uncle Luo said that becoming a centurion has no real threshold. As long as you have enough military achievements and strength, it's fine.
But if you want to quickly rise to the rank of marquis, besides strength, you also need to achieve great merit while defending a city.
Defending a city and achieving great merit? Gu Ming nodded, carefully taking note. Lu Ruyan continued. If you want to be promoted to general quickly, you need to make meritorious achievements while defending a main city. I understand.
Gu Ming nodded, keeping it in mind. The generals of the Demon Suppression Army do not rely on conquest but on protection. A general is the faith of a city, the guardian deity of its people.
The capital city.
On the top floor of a 7-star hotel, it was still the same private room. When Baiyu, Zhaozile, Bai Mangbing, and Yu Baiwan sat around a round table, with dozens of exquisite dishes laid out before them. Poultry, seafood, rare vegetables, and high-grade exotic beast meat were all present. In the past, these delicacies would have tantalized their taste buds, but now no one paid them any attention.
Silence enveloped the private room as Bai Mangbing anxiously glanced at Wen Baiyu and Zhaozile. You mean, even with the Wen family and Zhao family joining forces, they still couldn't keep Gu Ming safe and sound?
She was utterly shocked. When trouble broke out in Lincheng, she and Yu Baiwan were in the tech city and couldn't return to the capital in time, unaware of the situation. After returning, the two learned that Gu Ming had been expelled from the Storm Project and reassigned to Pengcheng.
Shocked as if struck by lightning.
They had all witnessed Gu Ming's strength. Based on Wen Baiyu and Zhaozilei's observations in Lincheng over the past month, Gu Ming was by no means an ordinary person. He was the foremost figure in the Gale Project, beyond question.
Bai Mangbing was wholeheartedly convinced by Gu Ming.
But now, he is trapped in prison.
Yes, Baiyu, Zilei, what exactly happened? Should Mangbing and I also pull some strings to see if we can help?
Yu Baiwan's face was solemn. Though dressed in a designer suit and wearing a luxury watch, his demeanor remained indifferent, yet at this moment, he admitted to being impressed by Gu Ming. That year, he single-handedly defeated 9 people, a momentum that remains unforgettable to this day. Such a person was actually excluded from the Gale Project, which is simply a tremendous loss for the ancient nation.
Zhaozile remained silent, angrily grabbing the pork knuckle in front of him and taking a fierce bite.
The grease and meat aroma exploded in his mouth, and the crispy texture was absolutely sublime. But he showed no joy, his palm tightly gripping the pork knuckle, almost crushing it. When Baiyu, dressed in a white suit, was no longer refined. His face was gloomy as he shook his head and said, "Old Master Zhao and my father joined forces to intervene. Prime Minister Yuan came to mediate, yet Director Song of the Supervisory Institute still insists on punishing Gu Ming.
The charge is disrespecting the majesty of the royal family, which cannot be trivialized.
This result is already the best solution that Mr. Zhao and my father have fought for." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere grew even heavier. A trace of anger flashed across Bai Mangbing's face. This ancient country.
Watch your words. Yu Baiwan interrupted coldly.
In the capital city, where high-level experts are everywhere, openly insulting the royal family is courting death. Bai Mangbing was about to speak but swallowed her words, full of helplessness. She gently raised her fair hand and waved it toward the crowd.
When Baiyu, Zhaozile, and Yu Baiwan immediately saw a line of text appear before their eyes. This ancient royal family is so damn stupid.
The curse conveyed through the illusion was inaudible to anyone. When Baiyu and Yu Baiwan exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging it in their hearts, but their faces remained as solemn as ice.
Anger will do no good. Gu Ming's punishment is already decided, and no one can change it.
This genius is destined to have no connection with the Storm Project. The three felt heavy-hearted, when suddenly they saw a news broadcast on the TV nearby. Ancient times, recently, General Zhao Zilong of the Demon Suppression Army has advanced to the 7th rank, becoming the youngest 7th-rank martial lord in the ancient kingdom. With outstanding military achievements, he has been appointed as the commander of the Northern State Demon Suppression Army. General Zhao Zilong has taken over as the Northern State commander. Yu Wanwan whispered, and the three of them simultaneously looked at Zhaozile. Zhaozile had just finished gnawing on a crispy pork knuckle, slamming the bone onto the table, his palm covered in crumbs.
"Damn it, what a bunch of idiots," he roared. When Baiyu remained silent.
Bai Mangbing said nothing.
Yu Baiwan's expression was complex. At the same time, another 7-star hotel in the capital.
In a spacious and luxurious private room, 5 people sat around a round table, with exquisite dishes piled up in front of them. These are the captains of the other 5 teams ranked in the top 10 of the Gale Project. Li Wanbing, Feng Yun, Tianshui, Li Ernu, Wang Hodao. After tasting the delicacies, the topic naturally shifted to Gu Ming. Li Ernu was full of anger, while Wang Hodao was heartbroken.
Feng Yun and Tianshui looked at each other, their eyes full of regret.
Li Wanbing sat on the chair without touching a single bite of food, his arms tightly crossed and his brows furrowed. In his mind, the shadow of Gu Ming lingered. Although there were grievances between them, it was nothing more than normal competition. Li Wanbing had always given his all, treating Gu Ming as the target to chase. Nowadays, this target has been expelled from the Gale project and transferred to Pengcheng, on the outskirts of Lincheng. He absolutely refuses to accept this result. But what can he do if he doesn't accept it? I'm still too weak. Li Wanbing muttered to himself, recalling what his grandfather Li Jinbei had once said to him. Without enough strength, don't complain about unfairness. May you still uphold justice on the day you have strength. Grandfather's words became his life principle and the foundation of his character. Zhao family, in the old courtyard house. Old Master Zhao, dressed in a traditional Chinese outfit, lay on the recliner, quietly gazing at the burning sunset on the horizon. Outside the courtyard, vendors were shouting to sell tofu, and the streets bustled with people and vehicles. At that moment, Zhao Zilong walked in from outside the courtyard, draped in a crimson cloak, with 2 silver general stars now adorning his shoulder. You've been promoted to Lieutenant General. Go take over the position of commander of the Northern State Demon-Suppressing Army, Old Master Zhao gestured with a wave of his hand. Zhao Zilong nodded but remained motionless. Anything else? Old Master Zhao looked up, his face filled with confusion. Gu Ming came by a few days ago. Why didn't you see him? As soon as the words were spoken, Old Master Zhao laughed. The future belongs to you young people. I've already met him, and there's no need for me to see him again. Speaking of which, after meeting that boy, what do you think? Is he really as impressive as Luo Dahai claims? Zhao Zilong remained silent for a long time, hesitating to respond. Old Master Zhao looked at him in surprise. Why aren't you speaking? Luo Dahai praised his talent. Zhao Zilong met his father's gaze and slowly spoke. His talent is rare throughout history. Old Master Zhao suddenly sat up straight, his expression solemn. The capital city, the supervisory court. This building is ancient, with red walls and black tiles, exuding a touch of ancient charm. At this moment, in the deepest part of the dungeon, a weak wail suddenly fell, and Song Gui, with a gloomy expression, slowly walked out, his body covered in blood. Song Gui's male secretary looked at the tragic scene, feeling a chill in his heart. After all, that was Director Song's own nephew, and yet, he was tortured to death by Director Song? Terrified, he hurried forward to help Song Gui change out of his blood-stained clothes, handing him the brand-new outfit in his hands. Song Gui donned his dark blue official robe and stepped outside. As he walked, he suddenly turned back, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm cruel? The male secretary broke out in a cold sweat, his spine tingling. Not at all, not at all, the dean merely punished an incompetent subordinate. Song Gui's lips curved slightly, the smile fading as his expression turned icy. He had never seen Song before his death, assuming it was a simple execution, but he hadn't expected it to be torture leading to death. After truly witnessing it, he was shocked to uncover a secret. Old Master Zhao had always concealed the talent of that young man from Lincheng. With double S aptitude, a 6-month career in the Demon Suppression Army, he has already reached the rank of 3rd-tier Marshal General. Capable of barely wielding the power of 10,000 troops and using the strength of a martial king without suffering severe injuries. Such a talent, yet he ended up forming a grudge with him, and Old Master Zhao surprisingly did not strike him down in one blow. This was Song Gui's miscalculation. He had completely not anticipated that Gu Ming's talent would be so astonishing. Zhao Tenqiong. Song Gui murmured that name softly, then changed his tone. Gu Ming, truly is a rare genius kid. The male secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead and timidly spoke. Director, should we send assassins? The Supervisory Institute monitors all officials and also keeps a group of assassins. Killing a mere military officer is a piece of cake for them. Song Gui shook his head, a trace of a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Not for now, let's head to the palace first. The male secretary lowered his head, knowing that Song Gui was serious this time. Having followed him for a long time, he was aware of some of his peculiarities. He only used male secretaries, never females. He enjoyed torturing people to death, and he especially loved recruiting young geniuses like Gu Ming, only to torment them to the extreme. As for going to the palace, it must be to report to the royal family. The male secretary suppressed his thoughts, knowing that royal disputes were not something he could get involved in, and sighed softly. The sunset was like blood. In the evening, Gu Ming arrived in Pengcheng, over 200 kilometers away from Lincheng. This time, unlike the previous low-profile mission with a small team, it is an official appointment. In the distance, a row of military vehicles was parked outside Pengcheng City. Gu Ming's off-road vehicle had just come to a stop when 10 silver-white military vehicles followed closely behind. Yan Hai led several centurions forward to greet them.
Commander Yan.
Gu Ming got out of the car, exchanged brief pleasantries, and headed straight to the Pengcheng demon-slaying army camp.
Before long, the group arrived at the camp.
In the distance, Gu Ming spotted another man bearing the rank of commander on his shoulder. Gu Ming parked the car and got out together with Lu Ruyan from the passenger seat, followed closely by Sun Tiancheng. Yan Hai walked ahead and introduced, Gu Ming, this is Guan Lingji, the commander of the demon-suppressing army in Pengcheng. Although Pengcheng is small, the demon-suppressing army consists of only over 2,000 soldiers, so there are only 2 commanders of 1,000. Guan Lingji possesses extraordinary strength, approximately at the 8th or 9th level of a 4th-tier martial lord.
Guan Lingji stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand. Centurion Gu, I've long heard of your reputation. Welcome to Pengcheng.
During the Lu Yongzheng incident, Gu Ming's deeds were not made public, but many rumors circulated within the demon suppression army. Some speculate that although he is a 3rd-tier martial officer, his strength has already reached the 4th tier. Such a genius is respected wherever he goes.
What's more, standing beside Gu Ming was the daughter of City Lord Lu.
Despite his lower status, he was accompanied by the daughter of the City Lord, which carried profound implications. On the other side, the identity of the White Tiger Army captain made Guan Lingji even more cautious. Lu Ruyan stood by Gu Ming's side, her smile gentle, quietly observing everything.
No wonder her dad said that even if Gu Ming ran to Lincheng, he would never settle down.
People like him are the center of attention wherever they go. Gu Ming smiled and shook hands with Guan Lingji, his gaze suddenly sweeping across and locking onto a few familiar figures.
Lu
Ruyan also turned her head in surprise, her eyes full of confusion. Behind Guan Lingji, apart from several centurions, there were also 3 soldiers who had just recently joined the demon suppression army. Their military posture was somewhat stiff, clearly not yet fully accustomed.
Why did they join the demon suppression army?
The same thought flashed through the minds of Gu Ming and Lu Ruyan simultaneously.
Aren't those 3 the ones we saw a few days ago, Huang Zhenghao, as well as the second son of the Min family, Min Shi, and Min Xing?
Noticing the 2's gazes, Guan Lingji smiled and turned to introduce them. Centurion Gu, these 3 are new recruits of my Pengcheng demon-suppressing army, specially approved by City Lord Lu to come here. There was a faint hint of mockery in his tone. Huang Zhenghao glanced at Gu Ming, his face slightly flushed. After the case of City Lord Lu's betrayal of the clan, his father Huang Yucheng was implicated, yet he himself was completely unaware. What angered him even more was that his father had actually framed City Lord Lu. Most of his anger stemmed from his feelings for Lu Ruyan. However, now he understands clearly. After that incident, he and Lu Ruyan are destined to have no connection in this lifetime. Disheartened, Huang Zhenghao resolutely joined the demon suppression army. As the president of Linwu Student Council and a 3rd-tier Wood demon, his joining the demon suppression army was naturally welcomed. After hearing about it, Lu Yongjing discussed it with Luo Dahai and transferred him to Pengcheng. By Gu Ming's side, even if this son of a criminal harbored resentment, he couldn't stir up much trouble. What's more, he was completely different from Huang Yucheng. Following Gu Ming, he might actually encounter great opportunities.
As for the second son of the Min family,
Min Shi and Min Xing immediately lowered their heads upon seeing Gu Ming.
The scene of being pressed into the toilet by Gu Ming was still vivid in their minds. That smell remains unforgettable to this day. Although it was later proven to be Wu Haicheng's prank and not Gu Ming's doing. But their fear of Gu Ming had long been etched into their bones. Upon seeing Gu Ming, the 2 trembled in their legs, their teeth chattering. Looking at the 3 people before him, Gu Ming chuckled inwardly and turned to look at Guan Lingji. Guan Lingji said with a cheerful smile, the arrangements for these 3 in Pengcheng haven't been finalized yet, so I'll leave it to you, Centurion Gu. Gu Ming originally wanted to decline, but he thought these people were actually quite interesting. Especially the second son of the Min family. Just him alone made Gu Ming want to personally teach him a lesson, as a way to vent some anger on behalf of Min Shinran. The reception by the demon suppression army was very simple, without any elaborate formalities. Guan Lingji smiled and said, Centurion Gu, I'll go arrange the banquet.
All the soldiers in Pengcheng will come to welcome you.
Gu Ming nodded, thank you, Commander Guan. Just call me Gu Ming. Guan Lingji was a bit surprised and thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, Gu Ming, let old Yen show you around and get familiar with our Pengcheng demon-slaying army. Gu Ming smiled, feeling that this was more like it.
From Guan Lingji, he sensed a strong aura of fire elements, clearly indicating that the other party was a fire mage.
Earlier, he had been addressed as Centurion Gu, which sounded awkward.
Now calling him directly by name feels much more natural. Guan Lingji led the group away, leaving only Yan Hai at the scene.
Yan Hai looked at Gu Ming and said with a smile, "Gu Ming, then I won't stand on ceremony either, and you shouldn't be polite. From now on, you can call me Brother Yan or Old Yan. We're comrades." Yan Hai did not put on the airs of a centurion. Gu Ming was not only the general's personal centurion but also extremely capable. He even felt that Gu Ming's rank should be raised by at least one level upon coming to Pengcheng. However, this is an assignment, so it makes sense. Lu Ruyan and Sun Tiancheng closely followed Gu Ming, while Huang Zhenghao and the second son of the Min family were behind them. Gu Ming followed Yan Hai for a tour around Pengcheng. It was not until the sun set and the sky darkened that they returned to the military camp. Lu Ruyan walked beside Gu Ming and said in surprise, "I always thought Pengcheng was small, but I didn't expect it to be so big when walking around." Previously, she had only seen Pengcheng on maps and in the news. Compared to Lincheng, which has nearly 10 million residents, Pengcheng is indeed not large, with a population of just over 1 million. Yet this city is still very spacious. After visiting the northern city guarded by the Demon Suppression Army, it took 2 hours. The southern city and the city lord's mansion have yet to be seen. The three people following behind, Huang Zhenghao and the second son of the Min family, were even more shocked. In the past, they had always regarded Pengcheng as a remote and impoverished place, not even bothering to glance at it, thinking they would have no connection with this place in their lifetime. But it was only after walking through it themselves that they realized how many people were in this city. The streets were bustling with traffic and crowds, filled with adults, students, and children, coming and going endlessly. This made their once naive hearts mature significantly. They are now also members of the Demon Suppression Army. Protecting this city in the future became their lifelong belief. Although Gu Ming did not turn around, he could sense the mindset of Huang Zhenghao and the other two. Even he himself, after conducting an on-site inspection of the northern city's defenses in Pengcheng, felt the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. From now on, this Pengcheng would be the place he must protect. Gu Ming has no lofty ambitions, nor any feelings of dissatisfaction. No matter where he is, he can cultivate and grow stronger. Currently, some people in the royal family and the court are still restricting him. But once he becomes truly powerful, no one will be able to control him anymore. Guarding a city, protecting a city, that is his vow. "Come on, Gu Ming, I'll take you to see your 9th Assault Company." Back at the military camp, Yan Hai's eyes lit up as he pulled Gu Ming toward a certain direction. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, Gu Ming no longer appeared to be someone with just an empty rank. He truly took command and led the army. Lu Ruyan was full of interest, her eyes bright, following Gu Ming closely, becoming a beautiful sight in the military camp. Soon, the 9th Assault Company arrived. There was a small training ground there, with dormitory buildings and a logistics armory nearby. On the training ground, 100 soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army stood ready. They were arranged in a square formation, with 2 captains standing in the center, surrounded by 10 squad leaders and 20 team leaders in sequence. This was the standard structure of a company. Of course, they were still missing a centurion to lead the unit. 100 soldiers had already learned that Gu Ming, the rising star among Gu's attendants, was about to arrive. Even after standing for most of the day, no one appeared fatigued. At this moment, seeing a group of people approaching, all the soldiers' eyes lit up in unison. They first noticed Yan Hai, then their gaze shifted and immediately locked onto the stern young man draped in a pitch-black cloak. A young man strode forward, accompanied by a charming young girl and a young man dressed in pristine white armor. Huang Zhenghao and the second son of the Min family had both been sent away by Gu Ming. He didn't plan to assign any tasks to these three. Huang Zhenghao was a third-tier martial general, while the second son of the Min family was a second-tier martial soldier. At this level, Huang Zhenghao was capable of leading a squad on his own, while the second son of the Min family could serve as an assistant. Therefore, Yan Hai directly assigned them to the 9th City Defense Company. The deployment of the ancient nation's Demon Suppression Army is this meticulous. On the battlefield, both offense and defense are well balanced. The Assault Company is specifically responsible for repelling Dijuan. The City Defense Company guards the city, never leaving the scope of city defense. The 9th City Defense Company is nominally on equal footing with the 9th Assault Company. But this nominal status sometimes has to yield to actual authority. For instance, someone like Gu Ming, a company commander with both prestige and strength, can simultaneously command the City Defense Company. Hundreds of soldiers from the 9th Assault Company raised their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on Gu Ming, unable to look away. Even though he was accompanied by a stunning beauty, she failed to draw even the slightest attention from them. Centurion Gu. Led by 2 captains, hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Yan Hai smiled and said to Gu Ming, "Their original centurion sacrificed himself in a battle.
Commander Guan originally intended to select someone from among them. As long as someone could advance to a third-rank military officer, they would be promoted to Centurion.
But what happened?
Even though these two captains were promoted to Centurion, upon hearing that you were coming, they voluntarily offered to step down, hoping you would take over.
Gu Ming hadn't expected there to be such a story behind it.
But this perfectly matched his expectations for a passionate military life. Fortunately, he was assigned to Pengcheng, not Zhengzhou. Now, this place has given him a brand new stage. Looking at the more than 100 soldiers before him, Gu Ming's lips slightly curved. The words had not yet been spoken when suddenly, the alarm of the Demon Suppression Army's camp blared abruptly. A series of piercing alarm sounds disrupted everyone's actions.
After a brief moment of chaos, the camp quickly regained order and operated methodically.
Yan Hai snapped out of his daze and turned to stare intently at Gu Ming.
The beast tide is here, it's attacking the city.
Yan Hai hurriedly spoke, his tone filled with panic and a hint of apology. Gu Ming had just arrived in Pengcheng on his first day, only to encounter a beast tide invasion.
This is really too disrespectful.
But he quickly furrowed his brows, his expression turning serious. The incident with City Lord Lu had just concluded, and Gu Ming's feat of leading the Sun and Moon Squad to destroy the rat nest had already spread.
There weren't supposed to be any powerful exotic beasts near Peng City. Could this beast tide be a small-scale one?
Yan Hai thought for a moment, then looked at Gu Ming and said, Gu Ming, this should be a small-scale beast tide. I'll take some people to investigate first and call you for support if necessary. He wanted Gu Ming to rest first, since it was his first day here. But Gu Ming shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. No need, I'll go take a look too. He didn't think the beast tide was particularly interesting. He just felt it was too much of a coincidence to encounter one on his first day in office.
If it's really a small beast tide, then it's fine, but what if things aren't that simple?
Yan Hai hesitated before nodding, briefly explaining the formation of the 9th Assault Company, and hurriedly left. Gu Ming looked at the 100 soldiers of the 9th Assault Company and said in a deep voice, move out.
Yes, Centurion. The soldiers responded in unison, quickly prepared themselves, and followed him to charge outside the city.
Before long, over 2,000 members of the demon-suppressing army of Pengcheng gathered in front of the North City Gate. Commander Guan stood on the city wall, directing the city defense battalion to form formations and overseeing the overall situation. Yan Hai led the assault battalion out of the city walls to set up the defense line. After the order was given, he looked toward the 9th Assault Company's formation. Gu Ming stood at the forefront, his black cloak billowing in the wind, a silver-edged centurion insignia on his shoulder, his eyes calmly fixed on the distance. Behind him, the 9th Assault Company had already formed a special formation. Although Yan Hai was a native creature, he recognized the intricacies of that formation.
Could it be a formation?
He was surprised as he recalled Gu Ming leading troops to besiege the security bureau, restoring order and rescuing Lord Lu of the city. He suddenly slapped his forehead, picked up the walkie-talkie, and shouted to Commander Guan on the city wall, Old Guan, did we forget something? Gu Ming should be the one commanding the city's defenses. On the city wall, Guan Lingji listened to the walkie-talkie, paused for a moment, and then felt it made sense. Gu Ming can command tens of thousands of troops. His commanding ability is naturally extraordinary.
Moreover, he is a scout, and commanding is his strong suit.
Guan Lingji picked up the walkie-talkie and said firmly, all members of the demon-slaying army in Pengcheng, listen up.
From now on, the entire army will be under Gu Ming's command.
In front of the 9th Assault Company, Gu Ming stood quietly, listening to the voice from the walkie-talkie, a hint of surprise appearing on his face.
I'd become the commander of the entire army?
Lu Ruyan turned her head to look over, her eyes full of surprise and anticipation.
When the beast tide arrives, Guan Lingji relinquishes power. What does this imply?
This commander of the Demon Suppression Army highly recognizes Gu Ming's leadership abilities.
Lu Ruyan's face was brimming with joy.
But when she saw Gu Ming pick up the walkie-talkie and calmly say, Commander Guan, leave the assault camp to me.
The city defense camp should still be under your command.
Having just arrived in Pengcheng, although Gu Ming trusted his own command abilities, he did not want to usurp Commander Guan's authority. Moreover, in the Demon Suppression Army, only Guan Lingji and Yan Hai were fourth-tier martial lords. If encountering a powerful exotic beast, he would have to personally charge forward. Commanding the assault camp would suffice.
Fighting while commanding the entire army inevitably leads to being stretched too thin.
On the city wall, Guan Lingji listened to the walkie-talkie, paused slightly, and then revealed a fiery demon-like smile. Unexpectedly, Gu Ming turned out to be quite sensible. He willingly relinquishing command is one thing, but Gu Ming only taking charge of the assault camp while leaving him with overall military coordination and command of the city defense camp is another matter. After thinking for a moment, he no longer insisted and said with a smile, "All right, Lao Yen, you must follow Gu Ming's orders." A hearty laugh from Yen Hai came through the walkie-talkie. At this moment, inside the 9th City Defense Company, Huang Zhanghao hurriedly set up the defense line, while Min Qi and Min Xing, the two brothers, were drenched in sweat. In their first real combat experience, no one knew how to respond. With the help of the 9th City Defense Company's captain, Huang Zhanghao finally managed to quickly complete the defense setup. Just as he and the second son of the Min family breathed a sigh of relief, they felt the disdainful gazes from the soldiers. That look, that expression, was practically questioning, "Why is our centurion not Gu Qinsui, but you three useless fools?" Huang Zhanghao's cheeks flushed bright red, his heart filled with shame. He said nothing, clenching his teeth tightly, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. At this moment, news came that the command of the assault camp had been transferred to Gu Ming. After hearing the whole story, the three of them exchanged bewildered glances. Brother Zhanghao, Gu. Centurion Gu, how did he become the commander of the assault camp? Yeah, Brother Zhanghao, Centurion Gu actually turned down the command of the city defense camp. Huang Zhanghao listened to the discussions around him, raised his head in a daze, and looked into the distance. That man stood at the forefront of the 1,000 soldiers in the assault camp, while figures like Lu Ruyan and Yen Hai, who were commanders of 1,000, ended up as mere foils. Even the 50 White Tiger Army soldiers led by Sun Tiancheng surrounded him, bowing their heads submissively. What kind of monster is this? Huang Zhanghao secretly muttered to himself, feeling a faint sense of helplessness akin to why was Hao born when Ming already exists. But at the same time, he was incredibly excited to witness the rise of such a peerless genius like Gu Ming with his own eyes, and a surge of exhilaration welled up in his heart. Woo woo woo! The alarm suddenly sounded, and the beast tide was steadily approaching. In front of the assault camp, Yen Hai received the news, and his face immediately darkened. Gu Ming, news from the front line, it's not a small beast tide, but a medium beast tide. What? A medium beast tide? As Yen Hai finished speaking, many centurions nearby began whispering, their tones filled with shock. To be called a beast tide, there must be at least 100 exotic beasts. Small beast tide consists of 100 to 300 exotic beasts, accompanied by a third-tier demon general. Medium beast tide, on the other hand, has at least 1,000 exotic beasts, led by a fourth-tier demon lord, and even a fifth-tier demon marquis might appear. Gu Ming was already well versed in the classification of beast tides, and his expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this. Is there a fifth-tier demon marquis? If there really were a fifth-ranked demon marquis, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This also confirmed his suspicion. The Eternal Night Monarch Mu Yenyue likely planned to target him upon learning he was sent to Ping City. Yen Hai furrowed his brows tightly but shook his head. There isn't a fifth-ranked demon marquis, but there are 3 fourth-ranked demon lords. If a fifth-tier demon marquis appears, Yen Hai's reaction wouldn't be solemn but resolute. Pengcheng doesn't have any fifth-tier powerhouses. Once a fifth-tier demon marquis descends, Pengcheng is bound to be destroyed. The mission of the Demon Suppression Army is to buy time before the city falls. Even if only one person remains, they must hold on until reinforcements from Lincheng arrive. That's good. Gu Ming nodded, feeling a sense of relief, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just 3 demon lords, and they dare to meddle with the Pang City he protects? Delusional. Commander Yen, Gu Ming called out in a deep voice. Yen Hai immediately stood upright, a sense of solemnity surging in his heart. For some reason, Gu Ming seemed like a different person at this moment. No longer the gentle and composed young man, but rather the image of a resolute and iron-blooded general. As the words fell, the 1,000-man assault camp immediately changed formation, arranging themselves into a special battle array according to Gu Ming's instructions. This is not the demon-suppressing array, which requires 10,000 people to execute. This formation is Dong Dao's Great Blade Array. Over 1,000 soldiers formed a giant blade, poised and ready to sweep through the beast tide. Yen Hai looked at the formation and silently exclaimed in his heart, "Brilliant." He had just witnessed the formation of the 9th Assault Unit and thought of Gu Ming's commanding talent. Although he had relinquished command, he still felt uneasy, worrying whether the young Gu Ming could handle the responsibility. But now, with this broadsword formation, Yen Hai's doubts were completely dispelled. The centurions also turned their gaze to Gu Ming, their eyes filled with fervent anticipation. Although it had not been formally deployed, they could already sense the ingenuity of the formation. They believed that under Gu Ming's command, their combat strength would surely surpass that of Yen Hai's era. On the city wall, Commander Guan looked at the situation before him, his heart weighed down with unbearable pressure. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and proposed handing over the city defense command to Gu Ming, while he himself would go to the battlefield to fight. But Gu Ming firmly refused. "You brat, you know I'm a hot-tempered person. Military authority doesn't matter to me. As long as we hold Pengcheng and win the battle, I'm willing to give it all to you." Guan Lingji spoke through the walkie-talkie with a bold and unreserved tone. Yan Hai smiled and also looked at Gu Ming, expecting him to take over command. Laziness in command is the greatest taboo on the battlefield. Gu Ming's command skills are superior to Guan Lingji's, so handing it over to him is the best choice. However, Gu Ming picked up the walkie-talkie and still shook his head. "Commander Guan, there's no need. The attack and conquer battalion is enough." Guan Lingji stood on the city wall, shaking his head helplessly, his frustration evident. Lu Ruyan, dressed in battle attire, stood next to Gu Ming, blinking her big eyes as she stared at him. Why is this Gu Ming, who is 2 years younger than her, so extraordinary? Wherever he goes, he is always the center of attention. She was full of doubt, unable to understand why he was so favored. Without giving Pengcheng any extra time to prepare, a beast tide like dark clouds had already surged out from the northern mountain forests. Buzz buzz buzz. The ground trembled slightly, dust was shaken up and then heavily settled back down. The scene was reminiscent of ancient cavalry charges. However, these exotic beasts were massive in size, and their momentum while running surpassed that of ancient cavalry. Before long, Gu Ming saw dust rising in the distance as 3 ferocious exotic beasts led a tide of over 1,000 beasts, charging madly toward him. His gaze locked onto those 3 demon lords. A lion, a wolf, and a dog. All 3 are 4th-tier demon lords, with exceptionally high realms. The lion demon lord is particularly powerful, comparable to the peak of the 4th tier, far surpassing the former 2-headed dog. The other 2 are also in the late 4th tier. Yan Hai's face darkened as he stared at the 3 demon lords, his expression suddenly changing, and he turned to look at the city wall. At this moment, a flash of fire appeared, and Guan Lingji landed, his expression grave. Among the 3 demon lords, one had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, while the other 2 were also extremely powerful. As the commander, he had to personally take the field. If it weren't for the South City Lord's Manor and the Night Watchers needing to fend off the beast tide, he would have already requested reinforcements. Gu Ming's gaze was calm as he stared at the medium-sized beast tide. Metallic liquid flowed in his palm, forming a silver spear taller than a person. Before the beast tide approached, a cacophony of noise reached Gu Ming's ears. "Commander Guan, we're here." Behind the city wall, 2 figures rushed forward swiftly. One transformed into thunder and lightning, a rare lightning mage. The other spread their arms, turning into bright red feathers, landing as a fiery red rooster. Gu Ming looked at the 2, showing a surprised expression. Guan Lingji introduced. Chen Ting is the president of the Pengcheng Martial Alliance, and Wang Gong is the president of the Pengcheng Chamber of Commerce, both are 4th-tier powerhouses. Gu Ming nodded, already sensing the strength of the 2. Complex emotions surged in his heart, both expected and surprising. Lin City has not faced such a level of beast tide threat for many years, while Peng City often encounters beast tide invasions. Whenever a beast tide approaches, the strong individuals in the city appear one after another, joining forces with the Demon Suppression Army, Night Watchers, and the City Lord's Mansion to fight together. After all, if the city falls, they won't have good days either. Gu Ming turned his head to look and saw another group of people rushing out from the city gate. Those are the elites of the city's major martial arts schools and business associations. Together, let's protect Pengcheng. Guan Lingji raised his hand and shouted loudly, his voice thunderous. The crowd responded in unison, their momentum overwhelming. At this moment, as the beast tide had yet to strike, Chen Ting stared at the formation set up by the 1,000 warriors of the assault camp, his brows furrowed as he asked in confusion. "Captain Yan, which school does this formation belong to? Why haven't I seen it before?" Yan Hai glanced at Gu Ming and said indifferently. "This was arranged by Gu Ming." "Gu Ming?" Chen Ting and Wang Gong were both startled, their gazes fixed on the young man beside them, draped in a black cloak with a stern expression. "Is it that Gu Ming from the Lucheng incident?" Wang Gong, now in the form of a rooster, asked. Yan Hai nodded. "Gu Ming has arrived in Pengcheng to take over as the captain of the 9th Assault Company. With the beast tide approaching, I have already handed over command to him." "What?" Chen Ting's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming like thunder. Duke Wang also furrowed his brows tightly and quickly turned to Guan Lingji. "Commander Guan, with the beast tide upon us, how can the Demon Suppression Army act so recklessly?" "Recklessly?" Yan Hai was stunned, only then realizing that the 2 were questioning Gu Ming's command abilities. But with the beast tide approaching, he had no time to say more.
He suddenly turned around, only to find that Gu Ming was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Gu Ming?" The words were cut off abruptly. Two old Bidens, suspecting Gu Ming's command as soon as they arrived. Lu Ruyan cursed inwardly and suddenly noticed something unusual. She turned her head to look, her eyes widening sharply. Guan Lingji, Chen Ting, Wang Gong, and others also looked over at the same time. They saw Gu Ming, who had somehow already positioned himself at the forefront of the crowd, facing the surging beast tide. Thousands of ferocious beasts roared as they charged, yet he showed not the slightest hint of fear. Draped in a pitch-black cloak, with a silver spear pointing diagonally at the ground, he exuded an imposing aura. This scene stirred a single word in everyone's mind. One man, holding the pass. He. Rooster Wings froze, pointing at that figure's back, his voice choked with emotion, unable to speak. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai's expressions suddenly changed. The two were about to order Gu Ming to retreat but then remembered that the command authority of the assault camp was in his hands. At this moment, he was the highest commander, and no one could control him. Chen Ting's face darkened, his angry voice roaring like thunder. "You reckless brat, come back here!" Standing in front of the beast tide, "Are you looking to die?" Thousands of exotic beasts are charging forward. Even if Ping City resists with all its might today, heavy casualties are inevitable. During the last medium-scale beast tide, Ping City lost a centurion and suffered over 1,000 casualties. Gu Ming actually dares to face this beast tide alone? Does he think he's Zhao Zilong? "Gu Ming, come back quickly, don't act recklessly." Yan Hai couldn't help but shout. But that figure remained silent, standing quietly. The pitch-black cloak fluttered in the wind, and the silver spear gleamed dazzlingly in the dim evening light. Lu Ruyan was completely entranced. No matter what, Gu Ming's stance, turning his back to the world, holding a long spear, was breathtakingly handsome. In front of the 9th City Defense Company, Huang Zhenghao and the second young master of the Min family were also stunned. How does he dare to stand in front of everyone?" Min Xing asked in a low voice. Although this was the second line of defense, with the assault camp ahead. Faced with the charge of thousands of exotic beasts, their legs went weak, trembling awkwardly. If it weren't for the strict discipline of the Demon Suppression Army, he would have fled long ago. "Yeah, isn't he afraid at all?" Min Xi murmured, completely unable to understand Gu Ming's courage. Huang Zhenghao wasn't too surprised. He had seen Gu Ming's fearless demeanor when facing the martial king. A hint of fervor gradually ignited in his eyes. Who has ever seen such a young man, daring to face a tide of thousands of beasts alone? Who wouldn't be captivated by such courage? Sun Tianchang led the White Tiger army forward in unison, closely following Gu Ming. They had encountered larger beast tides and more perilous battlefields. A tide of thousands of beasts, the White Tiger army does not fear. But looking at Gu Ming's back, Sun Tianchang still couldn't hide his shock. Gu Ming had just started out. How could he have seen such a scene? "Damn it, kid, get back here." Chen Ting, the Thunder Mage, was furious. He transformed into a streak of lightning and rushed forward, trying to pull Gu Ming back. Despite their anger, Chen Ting and Wang Gong were more worried about whether this genius might fall due to arrogance. That would be a tremendous loss for humanity. Before he could make a move, Gu Ming suddenly raised his gun. It was as if he had been waiting for a certain moment. The beast tide was approaching, less than 10,000 meters away, when he launched his attack. The silver spear was raised high and fiercely thrust toward the ground. Hiss! The spear tip pierced the earth, emitting a faint sound. Immediately, a deafening tiger's roar pierced through the night sky, striking everyone's eardrums. Roar! This tiger's roar carried a force of intimidation, sweeping forward and affecting the soldiers behind as well. Min Xing's legs no longer trembled, and Min Qi's expression became resolute. A fervent light flashed in Huang Zhenghao's eyes. In Gu Ming's sea of consciousness, the little white tiger stood up, its tiger head ferocious, roaring thunderously. Roar! The tiger's roar rippled through the beast tide, causing the beasts to be controlled and their movements to stagnate. The three-headed, fourth-tier demon lord's eyes were dazed, and its movements sluggish. They were more deeply affected, while other exotic beasts were in complete chaos. Demon generals, demon soldiers, and minor demons paused in their steps. Their muscles instinctively carried them forward for another 2 steps, but they gradually fell out of rhythm. Under the inertia of their advance, the 1,000-strong beast horde collectively stumbled and awkwardly fell to the ground. The demon general quickly regained his senses but was bewildered. The demon soldiers and little demons were still dizzy, their heads swelling. The giant lion, giant wolf, and giant dog exchanged glances, their eyes revealing rare fear. Just now, that was... The most bizarre giant wolf opened its mouth, sensing something unusual. The timid giant dog nodded, fear spreading. That sound, could it be the roar of the Tiger King? As these words were spoken, the giant wolf froze. Roar! The giant lion grew suspicious, staring intently at the human figure ahead. It let out a low growl, abruptly waking the giant wolf and giant dog. The demon generals also slightly regained their senses, while the demon soldiers and lesser demons gradually emerged from their confusion, but could no longer continue their charge. Just as the white tiger finished roaring and unleashing its power, Gu Ming pointed his spear forward. Kill! The chilling voice reverberated in all directions, interrupting everyone who had yet to recover from their dazed shock. Chen Ting was the first to charge forward. Seeing the beast tide suddenly collapse, he couldn't help but rush ahead in a heated impulse. Guan Lingji's pupils contracted, instantly transforming into a fireball and following closely behind. Yan Hai and Wang Gong were also inspired by Gu Ming's figure, and without much thought, they unleashed their ultimate skills to break through the encirclement. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army stationed on the spot had flushed faces and were brimming with fighting spirit. Kill! Follow Centurion Gu and charge! No one knew why the beast tide suddenly collapsed, but this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ruyan stared blankly ahead. Even though she had seen Gu Ming's methods before, she was still incredibly shocked at this moment. That is a medium-sized beast tide composed of thousands of exotic beasts. Sun Tianshang, his face flushed, led 50 members of the White Tiger Army in close pursuit during the charge. Chen Ting originally thought that as a martial lord and thunder mage, his speed would surely be much faster than Gu Ming's. Wang Gong transformed into a giant rooster, Guan Lingji turned into a ball of fire, and Yan Hai performed earth-based escape techniques. All of them thought the same way. However, the fastest of all was that figure. A pitch-black cloak fluttered wildly, a silver spear gleaming coldly in hand, and lightning exploded beneath his feet. The perfected purple thunder step pushed Gu Ming's speed to new heights, making him almost invincible among fourth-tier warriors, including Chen Ting. He stared at the beast tide ahead, gripping the silver spear tightly. All the clamor around instantly dissipated, and all doubts vanished. There was only one thought in mind. Annihilate these damned beasts. Charge in and out 7 times. Pale killing intent gathers at the tip of the silver spear. The light of the moonshade spear shines brightly, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. A figure cloaked in a pitch-black cape, accompanied by purple lightning, suddenly charges into the center of the beast tide. In an instant, the once menacing medium-sized beast tide that had plunged Ping City into despair is shattered and thrown into disarray. Gu Ming was like an unstoppable sharp blade, piercing fiercely into the depths of the beast tide. First and second-tier demonic beasts were as fragile as paper before him, completely unable to resist. With a light sweep of his spear, he could annihilate a large group with a single strike. Only third-tier demon generals could barely withstand him, but as long as they stood in front of Gu Ming, a single thrust of his spear would pierce through their entire body with killing intent. Now, Gu Ming's golden bones have been tempered to over 30%, making it effortless for him to deal with these third-tier demon generals. He doesn't even need to use the ultimate skilled spear strikes like a dragon. At the rear, the 4 martial lords Chen Ting, Guan Lingji, Yan Hai, and Wang Gong, who were originally prepared to charge alongside Gu Ming, couldn't help but pause in their steps upon witnessing this scene. The 4 remained silent, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Is this really Gu Ming? Is this the genius who rose to fame among the demon army in Lynching Town? Facing a medium-sized beast tide, his attacks were fierce, as if he could charge in and out 7 times, unstoppable? A third-tier demon general-level beast is nothing more than a large experience monster in his eyes? Damn it, it's said that human experts of the same rank can hardly defeat exotic beasts, so how can this kid in front of me take them down with 1 shot each? He's even more beastly than the exotic beasts. Lu Ruyan followed the crowd in the charge. Though she was a woman, usually pampered, at this moment her heart was also boiling with passion. In the past, whenever she heard of a beast tide, she was always terrified. This time, she dared to stand up and resist, all because of Gu Ming. Now, Gu Ming not only gave her courage but even told her, exotic beasts are nothing to fear at all. She looked shocked, her cheeks slightly flushed. The acting centurion of the 9th City Defense Company, Huang Zhenghao, stood in front of Min Qi and Min Xing, almost losing control from excitement at this moment. Watching Gu Ming's figure charging recklessly through the beast tide, Huang Zhenghao finally couldn't hold back. He turned to Min Qi and Min Xing and said, "You two stay here and guard, I also want to." Before finishing his sentence, he had already stepped forward and rushed out. Nearby, the centurions of the 8th and 10th City Defense Companies exchanged glances, their expressions complex. It is heard that the new acting centurion of the 9th City Defense Company is Huang Zhenghao, which makes them feel deeply regretful.
The centurions of both the 9th City Defense Company and the 9th Assault Company originally died heroically on the battlefield. These two units are elite forces with distinguished battle achievements. The 9th Assault Company has Gu Ming serving as centurion, which everyone considers fortunate. But the acting centurion of the 9th City Defense Company turns out to be Huang Zhenghao, a frivolous young master. This made both of them feel very uncomfortable. However, the moment they saw Huang Zhenghao rush out, the two exchanged a stunned glance. Why did he rush out? This young master. The two murmured to themselves, then exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, he really rushed out. He's the commander of the city defense unit, responsible for defending the city, not for defeating the beast tide. Hey, come back quickly." Although they admired his sudden burst of courage, they still shouted anxiously. Huang Zhenghao paid no attention and charged straight ahead, quickly merging into the assault camp's formation. As a third-rank military general, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. He pushed forward desperately, swiftly entering the first echelon. Facing the beasts, his mind was crystal clear. Staring at the ferocious exotic beasts, fear surged in his heart once again. But his gaze remained fixed on the figure cutting through the front line of the beast tide, wielding a long spear, unstoppable, as the exotic beasts seemed to encounter their nemesis, utterly powerless to resist. "Damn it, I won't be a coward in this lifetime." Huang Zhenghao roared furiously and lunged at a second-tier exotic beast. As a third-tier martial general, though lacking practical combat experience, second-tier demon soldiers posed no threat to him at all. It didn't take long before he tore off the demon soldier's head, splattering bright green blood everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Huang held the demon soldier's head in his hand, his laughter echoing like thunder, his blood surging uncontrollably. "Damn it, to hell with you cursed beasts." He cursed angrily and suddenly charged at a third-tier demon general. This scene was also playing out for the vast majority of people at the moment. Peng Cheng has experience with beast tides and knows how to defend against them. Especially this time, it is a medium-sized beast tide capable of causing significant damage to Peng Cheng. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, they couldn't help feeling a chill. They all had families, had loved ones. No one wanted their loved ones to hear news of their death. But they could only charge into battle, defend their homeland, and protect their loved ones from the harm of monstrous beasts. Fear? It's merely set aside temporarily, with an undeniable reason to move forward. But now, Gu Ming, draped in a pitch-black cloak and wielding a silver spear, charging at the forefront, has completely turned the tide. The monstrous beasts are no match for him. The fear in everyone's hearts instantly vanished. They began to feel. This damned group of exotic beasts wasn't so terrifying after all. Centurion Gu, only a third-rank martial general, slaughtered exotic beasts of the same rank as easily as killing chickens and dogs. Follow Centurion Gu, kill. I don't know who shouted this sentence. Over 1,000 soldiers in the attack camp had their eyes simultaneously reddened. Kill. In his ears was the deafening sound of battle cries, the momentum even overpowering the beast tide in front. Sun Tianchang glanced around in astonishment, his gaze ultimately locking onto that charging figure. He is a captain of the White Tiger Army, a fourth-rank martial lord expert. The White Tiger Army, elite among elites. They once encountered exotic beasts, with a mindless beast tide daring to provoke the capital. Back then, the White Tiger Army assembled tens of thousands of troops and led them into battle. Opposite is a massive beast tide with over 10,000 creatures. The White Tiger Army launched a charge with earth-shaking momentum, directly causing the beast tide to collapse and be completely annihilated. Now, although they are facing a medium-sized beast tide, they only have 1,000 people and lack high-level experts like those in the White Tiger Army. But the aura of this ordinary demon suppression army is exactly the same as that of the White Tiger Army back then. Could it be, this is his influence? Sun Tiancheng stared at Gu Ming's back, a quiet fervor spreading in his eyes. No matter what, I must bring him into the White Tiger Army. Damn it, if this continues, this beast tide is completely doomed. At the center of the beast tide, 3 fourth-tier demon lords exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. They were shocked by Gu Ming, a third-tier martial general, who dared to charge into the beast tide alone. Even more terrifying was his extraordinary and overwhelming combat power. Strength can no longer be measured by realms. It seems the two-headed dog was really taken down by him. The giant lion murmured softly, while the giant wolf's eyes flickered and the giant dog's gaze revealed a trace of fear. This attack on Peng Cheng was personally ordered by the giant crocodile. Because the two-headed dog had been sent out for several days without any news, yet Gu Ming remained unharmed. The giant crocodile sent a demon lord to investigate and discovered that the two-headed dog had died on the road to Guilin City.
to avenge the two-headed dog and to complete the mission entrusted by the Tiger King. The giant crocodile gathered 3 fourth-tier demon lords and led over 1,000 beasts to form a beast tide, heading straight for Peng City. This momentum is something Peng Cheng simply cannot withstand. As soon as the chaotic battle began, the 3 demon lords were supposed to easily encircle Guming. But the reality clearly exceeded their expectations. The giant lion, giant wolf, and giant dog exchanged glances, with the giant dog's eyes full of horror. Why didn't Crocodile Marquis come personally? I think the 3 of us are just here to serve ourselves up. Beasts of the same rank are far superior to humans, easily handling 3 opponents at once. On the enemy's side, apart from Guming, there's also that white tiger army captain, making a total of 5 martial lords. 2 beasts are enough to deal with them, leaving the strongest giant lion to handle Guming. But now, who knows just how strong that kid really is? Watching him slay a 3rd-tier demon lord was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. His strength was simply immeasurable. The giant wolf's eyes were sinister and cunning as it said in a deep voice, "No matter what, the task assigned by Lord Crocodile must be completed. Since we're here, let's proceed as planned. Foolish dog, join me in blocking those 5 people and see if we can take them down. Lion King, you go deal with that kid." The giant dog glared and roared angrily, "Who are you calling a dumb dog?" The giant wolf completely ignored him, waiting for the giant lion's response. The giant lion nodded, its brown eyes revealing a cold and violent aura, staring at Guming. "That tiger's roar is strange, but I can withstand it. Charge!" The 3 demon lords roared in unison, raising their heads to face the battle. "Awah!" The wolf's howl was like a horn, shaking the surroundings. Higher-level exotic beasts naturally suppress lower-level ones, and their orders cannot be disobeyed. Although they fear humans, their red-eyed rage makes them lose their sanity. "Awah!" The giant dog howled toward the sky, its voice resembling a wolf's howl. The giant wolf glanced at him disdainfully, "Stupid dog, you can't even learn how to bark." "I damn!" The giant dog was furious, its blue eyes widened, wishing it could tear its own brother apart first. Although its genes were mostly canine, it was still half wolf, half dog. The wolf's roar shook the heavens, and the exotic beasts went completely berserk, charging forward fearlessly. The most terrifying aspect of a beast tide lies in this. As long as the high-level exotic beasts continue to give orders, they will keep charging forward, even to their deaths. Their morale burns like fire, never extinguishing. But humans are different. Humans feel fear. Guming knew it well, stopped the slaughter, stepped on the purple lightning, leaped into the air, and stared directly at the 3-headed demon lord. Realm, 3rd tier Martial General Peak, Golden Bone, 36%. Still too forced. He murmured in his heart, knowing it was impossible to deal with 3 demon lords at the same time. At that moment, 5 figures appeared beside him. Sun Tianchang, Chen Ting, Guan Lingji, Yan Hai, Wang Gong. The 5 silently stood guard, protecting Guming in the center. The giant dog and giant wolf charged forward, and thunderous light exploded in Chen Ting's palm. "Rooster, let's take down that husky together." Wang Gong transformed into a rooster, nodded in response, and the 2 instantly dashed out. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai looked solemnly at the giant lion behind the giant wolf and giant dog. That male lion is the most troublesome enemy. Damn it, why haven't reinforcements from the City Lord's mansion and the Night Watch arrived yet? The Demon Suppression Army guards the northern city, while the City Lord's mansion and the Night Watch guard the southern city. If a beast tide gathers to attack a certain location, everyone will join forces to fight. But for so long, the 2 4th-rank martial lords from the City Lord's mansion and the Night Watchers have yet to appear, clearly indicating that something has gone wrong over there. The 2 gritted their teeth, preparing to choose the giant lion as their opponent. Guming, however, calmly glanced at them and said in a composed manner, "Could I trouble the 2 centurions to hold off that giant wolf for me for a moment?" Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged glances, surprise flashing in their eyes. But the battlefield is merciless. Seeing Guming's extraordinary strength, they said little. Finally, the 2 glanced at Sun Tianchang, feeling somewhat reassured. Having this white tiger army captain present meant the situation could still be stabilized. The giant wolf lunged cunningly and insidiously. Guan Lingji turned into a ball of fire, while Yan Hai used Earth Escape, and the 2 faced the giant wolf. Beside Guming, only Sun Tianchang remained. Sun Tianchang's gaze burned with intensity, ready to fight alongside him. But Guming calmly glanced at him, his eyes still serene. "Captain Sun, take the White Tiger Army to support Alliance Leader Chen and President Wang. Chen Ting and Wang Gong are merely civilian experts with average strength. They are already struggling against the lowest-tier giant hounds. If no one assists them, they will likely be injured soon." But Sun Tianchang's expression changed, hesitating. Didn't you say the White Tiger Army follows my orders?
Gu Ming glanced at him sideways. The battlefield allows no room for hesitation.
Sun Tiancheng understood and nodded heavily. Be careful.
He left those words behind and led the White Tiger Army, rushing to support Chen Ting and Duke Wang. Delays would only waste time. Gu Ming is not a child, he is a commander with his own judgment.
The greatest taboo for an excellent commander is arrogance. He believes Gu Ming is not that kind of person.
Rather than wasting time, it's better to concentrate forces to take down that giant dog first, and then go to assist Gu Ming. The surroundings are empty, with no one to accompany. Gu Ming gazed at the ferocious giant lion slowly approaching. The lion crouched down, its 4 legs on the ground, standing over 9 meters tall. Its neck was encircled by a dazzling mane, highlighting its undisputed status as a king. That rigid and domineering face exuded an overwhelming aura. An ordinary person, even if only glared at by it, would likely be terrified and sleepless for days. This was the largest exotic beast Gu Ming had ever seen to date, immense beyond measure, with an all-encompassing sense of oppression.
If this lion's aura is already so formidable, what about a 5th-tier demon marquis exotic beast? What would the Tiger King of Twin Cities be like?
Gu Ming finally truly felt the gap between exotic beasts and the human race. They are not only powerful, possessing innate divine abilities, but what is even more terrifying is their aura, enough to instill fear in humans of the same realm. Before the battle even begins, the human race already feels 3 parts of fear.
But, Gu Ming, born destined to slay all beasts and annihilate all races.
With the silver spear tightly gripped, pale astral energy surged out of his body, fully activating the combat instincts of a martial arts grandmaster. The spear spirit Xiaobai of the Moonshade Spear also opened its eyes in Gu Ming's sea of consciousness, staring at the giant lion. Demon Lord at its peak, this was his first confrontation. Nervousness, along with a faint trace of excitement.
The giant lion can sense human emotions, often using this to judge the outcome of a battle. Coupled with its inherent majesty, it forms a complete innate divine ability.
But the emotions it sensed from Gu Ming at this moment left the giant lion somewhat puzzled.
The 3rd-tier peak general opposite, though not very tall, is showing an excited expression, eager to try? This person is absolutely insane.
The giant lion's eyes radiate domineering sharpness as it unleashes its innate divine ability, roaring thunderously.
The lion's roar, king of the grasslands, stands alongside the tiger's growl as the voice of all beasts. In Gu Ming's sea of consciousness, Xiaobai's forepaws pressed against the ground, its sharp claws scraping, and its furious roar deafening. 2 forces clashed fiercely in the air, even suppressing the movements of the onlookers. The giant lion stared at its opponent in astonishment.
Previously uncertain, but now it is confirmed that Gu Ming harbors a treasure within him capable of emitting a tiger's roar.
Its power is in no way inferior, and may even surpass that of the Tiger King.
This is truly unbelievable. The lion's roar failed to intimidate Gu Ming, and the giant lion no longer hesitated. It charged forward recklessly, its 4 limbs scraping against the ground. Wherever it passed, strange beasts were sent flying, and the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army were utterly annihilated, reduced to a bloody pulp. Gu Ming watched coldly, not because he didn't care about the lives of the Demon Suppression Army soldiers, but because, facing the peak-level Demon Lord Giant Lion, he could not afford the slightest negligence. Silver spear tightly gripped, pale astral energy continuously condensed, as if about to burst forth. In his mind, Gu Ming flashed through all his insights into the stake technique, a glimmer of cold light. This stake technique, he had already mastered back in the recruit camp, with profound understanding, but had never had the time to delve into it. He is either fighting or hurrying on his way to a battle, with no time to spare. Now, with the crisis at hand, insights surge like a tide. One glimmer of cold light has 9 levels, and Gu Ming is at the 5th level. The core of this stake technique lies in concealing all power deep within the body. When the time comes to unleash, it bursts forth with full force like a dragon emerging from water.
Scenes flash through the mind.
Receiving the news of his parents' death as a child, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. His younger siblings cried and clung to him, while he held back his tears and chose to be strong. Relying on his parents' inheritance, he struggled to raise his younger siblings. In high school, he was introverted, and his only friend was the loyal chubby Chinyu. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he faced the awakening ritual with both nervousness and anticipation, fantasizing about soaring to success with a rare talent. However, he only awakened a common double C-level talent, which, though decent, was insignificant compared to geniuses. Joining the army was his only way to support his younger siblings' lives and his only hope. Later, the unparalleled War God system awakened, allowing him to completely break free from his past mediocrity and soar to great heights. However, years of lacking talent and enduring hardship had already forged his reserved character. This reserved nature, though not as obvious as Gu Feng's, was deeply buried in his heart. So, when he became General Luo Dahai's close aide and learned that his younger brother had been kidnapped by the Li family, his anger erupted, and he immediately ordered the demon suppression army to surround the Li family. That was merely the first outburst of his long-suppressed emotions. Next came the in-family father and son incident and the siege of the Security Bureau headquarters, which were similar. After being provoked by the royal family and reassigned, he appeared indifferent, confident that he could quickly rise and grow stronger no matter where he went.
But is there really no resentment at all?
There is, it's just that I don't know how to vent it.
In Gu Ming's eyes, the ancient royal family remains immensely powerful.
Even someone like him, who possesses the unparalleled War God system, harbors apprehension toward the royal family and instinctively chooses to endure in silence.
But how long must this endurance last? Is he supposed to shed blood for humanity while enduring the oppression of the ancient royal family? Frustrating. Damn it, truly frustrating. Simply put, I won't endure it any longer.
I, Gu Ming, will ascend to the peak with the strongest stance.
The giant lion roared as it charged forward, less than 100 meters away.
He clearly saw the giant lion open its bloody maw, with sharp teeth still hanging with strands of old, decayed flesh. The silver spear instinctively swung forward, thrusting straight ahead. A step of the purple thunder beneath his feet, surrounded by lightning, his figure moved at supersonic speed. Facing the beast tide, the master remained fearless, focusing deeply on comprehension. Congratulations, the master has gained insight into the essence of the self, uncovering the truth of the system.
Today, you realize I am myself. The system will now conceal itself, transforming into the master's purest innate talent and aptitude.
S-level stake technique, a glimmer of cold light, perfected. S-level martial skill, spear strikes like a dragon, perfected. Endless insights flooded into his mind, and the set of S-level matching martial skills and stake techniques were simultaneously perfected. But this was not the most important thing. Gu Ming's true breakthrough was uncovering the essence of the system. The peerless war god system was never an ordinary system. He was born to be the peerless war god of the blue star human race. The system has always been merely an aid, a title. Essentially, the unparalleled military god is the supreme and pure talent.
System, are you still online?
Gu Ming, realizing the essence of the system, felt somewhat reluctant to part with it.
Soon, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Master, I am here.
I am your innate talent, insight into the essence of the unparalleled military god, without affecting any functions. This voice is very much like that famous saying on the internet, I have what I have today, all thanks to myself, and my skill points. Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh, his gaze suddenly sweeping toward the giant lion less than 20 meters away. The stench rushed toward him, but his expression remained calm as the long spear in his hand slowly rose. This time, there was truly only a trace of cold light arriving first. Before the words had finished, the moon nether spear seemed to vanish from his hand, leaving only a faint glimmer of cold light. That cold light hid in the shadows, perceptible only to him.
And then, the spear strikes like a dragon. A silver-white giant dragon, formed from pale astral energy, instantly swept toward the giant lion.
The giant lion's eyes widened, a mix of terror and shock. Its expression changed drastically, never expecting that Gu Ming's strike would evoke a fear of death within it.
That chilling sensation, as if glimpsing the underworld, made its entire body tremble. Gu Ming smiled faintly. No, you're not as if. Take a deep breath, this feeling is not wrong. Because you are really going to die.
The voice was calm and resolute, echoing beside the giant lion's ear. He looked down, and a fountain of blood gushed from the giant lion's neck. With a wave of his hand, pale energy condensed in front of him, blocking most of the green beast blood. Yet some of the blood still splattered onto him. The pitch-black cloak was stained an even deeper shade by the fresh blood, while the ghostly green blood droplets dripping from the silver spear resembled the most enchanting melody. The prompt tone sounded. Congratulations, Master. You have slain the 4th-tier peak giant lion demon lord, gold bone tempering plus 20%. Vital energy surged within the body, flowing to the limbs and bones, as the gold bone emitted a faint golden glow. In an instant, the gold bone tempering greatly improved, and with the previous battle rewards, the tempering reached 60%. He chuckled softly, skillfully tossing aside the giant lion's corpse, and reached out to extract the peak demon lord's inner core. This treasure is an excellent choice, whether for refining oneself or cultivating a team. His gaze swept across the beast tide and landed on the other 2 battles involving demon lords. In front of the giant wolf, Guan Lingji's entire body burned like a man of fire, attacking with all his might, yet he was forced to retreat step by the giant wolf, sparks flying everywhere. Yen Hai kept summoning earth walls, using the terrain to assist in battle. Even so, the two could only barely hold on. Killing the enemy? Completely impossible. Surviving and stalling the giant wolf was already the limit. On the other side, the situation on the giant dog battlefield is slightly better. Sun Tianchang led the White Tiger army to assist, coordinating with Chen Ting and Wang Gong to successfully suppress the giant dogs. However, the innate abilities of the giant dogs are extremely resilient. Despite having the lowest cultivation level, they are as tough as cockroaches and hard to defeat. Surrounded by 3 attackers, yet showing no signs of fatigue, the giant dog laughed loudly, speaking human words with an arrogant tone. Ha ha ha, you've been outsmarted, haven't you? Foolish humans, I'm naturally tough. Even the Lion King struggles to suppress me. What makes you think you can? When I held you back, the Lion King had already dealt with your prodigy. Ha ha ha. He was so carried away that he never anticipated the possibility of a counterattack. The giant wolf heard this, rolled its eyes, and cursed angrily. You stupid dog, can you shut up? You've leaked the entire plan. The giant dog paid no attention and continued to laugh wildly. King Lion is incredibly powerful, the kid is no match for him. Once he's free, this group will be finished. Peng City has fallen, today we can feast to our heart's content again. He shouted, but the giant wolf remained silent. After all, the strength of the giant lion is even acknowledged by Crocodile Marquis. He is the top general under Crocodile Marquis. Dealing with Gu Ming is a piece of cake. This is already the strongest lineup when Crocodile Marquis does not take action. The giant wolf, while suppressing Guan Lingji and Yen Hai, turned to look at the battlefield on the giant lion side. As soon as he glanced over, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The giant lion stood motionless with its back to him, clearly indicating the battle was over. Damn, wasn't that kid supposed to be tough? He actually dared to challenge the Lion King one-on-one? The giant wolf sneered, and he got taken down so quickly? Although Guan Lingji and Yen Hai knew they shouldn't lose focus during a battle, they couldn't help but turn their heads for a glance. In an instant, the two held their breath as they caught sight of the giant lion's back. But the next moment, the massive body of the giant lion collapsed with a thud, lying straight on the ground. As their perspective shifted slightly, they finally saw the tragic state of the giant lion. Blood gushed from its neck, its abdomen was forcibly split open, and its demon core seemed to have been hollowed out. Buzz! The giant wolf witnessed this scene, halting its attack on Yen Hai's earth wall, its eyes filled with intense resentment and shock. What is going on? Guan Lingji and Yen Hai were also stunned. This was not a case of instantly resolving the battle. No, it was an instant counter-kill. The giant lion was instantly dealt with by Gu Ming? How is this possible? The mind was in chaos, and the two fell into sluggishness. The giant wolf also couldn't bother to continue fighting, abruptly breaking free and rushing over there. The closer it got, the colder the heart grew. What? Lion King, really dead? The giant wolf widened its cunning eyes, shock filling its mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Clad in a pitch-black cloak, holding a silver spear, with eerie green blood staining his body. The giant wolf's eyes widened into perfect circles, staring blankly at Gu Ming, exclaiming in shock. You. Gu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh? Instantly resolved? That's right, I ended the battle in an instant. Next, it's your turn. The pale energy on the silver spear suddenly surged. In the shocked gaze of the giant wolf, the silver cold light exploded from Gu Ming's forehead, piercing through him fiercely. You can't kill me, Crocodile Marquis will never let you go. The giant wolf struggled desperately before its death, trying to use the giant crocodile behind it to intimidate Gu Ming. But Gu Ming wasn't buying it at all. It wasn't until the giant wolf fell to the ground that the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a cold smile. Crocodile? Let him come. If the opponent really dares to come, this time he might personally lead the beast type to attack. Isn't there anyone in the second province keeping an eye on Twin Cities? Although the surveillance on 4th-tier demon lords is somewhat lax, when it comes to 5th-tier demon marquises, the Night Watchers definitely won't let their guard down. The giant crocodile made a move, and the news had already reached Mu Yanfei. She hadn't left yet, and Gu Ming wasn't afraid of the 5th-tier demon marquis targeting him. Once Mu Yanfei left, he probably wouldn't even fear the 5th-tier demon marquis anymore. Gu Ming skillfully flicked his spear, pierced the giant wolf's abdomen, quickly grabbed the demon core inside, and yanked it out forcefully. Congratulations, Master, for slaying a 4th-tier, 5th-level demon wolf. Golden bone tempering degree plus 17%. The blood and energy surged within his body, the the reward for defeating an enemy of a higher tier was indeed generous. He smiled, ignoring the shocked gazes of Guanlingji and Yanhai, and turned his attention to the last demon lord on the battlefield.
The giant hound was laughing and tangling with Sun Tiancheng and the other two, utterly arrogant.
However, at some point, he suddenly saw someone who shouldn't have appeared.
A streak of purple lightning flashed.
Dressed in a pitch-black cloak, with a cold and stern face, Gu Ming carried a silver spear and walked straight up to him.
The giant dog froze for 2 seconds before reacting. "What are you doing here?" He looked around and saw the corpses of the giant lion and giant wolf lying on the ground.
His vision went dark, his blue eyes widened instantly, almost rolling back, filled with confusion. Sun Tiancheng, Chen Ting, and Wang Gong also turned their heads to look, instantly dumbfounded. Gu Ming completely ignored everyone's shock, coldly sneering as he stared at the giant dog, his smile sinister and ruthless.
"What did you just say? After breaching the city, feast to your heart's content?" A voice, akin to a whisper from hell, echoed in the giant dog's ears, bringing its soul back.
The giant dog opened its mouth wide, and in the next moment, it slowly lowered its head, its fearful gaze fixed firmly on Gu Ming. Gu Ming couldn't help but think of the time in his previous life when his husky was caught red-handed destroying the house, with that guilty look during the search.
"However, you're not a pet, you're a man-eating beast."
Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward.
The giant dog's body froze as if struck by lightning.
No matter how formidable it is, it cannot match Gu Ming's marksmanship. Congratulations, Master, for slaying a 4th tier, 4th level demon hound.
Golden bone refinement plus 14%.
Realm, peak of 3rd tier martial general, golden bone, 91%. A voice sounded in his ear. Gu Ming looked inward at himself, and his bones emitted a rich golden glow, far stronger than before the battle. The body seemed to contain endless power. He even faintly felt a special connection between the spear in his hand and himself.
Could this be the awakening of the embryonic form of spear intent?
Gu Ming murmured to himself, curiosity filling his heart. Still standing in the center of the battlefield, he didn't think much, waved his hand, and looked at Sun Tiancheng and the others.
"Everyone, destroy the beast tide." The voice echoed throughout the field, instantly pulling everyone's focus back. Gu Ming alone, slaying 3 demon lords?
The phrase simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds. Immediately, looking at the overwhelming beast tide, the 4th tier martial lord snapped back to reality and charged into the tide. The beast tide descended into chaos, losing the dominance of the high-tier demon lords, and rationality quickly returned. The eyes of the exotic beasts swept across the battlefield at the 3 demon lord corpses, all in a daze.
They were stunned. Immediately afterward, fear surged like a tide.
The 3 demon lords were completely annihilated. Continuing the fight would only lead to a dead end. Thus, after leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the beast horde fled frantically, impossible to hold back. In front of the northern city gate, Gu Ming stood on the battlefield, his spear planted in the ground, watching the beasts flee. He did not intervene. With a casual glance, Gu Ming saw the tragic casualties of the Pengcheng demon-suppressing army. Although he had unleashed the white tiger's roar in advance, the mental shock had reduced the beast's combat strength.
But 2 consecutive wolf howls completely shattered the rationality of the beasts.
In this battle, the demon-suppressing army of Pengcheng suffered heavy casualties. During the medium-scale beast tide charge, Gu Ming single-handedly slew 3 4th-tier demon lords, 11 3rd-tier demon generals, and hundreds of 2nd-tier and below demon soldiers.
Approximately over 200 beasts were killed, ultimately leading to their rout.
However, the demon army of Pengcheng town also paid the price of over 100 soldiers' lives. At this moment, Huang Zhonghao, Lu Ruyan, and other wood demons were shuttling across the battlefield, urgently treating the wounded. Gu Ming's gaze slightly hardened, his breathing somewhat rapid. This was his first time truly stepping onto the battlefield, his first time personally leading a charge. Although this victory is of great significance to Pengcheng, the originally threatening medium-sized beast tide was completely repelled, with corpses piling up on the battlefield.
Is this not a glorious victory?
Yet behind the victory, over 100 soldiers of the demon suppression army still fell. This battle made Gu Ming completely understand. No matter how glorious the victory, it cannot escape the cost of casualties.
Unless these alien beasts, and even all races, can be completely eradicated.
Only by truly preventing the same tragedy from happening again. Gu Ming felt heavy-hearted but resolutely made up his mind. At this moment, 5 martial lords Sun Tiancheng, Guanlingji, Yanhai, Chen Ting, and Wang Gong all turned their gaze toward Gu Ming. They walked over slowly, their eyes unable to hide their astonishment. Sun Tiancheng repeatedly activated his perception to confirm Gu Ming's realm. peak of third-tier martial general, without a doubt. Yet a third-tier peak martial general was able to slay 3 demon lords in succession, including a giant lion at the peak of 4th tier. How was this achieved? The 5 people walked to Gu Ming's side. Chen Ting and Wang Gong exchanged a glance, their expressions complex and filled with shock. They had just been worried about Gu Ming, but hadn't expected the combat power of this genius from the demon-suppressing army to be so terrifying. The prince's arm bore scars, yet at this moment he felt no pain. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai, on the other hand, thought of the court's recent punishment of Gu Ming. Expelled from the Gale Project, retaining the Centurion rank, and reassigned to Pengcheng. The two of them now felt that the court was utterly foolish. Such a talent was actually expelled from the Gale Project? He's practically a treasure picked up by Pengcheng. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged a glance, quickly reaching a tacit understanding. Then Yan Hai stepped forward, looking at Gu Ming with deep emotion. Gu Ming, I've decided to immediately hand over the command of the 1,000-strong attack camp to you. Gu Ming was about to speak when Yan Hai quickly said, "Don't refuse, only you can lead the attack camp to be stronger and defend more steadily." Gu Ming was stunned for a moment, his words still unfinished. Guan Lingji, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Pengcheng, spoke up. Gu Ming, starting today, you will be another deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Pengcheng. It's not. Gu Ming hurriedly spoke, wanting to explain that he was merely a centurion sent by the court, and how could he take on the position of a deputy commander, a rank equivalent to a commander of 1,000? But Guan Lingji seemed to have anticipated his doubts and interrupted him with a smile. Gu Ming, haven't you heard the saying, a general in the field may disobey the king's orders? Gu Ming nodded, and Guan Lingji laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Do your best. From now on, the assault camp will be under your command. What about Commander Yan? Gu Ming looked at Yan Hai. Yan Hai smiled and shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Although he lacked authority, he was happy to give his position to someone capable. Guan Lingji continued, don't worry about him, I've handed the city defense battalion over to him. What? Gu Ming was even more surprised. In the Demon Suppression Army, every commander must have real authority under their command. Even General Luo Dahai of Lincheng has his own personally commanded troops. Gu Ming previously surrounded the headquarters of the Security Bureau using the camp under Luo Dahai's command, without the army personally directed by the Marquis. This is a key measure for generals to prevent being marginalized. But now, Yan Hai has handed over the command of the assault camp to him, and Guan Lingji has given the city defense camp to Yan Hai. Although Guan Lingji is still the commander of the demon-suppressing army in Pengcheng, this move is tantamount to marginalizing himself. Overthrowing yourself? Gu Ming felt strange inside, with a hint of amusement. Guan Lingji patted Gu Ming's shoulder, laughing heartily. You little rascal, to be honest, after this battle, I really hope you can overthrow me. Gu Ming was stunned, and a historical reference from his past life flashed through his mind. If Shu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, encountered Crown Prince Zhu Biao rebelling, would he be furious? No, he would hand over the imperial seal and dragon robe to Zhu Biao. How similar this scene is to that. Gu Ming smiled, unexpectedly finding that after resisting a beast tide, he had become such a figure in the minds of Guan Lingji and Yan Hai. The crowd remained silent, brewing the atmosphere. At this moment, 2 figures rushed in through the North City gate. Both were dressed in black, one was a stern-faced middle-aged man, and the other was a graceful and charming woman. Gu Ming raised his eyes and immediately recognized the identities of the two. The middle-aged man was undoubtedly Su Shuimu, the city lord of Pengcheng. The beautiful woman was Xinyu, the head of the Pengcheng Night Patrol Division. The couple had worked hand in hand to protect Pengcheng for many years. At this moment, the matters in the southern city have been resolved, and they came to provide support? Gu Ming's heart stirred as he saw the two land in front of the crowd. Su Shuimu and Xinyu simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Chen Ting, straightforward and unconcerned about the other's status, directly questioned, "Where have you been? There's a medium-sized beast tide here, why haven't we seen your support?" If it weren't for Gu Ming's unparalleled combat power, Pengcheng would have been in real danger today. The three-headed demon lord is simply not someone they can stop. Su Shuimu and Xinyu exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grim. "We wanted to come too, but there was a demon lord holding us back in the southern city. Just now, that demon lord suddenly disintegrated for some reason, and only then were we able to free ourselves and rush over." Su Shuimu explained that he and Xinyu were dealing with a giant wolf in the southern city, struggling to hold on and unable to spare any effort to support the northern city. Chen Ting nodded, accepting the explanation. Gu Ming asked curiously, "What does it mean for the demon lord to collapse on the spot?" Su Shuemu and Xinyu glanced at Gu Ming, recognizing him as the prodigy of the demon suppression army who rescued Mayor Lu and was dispatched to Peng City. The two didn't think much and replied, "It was a demon wolf, originally very powerful and suppressing us, but it suddenly disintegrated."
Demon wolf?
Gu Ming's eyes lit up as he recalled the giant wolf he had personally slain. He was puzzled. The giant wolf was different from the giant lion and giant dog, as it didn't use its innate divine ability when it died. It turns out that the giant wolf's innate ability was to create another clone and send it to the southern city.
After the main body died, the demonic wolf in the southern city naturally disappeared. No wonder. Gu Ming nodded, suddenly understanding. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai also thought of this possibility.
After both sides explained, Su Shuemu and Xinyu also understood.
But immediately, the two realized an even more important issue. What? Old Guan, old Yan? Are you saying that Demon Wolf was dealt with by you? Guan Lingji and Yan Hai naturally nodded.
That's right, it was resolved, Gu Ming did it. Su Shuemu and Xinyu exchanged a glance upon hearing this, then simultaneously turned to Gu Ming, their gazes carrying a hint of caution and re-evaluation. Truly worthy of being the discerning and insightful Gu Qinshui. Su Shuemu sighed emotionally, and Xinyu beside him also nodded deeply. By the way, this time the beast tied in the northern city brought 3 demon lords, along with a demon dog and a giant lion.
Yan Hai added. As soon as the words fell, Guan Lingji immediately followed up, saying, the demon dog and the giant lion were also slain by Gu Ming. What?
Su Shuemu and Xinyu both stared blankly, looking at Gu Ming in astonishment, their expressions gradually turning confused.
Could this be a lie? Gu Ming, Centurion, 3rd rank Marshal General, single-handedly killed 3 great demon lords? These words put together are simply unbelievable. No matter how much you exaggerate, it shouldn't be this outrageous. The two turned their heads to look, only to see Chen Ting and Wang Gong's expressions unchanged, as if they had already accepted this fact. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion and shock, completely stunned. The beast tide receded, leaving the battlefield piled high with corpses and wreckage, and the cleanup work began in full swing. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai simultaneously looked at Gu Ming and pushed him toward the city. Gu Ming, you go back and rest first.
Leave the battlefield matters to us.
We'll come to you if anything arises. Yes, go back quickly and recharge your energy. Don't force yourself.
The two forcibly sent Gu Ming back, not allowing him to linger any longer.
Although Gu Ming was reluctant, after defeating 3 major demon lords in succession, he indeed felt exhausted. He nodded in agreement and returned alone to the demon suppression army camp.
Lying on the bed, Gu Ming closed his eyes and instantly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the tent through the window lattice. Gu Ming opened his eyes but had not yet risen when 2 notification sounds rang in his ears.
Congratulations, Master.
After being dispatched to Pengcheng, you became famous in one battle, earning the recognition of the Pengcheng demon-slaying army soldiers as their guardian deity. You have been acknowledged by 2 main commanders and promoted exceptionally to deputy commander of the Pengcheng demon-slaying army and commander of the assault camp, leading 1,000 troops.
Congratulations, Master. Your military rank has been promoted to Centurion, and you are now receiving your reward.
The prompt sound faded, and Gu Ming suddenly sat up, his expression complex.
Having substance but no name, can one still be promoted in rank?
Gu Ming sat on the bed, slightly dazed. Then his gaze turned fiery, filled with anticipation.
Lin City. Early in the morning, Luo Dahai rode a military vehicle into the city lord's mansion. Soon, he met Lu Yongzhang.
Luo Dahai, draped in a scarlet general's cloak, paused for a moment, as Lu Yongzhang was staring at him with a faintly mocking smile.
Old Luo, come over and have a cup of tea.
Lu Yongzhang stood up and gestured.
Luo Dahai walked toward the sofa, his gaze carrying a hint of hesitation. Have you already found out? Found out about what?
Lu Yongzhang still wore a cheerful smile.
Luo Dahai let out a sigh of relief and pointed at him, laughing and cursing. Old Lu, stop pretending.
Lu Yongzhang shook his head and said with a smile.
Last night's events in Pengcheng, Ruyan has already told me.
As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep shock.
Luo Dahai nodded with emotion.
Yes, that kid encountered a beast tide on his first day in Pengcheng. A medium-sized beast tide led by the 3 demon lords, even when we were guarding a city back then, might not have been able to stop it.
Lu Yongzhang frowned deeply. Unexpectedly, all 3 demon lords were slain by him alone. Lu Yongzhang's tone was complex. Are you worried that he attracts too much attention? Luo Dahai's eyes flashed, and his expression darkened slightly. Lu Yongzhang nodded and said.
He just arrived in Pengcheng and immediately encountered a beast tide brought by 3 demon lords, which indicates that he has already caught the attention of the exotic beasts. Compared to the royal family's concern about the unparalleled prodigies within the ancient kingdom, exotic beasts and myriad races are even less tolerant of human prodigies.
Gu Ming's actions this time cannot be concealed at all.
He is bound to become a primary target for exotic beasts and myriad races.
The dangers of the future are unimaginable.
Luo Dahai's breathing grew heavier, but he sat silently on the sofa, clearly unable to think of a better solution.
If there is a solution, it would be to send Gu Ming to Zhongzhou.
But Director Son's attitude toward Gu Ming is indifferent, and he is backed by the royal family.
Gu Ming went to Zhongzhou, which is likely even more dangerous.
Lu Yongzheng looked at Luo Dahai and shook his head with a smile.
No need to worry too much.
He made a name for himself in Pengcheng, proving he is no ordinary talent.
An ordinary genius sent down might just fade into the crowd. What about him?
On the first day, he made a name for himself, and some in Pengcheng even call him the guardian god. As Lu Yongzheng spoke, the solemn expression on Luo Dahai's face gradually disappeared.
Guanlingji and Yan Hai sent back the news that Gu Ming has become the guardian deity in the hearts of everyone in the demon-slaying army of Pengcheng.
Lu Yongzheng nodded and then changed the subject.
Do you have confidence in breaking through to the 7th rank?
He and Luo Dahai, one a wind mage, the other an earth monster. Promoting to the 7th rank does not require refining the great forces of heaven and earth, but rather a profound understanding of the natural elements of heaven and earth, initially merging with them.
As the topic arose, Luo Dahai's expression turned heavy, and he shook his head.
Reaching the peak within half a year is possible, but breaking through to the 7th rank is completely uncertain.
Although possessing an S-level talent, he has not received the 7th rank demon core bestowed by the court. 7th rank, out of reach.
Lu Yongzheng nodded slightly, without any concealment. I can reach the peak within 3 months, but for the 7th rank, I have less than half a chance.
Less than half a chance. Luo Dahai sighed.
Lu Yongzheng's talent was inherently superior to his, with higher comprehension and faster cultivation. But even Lu Yongzheng had less than a 10% chance of breaking through to the 7th tier. This is my fault for falling out with the royal family. Lu Yongzheng sighed, his voice complex.
In the ancient kingdom, without loyalty to the royal family, don't even think about advancing to the 7th rank.
Luo Dahai remained silent and shook his head. It's not your fault, you merely inherited General Lu's will.
Guard Linchang, never retreat even unto death. This was General Lu's dying exhortation to Lu Yongzheng.
Lu Yongzheng has always held firm, and Luo Dahai holds him in high regard. The two exchanged glances, aware that Gu Ming was becoming increasingly prominent in Pengcheng, yet unable to feel joy. Because of these two pillars of support, he doesn't know how much longer they can shield him from the storms. At this moment, someone knocked on the door.
General Luo, City Lord Lu.
Zhao Ruilong, bearing the rank of 1,000-man commander, walked in draped in a pitch-black cloak.
Luo Dahai looked at him curiously, while Lu Yongzheng's gaze slightly tightened.
Zhao Ruilong walked in, took out 2 brocade boxes from behind, and placed them on the coffee table.
His movements were somewhat sneaky, instantly putting Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng on alert.
The two of them stared at him intently, and Zhao Ruilong quickly explained.
This is something second brother asked me to pass on to General Luo and City Lord Lu.
He said these two are the 7th grade demon cores he borrowed from the court when he advanced to the 7th grade.
What? Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng exchanged a glance, too shocked to speak.
Especially Luo Dahai, he clearly remembers that when Zhao Zilong advanced to the 7th rank before, he did borrow 2 demon lord inner cores from the court. This was something old Master Zhao personally mentioned. Now it seems that those 2 demon cores were never even used. Zhao Zilong actually relied on himself to directly advance to the 7th rank.
My goodness!
Their minds were in turmoil. After regaining their composure, their eyes fixed on the 2 ornate boxes, gradually igniting with a fiery glow. Zhao Ruilong smiled and cupped his hands, saying, General Luo, City Lord Lu, my second brother specifically mentioned that we are all united, all working to protect the growth of an unparalleled genius, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. The stronger the power, the longer the growth period, that's the most crucial thing. When saying this, Zhao Ruilong himself could hardly conceal his inner shock. If he hadn't personally seen Gu Ming's file and known that the other party was still the chief instructor of the recruit camp, he wouldn't have believed it at all. He even suspected whether Gu Ming's surname wasn't Gu, but Zhao. What the heck? Even when his elder brother Zhao Dalong advanced to the 6th rank, the Zhao family didn't borrow a 6th rank demon core, relying entirely on their own efforts. Although this approach can lay a more solid foundation for the future, Gu Ming is clearly the true son of the Zhao family.
To protect Gu Ming's growth, Zhao Zilong directly gave the two 7th-rank demon cores he had secretly kept to Lu Yongzheng and Luo Dahai.
Thinking of the news that came this morning, that kid went to Pengcheng and not only wasn't overshadowed, but instead made a name for himself in one battle, soaring to great heights. Zhao Ruilong's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, the curve harder to suppress than the trigger of an AK. On the sofa, Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng exchanged a glance, the fire in their eyes never extinguished.
That is a 7th-tier demon core. 7th rank, what kind of exotic beasts and myriad races does it represent? How many powerful individuals would need to pay a heavy price to encircle and kill a 7th-rank demon sovereign? How difficult would it be? Now, two 7th-rank demon cores are quietly placed before them. This is a perfect opportunity to advance to the 7th rank. Zhao Zilong and Zhao the Elder are building the most solid support for Gu Ming. Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng quickly understood the deeper meaning behind this, took a deep breath, and stood up. They looked solemnly at Zhao Ruilong, bowed together, and cupped their hands in salute. Thank you, General Zhao Zilong. Thank you, Supreme General.
Zhao Ruilong was caught off guard by this sudden gesture of courtesy and hurriedly stepped aside. He dared not accept the respect of the two martial kings. Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng finished their salute, sat back down without any hesitation, and directly fixed their gaze on the two 7th-tier demon cores. Lu Yongzheng opened one of them, and a surge of blood energy rushed forth, even accompanied by faint beastly roars. A raging fire ignited in his eyes. This demon core increased his chances of advancing to a 7th-tier martial sovereign by at least 30%.
30% was already enough to take the risk. At that moment, Luo Dahai also opened his brocade box and glanced at the blood-filled demon core inside. Though reluctant, he showed no hesitation. He pushed the ornate box toward Lu Yongzheng, smiling faintly. Old Lu, with this one added, your chances of successfully advancing to the 7th rank should reach 50%, right? This sentence seemed incredibly resolute at this moment.
Luo Dahai knew he still needed half a year to attempt the peak of martial king, while Lu Yongzheng only needed 3 months. More importantly, Lu Yongzheng's talent was even greater, often staying one step ahead. When Gu Ming most needed support, he selflessly gave up this demon core to fully assist Lu Yongzheng in advancing his rank. Lu Yongzheng froze for a moment, then turned to stare intently at Luo Dahai.
Dahai.
Before the words were spoken, Luo Dahai interrupted.
You are perceptive and know why I am doing this. No need for formalities between us. If you can succeed, it's far better than both of us failing.
Only in this way can that boy have the confidence to turn the world upside down. Lu Yongzheng slowly withdrew his gaze, gritting his teeth as he placed the two demon cores into his chest. Zhao Ruilong watched this scene, feeling no surprise in his heart. This situation had long been anticipated by both Old Master Zhao and Zhao Zilong.
Luo Dahai is such a simple and selfless person.
He always chooses the path that benefits him the most. But being able to give away the precious 7th-grade demon core in front of him to someone else, Zhao Ruilong admired him greatly. He turned to Lu Yongzheng, his tone serious.
City Lord Lu, if you can advance to the 7th-tier martial sovereign, don't reveal this news to the public for now. Try to keep it hidden for a while.
Lu Yongzheng and Luo Dahai both looked up simultaneously but did not question it. There is too much information behind these words. At Old Master Zhao's level, he might be planning something significant.
Lu Yongzheng nodded, understood, I will be careful.
Zhao Ruilong slightly nodded and left the city lord's mansion together with Luo Dahai.
On the surface, Luo Dahai came to the city lord's mansion today merely to share the joy of Gu Ming's rise to fame in Pengcheng with Lu Yongzheng.
But in reality, Lu Yongzheng obtained two 7th-tier demon cores, increasing his chances of advancing to the 7th tier to 50%.
A 7th-rank martial master is a renowned powerhouse throughout the ancient kingdom.
City Center, the Sun and Moon Squad headquarters. After Gu Ming left, although he didn't seem to take anything with him, everyone felt a subtle sense of loss in their hearts. In the early morning, Luya changed into loose training clothes and led the team in training. Suddenly, the black screen TV automatically turned on, interrupting with news. This situation indicates a major event has occurred, and the TV automatically starts to prevent anyone from missing important information. Linqing Town Demon Army Times report, yesterday evening, 3 4th-tier Demon Lord-level exotic beasts led over 1,000 exotic beasts to form a beast tide, launching a fierce attack on Pengcheng. As soon as the words fell, everyone in training stopped their movements simultaneously, their attention focused.
Pengcheng? Isn't that Ming? Chen Yu muttered softly, and everyone's expressions immediately darkened. Gu Ming just went to Pengcheng yesterday, and now a beast tide is attacking the city in the evening?
Even Luya no longer paid attention to anyone else, her eyes fixed on the television, a deep sense of worry surging in her heart.
Amid the tense atmosphere, the news anchor continued with the next sentence.
Under the leadership of Guan Lingji, the commander of the Demon Army in Pengcheng Town, Deputy Commander Yin Hai, Pengcheng Martial Alliance Leader Chen Ting, and Chamber of Commerce President Wang Gong, four martial lords, Pengcheng successfully resisted the beast tide and completely repelled the enemy forces. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Sun and Moon Squad finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The beast tide has retreated, Ming-Ji should be fine.
Shen Yu let out a long breath, stretched out his chubby little hand, and patted his chest.
Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Gu Ming seemed not to have taken action during this beast tide, and he hadn't even arrived at the scene. At that moment, Luya's phone rang. Ruyan? She curiously answered the call and held it close to her ear. On the other end of the line, Lu Ruyan said excitedly, "Sister Luya, yesterday Gu Ming and I had just arrived in Pengcheng when the beast tide came. It was a medium-sized beast tide, with over 1,000 exotic beasts, extremely fierce." Luya's brows furrowed slightly, and a look of concern appeared on her beautiful face. But Lu Ruyan quickly said, "Don't worry, though.
Gu Ming led everyone to defend Pengcheng, with very few casualties. He even single-handedly defeated 3 fourth-tier demon lords, earning fame in one battle. Now, the entire city reveres him as the guardian god."
Pengcheng was defended. Gu Ming single-handedly challenged 3 demon lords,
a battle that made him famous, the guardian god of Pengcheng. These words echoed in Luya's ears, and her expression instantly turned to shock.
She glanced at the TV news and suddenly understood something.
Hanging up the phone, Luya smiled and explained the truth to Luo Shui, Chen Yu, and the others, who were looking at her with puzzled expressions. In an instant, everyone in the Sun and Moon team was stunned.
After the shock came utter confusion. Damn, since when did Brother Ming become this strong? Taking down 1 demon lord is understandable, but 3?
Shen Yu widened his eyes, and the people around him were dumbfounded as well. When they came to their senses, Luya clapped her hands. "Everyone, Gu Ming is still making a grand display of his power in Pengcheng. We need to step up our game too. If I keep training like this, how will I keep up with him in the future? Starting today, the training intensity will be tripled." As soon as Luya finished speaking, even Shen Yu didn't complain this time. Instead, he clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with fierce determination. They all look forward to the day when they can return to Gu Ming's side and fight alongside him once again.
Pengcheng, Jinyo Army Camp. Gu Ming sat on the bed, eagerly awaiting a heavenly prompt sound. "Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a special spiritual artifact, War God Tiger Talisman."
War God Tiger Talisman, a mysterious entity has nurtured another white tiger spirit, absorbing the killing aura of heaven and earth, and condensing it into a special spiritual artifact, the War God Tiger Talisman. This talisman can grow and is currently at Tier 4, capable of binding soldiers. When the master holds the talisman, they can transmit their ancestor of all weapons talent to the bound individuals, making them eternally loyal, doubling their cultivation speed, achieving mutual understanding, flawless combat coordination, and overwhelming dominance on the battlefield.
Current binding limits: 1,000 soldiers, 0 guardian heavenly generals, 4 great generals. What crap?
In the dormitory, Gu Ming sat on the edge of the bed, unable to help blurting out. This time, the Centurion rank reward truly shocked him beyond measure. He instinctively raised his hand, black and white patterns flowing in his palm. An unknown metallic liquid slowly congealed, transforming into a ferocious white tiger with lifelike features.
Black markings bloomed on the white tiger's body, surrounded by swirling black energy, exuding an extraordinary aura.
Holding the War God Tiger Talisman, Gu Ming felt the little white tiger in his sea of consciousness suddenly sit upright. Its forelegs stiffened, back arched, and fur stood on end, resembling a startled house cat. He noticed that Xiao Bai was closely connected to the bloodline of the War God Tiger Talisman. Could it be that they are siblings? With doubt in his mind, Gu Ming witnessed another white tiger spirit appearing in his sea of consciousness. This white tiger had a black and white patterned body, completely different from Xiao Bai's pure white appearance. He looked at Xiao Bai, his gaze first hesitant, then suddenly lit up with madness.
"Roar!" The response was a loud roar. "Why are you here too?"
Gu Ming watched the 2 white tigers conversing in the sea of consciousness and couldn't help but find it amusing.
He didn't disturb them and re-examined the introduction of the War God Tiger Talisman.
What attracted him the most was the ability to bind soldiers.
It could make soldiers absolutely loyal and even reflect the talent of the ancestor of all weapons? This is simply defying the heavens. What are the Guardian Heavenly General and the Great General? Although there are no detailed explanations, holding the Tiger Talisman allows him to sense a thing or two.
The Guardian Heavenly Generals are the 4 most important figures by his future war god side, and once bound, they will be absolutely loyal. The War God Tiger Talisman can also elevate their talents to the ultimate level God tier. There are a total of 10 positions for generals, and once bound, their talents are elevated to SSS tier. At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly understood.
It turns out that above SSS level talent, there is a divine level.
And his supreme level talent is one tier higher than the divine level. The War God Tiger Talisman slowly disappeared into his palm, merging into his body. Gu Ming got up, quickly washed up and changed clothes, and walked out of the dormitory with a smile on his face.
He arrived in Pengcheng, ready to train his demon-suppressing army.
Now that he had the War God Tiger Talisman, he had no worries. There was no need to fear betrayal or being sold out.
It can also accelerate cultivation, enhance combat power, and boost morale. This Tiger Talisman is simply a divine artifact for Gu Ming right now. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, Gu Ming saw a figure rushing toward him at high speed. It was Lu Ruyan, dressed in black training attire. She tied up her long hair to make it easier to move around. Seeing Gu Ming, Lu Ruyan ran over quickly, her face full of joy. "Gu Ming, you're awake. I just told Sister Luya about your deeds last night. They're all very happy and asked me to tell you that the Sun and Moon Squad doesn't need to worry." Gu Ming recalled the scene of last night's farewell and smiled faintly. Lu Ruyan continued, 81 people perished in the beast tide, and 163 were injured. All the wounded were rescued by our wood spirits. Her voice carried a hint of joy. The fallen cannot be brought back, but the injured have been saved. Thank you so much.
Gu Ming looked at Lu Ruyan, feeling a touch of emotion in his heart. The daughter of the city lord had traveled thousands of miles to accompany him to Pengcheng and even personally stepped onto the battlefield, experiencing life and death.
Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. Thank me for what? I'm here to gain experience. Alright, Sun Tianchang is looking for you and has been waiting outside.
With that, she turned and disappeared like the wind. The daughter of the city lord was completely different from the person seen at Gu Ming's birthday banquet. Her personality seems to be naturally this lively and unrestrained. Gu Ming shook his head with a smile and turned to walk out of the dormitory building. Sun Tianchang stood neatly in front of the building with 50 members of the White Tiger Army. Seeing Gu Ming appear, Sun Tianchang's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward, his expression serious. Looking at his demeanor, Gu Ming felt a bit puzzled. Sun Tianchang walked up to him, clasped his fists in salute, and said excitedly, "Centurion Gu, I have once again sought permission from the commander and decided to invite you to join the White Tiger Army. If you agree, you will be directly promoted to the rank of Chiliarch upon joining the White Tiger Army.
Please, Centurion Gu, join the White Tiger Army."
Behind him, 50 members of the White Tiger Army shouted slogans in unison, their eyes burning with fervent fire. In yesterday's battle, Gu Ming not only slew and subdued demons but also earned their admiration. At this age, as a warrior, he defeated 3 major demon lords in succession. His extraordinary strength was enough to command the respect of the White Tiger Army. Gu Ming was momentarily stunned, not expecting Sun Tianchang to bring up the old topic again. He shook his head and smiled, still having no intention of joining the White Tiger Army. Even though the position of a White Tiger Army commander is almost equivalent to that of a general, he remains completely unmoved.
Serving the royal family and only protecting them? That's impossible in this lifetime.
Sun Tianchang was stunned, he hadn't expected Gu Ming to refuse again. However, having experienced rejection once before, he didn't react much this time. Instead, he admired Gu Ming for repeatedly refusing the White Tiger Army's invitation.
The White Tiger Army's invitation is something that the noble family's descendants in the capital find hard to decline. Yet Gu Ming refused without hesitation, truly impressive. Sun Tianchang's eyes burned with determination as he persisted. "Centurion Gu, what conditions would make you willing to join the White Tiger Army?"
"I'll go request approval from the commander." Looking at the relentless Sun Tianchang, Gu Ming smiled helplessly. But he truly had no interest in the White Tiger Army. Perhaps he had been somewhat tempted before, but after obtaining the War God Tiger Talisman, the thought completely vanished.
White Tiger Army? Why not create your own legion? That would be even more exciting.
Gu Ming shook his head again, and Sun Tianchang stopped talking, no longer insisting. He changed his tone and revealed a smile. "Centurion Gu, I plan to expand the White Tiger Army in Pengcheng and recruit 100 men.
But I won't pull people from the assault camp.
I plan to select 50 from the city defense camp to help ease your burden of defending the city," Sun Tianchang said with a smile, his eyes unable to hide his respect for Gu Ming. Gu Ming nodded and waved his hand.
"Do as you wish."
Sun Tianchang nodded and led the White Tiger Army toward the city defense camp. Yesterday, when the beast tide attacked the city defense camp, as the second line of defense, was not involved in the battle at all. Apart from young Master Huang suffering some injuries, there were no deaths in the city defense camp.
Sun Tiancheng headed straight for the 9th City Defense Company.
Huang Zhenghao was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by the brothers Min Shi and Min Xing. Yesterday, he followed Gu Ming into the beast tide and was accidentally bitten on the thigh by a mutant beast. Although the wood demon recovers quickly, he still needs a few days to heal.
What? Inviting us to join the White Tiger Army? Huang Zhenghao's eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement.
Min Shi and Min Xing exchanged glances, equally overjoyed.
Sun Tiancheng nodded, then shook his head and said, "Not officially joining, just a temporary expansion. The White Tiger Army only recruits scouts with the metal element, none of you meet the requirements.
But I quite admire you, a pampered young master who actually dared to charge into the beast tide." Sun Tiancheng smiled as he looked at Huang Zhenghao.
Huang Zhenghao understood, feeling even more excited. "So, I can choose 50 people to temporarily join the White Tiger Army?"
Sun Tiancheng nodded slightly. "During this period, the White Tiger Army will provide you with cultivation resources to help you build your forces."
Huang Zhenghao's eyes lit up.
50 people are too few, Captain Sunday.
How about my 9th City Defense Company, with 100 people joining together?
Sun Tiancheng thought for a moment and also felt that 50 people were indeed insufficient.
The White Tiger Army has abundant resources, so they provided plenty.
He didn't know when he would return to the capital, but leaving behind a reliable personal guard had many advantages. He nodded. 100 people is no problem, but you must promise to follow Centurion Gu's orders at all times.
Gu Ming? Huang Zhenghao asked in surprise.
Sun Tiancheng nodded calmly. This was the only condition. He knew there was some animosity between Huang Zhenghao and Gu Ming, but it was merely over a woman. Huang Zhenghao pondered for a moment, his eyes igniting with fervor.
"All right, I agree."
He recalled the figure charging forward on the battlefield yesterday, back turned to everyone.
Following someone like that, no mistake. Maybe I got a great bargain. Sun Tiancheng smiled and left with the White Tiger Army.
On the spot, Min Shi and Min Xing exchanged bewildered glances and whispered into Huang Zhenghao's ear.
"Brother Zhenghao, are we showing loyalty to Gu Ming?"
"Yeah,
aren't you planning to steal his sister Ruyan?" Upon hearing Lu Ruyan, Huang Zhenghao's eyes flickered and instantly became resolute. "Women? They only slow down my blade drawing speed. From now on, call him Centurion Gu, Commander Gu, got it?"
Huang Zhenghao's voice was cold and harsh, leaving the two puzzled. Gu Mingquan was completely unaware of this matter. At this moment, he was leading Lu Ruyan toward the assault camp. The soldiers of the assault camp gathered on the training ground, forming a 1,000-man phalanx, neatly arranged in 10 rows of 100. Although there were casualties yesterday, the demon-suppressing army in Pengcheng has reservists. They are no different from the regular demon-suppressing army, except they lack formal organization. There were casualties in the assault camp, and these people filled the vacancies. The soldiers all raised their heads in unison, looking at the young man draped in a black cloak. He is young, just graduated from high school, yet already has a resolute and stern demeanor as he leads troops.
"Good command, sir."
1,000 voices shouted in unison. Seeing Gu Ming, they were even more excited than when they saw Guan Lingji or Yin Hai. Nowadays, Gu Ming is like a guardian deity in their hearts.
Gu Ming scanned the formation and nodded lightly. "From now on, under my command, let me give you a name."
The voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone was instantly stunned.
A name? Could it mean having their own title?
Gu Ming pondered for a moment, and the image of the black-striped white tiger lying atop the mountain appeared in his mind, roaring thunderously at the sky.
If there were a bright moon there, it would be perfect. White tiger roaring at the moon.
A sudden inspiration struck, and Gu Ming smiled. "From now on, you will be called the Howling Moon Army."
"The Howling Moon Army?"
1,000 soldiers from the assault camp repeated softly, their eyes gradually lighting up with determination. "The Howling Moon Army, fighting for Pengcheng."
The sound waves erupted, spreading far and wide, also catching the attention of Guan Lingji and Yin Hai.
The two stood on a nearby rooftop, witnessing this thrilling scene and exchanged smiles. Truly worthy of him, taking office and pulling off such a move, earning the recognition of thousands of soldiers for his command. Guan Lingji said with a smile, and Yin Hai nodded in agreement. "Conquering camp, no, handing the Howling Moon Army over to him puts my mind at ease." The two exchanged a smile. From a distance, they saw Gu Ming standing at the forefront of the crowd, suddenly raising his right hand high. In his palm, a black and white striped tiger tally faintly appeared.
"What is that?"
The two were slightly stunned, staring at the War God token in Gu Ming's hand.
War God Token. In the future, seeing the War God Tiger Talisman will be equivalent to seeing me in person. Gu Ming said solemnly in his heart. Bind to the 1,000 soldiers of the assault camp. Binding successful. The 1,000 soldiers of the assault camp, Howling Moon Army, have had their military souls infused into the War God Tiger Talisman and will forever pledge loyalty to the Soul Master. Gu Ming's lips curved slightly, as the 1,000 members of the Howling Moon Army before him knelt on one knee in unison, raising their clasped fists high. Howling Moon Army, salutes Centurion Gu. Fight for Centurion Gu. On the rooftop, Wan Lingji and Yan Hai stood frozen, their expressions complex. What is he doing? Is that the ancient military tiger tally? Wait, La Guan, did you hear clearly? They're not fighting for Pengcheng, but dying for Centurion Gu? Hiss. This cohesion is astonishing. The two were so shocked that they stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They couldn't fathom how Gu Ming, with just an ancient tiger tally, could instantly inspire the soldiers' loyalty and fighting spirit. How is this possible? On the training ground of the assault camp, Gu Ming held up the black and white tiger tally, and everyone in front of him stared at him with fervent eyes. Through the War God Tiger tally, he clearly felt a strong will converging into his mind from every member of the Howling Moon Army. Without speaking, Gu Ming could issue commands to anyone through the tiger tally. At the same time, he could sense each person's cultivation level, talent, and even psychological state. This is just too exaggerated. Gu Ming muttered to himself. Beside him, Lu Ruyan stood motionless, staring at him without blinking. Having just arrived in Pengcheng and just taken over the assault camp, how could Gu Ming have gathered such combat power in such a short time? Lu Ruyan recalled past events in her mind. After the incident with the city lord of Lu, she once asked her father why the garrison army did not save Gu Ming. Lu Yongzheng replied that it was an order he personally gave. Because with only 3,000 garrison soldiers, they were powerless to turn the tide in front of the provincial governor. Sacrificing them in vain was not as wise as preserving their strength to protect Lincheng. But even the city guard under her father's command did not possess such cohesion. Lu Ruyan had no doubt that if Gu Ming were captured, this group of fervent Howling Moon soldiers would stop at nothing to rescue him. This feeling was truly astonishing. Being in the midst of it, Lu Ruyan finally understood just how incredible Gu Ming's prestige was. Facing this group of intense gazes, Gu Ming's lips curved into a smile. Who was the former deputy commander of the assault camp? The assault camp had Yan Hai, a centurion, so naturally, there must also be a deputy commander. Otherwise, if Yan Hai were to die in battle, wouldn't the battlefield descend into chaos? A young man just over 20 stepped out. Centurion Gu, my name is Chen Lei, a third-tier thunder mage. His voice was firm, and his gaze was fiery. Gu Ming took one look and couldn't help but think of the Martial Alliance leader Chen Ting he had met yesterday. Could this be his son? Smiling and nodding, Gu Ming said, "Lead the Howling Moon Army to begin training." He briefly explained the training methods and incidentally taught a bit of the cold glint stake technique to the Howling Moon Army. As his subordinates, with the blessing of the War God Tiger Talisman, mastering the S-level stake technique wouldn't be a problem. However, he did not explicitly explain the cold glimmer stance technique, only mentioning that it was a good stance technique and encouraging them to practice it diligently. Chen Lei nodded repeatedly, leading 1,000 members of the Howling Moon Army into training. Afterward, Gu Ming approached Guan Lingji and Yan Hai, requesting to seal off the Howling Moon Army's training grounds. Although the Howling Moon Army is absolutely loyal and would never leak the cold glimmer stance technique, the stance technique is extremely difficult to master, making it incomprehensible to outsiders. But Gu Ming was prepared and made contingency plans. Although Guan Lingji and Yan Hai did not understand his intentions, they both nodded in agreement. They were curious to see what tricks Gu Ming was up to. On the other side, Sun Tianchang led Huang Zhonghao and 100 White Tiger Army recruits in orderly training. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Gu Ming was sitting in the dormitory refining his golden bones. His golden bone refinement had reached 99%, with only the final touch left to achieve perfection. Looking at the 3 Demon Lord inner cores in front of him, Gu Ming hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to put them away decisively. This month, he didn't use the Demon Lord's inner core and relied solely on his own vitality to temper the golden bones. Although the progress was slower, he believed this was the truly beneficial approach. Constantly relying on external aids would only foster bad habits. Still, even without external aids, after a month, achieving perfection in the golden bones shouldn't be an issue. Gu Ming muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly sharp. The qi and blood within his body surged like a river breaking its banks, washing over his bones and muscles that reflected a golden glow.
Although the process was accompanied by pain, his expression remained as calm as an undisturbed ancient well. Half an hour later, the qi and blood within his body gradually subsided. He raised his eyes, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from them. His entire skin also emitted a golden glow, mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Ming chuckled lightly, feeling the newfound strength of his body.
Is this the perfection of the golden bones? Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18.
Realm, peak of 3rd tier martial general, perfect golden bones. Military rank, centurion, personal guard of major general. Physique, divine spear sacred body, supreme level. Talent, peerless war god, supreme level, peerless demon Meng, supreme level. Abilities, perception and insight, perfect, master commander, advanced, aura of slaughter, advanced, martial arts grandmaster, advanced. Stake technique, a glimmer of cold light, S-level, perfect. Martial skills, spear strikes like a dragon, S-level, perfect, purple thunderstep, S-level, mastery. Spiritual weapons, moon nether spear, tier 4, supreme, growth potential, war god tiger talisman, tier 4. A month passed, and Gu Ming's golden bone finally reached the perfect realm. The master of command, the aura of slaughter, and the martial arts grandmaster, these 3 abilities have all been elevated to perfection. This is thanks to the deeper refinement of the golden bones, doubling the efficiency when cultivating these abilities. Now, at the 4th tier, no one can stop me. This 4th tier is not just about quality but also the advantage of quantity. Gu Ming smiled faintly and turned to open the jade bone tempering method he had obtained earlier. He had already perfected the golden bone, and next was the legendary jade bone tempering. After reading it once, Gu Ming sat down, his gaze deep and focused. In the past, he always thought he had good comprehension skills, easily mastering S-level stance techniques and finding no difficulty in tempering the golden bone. But upon looking at this jade bone tempering method, it turned out to be somewhat confusing. A 3rd tier martial general undoubtedly has iron bones. Iron bones are as hard as steel, simple and easy to understand. Golden bones not only strengthen the bone structure but also enhance potential. A golden bone guarantees at least the rank of martial king. This is the embodiment of strength. But jade bone. After reading the body tempering method, Gu Ming felt that 4 words were the most fitting, profound and mysterious. Why does a martial arts genius like me have to encounter this fantastical cultivation stuff? Isn't this a scam? He couldn't help but curse inwardly, and the jade bone tempering process suddenly got stuck. But the harder it was, the stronger his curiosity grew. Once the jade bone takes shape, how unique will he become? Eternal uniqueness? Shaking his head, Gu Ming was about to go out to see the results of the Xiaoye army's training after a month. Just as he stood up, he heard Lu Ruyan's excited shout from outside the door. Gu Ming! Gu Ming! The Howling Moon Army has collectively broken through to peak martial artists. Lu Ruyan knocked on the door and burst in excitedly. She stared at Gu Ming, her face full of surprise, joy, and disbelief. She truly hadn't expected. After Gu Ming had Chenlei train the Howling Moon Army, he almost stopped paying attention, rarely even taking a look. As a result, after a month, the Xiaoye army collectively broke through to the peak of the warrior level. Upon hearing this news, she couldn't help but immediately run to Gu Ming to share it. The entire army collectively broke through to the peak of the warrior level? Gu Ming slightly furrowed his brows but wasn't too surprised. With the war god Tiger Talisman's blessing, the overall cultivation speed was incredibly fast. Coupled with the teaching of the cold glint stake technique, this result was within his expectations. Hey, Gu Ming, why aren't you even a little excited? 1,000 peak martial artists. The entire army collectively broke through. In the 5 elite corps, at most, everyone is a martial soldier. But you've created the prototype of a true corps. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shout excitedly, looking at him in disbelief. She simply couldn't understand how Gu Ming had managed to do it. A month ago, there were still quite a few rookies in the Howling Moon Army, some of whom couldn't even be considered warriors. But now, whether they were new recruits or veterans, all of them had reached the pinnacle of warriorhood. Those commanders and captains have all advanced to 2nd-tier martial soldiers. This is simply unbelievable. Lu Ruyan's shock at this matter even surpassed the awe she felt when witnessing Gu Ming single-handedly slay 3 demon lords. After all, Gu Ming's strength and talent were already well known, but his training and leadership abilities were something she was seeing for the first time, truly magical. Looking at Lu Ruyan's chirping demeanor, Gu Ming couldn't help but chuckle and gestured for her not to rush. Rest assured, in the near future, the Howling Moon Army will grow stronger and stronger. A glimmer flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Although she didn't fully understand for the moment, she began to speculate in her heart.
The other side. On the training field of the 9th City Defense Company,
Sun Tiancheng, leading 50 members of the White Tiger Army, was rigorously training the 100-man formation in front of him. Huang Zhonghao stood at the center of the formation. A month of White Tiger Army training had completely transformed young Master Huang's demeanor. In the past, he wore an eye-catching suit in Linwu, looking glamorous and dazzling. With his status, many people indeed looked up to him. But ever since joining the Demon Suppression Army, he finally realized that his previous life was merely someone else bearing the heavy burden for him. After Deputy City Lord Huang was imprisoned, young Master Huang completely came to terms with reality. This month of training washed away his pampered demeanor, replacing it with the image of a Demon Suppression Army warrior with slightly tanned skin and a resolute face. Huang Zhonghao's neighbor, the second son of the Min family, often can't hold on during training.
But Sun Tiancheng shows no mercy.
He pushes himself to the limit, just to let Gu Ming see how tough the training of the White Tiger Army really is. Gu Ming has always been unwilling to join the White Tiger Army, so Sun Tiancheng wants to impress him with strength. If Gu Ming is moved, he could even apply to merge the entire assault camp into the White Tiger Army, temporarily expanding its strength. Sun Tiancheng firmly believed that Gu Ming would definitely be tempted this time.
Alright, take a break. Sun Tiancheng looked at the exhausted 100-man squad, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
Huang Zhonghao nodded, ordered the troops to rest, and then walked over to Sun Tiancheng with Min Qi and Min Xing. He turned his head to survey the 9th City Defense Company, his eyes full of satisfaction. Captain Sun, over the past month, under your training and that of the White Tiger Army, my 9th City Defense Company has been completely transformed. Huang Zhonghao said with a smile, his heart brimming with joy. Sun Tiancheng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people in the company.
Unfortunately, we're still 3 people short of forming a company of full-fledged martial artists.
Sun Tiancheng frowned slightly and said, those 3 have poor aptitude, only F level.
Would you consider replacing them? He suggested.
Although the White Tiger Army has abundant resources, the training results for those with poor talent are limited, and the input-output ratio is disproportionate.
Huang Zhonghao's expression turned grave after hearing this.
He turned to look at the 3 individuals. 2 of them were veterans, and 1 was a new recruit. Over the past month, whether new or veteran soldiers, Huang Zhonghao treated them all as his own.
To abandon them easily because of talent would be too cruel.
Huang Zhonghao firmly shook his head, his voice resolute and powerful. Once they are soldiers under my command, they will always be. I will never replace them. I'll cover all the resources they need.
This sentence clearly took Sun Tiancheng by surprise. Is this still the same Huang Zhonghao from a month ago, full of the air of a young master, completely out of place with the Demon Suppression Army?
Min Qi and Min Xing exchanged a glance. In the past, they would definitely have advised Huang Zhonghao to replace those 3 people. After all, continuing to invest resources in those 3 was somewhat wasteful.
But after a month of training, they had undergone a noticeable transformation. Although doubts lingered in their hearts, they no longer voiced them.
Huang Zhonghao fixed his gaze firmly on Sun Tiancheng and did not dwell on the matter further, instead speaking up. Captain Sun, I heard that during this time, Centurion Gu has also been training his assault camp.
Do you know how his training is going?
As he said this, a hint of eager anticipation flashed in Huang Zhonghao's eyes. He didn't see Gu Ming as a rival, instead, he felt a subtle sense of admiration for him. After all, who could witness Gu Ming's heroic performance in the Pengcheng battle back then and not admire him? It was precisely because of this admiration that Huang Zhonghao wanted to compete with him. He wanted Gu Ming to know that both he and his city defense company had undergone a qualitative leap.
Sun Tiancheng's gaze slightly tightened. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke.
Centurion Gu is indeed training at the assault camp, but it's unusually secretive, even I don't know the progress.
Then take your city defense company to have a look.
Sun Tiancheng's words subtly hinted at letting the 9th City Defense Company show off in front of Gu Ming.
To make Gu Ming clearly see the gap in reality. Even though Gu Ming is exceptionally talented, the fact that his team is unevenly matched remains unchangeable. Joining the White Tiger Army is the most suitable path for Gu Ming. Only there can his talent be fully utilized. On the way, Huang Zhonghao's eyes shone with excitement. Min Qi and Min Xing followed beside him, suppressing their inner excitement. Centurion, after a month of training, nearly the entire 9th City Defense Company has become martial artists, with a martial artist ratio as high as 97%. Captain Gu is certainly strong, but with the large number of troops in the assault camp and no support from the White Tiger Army's resources, the outcome definitely won't be favorable. This time you'll surely steal the spotlight in front of Captain Gu.
Min Qi and Min Xing suppressed their excitement, their voices tinged with a hint of anticipation.
Gu Ming's battle in Pengcheng, the figure turning his back on the world, was indeed breathtakingly cool. But when it comes to Gu Ming, the two always feel a lingering bitterness in their hearts. Toward Gu Ming, they maintain a respectful distance, yet they yearn to defeat him on some level. In this lifetime, it's almost impossible to surpass Gu Ming in terms of strength. But today, they can beat him once in another dimension. Ha! The two chuckled secretly in their hearts. Before the words had finished, Huang Zhonghao suddenly restrained his smile, his tone turning serious. We are here only for friendly exchanges with the attack camp. Remember, show some respect to Centurion Gu.
Huang Zhonghao cast a sidelong glance at the two, a chill suddenly appearing on his face. Min Qi and Min Xing froze in place, their expressions slightly stiff.
After Deputy City Lord Huang was arrested, the Huang family's suppression of the Min family was not as overt as before. But the foundation left behind by Deputy City Lord Huang remained formidable. Moreover, Huang Zhonghao played a key role in the events of that night, and his relationship with Gu Ming remains enigmatic. So, although Huang Zhonghao is no longer Deputy City Lord Huang, he is still their pillar of support. Now his words have completely left the two of them baffled.
Brother Zhonghao? Min Xing asked softly, his face full of confusion.
Huang Zhonghao's face was solemn as he reiterated. I've said it, from now on, show respect to Centurion Gu, or else.
Before he could finish, Min Qi and Min Xing were already standing frozen like statues. It wasn't until the crowd gradually moved away that the two exchanged astonished glances.
Brother Zhonghao, has he been conquered by Gu Ming?
Min Xing murmured, incredulous.
Huang Zhonghao's personality is proud. Though not as extreme as in Minggu's, he has never been overshadowed by anyone. And now, they actually hold Gu Ming in such reverence? Is it your place to call Centurion Gu by his full name?
Min Qi reprimanded coldly, his voice full of authority. Min Xing froze, staring at her brother's resolute back, completely stunned. The 9th Assault Unit hadn't gone far before arriving outside the training grounds of the assault camp. The training ground was tightly locked by the high-speed railgate, shrouded in mystery inside. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, when suddenly two people appeared walking along the nearby path. Huang Zhonghao's face darkened. Commander Guan, Centurion Yan. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai walked side by side, gazing at the crowd of the 9th Assault Company with a look of puzzlement.
Why are you here? Yan Hai asked curiously.
They had long known that the 9th Assault Company, under Huang Zhonghao's leadership, had become the White Tiger Army's reserve force and held it in high regard. After all, the White Tiger Army used its own resources to cultivate strength for Pengcheng. How could they not lend their support?
Sun Tiancheng smiled and explained his purpose to Guan Lingji and Yan Hai.
The two suddenly understood, and Guan Lingji laughed, patting Huang Zhonghao on the shoulder. I see, so you came to show off the results of your training. Old Yan and I were just about to check out the training at the attack camp.
Let's go in together.
Huang Zhonghao nodded with a smile, his anticipation growing stronger. After a brief announcement, the iron gate of the assault camp opened and closed with a loud bang. Huang Zhonghao looked up, but his expression remained calm. Gu Ming is extraordinary as an individual, but his ability to train soldiers won't defy the laws of nature. This is an undeniable fact.
However, the scene before them. Huang Zhonghao was stunned.
Sun Tiancheng was also stunned. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai were equally frozen in place. On the training ground, a 1,000-man formation stood neatly arranged, with Chen Lei issuing commands at the front. Each person held a long spear, assuming a stance for foundational training.
Gu Ming passed on the 9 forms of cold light to the Xiaoye army. But most soldiers could only master the first form, while the other movements still appeared immature, like mere showmanship. But with the War God Tiger Talisman's blessing, progress is only a matter of time, just a question of speed. The iron gate opened, and a chilling aura rushed forth. 1,000-man phalanx stood solemn and resolute, with determination and resolve written on every face. Huang Zhonghao glanced up and was instantly stunned. The wood spirit's perception was limited, but as a third-rank martial general, he could still detect the presence of several soldiers. First-rank martial artist, peak level. How is this possible? Just as Huang Zhonghao was in a daze, the perception of Sun Tiancheng, a fourth-rank scout, had already swept through the entire army. The White Tiger Army captain, with his handsome face, instantly froze, his silver armor reflecting his bewildered and dazed expression. How is that possible? How could Gu Ming enable all 1,000 members of the assault camp to advance to peak martial artists within just 1 month? In just 1 month, the proportion of peak martial artists in the assault camp has reached 100%? And the proportion of martial artists in the 9th City Defense Company is also 97%. A 1,000-member team and a 100-member team. One is composed entirely of peak martial artists, while the other mostly consists of first-tier martial artists. The ratio of the former is actually higher than the latter, reaching an impossible full capacity? Absolutely impossible. Sun Tiancheng was shocked and at a loss. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged a glance. Although they were not fourth-tier scouts and lacked deep perception, they both frowned in the face of the intense killing intent emanating from the Howling Moon Army. Yan Hai muttered under his breath, "A month ago, I was still the commander of the assault camp. How could the gap be this wide?" He couldn't comprehend why Gu Ming's assault camp had undergone such a complete transformation in just 1 month. At this moment, 3 figures walked over from not far away. Gu Ming was draped in a black cloak, bearing the silver-edged centurion insignia on his shoulder, accompanied by Lu Ruyan and Chen Lei. When he saw the crowd, especially Huang Zhanghao's 9th Assault Company, a broad smile appeared on his face. "Commander Guan, Centurion Yen." Everyone snapped back to reality. Fire Demon Ninja Guan Lingji couldn't help but point at the Xiaoye army in question. "Gu Ming, be honest, how did the 1,000 people in the attack camp become so formidable?" Gu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes carrying a hint of helplessness. After pondering for a moment, he decided to speak frankly. "Although it's hard to believe, Commander Guan, the Pengcheng assault camp, now the entire Howling Moon Army, has already reached the peak of martial arts." Gu Ming's words fell like a giant stone cast into a millennium lake, stirring up turbulent waves. Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts, unable to suppress their astonishment. The entire army, peak martial artists? Although Sun Tiancheng had already suspected it, he still found it hard to believe when Gu Ming admitted it himself. His gaze was vacant, staring fixedly at Gu Ming. A dignified fourth-tier martial lord, at this moment, felt as if he were trapped in an illusion. Could this be an illusion? Was he dreaming? But if it's not an illusion, it's real. Sun Tiancheng suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring intently at Gu Ming. A bold idea unexpectedly arose in his heart. He wanted to lead the White Tiger Army, break away from the original faction, and completely pledge allegiance to Gu Ming. Not temporarily, but complete submission. Although the White Tiger Army is composed entirely of warriors, they are the elite selected from hundreds. They possess exceptional talent, supported by abundant resources and 1,000 years of heritage, which has forged their current glory. And Gu Ming? In just 1 month, a 1,000-strong army of peak martial artists was created. Moreover, the potential of this army varies, and it still has immense room for growth. This is merely the demon-suppressing army of a small town in the 2nd province, not even from the main city, Linchang. This news is simply unbelievable. Seeing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Lu Ruyan and Chen Lei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. And behind all of this, there was only one person. The two turned their gaze toward Gu Ming. Chen Lei's eyes burned with intense flames, while the depths of Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with complex emotions. Their first meeting was at her birthday banquet. At that time, she only thought Gu Ming was handsome, with a unique temperament far beyond what she had seen before. To call it love at first sight would be an exaggeration. After all, she held a noble status and was not easily moved. The second meeting was when her father met with misfortune. She was at her wit's end and happened to encounter Gu Ming in front of the security bureau. She tentatively asked a question, without much hope. On a night of torrential rain, hearing him say "all right" remains unforgettable to this day. Afterward, he turned the tide, risked his life to rescue his father, and set things right. Later, a month ago, he charged alone into the beast tide, standing his ground with unmatched valor. Now, this man has transformed the unevenly talented assault camp into a powerful legion of peak warriors in just 1 month. Why is he so exceptionally outstanding? Everyone's breathing quickened slightly, and their gazes shifted. At this moment, their attitude toward Gu Ming was completely different. If he were merely extraordinarily gifted and powerful, that would be one thing. After all, such talent, though rare, is not entirely unique. For instance, Zhao Zilong, a peerless genius of Zhangzhou. But Gu Ming is not only personally formidable, his ability to command troops is astonishing. In the 1,000 years since the Great Cataclysm, no one has been able to match him. Gu Ming, is he the god of war? A question emerged in everyone's mind. Perhaps only God of War could describe him. After a long while, the atmosphere gradually returned to calm. Huang Zhonghao gestured to Min Qi and Min Xing, silently conveying a look of understanding. Min Qi and Min Xing received the order and quickly left with 100 soldiers from the 9th City Defense Company. They still dare to show off?
If they said it, their faces would probably be slapped loudly. Brother Zhang Hao is truly amazing, he predicted this situation long ago. On the way back, Min Xing suddenly spoke loudly. Min Shi hesitated for a long time and finally understood, his expression complex.
Is that so?
At the Xiaoye Army Training Ground, Huang Zhanghao and Sun Tiancheng both looked at Gu Ming with fervent eyes, eager to join his ranks. Gu Ming naturally declined Sun Tiancheng's request. He dared not easily involve the soldiers of the White Tiger Army. Although Sun Tiancheng was loyal, his body had not yet fully recovered, and accepting him rashly posed significant risks. As for Huang Zhanghao, Gu Ming neither refused nor directly agreed.
Huang Zhanghao understood the implication and realized this was a test. As long as he performed well, he could join Gu Ming's camp.
From then on, young Master Huang embraced a brand new life goal.
After the two left, Guan Lingji turned to Gu Ming and said,
"My trip with Lao Yan is not just to observe the training progress of the assault camp." His expression was grave, and his tone serious. Yan Hai took over the conversation, his face equally solemn.
"There's one more important thing to tell you,"
Yan Hai and Guan Lingji said solemnly, and the atmosphere instantly became heavy.
Gu Ming's expression also turned serious. "General Luo is being transferred to Fire City?" He was stunned for a moment, puzzled in his heart. Luo Dahai was transferred to Wucheng. How come I didn't hear a word about it? He didn't think too highly of himself, nor did he believe he held much weight in Luo Dahai's heart, but this matter was clearly unusual. Given Luo Dahai's personality, such a significant change should logically have been mentioned to him first. But soon, he understood. Luo Dahai was transferred to Wucheng, which he probably didn't anticipate himself, let alone change. This is undoubtedly another round of attacks from Zhengzhou targeting Lu Yongzheng.
And Luo Dahai didn't inform him in advance, probably intending to make him restrain himself. After all, once Luo Dahai left, his identity as the general's personal aide would lose its significance. In the future, he could only rely on the identity of Centurion Gu to temporarily hold on. The status of a close attendant was temporarily frozen. Gu Ming nodded, his emotions calm and unruffled. He was no longer the fledgling eagle just starting out, but a mighty eagle preparing to spread its wings and soar.
"Will Chen Wanhou leave?"
he asked curiously.
"Chen Pang is from Pengcheng, and Guan Lingji and Yan Hai are both his subordinates."
"Chen Pang won't leave, he still has a marquee of 10,000 households backing him." Guan Lingji shook his head and said with a smile, "Chen Wanhou won't leave." Gu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Chen Pang won't leave either.
The newly arrived commander of the Linqing Demon Suppression Army wants to suppress him, but at least not openly."
"Do Guan Qianfu and Yan Qianfu know about the new commander transferred to Lincheng?"
Yan Hai nodded. "Although it's not confirmed yet, there are only two possibilities.
First is General Deng Yanli of the Ice City Demon Suppressing Army. Second is General Yan Song of the Fire City Demon Suppressing Army."
Gu Ming's mind flashed with memories, recalling that Luo Dahai had once mentioned how Ice City was attacked by a beast tide led by a giant lizard back in the day. General Deng Yanli was so furious that he almost cursed old Master Zhao's face off.
If he comes, it wouldn't be too bad. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Pengcheng remained as calm as ever, with no major events over the past month. After all, Gu Ming's battle in Pengcheng, where he slew 3 great demon lords and repelled the beast tide, had already spread far and wide.
Even the less intelligent beasts would have to think twice before launching an attack. During these 3 days, Lu Ruyan, who was by Gu Ming's side, made rapid progress in her cultivation.
At the birthday banquet, she had just stepped into the second-tier martial soldier. When they returned to Lincheng, her cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the second tier. After experiencing the Lu City Lord incident in the Pengcheng battle, and following Gu Ming for over a month, Lu Ruyan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and her state of mind also improved significantly. She is an S-class genius, and breaking through the 3rd-tier martial general level was almost effortless. She succeeded in breaking through very quickly. However, there was something that made Gu Ming feel vaguely uneasy. Inside the Pengcheng commander's office, Guan Lingji, Yan Hai, and Gu Ming sat facing each other. The two men looked solemn, staring at Gu Ming. Seeing their expressions, Gu Ming already had a guess in his heart. General Luo has been reassigned to Fire City.
The new general, could it not be Deng Yanli?
As soon as the words were spoken, Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. Both of them were under Qin Peng's command, and Luo Dahai's departure had a significant impact on them. What was even more troubling was that the new general was not the straightforward Deng Yanli,
but Yan Song. "Brother Guan, Brother Yan, what kind of temperament does Yan Song have?"
After spending more than a month with Guan Lingji and Yan Hai, Gu Ming had already become quite familiar with them, addressing each other as brothers.
Yan Hai shook his head, indicating he didn't know.
Guan Lingji, however, frowned, clearly having some understanding of Yen Song.
Gu Ming waited quietly, without interrupting him.
After a moment, Guan Lingji sighed, his expression complex.
My hometown is Ice City, and Yen Song is also from Ice City.
Back then, as soon as he became a general, he was ordered by the court to switch positions with Deng Yangli. Deng Yangli is the fire demon, with S-level talent, sent to Ice City to guard it, making him the best choice to counter the ice beasts. Yen Song is the water ghost, sent to Fire City, where he can be more effective.
However, Guan Lingji changed his tone and sighed softly.
Gu Ming understood in his heart. The first province of the northern state is covered in ice and snow, with most of the exotic beasts being of the ice and snow type.
Deng Yangli's fire attribute is their nemesis. The second province is dominated by forests, making the earth monster Luo Dahai the most suitable to guard Linchang. The third province, Huoqing, is famous for its volcanoes, surrounded by 3 massive active volcanoes with intense fire elements. Yen Song, as a 6th-tier water ghost, is suppressed in Fire City, with his combat power being less than half of what it is in Ice City. The court's arrangement must have a deeper meaning behind it.
Fire City is not only the central hub of the northern state but also the location of the demon-suppressing general's mansion.
Although Old Master Zhao does not reside in Fire City, he is its actual ruler, and all orders must be issued through him.
Yen Song staying in Fire City is very likely to monitor Old Master Zhao. It can't be said to be restraint, but there is definitely an extraordinary connection. Gu Ming took a deep breath and asked,
why did the court switch General Luo and General Yen this time?
Guan Lingji sighed helplessly. Yen Song has been unable to advance in Fire City for many years, the fire element completely suppresses him. The court claims they just discovered this issue and arranged for a transfer.
Gu Ming cursed inwardly, finally understanding the whole truth. Luo Dahai's transfer to Fire City is far from simple on the surface.
Not long ago, Li Zhenbei was promoted to general, becoming another major figure in the Fire City demon-suppressing general's mansion. Yen Song's position was greatly affected, and relying on him to restrain Old Master Zhao is now almost impossible. More critically, Zhao Zilong was promoted to 7th rank Martial Sovereign, taking over as the commander of the Northern State Demon-Suppressing Army and personally stationed in Fire City.
This is different from Elder Zhao's remote command. Zhao Zilong is truly standing on the front line.
He is personally stationed in Fire City.
How much more impact can Yen Song have? The court clearly doesn't want to leave Yen Song in Fire City as a useless piece.
It would be better to transfer him to Forest City, to suppress Lu Yongzhang on one hand, and to let him demonstrate his value on the other. The Fire City will be jointly guarded by Zhao Zilong and Luo Dahai.
This move is brilliant. Gu Ming sneered inwardly. He usually avoids scheming, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use it.
Every advanced scout is naturally a chess player. After nodding, Gu Ming didn't say much and silently accepted the fact that Luo Dahai was being reassigned. 3 days later, the imperial decree was directly issued to Fire City and Lin City. Luo Dahai and Yen Song set out at the same time to switch positions. Before leaving, Luo Dahai did not contact Gu Ming. He knew that Gu Ming was not a child, the two had a tacit understanding. Without this mutual understanding, Gu Ming would never have been able to pull off the previous feat of besieging the Security Bureau and rescuing Lu Yongzhang. At the Lincheng Town Demon Suppression Army Airport, a blue-painted private jet swiftly landed. Beside the runway, many members of the Demon Suppression Army had been waiting for a long time. Qin Pang, Zhao Ruilong, and Dong Tsonlin did not follow Luo Dahai this time, they chose to stay in Lincheng. Huocheng is Zhao Zilong's territory, and Luo Dahai's return felt like going home. In Lincheng, there were so many matters that they couldn't spare themselves. This city, Luo Dahai has guarded for most of his life, allowing no room for error. Beside the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's mansion and the Night Watchers also arrived. Lu Yongzhang stood by the City Lord's mansion, his gaze sweeping toward the Night Watchers. But he froze, doubt arising in his heart. The commander of the demon army in Lincheng Town has been replaced, and logically, Mu Yanfei, the Night Watch minister, should at least come to greet them in person. This is not just a matter of etiquette but also of face. Yet Mu Yanfei didn't show up today and only sent the deputy minister instead. What on earth is she up to? Thinking of the game, dialogue, and covert contest with Mu Yanfei, Lu Yongzhang's heart was filled with alarm. That woman, with her deep scheming, was far more complex than he had imagined. The blue private jet roared as it landed. After coming to a steady stop, a man with chiseled features, a hooked nose, and deep-set eyes stepped out of the cabin. He was dressed in a jet-black general's uniform, draped in a crimson cloak, with a silver general insignia on his shoulder, exuding an imposing aura. Following closely behind, two others disembarked together. One bore the rank of Marquis, while the other carried the rank of Centurion. Their silver-edged insignias highlighted their status, both being the general's personal aides.
Yen Song took the lead, scanning the crowd, and looked at Lu Yongzheng with a radiant smile. Mayor Lu's renowned name, Yen Song has long admired. Lu Yongzheng strode forward, smiled faintly, and shook his head, saying, "What renowned name? General Yen, there's no need for flattery." He glanced at Chen Pang and the others beside him, his tone indifferent. "General Yen, please chat with my subordinates first. I have matters to attend to at the mayor's residence, so I'll take my leave." Yen Song's visit this time was clearly sent by the court to restrain Lu Yongzheng.
Therefore, Lu Yongzheng was blunt and unreserved. Yen Song remained expressionless, but the two attendants beside him showed subtle changes in their expressions. Lu Yongzheng's attitude clearly offended the general, but as the Lord of Linchang, no one dared to speak up. Lu Yongzheng strode away, and the deputy minister of the night patrol stepped forward to convey Princess Mu Yanfei's welcome. The area beneath the blue private jet instantly became empty. Beside Yen Song, the personal guard of the Centurion gritted his teeth, his face ashen, and angrily whispered, "General, you are the commander of the lynching demon-suppressing army, yet the city lord's mansion and the night patrol dare to treat you with such disregard."
The city lord's mansion showed some respect, with Lu Yongzheng personally welcoming you. But Minister Mu from the night patrol didn't even show his face. This is blatant contempt.
Yen Song smiled faintly and shook his head, looking at his furious attendant. "You probably already know their attitude.
Blame them for being useless.
As for Minister Mu, I really don't know where she might have offended them."
Mu Yanfei is the young female night patrol minister of Linchang.
At only 28 years old, holding such a position is rare in the ancient nation, and even on Blue Star, female ministers are extremely uncommon. She has always acted flawlessly, and even during the incident with City Lord Lu, she never helped Lu Yongzheng, remaining a cold-eyed observer throughout. Now, she suddenly shows a cold face to Yen Song, which makes Yen Song suspicious, his brows slightly furrowed. It seems the task assigned by Dean Song is far more complicated than I imagined. Yen Song muttered softly, shook his head, and led his people toward Chen Peng's side.
Zhongzhou, Kyoto City.
Inside a pitch-black mansion resembling an ancient courtyard, Song Gue sat at the head seat, his expression stern, quietly listening to the male assistant's report.
"Oh, the night watch minister of Linchang didn't go to greet Yen Song?"
Song Gue slightly opened his eyes, his hawk-like gaze narrowing slightly.
The assistant nodded. Lu Yongzheng did go to greet General Yen, but his attitude was indifferent. Song Gue waved his hand. "I expected he would go.
If he hadn't, he would have already fallen out with the court."
Frowning deeply, pondering the reason why Mu Yanfei did not welcome Yen Song. He had once investigated Mu Yanfei and even considered recruiting her for his own use.
But she is entangled in too many complex relationships, making it difficult to control even with great power, so Song Gue dares not provoke her lightly. Now that she has shown hostility toward Yen Song, it weighs heavily on Song Gue's heart.
Is it a coincidence or intentional? As the director of the Supervisory Institute, Song Gue never believes in coincidences. The assistant observed respectfully, "Dean, should we send someone to investigate further?"
Song Gue pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need. Mu Yanfei is not someone to be trifled with. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy." The assistant nodded, though he didn't understand why a martial king was so difficult to deal with. He knew his duty.
Song Gue smiled and said, "Yen Song's transfer to Linchang is precisely to curb the influence of the city lord's mansion and suppress the demon-slaying army of the second province, Luo Dahai." Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "How has that young attendant of Luo Dahai been doing recently?" The assistant had already investigated and replied, "A month ago, Gu Ming repelled a medium-sized beast tied in Pengcheng, slaying 3 major demon lords in succession and making a name for himself in one battle. He is now known as the Guardian of Pengcheng."
Song Gue's eyes narrowed. Having just returned from the imperial city, he had not yet heard of this matter. The male assistant continued, "After that incident, Gu Ming was exceptionally promoted by the Pengcheng commander to deputy commander, leading over 1,000 troops in the assault camp.
Currently, he is busy training soldiers and coordinating the army." As soon as the words fell, Song Gue's expression turned as cold as frost.
"One after another, are they all planning to rebel?" he muttered coldly to himself.
The imperial decree represented his authority, yet his subordinates dared to obey on the surface while secretly defying it? They called it a delegation, but in reality, was military power handed over to Gu Ming? A centurion commanding over 1,000 assault troops? This is simply chaos. Song Gui's heart surged with anger as he recalled Gu Ming's battle achievements, his expression growing increasingly grim. He did not fear Gu Ming.
A mere minor general, even with the strength of a martial lord, is nothing more than an ant.
However, such a small figure had someone repeatedly overturning his punishment, making Song Gui feel blatantly provoked.
Issue a written document immediately and punish this matter severely in the name of the supervisory court.
How can a mere centurion command 1,000 troops? Moreover,
Song Gui's tone shifted, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
This time, let Bai Yi handle it personally.
A glimmer flashed in the male assistant's eyes as he bowed and responded, "Yes, Director.
The disciplinary document from the Supervisory Institute is still on its way." Lin City, City Lord's Mansion. Uncle Lu. Gu Xian and Gu Feng had just finished school and were stunned to see Lu Yongzheng outside the door.
Although Lu Yongzheng often came to look after them after their elder brother left, he was, after all, the Lord of Lincheng. In their hearts, he was still an unattainable figure, and they couldn't help but feel nervous in his presence.
Lu Yongzheng smiled warmly and looked at the two, saying, "Have you been diligently training your vitality and blood recently?" Gu Xian and Gu Feng nodded vigorously in unison.
"Yes." Lu Yongzheng smiled and reached out to pat Gu Feng's little head. "I've arranged leave for you. For the next period, stay in the City Lord's mansion to cultivate, don't wander around.
Do you understand?" The two exchanged a glance and asked in unison, "City Lord Lu, has something happened to Big Brother?"
Lu Yongzheng shook his head and smiled. "Your big brother is fine, he's still in Pengcheng.
It's just that there might be some changes coming soon." Gu Xian and Gu Feng listened and nodded sensibly.
After leaving the Gu family villa, Lu Yongzheng returned to the City Lord's mansion. After issuing a few orders, he went into seclusion to cultivate. In just over a month, his cultivation had risen to the peak of martial king. Although still lacking some foundation and difficult to achieve perfection, Yen Song's appearance made Lu Yongzheng deeply feel the urgency of the situation.
Time waits for no one.
Staring at the two 7th-tier demon cores before him, Lu Yongzheng took a deep breath and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He must seize the moment to break through to the 7th-tier realm.
The next day, Pengcheng.
Gu Ming had just gotten out of bed when he received a message from Guanlingji.
"Someone from Lincheng has been sent over?"
Gu Ming raised his eyebrows, both curious and slightly disdainful. He had never taken himself seriously, believing that Yen Song's trip was more targeted at others. After all, the court and the royal family were truly focused on Lu Yongzheng. But now it seemed he had underestimated the purpose of this visit.
"Then let's go see what they're planning." Gu Ming's expression was calm.
Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, he encountered Lu Ruyan, who was hurrying over anxiously. Her face was filled with worry, clearly indicating that the news had already reached her. "Gu Ming, there's been movement in Lincheng since early morning. A general personally led a team to Pengcheng, and it's obvious they're coming for you."
Gu Ming nodded and responded indifferently. "I understand. You're not nervous at all?" Lu Ruyan looked at him in confusion.
Gu Ming smiled faintly, said nothing more, and walked straight toward Guanlingji's office.
At this moment, there were 3 additional officers in the office.
Leading the group was a young centurion, with silver-edged military insignia gleaming coldly on his shoulder. Beside him were 2 captains, evidently his subordinates.
Guanlingji saw Gu Ming enter, stood up, and introduced with a smile.
"Captain Gu, this is Tu Yunfa, the centurion and personal aide to Yen Song, the newly appointed commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Lincheng."
While speaking, Guanlingji signaled with his eyes, hiding a warning. Gu Ming nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping toward Tu Yunfa. He probed with his senses and detected cold ice elements gathering within Tu Yunfa's body.
This was a rare ice mage, though not of high rank. His strength was not to be underestimated. After a quick analysis, Gu Ming determined that Tu Yunfa was a 4th-tier martial lord at the 5th level, an A-grade ice mage.
With his current perfected golden bone strength, he could instantly defeat the opponent in battle. Tu Yunfa was also sizing up Gu Ming. He was filled with curiosity about this young man who had recently risen to fame. Not yet 19 years old, yet achieving such astonishing feats, it's simply unbelievable.
However, Yen Song's guidance made him constantly suspect that Gu Ming was nothing more than a fake genius built on resources.
A true legendary genius? He didn't believe it. During this meeting, he did sense a faintly discernible special aura emanating from Gu Ming.
Although not intense, it was enough to attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Army comrades.
The main figure arrived, and Tu Yun no longer concealed anything. He took out a document and announced coldly, "I am here to deliver the orders of the Supervisory Office." The Supervisory Office has verified that after Centurion Gu was transferred to Pengcheng, not only did he fail to hone himself, but he
was also exceptionally promoted by the Pengcheng commander to the position of Assault Battalion Commander, commanding 1,000 troops. By special order of the Supervisory Court, Gu Ming's position as commander of the assault camp is revoked, and the number of troops under his command is limited to 100. As soon as the words fell, Tu Yunfa coldly swept his gaze around. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai's faces darkened, and the atmosphere grew tense. Beside them, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Tu Yunfa.
On what grounds does the Supervision Office interfere with the Demon Suppression Army in Pengcheng? Lu Ruyan retorted angrily.
Tu Yunfa gave her a cold glance, his face devoid of any warmth.
Who are you?
This is the Demon Suppression Army, and your insolence will not be tolerated.
Get out! He waved his hand roughly as if shooing away a fly.
Lu Ruyan's face flushed red instantly, her anger soaring. The two centurions saw this and prepared to step forward to expel her. At this moment, Gu Ming chuckled softly, breaking the deadlock.
No need to make a fuss.
If the Supervisory Court wants to take away my position as commander of the assault camp, then I'll let it go. Lu Ruyan turned around in shock to look at him. The assault camp is now the Xiaoye Army, a prototype of an elite corps gathering top martial artists.
Gu Ming actually gave up so easily?
Gu Ming looked at her with a calm and serene gaze, smiling. Dean Song of the Supervisory Institute is probably jealous of his achievements in training the Howling Moon Army, sending people to suppress him while trying to gain some benefits in the process.
Want to snatch the Howling Moon Army from his hands? Dreaming! Gu Ming stared indifferently at Tu Yunfa. Tu Yunfa nodded and continued coldly. Centurion Gu, be sensible.
General Yan has another order, to hand over the Pengcheng assault camp to my command. Tu Yunfa spoke, feeling somewhat disappointed in Gu Ming. He had originally thought Gu Ming was a proud and arrogant young man, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be nothing more than a pushover forced to swallow his pride. However, with the Supervisory Court and the general joining forces to suppress him, Gu Ming, a mere centurion, indeed couldn't hold his ground.
He shook his head and stopped thinking about it.
As for the Pengcheng assault camp, he had no interest at all. After Gu Ming left the office with Lu Ruyan, Tu Yunfa turned to Guan Lingji and Yan Hai with a smile and said, Commander Guan, Centurion Yan, take me to see the assault camp under my command.
Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged a glance.
It was they who had exceptionally promoted Gu Ming. The Supervisory Court didn't punish them this time, not because they didn't notice, but because it was clearly aimed at Gu Ming. Coupled with the suppression by the newly appointed General Yan Song, they were completely powerless to resist. The two sighed helplessly, and Guan Lingji waved his hand, saying, I'm feeling dizzy today, a bit unwell since the morning.
Lao Yan, you take him.
Yan Hai nodded and said, Commander, please rest well.
I'll take Captain Tuesday.
Tu Yunfa smiled and quickly followed Yan Hai to the training ground of the assault camp.
Standing in front of the heavy iron gate, he couldn't help but frown. Why is this training ground made to be so mysterious?
He felt puzzled, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yan Hai sighed, feeling reluctant to part with the elite Xiaoye army, but he was powerless to change the situation. He shook his head, pushed open the iron gate, and led Tu Yunfa inside. As the iron gate opened, 1,000 soldiers suddenly appeared in neat formation before him, all holding long spears, standing at attention like sculptures, exuding a murderous aura.
Tu Yunfa stopped in his tracks, surprised, and said, This is the Pengcheng assault camp? Wasn't it said that Pengcheng was just a small city? How is the quality of this assault camp so extraordinarily high? Tu Yunfa and the two centurions beside him immediately froze, their eyes staring blankly at the Xiaoye army. At this moment, Chen Lei heard the commotion, ordered the Xiaoye army to continue training, and then walked over alone. He glanced at Tu Yunfa, his brows slightly furrowed, and then saluted Yan Hai. Commander Yan.
Yan Hai nodded, sighed silently, and turned to Tu Yunfa, saying, This is Tu Yunfa, a centurion, and the future commander of your assault camp.
Tu Yunfa came to his senses, took 2 steps forward, and looked at Chen Lei.
He originally paid no attention to the Pengcheng attack camp, but now his interest has greatly increased. As soon as the words fell, Chen Lei froze for a moment. He turned his head again, his brows tightly furrowed as he stared at Tu Yunfa, then looked toward Yan Hai.
Centurion Yan, please say it again.
Facing a centurion, Chen Lei, a captain of 100, spoke with a hint of seriousness.
Yan Hai sighed inwardly and repeated the same words once again.
As the words fell, Chen Lei completely turned around, staring intently at Tu Yunfa, his brows furrowing even tighter. On the training ground, over 1,000 soldiers of the Howling Moon Army simultaneously lowered their spears and turned their heads to look in this direction.
What did they hear? This Tu Yunfa actually wants to take over the command of the Howling Moon Army? Chenlei's gaze remained fixed on Tu Yunfa as he asked Yan Hai in a low voice, Yan Xianfu, does Gu Baifu know about this?
His tone was calm, yet it left the 1,000 soldiers behind him unable to remain composed.
Yan Hai nodded with a complex expression.
At this moment, all members of the Howling Moon Army gripped their spears tightly and slowly approached. 1,000 people stomped on the ground, their steps orderly and powerful, like the thunderous roar of war drums, stirring the soul. Tu Yunfa grew increasingly excited, filled with anticipation for this assault camp. Unexpectedly, I was merely assisting the general in suppressing Gu Ming, yet I received such a grand gift.
His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Chenlei. You're the person in charge besides Centurion Gu, right? Let me introduce myself, I am Tu Yunfa, your new.
Before the words were finished, the actions of the 1,000 soldiers of the Howling Moon Army suddenly halted. Chenlei's face darkened abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, making Tu Yun shiver involuntarily.
Howling Moon Army, he called out in a low voice.
1,000 soldiers raised their guns in unison, their tips pointed directly at Tu Yunfa. Facing this mighty army, Tu Yunfa, though a 4th-rank martial lord, suddenly found his breath catching.
In an instant, intense anger surged through him like a tidal wave.
He finally understood that these people were not loyal to him, but were defying orders.
You've rebelled. Tu Yunfa was furious and raised his hand, intending to strike Chenlei.
He wanted these people to understand the majesty of military law. Chenlei remained expressionless and slowly raised his hand. Behind him, 1,000 soldiers responded in unison, their strength passing from the soldiers to the squad leaders, then to the platoon leaders, and finally to the centurions, all converging on Chenlei alone. Facing Tu Yunfa's fierce palm strike, Chenlei calmly countered.
Poof!
In the next moment, logically speaking, Tu Yunfa should have repelled Chenlei, who would also have suffered serious injuries. But the result was reversed. Tu Yunfa's figure suddenly flew backward, his arm painfully bent. Chenlei coldly glanced at the 2 centurions beside him. Howling Moon Army, loyal to only one person.
Silent killing intent swept over, causing the 2 centurions to tremble in their hearts. Even the commander of 1,000 was struck down, what could they possibly do?
At this moment, Tu Yunfa, who had fallen to the ground, looked at Chenlei and then at the Howling Moon Army behind him, his expression drastically changed.
The demon-suppressing formation.
With just 1,000 people, they actually managed to master the demon-suppressing formation.
This is impossible, absolutely impossible.
Before the words were finished, Chenlei said coldly, what is impossible?
With Centurion Gu leading, anything is possible.
Tu Yunfa spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with the support of 2 centurions.
He glared at Chenlei, shouting hoarsely, do you know what you're doing?
Before waiting for a response, his voice rose, this is defiance.
It's rebellion.
In the ancient kingdom, rebellion is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations.
Do you not care about the safety of your families? Tu Yunfa used the law to intimidate people.
But the Xiaodie army had long been bound by the war god Tiger Talisman, their loyalty belonging solely to Gu Ming.
Chenlei and Xian Jun remained silent. Silence is the most resolute answer. Tu Yun was burning with rage and turned to Yan Hai. Centurion Yan. He was so furious that his whole body trembled, unable to speak.
At this moment, several figures walked in through the iron gate outside the training ground. Sun Tianchang walked over with Huang Zhenhao, Min Qi, and Min Xing.
Hearing Tu Yunfa's voice, Sun Tianchang revealed a cold smile.
It was as if he saw a reflection of his younger self in Tu Yunfa.
Back then at the Security Bureau headquarters, didn't he also force Gu Ming to join the White Tiger Army? What was the result?
Upon seeing several people, especially Sun Tianchang dressed in White Tiger Army armor, Tu Yunfa's gaze tightened, and the anger on his face slightly subsided. Sun Tianchang glanced at him with a smile and said coldly, the Howling Moon Army is a branch of my White Tiger Army in Pengchang, commanded solely by Gu Ming.
No one can change that. Neither the Supervisory Institute nor the Lynching General's Office has that authority. Do you have any objections? Sun Tianchang spoke calmly, yet without any ambiguity.
Gu Ming commanded the Howling Moon Army as a centurion and had already reported to the White Tiger Army's commander. The commander, sensing potential risks, issued an order in advance to incorporate the Howling Moon Army as a branch of the White Tiger Army.
White Tiger Army, branch? Tu Yunfa was stunned upon hearing this.
The White Tiger Army is one of the 5 armies of the ancient kingdom, the royal family's trump card, loyal beyond compare. The branches of the White Tiger Army, the Inspection Court and the Demon Suppression Army, are untouchable.
But the matter. His expression instantly turned grim, completely unprepared for the uproar in Pengchang. Gu Ming had agreed, so why was there so much resistance when it came to actually taking over?
First, the Xiaoye army collectively defied orders, and later even the White Tiger army sided with Gu Ming.
That kid.
Tu Yunfa found it difficult to understand and forced himself to argue. But Centurion Gu, as a centurion, cannot command 1,000 troops. That is the authority of a chiliarch. As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked in through the iron door. He was draped in a black cloak, with a silver-edged marquee military rank on his shoulder, speaking as he walked. Commander of the Northern State Demon Suppression Army, General Zhao Zilong's order. As soon as these words were spoken, Tu Yunfa's eyes widened sharply, almost dumbfounded.
Zhao. General Zhao Zilong's order?
Someone approached the iron gate, and Yan Hai's eyes suddenly widened, completely unprepared for the other party's appearance. Min Qi and Min Xing beside Huang Zhenghao whispered softly.
Whoa, who is this person?
Judging by the rank, it's a marquis, and with silver trim, definitely a personal marquis of some general.
No idea, he just mentioned General Zhao Zilong's order? Impossible. The two voices immediately lowered.
Even Sun Tiancheng stared at that person, his gaze slightly tense, not expecting such a thing to happen. The marquis, draped in a pitch-black cloak, walked over, standing over 2 meters tall and exuding an imposing presence among the crowd. Tu Yunfa stammered as he spoke, trembling while staring at the man. He came from Fire City, so he naturally recognized this person. The personal attendant of General Zhao Zilong, commander of the Northern State Demon Suppressing Army, Marquis Cui Xiao. But why would he appear here? Tu Yunfa was shocked in his heart as Cui Xiao raised his hand, and a military order appeared before everyone. Although Gu Ming was assigned to Pengcheng, during the battle in Pengcheng, he fought valiantly against 3 demon lords, protecting Pengcheng and earning immense prestige. After discussions among the senior officials of the Northern State Demon Suppressing Army, he has been specially promoted to the rank of centurion. Cui Xiao's voice was deep, and Tu Yunfa was completely stunned. Just moments ago, he had said that Gu Ming was merely a decurion and unqualified to command 1,000 troops. Now, the slap in the face comes so swiftly. The Howling Moon Army defied orders, the White Tiger Army intervened, and finally, his side caused trouble, resulting in Gu Ming suddenly becoming a centurion.
Tu Yunfa's face turned bright red.
This wasn't anger, but the embarrassment after being slapped in the face. Just as Tu Yunfa thought the matter was over and he should leave in embarrassment, Cui Xiao turned to him, a strange smile flashing in his eyes. By the way, General Zhao Zilong has another order. Since Centurion II is so fond of Pengcheng, he shall stay with the Pengcheng Demon Suppressing Army.
Coincidentally, Pengcheng needs outstanding young talents like you.
Cui Xiao left with a beaming smile after speaking. Only Tu Yunfa remained at the scene, his face stiff.
Let him stay in Pengcheng? Including Gu Ming, Pengcheng already has 3 centurions.
The Demon Suppression Army has only over 2,000 soldiers, divided into the assault camp and the city defense camp. The assault camp is under Gu Ming's command, while the city defense camp has someone else in charge.
As for the higher position of commander, it is completely out of his reach. Staying in Peng City, a dignified centurion yet forced to be subordinate to others?
Watching Cui Xiao's departing figure, Tu Yunfa's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he didn't dare to say a single word.
Zhao Zilong has been suppressing Yen Sung ever since arriving in Fire City. What can he say now?
When this order reaches Yen Sung, he probably won't dare utter a single word. Tu Yunfa sighed helplessly in his heart.
Commander Tu, the dormitory is here. I'll take you there. Yan Hai's eyes lit up, and he took the lead, guiding Tu Yunfa toward the dormitory. After they left, Min Qi and Min Xing exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Huang Zhenghao sneered coldly, his heart full of mockery. This Tu Yunfa, what level is he, and he dares to compete for Gu Ming's command of the Howling Moon Army? He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Sun Tiancheng glanced at them. All right, his fortune is too overwhelming, we don't need to interfere any further. Shaking his head, he led the 3 of them off the playground. At the same time, outside Gu Ming's dormitory. This was a small building where only Gu Ming and Lu Ruyan usually lived, with a courtyard in the middle of the building. Zhao Zilong, draped in a crimson cloak and clad in ancient general's armor, stood in the courtyard. Gu Ming received the news and quickly walked out of the dormitory. When he saw Zhao Zilong, he paused for a moment, surprised at his perfect timing. Zhao Zilong spoke first. I've heard about the Xiaoye army. You did a great job. I've already had your rank promoted to centurion. Rest assured, with me here, no one can shake your position. Just 2 simple sentences, yet brimming with confidence. This was also a clear signal to Gu Ming. The battle between Old Master Zhao and the supervisory court has already begun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with Song Gue over a mere 1,000-man assault camp. Seeing that Gu Ming understood the key point, Zhao Zilong smiled. This time, I'm here for more than just this trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zilong's expression suddenly turned serious. Gu Ming perceived that Zhao Zilong, who was wearing ancient battle armor before him, suddenly transformed in appearance. He was no longer a person, but turned into a long spear. A spear that pierced the heavens and the earth, standing upright there. Feeling all this, Gu Ming's heart was slightly excited. General Zhao, could this be the spear intent? He couldn't help but ask. Zhao Zilong looked at the excited yet astonished expression on Gu Ming's face, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, secretly feeling proud. He nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "This trip, aside from meeting you, is more importantly to use my spear intent to guide you in glimpsing the rudiments of spear intent. The situation in the northern state is extraordinarily complex. Not only is there an undercurrent between Old Master Zhao and Dean Song, but the exotic beasts and myriad races have also quietly initiated a new round of actions." This aura made Old Master Zhao sense that a major event was imminent, prompting him to specially dispatch Zhao Zilong to personally meet Gu Ming in Pengcheng. This time, it is by no means a simple visit, but rather to guide Gu Ming to break through himself and touch the edge of gun intent. Yet Zhao Zilong, looking at Gu Ming's current state, felt a trace of doubt rising in his heart. Your golden bones have already been fully tempered. Why are you still stuck at the 4th tier, unwilling to break through? His voice carried an unmistakable tone of surprise. With perfected golden bones, given Gu Ming's talent, he should never have been shackled. After hearing this, Gu Ming's lips curved slightly, his thoughts shifted, and he calmly said, "General Zhao, have you ever considered what lies beyond the golden bones?" "What did you say?" Zhao Zilong was instantly stunned. Golden Bone, this level is a mysterious tier summarized and refined by countless sages over 1,000 years of the Great Cataclysm. Once one achieves Golden Bone, as long as they do not fall, they are destined to become a martial king in the future. But Gu Ming actually dared to mention above Golden Bone? Zhao Zilong was stunned for a moment, staring at Gu Ming with a complicated expression. He had originally held Gu Ming in high regard, believing that achieving the Golden Bone was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Now it seems he had been too conservative. Above the Golden Bone. Zhao Zilong shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. What will it take for me to stop underestimating you and abandon my conservatism? In the courtyard, Zhao Zilong stared deeply at Gu Ming, lost in thought for a long time before coming back to his senses. I hope you succeed. He exhaled lightly and spoke slowly. Regarding the realm above the Golden Bone, he didn't elaborate, this domain was still a mystery to him. Above the Golden Bone, is it the Jade Bone? Everything will be discussed in detail once Gu Mingrua truly succeeds in refining it. He didn't have much insight either. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Zilong looked at Gu Ming, who had a faint smile on his face, and changed the subject. This time, the seizure of the Xiaoye army's military authority was definitely not Yen Song's idea, but rather Director Song of the Supervisory Institute pulling the strings behind the scenes. You understand what I mean, right? Gu Ming nodded, naturally aware that the one fixated on him was Director Song. Yen Song? He was nothing more than a tool of Director Song. The director of the Supervisory Institute, as a top-ranking official, exudes extraordinary presence. Zhao Zilong saw that he was not afraid but rather seemed eager to try, and secretly chuckled in his heart. As far as I know, Director Song always prepares in 2 ways, one overt and one covert. Publicly issuing a document to seize power is just a superficial suppression. You must beware of threats lurking in the shadows. Zhao Zilong's reminder made Gu Ming nod seriously. I understand, General Zhao. Zhao Zilong's expression was calm as he slowly took out a martial technique. This is my self-created spear technique, Wind Thunder Spear, an S-level martial technique. Although you lack the Wind Thunder attribute talent, it will still be helpful to you. He handed the Wind Thunder Spear to Gu Ming, as if it were just an ordinary martial technique. Gu Ming took it with both hands, unable to hide his excitement. He had previously visited the Linqing Town Demon-Slaying Army's Technique Pavilion but had never seen any S-level martial skills. What Luo Dahai and Lu Yongzheng practiced were merely A-level martial skills with some special moves added. This Wind Thunder Spear was the first time he had seen an S-level martial skill other than Spear Strikes Like a Dragon. Zhao Zilong waved his hand, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned to Gu Ming, saying, I've met Tu Yunfa before. Although he is Yen Song's trusted aide, he may not fully obey Director Song. You should discipline him well and turn him into one of your own. Gu Ming nodded. When he first met Tu Yunfa, the latter had shown a surprised expression. He had long noticed that Tu Yunfa's nature wasn't bad, quite similar to Sun Tiancheng. I understand, General Zhao. Zhao Zilong walked to the door, and Gu Ming spoke again. General Zhao.
Zhao Zilong stopped, turned around, and frowned slightly.
Anything else?
Seeing Gu Ming hesitating and standing there, he chuckled inwardly. The next moment, without waiting for Gu Ming to speak, he waved his hand to signal and turned to leave. The days are still long, no rush. Zhao Zilong knew that handing this S-level martial skill to Gu Ming would definitely make him deeply grateful. During this period, Gu Ming had made several moves, and the martial skills he possessed were undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even S-level.
But where did Gu Ming's S-level martial skill come from? Zhao Zilong had no intention of exploring further, nor did he wish to. Thank you, General Zhao. Watching Zhao Zilong's departing figure, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with respect. The Zhao family valued him greatly and supported him in every way. Zhao Zilong entrusted him with the self-created S-grade Wind Thunder Spear, and logically, he should also hand over the spear like a dragon to Zhao Zilong. The gun can strike like a dragon, accompanied by a special stance technique. Without this stance technique, it cannot be executed at all. Stance techniques are different from martial skills.
Martial skills may reach S-level or even higher. Stance techniques, however, are extremely rare.
He cannot explain the origin of this S-level stance technique.
The Zhao family may have shown kindness, but before reaching his peak strength, he would not easily reveal his secrets. A commoner without fault may be guilty for possessing something coveted, this he understands. At the moment, he is merely a low-ranking commander, and his body is still too weak. He will repay the Zhao family's kindness when he rises to a higher position. Letting out a long breath, Gu Ming opened the Wind Thunder Spear and studied it carefully.
It must be said, Zhao Zilong's Wind Thunder Spear is indeed ingeniously crafted.
However, he seems unable to cultivate it due to lacking the wind and thunder attribute talent. Nonetheless, this spear technique can broaden his understanding of spear intent, bringing insights that can be applied to other areas.
Time flies.
Since Zhao Zilong personally arrived in Pengcheng and promoted Gu Ming to the rank of Centurion, more than half a month has passed.
Now, the timeline has entered November of the Great Cataclysm year 1025.
The first snow has fallen, covering the entire Pengcheng in a thick blanket of white, turning it into an ice and snow castle. Gu Ming stood on the rooftop of the dormitory building, holding the moon nether spear that gleamed with silver light. His gaze pierced through the snow curtain, staring at the city shrouded in snow.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18 years old.
Realm, 3rd tier Martial General Peak, Golden Bone, Perfect.
Military rank, Centurion, Personal Guard of Major General.
Physique, Divine Spear Sacred Body, Supreme Level. Talent, Peerless War God, Supreme Level, Peerless Genius, Supreme Level. Abilities, Perception and Insight, Perfect, Master of Command, Advanced, Aura of Slaughter, Advanced, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Advanced. Stake Technique, A Glimmer of Cold Light, S-Level, Perfect. Martial Skills, Spear Strikes Like a Dragon, S-Level, Perfect, Purple Thunderstep, S-Level, Mastery. Spiritual Weapons, Moon Nether Spear, Tier 4, Supreme, Growth Potential, War God Tiger Talisman, Tier 4. Over the past half-month, Gu Ming's attributes have not changed much. But in reality, he had gained a whole new understanding of the rudimentary form of spear intent. The abilities of a martial arts grandmaster made his comprehension of spear intent smoother. Coupled with the inspiration from Zhao Zilong's Wind and Thunder Spear, his progress naturally accelerated. After half a month of arduous practice, Gu Ming felt he was just one step away from mastering the rudimentary form of spear intent.
Just missing a crucial opportunity.
As long as that moment arrives, he might be able to break through instantly. He vaguely feels that the breakthrough in tempering the jade bones is also hidden within the embryonic form of spear intent. There seems to be a mysterious connection between jade bones and willpower.
To temper jade bones, the embryonic form of spear intent is indispensable.
On the rooftop, Gu Ming stood quietly, clad in black, braving the piercing cold wind. Suddenly, a streak of fire shot swiftly, appearing behind him in an instant.
Gu Ming. Guan Lingji's voice came from behind. Though unwilling to interrupt, he had no choice but to speak.
The Yu Ming spear merged into his palm. Gu Ming slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Guan Lingji.
Commander Guan, is there something urgent?
If it weren't something major, he wouldn't have sought him out so hastily. Guan Lingji's expression was anxious, his words hurried. The students from Wuda who went out for training have encountered trouble. The scale of Pengcheng Wuda is far smaller than Lincheng Wuda, which has tens of thousands of students. However, Pengcheng Wuda also gathers thousands of young people, serving as the center for the youth of Pengcheng. Not long ago, the Martial Alliance, together with Pengcheng Martial University, decided to launch an exploration of the ruins. Speaking of the ruins, one must trace back to the years before the cataclysm. At that time, Blue Star did not have the kind of powerful individuals who could shatter mountains with a single punch.
but martial artists still existed. At that time, the strongest warriors were no more than third-rank martial generals. After reaching the limit of third-rank martial generals, some warriors began to explore other paths: weapon forging, studying martial techniques, stance training, and so on. Many of these have now been lost, but that doesn't mean they will never reappear. Ruins are places where lost techniques might reappear. Speaking of ruins, Gu Ming suddenly remembered the other identity of the ancient royal family. They are a royal family established before the Great Catastrophe, continuing to this day for over 1,000 years. The profound heritage of the ancient royal family largely stems from their accumulation before the Great Catastrophe. Back to the main topic, Pengcheng Martial University and the Martial Alliance joined forces to investigate a relic located 100 miles away. This operation is of great significance, with the president of the Martial Alliance, Chen Ting, personally leading the team. They also invited the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who is also a figure at Pengcheng Martial University, Wang Gon, to accompany them. Moments ago, the exploration team sent back a distress signal, having fallen into an overwhelming crisis. What's the specific situation like? Gu Ming frowned and stared at Guan Lingji after listening to the report. Zhao Zilong's reminder before leaving surfaced in his mind, and he vaguely felt there was more to the story. Guan Lingji shook his head. The distress signal was intermittent and didn't relay detailed information. But it's very likely that something major has happened at the ruins. Gu Ming nodded lightly, turned around, and walked toward the council hall with Guan Lingji. Two investigation teams led by fourth-tier martial lords encountered trouble. This matter cannot be handled rashly. The demon-suppressing army of Pengcheng must discuss it internally. Soon, the council hall was bustling with voices. The demon-suppressing army captains and above from Pengcheng had all gathered here. Although it was a meeting, the gazes directed at Gu Ming were filled with respect. Sun Tianchang, Huang Zhenghao, and Chen Lei sat behind Gu Ming. Chen Lei was anxious inside, as it was his father who had encountered trouble, but he appeared calm on the surface. Lu Ruyan sat nearby, now staying with the demon suppression army in the capacity of a medical consultant. With the strength of a third-tier martial general, she should logically be able to participate in the meeting. General Yan personally brought 2 Yunfa and 2 centurions from Lincheng, who also sat to the side. For the past half-month, Gu Ming has been immersed in the initial comprehension of Jade Bone and Spear Intent, having no time to pay attention to 2 Yunfa's discipline, as he knows the latter has yet to submit. That's how things are. The peril that even martial lords Chen and Wang, the 2 presidents, are powerless to handle. If Pengcheng were to provide assistance, the difficulty would be immense. Guan Lingji opened his mouth and repeated it once, then sat down with a solemn expression. Yan Hai looked at Guan Lingji and frowned as he asked, "Does this matter not only concern the demon suppression army but also the city lord's mansion and the night watchers?" Guan Lingji sighed and replied, "This time, for the exploration of the ruins, the night watchers have already dispatched a team for covert protection. Now that danger has erupted, I'm afraid even the night watchers are powerless. At the first moment, Minister Shin has decided to lead a team for support. But City Lord Su has the responsibility to safeguard Pengcheng. In order to prevent being lured away from the main target, we must stay in the city." Yan Hai nodded, turned to look at Gu Ming, and said, "This time for the rescue, let me take a few centurions with me. Commander Guan and Centurion Gu, you stay in Pengcheng and wait for my news." Gu Ming has recently risen to fame, and Yan Hai is worried that someone might target him, so he decides to take the risk alone. Guan Lingji was about to nod, but Gu Ming interrupted. "Commander Guan, wait a moment." Gu Ming's voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the venue, drawing everyone's attention. "Gu Ming, you." Yan Hai was about to respond when Gu Ming shook his head. "Commander Yan, thank you for your kindness, but the rescue is of great importance. The 2 martial masters are already in danger, and sending more people may not necessarily be effective. Then what should we do?" He pondered for a moment, then turned to stare at Sun Tiancheng. "Captain Sun, how about your White Tiger army accompanying me?" Sun Tiancheng nodded with a smile, without hesitation. Huang Zhenghao was eager to give it a try at this moment, his eyes fixed on Gu Ming. "Gu Qianfu Zhang, I'll take the Ninth City Defense Company and go with you." The Xiaoye army cannot be easily mobilized, as it is now the main force guarding Pengcheng. But if he takes a company to set out, it should be fine, right? Listening to Huang Zhenghao's words, Gu Ming felt a bit more favorable toward him. During this period, young Master Huang had completely changed, transforming from a playboy who only chased women into his loyal supporter. Gu Ming even began to consider when to officially bring young Master Huang into the Howling Moon army. But he still shook his head, turned around, and smiled as he looked at Tu Yunfa. "Commander Tu, you're enjoying your time in Pengcheng. How about coming along with me for a trip? Tu Yunfa's expression froze. Over the past half-month, he had deeply experienced what it meant to feel humiliated. He held the title of commander, yet under his command were only 2 centurions. Guan Lingji and others simply refused to grant him military authority. Tu Yunfa felt extremely uncomfortable. Upon learning about today's meeting, he had no interest at all and even considered not attending. But now, he hadn't expected Gu Ming to turn the focus onto him. Guan Lingji and Yan Hai exchanged a glance, knowing full well that Gu Ming was retaliating against Tu Yunfa. However, Gu Ming is not a petty person, and teaching Tu Yunfa a lesson seems reasonable. A dignified 4th-rank martial lord and a centurion, yet he was embezzling military pay in Pengcheng. This is intolerable. Guan Lingji nodded with a smile and decisively said, "That's settled then. The Demon Suppression Army will be led by Centurion Gu, with the White Tiger Army and Centurion Tu accompanying to provide support." Gu Ming slowly stood up and waved to Tu Yunfa with a smile. Tu Yunfa's face turned grim, as if he had swallowed a fly, and he stood up in disheartened despair. But after standing up, his fighting spirit quietly reignited. He wanted to see whether Gu Ming, a 3rd-tier martial general with 4th-tier combat strength, could rescue people when facing the ruins that had previously caused 2 martial lords to stumble. As they walked out, Chen Lei closely followed Gu Ming, his gaze intense. Before departing, Gu Ming turned his head to meet his gaze and softly uttered 2 words. "Don't worry." Chen Lei nodded deeply, suppressing the anxiety in his heart, and steadfastly led the Xiaoye army to guard Pengcheng. Gu Ming glanced at Lu Ruyan, who had been hesitating to speak, wanting to follow but afraid of causing trouble. "Just wait for me to come back in Pengcheng." Lu Ruyan pouted slightly, but didn't throw a tantrum and nodded in agreement. "Be careful." Gu Ming nodded, turned around, and led the group onto the silver-white White Tiger Army vehicle. The military vehicle sped out of the city, meeting Night Watch Minister Xinyu halfway. The 2 vehicles traveled side by side, with their windows lowered simultaneously. The beautiful woman leaned out, saw it was Gu Ming, and was first surprised, then let out a sigh of relief. She had long known about the recent suppression of Gu Ming by the supervisory office. She had seen the document. But the suppression was nullified due to an order from Zhao Zilong. Who can guarantee that the supervisory office won't take further action? The team investigating the ruins encountered trouble this time, and no one knows whether it has anything to do with Gu Ming. If it is related, then the danger is immense. Gu Ming decided to go himself. With his strength, he could at least hold his ground and give everyone confidence. "With you accompanying us, I feel much more at ease." Gu Ming shook his head, a faint premonition in his heart that the journey would not be peaceful. He solemnly instructed Xinyu and Sun Tiancheng, "If you encounter anything unusual, retreat first. Don't worry about me." The 2 people's expressions changed slightly, but they said nothing and silently took note. As for whether they would actually abandon him and flee, that was none of Gu Ming's concern. Tu Yunfa in the back row crossed his arms, his eyes showing disdain. He sneered inwardly, thinking that even 2 martial lords had fallen in the ruins. What use could Gu Ming, a mere 3rd-tier junior officer, possibly have? He secretly remained vigilant, determined not to let Gu Ming become cannon fodder. The military vehicle jolted along the road, and after 3 hours, it finally arrived at a small hill 100 miles away. A collapsed area by the hill revealed an open space, where 2 green stone gates stood tall. The stone surface was weathered with cracks, engraved with 3 large characters, Qingfeng Sect. "Is this the relic?" Gu Ming looked on, unexpectedly feeling a bit curious. Xinyu walked up to him, pointed at the mountain gate, and said, "Qingfeng Sect is an ancient sect specializing in artifact refining, mastering lost refining techniques. President Chen and President Wang personally led the team." Gu Ming nodded lightly, his gaze passing through the mountain gate, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Xinyu, Sun Tiancheng, and Tu Yunfa's expressions also turned grim, because the Qingfeng Sect's mountain gate was unexpectedly shrouded in dense darkness. Even though they had walked for 3 hours, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. Winter days may darken early, but it shouldn't be this dark yet. Moreover, the darkness was bottomless, so heavy it felt suffocating. This is the innate divine ability of the Night Clan. Xinyu's voice was deep, which steadied Gu Ming's mind. The Second Row province, apart from the Tiger King Beast, also had members from the Dark Knight clan. He had heard of them before but had only ever seen in Mingyu, a member of the Dark Knight clan. He didn't expect to encounter them this time. "Gu Qianzhang, what should we do? Should we just charge in?" Sun Tiancheng stood behind Gu Ming and asked in a deep voice. Before Gu Ming could reply, Xinyu frowned and stopped him. "We can't rush in recklessly. The Dark Knight clan has powerful abilities, and will be at a disadvantage if we go in. There are quite a few of them,
and they've also set their sights on these ruins. Sun Tiancheng's expression was grave, but his gaze firmly fixed on Gu Ming. As long as he gave the order, he would lead the White Tiger army to charge in. Gu Ming's eyes were deep as he stared at the darkness within Qingfeng sect, then looked up at the sky. Winter days are short, and by around 4 o'clock, it was already nearing dusk. If it isn't resolved before nightfall, it will be even harder to save Chen Ting and Wang Gong when night comes. He pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand. Liquid flowed in his palm, and a silver spear appeared in his grasp. Vital energy surged within his body, and 2 white tigers lay in the center of his consciousness, one lazy, the other alert.
Those were the artifact spirits of the War God Tiger Talisman.
The one with black stripes was playfully nicknamed Little Black by him. Xiaobai slowly stood up, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings, as if sensing a threat.
Gu Ming turned his head and glanced at the 3 people behind him. When his gaze fell on Tu Yunfa's heart suddenly tightened. He thought to himself, what should he do if he is asked to be the vanguard at this moment? Defiance? Gu Ming and the other 3 could take him down in minutes. Disobeying military orders? That's a dead end, and execution wouldn't even be an exaggeration. By then, he wouldn't even have a chance to explain himself. But if he truly complied and charged ahead, facing the endless darkness before him, the terrifying strength of the Night Clan would make anyone tremble. How could he possibly make it out alive? This road, no matter how you look at it, is a dead end. Tu Yunfa's gaze grew increasingly wary, so tense he was almost suffocating. But Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, gripped his spear tightly, and said calmly, "Be careful, follow me inside." Go in with you?
Wasn't I supposed to charge in first? Tu Yunfa listened, as if he had heard a life-saving bell. His heart relaxed, and he looked in surprise at Gu Ming's figure draped in a black cloak, holding a silver spear. In those eyes, there was a faintly unusual aura.
Sun Tiancheng and Xin Yu nodded.
It's getting dark, making rescue even harder.
We should rush in while we can. The people inside won't last much longer.
Gu Ming led the group across 2 mountain gates. Facing the boundless darkness ahead, he stepped in without hesitation.
In an instant, the dense darkness swallowed his figure, completely disappearing from the sight of Sun Tiancheng and the other 2.
Tu Yunfa and the 2 centurions beside him exchanged glances, their tension growing even stronger.
Centurion, are we really going in?
They are not afraid of death, they just feel that risking their lives for Gu Ming is unnecessary. As they were speaking, Sun Tiancheng led the White Tiger army, and Xin Yu led the night patrol, all stepping into the darkness.
Tu Yunfa looked up at the deep darkness, clenching his teeth. Damn it, if I don't go in, my reputation is ruined.
Charge! At his command, he led the 2 of them to charge fiercely into the darkness. In the next moment, the 3 were tightly enveloped by the darkness, a heavy sense of oppression engulfing their entire bodies, causing their movements to slow down instantly.
The Night Clan's talent is not just about unleashing power during the night.
When their numbers increase, they can even emit black mist together, forming a suffocating dark domain. In this domain, although their strength won't surge like it does at night,
the darkness is their territory, giving them a natural advantage in battle.
But this kind of oppressive sensation that robs one of all 5 senses, how could it possibly be a technique of the Night Clan? Gu Ming stood in the dense darkness, holding the Moon Abyss spear, yet he couldn't feel the slightest chill from its shaft. There was no light before his eyes, his sense of direction vanished, and both smell and hearing were reduced to nothing but himself. His heart sank, and he slowly understood.
Seems like this darkness was truly prepared just for me.
A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked toward the little white figure already standing in his consciousness. The White Tiger sat firmly in the depths of his consciousness, its vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, assisting Gu Ming in probing the outside world.
Gu Ming couldn't see the opponent, but the White Tiger could.
This divine beast, the spirit of the White Tiger, was unimaginably powerful. Not only that, Gu Ming also has the protection of a grandmaster of martial arts. Even with the 5 senses sealed, the combat intuition of a martial arts grandmaster remains sharp. In fact, in such an extreme environment, this intuition becomes even stronger. With every breath, he can feel the connection between himself and the Moon Nether Spear, and the faint movements around.
1 minute has passed.
Gu Ming silently counted in his heart, having endured in the darkness for 1 minute.
Shouldn't the other side make a move by now?
Buzz!
Just as he was pondering, an almost imperceptible sword hum pierced through the air, cutting through the darkness. The sword light flashed briefly and was swiftly engulfed by the dense darkness. Gu Ming's gaze sharpened, and the Moon Abyss spear instinctively thrust forward. In his mind, Xiaobai roared furiously, the might of the White Tiger spreading out like a tidal wave. Ding!
The tip of the spear collided with the gleam of the sword, and Gu Ming finally felt a trace of sensation. He laughed and instinctively swung the long spear. Relying on intuition, he suddenly thrust the spear forward, a cold glint flashing in the darkness. In the next second, pale dragon-like energy surged around, tearing through the darkness. Gu Ming saw clearly ahead. A figure was forced back by the gunfire. The opponent wasn't seriously injured but quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Sun Tianchang, Shen Yu, and Tu Yunfa walked side by side. Shen Yu raised her arm high, flames bursting from her palm, dispelling the darkness. The three exchanged glances, confirming that none of their group was missing, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the scene before them made their faces suddenly change.
"Where is Commander Gu Qian?" Shen Yu asked in horror. Sun Tiancheng's face darkened, and he suddenly realized something. "This isn't a rescue," he murmured. "This is an assassination."
Director Song of the Supervisory Institute sent assassins to target Gu Ming. Sun Tiancheng was anxious and raised his hand to command the White Tiger Army.
"White Tiger Army, search the area."
The White Tiger Army immediately responded, while Tu Yunfa stood by, bewildered and confused.
"Captain Sun, what do you mean by this? Where has Commander Gu gone?"
With Gu Ming nowhere to be seen, he also began to sense the gravity of the situation. Sun Tiancheng had no time to elaborate and hurriedly said, "Minister Shen, Commander Tu, you go find the martial arts students. I'll lead the White Tiger Army to rescue Commander Gu Qian." Shen Yu and Tu Yunfa, though puzzled, still nodded in agreement. "Be careful," Shen Yu left a warning and quickly departed with the night patrol, searching along the path of the ruins. Sun Tiancheng, on the other hand, led the White Tiger Army in an anxious search for Gu Ming's whereabouts. Lighting the torch brought light, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. Gu Ming seemed to have mysteriously disappeared ever since entering the Qingfeng sect ruins. Sun Tiancheng, despite his vast experience, could not hide his inner panic at this moment. Gu Ming is someone highly regarded by the commanding officers of the White Tiger Army.
If something happens to him, how will Sun Tiancheng explain to his superiors?
Ignoring the anxiety on the other side, Gu Ming remained trapped in extraordinary darkness. After a brief exchange, his five senses were sealed once again. The person capable of suppressing him must be at least a fourth-tier martial lord. That sword strike just now, capable of countering his spear's momentum, must belong to a peak fourth-tier expert. Otherwise, even within one's own domain, it would be unrealistic to directly confront anyone below the peak of the fourth tier.
Just as Gu Ming was pondering, the person in the shadow struck again.
A deep sword hum echoed nearby, carrying a deadly intent. But he was already prepared, and the sharp instincts of a martial arts master allowed him to sense danger instantly. Xiao Bai roared furiously once again. The sword's hum suddenly paused, and Gu Ming seized the opening, raising his hand to grab it. The icy touch of the long sword in his palm came through as Gu Ming caught the blade barehanded, yet he felt no pain. He has forged golden bones, making him impervious to attacks below the fourth tier. Gripping the sword tightly, Gu Ming gave a sudden pull. A figure stumbled out of the darkness, staggering toward him. Gu Ming showed no mercy, thrusting the spear forward with precision. Put! The sound of a spear piercing flesh rang clearly, and through the shaft, he felt the trembling of the other's body.
The darkness receded like a tide. After being injured, the man could no longer suppress the darkness of his five senses.
Gu Ming looked up and saw a boy of about 15 or 16. His chest had been pierced by a bullet, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he still stared at him indifferently. Shot in the chest, yet showing no fear. Seeing it was a young boy, Gu Ming instead grew somewhat intrigued and didn't rush to make a move.
"Did Song Gue send you?"
The young man remained silent, suddenly letting the long sword in his hand slip.
He clenched his teeth and looked at Gu Ming. "Quite interesting indeed."
Gu Ming coldly uttered these words, his gaze darkening. The Yu Ming spear slowly rotated, accompanied by the roar of a white tiger. "I show no mercy to those who try to kill me.
I ask, and you must answer."
Twice before, the tiger's roar had shaken him, and now it roared again up close. Before the young man, it seemed as though a massive white tiger appeared, vivid and majestic, its eyes like torches. If he dared to keep silent or lie, the white tiger would devour him. The young man slowly nodded, no longer struggling.
"Are you sent by Song Gue?" Gu Ming asked again, receiving a completely different answer.
The young man nodded blankly and slowly said, "I am Bai Yi, the top assassin of the supervisory court. Dean Song sent me to kill you, saying you are utterly wicked, a traitor colluding with alien beasts and myriad races."
"A traitor colluding with alien beasts and myriad races?" Hearing Bai Ye's words, Gu Ming was stunned. "Impossible.
Since returning to Lincheng, he has dealt with the Li family, the Yin family father and son, then the Lu Yongzheng incident, and guarding Pengcheng.
When did he ever get involved with traitors? Is this boy out of his mind?" Gu Ming stared at Bai Yi with a questioning look and asked coldly, "Where is the Pengcheng Relic exploration team? What did you do to them?" This was the issue he cared about the most. This young man possesses extraordinary abilities, similar to the Night Clan, yet entirely different. Even his five senses can be suppressed. If Chen Ting or Wang Gong were to encounter him, they would likely face grave danger. Bai Yi's face gradually turned pale, blood flowing from his chest, his voice weak. While investigating the ruins of Qingfeng sect, they encountered the Night Clan. "I killed those guys." Gu Ming's gaze turned cold, and after a moment of silence, he reacted, "Who did you kill?" "Night Clan," Bai Yi answered briefly. "What about the ruins exploration team?" "They're still in the ruins." With the exchange of questions and answers, Gu Ming felt a weight lifted off his chest, yet he also found it speechless. "You are quite loyal. Killing oneself is killing, and killing the Night Clan is also killing." This young man seems to firmly believe that what he is doing is right. And the reason he wants to kill himself stems from Song Gue saying he colluded with the myriad races of exotic beasts. In other words, this young man is not inherently bad. It's just, his mind seems to have some issues. "How old are you? Tell me about your talents and background." Gu Ming inserted Bai Yi's swords one by one beside him, firmly suppressing him with the spear in his hand, leaving him no room to resist. Now he fully felt Bai Yi's cultivation level. Peak of the 4th tier martial lord. Having such strength at a young age truly surprised Gu Ming. This young man is not inherently bad, on the contrary, he has a strong sense of justice and was clearly manipulated by Song Gue. "I'm 15 years old, my talent is S-level, and I'm a night walker. 5 years ago, my family was killed by the myriad races. I was sent to the orphanage, where Director Song was in charge. He helped me take revenge and granted me the opportunity to awaken my talent." Bai Yi slowly recounted his origins. Under the intimidation of the White Tiger's spirit, Gu Ming felt that he wasn't lying. Increasingly, frost condensed on the face. That Song Gue turned out to be the director of the Welfare Institute. He deceived those children in the Welfare Institute, prematurely awakening their talents, and with the support of the resources from the Inspection Institute, enabled Bai Yi to possess such formidable strength at the age of 15. But this does not mean that the younger the age, the stronger the better. Look at Bai Yi, young and ignorant, unable to distinguish right from wrong, yet turned into a killer for the supervisory court, becoming a sharp blade in Song Gue's hand. Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, gazing into Bai Yi's eyes before speaking slowly. "You must have heard of me. If I were truly colluding with the myriad races of alien beasts, why would I risk coming here to rescue the ruins exploration team? And why would I do those things? Someone like me, if I were also colluding with the myriad races of alien beasts, would the ancient kingdom still exist?" Gu Ming asked 3 consecutive questions, leaving Bai Yi dumbfounded. "You?" Suddenly, Bai Yi froze. During training breaks, he had pondered over his own life. As the top assassin of the supervisory court, he is destined to be surrounded by bloodshed. The ones he kills are all sinners who collude with the myriad races of exotic beasts. If he encounters a formidable enemy, he might die in battle, becoming an unnamed soul. This is his simple yet brutal life. But today, facing Gu Ming, everything changed. Trained as he was, he should never reveal his identity to anyone. Even if a mesmerist searched his soul, he could still take his own life. Yet, faced with the faintly emanating pressure from Gu Ming, he instinctively spoke the truth, completely unable to resist. Bai Yi stared blankly at Gu Ming, reminiscing about his actions. In fact, he was not new to the second province. He had been secretly investigating Gu Ming for more than half a month, analyzing his behavior. Through his analysis, he felt that Gu Ming did not match the traitorous image described by Song Gue. But Bai Yi didn't think much about it. Dean Song had been kind to him, helping him seek revenge and providing resources for living and cultivation. He helped Dean Song eliminate traitors to the clan, those who colluded with alien beasts and other races, without any emotional turmoil. However, under the cold gleam of the moonshade spear, Bai Yi's long-suppressed soul suddenly began to stir. "You are not a traitor to the clan?" Bai Yi stared at Gu Ming, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, and asked softly. Gu Ming frowned tightly, looking at Bai Yi's expression, and suddenly recalled the orphanage he had mentioned. How many children like Bai Yi were hidden in that orphanage? They had their values distorted, or indoctrinated with various ideologies by Song Gue, and turned into ruthless killing machines. Gu Ming slowly shook his head. "If I were truly a traitor to the clan, I wouldn't have spared your life." As his words fell, he slowly drew out the moon abyss spear. Bai Yi endured the intense pain in his chest and took out a pill from his pocket. This is a potion crafted by a high-level wood demon. After taking it, wounds heal rapidly. However, even so, he still poses no threat in front of Gu Ming. Gu Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on Bai Yi, his voice deep. Your perception has already become severely distorted. Dean Son said I am a traitor to my clan, but do you really believe that? Bai Yi lowered his head and murmured to himself. You don't seem like one. But the Dean. He found it difficult to accept this massive cognitive dissonance. It was like someone who had firmly believed for decades that the sun rises in the east, only to suddenly find one day that the sun rises in the west, or doesn't rise at all. That person would inevitably collapse. Bai Yi could still remain calm, which already surprised Gu Ming. What he wants to know most now is what darkness is hidden in the welfare home controlled by Song Gue, as mentioned by Bai Yi. The key to solving the mystery lies with Bai Yi. If you want to uncover the truth, do as I say and go meet someone. Who? Bai Yi raised his head, his eyes slightly lighting up. General's mansion in Fire City, Zhaozilong. The Welfare Institute controlled by Song Gue is no ordinary place. For now, Gu Ming cannot personally intervene in this matter and can only entrust Bai Yi to Zhaozilong. He knows how to handle it. Though the darkness had dispersed, the sky dimmed once again. The two stood on the desolate path. Bai Yi looked at Gu Ming and slowly nodded. I trust you. Gu Ming picked up the long sword stuck in the ground beside him and handed it to him. The young man took the sword and was about to leave, but was stopped by Gu Ming. Tell me about the intelligence from the inspectorate. Gu Ming's gaze was profound, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. Bai Yi nodded. This time, without the interference of the white tiger's spirit, he obediently revealed his thoughts. He is stubborn and simple, and once he trusts someone, he won't doubt them. 10 minutes later, Bai Yi shook his head. I know, that's all. On the quiet path, the young man looked at Gu Ming, his gaze pure and innocent. Gu Ming waved his hand, Bai Yi saluted and quickly disappeared into the darkness. In the darkness, those flickering shadows leapt into Gu Ming's view, and he couldn't help but sigh. The welfare home. Director Song of the Supervisory Institute is truly a scoundrel. As the saying goes, children are like blank paper, clean and pure, yet can be arbitrarily painted upon. And Song Gue actually controls an orphanage. He trains the children in the orphanage to become assassins, serving the supervisory office, twisting their values. Thinking of this, Gu Ming felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. The cold winter wind blew through, slightly calming his emotions. Forget it, these matters are not something he can worry about right now. For now, everything will be handed over to Zhao Zilong and Old Master Zhao to handle. Gu Ming trusted that they shared an understanding. Thud thud. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed, and a flash of silver appeared before Gu Ming. On the narrow path, Sun Tiancheng led 50 members of the White Tiger Army swiftly forward. As they approached, Sun Tiancheng stared at Gu Ming, his expression slightly changed. Gu Qianfu Zhang, have you just been through a battle? Gu Ming nodded. Someone attempted an assassination, but I took care of it. Sun Tiancheng looked around but saw no corpse, only scattered traces of a fight. Since Gu Ming said it was resolved, he didn't ask further. What's the situation inside the ruins? Sun Tiancheng's tone carried a hint of doubt. The ruins are surrounded by the racial talents of the Night Clan, which should theoretically be fraught with danger, yet in reality, there seems to be no major issue. We followed your trail all the way and discovered numerous Night Clan corpses, each with their throats slit by a single sword strike. The one who acted possesses extraordinary strength. White Knight, as expected, is fiercely intolerant of evil, treating alien beasts and all races as mortal enemies. Gu Ming understood in his heart that he was already 10 years old when Song Gue sent him to the welfare home. Although a 10-year-old child has a limited worldview, they still understand basic principles. It is very likely that his parents taught him from a young age that alien beasts and all races are mortal enemies. Even Song Gue probably cannot change this, which is why his personality was deliberately shaped. As long as Song Gue doesn't reveal any flaws, Bai Yi will never betray him. Coupled with his strength, ordinary people simply cannot survive under his blade. I am increasingly suspicious about the origins of the children in that orphanage, Gu Ming muttered to himself, his expression grave. Sun Tiancheng glanced at him and said in a low voice, Commander Gu, you've been attacked. Should I report this to the general? He might be able to help you uncover the truth. Gu Ming slowly shook his head. Take me to the ruins first. Sun Tiancheng nodded and said no more. The White Tiger Army followed closely behind, and Gu Ming and Sun Tiancheng quickly entered the ruins of the Qingfeng sect. They ventured deeper, surrounded by ancient inscriptions on bronze artifacts. The text was obscure and difficult to understand, but Gu Ming did not pause and headed straight to the innermost area. Before long, he saw a group of people in the main hall. Xin Yu and Tu Yunfa stood on both sides, looking exhausted. In the middle were Chen Ting and Wang Gong, their faces covered in dust.
Behind them stood many injured students, clearly having suffered heavy blows from the Night Clan before Bai Yi took action.
Commander Gu.
Chen Ting and Wang Gong immediately stood up upon seeing Gu Ming arrive. The two looked grateful, and the students were completely relieved. Gu Qianfu has arrived, their guardian deity is here, the danger is over.
Gu Ming nodded slightly and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me about it."
Chen Ting nodded, and the distinctive voice of Mage Lei rang out.
I, along with Duke Wang, led the martial arts students to investigate the ruins and discovered that this place is called Qingfeng Mountain, a major site for artifact forging formations before the Great Cataclysm. Just as we were collecting information, a large area was shrouded in black mist, and the Night Clan intruded. They were incredibly powerful. Duke Wang and I fought desperately to protect the students, but many were still injured. Chen Ting lowered his head, looking despondent. As the president of the Martial Alliance, his greatest desire was to protect the younger generation as they grew. Wang Gong continued.
Just as we were about to lose hold of the defensive line, a dark figure pierced through the darkness. Where the shadow passed, the Night Clan was all slain with a single sword to the throat, completely annihilated. The old man's eyes revealed shock.
The Night Clan of the Second Province was renowned.
Now, someone has achieved such a feat on their territory, truly terrifying. Gu Ming nodded lightly, confirming in his heart that Bai Yi hadn't lied to him. Even if he had lied to him, it wouldn't matter. Just a defeated opponent, so what if he escaped? Even if they faced off again, it would be the same. His growth was so fast that no one could keep up. Maybe next time Bai Yi comes again, he will have already stepped into the 4th tier. Under the same tier, facing him would be an instant defeat. Even Bai Ye's talent would be useless against him. But what if this idle move succeeds? Perhaps this is the key to defeating Song Gue in the future. Gu Qianfu, I'll leave this to you. Chen Ting took out a piece of parchment from his chest, his gaze resolute. Gu Ming took it with a puzzled expression, only to see an ancient suit of armor drawn on the paper. The armor is covered with intricate patterns, which at first glance resemble some kind of special formation.
Sun Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted.
Gu Ming's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at the annotation beside him.
Spirit Gathering Armor, infuse vitality to enhance offense and defense. A simple sentence, yet it reveals that this battle armor is extraordinary.
The personal battle armor of the White Tiger Army possesses such magical effects.
This is almost half the lifeline of the White Tiger Army.
They rely on this blood energy containing armor to transform soldiers into mechanical life forms.
Make an already powerful talent become extraordinarily exaggerated.
Gu Ming understood the reason for Sun Tiancheng's shock and also noticed that the Spirit Gathering battle armor was somewhat different from the White Tiger Army's armor. The Spirit Gathering battle armor was simpler and not a mechanical life form at all.
It was merely an ordinary ancient battle armor that could enhance combat power when worn.
Unlike the White Tiger Army's battle armor, it requires a metal-based talent and the transformation of a mechanical life form, making the condition stringent. Of course, the effect is also slightly inferior.
But this is undeniable. This is a treasure.
Gu Ming's face revealed a smile. He hadn't expected this trip to be so fruitful.
But as for the Spirit Gathering battle armor, who should I find to forge it?
He frowned, feeling a wave of irritation, and stopped thinking further, carefully putting away the parchment. Chen Ting and Wang Gong exchanged a knowing smile. Gu Ming personally rescued them, and the two were overwhelmed with gratitude. After much thought, the only thing they could offer Gu Ming in return was this piece of parchment they couldn't understand. With the matter of the ruins settled, Gu Ming led the team back to Pengcheng under the cover of night. As dawn approached, a dark figure swiftly traversed thousands of miles, heading straight for Fire City.
He silently sneaked into the city without anyone noticing.
Under the shadow was the face of that stubborn young man. He headed straight to the Fire City demon-suppressing general's mansion and quietly infiltrated it. After traversing through the night for a long time, Bai Yi finally arrived at the largest main hall of the general's mansion. He took a deep breath and suddenly rushed into the hall. In an instant, Bai Yi froze in the main hall, his figure no longer able to hide in the darkness. Around him, thousands of spears simultaneously aimed at him. Any slight movement would result in being pierced like a sieve. The might of the martial lord, the great force of heaven and earth. White Knight murmured softly, yet his expression remained calm as usual. For assassins like them, realms are nothing more than labels, insufficient to shake their inner resolve. No fear, no hesitation, only a calm weighing of pros and cons.
Who are you? A tranquil voice sounded beside White Knight's ear.
No figure was seen, but in the Fire City, the only one possessing such a grand force of nature was Zhao Zilong.
Supervisory Office, Heaven-ranked assassin, Bai Yi.
Bai Yi introduced himself, and after his voice fell, The other side remains silent for 2 seconds, seemingly not reacting immediately.
Then, the voice slowly continued, Song Gue sent you to kill me?
The long spear suddenly disappeared, and the main hall of the general's mansion reappeared before his eyes. A man dressed in ancient attire, with a mature and handsome face, stood in front of Bai Yi, his eyes full of confusion and astonishment.
Had Song Gue been possessed by someone? Or had he lost his mind? He actually sent a child to assassinate him?
Even if he is a top-tier assassin and a peak 4th-rank martial lord, he is underestimating Zhao Zilong too much.
Zhao Zilong squinted his eyes and stared at Bai Yi, slowly raising his hand.
A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Bai Yi, forcing him to kneel on the ground.
I don't like children who lie.
White Knight knelt on the ground, though suppressed by the heavy pressure, his expression remained calm.
He spoke, his voice firm, the dean sent me to kill Gu Ming.
As soon as the words fell, the heavy pressure gradually dissipated. Zhao Zilong squinted his eyes, just about to ask a question, when another person walked out from the rear of the main hall. An elderly man with white hair stood with his hands behind his back, his figure slightly hunched, and his eyes full of the vicissitudes of life as he gazed at Bai Yi.
Gu Ming sent you? Bai Yi nodded.
He told me to come and find Zhao Zilong. The old man pondered for a moment before asking again, tell me about your background and the reason Gu Ming sent you to find Zhao Zilong.
White Knight nodded and explained his background in Gu Ming's commission in detail.
He did not fear Zhao Zilong and the elder. Though they could crush him effortlessly, he remained fearless. What Gu Ming entrusted him with, he would surely accomplish. Zhao Zilong remained silent for a long time, finally understanding everything. Song Gue sent assassins to kill Gu Ming, but they obviously failed, and their identities and the secrets behind them were uncovered by Gu Ming. Thus, Gu Ming asked Bai Yi to find Zhao Zilong. Scouts are no fools, and Zhao Zilong naturally understood the stakes involved. The elder, with his quick and agile thinking, immediately guessed the general situation upon meeting. White Knight slowly revealed the secret of Song Gue's orphanage.
After listening, Zhao Zilong looked at the old man, his face as grim as iron.
Song Gue, the director of the Supervisory Institute and a top-ranking official, was secretly running an orphanage to train assassins.
The Supervisory Institute wields immense power, which is not inherently objectionable. But Song Gue actually used underage children as assassins, twisting their worldview and forging cold-blooded killing machines? This is simply outrageous.
Zhao Zilong combines the wisdom of a scout, the composure of a wind mage, and the temper of a thunder mage in one.
Damn bastard.
He immediately realized the orphanage was shrouded in darkness.
Bai Yi's background was even more shocking. His parents were killed by the myriad races, and Song Gue helped him seek revenge?
For Zhao Zilong to believe this, his high-ranking brain would have to be thrown to the ground and stomped on twice.
The dignified director of the inspectorate, helping a rootless, drifting child seek revenge? Don't joke around.
Bai Yi said he came from a small town in the southern region.
Where would Song Gue's gaze fall? He actually helped him take revenge? Are you kidding me?
Everything Bai Yi experienced was personally orchestrated by Song Gue. First, he had the myriad races kill his parents, then appeared as a savior to avenge them, followed by brainwashing him and training him to become a cold and ruthless killer.
Bai Yi might just be an extremely rare S-level special talent. Those children who haven't awakened powerful talents.
Zhao Zilong couldn't bear to think about it in detail, it was simply a string of blood-soaked numbers. As the director of the Royal Trust's Inspection Institute, he actually used such methods to secretly capture children and train assassins. Just the thought of it made the anger in Zhao Zilong's chest difficult to quell.
Zilong.
Just as Zhao Zilong was almost unable to control his emotions, on the verge of losing control, the voice of old Master Zhao sounded in his ear.
Zhao Zilong slightly regained his composure, looked at his father, and gently nodded. Although his anger had slightly subsided, those cruel facts made it hard for him to calm his heart.
Old Master Zhao stared at Bai Yi with a heavy gaze. The most important question is, why did you listen to Gu Ming and come looking for Zhao Zilong? Bai Yi stood still, carefully recalling. In the end, he gave the answer.
He is the only one I have ever failed in my many years of missions. Simply put, Gu Ming defeated him. Moreover, this was the only defeat in all these years. Countless people have fallen by White Knight's blade.
Among them, perhaps there were truly those guilty of heinous crimes.
But what about the innocent? Could there be none? Should these sins be borne by a child as pure as a blank sheet of paper? No. Let Song Gue bear the burden.
Old Master Zhao stepped forward slowly and gently stroked the head of the stubborn young boy.
Don't rush, we'll take it slow. Let's help your brother Gu Ming complete the task, alright?
Bai Yi looked up, and the stubbornness in his eyes was tinged with a hint of innocence.
Okay. He nodded lightly, gripping the bronze sword tightly without letting go.
This sword was obtained from the ruins of Qingfeng sect, and he cherished it deeply. Before Gu Ming left, he handed this sword to him as a gift for himself. Old Master Zhao showed a gentle smile and softly comforted Bai Yi for a while before letting him go to rest. After Bai Yi left, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but turn to look at his father. "Father, we..." Before he could finish speaking, Old Master Zhao glared at him coldly, his tone impatient. "What else can we do? Report this matter to the court? And then let Song Guixian find out and deal with those children in the welfare home in advance?" Zhao Zilong was momentarily speechless. Old Master Zhao's gaze was deep. "Zilong, I've taught you since you were young not to be too loyal to the royal family. Now, do you understand?" Zhao Zilong lowered his head, his face full of struggle and hesitation. Between the children in the welfare home and Song Gue, who would the royal family choose? Perhaps there are righteous individuals within the royal family, but they would ultimately choose Song Gue. Not only is he a strong figure, but he has also controlled the supervisory court for many years, maintaining stability across various factions. More importantly, he is extremely obedient to the royal family. Once Song Gue falls, the Prime Minister's residence, the Demon Suppression Army, and the Night Patrol will all be thrown into turmoil. It is simply impossible to cultivate another equally obedient director of the inspectorate. Zhao Zilong was speechless. "Father, then are we just going to do nothing?" Old Master Zhao shook his head, his eyes revealing deep compassion for Bai Yi and those children. "Absolutely cannot do nothing. Otherwise, Gu Ming wouldn't have let him come to see you." He pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. "On one hand, I will assign people to secretly investigate the orphanage matter and try to capture more assassins from the inspectorate for interrogation. On the other hand, I'll have the Demon Suppression Army keep a close watch on incidents like Baiye's, aiming to minimize their occurrence." Speaking of this, Old Master Zhao closed his eyes, full of helplessness. Even he could only reduce the frequency of incidents like Baiye's, but could not completely prevent them. Still too weak. Zhao Zilong clenched his fists, his teeth tightly gritted. Old Master Zhao reopened his eyes. "Wait, we can only wait. Wait for the day when our Lord of 10,000 soldiers truly rises." Regarding Luo Dahai, Old Master Zhao said no more. The outside world only knows that Zhao Zilong possesses wind, thunder, and gold triple-element talents, but in reality, he is only one. SS-grade wind and thunder heavenly general talent, born for a purpose. He was born to be a guardian, destined to accompany the Lord of 10,000 weapons on the battlefield. Only a heavenly general like him can recognize the Lord of 10,000 weapons at first glance. Thinking of Gu Ming, Zhao Zilong swallowed all his anger and slowly nodded. "I understand, Father. For the sake of the great cause, he could endure humiliation and bear the burden." Old Master Zhao smiled and then changed the subject. "Assassins from the supervisory court, though I've never seen them in person, I've heard of them. A top-tier assassin, they actually sent a top-tier to assassinate Gu Ming. Song Gue is truly willing to spare no expense. But that kid Gu Ming, really surprising, even a top-tier assassin couldn't deal with him." Old Master Zhao sighed, shaking his head repeatedly. Zhao Zilong's eyes flickered. The assassins of the supervisory court are divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mystical, yellow, and human. The heaven rank is the highest level. Apart from mystical, yellow, and human, the assassins of the supervisory court are not classified by their cultivation level. The heaven and earth ranks are determined solely by talent. Bai Yi, only 15 years old, is at the peak of the 4th-tier martial lord and possesses an S-level Night Stalker talent, making him most suited for assassination. Yet he was defeated by Gu Ming? This setback was hard for Bai Yi to accept. Gu Ming is truly extraordinary. Zhao Zilong regained his composure, his gaze steady. He turned to Old Master Zhao and asked curiously, "Father, you said there would be major changes in Beizhou recently. What exactly are they?" Old Master Zhao had returned from the capital a few days ago, saying that something significant would happen in Beizhou, but he had not disclosed the specific details. Zhao Zilong couldn't hide his curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Old Master Zhao glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. "I only caught a few clues from the intelligence, and I definitely won't tell you. Take a guess?" Zhao Zilong was stunned, frowning in deep thought. The major affairs of Beizhou could not possibly be related to Gu Ming. Gu Ming's current level is too low. Although his potential is great, he still needs time to grow. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up. "Father, could it be that Lu Yongzhang has advanced to the 7th rank? He thought of the 2 7th-rank demon cores he had sent to Linsheng, one of which Luo Dahai had given to Lu Yongzhang. Coupled with the one he originally had, Lu Yongzhang's chances of advancing to the 7th rank were very high, at least a 50% chance to take the risk. In the world of the strong, advancement is an extremely dangerous matter.
Even with only a 10% chance, at least half the people would take the risk to try. With a 30% chance, the vast majority would make a move. If there's a 50% chance, no matter who it is, they would give their all to fight for it. Even if failure means death and annihilation, they remain fearless.
Zhao Zilong pondered carefully. At present, the only path was for Lu Yongzheng to advance to the 7th rank. Old Master Zhao looked at him and shook his head with a smile. It's not him, not so soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong furrowed his brows tightly.
Not Lu Yongzheng? Then who could it be?
With doubts clouding his mind, Old Master Zhao turned his gaze toward the direction of the 2nd province, his eyes glinting with profound meaning.
The next day, Pengcheng.
Gu Ming and his group returned last night, bringing back news of victory and safety.
The entire Pengcheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
However, Guanlingji and Yan Hai were furious upon learning that Gu Ming had been ambushed on his way. Gu Ming responded calmly, saying the assassin's identity was unknown, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and everything dissipated after he killed them.
No one doubted his words.
After all, no one would excuse the person who tried to assassinate them.
The outside world has already regarded Bai Yi as a dead entity. Even Director Song of the Supervisory Institute could never have imagined.
Gu Ming harbors the spirit of the white tiger within him, capable of making Bai Yi submit to him. This move, Gu Ming played beautifully. As the first step for a chess player, he has laid a solid foundation. Whether this can be used to seize evidence against Song Gui and eliminate him in one fell swoop depends on the subsequent arrangements. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun slowly rose high into the sky. Gu Ming, dressed in black and holding a long spear, stood on the dormitory rooftop. Under the scorching sun, the ice and snow slowly melted, yet the cold remained bone-chilling. As the year-end approaches, the cold grows increasingly piercing. He stands amidst the ice and snow, the blazing sun overhead seemingly lifting him to the pinnacle of light. Yet in Gu Ming's heart, he recalls the feelings of yesterday. The fear of being shrouded in the realm of white night and dark night, losing all 5 senses. He vaguely felt that the miracle he had been waiting for, the miracle of tempering jade bones, was hidden in this very moment.
Finally,
when the sun hung high in the sky, positioned at the center of heaven and earth, Gu Ming slightly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The qi and blood within the body surged like a dragon, flooding the limbs and bones, which faintly emitted a golden glow.
After prolonged tempering, the golden bones finally radiated an unprecedented hue.
The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the last trace of twilight faded away. The world instantly plunged into darkness, with moonlight hanging high.
Gu Ming finally began to move.
He slowly inserted the long spear in his hand into the ground, closing his eyes to look inward. The dazzling golden glow on his muscles and bones gradually faded away, leaving only a jade-like, radiant white light. This light was incredibly gentle, enveloping him and allowing him to feel an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort. Iron bones are incredibly tough, and golden bones are sharp and exposed. Once achieved, they can at least reach the martial king realm. Jade bones, on the other hand, are entirely different, being restrained and introspective, focusing on nurturing the body and refining character. Gu Ming's combat power did not directly improve because of the jade bones, but these legendary jade bones brought him a completely different kind of surprise.
A transcendent understanding.
He understood that from the moment the jade-like bones took shape, he had completely surpassed everyone.
Whether it was ordinary people or extraordinary geniuses, they were no longer on the same level. Throughout history, those who could fully refine golden bones have been extremely rare. Now that I've become jade bones, does that make me the best of all time?
Gu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, secretly pleased in his heart. He reached out and gripped the moon abyss spear beside him. In the night, a cold gleam suddenly appeared, and the shadow of the spear soared like a dragon. This time, there was no energy aura, only the purest spear radiance. The spear struck like a dragon, and Gu Ming smiled once again. He felt that this spear was finally worlds apart from the past, a qualitative leap. Congratulations, Master, for perceiving the essence of stake techniques and martial skills. A glimmer of cold light, the spear strikes like a dragon, stepping into the realm of transcendence. Congratulations, Master, for comprehending the SS-level technique, Cold Dragon Spear Intent. Cold Dragon Spear Intent, an SS-level technique, created through the fusion and innovation of 2S-level stake techniques and martial skills by a peerless prodigy with unparalleled talent and extraordinary physique. Within a kilometer range, a single shot releases the cold dragon, freezing and sealing the surroundings. At the pinnacle realm, it can even freeze space itself, cutting off all escape routes for the enemy. Gu Ming glanced at the description of the cold dragon spear's intent, his expression shifting slightly, and immediately opened the attribute panel for a quick look.
Name, Gu Ming. Age, 18. Realm, peak of 3rd tier general, Jade Bone, 3%. Military rank, Centurion, personal guard of Major General. Physique, Divine Spear Sacred Body, Supreme Level. Talent, Peerless War God, Supreme Level, Peerless Genius, Supreme Level. Abilities, Perception and Insight, Perfected, Master of Command, Advanced, Aura of Slaughter, Advanced, Martial Arts Grandmaster, Advanced. Techniques, Frost Dragon Spear Intent, SS level, Minor Achievement, Purple Thunderstep, S level, Advanced. Spiritual Weapons, Moon Nether Spear, Tier 4 Supreme, Growth Potential, War God Tiger Talisman, Tier 4. The stance and martial arts sections have been merged into a brand new technique. The intent of the Cold Dragon Spear might originate from the prototype of A Flash of Cold Light. The spear strikes like a dragon. Just after comprehension, it reaches minor success, allowing precise control within a kilometer. What about after major success? A range of 10 kilometers? Perfect mastery? Freezing the void.
A famous saying from novels of his past life surfaced in Gu Ming's mind. Sword energy sweeps across 30,000 miles, a single sword's brilliance chills 19 provinces. That was the legendary swordsman, whose swordsmanship had reached perfection, with a single cold gleam of his sword able to awe heaven and earth. As for him, if the intent of his Frost Dragon Spear were to fully mature, though he dared not claim to chill 19 provinces, but within 100,000 meters, no one can escape the edge of his gun. This level of strength is already enough to be shocking. Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This new technique is called Frost Dragon Spear Intent. Although it is currently only at the minor achievement stage, it has mastered the initial form. In the future, as the realm improves, it will undoubtedly become increasingly powerful. When the time comes to be crowned king and revered, perhaps he can truly achieve one spear freezing 19 provinces. He chuckled softly and turned around, ready to rest. As the end of December approached, Pengcheng remained as calm as ever. With him guarding, the beasts hardly dare to provoke easily. Gu Ming focused on his cultivation, and in less than a month, his jade bone refinement reached 10%. This was achieved without using the Demon Lord's inner core. If used, the speed would be even faster. However, he currently has 3 Demon Lord inner cores in hand and does not plan to consume them for now. He wants to wait until the right moment arrives and then seize it in one go. The key to Jade Bone lies not in the amount of vitality but in the depth of understanding. When the time comes, consuming 3 inner cores at once could very likely lead to a direct breakthrough to the 4th tier. During this period, the Howling Moon Army has also been steadily developing. It is worth noting that after the Qingfeng sect ruins incident, Tu Yunfa no longer jumped up in anger or opposed Gu Ming. On the contrary, some people genuinely admired him, just like Sun Tiancheng did back in the day. After discussing it, Guan Lingji and Yan Hai simply decided to step back and let Tu Yunfa lead the city defense battalion.
Tu Yunfa was exceptionally obedient to Gu Ming's orders.
Calculating it all, Gu Ming is now the true commander in charge of the demon-suppressing army in Pengcheng. Coupled with the respect from the City Lord's Mansion, the Night Patrol, the Martial Alliance, and the Chamber of Commerce, Gu Ming has now almost become the #1 figure in Pengcheng, wielding immense power. In other places, anyone with such great prestige would have long been envied and resented by their colleagues, with heavy suspicion. But Gu Ming is Gu Ming, no one dares to utter a word of opposition. His prestige in Pengcheng is rising steadily. This has attracted many young scholars, who are determined to join the Demon Suppression Army in the future. Originally, among the City Lord's Mansion, the Demon Suppression Army, and the Night Patrol, young people all dreamed of joining the Night Patrol.
After all, the Night Watchers operate independently of the City Lord's Mansion, unlike the Demon Suppression Army, which is so dangerous. It's a position everyone desires. But now, Gu Ming's prestige has made most young people change their minds.
The Demon Suppression Army is dangerous? That's because you're not a genius. Look at Gu Qian, the commander, look at the guardian deity of our Ping City. It is precisely the age of fate is determined by me, not by heaven, where passion is easily ignited. Thus, more and more people want to join the Demon Suppression Army. This has caused the number of Peng City Demon Suppression Army members to double, adding 2 new recruit camps led by Guan Lingji and Yan Hai respectively. They willingly relinquished power and went to train new recruits themselves. With Gu Ming around, they felt more at ease than guarding Pengcheng themselves. That day, Lu Ruyan happily ran up to the rooftop. In the winter chill, she was dressed as if it were summer, wearing a tweed jacket paired with a pleated short skirt. Sometimes wearing boots, sometimes white sneakers, she is undoubtedly the campus goddess. A sweet smile hung on her face as she excitedly found Gu Ming to share the good news. Gu Ming, I've advanced to the third stage of the third-tier Marshal General. I'm one step closer to you. Gu Ming put away the moon nether spear, dressed in a simple black training outfit, yet still looked handsome and upright. Lu Ruyan stared at him with her big eyes, her smile sweet, and her eyes full of joy. By the way, I have some good news to tell you. A trace of curiosity flashed in Gu Ming's eyes as he looked at her delicate face. Lu Ruyan proudly took something out from behind her back. It was a breastplate made of black metal, somewhat rough but with distinct contours. Gu Ming frowned slightly, looking at her in confusion. Lu Ruyan flipped the breastplate over, revealing the details inside. This is a prototype of the spirit-gathering battle armor I made. Take a look and tell me what you think. Her face was full of anticipation, as if she was waiting for his praise. Gu Ming was somewhat surprised. Ever since obtaining the spirit-gathering battle armor, he had sought out many trusted individuals for appraisal: Lu Yongzheng, Mu Yanfei, and even Luo Dahai. Luo Dahai was dumbfounded over the phone at the time. Me, this simple-minded country bumpkin, you want me to carve formation patterns and refine artifacts? Are you out of your mind? Since then, Gu Ming understood that such matters must never be entrusted to the earth monster. However, even before he had formed his jade bones, he lacked the ability to forge a spirit-gathering battle armor. In the ancient era before the Great Cataclysm, warriors were not strong, but they had perfected the use of external tools and blood energy techniques to the extreme. The mysteries of the spirit-gathering battle armor are extraordinary. The breastplate before her, Lu Ruyan not only understood it but also created a sample? Unexpectedly, she actually has a talent for forging. Gu Ming's face was full of surprise, while Lu Ruyan was overjoyed inside. She smiled as she pressed the breastplate against her chest and patted it with her hand. Come on, punch me, let's test it. She had just finished making the battle armor and couldn't wait for Gu Ming to try it. But Gu Ming didn't make a move. Instead, he snatched the chest armor and stared at her with a look as if she were an idiot. Do you want to die? Lu Ruyan froze, immediately realizing. She and Gu Ming were both third-tier martial generals, but if Gu Ming made a move, she probably wouldn't be able to hold out. Frustrated, she still focused intently on Gu Ming and swung her fist fiercely at his chest armor. The chest armor trembled slightly as Gu Ming infused it with vital energy. The runes on his back glimmered, forcibly absorbing most of the force. The incoming impact was almost harmless. In Gu Ming's view, even a second-tier martial soldier could be resisted by this battle armor for one or two punches. This spirit-gathering battle armor is truly a treasure. Gu Ming smiled, and Lu Ruyan smiled as well. Your defense is quite impressive. She snatched back the breastplate and ran off cheerfully. Walking to the staircase, Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered something and turned back to Gu Ming, saying, Gu Ming, it's been almost 3 months since you last went back to Lincheng. Don't you want to go back and take a look? Back to Lin City? Gu Ming was slightly stunned, and people like Gu Xian, Gu Feng, the Sun and Moon Squad, Mu Yanfei, and Lu Yongzheng flashed through his mind. Lu Ruyan saw him silent for a long time, lost in memories, and stomped her foot angrily. Gu Ming, have you forgotten or are you unaware? Sister Luya's birthday is on December 15th, just 3 days from now. This remark left Gu Ming completely stunned. Luya's birthday? He hadn't even given it a thought. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Then let's make a trip back to Lincheng. Lu Ruyan finally left satisfied. 3 days later, the two set off lightly equipped, driving an off-road vehicle on their way back to Lincheng. Gu Ming only informed Guan Lingji and Yan Hai, no one else was aware. This move was to prevent alien beasts and myriad races from launching an attack in his absence. If they don't know he left early, even if there's any movement, Lincheng and Pengcheng are only over 200 kilometers apart, and he can quickly return. Lu Ruyan sat in the driver's seat, smiling as she looked at Gu Ming in the passenger seat. How is it? The clothes I made are pretty good, right? At this moment, Gu Ming had changed into a brand new black outfit. This outfit is different from training clothes, more like a suit, with a touch of rustic charm, yet it perfectly outlines his figure. Gu Ming was already tall and handsome, and wearing this outfit made him look even more strikingly heroic. This is precisely the lightweight spirit-gathering battle armor that Lu Ruyan completed within 3 days. She understood that heavy battle armor would be of no use to Gu Ming. Between the strong, external objects are merely auxiliary. A lightweight and sturdy spirit-gathering battle armor is his best choice. Lu Ruyan, skillful and nimble, crafted the garment in just 3 days and gifted it to Gu Ming. Gu Ming did not refuse. After all, his relationship with City Lord Lu was deep, and he had long regarded Lu Ruyan as a younger sister. However, Lu Ruyan is now a sophomore, 20 years old, older than him.
Calling a girl older than oneself younger sister actually has its own charm.
The two set out in the morning and returned to Lincheng by noon. Gu Mingxian headed straight to the Sun and Moon Squad's base, wanting to see his teammates. But it was all in vain.
As an instructor of the Gale Project, how could Luya have the leisure to remember anyone's birthday?
Even if she did remember, there was no time to celebrate. At this moment, the Sun and Moon Squad was out on a mission. Feeling a slight sense of loss, Guming didn't linger and turned to head to the city lord's mansion.
Once again, the place was empty.
His younger siblings were there as usual, but Lu Yongzheng did not show up. From their words, he learned that Lu Yongzheng had told them not to attend school during this period.
Gu Ming immediately understood. Lu Yongzheng went into seclusion. But if it were just ordinary seclusion, even if he were breaking through to the peak of the 6th-tier Martial King, it wouldn't be enough to keep Gu Xian and Gu Feng at the city lord's mansion instead of attending school, would it?
He quickly sorted out his thoughts.
Lu Yongzheng is very likely striving for the 7th tier. But without a 7th-tier demon core, how could he possibly break through?
Gu Ming's heart stirred as he recalled that Luo Dahai had once mentioned the hidden truth behind the royal court's control of the demon subjugation army. However, Lu Yongzheng has been in seclusion for so long, he couldn't possibly just be breaking through to the peak of Martial King.
This matter is becoming more and more intriguing.
Gu Ming smiled faintly and asked Lu Ruyan to help guide Gu Xian and Gu Feng in their cultivation, while he went alone to the general's mansion. He visited his old friends Chen Pang, Dong Songlin, and Zhao Ruilong. Since Luo Dahai left, the three have continued to diligently fulfill their duties. Apart from Chen Pang, Dong Songlin, and Zhao Ruilong's strength has hardly improved. Chen Pang, however, has risen to the peak of the 5th-tier Martial Marquis.
Gu Ming was not surprised by this.
Chen Pang had single-handedly captured in Honlin back then, and his strength had long been extraordinary. Coupled with his S-level talent, reaching the peak of Martial Marquis was only natural. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Ming left the general's mansion to meet the last person Lin Chang wanted him to see.
Mu Yinfei. The top floor of the Night Watcher's headquarters skyscraper.
Led by the female assistant Hera, Gu Ming quickly arrived at the door of Mu Yinfei's office.
Hera glanced at Gu Ming and said with a smile,
"The minister is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 7th rank, but she specifically instructed that if you came, you could go straight in." After hearing this, Gu Ming hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should leave.
As if seeing through his thoughts, Hera smiled again and said,
"Just go straight in, the minister wants to see you too." Gu Ming no longer hesitated, nodded, and turned the doorknob. Hera watched his figure disappear behind the door, then turned and left, her high heels clicking.
Back in her own office, Hera took out her diary and began to write. I don't know why Mu Yanfei values a young man so much. Could it be that his talent is too astonishing? I don't understand. With Mu Yanfei's personality and status, she absolutely shouldn't act this way. Gu Ming, what secret are you hiding? After writing, the handwriting slowly disappeared, turning into an ordinary daily record. Inside the top-level minister's office, Gu Ming closed the heavy dark wooden door and walked silently on the luxurious carpet with light steps. By the wide floor-to-ceiling window, Mu Yanfei, dressed in a professional suit, sat sideways with her eyes closed. Around her, over 100 weapons quietly hovered, trembling slightly. Gu Ming sensed it, his expression changed slightly. He understood that Mu Yanfei's advancement had reached the most critical moment. But this woman actually chose to break through the bottleneck here? No formations or guards around? Although this is the Night Watcher's headquarters, one of the safest places in Lin City, it's still too risky. After all, this is the critical battle to reach the 7th rank. Gu Ming didn't understand, but he knew Mu Yanfei had her own plans. She, as a commander-level scout, is definitely no fool. She is even more astute than him. Perhaps everyone thought she wouldn't advance here, but she deliberately chose this place. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Gu Ming sneered inwardly, shook his head to pull back his thoughts, and silently stood aside without interrupting. He decided to wait and see. If Mu Yanfei showed no unusual reaction, he would leave first to avoid disturbing her breakthrough. Time passed minute by minute, and half an hour flew by in an instant. Gu Ming suddenly sensed that Mu Yanfei's aura had changed abruptly. There was an additional aura that he couldn't comprehend. In the past, Mu Yanfei, though surrounded by over 100 weapons, could only control a few of them at the same time. Now, she suddenly seems able to command all the weapons. 100 weapons in hand, wielded at will. Gu Ming closed his eyes to feel the intent of his frost dragon spear. He has grasped the rudiments of spear intent, and in the eyes of cultivators, it is a faintly glowing long spear.
But the current glow remains dim, shrouded in dark, chilling energy, unable to radiate fully. In the unseen realm, Gu Ming's jade-like bones faintly glimmered within his body, resonating momentarily with the 100 weapons beside Mu Yanfei. At this moment, Mu Yanfei slowly opened her eyes, her golden hair casually draped, dressed in a champagne-colored blouse paired with a skirt. Her smile is mature and gentle, with elegance and wisdom in her eyes. If Luya still carries a hint of youthful charm in her sophisticated demeanor, then Mu Yanfei embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. The kind of queen with a soft-spoken manner yet an extremely assertive and bold approach. The two exchanged glances, and the nearby weapons slowly returned to their positions, standing upright. Just like that, you advanced to the 7th rank? Gu Ming was surprised. But the aura emanating from Mu Yanfei made him firmly believe it. She was already a 7th rank martial sovereign. Advancing to the 7th rank, shouldn't the momentum be more imposing? Seemingly understanding his confusion, Mu Yanfei chuckled softly, her voice gentle and melodious. Do you think I'm some 9th rank expert, capable of shaking the heavens and earth with a single move? It's merely a breakthrough to the 7th rank, not that dramatic. She looked at him with a gentle smile. Gu Ming suddenly realized and thought it made sense. At this moment, Mu Yanfei looked at him, a trace of surprise in her eyes. I remember when you left, the golden bone was not yet complete. Now, could this be? She froze, sensing the unusual aura emanating from Gu Ming. It wasn't the scent of golden bones, nor the essence of a 4th-tier martial lord refining his viscera. And that aura was unprecedented, extraordinarily remarkable. Above the golden bones? Mu Yanfei was clever and immediately guessed the reason. But she looked at Gu Ming, her gaze growing increasingly complex. A millennium after the Great Catastrophe, an era of great contention, the world remains turbulent and unstable. The Lord of 10,000 Weapons was born destined, and she, as a heavenly general, was his steadfast supporter, aiding him in reaching the pinnacle during the final battle. Yet, she faintly felt in her heart that this Lord of 10,000 Weapons was far too extraordinary. With awakened talent, his cultivation had lasted merely less than a year. Within 9 months, he achieved perfection in the Golden Bone stage and even stepped into the unprecedented Jade Bone realm. Mu Yanfei's gaze was complex, tinged with a bit of melancholy. Could this heavenly general be a gift born of the Lord of 10,000 Weapons? How could there be such an exaggerated Lord of 10,000 Weapons? She shook her head, not daring to think too much, yet unable to hide the doubt and warmth in her heart. You're in Pengcheng, living quite comfortably? Gu Ming sighed lightly and shook his head, smiling bitterly. Comfortably? I was just assassinated not long ago. If it weren't for the Zhao family supporting me and Mu Yanfei's assistance. Even with unparalleled talent, Gu Ming had no intention of clashing with Song Gue or embarking on a path of opposition to the ancient royal family. An individual's strength is insignificant. But when there are more people, the situation changes completely. Only when like-minded individuals gather can there be a chance to shake destiny. Mu Yanfei smiled. I've heard about the assassin long ago. Don't worry, as long as I leave Beizhou, such assassinations won't happen again. At least, not in secret. What does that mean? Gu Ming was stunned, even somewhat surprised. Mu Yanfei's promotion to the 7th rank meant she was about to leave Beizhou, which he understood. But once she left, could she really block all the enemies lurking in the shadows? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Old Master Zhao, a dignified 8th-tier powerhouse, wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Is she a 7th tier, an 8th tier, or even a 9th tier? Just as Gu Ming was feeling puzzled, Mu Yanfei gave him a gentle smile. Alright, from now on, focus on dealing with the enemies in plain sight. I can shield you from hidden dangers, but for open schemes, you'll have to rely on yourself. After saying this, she draped a white wool coat over her shoulders and gracefully turned to leave the room. As she reached the door, Gu Ming suddenly called out to her, Do you have a top-tier 4th-grade dagger? Sell me one. Today is Luya's birthday. Although he hasn't seen her, a gift still needs to be prepared. Mu Yanfei stopped in her tracks, shook her head, and smiled. Over 100 weapons on the weapon wall floated up, surrounding her, and were quickly absorbed into her body. But she kept one in her hand and handed it to Gu Ming with a wave. 4th-tier supreme grade, is it enough? Thank you. Mu Yanfei glanced at him with a hint of reproach and resumed walking, leaving behind a remark. You gave my things to another woman. If you do that, I might get jealous. As soon as the words fell, Gu Ming froze for a moment, only to see her gracefully leave, her figure gradually fading into the distance. Watching Mu Yanfei's silhouette disappear, Gu Ming's mind drifted to the agreement made 3 months ago. At that time, City Lord Lu was captured, and he came here to confront Mu Yanfei, only to unexpectedly discover that she was an ally. At the beginning, he promised to become the martial king within a year and help her slay the eternal night monarch, Mu Yenue. Now, the jade bones have just formed, though the journey is still long. You shield me from the dangers lurking in the shadows.
How could I break my promise? Minister, are we just leaving lynching like this?
Below the Night Watcher's headquarters, in front of a white business car, Hera looked at Mu Yenfei, her eyes full of curiosity.
Mu Yenfei responded with a smile and gently nodded. Let's go. Some things I originally didn't want to fight for, as they lack legitimacy. But for him, I must give it my all.
Hera smiled in confusion, her face blooming with a radiant smile.
Please, Minister. Mu Yenfei stepped gracefully into the white business car.
The car started, and Hera, sitting in the driver's seat, turned to look at her.
Minister, are we heading straight to the capital?
Mu Yenfei slowly shook her head, her gaze distant as she looked into the distance.
Before leaving, I need to make a trip to Twin City. Mu Yenfei left unhurriedly, taking her time to enjoy the scenery along the way. By evening, she arrived at Twin City. From afar, the towering Twin Towers loomed, while low-level exotic beasts densely populated the area outside the city.
A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, as if she remembered that she had once been the head of the Night Watcher's branch here. Now the Twin Cities have fallen, dilapidated and mottled, with civilization regressing. She shook her head and withdrew her gaze. You stay here, I'll go meet the Tiger King.
Hera nodded, watching Mu Yenfei step through the ice and snow, gradually disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, atop the twin sky towers of Twin City, a Tiger King, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, lay sprawled across it, its black skin glinting coldly in the night.
The biting wind of late December had no effect on it whatsoever.
Black Tiger was sound asleep. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the dark night, seemingly appearing out of thin air, coming and going without a trace.
In a black dress, the alluring and seductive eternal night monarch, Mu Yenyu, shouted sternly.
Tiger King, stop sleeping. Big trouble is coming. Whoosh! The Tiger King continued to snore thunderously, showing no signs of waking up.
Mu Yenyu helplessly reached out, grabbed one of the Tiger King's nose hairs, and gave it a fierce tug.
Roar!
A deep tiger roar erupted from the Tiger King's throat as he slowly opened his cold, beastly eyes, and fury instantly ignited. Woman, you're playing with fire and will get burned. The scene from the past will repeat itself. The black tiger transformed into a dark and handsome man, lunging fiercely at Mu Yenue. But her face darkened, staring coldly at him. Before the words were spoken, another figure appeared at the top of the Sky Twin Towers. Tap, tap. The sound of black high heels striking the ground echoed, and a pair of white feet came into view. Following that was a floor-length black dress, with a wool coat wrapped around the golden-haired Mu Yenfei. Her temperament and appearance far surpassed the Eternal Night King, exuding unparalleled charm. When the Tiger King saw her appear, his first reaction was not vigilance but a burning desire. For many years, he had been coveting Lady Mu Yen's beauty. Back then, Twin Cities had attracted him because of her. 8 years have passed, and the opportunity never came. Has it finally arrived now? Just as the Tiger King's heart ignited with flames, behind Mu Yenfei, hundreds of weapons suddenly rose outside the Twin Towers. Blades, spears, swords, and halberds converged in one place, exuding an overwhelming force. This pressure shattered the hearts of both the Tiger King and Mu Yenue. 7th rank. You actually advanced to the 7th rank. Mu Yenue was incredulous. She immediately noticed Mu Yenfei rushing over from Lincheng and quickly tracked her. But unexpectedly, she had already reached the 7th rank of martial sovereign. The dark-skinned man transformed into the Tiger King revealed pale eyes filled with sudden dread, with all other emotions vanishing completely. Roar! The Tiger King let out another low roar, both to signal all the beasts in the city and to make his presence known through the sound. Just as the black tiger's figure began to appear, Mu Yenfei coldly waved her hand, and everything instantly came to a halt. Among hundreds of weapons, Mu Yenfei only drew 2, a saber and a sword. The saber's blade pointed directly at the Tiger King, while the sword's tip firmly locked onto Mu Yenue. The oppressive aura was like a mountain pressing down, causing the Tiger King to immediately halt the action of revealing his true form, and Mu Yenue's figure froze in place. She. The two looked at Mu Yenfei, their voices trembling, unable to utter complete sentences. This overwhelming power was too terrifying. The gap between the 7th and 6th tiers was significant, but it shouldn't be this vast. With just one blade and one sword, their hearts quaked, and they felt fear as if standing on the edge of an abyss. The Tiger King and Mu Yenue trembled in their hearts, unable to move. Mu Yenfei, however, merely gave a faint smile, showing no intention of striking immediately. I have not come here to kill you. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Just reminding you, after leaving the second province, behave yourselves and don't lay a hand on him. If you dare to act personally, I will abandon everything and rush back from Central State to kill you with my own hands. Even if you hide in the abyss, I will never give up. I swear to kill you both. Mu Yanfei's words were like a queen's decree, exuding elegance mixed with cruelty. You can defy, but you must be prepared to endure the wrath of my fury. The Tiger King turned his head and locked eyes with Mu Yanue, their gazes filled with shock. He screamed inwardly. This feeling of being suppressed made him both angry and helpless. What him? What does it have to do with me? The Tiger King was completely baffled. Has this woman gone mad? Mu Yanue, however, had a sudden inspiration and guessed a few clues. The he you're talking about, could it be? Mu Yanfei's lips curved into a deep smile as she softly said, "That's right, his name is Gu Ming, currently serving as the deputy commander of the demon-slaying army in Pengcheng town." A trace of doubt flashed in Mu Yanue's eyes. She couldn't fathom why Mu Yanfei would place such importance on a young man. Even if he was a pretty boy she had personally groomed, it shouldn't be to this extent. Mu Yanue thought to herself that, based on her own attitude toward pretty boys, she simply couldn't understand Mu Yanfei's actions. What? Have you actually become devoted? She chuckled inwardly. Alright, I'm just here to let you know. If you insist on trying, I don't mind either. I'll fight with my life to kill you all. Mu Yanfei had a smile on her lips as she turned to leave, followed by hundreds of sharp weapons. The long skirt swayed as she maintained that faint smile. As she left, neither the Tiger King nor Mu Yanue on the Twin Towers could muster a smile. Watching her graceful figure completely disappear, Mu Yanue finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Her face was filled with terror and disbelief. Mu Yanfei, how did she suddenly advance to the 7th rank? As her elder sister, Mu Yanue simply couldn't comprehend Mu Yanfei's rapid growth. Beside her, there was a sudden thud as the Tiger King revealed the true form of a pitch-black giant tiger, gritting his teeth and growling. This woman is simply too outrageous. If she dares to show up in front of me again, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. Teach her a lesson? I think you just want to learn how to meow like a cat. Mu Yanue glanced at him sideways. The pitch-black giant tiger widened its eyes, immediately showing its displeasure. Mu Yanue sneered, "If it weren't for your flustered look, I might have actually believed what you just said." The cold wind blew, and the pitch-black giant tiger was so embarrassed it was on the verge of social death. At this moment, the beasts began to gather around the Twin Towers. They had all heard the Tiger King's roar earlier, a call, mixed with panic. Chimpanzee and the big crocodile stopped under the tower, looking up. The sound of helicopter rotors arose, and the old monkey hanging upside down from a tree branch rushed over quickly. Seeing that the scene was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and landed beside the Tiger King. Tiger King, what happened? The Tiger King felt the majesty of being the leader of the Twin Cities' exotic beasts and sneered, waving his hand. A clueless brat came to provoke me, but I've already taken care of it. The old monkey relaxed upon hearing this and didn't dwell on the flaws in the Tiger King's words, leading the army of exotic beasts to retreat swiftly. In the cold wind, Mu Yanue rolled her eyes helplessly. This Tiger King really loves saving face. The so-called solution was merely puffing up like a frightened kitten in front of Mu Yanfei. Outside Twin Cities, Mu Yanfei strode with her long legs, wearing high heels, and quickly returned to the white business car. Hera was driving and looked back at her. "Minister, you came back so quickly. You didn't make a move, did you?" Mu Yanfei nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Killing the Tiger King and Mu Yanue isn't difficult, but now." Her gaze was solemn, staring into the distance. Meanwhile, atop the twin sky towers, the beast army had just dispersed, and a dark shadow sped swiftly from the horizon. Draped in a black robe, its face concealed within, the Tiger King and Mu Yanue exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly changing. A dark figure quickly descended onto the top of the tower, holding a wooden staff with a dark green gemstone embedded at its tip. "Great priest!" The two immediately bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. The figure in the black robe stood quietly, his gaze sweeping toward the direction where Mu Yanfei had left. Unexpectedly, she has advanced to the 7th rank so quickly. A hoarse and deep voice carried a hint of surprise. The Tiger King's expression tightened, transforming into human form and bowing deeply. "Please, High Priest, take action and slay such an arrogant person." The man in the black robe turned his head, revealing a faint smile beneath his dark face. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The Tiger King's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, the black-robed man struck his staff, and the dark green gemstone emitted a faint green glow. The eerie green light directly invaded the Tiger King's body, his face instantly turned dark green, enduring intense pain.
High Priest, I was wrong, I was wrong.
The Tiger King pleaded in terror, his voice trembling.
Mu Yenue watched coldly from the side, not daring to plead for mercy.
After tormenting the Tiger King for a long time, a high priest finally withdrew the light and spread his arms.
Second province, Lin City, I'm back. What? High Priest, what did you say?
Mu Yenue's voice trembled, her heart pounding with fear.
I'm back? Could it be that the High Priest is also from Lin City? Rumor has it that some traitors among humans collude with alien beasts to betray their kind. What's more, he completely betrayed humanity and sided with the alien beasts. The High Priest before him is one of them.
Long ago, he left the human race, entered the void wormhole, and devoted himself to the abyss. There, he gained power and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the prosperity of the alien beast civilizations. Although he is human, he has long since transcended the boundaries of the human race.
Mu Yenue bowed respectfully and spoke. I wonder if the High Priest's personal visit to the second province signifies that something major is about to happen.
The man in the black robe nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping up and down as he sized up Mu Yenue. You've become even more charming since the last time I saw you.
Mu Yenue chuckled lightly and shook her head. You flatter me, High Priest.
The man in the black robe chuckled softly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
Then, his tone turned indifferent.
We have decided to launch a full-scale offensive on the northern state in the near future.
The entire northern state of the ancient kingdom will eventually fall under our control.
He raised his hand slightly and made a grasping motion in the air. Tiger King and Mu Yenue widened their eyes, first in astonishment, then unable to conceal the excitement in their hearts.
Attacking the northern province? Attacking one of the three major provinces of the human race? My heavens!
How many years has it been since we've seen such a large-scale war? How many years since we've felt such blood-boiling excitement?
The man in the black robe glanced at the Tiger King and said, The opportunity for you to advance to the 7th tier lies in Lin City. Conquer Lin City, and millions of humans along with 7th tier experts will aid you in breaking through.
The dark-skinned man's eyes gleamed as he bowed respectfully.
Thank you, Great Priest. High Priest, when shall we take action?
The Tiger King could no longer hold back, eager to break through Lin City, unleash a massacre, and use it to ascend to the 7th rank.
The man in the black robe shook his head and let out a cold laugh. There's no rush. Attacking the northern state is a major plan that must be advanced steadily. This first step has nothing to do with you. Just wait for the news.
Though anxious and restless, the Tiger King could only nod repeatedly.
At the service of the High Priest.
The man in the black robe glanced at him and mocked. It seems human civilization has a profound influence. Even you, Tiger King, have learned to flatter.
The dark-skinned man gave an awkward smile. High Priestess, you flatter me.
The man in the black robe turned to Mu Yenue, his gaze filled with greed as he carefully examined her figure.
Follow me.
Mu Yenue didn't dare to resist, behaving like an obedient and gentle girl, silently following behind him as they walked farther and farther away. As night fell, Gu Ming and Lu Ruyan returned to Pengchang. During the time he was away, the city remained peaceful and quiet, with almost no one aware of his departure. Upon learning of Gu Ming's return, Chen Lei, Tu Yunfa, Sun Tianchang, Huang Zhenghao, and others hurried to his office to report the latest training progress. It has been exactly 2 months since the entire Howling Moon Army reached the peak of martial arts. During these 2 months, the Howling Moon Army has continued its rapid development, though it is no longer as astonishing as it was in the first month. Chen Lei lowered his head and said with a hint of regret on his face, Commander Gu, during this period, all squad leaders and section leaders have been promoted to second-tier martial soldiers, and some ordinary soldiers have also been promoted to martial soldiers. But the majority of soldiers are still stuck at the peak of martial artist level, unable to break through. Gu Ming pondered for a moment, already having a clear understanding in his heart. The overall talent of the demon-suppressing army in Pengchang is not outstanding, most have only ordinary C-level talent, and B-level talent is even rarer. There is still a small handful of individuals with talents as low as D-level or E-level. For those with E-level talent, even after years of cultivation, it is difficult to step into the warrior realm, and they may remain at the first tier for their entire lives. In the Howling Moon Army, it is already considered a miracle for such individuals to reach the peak of the warrior level within just 1 month. However, to progress further, the limitations of talent become insurmountable. Even though he could rely on the War God Tiger Talisman to slowly enhance the soldier's talents, its influence extended to every member of the Howling Moon Army. Now, he no longer had time to delay. Gu Ming looked at Chen Lei with a resolute gaze and said without hesitation, Begin reorganizing the Howling Moon Army. Chen Lei listened and silently nodded, unable to hide the disappointment in his heart. The so-called reorganization means replacing soldiers with mediocre talent with those who possess superior abilities. These 1,000 soldiers are all his brothers, and the decision to abandon them is incredibly difficult.
But Gu Ming is not entirely heartless.
As long as those soldiers with slightly weaker talent can catch up to the average level of the Howling Moon Army in the future, they will still have a chance to rejoin the ranks. Currently, the War God Talisman is at the 4th tier. To advance further, there must be 10 4th-tier martial commanders, 100 3rd-tier martial generals, and all ordinary soldiers must fully step into the 2nd-tier martial soldier level. He must act decisively and abandon the burdens. As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Chen Lei feeling heartache, the others instead had eyes glimmering with anticipation.
Huang Zhenghao was the first to speak. Commander Gu, does my 9th City Defense Company have a chance to join the Howling Moon Army? Tu Yunfa's eyes burned with passion, his heart already yearning for it.
With his great AI's talent, he would surely be able to stand on equal footing with Chen Lei after joining the Howling Moon Army. Chen Lei is a great lightning mage, with impressive strength.
Sun Tiancheng couldn't hold back, his eyes revealing a glimmer of eagerness.
Even though he is now a member of the White Tiger Army, he still wants to switch over to the Howling Moon Army.
Gu Ming smiled and nodded in response.
Of course, not just you all, but everyone in the Pengcheng demon-suppressing army has a chance.
But identity screening and background checks are indispensable. Although after joining the Howling Moon Army, he could use the War God Tiger Talisman to ensure their absolute loyalty, the formal procedures still couldn't be omitted. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Sun Tiancheng volunteered. I'll handle the identity and background checks.
Gu Ming glanced at him and tacitly approved. The White Tiger Army has powerful resources in this regard. Its members are not only exceptionally talented but also have extremely solid backgrounds.
Commander Gu, we shall take our leave first.
Chen Lei cupped his hands in salute, preparing to depart.
Gu Ming called out to him.
Amid the crowd's confusion, he slowly raised his right hand, and a black and white intertwined tiger tally materialized in his palm. The tiger tally was vivid and lifelike, as if the white tiger were roaring, intimidating all directions.
Chen Lei's gaze was fixed on the tiger tally, unable to look away.
As a soldier bound to the War God Tiger Tally, he could tangibly feel that power, as if Gu Ming were right beside him. Sun Tiancheng, Tu Yunfa, and Huang Zhenghao also gathered around, their eyes filled with both surprise and enthusiasm.
Binding soldiers to the War God Tiger Talisman requires sufficient loyalty first.
Gu Ming sensed the unwavering determination of the three and bound them as his subordinate soldiers without hesitation, eliminating any possibility of betrayal.
From this moment on, Tu Yunfa, who was General Yan's personal attendant, completely changed his surname to Gu.
But all of this happened quietly, without even him noticing. Afterward, Gu Ming slowly handed the War God Tiger Talisman to Chen Lei. Take charge of the Tiger Talisman, the task of reorganizing the Howling Moon Army is entrusted to you.
Remember, the Howling Moon Army values quality over quantity. Chen Lei's gaze was fiery, and he nodded firmly.
Yes, Centurion Gu.
Late at night, the outskirts of Lincheng appeared particularly desolate.
On the streets, snowflakes danced in the air, and the pristine white snow blanketed the ground like a thick quilt.
At this moment, inside an ordinary factory office building,
in the spacious conference room, it was filled with people dressed in black robes.
At the main seat sat a large, slightly overweight man in a black robe.
He wore a mask and surveyed the crowd. The Protector has already ordered an attack on the northern state. This time, the Beast Alliance will take the lead in the assault.
Didn't the Demon Suppression Army, the Prime Minister's office, and the Night Patrol recently launch a Gale Plan?
The Sun and Moon Squad from Lin City is among the top 10 in the Gale Plan.
How about wiping them out completely? The obese man chuckled softly, thinking to himself, isn't the Sun and Moon Squad led by Gu Ming?
If they all die, Gu Ming will surely be heartbroken.
His gaze swept over everyone, silently identifying the identities hidden beneath the black robes.
Usually, they appear no different from ordinary people. Some are martial arts university students, some are martial arts instructors, and some are members of the Martial Alliance. There are even official personnel such as the Demon Suppression Army, the City Lord's Office, and the Night Patrol. But once the mission begins, they have only one identity: members of the Exotic Beast Alliance. They are the backbone of the North State branch of the Exotic Beast Alliance, united by a common goal:
to assist exotic beasts and all races in occupying Blue Star and completely ruling over humanity.
At that time, those traitors who had betrayed humanity early and sided with the alien beasts would become the heroes of the new era. In their eyes, the alien beasts and the forces of all races are powerful, and humanity is powerless to resist. The tide has turned,
and resistance would only be futile. Submission and betrayal are the only way out. Alright, they're looking for us. Give them a clue, lure them in. Then, catch them all in one go.